Weird Dungeon, Dark Hotel. Horror game is about to descend. Weird Dungeon, SSS level Dark Hotel. Players will be randomly selected from 7 countries for trials. This emotionless mechanical voice caused many people to fall into panic. A few months ago, the horror game descended into reality. Every 48 hours, players are randomly selected from different countries to enter weird dungeons. If a player successfully clears the dungeon, the national fortune of their country will improve, and they will gain the qualification for the weird dungeon trial. If a player fails, the weird dungeon will descend into reality and wreak havoc for 48 hours. SSS level weird dungeons, not even beginners, let alone experienced players, have full confidence in clearing them. At this moment, the Dragon Country forum was filled with wails. We can't be selected. If we get selected again, we're really done for. People in Dragon Country were praying not to be selected. So far, Dragon Country had experienced 9 consecutive failures. A 10th failure would trigger a punishment mechanism, and the dungeon level would increase. If they fail again, it means the SSS level weird dungeon will rise to the nightmare level, covering the entire Dragon Country. Once the nightmare level dungeon descends, the entire Dragon Country will face the crisis of annihilation. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Gulf of Aden, a military transaction worth billions of US dollars was underway. Sue, happy trading. The bearded armed leader used an encrypted briefcase to make the transfer in front of Sui. Happy trading. Sui took a deep breath. Once the several $billion was received, he would unlock the technology tree. 2 years ago, he crossed over into this world and took over a nearly bankrupt gas canister factory. Relying on the Arms King system, he developed step by step. He modified gas canisters and sold them to the Middle East, sold weapons and ammunition to warlords in Black State, and provided high-tech weapons to Wagner. It seemed like every battlefield had his presence. Since then, Sui went from an unknown nobody to a weapons tycoon whose name resounded through the underground world. A few months ago, the horror game arrived, and the world fell into panic. Under this excitement, weapon orders didn't decrease but increased. With the high-level officials of various countries too busy to care, Sui also let go and started selling openly. The supersonic missiles, which originally had to be hidden, became hot-selling items. According to the original plan, it would take at least 3 years to accumulate the $10 billion needed to unlock the technology tree. Under the pressure of the horror game panic, it only took a few months to earn this money. Taking advantage of the gap before the transfer was completed, the bearded leader pointed to the horror game's ongoing list drawing in the air. Sue, would you consider joining us? Sui smiled and shook his head. He naturally understood what the bearded man meant. Dragon Country had now suffered 9 consecutive losses, and if they failed again, it would bring about the crisis of national destruction and extinction. Leaving Dragon Country could save his life. Thinking of this, Sui spat in his heart. In the first 8 times, Dragon Country had bad luck and drew S-level dungeons. Failures were understandable, but the 9th time they drew a D-level dungeon. If it weren't for Koen, Dragon Country wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation. When the horror game arrived, the high-level officials immediately took action. They sent large numbers of personnel to actively enter the weird dungeon, trying to understand it. After paying a huge price, they gained valuable experience. Then, the rules and strategies for clearing the horror game were widely spread throughout the country. The key was that Koen, after special training. His crazy female fans even claimed online, "My brother can speedrun any dungeon below A level." But this guy didn't take the D-level weird dungeon seriously, and when he was about to clear it, he pretended. The result was that, in front of the audience around the world, he made a big mess. This not only caused Dragon Country to lose face, but also put it in an extremely passive situation. But even so, there were still people on the Dragon Country forum defending him. How can you be like this? My brother has already died, why do you still keep holding on to him? Thinking of this, Sui smiled and snorted coldly. It's okay, if I draw Dragon Country. I will first bomb the Japanese island, then level the city where the strange phenomenon descended. Hot weapons can't deal with the strange phenomenon, but weapons from the technology tree might work. As the saying goes, fear comes from insufficient firepower. If ballistic weapons don't work, the star-destroying cannon should do the trick. Even the battle-hardened big-bearded leader shuddered. Using ballistic weapons to bomb the strange phenomenon, this guy is truly a madman. Ding, funds have been received. Sui immediately unlocked the technology tree. Technology tree unlocking, 17%? When the technology tree was about to unlock, Sui suddenly heard a voice beside his ear. Player has been selected for SSS level instance Dark Hotel. Damn it. Before he could finish his words, Sui disappeared from his spot. The list of players selected for the horror game was released. Dragon Country Sui. Top Tower Country Belak. Plaster Country Diaoilong. Bear Country Yelatorov. The Dragon Country forum exploded, he was really selected. The public fell into unprecedented panic. If they fail, the nightmare-level instance will descend, and they can only wait to die in place. A cloud of death hung over every citizen of Dragon Country. Damn, this is completely over. Damn it. Is there really no hope left? Hee, luckily we already immigrated to the lighthouse, the free air is so nice. Not everyone chose to give up or escape Dragon Country. There was still a significant number of people who began to investigate Sui's identity, trying to grasp that tiny chance of survival. Sui, so much firepower, must be a big shot. Sui, go for it. The fate of the entire Dragon Country is on your shoulders. For fire brother, if you win, I'll work for you like an ox in the future. The entire national machinery went into overdrive, searching for Sui's true identity. In just a few minutes, his full profile was placed in front of the high-ranking officials responsible for the strange phenomena forum. Even the high-ranking officials couldn't help but gasp when they saw the file. Without the horror game, Sui's name might have already echoed around the world. Perhaps he really could save Dragon Country. In an instant. This post quickly topped the Dragon Country forum. The post revealed Sui's identity, but only mentioned his identity as an arms dealer. As for other information, it was tightly protected. Damn, who the hell is this godlike person? In 2 years, from a nearly bankrupt gas tank factory manager to a global arms tycoon, even novels wouldn't dare write this. Maybe Sui can really create a miracle for us Dragon Country. So strong, bombed the Japanese island flat. However, there were still many pessimistic trolls and foreign netizens in the forum. I protest. This Sui is a terrorist, why should you be selected to bomb us? What use is an arms dealer? Isn't he just a new player? Look at Belak, he's cleared 2 A-level instances. Exactly, what use is arms? Last time the Lighthouse Country's billionaire went in, didn't he still die? Current instance, SSS-level Dark Hotel. Detected that the player is entering the horror game for the first time, a random protection mechanism will be granted. Please report to the task location Dark Hotel. Note, failing to report on time may result in severe punishment from the hotel. Player, Sui. Identity, waiter. Physique, 35 normal human value, 10. Mental, 50 normal human value, 5. Abilities, none. Assets, 500 strange coins. Comprehensive evaluation, B. Never experienced the game, with superior physique and mental power that can withstand strange contamination, may help you survive better in the strange instance. The game prompt echoed in his ears, and Sui stood dazed in place. No! How did I get here? Sui's face turned a bit ugly. He thought there was a chance he might be teleported to Dragon Nation. He had even prepared himself, after upgrading the tech tree, to take down a few enemies and then leave with Dragon Nation. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect. He was directly selected into a horrifying game dungeon. Now, it meant the fate of the entire Dragon Nation rested on Sui's shoulders. Sui took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and quickly surveyed the surroundings. In the distance, there was a terrifying ancient castle, filled with eerie, dreadful energy. It was clear that this building was the Dark Hotel. In a daze, Sui felt the entire world twist around him. The distant hotel transformed into a black vortex, seemingly trying to swallow him whole. Get out! Sui forced himself out of that state, falling to the ground and gasping for air. Just observing from afar, his mind had already been polluted by the hotel's eerie aura. Fortunately, his mental strength was incredibly strong, and he forcefully broke free from the polluted state. If it were someone else from Dragon Nation, they probably wouldn't even make it to the dungeon. After a brief rest, Sui cursed as he climbed to his feet. Damn! What now? The closer he got to the hotel, the more intense the mental pollution became. As a newbie, he didn't have any tools to resist the mental pollution. Getting out of the polluted state this time was just pure luck. Next time, it might not work. Wait. Sui quickly checked the system. Perhaps the tech tree had a device to resist mental pollution. After all, protective items made up a significant portion of military gear. Open. The system wouldn't open. Sui froze. When he was teleported in, the tech tree had just finished loading. Who knew that the entire system would be completely frozen? This is bad. This is really bad. Sui was stunned. The next moment, he frantically clicked on the system panel. This was his hope to survive in the SSS-level dungeon. Ding, system reloaded successfully. Looking at the completely different interface, Sui was dumbfounded. The sci-fi-style system interface disappeared. In its place was a system interface that looked like flesh and blood. The previously unlocked weapons were all gone. Sui tentatively clicked on it. The weapon library slowly appeared. These weapons were all made of flesh and blood, appearing incredibly bizarre. From scratch weird version. Work hard, young man, no matter which world you are in, you will become an arms tycoon. What the hell? It mutated? Am I now a weird arms dealer? Having the experience of previously unlocking the weapons library, Sui quickly got the hang of it. This weapon panel, like before, needed funds to unlock. As Sui had expected, weapons that previously required mana to unlock now needed eerie coins. One free unlock opportunity and 500 eerie coins. Sui didn't hesitate, pulling the panel down to the very bottom. The panel still needed to be unlocked from the bottom up. After carefully selecting for a while in the weapon library, Sui found a weapon that suited him. Weapon, Flesh Desert Eagle. Can cause damage to S-level and below eerie creatures. Note, holding this gun, you can resist S-level eerie mental pollution attacks. Would you like to unlock the Flesh Desert Eagle? Unlock. Would you like to spend 300 eerie coins to purchase the Flesh Desert Eagle? Yes. Ding, the host's first weapon purchase has earned an additional reward, Flesh Desert Eagle *1. Good, good, good. Sui held 2 Desert Eagles and carefully examined them. The Flesh Desert Eagle still had the same shape as the Desert Eagle. But the gun body was not made of metal, but of scarlet flesh. This eerie and terrifying weapon strangely gave off a unique violent beauty. After converting the remaining eerie coins into bullets, Sui strode toward the hotel. At this moment, in the live stream, the Dragon Nation audience was extremely anxious. Half of the task time had passed, but Sui was still nowhere to be seen. Once the time limit was exceeded, there would be severe punishment, and some would even be directly erased. Where the hell is Brother Sihua? Could he have run into trouble on the way? Is it still possible to buy a ticket and run? Taking advantage, they mocked. We'll take in Miss Hua to work, but nothing else. Our Master Yi has already arrived at the hotel early. What a pity, once the nightmare level instance is over, we'll send troops for humanitarian aid. Looks like this so-called miracle of Dragon Country is just a joke. The people of Dragon Country are not afraid of trouble, especially when holding a keyboard. I'll send my damn dog to bite you. When Fire Brother comes out, we'll blow you all up. Little Japanese should worry about your own damn thing. I see it's about to die. For a moment, the bullet comments exploded in a mess of curses. Now, 3 players have successfully arrived at the hotel for check-in. They are from Top Tower Nation, Belak; from Ointment Nation, Diawilong; from Bear Nation, Yelatolo. The 3 stood in a row in the corner, being scolded by the hotel front desk, level A weirdness. From their physical appearance, the front desk seemed a bit petite and cute. But upon closer inspection, you could realize how terrifying it was. Scars from the corner of its mouth to its earlobe, eye sockets empty without eyeballs. The kind of mental pollution that would crack you just by one look. Except for Belak, who could barely resist, the other 2 were in bad shape. Yelatolo's face was deathly pale, beads of cold sweat constantly appearing on his forehead. Diawilong was in an even worse state, twitching every now and then, and occasionally laughing foolishly. Clearly, this guy had been mentally contaminated. Leaving aside the upcoming tasks, whether this guy could survive until the instance ended was questionable. While waiting, a prompt suddenly flashed in the livestream. Hergel Oddbo eliminated. The nightmare level weird instance has descended on Hergel. Hergel had also experienced 9 consecutive defeats, so the nightmare level instance had come to him. 5 minutes later, another prompt appeared in the livestream. Hergel has perished, the instance ended early. The previously chaotic bullet comments instantly quieted down. 5 minutes. 5 short minutes. A small country with a population of 30 million was destroyed. Dragon Country viewers, who hadn't seen Sui for a long time, were filled with even more torment in their hearts. The little Japanese, after witnessing Hergel's destruction, began to flee one after another. It was already a tiny land, and once the nightmare level instance arrived, it would certainly perish completely. At this moment, a loud bang came from the live stream. Someone kicked open the hotel door. The front desk, who had been scolding the 3, quickly stepped back. Taking 3 steps in 2, it rushed to the door, bowed 90 degrees. Welcome, honored guest. Chapter 3, You are the most beautiful weird girl I've ever seen. SSS level weird hotel. It's not a place anyone can enter just because they want to. The hotel exists in a weird domain, ordinary weirdness can't enter. Anyone daring to kick open the door and enter, ignoring the hotel's self-sustained aura, is likely an honored guest. Hotel honored guests are not someone the small front desk can offend. Seeing the honored guest remain silent, the front desk raised its head and smiled, asking, "Honored guest, may I ask if you intend to stay at the hotel?" With its pale face, torn mouth, and empty eye sockets, it created an extremely terrifying smile. What the hell, what is this? This appearance truly shocked Sui. As a young man of the new era, when had he ever seen something like this, so scared that he lifted his leg and kicked? The front desk flew straight out. The three in the corner, their mentality exploded. They couldn't even deal with level A weirdness. Now another one more terrifying appeared. Elon, who was mentally on the brink of collapse, was scared back to clarity. Ignoring the hotel's mental pollution, kicking away level A weirdness? What level of monster is this now? The front desk, a bit scared, hurriedly put on a mask and black sunglasses. Today there was no reservation form, plus there were players coming in. In order to intimidate players, it dressed up this way, never expecting to anger the honored guest. Rolling and crawling to Sui's side, it stammered and explained. Honored guest, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Sui furrowed his brows. That appearance, truly was a mental pollution. After putting on the sunglasses and mask, it looked much more bearable. Moreover, the front desk's attitude was really good. Not at all neglecting his player identity. Thinking of this, Sui felt at ease. Beautiful lady, may I ask if you're here for your report? Before the receptionist could react, Sui lifted her up. Receptionist? 3 people in the corner. Report? Wait, bro, you're a player? One kick sent an A-level anomaly flying, making it apologize like a fool. Which country's god-tier player is this? In an instant. The hotel lobby was filled with eerie energy, a terrifying pressure sweeping over. The 3 people in the corner trembled with fear, hurriedly averting their gazes, afraid to be caught in his rage. Before the receptionist could act, Sui took the little hand first. Cold and soft, with no bones, it felt quite comfortable to hold. You're the most beautiful anomaly girl I've ever seen. Belek suddenly looked up and took out several life-saving items. Fuck, this idiot wants to get us all killed? The other 2, also frightened, took out a few items. This receptionist could probably kill them with just a fart. But what the 3 never expected was that the terrifying pressure slowly dissipated. They never imagined this could happen. The receptionist stood there dazed, subconsciously wanting to pull her hand back. Sui's scorching gaze and warm hands made her heart race like a startled deer. Whether human or anomaly, all avoided him. If she hadn't been picked up by the boss, she would have probably been bullied by other anomalies by now. Even in the hotel, when meeting rude customers, she would often be scolded and hit. Since becoming an anomaly, she had never heard such gentle words. You, what are you saying? Pulling her hand, can't pull it out. Dealing with anomalies, Sui wouldn't know. But when dealing with customers, he's truly skilled. In just 2 years, he became an arms tycoon, and it wasn't just his hard cash that helped. It was his attitude, treating customers like gods. Sui reached up and took off the receptionist's mask, gently touching the scar that looked like a centipede. Does it hurt? In the next moment, the receptionist opened her blood-red mouth wide. The terrifying pressure surged again. Ugly? Sui, still smiling in the face of the blood-red mouth so close, asked. Not ugly, actually very cute. I wish I had such a cute friend. Just as he was about to get closer, a warning appeared. Warning, please report to the hotel promptly, failure to do so will result in severe punishment. Countdown, 1 minute. Sui abandoned the thought of continuing to tease the receptionist. Now that they had come this far, if reason didn't work, it was time for truth. Before Sui could speak, the receptionist quickly ran to the desk and grabbed a form. Hurry, write quickly. As soon as Sui wrote his name, the form was snatched away by the receptionist. Not done yet. No need to thank me, good friend. Ding, Dragon Country player, Sui, has reported in. Task awaiting assignment. As it is the player's first time entering the instance, and they arrived at the task location within the designated time, they have received an all-purpose inspection card *1. Note, the all-purpose inspection card can be used before the task begins to inspect all anomalies within the instance. Great thing! Great thing! Sui's eyes lit up. With detailed information about the Dark Hotel, he could avoid many risks. If the receptionist hadn't helped, he would have never finished that form. This method for dealing with customers really worked on anomalies. Since that's the case, could he sell weapons to these anomalies? Let these anomalies carry weapons and fight against other anomalies. In the real world, maybe someone could punish him. But in the horror world, wouldn't he be invincible? Once this idea appeared, Sui felt the world become beautiful. Alright, from now on, you're my good friend. The receptionist foolishly nodded. There was no longer the terrifying pressure of an A-level anomaly, and instead, she felt like a neighbor's little sister. Alright. By the way, what's your name? Xiao Qian. Alright, Xiao Qian, from now on, we'll stick together. The three people in the corner were stunned. How come? Why doesn't he need to pay? Why doesn't he need to take the hotel's assessment? Is it just because he's handsome? Is it just because he speaks nonsense with his eyes wide open? The viewers in the livestream witnessed everything. In an instant, the chat exploded. Damn, for Fire Brothers' move is really too incredible. No way, is this something a normal person could even think of? Oh, don't eat sour radish, this newcomer from the Dragon Kingdom seems to have something. Who would have thought that Fire Brother is not just great at selling weapons, but his ability to tease weird things is also unmatched. Fire Brother is really hardcore, that big mouth can even take that in. This is also Fire Brother's skill, look at that brat who tried to tease the front desk, almost got played to death. The foreign viewers couldn't hold back, and started typing. Baka, this Dragon Kingdom guy is cheating, why can he do it but our Aikiru can't? He must have been hiding outside at first, spying on Aikiru, there's no way he could be so smooth otherwise. If it weren't for Aikiru, that guy would never have known this method. When Aikiru first arrived at the hotel, he tried to tease the front desk. But when he saw the front desk's wide-open blood-red mouth, his mind almost collapsed. The Dragon Kingdom viewers immediately countered. Shut the hell up, that Japanese guy almost peed his pants when he saw the blood-red mouth. Right, now look at our Fire Brother, kick that weird thing away without a problem. Besides the livestream viewers, the heads of horror game companies from various countries were shocked. In just a few minutes, Sui had shattered their conventional understanding of horror games. Chapter 4, Want to see, little brother? Pay to buy. Hotel lobby. Xiao Qian explained the hotel layout and the clients to the staff. The second and third floors are regular areas. The clients are mostly ordinary weird creatures, and unless there is a special situation, security will not patrol these areas. The fourth floor is the VIP area. Clients range from Class A to Class D, and security patrols every 2 hours. The fifth floor is the high-end VIP area. Most of the clients are Class A, and the security team leader leads patrols every half hour. The sixth floor is also for high-end VIP clients. Unlike the fifth floor, there are a lot of Class S clients here. The security team leader is stationed here for long periods of time, in addition to regular patrols. The seventh floor is the supreme VIP area. It's the employees' restricted zone, client information is confidential, and there are no security patrols. Xiao Qian also clearly informed the four of them that every floor has clients. She then handed a staff manual to Sui before leaving the hotel lobby. Ding, you have obtained a weird item, staff manual *1. Familiarizing yourself with this manual might greatly help you pass the instance. Besides the game prompt, a system notification appeared in front of Sui. Staff manual recycling value *35 weird coins. After Xiao Qian left, Doi Lang couldn't hold back anymore. Why did this guy get such special treatment, while he almost got eaten by that big-mouthed monster? There are a lot of weird creatures living in the hotel, and the manual surely has clues. He rushed towards Sui, trying to snatch the staff manual. Kid, hand over the staff manual. A Japanese guy? Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Sui's eyes. Over the past 2 years, selling weapons around the world had allowed him to learn many languages of the Blue Planet. After all, some business deals are best handled personally for peace of mind. So, he immediately recognized that this was a Japanese guy. What a narrow road for enemies. Just when he entered, he was thinking about how to deal with the Japanese. And now this. The Japanese also had a player selected. Before Sui could take action, Doi Lang was sent flying. Ah! With a scream, he fell far away, his life and death unknown. What is this thing, daring to speak to Mr. Su like that? A Russian? Hearing this, Sui focused his gaze. Trollov? Yellowto Trollov's eyes lit up, surprised that Sui still remembered him. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you still remember me. Of course, your brother is one of my big clients. Yellowto Trollov's brother is the head of the Russian mercenary group. Sui and Yellowto Trollov had met several times over dinner. Fire Brothers' connections are so wide, even meeting familiar faces here. Now, this is stable. Someone teamed up, and the chance of passing the level increased. A trace of fear flashed in Belak's eyes. He never expected that Sui and Yellowtorov actually knew each other. In order to obtain information, he still gritted his teeth and approached. Mr. Su, we are all players, I think we should help each other. Of course, sir. The completely different reactions before and after made the bullet comments explode. Viewers from Lighthouse Country stood on the moral high ground, beginning to condemn Sui. There is no employee handbook, and once hotel rules are violated, severe punishment will be imposed. Damn it, does this guy help each other in the dungeon? Mr. Belak is a senior player, what kind of attitude is this guy showing? How dare he ask for money? Blue Star is full of these profit-driven people, that's why we suffered such heavy casualties in the horror game. This hotel has guests on every floor. Without Mr. Belak, what would you use to deal with the strange things? Seeing these comments, Dragon Country viewers retorted. Why should we show you for free? It's your turn. Exactly, this was obtained by Brother Hua through his charisma, and you just want to ask for it by opening your mouth? Bro, the past is the past, now is now. This is an SSS level dungeon, don't keep pulling that death thing. Brother Hua, earned this with my life, so what's wrong with you paying a bit? Besides these, some shepherd dogs also appeared. Sui should be more magnanimous, there's no need to do this. Without Mr. Belak's help, Sui couldn't pass the level at all. Mr. Belak is right, players should help each other. However, these voices were quickly drowned out. Belak's face sank. He was a senior player who had passed 2A level dungeons. Before, other players would pay him protection fees to safely pass the dungeon. Unexpectedly, today, he was first extorted by strange things, and then by a newcomer. Yelatorov saw this and stood in front of Sui. Now, the war was getting tight. Without this supplier, their frontline ammunition supply might face shortages. Most importantly, with the territory they had taken, the people of Bear Country had survived several dungeon arrivals. Seeing this, coupled with the threat from the big mouth monster, Belak changed to a smile and opened the panel. Player, Belak. Identity, Waiter. Constitution, 30. Spirit, 50. Ability, Deduction, A level. Mental Protection, A level. Assets, 500 strange coins. Comprehensive Evaluation, A level. Mr. Su, I can offer you protection. Sui's smile froze. This guy wants to get free food? To him, customers are gods, and those who try to get free food are enemies. And how come this guy is so poor? Only 500 strange coins, no need to unlock other equipment. Moreover, with the Desert Eagle in hand, why would he need such a useless protection? No need. Belak stood there stunned. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and asked. Is 10 million enough? Money, I don't lack, I want strange coins. Belak froze. What does he need strange coins for? Is he planning to bribe the big mouth monster to get into a safe area? How many do you need? 500. Belak took a deep breath. I can give you 300 at most. Sui waved his hand impatiently. Stop haggling, stand behind and watch. Yelatorov and Belak stood behind Sui and started reading the manual. Employee Handbook. Follow the hotel rules, and you will be protected by security. Violation of the Employee Handbook will result in severe punishment. 1. Stay at your post, do not leave without reason. 2. Do your best to satisfy all customer needs in your area. 3. Always maintain the cleanliness and tidiness of your area. 4. Dress appropriately and do not make inappropriate actions. 5. Staff are strictly prohibited from attacking each other. Violators will be imprisoned in the dark dungeon. 6. Attacking hotel guests is strictly prohibited. Violators will be erased. At the end of the employee handbook, there was a special clause. If the waiter chooses the 7th floor, they do not need to follow the employee rules. Sui's eyes lit up. No need to follow the employee rules? Does this mean they can play freely on the 7th floor? Thinking of this, he directly used the inspection card. If there is no strange thing stronger than S level on the 7th floor, it will be an ideal place. Considering this, Sui threw the employee manual at Yelatorov. Take a look. Then, quietly, he used the omnipotent inspection card. Not looking was one thing, but once he saw it, he was shocked. In the 3D concept diagram of the ancient castle, there were countless red dots. In this 7-story ancient castle, there were actually over 300 strange entities. One floor, then another floor, he kept looking. Sui's breath became more and more rapid. No wonder this hotel was an SSS-level strange instance. No wonder that small country, Odibio, vanished in 5 minutes. With so many strange entities, no country on Blue Star could withstand it. As the floors went up, the higher-level strange entities increased. There were even a lot of S-level strange entities. When he reached the 7th floor, Sui held his breath. He stared closely at the only red dot on the concept diagram. Chapter 5, Task Begins, Nightmare Descends. At this moment, Xiao Qian pushed a small cart into the hall. Come get your work uniforms. Before Sui could stand up, a strong, fishy stench hit him. It made him cover his nose and mouth, flipping over the sofa to back away. Belak rushed to the cart first. Yelatorov dropped the employee manual and rushed to the cart as well. Diao Yilang rushed to the employee manual. He knew that to survive in this hotel, he had to be familiar with the employee manual to use the rules to protect himself. Unfortunately, Sui didn't give him that chance. He grabbed the employee manual first. Little Japanese, want to take a look? Diao Yilang turned purple with anger. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the hate in his heart, and nodded. Pay me, and I'll let you see it. How much? 1,000. I only have 200 strange coins. Sui shook his head in regret. Then forget it, I'd rather see the instance descend on your place. In the live stream, the Dragon Country audience couldn't take it anymore. They were different from the Japanese. If the Japanese failed, at most an SSS-level instance would descend, not covering their whole country. But if Sui failed, a nightmare-level instance would descend, and it would cover the entire Dragon Country. What is Brother Sihua doing? Why isn't he going to grab the equipment yet? Bro, stop blackmailing the little Japanese, the good stuff will be gone if you wait. Stop wasting time, or you'll end up like Brother G, dead from wasting time. In this horror game, even this ragged clothes might be a strange item. Seeing Sui put the employee manual into his pocket, Diao Yilang gritted his teeth and took out an ugly doll. 200 strange coins plus this item. Strange item, substitute doll. One-time item, using it can help you avoid a fatal attack and teleport to a designated location. Sui's eyes lit up. With this thing, couldn't he go out and have some fun? After tossing the employee manual to the Japanese, he happily walked toward the cart. Seeing this, the Dragon Country audience's complaints decreased significantly. I didn't expect Brother Sihua was after the item. This is hilarious, look at the Japanese's face, it's like they ate a bad answer. Bro, let's go see if there's anything good in the work uniforms. Sui stood in front of the cart, pinching his nose. Is it necessary? Belek snorted coldly, ignoring Sui. Yellowtorov smiled and pulled out a work uniform from the cart that didn't look that disgusting. Mr. Su, these work uniforms are no different, they are all B-level strange items. Sui waved his hand in disgust. No, too disgusting. In the live stream, this move made the Dragon Country audience nervous again. Brother Sihua, my life and fortune are in your hands, please don't mess this up. No way, bro, don't do it, I just refunded my ticket. The clothes might be disgusting, but they could save your life. Xiao Qian couldn't help but remind him. She didn't want to lose this friend so soon. Without a work uniform, Sui would be seen as food by the strange entities. Suhua, the clients might give you some face if they see you in the work uniform. Hearing this, the Dragon Country audience sighed. There are still so many good strange entities in the world. The A-level strange entities persuasion might actually work. I don't need this thing to go to the 7th floor. As soon as these words were said, everyone stopped moving. A vacuum period appeared in the live broadcast room. Xiao Qian heard this and was so frightened that her mouth opened wide. The 7th floor, what kind of place is that? Even for the strange things in the hotel, it belongs to a forbidden zone. The existence within it cannot be described with words. Except for the boss, no strange things dare to enter. Now that the boss is not around, the 7th floor has become an existence that no strange things dare to approach. It originally planned to send the 2 late players as food into the 7th floor. Before, the boss had thrown many strange things who didn't pay for their rooms into the 7th floor, and none of them came out alive. Among them were even high-level strange things of grade A and even S. One can imagine how terrifying the clients of the 7th floor are. Now that the boss is not in the hotel, the clients of the 7th floor have been hungry for so long, they must be even more terrifying. No. No. We can't go. In extreme fear, Xiao Qian spoke with some stuttering. That's so terrifying. It's okay, I'll go to the 7th floor. Sui smiled and walked toward Xiao Qian, reaching out to close her gaping mouth. After this action, all the players instinctively moved away from Sui. This guy is a madman. Even Yellowtrof didn't dare to talk to Sui anymore. Bilak had even abandoned the idea of retaliating against Sui. Earlier, he had deduced that entering the 7th floor would result in 0 survival. Diao Yilang quickly skimmed through the manual and obediently placed it on the table. In the live broadcast room, the audience from Dragon Country felt a chill. They originally thought Sui was just disgusted by the clothes. They never expected that he was planning to go to the 7th floor. Damn, how terrifying must the 7th floor be, even A-grade strange things are scared like this. Brother Sihua, don't be stupid. The things in the 7th floor are not something we can mess with. Crazy, Sui is crazy. I'm leaving the country. Brother, don't be stupid, going to the 7th floor is asking for death. The 6th floor already has a lot of S-grade strange things, the 7th floor might have SS-grade or even SSS-grade strange things. Is it really to destroy our Dragon Country? Why does our fate have to be in the hands of such a fool? The audience from other countries were also stunned. This guy from Dragon Country is crazy, he actually dares to go to the 7th floor. Haha, our Mr. Balak is reliable, he's even wearing the uniform. This newcomer from Dragon Country is so brave, it's a pity that this ancient country will be completely destroyed. I can't believe this is the ending. People in Kimchi, taking an 18-year-old beautiful college students. Almost everyone silently sentenced Sui to death. The various countries issued announcements immediately, announcing the acceptance of high-level talent and players from Dragon Country. The onlookers who were hesitating quickly boarded planes. Many even fled to nearby countries through the border. The person in charge of the horror game in Dragon Country immediately issued a statement. After analyzing Sui's experiences and personality, it was determined that he had a 60% chance of passing the instance. In addition, many senior players from Dragon Country issued a joint statement. New players entering high-level instances will receive compensatory rewards. SSS-level compensatory rewards, which are especially terrifying. Sui may have obtained methods to deal with the strange things in the 7th floor. With this boost, many viewers calmed down and started analyzing the situation. Ignoring mental pollution, kicking A-grade strange things, maybe Brother Hor really has a way to deal with it. Looking at Brother Hor's expression, it seems like he's really looking forward to the 7th floor? Could it be that there's some special item in the 7th floor, or maybe some special reward? This employee manual says that 7th floor employees can ignore the manual, is it because of this? Could it be that there are no strange things in the 7th floor at all? Is it that the front desk thinks the 7th floor is a forbidden zone, that's why they're afraid? As the bullet comments returned to normal, other countries couldn't help but mock. Stop dreaming, did you see Mr. Bilak's expression? There will definitely be terrifying things in the 7th floor. Mr. Bilak must have deduced the result, otherwise he wouldn't have reacted like this. Chapter 6, Reverse Operation, the Deadliest. Employee manual sold successfully, received strange coin *35. Warning, do not dispose of hotel property on your own, or you will be punished. Sui. He took advantage of everyone's confusion and sold the employee manual. Unexpectedly, the horror game pulled this stunt. The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. Meanwhile, Sui seemed unaffected as he walked over to Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian, why are you frozen? Quickly take me to the 7th floor. Su Hua, are you really going to the 7th floor? Xiao Qian asked Sui again, trying to change his mind. Before the staff completed their assignments, the punishment wasn't fatal. But the 7th floor, that place is deadly. No matter if it's a human or an eerie creature, no one has come out alive except for the boss. I'm sure. The 7th floor, the hotel will not provide any protection for you. Sui nodded. The 7th floor was a perfect place for him. With the all-purpose inspection card, he knew that the 7th floor only had one S-level eerie creature. With dual pistols in hand, self-defense wouldn't be a problem. Without the hotel's rules limiting him, he could use his strengths more effectively. Ding, assignment successful, 7th floor staff member. The specific task will automatically start after reaching the hotel's 7th floor. Under the terrified gazes of other players, Sui stepped into the elevator heading to the 7th floor. The elevator stopped on the 6th floor, and under Xiao Qian's guidance, he walked out. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Sui was stunned. The completely modernized decoration style was no different from a 5-star hotel. If it weren't for the headless security captain, he would have really thought he had returned to reality. The headless security captain, an eerie creature standing at a towering height of 2 meters. Holding a rusted, oversized kitchen knife. Just standing there exuded an overwhelming pressure. Is this the S-level eerie creature? Sui silently thanked his luck. Luckily, there was no SS-level eerie creature on the 7th floor, or at his current level, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. Is this the new recruit who made a mistake? Looks like a tasty one. It's been so long since I've seen such a fresh human. Hiss, the popularity is real. The hallway was filled with discussions, followed by countless pairs of blood-red eyes lighting up. Sui's hair stood on end, feeling the murderous intent everywhere, and instinctively reaching for his gun. Xiao Qian reacted quickly and shouted to the headless eerie creature. He's a 7th floor staff member. The headless eerie creature gently raised the large kitchen knife. The killing intent directed at Sui was instantly shattered. Xiao Qian stepped aside and whispered. The big guy will take you there. Su Hua, I hope you can survive a few more days. I will. Sui nodded, then followed the headless eerie creature down the hallway. Along the way, his heart was in his throat. Whether it was the security or the customers, they all stared at him intently. Due to the headless eerie creature's overwhelming strength, no one acted out. Until they reached the end of the hallway. A weathered iron door, overgrown with weeds, blocked the way. This iron door and the hallway seemed like two completely different worlds. Sui felt the eerie aura radiating from the iron door, and he almost drooled. This was definitely a super powerful eerie item. He didn't know how many eerie coins it could sell for. Unfortunately, with the headless eerie creature around, if he dared to do something like this, it would definitely chop him into pieces and feed him to the eerie creatures in the hallway. Before long, the iron door opened. What appeared before his eyes was a staircase. The headless eerie creature swung the kitchen knife once, signaling Sui to enter. Creak creak. With the closing of the iron door, Sui was completely swallowed by darkness. After the task officially began, players from all countries opened their respective live rooms. Dragon Country, Lighthouse, and Bear Country, these three countries' horror game leaders had all activated private modes. Unless they were in the corresponding territories, they could not enter the live rooms of the other countries. As the screen went black in the live room, the viewers started to panic. Oh my god. How scary, so many S-level eerie creatures just now, it was truly terrifying. Hey, why did it go black? What's going on? Brother Hua, don't scare us. If the 6th floor was this terrifying, the 7th floor is unimaginable. Brother Hua, you have to hang in there, the fate of Dragon Country is in your hands. Dragon Country. In the special meeting room of the Horror Game Task Force. At the moment the live broadcast room went black. The faces of the team members grew serious. Once Sui gets into trouble, the Dragon Kingdom will. The leader saw this and quickly walked towards the corner. In the corner, a middle-aged Taoist in a Taoist robe, half asleep, was yawning. Master Qingshu, what do you think? The middle-aged Taoist stretched lazily and glanced at the live stream room. Don't worry, I did a divination for good omens before I came. As soon as these words were spoken, the other team members' gloomy expressions lightened by a few points. This was because Qingshu Taoist was a super expert who had passed the SS level dungeon, and was an SS level confidential figure in the Dragon Kingdom. Except for special teams and a few high-level officials, no one knew his true identity. If he said there was no problem, there must be no problem. Just as Qingshu Taoist said, the sound of footsteps began to rewind in the live stream room. A string of crimson text appeared. The young man will receive unimaginable rewards if he survives 48 hours in this life. Sui stopped as he looked at the stairway that was just within reach. After loading both guns, he took a deep breath and entered the 7th floor. The scenery on the 7th floor was as he expected. It looked like it hadn't been repaired for years. As the crackling sound of electricity echoed, the light bulbs in the hallway flickered on and off. The walls were covered with bloody handprints and several pools of human-shaped bloodstains. There were even some fragments of human remains scattered around. Sui ignored these and slowly approached the room closest to him. With the light, he could vaguely make out the doorplate of room 710. After waiting for a few minutes to make sure that the strange 701 wouldn't come out anytime soon, Sui put away his guns and took a piece of iron wire out of his pocket as he moved towards room 710. With a click sound, 710 was pried open. Then, he sneaked into the room quietly. What's he doing? I know, Fire Brother must be looking for a room to hide. Truly Fire Brother, in the 7th floor, there are no hotel rules, just hide for 48 hours and you're good. The audience all thought that Sui was planning to hide in this room for 48 hours. But what happened next shocked everyone. After entering the room, Sui went straight to the television. Sell old television *1, earn strange coins *50. Sell fridge that's barely usable *1, earn strange coins *270. In just 5 minutes, room 710 was emptied, and the live stream room exploded. Bro, we told you to escape, and you came to steal the house? My god, in the creepy nest, tearing apart the creepy house. Could this be Fire Brother's strategy? Sui didn't stop after clearing 710. 709, 708. Until 701, Sui stopped. There were 10 rooms on the 7th floor in total, and 9 of them were cleared. Room 701 was completely different from the previous 9. Just from the door, you could tell. The other 9 rooms had shabby little doors, but 701 had a brand new password door. This made Sui's little iron wire useless. Bro, we've cleared 9 rooms, that should be enough. Those 9 rooms didn't have any weirdness, this last room must have it. Yeah, let's be honest and hide in other rooms. This room feels a bit off. It's not normal to have a normal room here. Chapter 7, 7. Flesh and C4 strongly breaking the door. As an excellent hotel employee, you must enter room 701 to check on the guest situation. A string of crimson text appeared. Sui raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect to trigger a reward task. In this eerie dungeon, players have a very small chance of triggering reward tasks. The task difficulty is high, but just completing the task will give unimaginable rewards. Sui had finished looting 9 rooms and was planning to lay low. At this moment, he changed his mind. Reward tasks are rare and hard to come by, and since he encountered one, there was no reason to miss it. Moreover, this is an SSS-level dungeon. The rewards are beyond imagination. What the hell, what kind of dog's hit luck is this, triggering a reward task? Heaven bless China, Fire Brother is safe now. I wonder what the SSS-level reward task will give. Have any of you thought that this reward task might attract the weirdness? Shit, could this be a trap? There's a real possibility. Fire Brother, don't fall for it. To be absolutely safe, Sui spent 500 weird coins to unlock the grenade. Flesh Grenade deals high damage to S-level weird creatures within a 3-meter range. Ding dong. Sui stood smiling at the door. Sir, room service. After a moment, no response. Ding dong. Sir, customer service. Still no response. After a dozen times, Sui grew more and more annoyed. Open the door. Bang bang bang. Sui, holding a desert eagle, started smashing the door. The viewers were stunned by this scene. This was way too fierce. If it weren't for being in a weird instance, this would definitely be a gun-wielding gangster attempting a home invasion. Under the dim light, the viewers couldn't tell the difference in the gun Sui was holding. He smashed the door for a full 10 minutes. Room 701 remained completely silent. Unable to bear it any longer, Sui took a few steps back. With a sprint, he kicked the door. Bang. The door didn't budge. Instead, the impact made Sui's foot hurt terribly. You damn bastard. Fuming with anger, Sui drew his gun and shot at the door. But unexpectedly, the door's sturdiness exceeded imagination. The flesh bullet, capable of dealing damage to S-level weird creatures, only left 2 dents on the door. No handgun, but there's still a grenade. Bang, a muffled sound. Apart from the bloodstains, the door remains solid. Sui's anger was now fully triggered. As a powerful arms tycoon, how could he be stopped by a door? He immediately pulled out his AK. Let's break it down. Sui opened his weapon inventory. Flesh AK, unlock price * 10,000 weird coins. Seeing this price, he silently scrolled all the way to the bottom. After scraping the 9 room plots, he barely earned less than 8,000 weird coins. Not even enough to unlock, let alone buy an AK. Indeed, a penny can defeat a hero. Looks like he'll need to think of a way to expand his arms business in the weird world. As long as he can open up sales. Then he won't have to worry about money anymore. After picking for a while, Sui chose the Flesh C4. Flesh C4, unlock price * 5,000 weird coins. Flesh C4, sale price * 1,000 weird coins. Unlocking C4 also allowed him to buy 2 of them. Unlock, buy, all in one go. Sui took out the C4, stuck it to the door, and immediately ran away. What did Fire Brother stick on the door? It looks like a red C4. No way, handgun, grenade, C4, how come he's carrying so many weapons? Our brother is an arms tycoon, it's not surprising he has a C4 on him. That looks like a lump of meat, not C4. I just screenshot it, it's indeed a lump of meat. It seems like Fire Brother plans to use the meat to lure the weird creatures out. The viewers split into 2 groups, beginning a heated debate. One side believed it was C4 on the door. The other side believed it was flesh. Both sides stuck to their views and wouldn't budge. On screen, Sui took a small remote from his pocket, extended the antenna. Then, he opened his mouth wide and covered his ears. Boom! A loud explosion. The whole castle shook several times. Even the clients and employees began to panic. The 6th floor felt the tremors the most, with countless S-level weird creatures trembling in their rooms. The massive energy wave from the 7th floor caused them to feel a sense of dread. The normal security on the 6th floor were so scared, they huddled together in groups. What happened? I don't know, it seems like it came from above. It's too terrifying, could the monster above have gone berserk? They had never been to the 7th floor, but they knew there were beings there they couldn't provoke. The headless weird creatures quickly secured the iron door and contacted the boss. The iron door had powerful restrictions that could block even SS level or even SSS level weird creatures. The horror game special unit. They immediately cut off the live stream and upgraded Sui's security level to SSS level. What the hell, what's going on? Why was the stream closed? Fire Brother, what happened? Helpless viewers from Long Kingdom flooded into other live streams that didn't have restricted access. In the Japanese live stream, the screen showed the entire 4th floor hallway was filled with panicked weird creatures. Diaoyi Long was hiding in a trash can, constantly praying. He was afraid of being discovered by these weird creatures. Weird creatures were inherently unpredictable, and it was dangerous to go out under such circumstances. Most likely, it will be eaten. Story is live stream, within the frame. The ancient castle was smoking. This player hasn't even felt the hotel yet. It's obvious, he's dead. In the next moment, he saw countless strange things rushing out of the hotel. Just as he was about to turn and escape, he was torn into pieces by the strange things. Ding, Storia player Mario eliminated. 7th floor. Sui, as the instigator, had no idea what the consequences of detonating the C4 were. Not bad, not. During the tugging process, he also pinched it hard twice. It was quite soft. Sui carefully examined this female monster. The surging coconut, slender waist, fair skin, and that stunning face. It could be said to be the perfect vessel. Why not take her as his personal secretary? Just as Sui was thinking improper thoughts, a string of scarlet words appeared before him. Please check the customer's condition. The female monster noticed the continuous examining gaze and became somewhat flustered. This guy must have some thoughts, right? Hello, ma'am, I am a hotel staff member. It seems you're not feeling well, let me check your body. The female monster became furious in her heart and resolutely rejected. What body check? This guy's gaze clearly wanted her body. She came to this hotel to escape an SSS-level anomaly. If even the anomaly can't be dealt with, how could she bow down to a human? Recalling this, her face turned sinister. With a hiss, she lunged at Sui. Sui's face darkened. Ma'am, are you not cooperating? What if I'm not cooperating? Sui grabbed the female monster's head and slammed it hard against the wall. Moments later, the female monster, hair in disarray, hugged her knees, curled up on the sofa, and cried with a runny nose. This human really went too far. First, he blew up a wall of the room she was staying in. Then he tricked her out of the well and gave her a beating. What was most detestable was that, under the guise of a body check, he touched her all over. Why are you staying so far away? The female monster curled up, shaking her head in fear. Come here, I need to ask you something. No, don't. Sui had a serious expression. The body check is required by the hotel, I really don't have any improper thoughts about you. Really? The female monster was somewhat distrustful. Really, I need to ask you something. The female monster carefully moved her body, slowly approaching Sui. What is it? Besides you, are there other anomalies on the 7th floor? This was a question Sui had in mind. According to hotel rumors, customers on the 7th floor were extremely terrifying. Apart from the boss, no one human or anomalous could leave alive. The female monster before him, the one he made cry with 2 punches, was clearly not that kind of customer. The female monster shook her head. She usually hides and doesn't dare to go out. As a result, she didn't know if there were other guests on this floor. I don't know. Do you eat humans? The female monster's face froze. I don't eat. Why? The female monster stammered for a long time and then said softly. I don't dare. Don't dare? Sui was first stunned, then burst out laughing. An S-level anomaly doesn't eat humans because it doesn't dare. But thinking about it, Sui hadn't even used a gun and had knocked her out with just 2 punches. Her courage really didn't seem like the kind that would dare to eat people. Then why did you try to trick me into the well? The female monster quickly explained. I just wanted to scare you. I didn't mean to hurt you. Do you know how bad an impact your behavior could have? Luckily, it was me. If it were another service person, would you have scared them to death? This made the female monster speechless. If the wall hadn't exploded, she wouldn't have come out. Also, staying in the well was just too boring. So, she wanted to mess with Sui a little. Alright, I won't argue with you. Sui pointed at the TV and asked. What's that? The female monster picked at her fingers and responded softly. That's my domain. I usually stay in the well. Did the vibrations in the well affect you? The female monster shook her head, indicating no. Sui pinched his chin. In the well, you would only hear noise, not suffer harm. Soon, a plan formed in his mind. There must be other customers on the 7th floor, the wreckage in the hallway is the best proof. When that guy returns and sees the room completely cleared, he probably won't let it slide. Considering this, Sui didn't hesitate anymore. He took out 2 flesh grenades and walked toward the broken wall. After removing the safety pins, he used a thin string to hang the grenades on the wall. There is a strange entity that, if it enters, 2 flesh grenades will be triggered. The female entity curiously looked at the flesh grenades and cautiously asked. What is that? It looks like it could be really fun. Sui's mind turned as he turned to look at the female entity. Do you want to play? The female entity decisively nodded. Bring money to buy. How much? Sui quietly observed the expression of the female entity. 10,000 for each. The female entity's eyes instantly lit up. So cheap. Then I'll take them all. Sui? Cheap? Chapter 99. 10,000 each, truly a rich lady. Can it be considered human language? 10,000 each is too cheap? Sui was speechless. He had worked hard to scavenge 9 rooms and hadn't earned that much. He never expected this female entity to be a rich lady. Should I tie her up? This thought flashed through Sui's mind. No, no. I am a businessman, I must have the ethics of a businessman. Get the money out. The female entity transferred 20,000 strange coins to Sui and was about to grab the 2 grenades that had been taken off the safety. What the hell are you doing? Sui reacted quickly, grabbing the female entity and instinctively throwing 2 punches. No surprises. The female entity cried again. Sui pulled out 2 more grenades from his pocket. Here you go. The female entity did not reach out to take them but pleaded pitifully. Can you not hit me? She didn't understand why someone who looked so weak could hit so hard. Sui scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. You are my respected customer, how could I hit you? I just did that to protect your safety. If this grenade blows up, we both will be done for. At this close distance, the female entity might be fine, but Sui, as a B-level minor character, couldn't take it. Alright, you go back first, I will look for. The female entity didn't take the grenades and flew into the TV in a panic. With a squeak, the screen went dark. Sui was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. It seems the client has a deep misunderstanding of me, I need to explain it well later. But for now, I still need to set up traps. Sui took out a flesh C4 and placed it in the corner. To ensure that everything is foolproof, he exchanged another C4 and placed it on the other side. 2 flesh C4s, at close range. Don't even mention S-level anomalies, even SS-level anomalies would be blown to bits. After doing all this, Sui went to the TV. Open the door. No response. Deliver the grenades. No response. If you don't open the door again, I will blow you up. Still no response. Alright, I will count to 3. If you don't open the door by the count of 3, when I get in, I will kill you. 3. 2. A crackling sound of electricity. The TV screen lit up again, and after flickering a few times, the dry well appeared again. Sui did not hesitate and dove into the TV straight towards the dry well. Are you down there? After a moment, the female entity reluctantly replied. Yes. Sui looked down the well, which was pitch black. Crap, it's so deep, will I fall to my death? Unlike the female entity, he couldn't fly. Beauty, you haven't taken your grenades. The female entity, sulking at the bottom of the well, reluctantly flew up and caught Sui as he jumped down. Oh man, this feels so damn good. It felt like bungee jumping without a rope. Sui carefully surveyed everything around him. Just as he expected, there was indeed a hidden world beneath the well. Compared to above, it was much poorer. Not a large stone house, with just a small bed and a small table. A dimly glowing oil lamp illuminated the small stone room. Besides 2 books on the table, there was nothing else. You live here? The female entity was somewhat speechless. This person seemed a bit strange. With such a small space, where else could it live? Oh, you read Dream of the Red Chamber too. Hey, there's Romeo and Juliet too. Sui glanced at the books on the table and joked. The female entity quickly walked over and snatched the books away. Give them back to me, these are the only 2 books I have left. He never expected an S-level anomaly. How could it come to this? Aren't those just 2 broken books? The female monster suppressed her tears and whispered. Only these 2 books have accompanied me. Oh, that's truly miserable. Female monster? Come on, don't you have any sympathy? After handing the female monster 2 grenades, Sui lay back on the bed by himself. The female monster seemed so bored that she took the initiative to start a conversation. What's your name? Sui. Are you a new waiter? Aha. Oh, then you must be careful, I heard that many human waiters in this hotel have been eaten. Okay. From just these few sentences, Sui judged that this female monster was really bored being here. So why are you staying here? Aren't you bored? The female monster seemed to have found a confidant and began to spill her woes. Through their talk, Sui learned the whole story. It turned out that she had been targeted by other powerful monsters outside and had no ability to resist at all. Fortunately, her pockets were relatively full, so she spent a lot of money to hide in this dark hotel. What kind of monster is targeting you? SSS level peak, and it seems it is about to be promoted to a Monster King. Hiss. SSS level peak, about to be promoted to Monster King. That's truly frightening. Aren't you afraid it will come looking for you? The female monster sighed. Not afraid for now. Sui was a bit curious. What kind of power did this hotel have? How could it make even SSS level monsters not dare to provoke it? After the female monster's explanation, Sui finally understood. This ancient castle itself was an extremely powerful SSS level monster item, and it also had a ghostly aura that could suppress all monster killing rules. Later, the boss got it and transformed it into a hotel. Due to the hotel's uniqueness, it developed rapidly and had become a major force. Many forces would come here for negotiations. Hearing this, Sui furrowed his brows. In this case, the network of relationships that the boss had built over the years must be very extensive. Getting connected with the boss could solve the weapon sales problem. At this moment, outside, there were two muffled explosions. Obviously, a monster had triggered the grenade traps. Sui immediately took out the remote control from his pocket and pulled out the antenna. Boom! A loud noise. This commotion far exceeded the last time. Even the dry well trembled. The female monster was so scared that she jumped into Sui's arms. After the explosion's aftermath dissipated, the female monster trembling asked, "What was that just now?" Sui stood up and said, "An unlucky fellow came knocking, and could you get off me now? I'm scared." The female monster clung tightly to Sui, not letting go. All right, just take me upstairs." At this moment, inside room 701, it was a scene of devastation. Almost everything had been destroyed by the explosion. In the hallway outside, a black robe floated in the air. From the looks of it, the condition of the black robe clearly showed it was that unlucky fellow who got blasted. Not only that, the black robe was continuously emitting a strange aura. Clearly, those two C4S had caused it significant damage. Damn it! Who is it? The shop owner continually twisted and howled. Since becoming a monster, it had never suffered such a huge loss. After realizing there was a problem, it rushed back, fearing that its esteemed guest would be at risk. Little did it expect. It would end up blown to this state. Thinking of this, it fell into a state of rage. The originally calm black fog inside the black robe now turned into a crimson mist full of violent energy. Chapter 10, Dark Hotel, Mysterious Esteemed Guest. In an instant, the owner arrived at the door of room 701. Just in time to see Sui jumping into the elevator. At the same time, it also noticed the female monster hanging on Sui. Then, a familiar beeping sound suddenly made it snap back to reality from its fury. Damn! Boom! A loud noise. Inside the dry well, Sui was gasping for breath. He didn't expect that 2C4S would only take off a bit of skin from the monster outside. Especially the moment he was locked on by that monster, he almost lost his mind. The female monster clinging to Sui muttered softly. That seemed like the shop owner just now. Damn, why didn't you say that earlier? You didn't ask either. This time, it really turned out to be a mess. Who would have thought it was the shop owner who returned? What to do now? I originally wanted to discuss business with the shop owner, but now what can be spoken about? At this point, it would be a blessing just not to be killed by the owner. Don't mention these bizarre anomalies, even normal people would get angry if they were fed 3 bombs upon arrival. Just when Su Yan was at a loss, a middle-aged man's voice came from outside. Su Yan, right? Let Miss Lin go. I can overlook your responsibility. Miss Lin? Su Yan looked down and asked. Is it you? Lin Shi still tightly hugged Su Yan. Yes, I am Lin Shi. After a brief 2-minute consideration, Su Yan decided to go out and meet the owner. If the owner truly wanted to harm him, he would have rushed in long ago. The owner not coming in could only mean 2 things. First, he was worried about Su Yan being a threat to Lin Shi. Second, he feared the power of the C4. Boss, I'm coming out. Su Yan shouted, letting Lin Shi lead him out of the dry well. Inside room 701. The atmosphere was a bit strange. Su Yan looked at the tattered black robe floating at the door of 701. Inside the black robe was a massive fog, clearly not an ordinary anomaly. Instead, the shadow took the lead in speaking, lightly drifting out a sentence. Miss Lin, your behavior seems a bit improper. Lin Shi's pale face actually revealed a hint of redness. Just as she wanted to come down, she felt a pair of big hands holding her tightly. Boss, I feel this is quite good. In this situation, Su Yan couldn't let Lin Shi leave him. With Lin Shi by his side, the owner would be cautious. Once Lin Shi left, who knows if the owner would take the chance to kill him. The head of the black robe lit up with 2 scarlet lights. Su Yan, this is my place, there's no need to be so nervous. Su Yan understood the owner's meaning. Boss, I apologize for earlier. I had to act this way for the safety of your esteemed guest. Consider these little things as an apology. While speaking, he took out 2 C4 explosives and tossed them to the owner. A wisp of black mist emerged from the robe, transforming into an arm that caught the C4. The owner looked at the squirming flesh on the C4 and couldn't help but become interested. It had seen weapons from the human world, but those were merely toys to the strange ones. Yet this weapon from the human seemed capable of harming the anomalies. Such a situation was unprecedented. It realized this might be a business opportunity. Perhaps we should change places and have a good chat. Of course, no problem. In the reception room, Bellic and Yelatorov were preparing food. Previously, the hotel had experienced strange occurrences. The two had fortunately escaped a calamity. As for Diao Yilang, he wasn't so lucky. He escaped the first time but couldn't dodge the second, ultimately being torn to pieces by the anomaly. Though there were no rules against killing, these powerful anomalies in the hotel were still deadly for them. As contestants were gradually eliminated, Mao Xiong and Deng Ta successively opened the live broadcast permissions. For the country, this world was a great opportunity to demonstrate strength. A large number of Dragon Country viewers surged into the live room. What's going on with Brother Hua now? I heard the monsters on the 7th floor went berserk, causing the entire hotel to go into chaos. Damn, why has the livestream been banned above? Even if we die, can't we at least understand what happened? Both Mao Xiong and Deng Ta contestants appeared. Where did our Brother Hua go? I think that coward must be hiding. I have to say, the Dragon Country contestants are really lucky. They've hidden on the 7th floor for so long and still haven't been eliminated. Mr. Bellic is already injured. The Dragon Country contestants certainly won't hold out for long. Most viewers guessed Su Yan wouldn't last much longer. As the reception room door opened, Xiao Qian shouted with a big smile. Welcome, esteemed guests. The 2 people inside the room stood up straight upon hearing the shout. In the face of such esteemed guests, they must be fully alert. Why aren't you standing at the front desk? Xiao Qian paused for a moment and looked at the newcomer. Hey. Su Hua, why are you only just arriving? They've almost finished tidying up inside. She thought Sui came here to serve the distinguished guests, so she immediately grabbed him. Come on, quickly go change your clothes, there will be distinguished guests here soon. If you're not in work clothes, you will definitely be punished. Sui glanced at the living room. He didn't expect that the shop boss valued him quite a bit. The boss asked me to come talk about something. Xiao Qian? Recalling the situation at the hotel, a terrifying thought emerged in her heart. Could the disturbances on the 7th floor have been caused by her good friend? Sui walked straight to the dining table and picked up the food to show off. Fuck, are you crazy? Do you want to kill us? Bellic looked at Sui in horror. Preparing this food had taken him quite some time. Sui ignored Bellic and handed a chicken leg to Yelatorov. Torov, are you hungry? Yelatorov decisively shook his head. He was hungry. But this food was not something a mere servant could touch. He couldn't throw away his life for a moment's desire for food. In the live broadcast room, the audience was dumbfounded. No one had expected that the first thing Sui would do upon appearing was to show off. Bastard, do you know that what you're doing could get us killed? Bellic, furious, rushed towards Sui. He wanted to stop the havoc on the table full of food. In the next moment, he dropped to his knees with a thud. Brother, I was wrong. Faced with Sui's dark barrel of a gun, Bellic decisively chose to cower. The moment Sui drew his gun, he activated his simulation ability. He simulated a method to deal with Sui, but the result was undoubtedly death. In other words, as long as he moved, he would die. Boss, you're here. Shouting sounded from outside. Bellic and Yelatorov hurriedly stood to the side, standing up straight. When the boss appeared in the live broadcast room, everyone felt a deep pressure. Damn it, this bastard will kill all the contestants. Stop eating, it's going to mess things up. But the next sentence from the boss stunned everyone. Sui, take your time eating, no hurry. Just now, while preparing for the banquet, he had tested the C-Force power. The effect was excellent, far beyond his expectations. Chapter 11:11. Identity Change, VIP Customer. Let's talk business first. Sui smiled and looked at the boss. At this moment, the boss had changed into a brand new black robe. If he could finalize the business, he could have as much food as he wanted. How much is available? As long as the price is right, we can have as much as we want. The black robe trembled slightly, clearly taken aback. It had originally thought that Sui didn't have much stock, but didn't expect such an answer. What is this for? I don't know, it seems like some kind of transaction. What the hell, can a bumpkin like me watch this? My god, what is going on? The other two contestants saw the scene and their mindset collapsed. They were also selected by the horror game. Why could he sit at the table and eat with the boss? Most importantly, it seemed that Sui had reached an undisclosed deal with the boss. The boss was silent for a moment. Give me some time, I need to assess the specific value of this. Sui nodded. Since the shop boss had the intention, he was confident he could finalize this proposal. Sure, but I hope it's quicker. Boss, you know my time is extremely valuable. Of course, I will gift you 10 samples, so you can better test the product's value. At this moment, a line of scarlet text appeared. Gained favor from the owner of the Dark Hotel, has been upgraded to VIP customer of the hotel. Young man, with this identity, you can run wild in the Dark Hotel. Immediately after, a game prompt flashed. Ding, player identity has changed. Seeing this prompt, Sui immediately checked the panel. Player, Sui. Identity, hotel VIP customer. Physique, 35. Spirit, 70. Ability, none. Assets, 13,450 strange coins. Overall evaluation, B+. Ha! Sui looked at the panel, stunned for a moment. Identity change was within his expectation. But what about this spirit power? Why has it increased so much? Is it because of being with these strange beings? Su, do you see that sample? Sui grabbed a chicken leg and stood up, saying, Let's go, boss, I'll take you to get the goods. By the way, Torov, help me pack up the leftover food from the hotel. Yellowtoe Torov looked at Sui with a grateful glance. Okay, Mr. Su. The hotel had strict rules, especially prohibiting the packing of leftovers. Once violated, severe penalties would be imposed. Aside from Sui, other contestants had not touched a drop of water since entering the strange dungeon. After all, Yellowtoe Torov was a former business partner, and Sui could not just watch him starve. Belek looked at Yellowtoe Torov packing the leftovers with a trace of envy. He wished he could replace him right now. Long time without food, combined with a constantly tense spirit, brought him close to the edge of collapse both physically and mentally. If the store owner hadn't left yet, Belek would have sneaked in to steal food long ago. Why is that big Russian allowed to pack leftovers, and not our Mr. Belek? Mr. Su is really our good partner, wishing him a safe passage through this dungeon. Brother Hoi is really awesome. Look, the contestants from the Lighthouse Nation are almost drooling. I'm really curious about what Brother Hoi did to become a VIP in the hotel. Brother Hoi wouldn't be doing arms deals with the strange beings, would he? No way, weapons are useless against the strange beings, right? Before this, mercenaries had also brought weapons into the dungeon. Including during the descent of the strange beings, some countries organized armies to fight back. Whether light weapons or heavy weapons, even missile weapons had been attempted. But all ended in failure. Human weapons were completely useless against the strange beings. In room 701. Sui handed 10 C4 explosives to the shop owner cheerfully. Su, I have instructed Xiao Qian, you can just go find her to get the room card later. Okay, by the way, boss, can I sell some small items on the 4th floor? The shop owner paused. Sui took out a blood-flesh desert eagle and handed it to the owner. The owner examined it carefully and then gave himself a shot. Confirmed that this handgun, compared to the C4 explosives, was indeed a small item. Alright, but you need to be careful, some customers are not easy to talk to. Okay. After sending off the owner, Sui smiled and patted the television. Lin Shi, want to go out and play? The TV made a noise and turned on. Immediately, Lin Shi's upper body emerged from the television. I also want to go out and play, but I am scared. Sui smiled and pulled it out of the television. What's there to be afraid of? Worst case, I will protect you. Lin Shi was a bit skeptical. Are you sure? Do you know what blew up this wall? Lin Shi shook its head. Although it didn't know what it was, it knew that the thing that blew up this wall was not small in power. I have countless of these, and I have reached a partnership with the owner. Once this thing opens up in sales, a mere SSS level isn't a concern for me. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Although it said it couldn't fight, it was not foolish. Where to play? Sui smiled happily at Lin Shi. Lin Shi, do you think it is a big risk for me to protect you? Lin Shi nodded. Then don't you think I should be given a little protection fee? Lin Shi still stupidly nodded. So how much do you want? Not much, 100,000 a day. Lin Shi spun the money while mumbling. I always feel like you are trying to cheat my money. But the next moment it smiled and hugged Sui. But it doesn't matter, I have plenty of money. Sui was taken aback, then smiled and hugged Lin Shi. Let's go, I'll take you downstairs to play. What are we going to play? Let's go tease the other little strange beings. Okay. Lin Shi happily followed behind Su Yan. During this time, it had been hiding in the well every day, almost growing fur. Soon, the person and the strange being arrived on the 4th floor. This floor was full of VIP clients, ranging from A to D level. Perfectly matching Su Yan's target audience. He planned to promote the flesh sand eagle to these guys. A weapon that could injure S-level oddities would surely catch their attention. Su Yan pressed the doorbell. Hello, first. Get lost. Hello, sir, I am here to. Get lost. Su Yan did not feel discouraged. Selling door-to-door requires patience. Hello, sir. The door creaked open, and an A-level oddity popped out. This oddity was short and looked like a rat. Calling you. As Su Yan pressed the gun to its forehead, this guy stopped calling. Why aren't you calling now? This oddity had a far sharper sense than others. It could sense that the weapon in front of this human could deal deadly damage to it. Brother, what do you want to do? Nothing much, just asking if you want to buy weapons. While speaking, Su Yan forced the oddity into the room with the gun. Chapter 12, Door-to-Door Service, Conscientious Businessman. Moments later. Su Yan walked out of the room, very satisfied. You robbed 3,000, is it really necessary to be this happy? Lin Shi couldn't help but complain. He thought Su Yan was taking him to have some fun, but unexpectedly, it was robbing other guests. What robbery? It's clearly selling guns, okay? Then what is that in your hand? Alas, I forgot to give it to him. Su Yan turned around and pressed the doorbell again. Open the door, I still haven't given you the gun. Brother, I really have no money left. Damn. He really thought of himself as a home intruder now. What do businessmen care about the most? Integrity. Once integrity is in question, who would do business with you again? This money is for the gun you bought, come out and take the gun. Brother, I really don't want the gun, just go. Su Yan was instantly furious. How could it be like this? He was still negotiating business with the boss. If the boss found out about this, what would he think? I really am selling guns, if you don't believe me, ask the boss. The rat oddity's heart completely sank at this point. It originally planned to wait for Su Yan to leave and find security to resolve this matter. Never expected that Su Yan actually had a connection with the boss. Brother, that money is my little brother offering to you, I really don't want the gun. Su Yan helplessly asked one last time. This is you saying you don't want it, not me not giving it. It's me who doesn't want it, not that brother is not giving. You see, it really doesn't want it, it's not that I'm not giving. Su Yan, who picked up 3,000 for free, was especially happy. Lin Shi was speechless, thinking in his heart. Coming in with a gun, pointing it at others' heads, who would believe that he's selling something? Later, he even brought up the shop owner, making others afraid to ask for it. I don't think you look like a gun seller. While pressing the doorbell next door, Su Yan asked. Then what do I look like? Like a highway bandit. You are misunderstanding me. However, after pressing for a long time, there was no response from this room. Su Yan guessed that this room might be unoccupied. In order to improve work efficiency, he specially found Xiao Qian to get a room card and a list. Why don't you go to the room first, wash up and wait for me? Looking at the room card Su Yan handed over, along with those slightly ambiguous words. Lin Shi's little heart couldn't help but thump rapidly. I don't want to. Ah, then fine. But the road of selling goods did not go smoothly. Called 10, and 9 did not open the door, the remaining one flatly refused. In the end, after taking a shot, that A-level peak oddity honestly bought Su Yan's handgun. Why did you shoot its foot just now? Lin Shi didn't expect the flesh handgun would be so powerful. One shot actually blew off the foot of an A-level peak oddity. Su Yan looked at Lin Shi as if he were a fool. Are you stupid? If you shoot the head, wouldn't you kill it? I'm here to sell goods, not to kill and trade. Lin Shi thought carefully and felt that what Su Yan said seemed to make a bit of sense. They say that, but I always feel like something is off. Stop feeling off, it's your turn to knock on the door. Sui pressed the doorbell and gave Lin Shi a wink. Ha! Lin Shi looked a bit confused. She had never done anything like this before. Seeing that Lin Shi wasn't moving, Sui slapped her on the butt. Lin Shi shot him a resentful glare. Hello, sir, I am. Before she could finish, the door creaked open. The strange being was stunned when it saw Lin Shi's stunning beauty through the door crack. Since its birth, it had never seen such a beautiful creature. Before it could get any further, a gun was shoved against its head. With one person and one strange being working together. In less than half an hour, most of the 4-story VIP clientele had been robbed. Most just paid up without a gun. A small number wanted guns and even got shot. Lin Shi became more familiar with the door knocking and entry activities. Ding dong. After Sui pressed the doorbell, Lin Shi said in a sticky sweet voice. Sir, would you like any weapons? No, thank you. Sui? Lin Shi? What's going on? Lin Shi, not believing in evil, rang the doorbell again. Sir, why don't you come and see? My goods are really great value. I said I don't want any. The middle-aged man's voice suddenly turned into a shrill woman's voice. Can't you understand human language? This commotion scared Lin Shi, and she immediately jumped into Sui's embrace. Sui was startled too. Oh no, could it be a transvestite inside? But saying this reminded him of a horror movie Uncle Ing had filmed. There was indeed a creature that was neither male nor female. Especially thinking of how that yin-yang creature used that long blue weapon, Sui instantly lost the idea of selling weapons to this guy. Forget it, I won't sell to this place. Sui hugged Lin Shi and was about to walk to the next house. There is someone inside. Sui stopped and looked down to ask. What kind of person? Lin Shi closed her eyes, trying to take a good look. It's a hotel staff member, but they are hanging on the wall. What do they look like? It's a big bearded man. Got it. Sui guessed who it was. It must be that unlucky Torov. Sui gently patted Lin Shi, then let her down. Be good, cover your ears, and hide behind. Okay. Lin Shi obediently hid aside. Sui opened the weapon store and found the Flesh and Blood AK. Would you like to spend 10,000 strange coins to unlock the Flesh and Blood AK? Unlock. Would you like to spend 800 to buy the Flesh and Blood AK? Yes. A few seconds later. Sui took out a Flesh and Blood AK and began to shoot wildly at the door. The door's level wasn't even as high as 701. Under the destruction of the 7.26 Flesh and Blood bullets, it quickly fell apart. Sui kicked the door in. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, under the watchful eyes of all the viewers, the yin-yang strange being, easily crushed, was shot dead by a hail of bullets. Oh my god, who are you? No way, does the strange world also use weapons now? It must be the security from upstairs coming down. Torov is really lucky, if the security came any later, he would be done for. When Sui walked into the room with the Flesh and Blood AK, all the viewers exploded. Su, you are truly our savior. What the heck, what is going on? Fire Brother's weapon looks like a fire Qilin. This is too awesome. A burst of bullets killed an A-level peak strange being. My gosh, what kind of weapon is this? Could it be that the previous transaction was for this type of AK? Everyone noticed that the weapon in Sui's hand was extraordinary and began commenting. Heads of horror games from various countries were completely focused on Sui now. With such a weapon that could harm the strange beings, the record for surviving in the dungeons would greatly increase. After Sui took Torov down from the wall, he ripped off the tape from his mouth. How are you? But Torov screamed in terror. Hurry, Su, I have already alerted the security team. Chapter 1313. Bro, is this really a horror game? The hotel rules are extremely strict. Many strange beings are willing to choose this hotel. Su Yan killed a VIP customer at the hotel, and it can be said that this involved the hotel's bottom line. A VIP customer being killed in the hotel, if this news gets out, it will surely have a severe impact on the hotel's reputation. Even if Su Yan is now a VIP customer of the hotel, he cannot escape punishment. In the live broadcast room, Dragon Kingdom's viewers felt their hearts sink upon hearing this news. If this news does not get out, as long as Su Yan stays in the room until the end of the copy, he can perfectly avoid this problem. Oh, isn't it just killing a monster? Small matter. Su Yan smiled lightly, not taking this problem to heart at all. This reaction left all the viewers in the live room stunned. No, Brother Hua, do you even know what the situation is? Dude, even if you are the boss's guest, you killed their VIP customer, they won't just ignore it, it's not right. What a pity, it seems like the Dragon Kingdom is at its end. Yelatorov, seeing this, gritted his teeth and said to Su Yan. Su, give me the gun. Ever since entering the strange copy, Su Yan had given him too much help. If it weren't for Su Yan this time, he would definitely have died miserably at the hands of the strange. Even the hotel security wouldn't offend a VIP customer for a mere human like him. To put it nicely, he is a hotel employee. To put it harshly, he might not even be worth considering as cannon fodder for the hotel. When Dialing died, no security came out to say anything. At most, they would condemn the customer verbally. Alright, don't worry about me. Su Yan looked at the room full of props, unable to help but click his tongue in wonder. I didn't expect the Strange to have such interesting things to play with. Especially that one Strange, who died with a spiked mace tightly gripped in its hand. Torov, you are really lucky. If I hadn't come, this thing would probably have been used on you. Yelatorov shivered at the sight of the spiked mace on the ground. In the live room, the Dragon Kingdom's viewers were almost going crazy. Not now, buddies, is this really the time to be concerned about this problem? Just then, a few security guards came casually walking down the corridor. I wonder if that server is still alive. Who knows, probably got played to death. Thinking of this, a few security guards shivered. The previous customer had bought a pet and several strange things, but in the end, they all got played to death. That perverse way of playing filled them with fear. Not long after, they arrived at the door of the room. Upon seeing the broken door, they were first taken aback, then laughed and said, "This customer played a bit hard this time, the door is broken. Brothers, this time we must make sure to make them bleed. Yeah, it's been several days since we've had meat, we're itching for it." But when the few strange ones saw the scene inside the room, they were completely stunned. Inside the room, one strange and two people. And their customer, which was that strange one, lay on the ground, its body full of holes, constantly oozing strange energy. Clearly, dead beyond death. Damn, what the hell is going on? The extent of the few strange one's shock was no less than that of the viewers in the live room. The leading strange one pointed at Su Yan, stammering as he spoke. You. What did you do?" Su Yan shrugged. "This guy tried to endanger your hotel staff, so I acted heroically and took it out." Took it out. The mentality of the few strange ones also broke. This customer had an accident during the patrol of the few strange ones. They would definitely face severe punishment from the hotel. If they couldn't find a scapegoat, they would be thrown into the 7th floor to be fed to monsters. Su Yan happily pointed at the cold strange and paid no attention to the murderous gazes from the few strange ones. "Alright, stop being dazed, hurry up and clean this guy up, it looks pretty disgusting." Upon hearing this, the few strange ones immediately showed fierce eyes, their strange energy surging, and they crazily pounced at Su Yan. "Damn bastard, do you even know what you did?" But in the next moment, they forcefully stopped in their tracks. Because Su Yan took out the VIP customer's exclusive room card. Seeing this room card, the few strange ones turned numb. A customer fighting privately. There were casualties. This was equivalent to declaring the death sentence to a few strange beings. Unable to deal with Su Yan, they turned their attention to Yelatorov. They did not dare to lay hands on the client, but that didn't mean they wouldn't dare to harm the waiter. Clearly, they planned to push Yelatorov out as a scapegoat. The leader of the strange ones reacted first, pointing at Yelatorov and shouted, "It's you, definitely you killed the honored guest, brothers, catch him." Yelatorov felt like a burden had been lifted from his heart. "Su, I don't owe you anything anymore." A gunshot sounded. "No, can't you understand human language? I just said this guy is the one I killed." The chaotic situation instantly calmed down. Yelatorov? Live stream audience? They were still lamenting for Yelatorov, but the next moment, Su Yan stood up again. The leader of the strange ones gritted its teeth and threatened. "Sir, this doesn't concern you. You have no right to interfere in our hotel's matters. You know, if the boss handles this, you won't escape blame either. Not only will we be punished, you will also be sent to the 7th floor. You know that terrible place on the 7th floor, even we security guards dare not venture there." After saying this, it waved its hand. Instructing the other strange ones again, they lunged toward Yelatorov. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Su Yan once again blocked the strange beings. "Oh, you mean my authority is not enough? You, a VIP client, still don't have the qualifications to interfere with our decision." The leader of the strange ones was losing patience. It even wanted to kill this human who kept interfering with them. "Oh, then I'll bring in another strange being for you to talk to. Lin Shi, come in." "Ah? Did you call me?" Lin Shi suddenly popped her head out from outside the room. Come here quickly." "Oh." Lin Shi reluctantly floated into the room and crouched behind Su Yan. Inside the room, the strange beings, Yelatorov, and the live stream audience. Upon seeing Lin Shi's face, they were all stunned. "My god, is this a fairy?" "No, where did Brother Ho find this fairy?" "Damn, why didn't I get chosen for this instance? Oh shit, if I could just be near her, I'd be willing to die." After a moment, the leader of the strange ones finally came back to its senses. The fear of death once again surged in its heart, and it roared at Su Yan. Don't mention it, even the high-end VIP clients of the upper level cannot interfere in our hotel's matters. Alas, what a pity, she is not a high-end VIP client. Since she's not, then get out of here quickly. The strange beings all attacked at once, rushing toward Yelatorov and Su Yan. Chapter 14, Retreat in the Instance, Beautiful Strange Companions. Bang. A dull sound. The live stream went black. Damn, what happened? Why is it black? It seems like a fight broke out. It's over, this is it. They could not deny that the weapon in Su Yan's hand was powerful. Previously, that PK-class strange being was shot dead by Su Yan through the door. But this time, Su Yan was facing 4 PK-class strange beings. At close range, there was simply no way to launch a sneak attack. After several minutes, the live stream finally resumed. The room was in complete disarray. The next moment, Su Yan appeared in the live stream screen. Yelatorov, how are you? Yelatorov struggled a few times, feeling pain all over his body. He gritted his teeth and asked Su Yan. Su, what happened to me just now? Su Yan's face turned red. In the urgent situation, he threw out 2 grenades. With Lin Shi's protection, Su Yan was fine. But Yelatorov was not so lucky. At close range, he was directly knocked out by the wave of the explosion. Fortunately, 2 unlucky guys took the first wave of damage, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so simple as just passing out. With Su Yan's help, Yelatorov struggled to stand up. When the audience saw the situation in the room, they were all stunned. In their line of sight, 2 strange beings were lying motionless, one of which was the head security guard. Seeing this, Yelatorov got a terrible shock, his whole body jolted. Almost fell to the ground again. Su. What on earth happened? Sui shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, I turned my head, and they died. Yelatorov saw that Sui was unwilling to say more, so he didn't press further. Thank you. You're welcome, just transfer me 100 or 80,000 weird coins when you have time. Sui's shameless look made the audience unable to help but comment. Brother Hua, do you believe what you just said? No way, you old rascal are very bad. Was it that fairy sister who made her move just now? I feel it should be, I just observed that the 2 who died had no gunshot wounds. Just stepped out of the room. All the audience held their breath nervously. Looking with big eyes, the entire corridor was densely packed with weirdness. Leading the group, a strange figure holding a large rusty kitchen knife. Terrifying indeed. This time, the security captain personally led the team. Completely finished. What level was the security captain? S-level peak weirdness, only a hair's breadth away from SS level. With such a terrifying presence, let alone an AK, even a fire unicorn might not be useful. My friend is injured, find a weird person to take care of him well. The security captain lightly waved the kitchen knife. A female weird security guard stepped out from the crowd and supported Yelatorov. Don't worry, Mr. Su. What the hell did Brother Hua do? I must be dreaming, this is definitely not real. Impossible, what on earth happened? This scene. Exceeding all the audience's understanding. One by one, they couldn't believe this really happened in the weird copy. But the next sentence made everyone's mindset explode. Mr. Su, Miss Lin is waiting for you in your room. Sui responded lightly. Got it. During this time, please stay well in the room, otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the boss. Okay, really can't go out? Nope. Oh, then fine. Sui's reluctant demeanor made the entire audience's mindset explode. Dude, what kind of reaction is this? You're in the same room with the fairy sister, and you're still unhappy? But a comment in the bullet screen made everyone break down. You're riding a bike unwillingly, letting others stand up and pedal. Then, as a result, Yelatorov was taken away by the female weird security guard. Sui disappeared from the view of the crowd again. Sui sighed all the way back to room 423. Entering the room, when he saw Lin Shi in a bathrobe, with disheveled hair, he was stunned. Did you take a shower? Lin Xin looked at Sui with a resentful face. It's all your fault, blood splattered all over me. Can you let me know in advance before you make a move next time? At least let me have some preparation, right? Sui sighed and sat beside Lin Shi. What's wrong? The security won't let me go out. How do we go to fight? Oh, no, how do we go sell weapons and equipment to other weird things? Lin Shi pouted. Why do you think about robbing others every day? What do you mean by robbing? Taking without giving goods is called robbery, isn't delivering goods a good thing? But you 9 out of 10 times don't deliver goods. Ah, that's true. Sui smiled helplessly and then rested his head on Lin Shi's lap. He began to recall everything that had just happened. This was a habit he had developed since starting his business of selling goods. Whenever he made a deal or did something big, when he finally had free time, he would think about how to do it better next time. In fact, he didn't need to waste words with those security guards, he could have directly brought out Lin Shi's supreme VIP customer identity. When the security captain learned this news, he personally led the team to the 6th floor. Upon learning the whole story, he directly killed the remaining 2 security guards involved in the incident. In the end, Sui wasted 2 grenades and was restricted from selling goods freely on the 4th floor. If he had revealed his identity from the start, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Thinking of this, Sui couldn't help but hold onto Lin Shi's thigh tightly. The thigh of a rich woman is indeed different, not only is it white but also fragrant. Lin Shi trembled slightly. Sui, can you help me play a DVD? I can't do it. Sui reluctantly released Lin Shi's thigh. Upon seeing the DVD under the TV, curiosity sparked in him. He couldn't help but wonder why such a thing existed in a bazaar copy. Could it be that there are vendors selling things in the bazaar copy? Sui didn't ponder this question further but began searching for a disc. Wow! When he saw the discs in the drawer, he was stunned for a moment. All H movies. Which one do you want to watch? Lin Shi's face turned bright red at the cover of the disc. Hey, what are you doing? In the end, after a lot of effort, Sui finally found a collection of horror movies starring Uncle Ing. The first one was Uncle Ying's classic movie, Zombie Uncle. As the movie started playing, a chilling and eerie atmosphere began to fill the room. When the royal zombie appeared, Lin Shi was so scared that she jumped into Sui's arms, trembling uncontrollably. Sui couldn't help but want to laugh. He never expected that an S-level bazaar would be scared of a zombie movie to this extent. Especially during the horror scenes, she clung to him tightly. This was the first time he saw a bazaar so afraid of zombies. How can you be afraid of zombies? I'm not afraid. Then why are you closing your eyes? I'm not. My eyes just feel tired. Despite saying that, Lin Shi was determined not to open her eyes. Chapter 15, Easy to Get, Millions of Orders. One night. Sleepless. Sui yawned. He watched Lin Shi dive into the TV, returning to the dried well. He suspected that the TV was just a medium, while the dried well was its true base. However, he didn't look deeper into it. Digging into customer secrets is not a good habit. After the TV screen went dark, Sui couldn't help but complain. It's really hard to make money and... With a creak, the TV lit up again. Sui, what did you say? I said you should rest well. Oh. After the TV turned off, Sui shook his head helplessly. Last night, he originally planned to get some good rest. To bring his best state to negotiate business with the boss. But Lin Shi insisted that he watch a horror movie with her. At first, Sui refused, but Lin Shi offered a price he couldn't turn down. A full 1 million bazaar coins. In the end, he compromised for the sake of the money. No wonder Lin Shi, such an S-level bazaar, could become a VIP at the Dark Hotel. What exactly is its identity? Why is it so well off? Perhaps being targeted by an SSS-level peak bazaar was not just because of her looks. It might also have something to do with her deep financial resources. SSS bazaars need vast resources to ascend to bazaar kings. Where does the resources come from? Isn't that going to cost money? Perhaps that's why Lin Shi was being targeted. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Then a voice came from outside the door. Mr. Su, the boss requests your presence. Coming. Sui felt a surge of joy. The boss was finally back. Only 6 hours remained until the copy ended. He needed to finalize the cooperation with the boss in this time frame. Outside the reception room, the boss was anxiously pacing back and forth. It was very anxious right now, eager to know exactly how much good Sui held. This kind of product had achieved very good results after testing by several of its old friends. Especially one old fellow wanting to expand his territory was willing to invest a fortune to acquire it. The benefits here even made the boss of the Dark Hotel feel astonished. It just didn't know how much inventory Sui had. If it was really as he said, having as much as needed would be truly terrifying. Up close, a weapon capable of seriously injuring S-levels. If it could obtain exclusive selling rights, it would become the most powerful bazaar in this area. Thinking about this, its heart was ablaze. So after receiving the feedback, it rushed back to the hotel to discuss this matter with Sui. The boss saw the person from afar and greeted him. Su, you're here. Sui waved his hand, running up close to the boss. Sorry, boss, for keeping you waiting. Not at all, come in and talk. The boss's attitude made Su Yan feel that this deal was secure. As for what came next, they just needed to agree on a price. Just as they sat down, the boss couldn't wait to speak. Su, how much goods do you have in hand? Su Yan smiled faintly and asked back. Boss, how's the sample effect? Very impressive. Several old friends of mine are very interested. The boss did not hide anything and directly told Su Yan that there was a lot of strong interest. But they need a large quantity. Su Yan patted his chest. That's not a problem, no matter how big the order is, I can handle it. After getting a clear answer, the boss suppressed his excitement. Su, as long as the goods are in place, the price can be negotiated. Su Yan smiled. Indeed, a businessman in the bizarre world, directly throwing the question at him. If a price was revealed, the boss could then respond with a counteroffer. Unfortunately, this trick was useless on Su Yan, a veteran in the field. Boss, after all, this is your territory, just set the price. At this point, the boss hesitated. He didn't know the exact value of this thing. Even less did he know what Su Yan's costs were. If he quoted too low, the cooperation might fall apart. If he quoted too high, his profits would be harmed. To a businessman, earning less money is equivalent to losing. Su Yan guessed what the boss was thinking. Boss, this price is negotiable, you can quote confidently. 100,000? Su Yan made a bitter face. Boss, my cost is more than this price. Su, what price do you think is suitable? Su Yan pretended to think for a moment. 500,000. No way, that's too expensive. The boss outright rejected. The goods could sell at that price, but it depended on his connections. Su, at most 300,000, that's my highest offer. From the boss's reaction, Su Yan got his answer. The price of Blood C4 was hovering around 500,000. Knowing this important information, he no longer hesitated. Boss, a firm price of 400,000. As a partner, I won't let you lose. I can guarantee this batch of goods will only be sold by you and won't appear in other strange hands. Additionally, I will only be responsible for supplying, I won't interfere with other matters. As for how much can be sold, that's entirely up to your abilities. The boss paused for a moment. This source of goods? It worked. Su Yan replied with a smile. This is a direct source, no other humans have it. After getting this answer, the boss no longer hesitated. Mr. Su, may our cooperation be pleasant. From today on, you are our supreme VIP client at the Dark Hotel. At any time, the doors of the Dark Hotel will be open to you. A direct source and exclusive sale. This meant there were no competitors. With his extensive connections, selling was not a problem at all. A purchase price of 400,000 could also yield unimaginable huge profits. Pleasant cooperation. The boss immediately took out a contract. Su, I will first ask the clients how much goods they need for the first batch. Okay. As Su Yan took the contract, a string of scarlet text appeared before his eyes. By signing this contract, you will become the most esteemed guest of the Dark Hotel and unlock many privileges. The next moment, a game prompt appeared. Current player identity has changed. Player has completed a hidden mission. Gained exclusive bizarre item, Dark Hotel Permanent Pass *1. What the hell? Exclusive bizarre item? What is that? Su Yan's eyes widened instantly. He had seen countless guides to bizarre instances. He had witnessed various bizarre items, including many special bizarre items. But this exclusive bizarre item, he had never seen before. And it was a permanent pass, not the kind that cost 68 every time. Could it be? Could it be? Su Yan suppressed his inner excitement and opened the panel. Player, Su Yan. Identity, Supreme VIP Client. Constitution, 35. Spirit, 95. Ability, none. Assets, 1,101,000 weird currency. Weird items, dummy doll, Dark Hotel Permanent Pass. Dark Hotel Permanent Pass. In the real world, using this pass can directly teleport to the Dark Hotel. Note, players selected into the weird instance cannot use this pass. Comprehensive evaluation, A. Good thing. Good thing indeed. I was worried about not being able to queue in time. Now, that problem no longer bothers me. Even after clearing the instance, gaining priority exploration rights. The nature of this weird instance remains unchanged, that it is a single-player instance, and each entry has a time limit. Wait until Sui goes in once and comes out. Next time, who knows how long it will take to queue. With this pass, there's no need to worry about this issue anymore. At the same time, a piece of data caught Sui's attention. Spirit power, 95. When I first entered the instance, I only had 50 points of spirit power. I don't even know when it increased so much. Now, even without the flesh sand eagle, I can resist the spiritual pollution brought by the weirdness relying on myself. As for the reason for all this, it remains unknown for now. Dear guest, please enjoy your meal. A single sentence pulled Sui back to reality. He saw Yelatorov pushing a food cart beside him. Hey, Torov, what are you doing here? Yelatorov proactively showed his panel. Thanks to you, I become the chef of the hotel now. Player, Yelatorov. Identity, chef. Constitution, 35. Spirit, 30. Ability, berserk. Assets, 1000 weird currency. Comprehensive evaluation, C+. After that incident, the security captain arranged him in the kitchen. In the kitchen, no one cared, he could eat and sleep as he pleased. You could say last night was the happiest day of his life. This isn't bad. But after taking a bite of the steak, Sui's face twitched. Torov, did you make this steak? Yes, isn't it pretty good? I specially made it medium rare for you. Sui. By the way, where did the original chef go? That weird one seems to have been assigned to the security team. Oh, I have something to do, you eat this steak. Sui found an excuse and walked straight out of the reception hall. He didn't expect that the most uncomfortable moment in this instance would be eating steak. Even more unexpected was that a human-made meal wasn't even as good as the weird. To put it nicely, it was a medium rare steak. To speak bluntly, it was just undercooked beef. The key was that Torov had added a ridiculously large amount of salt. It truly matched that line from the song. I fear the weird, but the weird hasn't harmed me at all. I do not fear humans, but they have left me badly injured. When I get out of the instance, I must ask this guy for 100 or 80,000 as mental damages. This is the first time I've seen Fire Brother with such a miserable expression. I mean, how bad must the food be for this guy to flee in panic? A godly medium rare, isn't that just undercooked? How to say, a medium rare steak is indeed a bit hard to swallow. Many viewers from the Dragon Country came upon hearing the news. Coincidentally, they saw Sui's miserable expression, and they all started to tease in the comments. Since the gun attack happened, everyone knew that Dragon Country was stable. Clearing the instance was just a matter of time. But the atmosphere in the special squad wasn't so good. Since they closed the permissions, this was the only place to check on Sui's situation. Except for the corner where Master Lingxi was snoring away. The others were on high alert, staring fixedly at the live broadcast room. Afraid of missing any details, missing the opportunity to learn. But the more they watched, the more numb they felt, the more they broke down. Is this something a human can do? Using C4 to blow up walls, using AK to crush the weird, at night casually flirting with a female ghost. The most ridiculous thing was that he even talked business with the shop owner. A piece of flesh C4 for 40,000 weird currency. The total assets of the Special Operations team members didn't even amount to this much. The key was that they could not find any clues about these weird weapons at all. Besides this, the group also discovered an astonishing fact. Not only in the bizarre world, but Sui's weapon sources could not be traced. In the real world, it was the same. Though they had tracked every transaction, and even clarified the details of each transaction. But where these weapons came from remained a mystery. As if these weapons just appeared out of thin air. Taking advantage of the boss going to ask the price, Sui planned to return to the room to take a rest. After all, there had been no rest all night. Once the excitement faded, fatigue washed over him again. Slowly returning to 423. Just as he opened his mouth, he saw Lin Shi in a corner hurriedly turn off the TV. What are you doing? Nothing, nothing. Sui quickly leaned in front of Lin Shi. Really nothing? Faced with the close-up Sui, Lin Shi's heart started racing. Really nothing. Why are your ears red? While speaking, Sui gently pinched. So warm. Now it was Su Yi's turn to be puzzled. Isn't this a ghost? Why would the ears be warm? Oh, how annoying. Lin Shi escaped into the TV as if running away. This confusing action left Sui bewildered. But upon seeing the still-running DVD and Lin Shi's strange behavior moments ago, Sui's mind suddenly went blank. It couldn't be. When he turned on the TV, what appeared before him was the Tokyo Not Hot home tutor. Great. She must have woken up and wanted to find a disc to watch to relieve boredom. But she didn't know, besides the disc Sui found, the others were all adult love films. This caused quite the mix-up. Thinking of this, a sudden itch arose in Sui's heart. Based on this, could the ghost also be? Just as he was about to go tease Lin Shi, the doorbell suddenly rang. Su. The boss's anxious voice came from outside. Coming. As soon as Sui opened the door, the boss floated into the room. Sue, a big deal has come in. How much do they need? 100 pieces. Hiss. 100 pieces. That really was a big order. One piece is 400,000, so 100 pieces is 40 million. Phew. With this money, I can nearly unlock the entire lower weapon cache. When do they want it? Now, pay 70% of the total price first, and settle the rest after the client checks the goods. No problem. Let's go, Sue, I'll take you to get the money. 70% of 40 million is 28 million. Even the boss wouldn't carry that much cash on him. In the storage room, 100 pieces of C4 piled up into a small mountain. The boss looked at the mountain with a big smile. Sui looked at the balance on the panel, equally thrilled. 28 million. What a great beginning. I can't wait to see how many weapons I can unlock. But just as he took 2 steps, the boss called him back. Sue, don't leave yet. I still need to trouble you to explain it to my friend. Chapter 16, The Goat Oddity, The Eye of the Devil. No problem. This little matter is on me. The client is God. Now the boss is Sui's God. Such a small request, he can still manage it. Sue, on one hand, I want to talk about this C. The boss suddenly stumbled here. Sui timely added, C4 bombs. The boss swayed his black robe, seeming very excited. Oh right, I don't really know about the operation of C4 bombs. Additionally, I want to introduce you to my friend. He's different from me, I relied on the special bazaar item of the Dark Hotel to gain my current connections and status. And he has real solid strength. If we show him our best side, we will have a big client. Although the boss has showcased the power of the C4 outside, he still doesn't know much about this weapon. Unable to perfectly demonstrate C4's power and practicality, he wanted to ask Sui for help. You see, the bazaar mine set on the 7th floor. That caused this SS-class bazaar to suffer significant losses. If he wasn't the owner of the Dark Hotel, he might have faced serious injuries from that blow. Sui patted his chest. Don't worry, boss, this is exactly my specialty. He knows. He has risen from a nameless nobody in the real world to become an arms tycoon. In addition to the high quality of his weapons, his exceptional sales skills are essential. It's no problem to explain C4 to someone who doesn't understand weapons. After waiting for nearly an hour, Su Yan couldn't help but look at the boss. Less than 3 hours remain until the instance concludes. Boss, when will the client arrive? I only have 3 hours left. He hasn't tried the pass yet and doesn't know if it has any restrictions. If there are restrictions, he won't be able to return to the hotel in time. The boss floated around the warehouse for a while before speaking. Don't worry, it's coming soon. It only takes about an hour to come from its territory. Just as the two were talking, a small strange hurried in. Boss. When it saw Su Yan in the warehouse, it suddenly fell silent. After quietly reporting the situation to the boss, the small strange abruptly left the warehouse. Su, there's something. The boss seemed unsure how to begin and stopped midway. Boss, just speak your mind. Seeing the boss's reaction, Su Yan's heart dropped. His grandma, could it be that the deal is going to have problems? Although 70% of the payment was settled, there's still 30% unpaid. What if the client backs out and the boss has to refund? What would he do? Su, the client has arrived, but it has set the transaction location to the back mountain. In that case, let's hurry. After saying this, Su Yan realized it wouldn't be that simple. The back mountain must have something strange, otherwise, the boss wouldn't hesitate like this. Boss, is there something wrong with the back mountain? At this point, the boss chose to inform Su Yan. Although the back mountain belongs to its territory, the shadows of the Dark Hotel do not cover it. This means that the strangeness in the back mountain is not suppressed, and their killing rules can run rampant. This is also why the boss hesitated. Within the Dark Hotel's shadows, it has 100% confidence in protecting Su Yan. But in the back mountain, it couldn't guarantee 100% safety. With it around, it can ensure the client won't take action. But if the client doesn't act, what if others do? Su, the decision is yours. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. After all, this is a matter of life and death, and I don't want to lose such an important partner due to a small mishap. But what the boss didn't expect was Su Yan shaking his head. No, I want to go. He plans to become the arms tycoon of the entire strange world. He cannot avoid dealing with the strange in the future. If he becomes timid under the boss's protection, how can he become the strongest man in the strange world? The boss no longer hesitated. Good. Su, I admire your courage. This time, I won't let you work for free. After the deal, I will give you 5 million strange coins as a fee. At this moment, the back mountain was crowded with strangeness. To say the least, there were at least 1 or 200. The most terrifying thing is that the weakest among these strangeness reached A grade. There were even several that reached SS grade strangeness. But such a powerful group of strangeness was standing neatly in formation at this moment. Before long, the boss, Su Yan, and the majority of the security team's strangeness arrived at the back mountain. The boss attached great importance to this transaction, especially the safety of Su Yan, which is of utmost importance. Thus, it brought 80% of the security team's strangeness. And the captain of the security team, an S-grade peak strangeness, was assigned to Su Yan's side for close protection. In case of an accident, it would take Su Yan back to the hotel at the first opportunity. After arriving at the agreed location, the boss walked out alone. Old goat, you finally arrived. You don't know, it has been so hard for me to keep this batch of goods. Haha, that's why I rushed over as soon as I could. Sui stood among the strange beings, looking in the direction of the voice. A small-statured, short-shirted goat-headed entity, leaning on a little cane, slowly walked out from the opposite side. Hiss. Just a distant glance made Sui shiver uncontrollably. That tiny body released a powerful aura like an abyss. It's hard to imagine that such an inconspicuous goat-headed creature would be the leader of the powerful group of strange beings across from him. The two strange beings continued to converse. Under the boss's guidance, the goat creature turned to look at Sui. One person and one entity locked eyes. In the next moment, the goat creature's horizontal pupils transformed into a cross, resembling a devil's eye. Sui suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. Though he was terrified inside, he still stared back. In such a situation, he couldn't back down, he couldn't let that breath inside him disperse. Once he lost his ground, without the goat creature making a move, the terrifying aura alone could shatter Sui's spirit. This situation lasted less than a second before the goat withdrew its gaze. Yet even so, Sui still bent down painfully. Ugh! The security captain quickly rushed to support Sui in fear. Are you okay? Ugh! After throwing up that piece of steak, Sui felt much more relaxed. I'm fine now, alright, never let Torov be the cook again, he's not very suited for it. The security captain? Wait, buddy, is that really okay? He had locked eyes with the goat's devil eye, and nothing happened. And not to mention, now you're concerned about the cook? Chapter 17, Various Methods, Shocking Strange Beings. At the back mountain. In the open space. Honored guest, please take a look, this weapon is called Blood Meat C4. As for why it's called Blood Meat C4, it's because it's made of blood meat. Sui held the Blood Meat C4 and was explaining. Beside him floated the boss, and next to the boss stood the goat creature. The boss looked at Sui, who was passionately explaining, and couldn't help but admire him. Facing the SSS-level strange being, he spoke confidently without any fear. Just this point, let alone a normal person like Sui, even an S-level or even SS-level strange being might not be able to do it. During their previous conversation, the boss had informed the goat creature about Sui's importance. But the goat creature just sneered at this. In its hands, there were not fewer than 8,000 lives. Most of those were killed with just a glare. In the end, it gave the boss face and didn't intend to kill Sui. However, it still insisted on testing this human. In its view, this human had to pass a test to earn the qualification to explain that weapon. The boss could not refuse and had to agree. What the boss did not expect was that Sui showed no signs of backing down in front of the devil's eye. Although he was made to vomit, he ultimately persevered. Honored guest, let me tell you, this weapon is very safe. With a thud, Sui heavily slammed the Blood Meat C4 on the ground. This action startled the boss, making him shiver. He had personally experienced the power of this Blood Meat C4. Yet the Blood Meat C4 on the ground showed no response, no matter how Sui stomped or slammed it. The goat nodded slightly, remaining silent. It seemed to be maintaining its high-status demeanor. After the safety test, Sui got to the main point. This Blood Meat C4 is extremely powerful. According to theoretical data, at close range, this C4 can even heavily injure an SS-level strange being. Within the normal explosion range, it can deal immense damage to S-level strange beings. Beyond this explosion range, the damage will diminish infinitely. But as long as it is within the explosion range, any strange being below S-level will be directly destroyed. Of course, this is just theoretical data. The goat creature leaned on its little cane and walked over to Sui's side. Do you mean to say that using this weapon in reality cannot achieve the expected effect? Sui smiled as he looked at the goat creature. Of course not, dear guest. In actual combat, if you use this C4 properly, it will bring unimaginable results. At this point, Su Yan changed his tone and took out the remote control from his pocket. Our bomb is very user-friendly, this remote control has many modes. You see, this is the instant explosion mode, and this is the delay mode, and this is the timed mode. Depending on the situation, you can choose different modes. Hearing this, the boss wanted to clap for Su Yan. This transition was so smooth that it left no room for criticism. The goat's strange mind turned several times but still didn't understand the use of these modes. You said so much, but what are these modes really for? Su Yan was waiting for this question. Of course they are useful. Let me ask you, if you're ambushing the enemy, how do you plan to do it? The goat thought carefully. Wait for the enemy to attack, then throw out the C4 to blow them up. Upon hearing this, Su Yan realized that this SSS level strange was also clueless about military tactics. You've ambushed the enemy, and you still want to throw C4 to blow them up? Isn't that just pure stupidity? If you do that, what's the point of the ambush? However, Su Yan did not point out the goat's mistake. Criticizing a client is a big no-no in business. Dear guest, your method is certainly good, but I have a better plan. This piqued the goat's interest. Let's hear your method. What if we bury the bomb on the enemy's inevitable path? When the enemy reaches this position, we will use the instant explosion. Here, Su Yan looked at the goat. Doesn't this achieve the element of surprise? It does, but it seems to be no different from my method. The goat felt that Su Yan's method seemed better, but it still didn't want to admit it. If you were to do it yourself, the difference would indeed be minor. What if it were a regular little strange? In this case, the enemy will walk right into the core area of the explosion without any defense. Doesn't this mean we can take out more enemies? Seeing the two strange ones with surprised expressions, Su Yan decided to give them more shocking information. Of course, besides this method, the instant explosion has other uses. Using instant explosion as an example, if the enemy enters our ambush zone, we have a little strange with better vision, while the opposite side has an SS level strange. It might not kill it, but it will definitely make it lose combat ability. A little strange can make the enemy lose crucial combat power. Do you understand what I'm saying, dear guest? The goat? The boss? After Su Yan's explanation, the two strange ones were shocked. They had never thought bombs could be used like this. Forget ordinary little strange, even if it cost an S-level life to severely injure an SS-level strange, it would be a great return. Even the strong SSS-level goat was no longer calm. If this can really be applied to real combat, it would be terrifying. Is this plan feasible? Absolutely feasible. Can you demonstrate it? The boss cheerfully echoed. Yes, Su, please demonstrate it. He wanted to see if this effect could be achieved in actual combat. If so, they could use it as a promotional advertisement. Su Yan's face twitched. How the hell could they demonstrate? They had an SS level strange here, and it was the boss. He couldn't possibly let the boss go, right? What if the boss got blown up? What would they do? Dear guest, I'm afraid I can't demonstrate. Why not? The goat's pupils instantly turned into crosses. Are you trying to fool me? Su Yan forced a smile. Dear guest, that's not the case, it's just that I can't find a strange for testing. I can't just. At this point, he looked at the boss. The boss was startled and instantly understood. Old goat, we really don't have an SS level strange here. When the goat heard this, he slapped his head. The cross pupils quickly returned to horizontal pupils. Oh no, I forgot about that. I almost forgot you guys don't have an SS level strange. Sui. Boss. I always felt humiliated, but I just couldn't find a reason to argue back. Just use mine, I have quite a few SS level abnormalities under my command. Alright, then I'll demonstrate. Sui also wanted to take this opportunity to test just how powerful the Flesh C4 really was. Soon, the venue was ready. At a large open space on the back mountain, two flags were planted. Sui held the remote control and pointed at the distant green flag. My esteemed guest, let your subordinate go pull the green flag, then the red flag. Is that it? Yes, that's it. Chapter 1818. Tough explosions, dumb-headed abnormalities. Is this really enough? Where is the C4 buried? The goat abnormality and the boss witnessed the entire process. But they only saw Sui planted the flags and didn't see him lingering there. Are you really ready? Sui took out the remote control, smiled, and nodded. Ready. Upon receiving this answer, the goat abnormality no longer hesitated and waved to its distant subordinate. Old Six, come here. Coming, boss. A plump abnormality dressed in a green robe trotted over. When Sui saw its real appearance, he couldn't contain himself. Damn! There's such an abnormality? It looked just like the turtle prime minister from Journey to the West, just like an old turtle. Especially that true, made Sui almost laugh out loud. He stifled his laughter and pointed to the distant flags. My esteemed guest, let your subordinate just retrieve the 2 flags. The goat abnormality was stunned for a moment, though it had doubts in its heart, it still instructed. Old 6, go get back the 2 flags, be careful on the way. Yes, boss. The old turtle retracted its short limbs and into the green robe. In the next moment, it rolled toward the flags like a whirlwind. Wow, how is it so fast? That flying speed truly shocked Sui. The goat abnormality twisted its goat beard and boasted. That's natural, don't underestimate this old turtle's speed, no common abnormality can catch up. It chose this old turtle for 2 reasons. First, it's fast, second, this guy is quite sturdy. In case it really got blown up, it wouldn't be severely injured. Even for it, SS-level abnormalities are extremely important combat power. The boss saw this scene and couldn't help but quietly asked Sui beside him. Sue, can that guy be blown up with such speed? Sui glanced at the rapidly rolling green ball and smiled. Don't worry, no problem. After getting this answer, the boss couldn't contain his curiosity. Sue, where exactly did you bury the C4? Bury? Sui raised an eyebrow. I didn't bury it, I just casually tossed it along the road. Boss. Goat abnormality. No wonder they only saw Sui planting flags and not burying the explosives. Turns out this guy just tossed it onto the path. Isn't that too conspicuous? The boss immediately felt nervous. This C4's power, he had felt it firsthand. But now what needed to be verified was its practicality. If it wasn't done well, he would lose the goat abnormality as a big client. After all, this is a deal worth tens of millions. Such big clients are hard to find. Sui shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, it's fine. Listening to the conversation between the person and the abnormality, the goat abnormality squinted and looked into the distance. It had confidence in its subordinate. If the old turtle discovered something wrong, it would surely choose to take a detour. As long as this time, Sui didn't succeed. It could use this as an excuse to negotiate and lower the purchasing price of the C4 later. Moreover, some things Sui mentioned. If this C4 is used well, it could greatly enhance their team's overall power in a short time. At this time, the rolling green ball, at this moment, had turned into a rolling green ball with a flag inserted. From a distance, Sui couldn't figure out how the old turtle managed to do that. The boss watched the scene, feeling a bit anxious. If this old turtle really brings back the 2 flags safe and sound, then it would be a massive failure for him. Now he somewhat regrets how he agreed to let Su Yan showcase it to the old tortoise. Isn't this just lifting a rock to hit his own foot? Note, the boss is floating and has no feet. Watching the old tortoise about to reach the 2nd flag, the boss panicked. Su, why aren't you making a move yet? Not at the right position yet. But the next moment, the old tortoise, after getting the flag, chose to turn back on the spot. Seeing the old tortoise returning along the same path, the boss felt cold inside. This old tortoise actually chose to return the same way, now it's all over. Later, this stingy old goat would definitely push the price down to the ground. After all, the old tortoise didn't know the exact location of C4. Not getting blown up can only mean it was too sharp. The old goat watched the scene and couldn't help but laugh. It seems this method isn't applicable. I think the future business needs. Before he could finish speaking. Boom. A loud sound. The green ball, inserted with 2 flags, was directly blown away. The boss saw this and exclaimed. Oh crap, it's taking off. Then he turned to the strange goat. Old goat, what did you just say? The explosion was too loud, I couldn't hear clearly. Strange goat. Seeing the strange goat not speaking, the boss called his subordinates. Go see what's going on. The strange goat looked at Su Yan with a complicated expression. No need to go, just wait for the old tortoise to come back. This kid is truly a sly one. Who could have guessed he would throw the C4 right in the middle of the 2 flags? All right. The boss immediately ordered his subordinates to return and stand by. Su Yan intently stared at the thick smoke. Not needed? Is this old tortoise that tough? The boss was leaning against a dark hotel, so he wasn't heavily injured. You have to know that the old tortoise was within the core explosion range. How come it's fine? Could it be that the old tortoise's defense is comparable to the SSS-level Dark Hotel, this special strange item? After a short while, the old tortoise slowly rolled out from the thick smoke. The originally green ball had turned black and had slowed down considerably. However, the old tortoise could still roll, which proved he wasn't heavily injured. If it were the boss, he'd be gravely wounded if not dead. Not long after, the old tortoise returned. It was blown black and charred. The green robe was left with only a few torn strips, exposing the tortoise shell inside. The back of the shell was filled with spiderweb-like cracks, clearly indicating it had endured this heavy blow. The old tortoise had a mournful face, holding two bare sticks. "Boss, the pieces are gone." "Suyen? Boss? Not iron, you got blown away, and you still care about the pieces?" The strange goat looked at the nearly shattered tortoise shell, utterly shocked. The shell was the old tortoise's accompanying strange object, especially the back, incredibly sturdy. But if this was shattered, if it had been any of his other S-level strangeness, they wouldn't just lose combat capability, surviving would be a question. "Old Six, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just the pieces are gone." Su Yen couldn't help but say. "But your shell looks like it's about to break." The old tortoise still had a mournful face. "My shell can grow back, but the pieces can't." This left the strange goat speechless. This guy. All right, Old Six, let's go back." Seeing the strange goat like this, Su Yen smiled at him. "Dear customer, are you satisfied with the power of our C4? Chapter 19, Special Strangeness, the Clan of Fog. Not bad, not bad." The strange goat nodded calmly on the surface, but in reality, it had already stirred up a storm. This was only the power of one piece. If you bought a few more, the effect would definitely be even more terrifying. The main point is, this C4 has no operational difficulty. Just find a small strange one with good eyesight and you trust, press the remote control, that's all. I wonder if other modes can achieve such an effect. The strange goat then asked. This instant explosion is simple, but when is the delay mode more suitable to use? Delay mode? Isn't that the gameplay of self-destructing trucks? In Chicken Dinner, this kind of gameplay is very common. Delay mode. Suitable for tough battles. If we're facing a stronghold that we can't take after a long attack, using the delay mode is most appropriate. However, this method is divided into two types. One has a lower success rate, while the other has a higher success rate, but it requires a small price to pay. Higher success rate, a small price to pay. The second method intrigued the goat creature in a strange way. What price? Nothing noticeable that runs fast, a little oddity. Su Yi understood the nature of these oddities. To them, low-level oddities were merely cannon fodder. It was just to maintain their own positive image that they used this kind of expression. The goat creature thought carefully and ultimately gave up. It couldn't think of what use this little oddity would have. When it fought with other forces, these little oddities wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Such little oddities are everywhere in the oddity world, they're not a price to speak of. Then in that case, let me say. Su Yi drew two circles on the ground. Suppose we're going to attack this place. And the enemy has deployed a lot of oddities here, making us unable to occupy it. We strap C4 to them, activate the delay mode, and let them run across. Of course, we can also drive a few more and hide a few little oddities with C4 among them. Hiss. What a crafty scheme. These small creatures won't matter, and even if they run to the opposing stronghold, the enemy probably won't care. The goat creature looked at Su Yi with a complex expression. And the first method? Send an oddity quietly into the enemy's side with C4, and after activating the C4, quickly retreat. The boss listened in amazement. He didn't expect the small C4 would have so many uses. The goat creature was thinking beside him. With this method, how long would it take to capture the territory it had long been eyeing? The instance is about to end, please players wait at the task location for teleportation. Exceeding this time, the player's task will automatically be judged as failed. A game prompt suddenly appeared. Su Yi quickly checked. There were still 30 minutes left until the instance ended. Boss, my time is running out, I'll head back to the hotel. The boss nodded. As he was leaving, Su Yi told the goat creature. Dear guest, next time I come, I'll explain other uses to you. Under the escort of the security captain, Su Yi left the back mountain. You found a remarkable treasure. The goat creature cast a slightly jealous glance at the boss. The boss felt a bit proud inside, but still said. Where, I have good things, and didn't I think of you first? All right. The goat creature waved its hand. Since Su Yi was gone, it also didn't want to waste time here. It wanted to hurry back and see what kind of mess the C4 could make of the enemy. The boss, hearing this, waved at the deputy captain. One-eyed, bring the goods. At the same time, the goat creature signaled to its subordinates. All right, second, bring back the money. Both sides were very quick. One side counted the money, while the other inspected the goods. In less than a minute, the transaction was officially completed. Pleasant cooperation. When leaving, the goat creature also pre-ordered a large amount of C4 bombs. Hotel. In the office. The boss handed the remaining payment to Su Yi. 12 million. plus the previously promised 5 million. A total of 17 million oddity coins. A full 40 million in goods. Suyi was almost drooling. Su, how much stock do you have on hand now? Boss, how much do you need? The boss thought for a moment. 1,000 pieces. Hiss. A super big order of 400 million. The boss really has a big appetite. Not afraid of choking on it at once. For a 400 million order, if calculated at the original 70% payment, that would also require 280 million oddity coins. Boss, can you handle it? The boss smiled and said. Su, do you know how many the old goat pre-ordered from me? Suyi hurried back to the hotel, so he didn't know. 500 pieces? The boss exclaimed. How did you know? Just a guess. You could guess that? Suyi shrugged. Very simple. If it's a small order, boss, you can't expect so much at once. And this quantity definitely exceeds the order. After all, in business, it's impossible to only sell to one place. The boss circled around Su Yan, drifting thoughtfully. Su, I feel really lucky to have you as a partner. Ha, that's natural, cooperation leads to mutual benefit. At this point, Su Yan brought the topic back to the 400 million big order. Boss, this 280 million deposit is indeed a bit much. How about this, I'll take 100 million, you sell the goods first. When I come back, you can pay me the remaining amount. Alright. The boss was already tangled up on how to bring up this issue. Taking out 280 million at once would really take half of his life. Let's go to the warehouse. No need, just give it to me directly, Su. The boss opened his black robe. Immediately, a small black mist vortex formed. Boss, you have this function too? Su Yan asked, while stuffing C4 into the small vortex. The boss happily took the goods. This is a unique racial gift of our clan. Su Yan? Are there different types of weird? Of course, there are many kinds of strange creatures. After stuffing the last piece of flesh C4 into the black mist vortex, Su Yan couldn't help but stick his head into the vortex. He wanted to see what it looked like inside. Stuffing 1,000 pieces of flesh C4 didn't change anything. This action truly scared the boss. Two arms formed from black mist quickly pulled him out. Once an ordinary human touches the dead space, their soul would be sucked in, and their body would ultimately become empty. After pulling Su Yan out, the boss shook violently. Su, are you okay? Nothing now, but if you panic again, there will be troubles. The boss quickly stopped his movements. Su Yan thought the boss didn't like him looking at his belly. Besides, without saying a word to poke one's head into another's belly is indeed a bit impolite. Boss, don't be so stingy, it's just looking at your belly. What's more, I didn't see anything, it was all black. Chapter 20 Exclusive Warehouse, Dead Space. The boss was stunned. What on earth is going on? Just now, Su Yan really did stick his head into his dead space. Could it be that he's not human? But some strange thing? Su Yan watched the boss freeze in midair and awkwardly said. Boss, how about I give you some other weapons, let's not let this hurt our friendship. The boss finally came back to his senses after hearing this. Su, are you really not feeling anything? Hearing this, Su Yan reacted. Is it that thing just now, is there something odd? No, is it you who is odd? Me? Su Yan pointed at his own nose, asking back. What could be odd about me? The boss circled around Su Yan a few times, carefully inspecting before confirming he was indeed human. But he couldn't figure out why his dead space had no effect on Su Yan. Thinking of this, the boss suddenly flew out. Su, wait for me, I'm going to find someone to test it. Test what? Su Yan quickly chased after. This reaction is not normal, it must be strange. Boss, take me with you. The boss returned and pulled Su Yan along. At this moment, in the hall, Yelatorov and Bellic were passionately arguing. No wonder you've cleared the A-level dungeon twice, even with an arm cut off, you're still fine. Bitch, if it weren't for you reporting me, I wouldn't be like this. I curse you, it's because of you that I got penalized and missed lunch. If it weren't for the hotel rules, they would have fought long ago. They were like two shrewish women, not giving an inch. In the live stream room, the viewers of Lighthouse and Bear were all running to each other's live streams. Lighthouse is indeed a country formed by thieves and robbers, actually stealing in the kitchen. These Russians are really worse than filthy whores, it's just a bit of food, yet they reported Mr. Bellic. Russian bears should be punished severely, let them experience the power of our lighthouse. Yes. You are the strongest, so don't come to steal things from our Torov's kitchen. Bellic only lost an arm, but Mr. Torov missed a meal. The reason for the two men's confrontation is simple. Bellic was caught stealing and Su Yan turned his head. Just in time, he saw Xiao Qian pulling Belek's head and trying to stuff it into its big mouth. This scene made Su Yan's face twitch. Although he didn't care about Belek's life or death. But he still couldn't accept such a thing. Don't swallow it, too much trash will give you a stomachache. Su Yan grabbed Belek's legs and roughly pulled him out. Oh, well then. Xiao Qian paused for a moment and then said. But I'm just cleaning up the trash. The boss noticed Su Yan's strange expression and explained. Xiao Qian is our hotel's front desk and cleaner. It's not uncommon for forces to come here to negotiate, and when they can't reach an agreement, they fight, so a lot of trash is generated. Su Yan? Yelatorov? The audience? Wait, is there such a cleaning method? Damn, no wonder I saw someone from the front desk go into that A-grade Eerie room before. Turns out they were going to clean up the trash. Chapter 21, Contract completed, S-Class Eerie. Be good, we don't eat that foreign trash. Su Yan looked at Xiao Qian, still wanting to deal with Belek. When I come back, I'll bring you something delicious. What delicious thing? The food from the human world is much better than this foreign trash. Besides, you are the front desk of the hotel, the face of the hotel. If guests see this, it will leave a bad impression on our hotel. The last two sentences were specifically said for the boss to hear. The boss understood Su Yan's intention and asked. Su, how do you suggest we deal with this trash? Boss, I suggest we build an incinerator, it will make it convenient for killing. I mean, for convenient trash disposal. The boss thought carefully and accepted Su Yan's suggestion. That sounds good. Although this is a safe zone, bloodshed happens from time to time. Especially when some forces come here to negotiate, many end up dead. Sometimes when it accumulates too much, even Xiao Qian can't eat. Because of this, the hotel has received many complaints. This operation stunned the viewers in the live broadcast. What the hell, Brother Hua is ruthless. Why do I feel like Brother Hua wants to turn this place into a living human slaughterhouse? No need to feel, he's just turning this place into a black shop. Oh no, innocent boss is going to be corrupted. Do you think it's possible that later Brother Hua wants to sell arms in the hotel? At that moment, a line of scarlet text floated into view. Entering the final phase, settlement will take place in 10 minutes. Note, this phase is very likely to trigger the hidden mission for the final reward. Su Yan and Yelatorov exchanged glances. Both saw shock in each other's eyes. Torov, did you issue a hidden mission? Mr. Su, did you issue one too? Su Yan nodded, looking at the hidden mission before him. Hidden mission, successfully contract before the instant settlement using the contract scroll. Successful contracting can grant corresponding Eerie abilities and allow the Eerie to be brought back to reality. Note, if the contract fails, it will be considered a mission failure. Please choose carefully. Torov, what is your mission? Contract Eerie. Yelatorov said regretfully. It's such a pity, the Eries in this hotel are not something I can provoke. If it were a simpler mission, he might still want to give it a try. But the difficulty of the contract Eerie task discouraged him entirely. He had a clear understanding of his abilities, whether he could live to now without Su Yan was a question. Their conversation caused a huge stir in the livestream. Wow, a contract Eerie, what kind of luck is this? Damn, the second contract mission in horror game history. Since the horror game arrived, players who triggered the final reward mission were few and far between. Moreover, there was only one player who triggered the final reward mission of contracting Eerie. However, unfortunately, this player tried to contract an A-grade Eerie and ended up suffering backlash. The instance they barely survived. In the end, it failed. Yelatorov watched Sui, who was eager to act, and swallowed hard. Mr. Su, you can't be thinking of going. Sui nodded and rushed towards the elevator. When this task appeared, he already had a candidate in mind. Seeing this scene, most Dragon Kingdom viewers became tense. The possibility of completing the side quest suddenly changed. Last time, that A-level anomaly was completely obedient. No one expected it to betray the players at the last moment. Brother Hua, think twice, our lives are in your hands. Don't go, the reward for this quest is enough. Damn, Brother Hua really ran away. On the 4th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Sui dashed out. Time was tight, he had to hurry. Yamai. A soft gasp came from inside a room. Sui? He opened the door to see Lin Shi hurriedly turning off the TV. At this moment, her ears were not only red, but her face was also flushed. However, Sui's mind was not on this. I have 10 minutes, oh no, 8 minutes before I have to leave. Ah? This news caught Lin Shi off guard. After a few seconds of daze, she foolishly asked. Where are you going? Back to my world. Oh. Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. although she didn't know Sui for long and had been bullied. These past 2 days had been some of her happiest moments in this anomaly life. Will you come back? Sui did not answer, but stepped forward and grabbed Lin Shi. Do you want to come with me? Do you want to come with me? Yes. A hint of sadness appeared on Lin Shi's face. But I can't go to your world. She had hidden for so long, trying various ways, including trying to go to other worlds, but all had failed. If it weren't for the opportunity at the Dark Hotel, she might have fallen into a demon's hands long ago. Sui no longer hesitated and took out a contract. Sign this, and I can take you back to my world. Lin Shi? She had been fleeing in the anomaly world for 100 years. Though a bit foolish, she wasn't stupid. Sui, you can't be thinking of taking me away. How could that be? Sui looked righteous. Then you must be after my money. What are you talking about? Bro, am I someone who lacks money? Then you must be after my body. Sui gently hugged Lin Shi. Come with me, I can take you to eat delicious food and play fun games. No more worries, no more hiding at the bottom of the well. Lin Shi trembled slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. But after thinking it over, she gently pushed Sui away. She knew what this contract represented. Once signed, they would be bound together. Most importantly, Sui couldn't stay in the human world forever. In the end, he would have to return to the anomaly world. Staying with Sui would only bring him harm. Sui guessed what Lin Shi was thinking and gently wiped her tears. Isn't it just an SSS-level anomaly? What's there to be afraid of? This made a glimmer of hope ignite in Lin Shi's heart. Are you sure you can handle an SSS-level anomaly? Sui replied carefully. No. Lin Shi's smile came to a sudden halt. But soon, there will be. Lin Shi realized that Sui was teasing her. Annoyed, she punched Sui hard. I won't talk to you anymore. Sui grabbed Lin Shi's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. At this stage, I can't kill an SSS-level anomaly. But I am confident I can protect you. So, do you want to come back with me? Lin Shi leaned in Sui's arms and nodded slightly. In the next moment, Sui pushed Lin Shi away and picked up the contract. Lin Shi looked at Sui with a hint of resentment and left a mark on the contract. Alright, go calm down for a while. Lin Shi? Chapter 22 Side Quest Settlement, Super SSS Rating. Successful contract with S-level anomaly. Congratulations player for completing the ultimate reward task. In an instant after the contract was completed, Sui felt a strange power within him. Lin Shi looked at Sui with a face full of resentment. Before signing the contract, he was still a gentle warm guy. After signing the contract, it unexpectedly turned out like this. This damned man. Thinking of this, it recalled the short film it had just watched. Only this time, the male lead became Su Yen, and it took the place of the female lead. That man was just like Su Yen, pulling up his pants and pretending not to know anyone. In an instant, its face turned as red as a teapot bubble. And Su Yen couldn't wait to open his personal panel. Player, Su Yen. Identity, Supreme VIP Customer. Physique, 35. Spirit, 150. Ability, Door Inner World. Assets, 140000500 Bazaar Coins. Contracted Bazaar, Lin Shi. Bazaar items, Substitute Doll, Permanent Pass to the Dark Hotel. Comprehensive Evaluation, S. Originally, the data panel had an extra item, the Contracted Bazaar, and an additional ability. Hiss. Su Yen clicked into it and instantly gasped in surprise. Door Inner World can create a passage to enter the inner world through any mirror. Inner world? Could it be the dry well constructed by Lin Shi? Does this mean he gained the ability to access the dry well, or can he create an inner world himself? Su Yen looked at the TV, and with a thought. With a creaking sound, the screen instantly lit up. After a brief flicker, the dry well appeared. No way, Su Yen, how could you? Lin Shi was completely dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. It knew that after the contract was completed, humans would randomly gain a bizarre ability. But this is wrong. Su Yen opened its inner world. Oh my gosh. Su Yen never expected that opening it would reveal Lin Shi's inner space. This meant that one person and one bazaar shared the same inner space. Let's go. Ha! Lin Shi didn't react in time before being picked up by Su Yen. Ah. Why are you so hot? Lin Shi didn't dare to look directly at Su Yen and stammered. Scared me. With me here, what's there to be afraid of? In the dry well. Su Yen held Lin Shi, checking its data. Bazaar, Lin Shi. Race, unknown. Ability, Door Inner World, Unknown. Level, S rank. Except for the ability and level, all other information is unknown. Why does the panel show unknown? What is going on? Could it be that Lin Shi is some special bazaar? Since no player has successfully contracted with a bazaar, there are no strategies to refer to. Su Yan could only explore slowly. Why is it still so hot? Being held like this by Su Yan, Lin Shi couldn't calm down at all. And no, nothing. Su Yan placed his hand on Lin Shi's waist and gently squeezed it. As a seasoned driver, he naturally knew what was going on with Lin Shi. However, his thoughts were now focused on the inner world, having no time for other things. You said that since the inner world can create passages through any mirror, can it then create passages outwards to other places from the inner space? Lin Shi struggled out of Su Yan's embrace. If it stayed in his arms any longer, it would lose control. It should be possible, but I haven't tried it. Then let me give it a try. In the hall. The sound of crackling electricity began to echo. The screen in the hall started to flicker constantly. The suddenly appearing dry well on the screen truly frightened Yi Littlelove, who was dealing with a corpse. Scared, he dropped Belak's corpse and hid behind Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian looked at the flickering words on the screen, also frightened. It had never encountered such a situation. One person and one bazaar huddled in the corner, trembling. In the next moment, a figure emerged. Instantly, it crawled out from the screen. Ah! Ah! Accompanied by two screams, the live broadcast switched to a black screen. What the hell is that? Oh my god, what exactly is this dry well? Wasn't it said that this hotel could suppress all bazaar killing rules? What's going on? Hey, wait, doesn't that look like the well from Sadako? Mamma mia, could it be that Sadako is coming out? Originally, the audience discussing the rewards of this copy were all shocked by this sudden anomaly. They couldn't imagine what terrifying thing had entered the hotel that could ignore the suppression of the Dark Hotel. Arbitrarily using strange abilities. Hey, wake up, Torov. Sui quickly checked the fainted Yeli Torov. He didn't intend to scare Torov, it was just that it was his first time using this ability and he was a bit unskilled. After realizing that Torov had just fainted, he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Qian was on the ground, tightly covering her ears. Can't see me. Sui quickly lifted Xiao Qian from the ground. Xiao Qian, it's me. Xiao Qian opened her mouth wide, stammering. Su fire, how? I'll explain next time I come back. Attention all players, the instance is about to settle. Sui hurriedly rushed toward the big screen, shouting. Lin Shi, come out quickly, there's no time left. After completing the contract for the first time, players must return to reality with the contracted strange entity. Otherwise, many problems may arise later. Coming. Only the voice was heard, but the strange entity was not seen. A red wedding dress flew out of the dry well. In an instant, the illusionary Lin Shi landed on Su Yi's shoulder. Congratulations player for completing SSS level instance Dark Hotel. Kill strange entity *3. Unlock identity *3. Complete task *1. Complete final reward task *1. Player evaluation, SSS+. Due to the player's extraordinary performance in completing the task, a critical reward will be given. Physical enhancement *100. Mental enhancement *200. Personal evaluation raised to SS level. Receive strange coins *10,000,000. Gain ability, unlimited enhancement. Awakening rule, disorderly one. Note, the disorderly one can ignore the killing rules of strange entities of the same level or lower. Wow! Disorderly one. Seeing this description, Sui was shocked. Ignoring strange killing rules, a guaranteed divine skill. In the future, when entering other instances, he can bring weapons and kill freely. No need to worry about various bizarre killing rules. The next moment, the scene in front of Sui suddenly changed. He was transported back to the place where he first traded with the bearded man. Su, you finally came back. A urgent voice from the bearded man reached his ears. Turning around, Sui saw the bearded man and many soldiers armed to the teeth. What happened? Before he could ask in detail, a familiar voice came from the crowd. Boss, you're finally back, I missed you so much. A young Taoist squeezed his way out of the crowd. Boss, we have big trouble now. What happened? Sui frowned and asked what had happened. He had only been gone for 48 hours, could something major have happened during this time? Su, the lighthouse country has issued a warrant for you. Boss, the lighthouse wants to get you. The bearded man and the young Taoist spoke at the same time. What is the lighthouse? Lin Shi tightly hugged Sui. Although she had activated the illusion, these humans could not see her. But as someone with social anxiety by nature, seeing so many people still frightened her. If she hadn't found a medium, she would have hidden back in the dry well long ago. What the hell, who is speaking? The young Taoist trembled all over. Damn, it's a ghost. Scared, he pulled out a pair of bagua glasses from his pocket. When he saw Lin Shi tightly hugging Sui, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Lin Shi held Sui and couldn't help shaking. Being seen by humans even in the illusion state made her feel frightened. Don't be afraid. Sui gently comforted. The next moment, his hand went straight through Lin Shi's waist. So this is what illusion feels like. When Lin Shi used the illusion, hints had appeared. However, he didn't have time to check the detailed introduction. The bearded man didn't understand Mandarin and hurriedly looked at Sui. Su, what happened to him? It's fine, Huzi, arrange a room for us. Okay, follow me. The bearded man had already prepared, immediately leading Sui to a secret hideout. Passing by the young Taoist, Sui casually picked him up. That light and airy action made others feel as if he was lifting not a person, but a plastic bag. Seeing this scene, the bearded man's face couldn't help but twitch. No wonder the lighthouse went crazy, even willing to go to war just to catch Su Yan. If Su Yan were allowed to grow up, the whole lighthouse probably wouldn't sleep well at night. Right now, he just wanted to quickly send Su Yan safely away, to avoid being caught up in this big mess. In the room, Su Yan couldn't help but ask. Beard, what on earth happened? Big Beard sighed and handed Su Yan a document. The lighthouse has gone mad. At that moment, a soldier came in from outside and whispered a few words into Big Beard's ear. Su, I need to go hold a war meeting now. Don't worry, I've assigned someone to protect this place. Once I'm done with the meeting, I'll find a way to send you back to Long Country. Su Yan flipped through the document and couldn't help but snicker. Lin Shi secretly took a glance. The content inside startled her. Warmonger, terrorist, the most terrifying criminal of the 21st century. A total of more than a dozen titles. None of them were good ones. The Lighthouse media described Su Yan as a heinous criminal. Lin Shi cautiously poked Su Yan. Su Yan, did you really do this? Su Yan grew angry and retorted. Slander, slander, this is completely slandering me. The most outrageous part was that they actually blamed Bayrak's death on him. Even the people of a state who were wiped out by the strange instance were counted on his head. Bayrak's death had a bit of a relationship with him. But the relationship wasn't big, the strange instance itself was fraught with danger. Bayrak dying inside just meant he was too weak. But what did the death of the civilians have to do with him? Clearly, it was the lighthouse's problem in handling the strange instance. If they had evacuated the civilians to other states at the first sign of the instance, such massive casualties could have been completely avoided. However, the local aristocracy fled at the first opportunity, causing a state to fall into chaos, ultimately leading to this result. What should we do? This says they want to take you back for trial? Lin Shi said with a face full of gloom. However, a strange thought arose in her heart. If she could stay with Su Yan in the well, it seemed to be a beautiful thing. They want to judge me? They are not worthy. Su Yan snorted coldly. Before entering the instance, he wasn't afraid. Now, having returned from the strange instance, how could he be afraid? Alright, stop playing dead. After Su Yan kicked him a couple of times, the little Taoist finally got up from the ground in a dejected manner. The little Taoist's name was Kong Jing, and he now worked under Su Yan. Apart from advanced weapons, most of the orders for mid to high-end weapons were handled by Kong Jing. Kong Jing closed his eyes and pointed at Lin Shi. Boss, that is. This sentence earned him another kick. What do you mean by that? Call her sister-in-law. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Shi playfully punched Su Yan, a bit shy. Sister-in-law, hello. However, she still lifted her invisibility, as if this title was very effective. Oh no, don't call me that. The moment she appeared, the strange aura was rampant. Just standing there, the little Taoist felt as if a primordial beast had set its sights on him. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense, nothing happened between us. That tone full of shyness was almost begging to be called out again. The little Taoist, gritting his teeth, praised. Sister-in-law, you are naturally beautiful, with a heavenly appearance, it's more than enough to match my brother. Alright, stop teasing him. Su Yan gently patted Lin Shi's bottom. Oh, there are other people here. Lin Shi's face flushed completely red. Control your aura, ordinary people can't handle it. In an instant, the little Taoist sighed in relief and slumped to the ground. Looking at the person and the strange creature before him, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Not the boss. What did you do? How did you turn such a terrifying strange creature into this? However, at the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. With such a powerful strange creature protecting them, as long as they could safely leave here, even a powerhouse like the lighthouse couldn't do anything to Su Yen. Boss, you don't know, the lighthouse is practically dying to grab you for research right now. If Su Yen were within the boundaries of Long Country, the lighthouse would never have this thought. But unfortunately, he was not. Thus the lighthouse had this idea. Even if the Dragon Kingdom closed the live broadcast, they would also close the internal live broadcast afterwards. But the lighthouse still found many clues from Yelitolo and Dirac's live broadcasts. If Sui continued to develop, he would become the most terrifying existence in the Dragon Kingdom. Boss, do you know how much your bounty is now? This question piqued Suyi's curiosity. How much? $1 billion, regardless of life or death. Hiss. Sui sucked in a breath of cold air. It seems the lighthouse really regards him as a thorn in their side. I didn't expect these guys to be willing to spend so much. The little Taoist shook his head. Boss, this is just the beginning. They have also deployed 5 aircraft carrier fleets. I guess they're almost here too. Not a joke. What kind of hatred, what kind of grievance is this? Are they really willing to part with their resources to deal with me? However, Sui didn't care, calmly nodding his head. Kong Jing? Not the boss, what is your reaction? Shouldn't you be scared? That's 5 aircraft carrier fleets. At least give them some respect. And you acting like this, how can I perform? Chapter 24. Confronting the lighthouse, the world is watching. Boss, are you not afraid of this? What's there to be afraid of? Aren't there just 5 fleets? Sui took out his phone and browsed the recent hot topics. As expected. The world headlines were all his name. Lin Shi, do you see how awesome I am? Lin Shi glanced at her phone, then looked at Sui. Want to show it? Kong Jing? He really wanted to shout. Hey! 2 of you. I'm still here. Unfortunately, the pressure Lin Shi had given him before was too great. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, he would be crushed by sister-in-law. Kong Jing took a deep breath and then adjusted his Taoist crown. Boss, they brought nuclear warheads. They are really out to kill you. After saying this, he imagined Sui seeking his help in a state of terror. Then you kid should run quickly, why are you still laughing here? Kong Jing was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that even after saying all this, Sui still remained unfazed. He knew Lin Shi was powerful. But he didn't believe Lin Shi could protect Sui from a nuclear bomb explosion. Unable to hold it anymore, he grabbed Sui and revealed all the plans. Boss, hurry, and come with me. We'll take the nuclear submarine first, the fleet is on its way. As long as we join forces successfully, none of the 5 aircraft carrier fleets can keep you. You must know, the lighthouse now considered Sui the top threat. They were even willing to use nuclear weapons to kill him. It's easy to imagine how much determination they had. Sui froze when he heard this. He didn't expect that his home cared about him this much. Not only did they send submarines early, but as soon as the lighthouse dispatched fleets, they immediately sent out the waiting fleet. Who dispatched this? Kong Jing laughed awkwardly. Boss, you were selected for the side quest. I just asked my master uncle for some news. I didn't expect he actually entered a special operations group, and it seems he can still speak in there. Just in time, this submarine was executing a mission not far out in international waters, and they rushed over right away. Sui grabbed Kong Jing. Good boy, so you were playing undercover with me? Kong Jing winced in pain and quickly begged for mercy. Boss, no, I only found out when you entered the side quest and sought help. I knew my master uncle passed the SS level side quest from the beginning, but I didn't know he had gone to work in the special group. Alright. Sui released Kong Jing and asked with a serious face. Is there any way to leave? Kong Jing's heart rejoiced. Yes, we can take the submarine to make a detour, it will take at most 3 days to get back. That's good. Sui stood up, stretched, and handed the phone to Kong Jing. You go back first, I will handle things here and then come back. Ah? Kong Jing was completely dumbfounded. He thought Sui planned to leave with him. Unexpectedly, Sui actually faced the lighthouse alone. In the next moment, the phone screen flickered, and Sui and Lin Shi vanished into thin air, leaving Kong Jing standing blankly in place. One person shakes a nation. Is this really something humans can do? After a brief moment of distraction, Kong Jing contacted Master Ling Su. He reported the entire conversation word for word. After receiving this information, the special team quickly began to analyze. The whole group also started an intense discussion. Some people believed the fleet should retreat. Others thought they should not retreat, but instead create momentum for Sui. Especially those who witnessed everything that happened with Sui in the dungeon. The strange deal, easily taming the S-class female monster. They understood just how terrifying Sui really was. He could produce weapons capable of dealing with the strange entities in a specific way. And these weapons seemed to become more and more powerful. From the initial Desert Eagle and grenades, to later AKs and C4. These weapons of uncertain origin were just like those Sui sold in reality. They only knew he sold them, but they had no idea where they came from. If they could cooperate with Sui so that each person had a weapon, then the chances of players from the Dragon Country surviving in strange dungeons would greatly increase. Hearing the team members argue fiercely, Master Ling Su stretched. Bring Kong Jing back, and let the fleet make a round over there. It's clear that Sui doesn't need us to do anything, but we must show our stance. Lighthouse. Hua Du. In a private manner. Sui, is this your home? Lin Shi looked at the beautiful manor, her eyes shining like stars. This was the most beautiful view she had ever seen in the strange world. It's just a temporary place to stay. When Sui first started in the arms trade, he anticipated today's situation. So he set up locations all over the world. What are we going to do next? Lin Shi remembered Sui's current predicament and felt anxious inside. Though she didn't know what the lighthouse truly was. From the information she had, she guessed Sui was facing something huge. Don't worry, I have a solution. You go rest for now. Sui smiled and pinched Lin Shi's little face. I don't want to. Lin Shi hugged Sui. But this human had brought her out of the cage. In this situation, how could she leave Sui alone to face the crisis? She also wanted to help Sui, and with a quick turn of her little head, she said, how about I go kill them all? This answer made Sui seriously consider it for a moment. However, he ultimately abandoned the idea. If it were the little devils, killing them would be fine. But the lighthouse was different. As a superpower, their weapon reserves were too scary. If it came to a situation where both sides perished, he could leave, but the others from the Dragon Country wouldn't be able to escape, only ordinary people would suffer. Not for now, just scare them a bit. Speaking of this, Sui opened his computer and entered the black market's special website. He paid heavily to hire a familiar hacker to infiltrate the Pentagon's network system. In the world behind the door, as long as there is detailed information about the medium, reverse infiltration can be executed. During the time the hacker was deciphering, Sui didn't sit idle, he recorded a video and posted it online. The video spread very quickly. In just a few minutes, it reached the whole world. In the video, Sui accused the lighthouse of its charges against him, claiming they were completely unfounded slanders. He sold weapons at low prices to oppressed regions purely out of humanitarianism. Not like the lighthouse, which acted to plunder. If the lighthouse continued to slander him without reason, he would launch a counterattack in his personal capacity. This video quickly fermented on the internet. It sparked heated discussions among people all over the world. Wow, Fire Brother, this is so brave. Are you really going to confront the lighthouse head-on? I don't know, how is Fire Brother doing now? I heard the 5 major fleets are approaching Aden Bay. Baka, he's just a clown struggling to survive. Even if he miraculously clears the SSS level instance, he can't possibly stand against the lighthouse. Yo, miraculous survival? How come your little brat didn't clear it? Chapter 25. 25, A New State, The Morning Clothes Witch. The Lighthouse. The upper management was furious. As a war machine that has existed for a long time, it had never regarded any country or power as its enemy. Yet, as strong as it was, today it was threatened by just one person, Su Yan. What was most exasperating was that many of the little ones it had dealt with stood up to support Su Yan. The lighthouse quickly sprang into action. In just a few minutes, they found out Su Yan's hiding place. In less than 10 minutes, a fully armed army surrounded the entire estate. Moreover, they swiftly relocated the nearby wealthy estates. The nearby residents were all elites of the lighthouse. If Su Yan went crazy, everyone nearby could end up buried with him. They were bad, but not stupid. Su Yan's performance in the instance filled them with fear. They even planned to use 5 aircraft carrier fleets to completely eliminate this Dragon Kingdom player who made them feel afraid. But what they didn't expect was Su Yan, who should have been in the Big Beard's territory, suddenly appeared in a private estate in Huadu. This completely put them in a passive situation, making the upper management of the lighthouse anxious. Especially at this stage, what kind of strength did Su Yan possess? They were unclear, they did not know. Finally, the lighthouse began to recruit high-level players worldwide on a large scale. With money, beauty, and even power as incentives, they actually managed to recruit a few. Outside the estate. A reporter nervously interviewed the strange instance director from the lighthouse in front of him. Professor Falk, according to your calculations, how is the situation? Gray-haired Sice Falk pushed up his golden-framed glasses, flipping through the list in his hand without speaking. Instead, the one-eyed old MO behind him snorted coldly. Relying on tricks to get through the instance without killing rules is not to be feared. That Russian only rose to A level after the instance ended, while this newcomer Su Yen has pushed himself to S at best. The reporter felt displeased by the one-eyed old Mo's attitude but did not argue back. The one-eyed old Mo was one of the few SS-level players in the lighthouse and possessed a certain trick, so he did have the right to say such things. Mr. N.I., do you have confidence in taking down Su Yen? The one-eyed old Mo snorted and did not answer the question. It was clear that he did not dare to face Su Yen alone. He turned to explain to the reporter the composition of this siege team. Besides him, there were 6 S-level players in this team. And players recruited from all over the world were on their way. Conservatively estimating, this siege team. At least 1 SS-level player and 20 S-level players. With such a luxurious lineup, let alone Su Yen, they were confident even against an SSS-level instance. This scene was broadcasted to every corner of the globe. Fire brother, what are you thinking? How did you run under their noses? It's over, this time it's really over. No one can protect Fire brother there. Fire brother, why didn't you wait over at the Big Beard's place? Our fleet is almost there. Fire brother, hurry up and leave. If the hired players arrive, there will be no way to retreat. The Dragon Kingdom, so arrogant, they even came to Father Tower's hometown. It's over now. Even an S-level player named Xiao Tian Chunichiro openly started a livestream. I hope this Dragon Kingdom guy can hold on a little longer. I still want to take his head and trade it for a big-breasted Western girl from the West Coast. The Dragon Kingdom's high-ranking officials took immediate action. On one hand, they ordered the players hiding in the lighthouse to support Sui. On the other hand, through intelligence, they began to specifically target and intercept hired players heading to the lighthouse for the siege mission. In the manner. Sui, a lot of people are coming outside. Lin Shi looked at the crowd outside, her heart filled with a strange feeling. Once, she was quite skilled at the eerie dungeons, having killed countless eerie creatures. Before the family's downfall, even the SSS-level eerie creatures didn't dare provoke her easily. But unfortunately, after a fight, the family was defeated and fell apart. Since then, she had been on the run, slowly changing. She became timid, cautious, shrinking back. When facing other eerie creatures, her first thought was not to kill them, but to run away. Especially when she sensed the malice, resentment, and murderous intent humans had toward Sui. She felt like she couldn't suppress the growing killing intent inside her anymore. I see. Some of them seem to be specifically here to deal with us. Lin Shi's voice became hoarse as she spoke. Let's kill them all. Sui sensed the killing intent and the violent eerie energy around him, turning his head to look. Damn. Is she having a mental breakdown? He saw Lin Shi's eyes turn blood red. Her red wedding dress visibly changed at a rapid speed. In no time at all. The wedding dress turned into mourning clothes. Image reference above. Eerie, Lin Shi. Race, unknown. Ability, Soul Harvest, Field of the Dead. Level, SS level. Sui grinned and pulled out his blood-soaked AK. In that case, let's do it. Sui had given them a chance, but they didn't appreciate it. Killing all these guys will naturally make the trouble go away. The so-called bad reputation will eventually be cleared in the future. In the manner. The sudden eruption of eerie energy made everyone feel uneasy. Especially a few players, who felt it even more intensely. The next moment. A figure slowly walked out from the manor. Behind her floated a white-dressed female Eerie. Old Mo, the one-eyed man, trembled when he saw the white-dressed Eerie. Damn it! To survive, he relied on 3 things. Betraying brothers, betraying teammates, and running fast. With these 3 things, he had gradually become an SS-level powerhouse. If it weren't for the camera pointing right at his face, filming him, he would have run away by now. But he knew that if he ran now, he'd never have a place to stand in the lighthouse again. Professor Fack looked at the white-dressed female Eerie floating behind Sui, his face twitching. He had calculated everything. He even calculated that Sui had reached SS level. But he never expected that Sui really dared to contract with the Eerie and succeeded. Fire! Fire! Professor Fack shouted, ordering his team to open fire. Then, in the chaos, he retreated behind the others. Chapter 26, Counterattack, Kill to Stop Killing. Bang! A gunshot. In an instant, Sui was covered by the barrage. Live stream. The viewers were stunned and then even more stunned. They never expected that Sui really succeeded in contracting an Eerie. They also never expected that, with no warning or sign, the lighthouse would attack. People had once tried using firearms to deal with eerie creatures, but they failed miserably. This time, the lighthouse used heavy artillery against Sui. No one knew what the result would be. I never thought that Fire Brother actually succeeded in contracting with an Eerie, and it looks like it's at a high level. The lighthouse is really in trouble now. There's no way any human could withstand this kind of concentrated fire. Damn, can the Eerie ignore firearms? Will Fire Brother make it? Didn't we agree to wait for the other players to arrive before attacking together? Looks like no matter how strong the players are, they can't compete with firearms. The question of whether players could withstand firearms sparked a lot of discussions among the viewers. This also caught the attention of many countries. The attention of the forces. If players could withstand firearms, then the world order would change drastically. The gunfire lasted for several minutes. All those participating in the encirclement tightly stared at the billowing smoke. Once the smoke cleared, the entire manor was in ruins. Only the woman in white slowly approached the crowd, while Su Yan had long since vanished without a trace. Everyone was shocked. They did not know what to do. The reporter was not a soldier, nor was he a player. He was just an ordinary person who took on this interview task for a high reward. But unexpectedly, he encountered such a terrifying woman. Professor Fack, what should we do? Professor Fack furrowed his brows tightly. This situation seemed quite difficult to handle. From the outcome, it was clear that the artillery attack had no effect on Su Yan. Moreover, Su Yan had mastered some unknown instant movement ability. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance, using an extremely valuable weird item to seal the area within 10 kilometers. Whether player, anomaly, or ordinary person, within 24 hours, they could only enter but not exit. Now, the task was to eliminate this woman and then slowly search for Su Yan. Don't worry, I used a strange item to seal this area, that guy can't escape. Old Mo, take action. Eliminate the woman, and then search for Su Yan. Old Mo's heart sank. He never expected Professor Fack to be so ruthless. This completely cut off his last hope. Either they worked together to take down that terrifying anomaly, or they would all be killed. Let's go together. Old Mo charged out first. The remaining 6 S-level players followed closely behind. But the next moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the live broadcast room. Oh, still live streaming, huh? Professor Fack was startled and turned to look. Su Yan was standing behind him, though he didn't know when he got there. All the soldiers around were lying on the ground, unknown whether they were alive or dead. And all of this happened in an instant. He had become the chief manager of the Lighthouse Anomaly instance. Not by force, but by brain. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. Now, other players had gone to hunt the woman. His own strength was only B+, and he had no chance against Su Yan. Mr. Su, this is all a misunderstanding. I think we can talk this over. Su Yan grinned. Talk? Of course that's possible. Professor Fack felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. Young people were indeed young people. As long as he could stabilize Su Yan for now until old Mo and the others dealt with the woman. Then wouldn't he have the final say? It would be best to capture Su Yan alive. As the first player to contract an anomaly, he would have great research value. Mr. Su, I believe this incident is completely a misunderstanding. Su Yan waved his hand, lifting Fack up. No need to say so much. Dragging him in front of the camera, Su Yan smiled and said, say hello to the audience in the live stream. Professor Fack's heart boiled with rage. As the chief manager of the Lighthouse Country's anomaly instance, he held supreme power. No one had ever dared to treat him this way. But now, this madman in front of him was treating him like this. Hello, everyone. What are your plans? Professor Fack forced out a smile. We came sincerely to talk with Mr. Su. Hearing this, Su Yan burst into laughter. Forget it, too lazy to listen. Relax, feeling dizzy is normal. Professor Fack? He did not understand what Su Yan meant by that. As darkness enveloped him, Fack's head tilted, heading towards the end of his life. The reporter and photographer saw the scene. They were completely stunned. Professor Fack was crushed to death by Su Yan right in front of them. The reporter's already fragile psychological defenses were utterly shattered, screaming as he fled towards the soldiers coming to reinforce them. But what awaited him were dark gun muzzles, erupting with flames. These soldiers, in order to kill Su Yan, even risked killing their own people. Not just the reporter. The photographer also died in the dense rain of bullets. The entire world exploded in chaos. Sui, in front of the whole world, crushed Fack to death. This situation caught everyone off guard. Gunshots, screams touched the hearts of every viewer in the live broadcast. Moments later, the surrounding gunfire and screams all disappeared. The camera on the ground was picked up by someone and set up again. Sorry, everyone, I just dealt with something. In the live broadcast screen, Sui wiped the blood off his hands and greeted the viewers in the live room. The result was evident. So the soldiers were finished. As everyone knows, I am a peace-loving, friendly person. But the lighthouse's robbery is just too evil. I was forced to counterattack. As he spoke, Sui adjusted the camera. In the frame, several players were besieging Lin Shi. Look, those few strong men are attacking a weak woman. If they didn't know Lin Shi was strange, the viewers might have believed this nonsense. The Dragon Kingdom viewers even started to complain in the live broadcast. Fire brother, why aren't you helping? You big man, why are you sitting back? Hurry up. Fire brother, I despise you. Let a weak woman go and you still won't help. But the next scene shocked everyone. The seemingly weak Lin Shi, wherever the side swept, none could stop her. One player was unfortunately hit on the head, his soul was pulled out of his body. Another swing. That illusory soul shattered and dissipated. In just 2 to 3 seconds, she killed an S-rank player without using any killing rules. This female monster was terrifying. No wonder Sui didn't go help, it turned out he was unnecessary. During this time, Sui had not been idle. He found a document on Faxbody. The document was the plan for this encirclement and the list of members. It included detailed information about dozens of hired players from all over the world. There were also detailed flight information and player levels. Upon seeing this list, Sui was delighted. With nothing to do, it was just right to deal with these guys. From now on, I will start the reckoning according to this list. Chapter 2727. Restructuring Rules, Establishing the Association. Starting the reckoning from the list. Once this news came out, the world was in uproar. No one expected that Sui not only intended to take action against the lighthouse but also aimed to eliminate all the players recruited by the lighthouse. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if you are that strong, you cannot kill all the players on the list. What a big talk. Who do you think you are? First worry about how to get out of the encirclement zone. The people on the list came from all over. Once they land and receive the news, they will definitely choose to run for their lives first. When that happens, where to find them? Then let's start with these garbage. This sentence successfully attracted all the firepower. In an instant, the one-eyed old Mexican abandoned encircling Lin Shi and turned to Sui. You trap her, I will go kill that guy. The remaining 3 were stunned. We're supposed to trap her? Are you joking? Do you know how terrifying that female monster is? You really don't regard us as human. Just waving the scythe a few times, half of the 6 were already taken down. Several people understood that the female monster was simply toying with them. Even using all sorts of strange props, they couldn't withstand her ordinary attacks. If they truly angered the female monster, not one person present would escape. The 3 had no hesitation, rushing towards Sui. These 3 ran faster than the other, with one even using a prop, afraid of coming in last. It was clear that all 3 had the same thought. As long as they ran faster than their teammates, their chance of survival would be greater. Capturing Sui would give them a chance to threaten the female monster to survive. The one-eyed old Mexican looked at Sui, who was aiming a sniper rifle at him, and sneered coldly. As an SS-rank player, such ordinary weapons were completely useless to him. Bang! Gunfire rang out. A threat of death instantly enveloped him. The one-eyed old Mo withstood a bullet and fell to the ground, his life a mystery. So fierce? Sui looked at old Mo with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected this guy, with such a hard head, to withstand a shot from an AWM, and not even have his head blown apart. It is known that this flesh AWM has a single bullet worth 100 bizarre coins. 10 bullets are equivalent to 1 flesh C4. If he hadn't wanted to test the power of this sniper rifle, Sui wouldn't have been able to bear it. The 3 people witnessed this scene. They abruptly halted in their tracks. If old Mo couldn't hold on, they definitely couldn't. With wolves in front and tigers behind, the 3 found themselves in a dilemma. Boom! Accompanied by the gunshot, an S-rank player's head exploded into a spray of blood. Clearly, Sui did not give them a chance to choose. The remaining 2 players turned and fled. Unfortunately, they were met by Lin Shi. The staff swept past, and the souls of these 2 were instantly pulled out from their bodies. Their souls were crushed in an instant, absorbed by Lin Shi. This scene left the high-ranking officials in the live broadcast room speechless. In just a few minutes, the encirclement team was almost wiped out. Soldiers, commanders all dead, and S-rank players completely erased. Only the one-eyed old MO lay on the ground, his life unknown. Though there were still several SS-rank players and many S-rank players. But they couldn't dispatch all their forces to encircle Sui. Adding to that, the pressure from the Dragon Country caused a lot of divisions in how the lighthouse would treat Sui. Sui put away the big sniper rifle, happily walking towards Lin Shi. As he approached the one-eyed old MO, a change occurred. The fallen old MO suddenly sprang up and lunged at Sui. The speed was so fast that even the viewers in the live room couldn't see clearly. At the moment Sui fired, he sensed the death crisis. So right away, he used a life-saving item. But to confuse Sui, he chose to play dead and wait for the right moment. From the very beginning, the one-eyed old MO recognized reality, realizing that the bizarre Sui was simply not something he or they could contend with. So he never intended to kill Sui, he merely planned to capture him to gain a bargaining chip for survival. But Sui seemed to have anticipated this all along. At the moment old MO got up, he smiled and said, "Why aren't you pretending to be dead anymore?" "Huh?" The one-eyed old MO trembled in his heart. If he didn't use his trump card now, he would be finished here. Under everyone's gaze, the one-eyed old MO strangely froze in mid-air. Time seemed to have stopped. In the next moment, the one-eyed old MO landed on the ground, his body visibly beginning to petrify. When the petrification was complete, the one-eyed old MO turned into a statue of a woman with wings, dressed in ancient Greek garments. Lin Shi curiously poked the one-eyed old MO with the staff. "What the heck, isn't this a weeping angel? How could something like this be here? Could it be that this weeping angel is also a bazaar from the strange dungeon?" Sui was shocked when he saw the statue. Thinking of this, he tried it out. He quickly turned around, and after waiting a few seconds, turned back again. Just as he thought, the statue truly appeared before him and took on a hugging posture. After seeing this, Lin Shi's burial robe rapidly transformed, instantly changing back into a wedding dress. "Looks like so much fun." Sui pulled out the flesh sand eagle and shot the statue twice. Perhaps the bullets capable of harming S-rank bazaar left only 2 small bloodstains on the statue. After changing several types of weapons, he still couldn't cause any damage to this statue. In the end, Sui could no longer restrain himself. Not wanting to waste any more time, he still wanted to go back and upgrade his weaponry properly. Lin Shi looked at Sui who was pasting flesh C4 onto the statue and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" "Blowing it up." The one-eyed old MO, now transformed into a statue, felt a shock in his heart. "Oh no! Don't do it! I've already turned into a statue. You still won't let me go?" This crying angel has a very strong defense, and it is a rule reward he obtained from the SS dungeon. However, limited by the rules, he cannot move by himself. He can only move when the target within his line of sight is not watching him. And even his movement has limitations. "Don't blow up yet, I'm having fun playing." Lin Shi turned around and around, seeming to really like this toy. Sui saw this scene and shook his head helplessly. "Alright then, I'll go take out the other players first." Under everyone's gaze, Sui took out his phone from his pocket. The next moment, in front of everyone, he dove into the phone. Thud. A sound of the phone dropping to the ground. Less than 2 minutes later, the phone screen suddenly lit up. Sui emerged from his hand once again. Seeing this scene, the higher-ups of the lighthouse, along with the received disappearance, completely broke down. Within a short span of 2 minutes, all the recruited players had died mysteriously. The powerful elites in control of the top level completely abandoned the idea of dealing with Sui. The ability to teleport anywhere in the world is truly terrifying. These elites care about the dominance of the lighthouse in the entire world. But this little thing seems less important compared to their lives. In just a few minutes, the lighthouse side deleted all accusations against Sui and quickly contacted the Dragon Kingdom to start discussing the establishment of a World Bazaar Dungeon Association. Chapter 28. Shift of focus, Bazaar World. Late at night. At a farm stay somewhere in the country. "Boss, what exactly did you do?" Kong Jing asked while cautiously peering into the house. He seemed afraid that Lin Shi, who was watching TV, would suddenly rush out and scare him. Sui was lying on a wooden lounge chair, waving a fan. "I just went to their command room and talked some sense into them." "Just like that?" Kong Jing clearly did not believe Sui's words. Sui smiled and nodded. "Of course, they still have some reasonable people." Kong Jing stared closely at Sui and swallowed hard. "What about the unreasonable ones?" "Well, 2 unreasonable ones were crushed." Hiss. Kong Jing gasped in surprise. He didn't expect the boss to be this fierce, quietly doing such a big thing. No wonder the lighthouse was unwilling to talk before, but now they actively sought dialogue with the Dragon Kingdom. The real reason was here. But the next sentence from Sui made him completely unable to hold it together. You know, when I can talk sense, I definitely won't make a move. After dealing with those recruited players, just then the hacker broke through the firewall. So, Sui also went to the Pentagon, preparing to talk some sense with them. Originally, they weren't willing to talk. After two of the most lively ones were crushed, they immediately became obedient. Boss, awesome. Kong Jing gave a thumbs up, secretly complaining in his heart. You clearly can make a move and don't just talk. Back then, in Huzhou, a small warlord wanted to take advantage. In the end, he was directly taken down by Sui himself. Boss, can I tell my master about this? Sure. There's no need to hide such news. Moreover, this news can help the Dragon Kingdom take the initiative in future negotiations. Kong Jing hesitated for a long time and then asked Sui. Boss, really not going to talk to my master? You, in the future, are my agent, you just need to handle things. Before Kong Jing came, Sui had already made plans. He wanted to shift the focus toward the horror games, the bazaar was his most important client. As for Kong Jing, he would act as an agent, handling many matters in the real world. Me? Kong Jing pointed at his own nose in disbelief. Sui stood up, smiling and patting Kong Jing's shoulder. Yeah, in the future, if there's something, you can decide if you're sure. For anything that you're not sure about, just come to me. Kong Jing understood Sui's character very well. Once a decision is made, it wouldn't be easily changed. Alright, boss. By the way, are we still doing business? Our stocks in the Middle East and Black State are all sold out. If we don't replenish the supplies, we won't be able to ship anything. Sui originally wanted to give up all the business, but after thinking for a moment, he said instead. Second brother, you should send the orders and customer sources to the higher-ups under your own name. This way, it'll be easier for you to speak up there in the future. As the king of underground arms, the customer resources he held were incredibly terrifying. To give them all up would be too regrettable. Kong Jing suddenly widened his eyes. What the hell? Boss, are you crazy? If we don't do this anymore, the higher-ups allowed us to do arms business. If we don't do it anymore, it's better to send it out, it will help you build some connections. Kong Jing was moved to tears on the spot. Boss, I want to stick with you for a lifetime. Get lost, stop getting on my nerves. Okay, boss, then I'll get lost and not disturb you with sister-in-law. Kong Jing walked 2 steps but suddenly turned back. Pointing at the motionless statue on the ground, he asked. Boss, do you want this? If not, I'll just pick it up. What do we need this junk for? This was the statue transformed by the one-eyed old MO. However, it wouldn't move now, even if it turned its head, this guy wouldn't teleport behind him. So much so that Lin Shi directly threw it aside. Lin Shi, do we still want this junk? What stuff? That junk statue, do we still need it? No more. Clearly, Lin Shi's interest in the TV series now far exceeded that in the statue. Alright then, sister-in-law, I'll take it. Kong Jing quickly tied up the statue with a rope and slung it over his shoulder. Let's go, boss. Hee. It's better to take it back and let the master uncle slice it up for research than to be eerily played by the contract of the boss. After Kong Jing left, Sui shook his fan and returned to the room. What are you watching? SpongeBob SquarePants. Good. Sui looked at Lin Shi and smiled. Who would have thought that the terrifying evil spirit in the eyes of outsiders would actually like watching cartoons? After holding Lin Shi in his arms, he began to plan the next steps. Thinking of this, he opened the panel and found the pass. Shadow Hotel Permanent Pass, current cooldown 36 hours. After cooldown ends, players can use this pass to go to the Shadow Hotel. Alas, still 36 hours before I can go back to the hotel. Lin Shi frowned, hugging Suyi's neck from behind, pouting and asking. Why go back to that ghostly place? Even though she had only stayed there for a few hours, she had fallen in love with the human world. Here, there was no one who could fight her, and no SSS-level peak evil spirit threats. Most importantly, here she could watch TV and there were so many delicious foods. Sui did not answer but asked back. You just got here and you already like it here? Hearing this, Lin Shi tightened her hug around Sui. Of course. There's you here, and also the good-looking cartoons to watch. This is just the beginning. Sui smiled and picked Lin Shi up, heading toward the bedroom. Hey, Sui, what are you doing? Taking you to have some fun. At this moment. Shadow Hotel. In the office, the boss carefully played with the bloody sand eagle in his hand. Headless, are you sure this weapon was sold by Sue to the clients? Yes, boss. The security captain, after handling the Yin Yang evil spirit incident, thoroughly analyzed the entire process. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, he found that Sui sold weapons to clients and immediately spent a fortune to repurchase the Bloody Sand Eagle. After testing, it was discovered that this strange Bloody Sand Eagle could actually cause damage to S-level evil spirits. When the boss first returned, the security captain wanted to report this matter to him. Unfortunately, at that time, the boss was entirely focused on the Bloody C4 and subsequent transactions, leaving him with no chance to report. Among those, the one that killed the Yin-Yang evil spirit was the more powerful Bloody AK, but Mr. Su didn't sell this weapon to other clients, so I couldn't get my hands on it. Okay, I understand. You can go back. After the security captain left, the boss's black robe began to sway. He originally thought that Sui only had the Bloody C4 as a powerful weapon. But little did he know, this was just one of the kinds. The Bloodflesh Sand Eagle can cause harm to S-class anomalies. The Bloodflesh AK can easily kill A-class anomalies, which proves its power is not less than the Bloodflesh Sand Eagle. As for the Bloodflesh C4, there is no need to say more, he has personally experienced its power. Su, how many secrets do you have on you? Chapter 29, Dragon Country Cooperation, Trial Grounds. The forest ends at the water source, and there is a mountain. The mountain has a small entrance, as if there is light. In Sui's mind, this ancient verse appeared inexplicably. A sleepless night. Until noon the next day, Sui dragged his tired body to the bathroom. Although he didn't know what race Lin she was, he was sure that the girl was definitely not a ghost. How could a ghost endure so much? She could very well be a fox spirit, and even if not, she was of a similar species. Fortunately, Sui had good patience, he held on until SS rank before making a move. If it were S rank, he was afraid he would have been sucked dry long ago. After this night, Sui discovered something. Why did his mental power inexplicably increase? It was precisely because of Lin Shi, especially when her emotions fluctuated greatly, the increase was particularly fast. Just this one night, it had grown by over 100. Excessively powerful mental strength caused Sui's body to be tired, but his mind was exceptionally clear. After taking a shower, Lin Shi was still lying on the bed. Hurry up and take a shower. Lin Shi hummed, turning her head to look at Sui. Hurry up and take a shower. I don't want to, I'm so tired. You carry me to wash. Sui walked to the side of the bed and gently picked up Lin Shi. Okay, I'll take you out to play later. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi broke free from Sui's hug. Then I'll go take a shower. Don't you need your brother to help you wash? Lin Shi's face turned red, and she stuck out her little tongue. I don't want that. Who knows what you might do to me? That day, Sui wore a mask, holding Lin Shi's hand to feel the beauty of the human world. Lin Shi, with her stunning face and dressed in red, became the center of attention. Click, click, click. All along the way, people were constantly taking candid shots. Especially some people who followed them, which truly scared Lin Shi. She tightly held onto Sui's arm, afraid he would lose her. If these people knew that Lin Shi was a morning dress female anomaly, they would probably have scattered in fright. In the shopping mall, there were all sorts of clothes, in the amusement park a variety of games, and in the food city all kinds of delicious food. It truly shocked Lin Shi, this little bumpkin from an anomaly world. One person and one anomaly. They played for an entire day. During this time, Sui bought a bunch of snacks and specially ordered several oversized weapon cabinets from acquaintances. Until the pass to the Dark Hotel finally cooled down and was usable again. Lin Shi reluctantly followed Sui out of the amusement park. Although she wanted to keep playing, she knew Sui had business to discuss at the hotel. She understood what was more important, and besides, Sui had specially bought a bunch of tasty food for her. He even bought her a tablet, considering that the anomaly world had no internet. On the tablet, he had downloaded 300 episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants. Let's go. Then, Sui used the pass to the Dark Hotel. One person and one anomaly disappeared into thin air. Fortunately, the horror game had been around for a while, so the people nearby were not surprised. The next moment, Sui and Lin Shi appeared in the lobby of the Dark Hotel. Welcome, honored guests. The little ghost Qian arrived before anyone else, her voice reaching first. Sui pulled out a bag of snacks and tossed it to Qian. Where's the boss? Qian caught the snacks and the entire ghost became happy. In the office, discussing something with someone. With someone? Sui paused for a moment. Could it be that another player had come here, or was it another strange client? Human. Okay, I understand. Sui turned to look at Lin Shi. Be good, I'll go discuss things. Alright, don't mind me. Okay. Sui agreed and then headed to the office. The human discussing matters with the boss was definitely a player from Dragon Country. As for whether they were from a special team, he still needed to check. He originally intended to sneak up to the door to eavesdrop. As soon as he entered the room, he heard the boss's voice. "Sue, you're here, come on in." "I'm here, boss." Sui smiled as he pushed the door and walked into the office. There, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, looking somewhat lazy, sat across from the boss. Seeing this middle-aged man, Sui instantly guessed his identity. Kong Jing's master uncle, an SS-level expert. Deputy leader of the special team in Longwa. He never expected that it would be him who came. Sui smiled and took the initiative to greet him. "Master Lingshu, what brings you here? Why didn't you inform me in advance, so I could prepare?" Master Lingshu smiled and pointed at Sui. "Isn't it because you were busy accompanying your little ghost girlfriend? I didn't want to disturb your good thing." At this point, he looked deeply at Sui. "Young man should hold back a bit, just look at your complexion." "Complexion?" Sui was taken aback. The boss next to him took the chance to tease him. "Sue, your character really looks a bit pale." Sui coughed and quickly shifted the topic. "Master Lingshu, boss, you talk first, I'll come back later." Master Lingshu waved his hand upon hearing this. "No need, sit down and listen together." Sui actually wanted to know what they were discussing. So he stopped being polite and sat down beside them. Soon, one person and one ghost finished their discussion. Master Lingshu came this time to discuss the establishment of the trial ground in Longwa with the boss. In the Dark Hotel, with spirits pressing down, all strange murder rules do not apply. But the back mountain is fine, so Master Lingshu plans to establish a trial ground there. This would allow hotel staff to take turns stationed there, letting Longwa players experience the murder rules without worrying about safety. In exchange, Longwa will provide the resources needed for the Dark Hotel. Hearing this, a doubt arose in Suyi's mind. What resources in the human world does the boss need? Master Lingshu noticed Suyi's expression and asked. "Little Sue, what's wrong? Do you have questions in your mind?" Only then did Suyi voice his doubts. Master Lingshu smiled and nodded. "Of course, there are." However, Sui did not pursue what those things were. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Master Lingshu did not pry into his secrets, so he understood the limits. "Sue, what do you think?" Currently, the boss regarded Sui as the most important partner. So in this matter, it still asked for Suyi's opinion. Of course, it's feasible. At this point, Sui looked at Master Lingshu. "Master Lingshu, if people are sent over, can they also train the hotel's strange beings?" "What do you mean by this?" Sui articulated his thoughts. "In the future, when selling weapons here, he can't personally teach each one, right? It's like this, Master Lingshu, the local strange beings are really lacking in practical operations with guns and other weapons." Upon hearing this, the boss became instantly excited. Guns. Chapter 30, The Strange Arms Dealer, Initial Sign. Trial Ground. Both sides communicated. Longwa conveniently helps the boss train the strange beings, while the boss mobilizes staff to help players get familiar with the horror game. The boss was exceptionally excited. It knew that Sui said this because Sui would definitely discuss other strange weapon collaborations with it later. "Master Lingshu, what do you think?" Master Lingshu nodded. "No problem." After getting this answer, the boss thought to itself. Steady and spicy. Since Sue has already spoken, of course, it can be done. "Master, since this is a win-win project, then the previously proposed resources are unnecessary. No matter how scarce resources from the human world were, they couldn't compare to weapon orders." The boss simply gave up this part of the profit. Master Lingshu was startled upon hearing this. In the previous assessment, the boss was in the dominant position in the business. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. A few words made the boss give up the easily attainable benefits, which shows Su Yan's position here. However, he also guessed why the boss had such a contrast in behavior. "No, boss, as people from Longwa, we value integrity in business. What we say is what we mean, we won't harm a partner's interests over a small matter." This left the boss in silence. If he took it, what if Su Yan had a bad impression? In the past 2 days, the boss had truly felt the huge profits brought by the Flesh C4. Previously, during discussions with Master Lingshu, it had hinted at asking Su Yan about the source of the weapons. In contrast, Master Lingshu did not hide anything and directly informed it that Longwa didn't know either. This proved that Su Yan was the only supplier. Without Su Yan providing the source, it wouldn't even be worth a dog basket. Moreover, now that the name of Flesh C4 had already been established, it was not lacking in agents. As long as Su Yan wanted to recruit agents, once the news spread out, many powerful forces would rush over immediately. Su Yan looked at the boss's agitated black robe and smiled, shaking his head. It seemed that the businessmen in this strange world didn't like to use their brains. If he went to the human world, the boss would probably be deceived without even realizing it. Boss, since this business was discussed earlier, just take it. Okay. With Su Yan's assurance, the boss seemed to have swallowed a calming pill. Master Lingshu, do you see anything else you need? Master Lingshu was not courteous at all. Since the boss has said so, then I won't be polite. Hearing this, the boss's heart tightened. He originally wanted to be polite, but unexpectedly, this master was truly not polite with him. However, with Su Yan present, he didn't dare to say much more. He could only pretend to be casual and smiled, saying, master, just say what you need. Boss, if our Longhua players come here to buy weapons, can you give some discount? At this point, Master Lingshu sighed. You also know, human players have pitifully few strange coins. Of course, we won't let you suffer. The price difference will be made up with resources. TSK. He thought it was something serious. The boss instantly relaxed his breath. If the master really asked for too much, he wouldn't have responded well. Giving a little discount on weapons, how many Longhua players were there? Even giving them away wouldn't shake his interests at all. Such a small matter can certainly be managed. I will set an internal discount price for Longhua players. I guarantee that any Longhua player who wants to buy weapons can do so. Master Lingshu, seeing the goal achieved, stood up and said to the two. Boss, Xiaosu, I will take my leave first, so as not to disturb your business discussion. Alright, Master. Okay, Master Lingshu. As Master Lingshu passed by Su Yan, he glanced at his face. Young man, you need to pay attention to moderation. Later, I will have Kongjing prepare some health supplements for you. As for this god, you just need to find a place with thick strange energy to sleep, and the symptoms will ease. Su Yan was taken aback. He didn't expect Master Lingshu to know the problem just by looking once. It seems that Master Kongjing is not simple. Thank you very much, Master Lingshu. Alright, I'm leaving. After Master Lingshu left, the boss couldn't wait to pull out the flesh sand eagle. Su, don't you have a lot of such good items? Su Yan didn't hide, he smiled and nodded. Quite a lot. In an instant, several dozen types of weapons appeared on the table, with all sorts of long guns and short cannons. Hiss. The boss gasped in surprise. So many types of weapons? He originally thought that Su Yan might have a few types of weapons in hand. But he didn't expect him to take out more than a dozen different weapons so casually. Su, are these all? Yes, these are some new products that need to be sold. Some? The boss keenly caught this key word. Could there be even more types of weapons? For a moment, it couldn't believe it. Su, could this still not be all the weapons? Sui shook his head helplessly and sighed inwardly. He originally thought that hundreds of millions of funds could unlock the most basic weaponry. But unexpectedly, it was far from enough. The basic weaponry warehouse was filled with a variety of types. Although the price to unlock each was not high, the variety was overwhelming. He put all the funds in and only unlocked a small portion of the weapons. More than half remained locked. One can imagine how much money was needed to completely unlock the basic weaponry warehouse. The boss was utterly shocked. With a trembling voice, he asked, Su, how many types of weapons are there in total? Sui glanced at the weaponry warehouse. I still have several hundred types of weapons here. And more will be launched later, estimated to reach around 2,000 types. 2,000 types. 2,000 types. This number hit the boss's empty head like a heavy hammer. So terrifying. This is simply too terrifying. It had previously felt that Sui might rewrite the strange world's pattern. But now, this human before it would surely change the pattern of the strange world. As long as both sides maintained a cooperative relationship, it would follow this human to the peak of the strange world. What was once a trivial business now had to be taken completely seriously. With weapons, there must be a dedicated venue for sales. Obviously, the dim hotel wouldn't work. Let alone hundreds of types, even dozens could hardly be displayed in the hotel. Thinking of this, the boss looked at Sui. Su, do you have any plans? Sui nodded with a smile. Naturally, I do. He then took out a plan from the player warehouse. This was a plan that Sui had instructed the empty mirror to make when at the farmhouse. The plan detailed the steps and specific procedures needed to set up the company. The boss took the plan and carefully reviewed it, then sighed. Su, you truly are a genius. Leave the company location issue to me. Chapter 31, Location Determined, Strange Building. This plan was extremely detailed. One only needed to follow the plan. The dim hotel had a range of ghostly areas, including a stretch of dense forest. The plants born from the strange world absorbed vast amounts of eerie energy. So, they would cause some mental pollution to humans. Especially with several man-eating strange trees mixed in, it was even more ominous. The strange could hardly bear it, let alone humans. Considering this, the boss went alone. He had the dim hotel by his side, so he feared nothing. Sue, wait for me here, I'll check out the dense forest. Let's go together. Sue, those man-eating strange trees in the dense forest are incredibly dangerous. Man-eating strange trees. There's such a strange thing. But the boss's next words made Sui laugh. Those man-eating strange trees are full of ominousness, even if you don't touch them, just watching from afar can mentally pollute humans or even the strange. He had been worried about where to find a place full of dark energy to consume his overly abundant mental strength. Now, this was delivered to his doorstep. The most important thing was, he could accurately control the company's location. After all, in this area, he was the expert. Just right, I need some pollution too, shall we go together? The boss? Not buddy, what do you want to do? Even the strange would detour around the man-eating strange trees. You, a mere human, want to go close? However, recalling Suyi's various acts, he felt relieved. Who could stick their head into its dead silence and come out unharmed? Maybe Sui wasn't human at all. Okay. As soon as he entered the dense forest, Sui sensed the ominous energy. Following the ominous energy, he searched for the source. A giant tree, with branches full of fruit, came into view. Sui focused his gaze, and his mental strength began to drain rapidly. What hung on those branches were not fruits at all, but vivid, lifelike strange heads. As Sui examined them, they all stared back at him in unison. In an instant, a large amount of ominous energy surged forth. Sui not only did not dodge, but instead actively absorbed the ominous energy. This scene. The boss stared blankly. This ominous energy, it did not dare to touch lightly. But Sui absorbed it coolly, as if it were a meal. This made even the SS-level aberration feel a sense of unease. Good stuff. Good stuff. Sui couldn't help but hum. That feeling was like receiving a cool breeze in the hot summer. It quickly calmed his originally highly excited spiritual energy. But in less than a minute, the strange heads all turned at the same time, no longer releasing ominous energy. Stunned for a moment, Sui went around to the other side to absorb the ominous energy. This time, those heads insisted for only a few seconds before choosing to turn away. Sui went around again, and the heads turned again. After circling a few times, those heads chose to close their eyes, no longer releasing ominous energy. What the hell? What's wrong with this tree? Sui was dumbfounded. The boss stood silently by, not saying a word. Clearly, both the boss and the meat tree were left speechless by Sui. Boss, are there other meat trees in this forest? Yes. The boss fell into a state of silence. He simply couldn't understand what kind of monster Sui was. All right. Sui eagerly searched for meat trees. This dense forest was not large, and he finished searching quickly. There were only a dozen meat trees, all of them dealt with. After doing all this, Sui felt satisfied. When he returned, he could battle Lin Shi 300 rounds. Boss, this place is great, let the company be located here. Seeing the boss not reply, Sui turned his head to look. He saw the black robe hanging on the tree, completely still. Sui walked closer and poked the boss with his gun. Boss, what's wrong with you? Only then did the boss react, but his voice was slightly dazed. Su, you've caused me spiritual pollution. Sui? Boss. I'm going to accuse you of defamation. You're the aberration, I'm a human. After a moment, the boss's voice gradually cleared. Su, what do we do next? Push down everything except for the meat trees. These dozen meat trees were extremely scattered, leaving them wouldn't affect building. Then, Sui vaguely pointed in a direction. Boss, the main building of the company will be within this range. Okay. I will hire someone to design the blueprint for the main building when I go back. Sui didn't understand how buildings were constructed in the aberrant world, so he could only leave it to the boss. Boss, I need you to pay more attention to the construction aspects later. All right. On the way back, the boss asked. Su, can formed buildings be used directly? Sui was taken aback. What type? A skyscraper. Sui's eyes lit up. He had considered directly building a skyscraper before, but unfortunately gave up in the end. On one hand, the cost was high, on the other hand, it took a long time. The human world was like this, the aberrant world probably wasn't much different. Sui lacked both money and time. But he still tentatively asked. It can be, how do we get it here? Seeing Sui's expression, the boss's mood immediately improved. Su, you don't know. What do you mean? Sui was a bit confused. That skyscraper is an aberrant prop. the boss then explained to Sui. That skyscraper was a damaged SSS-level aberrant prop. Because it was in a damaged state, the building had no accompanying ghosts or killing rules. This prop had not recognized a master, so it could be built anywhere. What the hell, boss, this skyscraper is perfect for us. Sui eagerly asked. Where is that prop? Su, it's with the old goat. Okay, boss, you check with the old goat to see how much it would cost to get it. The old goat has deep pockets and isn't short on money. Not short on money? Sui thought for 2 seconds and came up with a strategy. Boss, how much stock do you have left? Hearing Sui say this, the boss hurriedly replied. Su, you don't know how popular Bloodflesh C4 is. In the time you've been gone, dozens of powers have inquired. This was because, during the time Sui had left, a major event had occurred in this area. The goat aberration had capitalized on Bloodflesh C4. Just a little over 10 hours. With an unstoppable force, it swallowed another power, causing orders to surge. In the black market, the price of Flesh C4 even skyrocketed to $1 million. Boss, this is good, let's use Flesh C4 to exchange for that item. As he spoke, Sui took out 1,000 pieces of Flesh C4. Okay, I'll go do it. Su, you wait back at the hotel for my news. The boss immediately set off toward the territory of the old goat. Inside the hotel. In the exclusive Supreme VIP room. Sui lay on the bed, unable to stop his silly smile. Lin Shi, who was lying beside Sui watching SpongeBob, asked curiously. Sui, what are you silly smiling about? Sui came back to his senses and pulled Lin Shi into his arms. In a few days, you'll know. Oh, what are you doing? Chapter 32, the four-fire military industry is about to take shape. The next day. Early in the morning. Sui waited in the hotel lobby. Based on the travel time, plus the negotiations, the boss should be about back now. But what Sui didn't expect was. The boss didn't come back, but Kongjing arrived first. Second brother, why are you here? Kongjing waved the package in his hand. Big brother, I brought you some supplements and went to check the site for building the trial center. Daoist Ling Su held a meeting to discuss it after returning. How to construct the trial center to perfectly meet both's needs. Sui took the package that Kongjing handed over and said stubbornly. Your big brother's body is extremely strong, I don't need this stuff at all. Kongjing didn't continue that topic and smiled, asking. Big brother, what are you doing here so early? Waiting for the boss to come back. Oh, so that's it. Kongjing took out the map and studied it. Big brother, then I'll go to the back mountain to take a look. Let's go, I'll take you to see. Sui waved his hand, signaling Kongjing to go with him. It was boring to wait here, so it was better to check the back mountain. Aren't you going to wait for the boss? Kongjing was taken aback upon hearing this. From his master, he knew that Sui had a crucial business with the boss. As for what it was, he didn't know. No need. At the back mountain. Kongjing assessed the location and took out his camera to start taking pictures. He wanted to document the complete data of the back mountain for future use. By the way, big brother, what business are you doing with the boss? Regarding Kongjing's inquiry, Sui didn't hide it. Arms trade. Kongjing's face twitched slightly. He thought that Big Brother had been straightened out after an eerie copy. Never expected he had moved the battlefield to the eerie world for the arms trade. Could it be that now Big Brother has all those eerie weapons? Thinking of this, Kongjing took a deep breath. Big brother, don't tell me you have a lot of those eerie weapons. Sui smiled and took out a flesh AK, tossing it to Kongjing. Can't say there are many, but enough for these eerie's. By the way, don't leak this news out for the time being. Rest assured, big brother, you know how tight-lipped I am. Sui nodded. It was precisely because he knew this that he informed Kongjing of this matter. Speaking of this, he said. By the way, second brother, when the company is established, come help me. Although there are no competitors in the eerie world, the problem is whether these Eries can keep the company running normally. Now, the business in Sui's hands was just small scale. The boss could handle one Erie, but what if there were more orders? Relying on other mindless Eries, it was simply impossible to run the company normally. He couldn't let everything be handled by his boss personally, right? Thus, Sui needed help to keep the company running. Kongjing was the perfect choice. On one hand, Sui understood him well, and Kongjing had never made mistakes in the businesses he handled. On the other hand, Kongjing had the relationship with his master, making it much easier to communicate with the trial center. As soon as these words came out, it really stunned Kongjing. He thought Big Brother was just simply selling weapons to the Eries. I never thought about starting a company at all. Boss, are you really going to set up a company? I've talked it over with the boss. Sui smiled and patted Kong Jing's shoulder. I'll be in charge of supplies, the boss will use his connections to sell. But, those strange beings in this bizarre world really. Small-scale business might be fine, but if it grows bigger, relying on these bizarre companies simply won't work. Hiss. Kong Jing gasped. So terrifying. Boss, you're really impressive. If the lighthouse had known you were this fierce, they wouldn't have dared to provoke you. When this topic came up, Sui smiled and asked. So, what's going on over there? Are they going to sanction me again? Sanction? No way. The lighthouse is completely scared. Kong Jing told Sui everything that happened in the human world. At first, when the horror game arrived, Long Country proposed to establish a bizarre association. Gather human strength to fight against the strange dungeons together. But unexpectedly, the lighthouse not only disagreed but also started to export weapons on a large scale and significantly increase troops at overseas bases. As a result, even under the pressure of the horror game, wars in various regions continued without stopping, instead intensifying. In the end, the proposal for the Bizarre Association fell through. This time, under Sui's threat. The lighthouse brought this proposal back and agreed to all the previous terms. Among them, the most important rule is that players are not allowed to attack each other in the real world. They even secretly reached out to say they would drastically reduce the number of weapons exported. In other words, to prevent Sui from threatening them again. The lighthouse gave up a lot of profits. Are they really that generous? Sui was taken aback. Would those arms dealers agree? Kong Jing looked at Sui with a resentful face. Boss, what if suddenly something crawls out of the screen to get you? Are you scared? Upon hearing this, Sui scratched his head and laughed. That's a point. The next moment, Sui slapped Kong Jing on the head. Are you trying to insult me in a roundabout way? What do you mean by something crawling out? Am I something? Kong Jing quickly begged for mercy. Wrong, I'm wrong, boss. By the way, boss, when will your company be established? To be honest, I haven't done business with the bazaar yet. I don't know what the strange beings here are like. Sui pondered for a moment. Estimating that no matter how slow the boss is, he should be back by now. When the boss returns and settles the building, it'll be fine? What? Settle the building? What does that mean? Kong Jing couldn't figure out what that meant. Sui noticed what was on Kong Jing's mind and explained right away. The boss bought a building from other strange beings for me. To help Kong Jing understand, Sui went on to explain. It's a bizarre item. If we were to build a building, it would take too long. Kong Jing's eyes suddenly widened. Whoa, it can work like this. Boss, you're not joking, are you? Such bizarre items can be used this way? Sui smiled and shook his head. Before this, he hadn't thought about using bizarre items like this either. Moreover, that was an SSS-level bizarre item that human players couldn't even access. After all, with such a level of item, once it's signed for use, there's a high chance of becoming a bizarre lord. Thinking of this, Sui said to Kong Jing. Let's go see if anyone's back. Chapter 33, Bizarre Dungeon, Human Lord. In the dense forest. The boss took out a model as big as a building and handed it to Sui. Sui took the model, and an alert appeared before his eyes. SSS-level bizarre item, Building 703. Note, this item is a damaged version, missing half of its ghostly spirit and killing rules, players should use it cautiously. Kong Jing looked at the item Sui held, unable to help but swallow his saliva. An SSS-level bizarre item, there probably isn't even one in the entire Long Country. To do business. This boss is really something. This SSS-level strange item must have cost him a lot of money. Su, how is this building? Sui smiled and nodded. Very good, just meets my expectations. As he spoke, he handed the building to the boss. SSS-level strange items, especially strange items like buildings, can merge with each other. Just so happens this strange building is a broken version, without any ghost traps or killing rules. Integrating it into the Dark Hotel, there's no need to worry about the ghost trap being changed. Unexpectedly, the boss waved his black robe and refused. Su, this is for you. The hotel pass has a cooldown period. But if you use this SSS-level strange item, you can become a strange lord. No pass needed, as long as you want, you can return to the building. Huh? What? Sui and Kong Jing were greatly shaken. Strange lord. What the hell, this SSS-level strange item, building type, can actually let players become strange lords. Seeing their shocked expressions, the boss smiled and explained. Suer, back then I became a strange lord by relying on the Dark Hotel. Sui looked at the building. Does that mean all strange lords rely on this kind of special strange item? Hearing this, the boss seemed a bit embarrassed, and after a few seconds of silence, he informed Sui. Besides using items to become a strange lord, you can also become a lord by occupying territory. Got it. Sui no longer hesitated and immediately clicked to use it. A 3D concept map instantly appeared before his eyes. This building was far more magnificent than Sui had imagined. Not to mention placing hundreds of weapons, even thousands, or even tens of thousands could fit. Would you like to select this area and set the SSS level item 703 building? Note, once the area is selected, the address cannot be changed. Yes. In an instant, a magnificent building appeared out of thin air in the dense forest. Building has been set, please name it. Sui thought briefly. The boss has no name, so there's no need to ask for his opinion. 2 seconds later, a sign appeared on the building. For Fire Military. After naming the building, Sui's panel changed accordingly. Name, Sui. Identity, player, strange lord. Physique, 238. Mental power, 666. Assets, countless. Strange items, stand-in doll. Territory, for Fire Military. Now, Sui is both a player in a horror game and a lord in a strange world. A thought crossed his mind, and the building sign suddenly lit up. This feeling is wonderful, as if the building is part of him. As long as he wants, the layout of the building can be changed anytime, anywhere. Then, Sui opened the territory. A detailed panel appeared in front of him. Territory, for Fire Military. Lord, Sui. Members, none. Income, none. Current territory level, a level. No ghost traps, no killing rules. When he saw the territory level, Sui was stunned. Damn, boss, our company won't become a strange dungeon, will it? As far as I know, that's how it is. Since the horror game arrived, the strange world has also changed. According to the boss, the Lord's territories are all strange dungeons. Take the old goat as an example. The strange level of the goat is SSS level. And it has many powerful strange followers, plus it has absorbed a faction, making its territory much larger. Now, the goat's strange territory has been classified as a nightmare level strange dungeon. Boss, do you mean that lords attacking each other will also raise the level of the strange dungeon? The boss sighed. Yes, but they are not fighting to raise the dungeon level. But to raise their own level, the larger the territory, the more resources. In the strange world, big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. The law remains the same among lords. Especially between neighboring lords, the struggle is especially intense. The larger the territory, the more followers can be recruited, the more resources can be seized. If it weren't for the peculiar ghost traps of the Dark Hotel and the boss's constant expansion of connections over the years, having built quite good relations with many major forces, it wouldn't just be this mere SSS level strange item. I'm afraid I would have been killed long ago. This dim hotel seems to be highly profitable, but it is not. Setting aside all costs, and adding its expenses for expanding connections. In the end, what's left is pitifully little. It simply cannot satisfy the resources it needs to upgrade. Without Su Yan, it might be stuck at SS level for its entire life. However, after Su Yan appeared, it saw a glimmer of hope. The huge profits from arms trade completely made up for this shortfall. In fact, it could fully rely on the arms provided by Su Yan to build an odd team and start its conquest. But no matter what point, it knows deeply that it must hold on tightly to the big thigh. Without the weapons provided by Su Yan, all of this would turn into a bubble. Su, what should we do next? Of course, we need to improve our company. As he spoke, Su Yan made personnel adjustments. Territory, for Fire Military Industry. Lord, Su Yan. Members, Boss, Empty Mirror. Earnings, none yet. Overall earnings distribution. Su Yan occupies 75%, while the boss occupies 20%. The remaining 5% is given to Empty Mirror. It's worth noting that even 5% is a terrifying number. Empty Mirror will be responsible for employee training. As a seasoned insider, it is best to leave this matter to him. The boss will utilize his network to contact major clients and spread the company's name. As for orders, Su Yan is not worried at all. This world is strange and inherently loves to fight. As long as the promotion is in place, orders will definitely not be lacking. Considering this, Su Yan looked at the boss. By the way, boss, recruit another batch of strange beings. They don't need to be too strong, just smart enough. The boss immediately agreed. The world of strange beings lacks everything, but never lacks weak strange beings. What else do we need to do? Also recruit a batch of A-level strange beings, not too many, about 20 is enough. Even with the protection of the Dark Hotel, Su Yan still felt uneasy. For fire, military industry will indeed become a coveted prize in the eyes of many forces. But at the same time, it will also be a thorn in the flesh for many forces. To achieve a perfect balance between the fire military industry and all forces, there must be a power unique to the fire military industry to maintain this balance. Is A-level enough? How about recruiting a batch of S-level? The boss has a vast network. If S-level strange beings are needed, they can be easily found. S-level strange beings? Having security that is S-level is certainly good. The Dark Hotel security team only has 3 S-level strange beings. Suddenly needing 20 S-level strange beings, will that put too much pressure on the boss? However, this thought flashed away in Su Yan's mind. The boss could establish himself in this area, so 20 S-level strange beings shouldn't be a big problem for him. After all, potential is forced out. Boss, if S-level strange beings lead the team, that would certainly be even better. Of course, if not, you shouldn't feel pressured either. These words clearly stimulated the boss. Su, are you underestimating the connections I've built over the years? Don't mention S-level, even if it's SS level, I can recruit them. Su Yan smiled. The boss indeed couldn't contain himself. So, he simply stopped being polite. In the future, the two will be the most important partners. The more the company earns, the more the boss gets. He will use the boss's network a bit. Empty Mirror even played the role of the atmosphere maker, constantly flattering the boss. Boss, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You have to take care of your younger brother in the company in the future. A round of flattery made the boss very satisfied. His entire black robe couldn't help but surge. Then 20 S-level strange beings, and 1 SS-level strange being. As soon as these words were spoken, the boss fell silent. The drifting black robe suddenly became still. 20 S-level strange beings would be simple, but this SS-level strange being, even for him, it would take some effort. Boss, if it can't be done, that's fine. After all, no strange being dares to run wild here in the ghost realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the boss immediately retorted. What's so hard about it? It's just 20 S-grade anomalies and 1 SS-grade anomaly. It's a trivial matter, just give me 3 days. Sui immediately clapped his hands. Alright, I'll organize the building in these 3 days. Kong Jing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Indeed, the boss is powerful. Of course, little brother, do you want to come with me to see the world? The boss was quite fond of Kong Jing's flattery and actively initiated the invitation. I won't go, boss, I still need to go back to report. Kong Jing hadn't even cleared a single dungeon yet. He could almost be considered a rookie among rookies. If he encountered any powerful anomaly outside, a single fart might just blow him up. Alright then. The boss felt quite regretful. Though Kong Jing wasn't strong, his words were still pleasant to hear. After leaving this to Sui, he prepared to head to the territory of the old goat. The old goat had just swallowed another faction in the city, and still had several SS-grade prisoners under him. It was worth a try to see if he could pick one from among them. After all, the old goat had just killed their leader not long ago. In a short time, these guys would definitely not be able to integrate into the team. Boss, do you think the boss can do it? No problem at all. Kong Jing cheerfully leaned in closer to Sui. Boss, speaking of which, you are amazing. Anomalies at the level of the boss have been easily subdued by you. Sui smiled and gave Kong Jing a light pat on the head. From now on, don't say things that aren't beneficial to unity. Secondly, the boss is now my beloved friend. Our company's future development cannot do without the boss's networking. After all, he and Kong Jing were humans. In the world of anomalies, it was still quite inconvenient. Many things are actually better handled by the boss personally. Let's go, take a look at the building. Okay. The building. A total of 36 floors. The internal space is vast. With the upgrade of this anomalous item, it can further expand in area. The first 10 floors are an open structure. Kong Jing looked up and couldn't help but exclaim. Wow, boss, this place is so big. This is just the beginning? Sui snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the interior of the building began to change. 11th floor. 12th floor. Until the 36th floor in the middle, it changed into an open structure. The dim sunlight from outside shone through the hollow parts, illuminating the interior. The scene unfolding before Kong Jing was truly shocking. After entering the anomalous dungeon, his understanding had been repeatedly reshaped. After doing all this, Sui took a deep breath. Although this building could change according to his thoughts, the mental energy consumed was also tremendously huge. Even though Sui had a mental power far beyond ordinary people, even beyond anomalies. After all this, he still felt a bit fatigued. However, this also allowed Sui to reap substantial rewards. He deepened his control over this building even further. This 36-story giant structure needed to be well utilized, so it required thorough planning. A few floors for exhibitions, a few for storage, and a few for client reception. Including employee dormitories, employee cafeterias. Sui rubbed his head, feeling somewhat tired. The mental energy required to transform the entire building would be an extremely frightening number. Therefore, he needed to consider everything all at once. To avoid needing to make secondary modifications in the future. Looking at the constantly changing architecture, Kong Jing had an idea. Boss, since you can control this anomalous item. If I find an anomalous item, can I also become an anomaly lord? Once I become an anomaly lord, can I also remodel my territory like you? Sui shook his head and advised. Theoretically, yes, but in reality, no. Why not? You can't sustain a mental force to maintain such a level of item. This kind of building type anomalous item requires a massive consumption of mental power just to establish. Sui didn't feel it, simply because his mental energy pool was long. If other people were to attempt it, they wouldn't even be able to change the internal structure of the building. I'm afraid it's a problem whether I can set up this SSS level bizarre item. Boss, my master uncle said that my strength is about that of an A-level player. How much mental power? 55 points. That's far from enough. Is this not enough? Kong Jing found it hard to believe. After all, he was a senior disciple of the Taoist school, often cultivating the spirit. Even if he had never experienced a dungeon, his mental power surpassed most players. Could it be that this isn't enough? Oh, I have almost 800 points. Kong Jing? Duo Xiao? You said Duo Xiao? Almost 800 points? You're not joking, are you, boss? Is this something to joke about? Sui cheerfully opened the panel. The panel showed mental power as high as 780 points. Kong Jing's mind went blank, and his eyes became hollow. Is this even human? He initially wanted to find a high-level architectural bizarre item. Then use it directly to build the trial center. Afterward, he planned to change its layout as desired. This would save a lot of trouble. But now, given the situation, it was obviously not possible. But I have another way. Kong Jing's eyes instantly lit up. What's the way, boss? Chapter 35, Design completed, Blood and Flesh Mansion. Other low-level bizarre items that meet the requirements are actually better. In the trial ground. There's no need to pursue excessively high-level architectural bizarre items. As long as there are architectural bizarre items that meet the requirements, it's fine. Sui said this for two reasons. On one hand, SSS-level bizarre items are hard to come by. On the other hand, adding a bizarre lord to the back mountain is not a good thing. The back mountain has neither the protection of the Dark Hotel's ghostly tricks nor a strong fighting force stationed. If foreign forces invade, it could cause trouble. If low-level bizarre items are used to change the terrain and establish the trial center, then there's no need to worry about attracting the covetous gaze of other forces. Kong Jing thought carefully upon hearing this. This indeed makes things much easier. An SSS-level bizarre item might not be found even throughout the entire Dragon Nation. But low-level architectural bizarre items can definitely be found. It is known that the number of players in the Dragon Nation is firmly the highest in the world. Finding a common architectural bizarre item is still easy. Boss, you really have a way. Of course, after all, I'm the boss, and you're the second. Kong Jing. At the hotel. In the lobby. Lin Shi, wearing a short sleeve and jeans, was playing with Xiao Qian. Kong Jing saw the scene. He thought a new player had entered the dungeon. Beautiful girl, you just. But after seeing who it was, he forcefully swallowed back those words. He quickly took several steps back and shouted. Hello, sister-in-law. This shout startled everyone in the lobby. After Lin Shi put down Xiao Qian, she quickly hid behind Sui. Hey, what are you doing? Sui smiled and gave Kong Jing a light knock on the head. What are you acting silly for? Xiao Qian also leaned over, grinning and muttering. Suhua, this person seems a bit slow. Alright, three of you ganging up to bully me, huh? Kong Jing, in anger, shouted back. Sister-in-law, you changed your clothes, and for a moment I didn't recognize you, I thought a big star had come. Lin Shi hugged Sui's arm, happily saying. My brother bought this for me. Sui waved his hand. Okay, stop joking around, hurry up and go back to report. By the way, remember to help me find a few designers. Alright, boss, I'm leaving. While speaking, Kong Jing left the dungeon. After Kong Jing left, Sui turned to Lin Shi. Why aren't you resting in the room for a bit? I can't sleep without you? Is it that you can't hold it in, or can't sleep? A flush appeared on Lin Shi's face, and she lightly punched Sui. You're annoying. Xiao Qian stood to the side with a big grin, watching the two. Fairy sister, your face is red. Sui playfully closed Xiao Qian's big mouth and gave her a little push. Go go go, adults are talking, kids should not listen, go eat snacks. Then, he took out a big bag of snacks and handed it over. Xiao Qian took the snacks and happily ran back to the counter. Let's go, time to sleep. In these past 2 days, Sui hadn't had good rest. He was planning to return to his room for a good rest. Lin Shi leaned closer to Sui and whispered softly. I learned a few tricks from the TV. Good good good. Sui picked up Lin Shi and rushed into the room, ready to sleep soundly. Farm stay. Sui looked at a few design drawings in his hands, pondering which one to use. After returning, Kong Jing immediately began searching for several top designers in the country. Not only did he find these top designers, but he also worked overnight to create more than a dozen design drawings according to the requirements. After screening, he finally selected these few. These few contain very detailed information. Not only is there a weapon exhibition hall, but also a shooting range for guests to try the firearms. In addition to the design drawings, there are also corresponding concept images. But which one to choose left Sui a bit confused. All these designs looked perfect, yet they seemed to lack something, making it difficult for him to decide. At that moment, Lin Shi came out wearing a bathrobe after taking a shower. What are you looking at? I'm looking at the company's design drawings. Sui waved his hand. Come and take a look, which one do you like? Lin Shi sat next to Sui, carefully examining each design drawing. They are all quite beautiful. If you were in a bizarre world, which one would you choose? If it opens in a bizarre world, other bizarre beings might not like it. Why? Sui was taken aback. He didn't expect Lin Shi to give such an evaluation. Lin Shi pointed at the design drawing and expressed her thoughts. The style is not suitable, the bizarre world doesn't have the beautiful scenery of the human world. Most areas of the bizarre world are eerie and terrifying, and there are no diverse architectural styles. Hiss. One sentence woke the dreamer. Sui immediately understood the problem. The bizarre world and the human world are essentially different. So architectural design must adapt to local customs, leaning towards the bizarre. Thinking of this, Sui hugged Lin Shi tightly and took a few deep breaths. Baby, you're amazing. Lin Shi was startled by Sui's kisses. She stared blankly as Sui dashed out. After figuring out the problem, Sui immediately called Kong Jing to inform him. Upon receiving this information, Kong Jing quickly contacted the designers. Following Sui's request, the designs were adjusted to lean toward the bizarre. Before long, they sent several design drawings and an overall concept image. Eerie, terrifying, the bizarre atmosphere was there. But Sui looked at these design drawings and still felt somewhat dissatisfied. He sensed that these might not be suitable for showcasing his weapons. Reluctantly, he took the design drawings and approached Lin Shi again. Baby, take a look at these and see if you like any. The buildings in the design drawings were filled with a bizarre, terrifying atmosphere. Lin Shi glanced at them and shook her head. Not to my liking, but they are quite suitable. By the way, Sui, what are you planning to sell? Damn. This question rang like thunder in Sui's mind. These designers had never been to the bizarre world. What they understood about the bizarre world came from game guides. And most importantly, these designers did not know what weapons Sui planned to sell. Sui hugged Lin Shi tightly and took a few deep breaths again. Baby, when we get back, I'll reward you properly. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. What reward? But unfortunately, as soon as she asked, Sui had already dashed out of the room. In the yard, Sui took out some weapons and started taking photos. Blood and Flesh Desert Eagle, Blood and Flesh AK, Blood and Flesh Revolver. A total of more than a dozen models of weapons. Without exception, all these weapons were made of flesh and blood. After sending the photos of these weapons to Kong Jing, he quickly replied. This time, Sui was completely satisfied. Both in appearance and internal structure, they perfectly met his requirements. In the photos, there stood a flesh and blood building. Chapter 36-36. Main purpose, build the company. The Flesh and Blood Mansion. Combining both bizarre and real elements. From the outside, it looks completely like a mansion built from flesh and blood. Blood vessels on the exterior make the whole building seem like a sleeping demon. The exhibition hall is designed to showcase various weapons, possessing a unique beauty. Sui, filled with excitement, returned to his room with the design plans. Come take a look, how's this one? Lin Shi examined the entire design plan and the overall concept before nodding slightly. This one is pretty good. Pretty good? This evaluation was somewhat below Su Yi's expectations. He thought that this design plan, perfect in his eyes, would at least earn a good word from Lin Shi. He never imagined he would only get a pretty good rating. As a man, his pride took a hit at that moment. Could it be that my taste really isn't good enough? Thinking of this, Su Yi felt a bit regretful. If I had known earlier, I would have asked those designers to do more. Lin Shi noticed Su Yi's disappointment. She gently leaned against him and pointed at the design plan. This design is really good, but this logo is too abrupt. I estimate that in the bizarre world, there aren't any bizarre beings that like this style. Su Yi looked at Lin Shi in astonishment. Wait, you know about logos? Lin Shi tapped Su Yi on the head. The bizarre world has cities, okay? It has lots of shops too, okay? Do you think I'm like you, some country bumpkin who has never been outside? Su Yi. This retort left Su Yi speechless. He thought that the bizarre world was all about ruin and desolation. He never considered that the bizarre world also had cities and shops. Alright, stop being dazed, let me tell you how to improve it. Lin Shi leaned closer to Su Yi, carefully pointing out the problems. The Flesh and Blood mansion itself is already a sign. There's no need to set up huge neon lights on the roof and walls. Though the colors and design are leaning toward the bizarre, it's just that bizarre beings don't like this. Take the Dark Hotel as an example. Even if internal settings change, from the outside, it still looks like a spooky, terrifying castle. So, this sign can definitely be placed inside. It just so happens that the interior of the mansion is hollowed out, the company logo can be placed here. From the design plan to the overall concept plan. Lin Shi meticulously reviewed it from start to finish. The general direction is okay, but there are many details that need to be modified. It is because the bizarre and human perception is different, after all, both exist in different worlds. Details must reflect the overall style aligned with the bizarre world. Just like a saying in the Dragon Kingdom, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. She understood this point in her heart and prepared to carefully modify the details. Su Yi quietly watched from the side. He intended to say a few words. But there wasn't a shred of artistic talent in his mind. Wanting to speak up, he didn't know where to start. One person and one bizarre being, until the sun set. Lin Shi finally stretched and handed the materials to Su Yi. This will do, my design would belong to the top tier even in the bizarre city. Bringing up this topic again, Su Yi couldn't help but ask. Since there are cities in the bizarre world, why hasn't anyone been chosen to enter such a copy? Lin Shi smiled. Even if your human players are selected for the bizarre city copies, would you dare to wander around? Su Yi nodded while looking at the design plan. Lin Shi was right, let alone the bizarre city, even any random eerie copy in the wilderness. Players chosen wouldn't dare to run around. After all, in the copy, the bizarre would still be bound by horrifying game rules. Once out of the corresponding area of the bizarre copy, there are no rules to bind. Bizarre beings without rules are a deadly existence for players. Even if there are no bizarre beings. Survived for a while by luck. But who can ensure that there aren't even more terrifying things outside? For example, the devouring tree in the dense forest. If Su Yan had chosen to take a detour at that time and encountered this thing, then he would probably now be a part of the branches of the devouring tree. That's true, let's go back and plan the company well. No way. Lin Shi jumped up from the sofa upon hearing this. Pouting and looking at Su Yan, she said pitifully. You said you would take me out to play. Su Yan glanced at the design plans in his hand, then looked at the pitiful Lin Shi. Changing the entire building couldn't be completed in a short time, so it was better to take Lin Shi out to relax a bit. Okay, where do you want to go? Lin Shi looked at the sky outside. I want to eat hot pot. Okay. After Su Yan put away all the plans, he gently patted Lin Shi's bottom. Good girl, go change your clothes, and I'll take you to eat hot pot later. Inside the hot pot restaurant. Su Yan watched Lin Shi, who was devouring her food like a whirlwind. He really wanted to take her to find an all-you-can-eat restaurant and teach the owner a lesson. With this speed, one restaurant would probably not be enough for her consumption. Until 3 in the morning. The hot pot restaurant staff couldn't help but come over to remind her. Miss, we are about to close, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's little face turned red. The normal closing time for this store was 1 o'clock. And the waiter had urged several times already, even if she wanted to eat more, she felt too shy to stay longer. Alright. Sir, please settle the bill over here. Huh, is it over? Su Yan woke up in a daze and followed the waiter to pay the bill. Outside the store. Lin Shi held the sleepy Su Yan's hand, walking slowly. One person and one ghost, walking. A little shop decorated with pink neon lights caught Lin Shi's attention. Su Yan, what kind of shop is that? The lights look so beautiful. Su Yan focused, instantly feeling refreshed. Oh, it's selling clothes. Want to buy a few more outfits? Sure. Sure. Hearing this, Lin Shi's smile grew even brighter. But when she followed Su Yan into the store, she froze completely. There were indeed many types of clothes, but most were uniforms. Aside from these, there were also many little toys. Although she had seen these toys on television, seeing them in real life made Lin Shi's face turn red instantly. This. It was really too embarrassing. Fortunately, this was a self-service store. Otherwise, she would have run away shyly long ago. Su Yan pointed at a little skirt in the counter, gazing at Lin Shi with a lewd smile. You would definitely look beautiful in this. In the end, Su Yan picked out more than 10 different battle outfits for Lin Shi. After doing all this, he couldn't wait to take Lin Shi back to the building. The main purpose was to build the building and get the company on track soon. The secondary purpose was to play with Lin Shi a bit to enhance mental power. Playing happily would enhance mental power faster, so... On the top floor of the building, when Lin Shi appeared wearing a little fishnet outfit, Su Yan felt like he was about to explode. Chapter 37 The Boss Returns, Unexpected Joy. In 3 days, the Blood Flesh building was 80% completed. Apart from the top 6 floors, which were only roughly built, the other areas were completely finished. This was thanks to Su Yan's tireless work during these 3 days. Playing to enhance mental power and then using mental power to transform the building. If it weren't for the fact that it was the final stages, Lin Shi really couldn't hold on any longer. Su Yan really wanted to finish transforming the entire building in one go. Looking at Lin Shi, who lay beside him, deeply asleep, Su Yan took a deep breath, forced himself to get out of bed, and walked to the bathroom. When he saw himself in the mirror, Su Yan was stunned. In the mirror, he looked pale, sporting thick dark circles under his eyes, looking like he was about to die. Seeing this scene, Su Yan made a silent decision. Once the building was transformed properly, he must abstain from indulging himself. At the same time, he comforted himself in his heart. It's mainly for building the company, not for being infatuated with Lin Shi's beauty. Thinking of this, Su Yan couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. This little lady really can persist. If it weren't for the unlimited enhancements supporting several waves, he would have surrendered. Besides building the hotel, he gained another reward. Through 3 days of continuous boosting of mental strength and constant consumption of it, his control over mental power became more skilled. Unfortunately, due to the continuous enhancements and consumption, Su Yan's total mental strength did not increase. After a simple wash, Su Yan headed to the hotel. In addition to these 3 days, the boss has been gone for 5 days. Before leaving, he specifically instructed the boss. No matter what happens, even if he can't recruit employees, he must come back to take a look, to avoid any trouble. Since the Blood Meat C4 exploded in popularity, many forces have their eyes on the Dark Hotel. If some guys sneak in, Su Yan is not the lord of the Dark Hotel, and he wouldn't know the situation immediately. Hotel. 6th floor. Su Yan was pestering the security captain, asking about the boss's situation. Headless, when do you think the boss will come back? Headless swayed its body strangely a little. I don't know. The security captain shook his head. It really didn't know the boss's whereabouts. But no matter how he explained, Su Yan still clung to him tightly. This left it speechless, so it had to find an excuse. Mr. Su, we are about to enter the patrol time. Do you think the boss will not? Before he could finish, the security captain raised his hand to interrupt. Mr. Su, I will go patrol first, and I will chat with you after I come back. Oh, then that's fine. Watching the security captain enter the elevator, Su Yan considered for 0.01 seconds and chose to squeeze into the elevator. I thought about it, I should go back to rest for now. When the boss comes back, just remember to notify me. The security captain did not speak, just silently nodded. Unexpectedly, just as the elevator door closed, a red light lit up on the intercom on it. Then, the boss's voice came through. I will arrive at the hotel in 2 hours, gather all the brothers and bring weapons to the back mountain. By the way, don't notify Su about this matter for now, let's give him a surprise. Unfortunately, this conversation was clearly heard by Su Yan. Surprise? What kind of surprise? Why does it need to prepare something with the subordinates? Could it be that they really pulled in an SS-level anomaly? But what kind of surprise is that? As for higher-level anomalies, Su Yan didn't even think about it. Let alone SS-level anomalies, even SS-level ones are extremely rare. Moreover, SS-level anomalies can establish their own forces. Why would they work for someone else? Thinking of this, Su Yan speculated. The boss probably recruited an SS-level anomaly. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such behavior. But this level of anomaly needs to gather the entire hotel staff and bring weapons? Thinking of this, Su Yan furrowed his brow tightly. Headless, why do you think the boss is doing this? I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I don't know. The security captain also did not know the reason. This answer left Su Yan quite dissatisfied. You don't know, is it because you have no head? Or should I pick a head for you from the food anomaly tree? The security captain was shocked and trembled as it asked. Mr. Su, can you really pick a head from the food anomaly tree? When it first entered the hotel, it accidentally wandered into the dense forest. If not for the boss, it might have become fertilizer long ago. Although it had a lucky escape, its head was taken by the food anomaly tree. The incomplete state caused it to be stuck at the peak of S level, unable to upgrade to SS level anomaly. It had tried many times to retrieve its head, but all ended in failure. Su Yan? Buddy, I was just joking, and you actually took it seriously? Thinking of this, he looked at the security captain in surprise. Could it be that your head is really hanging on the food anomaly tree? Yes, Mr. Su. The security team leader trembled. Mr. Su, could you please bring back my head? I can trade something for it. Sui shook his head. There's no need to trade. Just take me to the back mountain. The security team leader fell silent this time. The boss had instructed him not to inform Sui about this matter. Seeing the security team leader not speak, Sui continued. I accidentally heard this news, and I went there on my own. Mr. Su, but I can't guarantee your safety. The security team leader expressed his greatest concern. This time, he didn't know what the situation in the back mountain was really like. If something really happened to Sui, it would not be something he could afford. I need you to protect me? In an instant. A powerful mental force suppressed the security team leader. It came quickly and left just as fast. Huff, huff. The security leader gasped heavily. Sui's powerful strength, combined with the desire for a head. In the end, he agreed. Alright, Mr. Su, I will take you there. Okay, you gather the people, and I will go get your head. Sui put on a smile. By the way, what does your head look like? Mr. Su, my head was completely devoured by the grotesque tree, only the skull remains. Got it. At that time, when Sui was attacking the grotesque tree, he was still puzzled as to why there was a white skull among a group of lifelike heads. So this skull belonged to the security team leader. Thinking of this, he hurried towards the grotesque tree's location. Not long after, Sui returned to the hotel, holding a skull. No head, could not find the jaw. As he spoke, he threw the skull in his hand towards the security team leader. The security team leader eagerly caught the skull and pressed it onto his headless body. Just for a moment, countless strange energies surged from his neck, enveloping the skull. Seeing the security team leader's look, Sui couldn't help but comment. It doesn't look as good as before. Thank you, Mr. Su. No need, let's hurry and leave. When Sui followed the group to the back mountain, he was stunned. Before him, the back mountain was densely packed with the grotesque. Chapter 38, for Fire Security, SS Class Grotesque. At the back mountain, Sui looked wide-eyed. He roughly calculated in his heart. With such a number of grotesques, there were at least 500 or 600. Though most of them were weak little grotesques, their sheer number was overwhelming. If these were all employees recruited by the company, it would indeed be a great surprise. However, upon closer inspection, Sui noticed something amiss. This was not a single team. The little grotesques at the forefront, dressed in ragged clothes resembling night demons, formed one team. The middle part, with grotesques of different shapes, formed another team. At the end of the line, the most outrageous was a team escorting a prisoner transport. But Sui searched carefully and found no trace of the boss. Without a head, what is going on here? The skull of the security team leader, surrounded by strange energy, looked at Sui. Mr. Su, I don't know either. What the boss said, you have all heard. We should just wait here. He had never considered this problem at all. As for where those grotesques came from across the way, he did not care. The boss had spoken, what he needed to do was to carry out orders without question. This was one of the reasons the boss regarded him as a confidant. Great, asking was pointless. Sui simply took a reclining chair from the warehouse. He directly lay down among the many grotesques. Though he was curious about what those teams across were up to, he would not rashly approach. With so many grotesques, plus the lack of the hotel's eerie suppression in the back mountain, Even he could not ensure that he would not take a tumble into the gutter. Not long after, that mighty team gathered at the back mountain. Like Suyi's team, they too stopped when they reached the back mountain and chose to wait in place. As time passed, the large group split into 3 factions. They each occupied different positions. The closest to Su Yan was a group made up of small yachas. These little guys were truly not worth looking at. Su Yan felt that just throwing a few flesh bombs could wipe these little guys out. However, what surprised him was this team of little guys, although the largest in number, was actually the quietest one. Gathered together as a large mass, they made no sound at all. The loudest was actually the one in the middle, and a few strange ones even started fighting. This farce came quickly and went quickly, only because the escorting strange ones acted. The strength of the attacking strange was far beyond that of the few rowdy ones. In an instant, the troublemaking strange ones were dealt with. The originally noisy team in the middle also fell completely silent after this. Su Yan frowned at this scene. Those few strange ones looked to be rather strong. But even so, they were instantly killed by the strange one that seemed to be the escort captain. Su Yan speculated that this strange was very likely at SS level. What level would the prisoners escorted by an SS level strange be? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. Could it be that all the prisoners in those few prison cars were SS level strange ones bought by the boss? At this moment, Su Yan saw a figure coming from afar. It's coming. He saw the boss first go to the team escorting the prison cars. After speaking a few words with the leading strange one, that team quickly gathered together. Coming along with this team was also that kind of team in the middle. As for that large group of small yachas, the boss ignored them. After seeing this, Su Yan gathered his reclining chair. Quietly pulling the strange ones to his side, he indeed wanted to see what surprise the boss had prepared. Before long, that team came close. Headless, come over for the handover. Yes, boss. Su Yan hid at the back of the team, looking at the 4 strange ones in the prison car. Hiss. Feeling their powerful aura, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. All 4 were actually SS-level strange ones. No wonder the boss spent so much time. It turned out he brought back so many SS-level strange ones. However, these 4 strange ones looked to be in bad shape. Each was shackled and appeared listless. One strange even had scars all over its body, with strange energy continuously spraying out from those wounds. If this continues, it might not be long before it kicks the bucket. From the state of these strange ones, Su Yan guessed their identity. Without a doubt, they were the small leaders of the defeated powers. To be honest, Lin knew Su Yan really didn't expect the boss could bring back so many. Soon, the handover was completed. The strange ones who transported the prison cars led the team away after delivering them. Besides the 4 strange ones in the prison car, there were also a dozen or so S-level strange ones following behind. If you included the few strange ones that were killed, that made exactly 20. Su Yan understood at this point. This was the security team the boss found for himself. Boss, I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. The boss, who was explaining things to the security team leader, suddenly paused. What the heck, how did you get here? Originally, he didn't intend to inform Su Yan of this matter, wanting to show off a bit. But he didn't expect Su Yan to be hiding in the team. Su Yan shrugged and walked out of the team. I was right next to you when you sent the message. The boss was stunned for a moment, then proudly said. Su, what do you think? For SS-level strange ones, what do you think? Seeing the boss's expression, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Boss, you truly are too powerful. Having a partner like you is a stroke of good fortune. After all, having mixed in the human world for so many years, Su Yan knew well what the boss wanted. It was just for face, right? This round of flattery sent the boss soaring. Of course, do you even know who I am? As he spoke, the boss began to introduce the identities of the prisoners. That one, almost beaten to death, was the most bizarre and the strongest, reaching the peak of SS level. As for the remaining 3, they were all mid-tier SS level. If these 4 bizarre creatures could be captured, the 4-fire military industry could directly advance to SS level, even to SSS level bizarre dungeons. Sui observed these individuals in the prison cart. Boss, I think these guys seem very defiant. Hearing this, the boss awkwardly smiled. When it rushed over, it happened to catch the old goat torturing these 4 bizarre creatures who refused to surrender. In the end, it bought them from the old goat at a very cheap price. In this situation, if these bizarre creatures showed it any goodwill, that would truly be strange. Just bought them back, a few more days of training will fix them. With that, the boss quickly changed the subject. Look, I even specially found a lot of little bizarre creatures for you. These little bizarre creatures can be used to build the company. Sui waved his hand. I've already fixed it. Boss? Chapter 39, Bizarre Dungeon, for Fire Military Industry. Fixed it? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. The boss looked at Sui in disbelief. Even without the ghost and the rules for killing, that building was still an SSS-level bizarre item. To change its layout would require a massive amount of mental energy. Even it, a specialized bizarre creature in mental energy, had taken months to completely transform the entire Dark Hotel. It had only been a few days since it left. Had the entire building been transformed in that time? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. The boss believed Sui could do it. But it did not believe Sui could do it in such a short time. However, it quickly calmed down. It guessed that Sui was shocked upon seeing these 4 SS bizarre creatures. Not wanting to lose face in front of it, he had to say something stubborn. Thinking of this, it comforted Sui. Su, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Transforming an SSS-level bizarre building is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Seeing the boss's doubt, Sui smiled and shook his head. If it weren't for Linshi, let alone a few days, even 1 or 2 months might not be enough to transform the entire building into a working state. Those little night demons were quiet, just about right to take on the role of employees. It's indeed not fully finished yet, so let's have these little bizarre creatures follow along. Okay, Headless, you take them back. I'll accompany Su to the building first. After receiving the order, the security captain immediately took the prison cart and a dozen S-level bizarre creatures back to the hotel. Soon, Sui, under the boss's guidance, arrived at the group of little night demons. On the way, the boss even specially introduced the little night demons to Sui. To his surprise, these little creatures really were a branch of the night demon tribe. There are tons of these little night demons, but most don't exceed sea level. Sea level bizarre creatures are as common as dirt in this world. For the little night demons to survive, they can only work for stronger bizarre creatures at extremely low prices. For example, building houses or fixing things. Or they would be hired as waiters, etc., because they're diligent workers and ask for so little. Besides this, there's one more thing. Little night demons aren't very bright, and as long as their bosses don't speak, these little guys will keep working until they drop. In other words, hiring this group of little bizarre creatures can be done without spending a penny. Sui's feelings were a bit complicated. He never expected there to be cattle and horses in the bizarre world. Before crossing over, wasn't he just like these little night demons? Working hard for little pay, living like cattle and horses. In the end, he stayed up late and worked overtime to come to this world and became a weapons dealer. The boss pointed at this group of little night demons. Su, take your pick. Sui waved his hand and said nothing. The boss asked in surprise during a meal. None at all? When the little goblins heard this, they all began to pack their bags in disappointment. No, I want them all. Then, Su Yan looked at the group of little goblins. Do you have a leader? Soon, a little goblin, completely red and wearing shorts, stepped forward. Sir, may I ask what your instructions are? Count the list and hand it to me later. Yes, sir. The boss floated beside Su Yan and whispered. Su, I didn't expect you to be the real cunning businessman. Back then, I didn't even dare to use little goblins to build the Dark Hotel. Building a big building, for these little goblins. Such a big project means none of them would survive till the end. After getting the list, Su Yan said to the leading little goblin. Alright, let your people set up camp here. This action confused the boss. Su, what are you doing? Why not let them set up camp directly at the building? The back mountain is quite a distance from the building. Letting the little goblins camp here is wasting a lot of time, isn't it? Su Yan smiled and said. Who said I want them to build the building? I plan to have them build a trial center. Boss? He never expected that Su Yan wanted the little goblins to camp again for this purpose. What about the building? The boss suddenly became anxious. The sooner the building is completed, the sooner they can do business and earn money. All this wasted time is money. The overall renovation is complete, it can open any time. As for the remaining 6 floors, I can finish them in the next few days. While speaking, Su Yan handed the design plan and concept drawing to the boss. The boss looked at the concept drawing in his hand, numb. So beautiful, so perfect. It completely captivated him at once. This design, this style, plus the concept drawing for the weapon display hall. With promotion, it would definitely make the for-fire military industry explode in popularity. You see, the strange world is not short of wealthy guys. Attracting such big clients would. The boss didn't dare to think further. But a building of this level, even for him, would take half a year, or even a year to complete. Could it be that Su really finished it? The boss pointed at the design drawing, his voice trembling as he asked. Su, have you really renovated it? Yes, and it has been completely renovated according to the design drawing. The boss quickly spiraled in the air a few times. He forced himself to calm down. Sue, I feel like what we are selling is not arms, but artworks. If we can truly achieve this effect, I think we should prepare for a grand opening ceremony. Ha? Opening ceremony? Su Yan really hadn't thought about this issue. When selling arms in the human world, he always sold them sneakily. Who would dare to show it openly? But the strange world is different. Even if he puts it on the table, no one would bat an eye. This idea is not bad, I will think about it. At this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared. Ding, a player has arrived in the instance. Please issue the task in a timely manner, Lord. Damn. Su Yan's exclamation startled the boss. What happened, Su? A player has arrived at the building. Hearing this, the boss sighed in relief. He thought something big had happened. Su, you're really lucky. Never thought that as soon as you became Lord, a player would arrive. After hearing the boss's explanation, Su Yan understood. Boss, you mean, the horror game will also give rewards to the Lord? The boss gently swayed his black robe. Yes, otherwise why would the Lord follow the rules set by the horror game? Forget about the killing rules, the strange things are still extremely deadly for humans. Su Yan understood. So, if I issue a task and set the corresponding rules, if these players do not violate the rules, I cannot act, right? The boss thought for a moment. You can act, but you will face penalties from the horror game? What punishment? Players will be forcibly teleported out of the dungeon, while the Lord will be sent to another space. Chapter 40, Players Intrude, No One Cares. A-level dungeon. The 4-Fire Military. Players chosen by the horror game are teleported into the flesh building at the same time. Oh my god, what is this place? So scary, is there a chainsaw man in here? Could this be a vampire nest? For Fire Military, this dungeon name looks strange. This group of newbies is going to be unlucky, being chosen for a team dungeon. The viewers in the live stream are buzzing with discussion. This 4-Fire Military belongs to a brand new team dungeon. There are 27 new players, coming from 9 different countries. Players from various countries form different teams. Team dungeons are fundamentally different from solo dungeons. Solo dungeons are not competitive, while team dungeons are competitive. Not only do teams need to guard against strange occurrences, but they also have to compete with other teams. Typically, team dungeons have team rankings. Different ranks yield different rewards. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. Falling behind in rank not only means no rewards, but may also lead to punishments. Since they are all newbies and have never entered strange dungeons before. After entering the dungeon, these players are just observing. After waiting for half an hour, there is still no task assigned by the dungeon. It seems as if there are no strange occurrences in this building at all. At this moment, a string of scarlet text appears. Do not leave the building. All players see this prompt. Do not leave the building? Could this dungeon task be as simple as a survival mission? Stay inside the building for 48 hours? Regardless of level, dungeons have a time limit, which is 48 hours. After the prompt appears, every player's reaction is different. Some players suggest they should use this time to search for useful supplies in the building. Others think that they should stay in the building and wait for the task to be assigned. Some teams even start arguing because of this. Soon, a team leaves the hall. This team immediately attracts the attention of other teams. The team leaving is from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Viewers in the live stream start buzzing again. Especially the viewers from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, who are extremely lively. What are these little guys trying to do? No wonder we pickled vegetables have courage, look at how the other cowards are too scared to move. This dungeon is really strange, I haven't seen a single creepy thing. What do you know? The one leading the team is none other than our full professor from the Pickled Vegetables. The full professor has quite a bit of research on strange dungeons. Dark Hotel. In the office, Sui is busy checking the files of S-level strange occurrences and trying to find a way to recover those 4 SSJI strange occurrences. He has no mind to pay attention to the players in the building. After giving the prompt not to leave the building, he no longer pays them any attention. Moreover, aside from the first floor hall and second floor exhibition hall, the other areas are completely inaccessible to these players. Sue, what do you think of these guys? The boss cheerfully hands a stack of materials to Sui. If these guys don't suit your taste, I'll pick some others for you later. Sui considers the quantity. There are a total of 20 files among them. Boss, the quantity doesn't match, right? The boss slumps in his chair. Sue, don't mind these details. The few strange occurrences that were killed, I haven't had time to select the files yet. I've been running around these days, it's really tiring. Hearing this, Sui internally complains. Boss, no matter how tired you are, am I not more tired? For the past few days, he has been working tirelessly to renovate the building. If it weren't for the tonics given by Taoist Lingshu, plus his own strong constitution, otherwise, he might have already died in bed. These files detail the traits and characteristics of these S-level strange occurrences. And each document contains the experiences of these S-level strange occurrences. They once worked for a certain power. What position are you mainly responsible for? Sui did not expect that this file would be so detailed. It is even comparable to background checks from large companies in the human world. He could not help feeling curious about how these materials came about. Boss, how did you get these materials? I bought them at a high price from an information dealer. Is the information inside reliable? Reliable. After getting an accurate answer, Sui carefully examined the file in his hands. After filtering through, Sui mentally passed over two anomalies. One was a human-faced Rakshasa, the other was a skeletal figure. The reason for passing on the human-faced Rakshasa was simple. This guy had been involved with 5 powers, and all 5 ended badly. The leader was dead, and the power fell apart. In a sense, this guy was born with bad luck. Even SS-level anomalies had been killed by it. Sui didn't want to take in such a character. What if he took in something like that, and then the ammunition depot blew up? As for the skeletal figure being passed on, the reason was even simpler. Backstabbing. Of 3 employers, it had backstabbed 2. Although Sui was different from the employers and was a lord, he could check the status of all employees in the territory. But he deeply detested such backstabbing characters. Setting these 2 aside, there were 13 remaining S-level anomalies. Although the data had various small flaws, overall, it was acceptable. After all, in the anomaly world, could anything be called an anomaly without some flaws? Alright, that's it. The boss took the file and glanced at it. Okay, I'll have Headless bring them over. He had previously instructed the security team leader to arrange for all S-level anomalies to be placed in the hotel. Sui waved his hand. Not in a hurry. S-level anomalies are not easy to deal with. He had plenty of methods to make these guys obedient. The only trouble was with those 4 SS-level anomalies. How to make these guys listen was the real challenge. Upon hearing this, the boss immediately floated up. Su, do you mean? Take me to meet those 4 SS-level anomalies. Not going to wait a bit longer? The boss tried to advise. Not going to suppress these guys for a few more days? He originally considered locking these guys in the dungeon. Let those 4 SS-level anomalies calm down for a while. Once these guys truly behaved, he would attempt to subdue them. First, let's test the waters with these guys. If we can subdue them, that's best. If not, then we can use these guys to test the power of our new weapon. The boss's black robe suddenly trembled. New weapon? What new weapon? Could it be another super weapon that is as powerful as Flesh and Blood C4? Considering this, the boss showed no hesitation. Immediately, he took Sui to the dungeon. He knew in his heart what the real problem was. SS-level anomalies are different from S-level anomalies, they are high-end combat power. This was precisely why these 4 SS-level anomalies were not executed directly in the first place. The old goat initially wanted to recover these SS-level anomalies. Unfortunately, inside the dungeon, Sui looked at the 4 disheveled SS-level anomalies. Shall we have a chat? One of them, an ugly anomaly with 4 arms, looking like a zombie, coldly glanced at Sui and unabashedly mocked. A mere human thinks it's possible for us to be servants? Absolutely impossible. The other 3 anomalies, 2 of which jumped out. Once we are free, we will definitely skin you alive and take revenge on you. And that old goat, who killed our leader, we will definitely seek revenge from him in the future. Impossible? There is no such thing as impossibility in this world. Sui smiled and shook his head. It seemed the anomalies in this world weren't very smart. Didn't they realize that their lives were in his hands now? However, Sui did not want to tear the face off so soon. After all, he still wanted to portray the image of a good boss in front of these anomalies. No, I don't wish to enslave you. I just want to invite you all to join my company. The boss beside him snorted coldly. Su, in my opinion, just kill these useless ones. To be honest, I still can't understand why you want to spend so much money. To save these guys from the old goat? On the way here, Su Yan had already discussed this with the boss. One played a good cop, and the other played the bad cop. But the boss's exaggerated act made Su Yan unable to help but rub his forehead. What Su Yan didn't expect was, these strange beings didn't realize this was a performance at all. One by one fell silent. Su Yan quickly changed the topic. What were your previous benefits? The zombies were strangely not as resistant this time. Benefits? What benefits? The boss beside him roared. You idiot, what did you get for risking your lives before? The zombie paused for a moment and slowly said. Over 100,000 strange coins, and one strange item. Over 100,000 strange coins? One strange item? The zombie snorted coldly in his heart. A mere human, still wants us to risk our lives? Have you looked at yourself? They had served their previous boss because of the high rewards and the boss's SSS level strength. What's with this little human acting big here? Su Yan was stunned for a moment. Over 100,000 strange coins in a month? One strange item? Come on, this little money. What makes you think you can make them risk their lives? How about I give you 200,000 a month? As soon as these words came out, the entire dungeon fell silent. 200,000 strange coins a month? The zombie felt like its brain had crashed, saying stupidly. Oh, 1 month, 200,000 strange coins? The boss was dumbfounded. What the hell? Dude, you are messing with the market. You know, in other forces, an SS level strange being can get 20,000 strange coins in a month, that's already good. But in front of 4 SS level strange beings, it was not easy to bring it up directly. 200,000. Even the guy lying on the ground, who did not know if he was alive or dead, suddenly got up. His eyes lit up with excitement, looking at Su Yan. Is it true? It's only 200,000, do I need to lie to you? As he spoke, Su Yan snapped his fingers. In an instant, in front of the cell, a thick stack of strange coins appeared. This is 1 million. As long as you follow me, this 1 million is your welcome gift? After this sentence was spoken, the 4 strange beings hurriedly shouted. Willing, willing. They didn't even ask what Su Yan wanted them to do. The boss gently nudged Su Yan and murmured. Su, over 100,000 is what I earned in half a year. Su Yan? Over 100,000 in half a year? That's only 20 to 30,000 a month? He never expected that in the strange world, SS-level strange beings were worth so little. No way. If SS-level strange beings were this cheap, then why would the old goat be willing to spend hundreds of thousands to buy flesh C4? And putting in orders of thousands or even billions? Is it just because he is the Lord? Due to the proximity, the boss's words were still heard by the 4 strange beings. Seeing Su Yan's lost soul expression, the zombie became anxious. 200,000 a month. Boss, if 200,000 is too expensive, then 19,000 is also fine. Su Yan still didn't respond. 19. 18. 17. The zombie kept lowering its bottom line. The remaining 3 strange beings were not willing to fall behind, they all shouted out. Boss, boss, I just need 15,000. Boss, boss, I only need 10,000. The boss was once again dumbfounded. What a clever retreat to advance. He never expected it could be done this way. At this time, Su Yan came back to his senses and waved his hand. The dungeon fell silent once again. Still 200,000. Then, he pulled out 4 contracts. Sign this contract, and you will be my people from now on. The zombie was the first to act. Biting his finger, greenish blood gushed out. Then he left a handprint on the contract. In an instant, a prompt appeared in front of Sui. Prompt, evil thought has been added. Territory level has been upgraded. With the addition of evil thought, the territory information changed accordingly. Territory, Flesh and Blood Mansion. Company, For Fire's Military Industry. Main members, Sui, Boss, Empty Mirror. Employees, Evil Thought. Level, S-Class. When clicking on Employees, the information for Evil Thought appeared. Name, Evil Thought. Strange Race, Zombie. Strange Level, SS Class. Ability, Resurrection, Zombie Poison, Infection, Evolution. Loyalty, 80%. Seeing the loyalty, Sui was shocked. What the hell? Damn. He never expected there would even be a loyalty section. With this, he could recruit strange creatures at will, without worrying about being backstabbed. If the loyalty was sufficient, he could reuse them. If the loyalty wasn't enough, find a reason to deal with them. Soon, 2 more strange creatures signed contracts. Prompt, Wu Gaga has joined. Prompt, Fireball has joined. With these two joining, the territory level upgraded to SS class. Sui quickly checked the loyalty. 60%, 65%. Although not high, they were all at acceptable levels. It's all good. Spending money really has its benefits. The last strange creature remained. It was the one that looked like it was about to die. It looked at the contract, then glanced at the strange currency outside the jail. In the end, it gritted its teeth and signed the contract. Prompt: Crow has joined. Sui? Not buddy, you are not loyal at all. After momentarily being dazed, Sui looked at the boss. Let them go. The boss then ordered his subordinates to remove the restraints from the four strange creatures. Evil thought, come over. Sui called the zombie strange creature to the side. Boss, what do you need? What if someone tries to harm me? Kill them. Chapter 42, Execute the traitor, all strange creatures shocked. What if one of them? While speaking, Sui gave a signal to the other three SS-class strange creatures. Evil thought showed no hesitation. Do the same. Good, keep an eye on me. Sui planned to take this opportunity to thoroughly test Evil thought. Come on, brothers, let's divide the money. Evil thought. Woo gaga. Fireball. All took their corresponding rewards. When it came to Crow, Sui waved his hand. Take it yourself. Crow slowly walked to the pile of money, gathering the huge sum. Thank you, boss. As it spoke, it bowed to Sui. No need for that. Sui smiled and reached out to pat Crow. Crow's body suddenly dried up. In an instant, a blue flame flew out. An extremely terrifying strange aura instantly enveloped the entire dungeon. No one expected such a change. Evil thought immediately pounced towards the flame. The boss shouted loudly. Su, run! That is... Boom! Moments later. The dungeon was in disarray. Sui charged in from outside and scathed, shouting. Boss, are you okay? From the ruins, a mass of black mist floated out, slowly taking on a human form. Su, you run really fast? Sui awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, boss, my little body can't handle explosions. The boss could withstand the blast, but could his small frame? Actually, Sui didn't know, but he wouldn't try it. Before the explosion, he used a mirror he carried to open the door to the inner world and escaped into the well. Sui cleared the rubble. Fortunately, not a single one was killed in the explosion. This was all thanks to Evil Thought, who blocked most of the damage with its fat body. When Sui found it, Evil Thought was using its only remaining arm to stuff its spilled organs back into its stomach. The recent explosion had opened a large hole in its belly and blasted off 3 of its arms. Hey, Evil Thought, how are you? Hearing this, Evil Thought turned its head. Seeing Sui, it crawled up and ran towards him with tears. Wallet, I thought you were dead. Sui? What the hell is a wallet? Turns out this guy was completely just looking at the money. But Sui didn't mind these things. Maintaining Evil Thought's loyalty with money was a very worthwhile deal. It's obviously unrealistic to expect loyalty without paying. Sui disdainfully dodged Evil Thought's embrace. Ew, that's really gross. You should pack up first. He noticed that although the Evil Thought looked disheveled, the actual injury wasn't that severe. The terrifying and hideous wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed to realize it had misspoken, and the Evil Thought quickly corrected itself. Boss, no, I didn't. Enough, hurry up and reattach your arm. I have to say, zombies of this kind really do have strong recovery abilities. The Evil Thought picked up its arm and jammed it into the severed stump. The flesh and blood almost instantly fused together. Although it still hung limply, it was obviously recovering rapidly. By the time it picked up the last arm, the first one it had reattached was already moving. This kind of recovery ability left Sui stunned. Boss, can you recover this quickly? The boss chuckled. Su, attacks of this level can't touch me. That flame looked dangerous, but in reality, it had little effect on entities of the same level. For entities in this world, the damage from mental attacks far surpasses the seemingly lethal physical ones. While the two were talking, Yugaga and Fireball dragged the unconscious Crow from the depths of the dungeon. Boss, how do we handle this? Sui glanced over. Put on the handcuffs and shackles, take him to the back mountain. You two can split his bonus. As soon as these words were spoken, Yugaga and Fireball's loyalty increased by 10 points. 70%, 75%. But Evil Thought, upon hearing this, wasn't pleased. Its loyalty dropped from 80% to 75%. From this small change, Sui could guess what it was thinking. It had contributed the most to this matter. But Crow's bonus was given to the other two entities. It had some grievances, which was a normal reaction. Evil thought, come here. What's up, boss? Don't call me boss, from now on, call me Big Brother. Sui pointed to the boss beside him. The boss's name was simply Boss, no way there could be two bosses. It's the real boss, got it? Evil thought's already small brain froze for a moment. Got it, Big Brother. You did well this time. Here's your bonus. Sui waved his hand. 1 million weird coins, brightly displayed in front of Evil Thought. Evil Thought? You gaga? Fireball? Boss? 1 million just like that? The boss was stunned. It thought it treated its employees well. But it could never casually hand out 1 million like this. Evil Thought stared at the million in front of it, unable to believe it. Big Brother, is this really for me? Since its existence as a weird entity, it had never seen so many weird coins. For you. Yugaga and Fireball, standing to the side, felt immense regret. Regretting why they weren't the ones who rushed out just now. Especially Fireball, who knew exactly what Crow had just intended. Crow wasn't just any ordinary skeleton entity. It was a very special grudge entity attached to a skeleton. This secret Fireball had learned by chance. In other words, this skeleton was just Crow's temporary body. As long as it wanted, it could change its body at any time. Fireball guessed that Crow had planned to use the chaos caused by Fireball's explosion to see Sui's body. But unfortunately, Crow had not expected that Sui would disappear on the spot. Fireball thought of this and looked at Sui. It was considering whether to tell him about this. But it also feared being punished. After all, it had known about Crow's ability beforehand and chose to conceal it. Forget it, forget it. It decided not to say anything, just keep an eye on that guy. When he tries something against Big Brother, it would strike. That way, it could gain a reward and perfectly avoid the issue. Big Brother, this isn't my severed head meal, is it? Evil Thought said nervously. It was afraid that Sui would suddenly turn on it and kill it. Do you want it or not? I'll take it back. While speaking, Sui reached out, as if to take back the money. Yes, yes, yes. Evil Thought hurriedly gathered the weird coins to its chest and took them. At that moment, Evil Thought's loyalty reached 99%. Big Brother, what do we do next? I'll personally execute the traitor. A cold light flashed in Sui's eyes. He wants all the strange things to see. What is the fate of the traitor after all? As soon as this was said, all the strange things were shocked. Execute the traitor personally? This is an SS level strange thing, even if sold, it can fetch a good price. The boss floated beside Su Yan and asked softly. Su, should we call that group of A-level strange things? Call them. Chapter 43, Not Buddies, You Are Cheating. The instance upgrades to S level. The instance upgrades to SS level. Note, the instance has declared a rebellion, SS level strange employees attack the Lord. A series of changes frightened the new players in the instance. Not just players, even the viewers in the live room were scared. In this situation, no one had ever seen it before. In just a few minutes, the instance upgraded from A level to SS level. Immediately, the instance declared a rebellion. A-level instances are more common. Even if they fail and descend to reality, the harm caused is not great. But this SS level instance is different. Once an SS instance descends, it can easily destroy a city. This made the countries participating in the instance panic. In an instant, a large number of viewers flooded into the live room. Among them were the heads of various strange instances. They all wanted to see what caused this change in the instance. What the hell, what is going on? What exactly is happening? How did the instance suddenly upgrade so many levels? Damn, this is exciting, the instance has rebelled. Could it be that this SS level strange joined the company, causing the instance to reach SS level? It's over, this time it's all newcomers. How can we pass this SS level instance? The Global Strange Association urgently held an online meeting. During the meeting, everyone discussed the reasons behind the instance upgrade. After a series of discussions and analyses, the association reached a conclusion. Most likely, it's because an SS level strange joined, causing the instance to upgrade from A level to SS level. Besides this, there may be more than one SS level strange joining this force. Otherwise, a single SS level strange cannot upgrade the instance to SS level. It is highly likely that another force has deliberately joined this organization and triggered the rebellion. At this time, inside the Blood Meat building, a prompt appeared before all players. Due to the Lord's long delay in issuing tasks, the rights have been taken over by the horror game. Based on the instance situation, the system has automatically issued a task. Immediately afterward, 2 strings of crimson text floated before all players. Join the 4-fire military industry, resist the rebellion together. Join the rebellious force, overthrow the Lord together. The horror game randomly issued a choice task. All players looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Originally scattered players gathered again in the hall. No wonder the Lord had not issued tasks after entering the instance, this was the reason. The professor from the kimchi country, upon seeing this prompt, showed no hesitation and led his team to join the rebellious force. The instance was originally A level, but after the prompt to SS level, the rebellion occurred. What does this mean? It means the rebellion was instigated by the SS level Strange. An SS level Strange against an A level Strange, what is that? An absolute crush. Even if the A level Strange is the Lord and has natural advantages, it won't help. The professor from the kimchi country, precisely because of this point, did not hesitate at all to join the rebellion. Seeing that no one else was moving, the professor from the kimchi country stood up. He shared his unique insights. After all, many hands make light work. The more teams that join the rebellion, the greater the chance of victory. In less than a minute, another 5 teams joined the rebellious force. The remaining 4 teams were still in a state of watching and waiting. At this moment, the Dragon Country team. The captain was still hesitating whether to join the rebellious force. Captain, what are you still hesitating for? Yeah, Captain, hurry up and choose. Although the captain is a newcomer, he is a criminal police captain in reality. This rebellion event. From beginning to end, it was full of strange signs. To become a lord in the strange world. Absolutely not easy to deal with. How could it be so easy to be turned over? Don't rush, let me think. As time passed. In the end, the other 2 teams carefully considered and also joined the rebel forces. Seeing that the decision time was less than 5 minutes. Team members urged again. Captain, hurry and choose. The Dragon Kingdom audience watching the live broadcast became anxious. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and choose. Choose quickly, the time is almost up. What are you still doing? What kind of captain is this? For this kind of decision-making task, making the wrong choice could lead to a punishment phase. Once the time is exceeded, it will be directly judged as a task failure. In the live broadcast room, other country viewers continuously mocked. What's wrong with this Dragon Kingdom team? Have they been scared silly? Our professor has given the standard answer, can't they use it? Haha, it seems that the Dragon Kingdom's understanding of horror games is really average. Faced with the urging of team members, the captain gritted his teeth and was ready to choose the rebel team. At this moment, the door creaked open suddenly. Several figures rushed in from outside. The leader shouted, "Boss, how's it going?" When Kong Jing saw the scene in the hall, he was momentarily stunned. And the viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded when they recognized these figures. A total of 11 people. Among them, 5 wore Taoist robes. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Wow, that's Taoist Lingshu. Isn't that our Dragon Kingdom's S-level Aaron in the back? Taoist Lingshu was also stunned when seeing the situation in the hall. Didn't they say a rebellion occurred in the instance? What's going on? The news of Sui becoming the Strange Lord was extremely secretive, known only to a few people. After the horror game chose the 4-fire military industry as the instance, Taoist Lingshu then focused on this matter. He even prepared to let Kong Jing enter the instance to notify Sui. After all, this news was known to other countries. But unexpectedly, a rebellion actually occurred in the instance. So he immediately called the nearest players to enter the Dark Hotel. 8 SS level players, 2 S level players. Among these 8 SS level players, 3 were Lingshu's friends. They happened to be in Beijing, so Lingshu called them over to help. Not only that, but the special operations team was also continuously gathering high-level players from the Dragon Kingdom. And several SS level players were on their way. As for Kong Jing, he was called over to lead the way. Even though Kong Jing advised that Sui could face such risks alone. If unable to face it, the boss would escape back to reality to bring reinforcements. But now that Sui's situation was critical, even if there were no issues, he had to come in to check it out. Soon, someone discovered some information. SS-level Taoist Lingshu, S-level Wu Fei, and the ungraded Kong Jing. But other people's information could not be accessed. To be part of a team of this level, at least they had to be S-level. The audience from the other 8 selected countries were stunned. Cheating, cheating, this is cheating. What is the Dragon Kingdom trying to do? Do they want to be enemies with the whole world? So many high-level players, how can the rebel force play like this? Report, I want to report, the Dragon Kingdom is collectively using hacks. Damn, what methods did they use to enter the instance? How they entered the instance became a question in everyone's mind. Chapter 44 SS level strange, can't take a hit? On careful thought, other countries began to feel panic, sending players in unknown ways into the instance, changing the task progress. If it continues like this, horror games will no longer be a disaster for the Dragon Kingdom, but a blessing. If this continues to develop, strange instances might become the Dragon Kingdom's farm. Fortunately, after just inquiring about the situation, he asked S-level Wu Fei to stay here to protect the 3 new players. The rest hurriedly left the building. A newcomer in the team saw Wu Fei and became unusually excited. Idol, I used to watch you play the armored warrior every day when I was a kid. Idol, when can I easily handle the S-rank dungeon like you? If it were you in Koen's place that time, it would definitely be no problem. At this moment, a shout rang out. I know who he is now, he is the S-rank pro from Dragon Country. Hiss. S-rank pro from Dragon Country. Could it be that Dragon Country sent this team to help these newbies? The crowd erupted in cheers. Wu Fei was shocked to learn that the rebellion had been suppressed. He didn't expect the team to act so quickly. Before long, the pickled cabbage trio was thrown in front of Wu Fei. Respected master of the Dragon Country, we were all deceived by these 3 into joining the rebel forces. Yes, can you please say a good word for us in front of the Lord? Wu Fei looked at the pickled cabbage professor, who was beaten badly, and couldn't help but laugh. Our Dragon Country has always been friendly, and will lend a helping hand to friends. When the captain returns, I will truthfully inform him about your deception. That last sentence, he didn't say out loud. Whether the Lord cares about you or not is none of my business. Now that the rebellion is over, just waiting here for the team to return is enough. In the live broadcast room, the bullet comments became lively again. The players from the 7 kingdoms, who had thought there was no hope in this dungeon, were commenting after hearing this. As expected of a high-level player from the Dragon Country, their tolerance is truly vast. The Dragon Country is really our good friend. I propose all players learn from the Dragon Country. The Dragon Country is so strong, I didn't expect the SS level anomaly to be so easily dealt with by your high-level players. On the other side, Master Lingshu stared at the empty mirror. What did you just say? The empty mirror looked at the prompt and repeated it again. The rebellion has been suppressed. Really? Master Lingshu was stunned. Really? The empty mirror nodded and began to complain softly. Uncle Master, I told you the boss could handle such problems. Why didn't you believe me? See, we haven't even found the people, and it's already over. To ease the embarrassment, Master Lingshu said. You little rascal, I already told you to check the situation first. Look at how things are now? Making everyone run around for nothing. What do you suppose you should be punished for? Empty mirror? No. Uncle Master, do you want to die? This operation left the rest of the team dumbfounded. Forget it, take us to see that Su kid. The empty mirror shook his head helplessly. Then they went into the store to inquire about Su Yan's news. At this moment, Su Yan was drawing a target on the skeleton of Crow. He wanted to use this guy to test the power of the new weapon, and let all employees know the consequences of betrayal. As for the uproar it caused, he was unaware. Chapter 45, Meet Target AWMSS Level. In the back mountain. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed Crow's rosy head and hit the ground. Damn, I misfired again. Su Yan cursed under his breath. Looks like he needed to hold back a bit, he couldn't even shoot straight. Evil Thought, bring him back a bit. Oh. Evil Thought, with its 4 hands, held Crow and pranced back. Is this distance okay? A bit closer. The boss complained from the side. Su, if you get any closer, it'll hit your face. If you can't do it, let me take over. Ever since Su Yan took out the new weapon, it had been chattering away. Forget it, you do it, boss. Su Yan threw the bloody AWM to the boss. I'm telling you, boss, this gun isn't easy to handle, and carefully. The boss had never touched such a thing and was excited. After taking the bloody AWM, he pretended to aim. Don't worry, Su, you can trust my shooting. Hearing this, Su Yan felt a hint of bad premonition. Bang! Accompanied by a scream. Damn, did I hit? Su Yan focused his gaze and was shocked. He saw Evil Thought holding Crow with 2 hands, one hand picking up the severed arm from the ground. It was clear that the scream just now came from Evil Thought. No way, buddy. What are you doing? Realizing Su Yan was looking at him, the boss replied weakly. Su, it was an accident, this gun will definitely hit. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. This time, no scream followed. But when he looked up and saw the situation on the other side, Su Yan was stunned. At this moment, Evil Thought had no head, and the headless body swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground. Damn! Su Yan leaped up and ran towards Evil Thought. Damn, both shots hit. But they both hit his own team. Especially the second shot, which directly blew Evil Thought's head off. The boss, realizing he had caused trouble, quickly followed after. At that moment, from the severed head of the Evil Thought, a thick green liquid continuously gushed out. And it seemed that flesh was constantly wriggling. Before long, a small meatball, the size of a fist, emerged from the neck. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the head of the Evil Thought. However, compared to before, it was a miniature version. As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw Su Yan and the boss surrounding it. Boss and the big guy, why have you come here? Su Yan's stomach churned continuously. Just the scene of the Evil Thought's little head being reborn was truly disgusting. Ugh. He couldn't hold it in and vomited. The Evil Thought immediately wanted to step forward to care for the boss. But Su Yan waved his hand to stop it, saying, "It's fine." Watching Su Yan, who was vomiting non-stop from a distance, the Evil Thought's mind felt a little confused. Boss, what's wrong with the big guy? The boss did not answer but instead asked. Evil Thought, are you okay? The Evil Thought suddenly shivered. Recalling that scene, it still felt a bit scared. If it hadn't spread its consciousness to the body in time, that gunshot would have severely injured it. It didn't know where this bizarre weapon came from. It could damage both the body and the soul. I'm fine. That's good. Damn, this guy ran away. The Evil Thought exclaimed. What? The boss was startled and quickly checked. The skeleton of Corona had lost all its breath. Hearing this, Su Yan forcibly suppressed his nausea and came over. Su, this guy really ran away. How did it escape? Looking at the skeleton that no longer had any strange aura, Su Yan felt puzzled. Did this guy abandon the skeleton and turn into a ghost? But these two things are not of the same race in the bizarre world. The boss saw Su Yan's doubt and explained. Su, Corona's true form should be a strange soul type, this skeletal frame is merely its dwelling. The Evil Thought stood aside like a child who had made a mistake. Boss, I sensed it wanting to leave its body before. But I was watching it the whole time, it had no chance. Just now, I scattered my consciousness to dodge your shot. This gave it the opportunity to escape in the chaos. Su Yan felt a headache coming on. A parasitic soul-type strange thing, this truly is a problem. An SS-grade strange thing, once it escapes, it won't be easy to capture. Although it is said not to be afraid of SS-grade strangeness, what if this guy comes back to disgust him? If it parasitized onto other strange entities, he wouldn't be able to notice. Su, don't worry. This type of soul entity, once it leaves its dwelling, will be severely weakened and won't recover in a short time. Hearing the boss say this, Su Yan nodded and looked at the Evil Thought. By the way, it was the boss who shot you in the head, not me. Also, boss, let's not play with guns recklessly in the future. Even if it doesn't hit our people, hitting flowers and plants isn't good either. Boss. Evil Thought. These words left both strange entities speechless. However, the boss also felt embarrassed to continue occupying this bloody AWM. In the end, reluctantly, he returned it to Su Yan. Who goes there? Suddenly there was a loud shout. Not far away, a fight broke out. But Su Yan and the others hadn't returned to defense yet when Agaga and Fireball, along with a group of A-grade strangeness, were knocked flying. This scene made Su Yan's gaze tighten. What the hell kind of monster is this? The boss looked at those figures and felt a deep sense of pressure. Any one of them would be stronger than him. Thinking of this, the boss wanted to take Su Yan and escape. Big guy, hurry and go, I'll hold them off. But Su Yan's next words left both strange entities stunned. No need, they are our people? Our people? Are you telling me those terrifying guys are our people? Su Yan didn't have time to explain and hurried toward those figures. Master Lingshu, this is our own strange. The Lingshu Taoist, who was about to make a move, quickly waved his hand. The SS-grade players accompanying them all stopped. The originally tense atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Both sides looked at each other in disbelief. So many powerful and strange beings are on Su Yi's side? These terrifying humans are friends of the boss? Boss, you're okay? Kong Jing suddenly popped out from somewhere. What could possibly happen to me? Didn't you say there was a rebellion? It was resolved before, but now that guy has run away. Could it be this one? A Taoist standing next to Ling Su Daozhang shook the bag full of charms in his hand. Damn, it really is. After some explanation, everyone understood the whole story. It turned out that after that guy Crow was able to slip away in the chaos, he desperately wanted to find a body. Coincidentally, he ran into Ling Su Daozhang and his group, and ended up getting captured instead. Kong Jing looked at the flesh AWM in Su Yi's hand, unable to help but say, "Boss, it's still you. Using an SS-level aberration as a target, I guess only you could come up with that." Chapter 46, Cutting Tools of Aberrations, Flesh Barret. "Boss, since you're fine, we'll head back first." Kong Jing was originally searching for strange items. Just when he had a clue, he was pulled over by his master uncle as a guide. Unexpectedly, as soon as everyone arrived, the problem was solved. Sui waved his hand at this. "Since you're already here, why hurry to leave?" The boss echoed from the side. "Yes, Ling Su Daozhang, you came such a long way, let us show you our hospitality." These words left everyone else traveling with them stunned. Show hospitality? Is this what an aberration should say? These people don't know Su Yi's true identity. They are unaware that he is now the lord of the four-flame military industry. Even more so, they do not know what means Sui used to make a group of powerful aberrations follow him. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to understand things better. The boss had the same thought. Among these people, it only recognized Ling Su Daozhang and Kong Jing. The rest were all unknown. If they all came to help Sui, then it should reassess Sui's position in another world. At the same time, this indirectly proved what Ling Su Daozhang said before was not false. Previously, when discussing the collaboration on the trial center, Ling Su Daozhang had mentioned that both sides could establish deeper cooperation, including establishing a permanent passage. If issues arose at the hotel in the future, they could provide support. At that time, the boss didn't take it to heart. It didn't believe that there were forces in the human world that could contend with the aberration world. But when this group of people appeared, it changed its mind. 8 SS-level players and 1 peak S-level player. In the SSS-level forces, they are not to be underestimated. Seeing this, Ling Su Daozhang smiled and said, "Then we will be bothersome." Not at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sui showed everyone his inventory. Long guns and short cannons, various models of weapons were present. However, these weapons are not the same as normal weapons. The displayed weapons were all made of flesh, and so was the ammunition. "Wow, boss, how come there are so many new models?" "That's nonsense, what do you think we do?" The others traveling with them had guessed what was going on. Ling Su Daozhang simply told everyone Su Yi's true identity. The boss of the four-flame military industry, who had just been promoted to be SS-level aberration lord. Everyone was shocked and couldn't come to their senses for a long time. They had thought they were here to support a player who had received a hidden quest. They never expected that they had come to support Sui. Seizing this opportunity, Sui introduced these firearms to everyone. A burly Taoist curiously picked up the flesh barret. His skilled action of pulling the bolt and adjusting the scope made Sui stare in shock. "Daozhang, can you use this weapon?" The Taoist looked at Sui with a smile. "Mr. Su, you may not know. Before I entered the Tao, I was the captain of a special forces team." Sui's eyes widened. "What the hell? The captain of the special operations team? No wonder he has a body that looks frightening with its muscles. So, these firearms should be no problem for him, right?" Sui took the initiative to explain. "Taoist, this weapon has an effective range of 2,500 meters and is very powerful. At this distance, it can deal heavy damage to SS-level anomalies, and even injure SSS-level anomalies. Of course, if it hits the head at this distance, it should be finished. So this weapon is specifically designed for beheading." When these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Heavy damage to SS-level anomalies, injuring SSS-level anomalies, this power is indeed a bit terrifying. Can this gun really do that? The Taoist looked at the blood and flesh barret in his hand. Is the power really that great? If the Taoist does not believe it, I can find a target for you. As his gaze turned, the group of anomalies suddenly felt their rear tight. Even though they knew the target was Crow, they didn't want to become live targets themselves. Evil Thought unconsciously shrank back. It had personally felt the power of the blood and flesh AWM. This blood and flesh barret looked even more terrifying, it did not want to try. "Evil Thought, what are you hiding from?" Sui waved his hand towards Evil Thought. "You come out." Evil Thought pointed at its nearly restored head and whispered, "Boss, can you aim a bit better? My previous head was blown away by the boss, it took me a long time to recover. Just go set up the target." "Yes, boss." Upon hearing this, Evil Thought immediately walked towards Sui. Setting up a target is such a simple task. It was very willing to do it. Sui threw the target that imprisoned Crow to evil thought and turned to the Taoist. Taoist, is 200 meters acceptable? The Taoist laughed heartily. Don't say 200 meters, even 800 meters is no problem. In the end, Sui chose a compromise of 500 meters. This distance shouldn't be a big deal for the Taoist, who came from a special forces background. Very soon, Evil Thought set up the target at a distance of 500 meters. Muscle Taoist held his breath, focusing intently, aiming at the target. Boom! With a muffled sound. The boss standing next to Sui was startled. At the moment the bullet left the chamber, it felt a deep sense of pressure. This pressure was something it had seen with Blood and Flesh C4. It even felt that this gun posed a far greater threat to individual anomalies than Blood and Flesh C4. Before long, Evil Thought ran back happily, carrying the broken target. Boss, I hit it. Boss, I hit it. One could see that a gap was continuously spewing strange energy outward. And Crow, sealed within the target, was becoming weaker and weaker. Clearly, this gun had dealt heavy damage to it. Hiss. Seeing this scene, whether human or anomaly, all gasped in shock. This terrifying power. If it weren't for the seal protecting Crow from some damage, I'm afraid this shot would have cost it its life. Sui took the target and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Then, he even took the lead in applauding. Taoist, good shooting. From such a distance, you can hit the target with a single shot. It seems that in the future, you will undoubtedly be the chief instructor of this testing center. The testing center needs someone proficient in firearms knowledge. Such talents are easy to find, but players who can reach SS level are not. In the future, the testing center will not only train players but also train anomalies for purchasing weapons. Anomalies are not like humans, who can be unpredictable. Moreover, these guys from the anomaly world have never dealt with firearms. Their knowledge in this area is nearly zero. To get started, they will need some patience. Small clients are easy to handle, just send an anomaly to watch them. But if it's a big client, normal people are likely to be crushed. The Taoist serving as the chief instructor can handle some big clients. If the anomalies refuse to listen, he can also show them a thing or two. This will not only help increase the sales of firearms, but also promote the development of the testing center. Chapter 47, the initial foundation officially forms. Following this topic, Sui revealed his plan. The testing center needs to be established quickly. As for the corresponding building type anomaly items, on one hand, searching domestically, on the other hand, asking the boss to mobilize care to look for it. If within 2 days, a suitable strange tool cannot be found, then abandon the use of strange tools. Take out the design drawing and let the Little Night Demons start work directly. With 500 Little Night Demons working together, it can be completed in at most 3 days. Once the trial center is completed, it will be necessary to prepare a more important matter. The grand opening ceremony of the 4-Fire military factory. Sui has calculated it in his heart. Using the boss's connections. Send invitations to major forces. Plus, during this time, the Flesh C4 has been a hot seller. With this boost, many forces will surely give face and come to attend. At that time, the name of the 4-Fire military factory can be established. The reason for doing this also has one more point. The operational difficulty of other weapons is far greater than that of Flesh C4. If no one teaches, these strange beings might not even know how to open the safety. Take Sui as an example. In these years, he has come into contact with quite a few firearms. His gun skills may not be exceptional, but in the strange world, few can surpass him. He uses Flesh AWM and can still miss at a distance of 200 meters. Let alone those strange beings who have never come into contact with weapons? Having a gun but unable to hit. What's the difference between having a weapon and not having one? Once this question spreads out, it will definitely affect the subsequent sales of weapons. By leveraging the opening ceremony, smoothly launching the trial center can perfectly solve this problem. No problem with firearms, no problem with power. The premise is that you must know how to use them. This plan left a group of people present stunned. If the development proceeds according to Sui's plan, the 4-Fire military factory would become a terrifying existence in the strange world. Of course, this is just the general direction, the specific details still need you all to discuss among yourselves. Saying this, Sui smiled as he spoke. Spirit Void Master Uncle, boss, you two can talk. I'm really sorry, everyone, I need to go back to the territory to handle some matters, or I will suffer penalties from the horror game. Hearing this, everyone immediately spoke. Mr. Su, then hurry back to the hotel. Damn, boss, what lord would also be punished? Little Sue, the players are in the building, you need to keep your identity hidden. Horror game. Popped up several prompts, prompting Sui to return to the hotel and deal with the players involved in the rebellion. However, he chose to ignore them all. Until he received a penalty prompt, he had no choice but to return to the flesh building. Inside the flesh building, players involved in the rebellion were curled up in a corner, shivering. They intended to rely on Wu Fei to speak a few good words in front of the strange lord. When the lord appeared, they realized they were wrong. And terribly wrong. The figure wearing a blood-red mask and strange robe appeared like a demon. Behind him followed 3 SS-level strangeness and dozens of S-level strangeness. The most absurd thing was, a large group of horrifying little night demons followed behind. Good. Sui took off the mask and stretched, thinking about what to do next. Nowadays, the 4-fire military industry has over 100 strange beings under its command. 3 SS-level strange beings and 12 S-level strange beings. Among the S-level ones, aside from 2 rebellious ones being confiscated, a few were scared and unwilling to join the company. These 15 make up the initial foundation of the company's security department. Evil Thought is the team leader. Wu Gaga and Fireball are the deputy leaders. Each leads a small squad of 4 strange beings. The highest loyalty is with Evil Thought. Next is Fireball. Wu Gaga. In contrast, these team members have loyalty hovering around the passing line. Sui knows the reason. That is because these strange beings have not yet received their first month's salary. Once the salary is paid, loyalty will naturally increase. As for the remaining 80 or so, they are little Yasha. These little Yasha have varying powers. There are both A and D levels among them. The only common point is that they are smart and obedient. Loyalty is no lower than 80% for any of them. These little Yasha are carefully selected employees. With a bit of training, they can start working. Boss, what should we do next? Kong Jing voiced the doubts in his heart. Set some rules for the company. Also, go see if there are any workplace elites among that group of traders. Have them provide a few plans. The original plan was to find professionals from outside, to train this group of strange beings under his command. But when the Taoist Ling Su and his group came, this plan was disrupted. Exploration rights are somewhat limited. With a dozen players suddenly coming in, the dungeon cooldown will definitely be extremely long. Wasting so much time is not worth it. Instead, it's better to make use of the prisoners in the hotel lobby. Let them compete with each other, they will surely come up with the best plans. Exactly, it serves as a punishment for them. Wow, boss, you really are a little genius. Then I'll go. Kong Jing waved his hand and rushed out of the office. Sui lightly rubbed his forehead, carefully calculating all the recent events. Since being chosen by the strange dungeon, life has undergone earth-shattering changes. In the past, he only needed to think about who to supply goods to. Now, arriving in the strange world, he needs to start developing step by step. Everything needs to be restarted. If things go according to the preset plan, that would be fine. But if he encounters resistance, how shall he resolve it? Just as Sui was troubled, a pair of cold, soft little hands touched his cheek. What are you worrying about? Sui grabbed the little hand and hugged Lin Shi tightly. I'm thinking about what to do next. How to develop faster. Chapter 48, Master the Truth, Control Your Fate. The Flesh and Blood Mansion. Kong Jing returned to the hall. Go release them. The little Yasha guarding the rebellious players immediately agreed. Yes, second boss. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room erupted in an uproar. What? What did that strange being call the Dragon Country player? Second boss, what did this group of players from Dragon Country do? Thanks to this player from Dragon Country for saving us. Could it be that the punishment will be lifted? Not only were the audience shocked, but even the group of bound new players were stunned. They originally thought that Kong Jing was just a little follower. But now it seems, that is not the case at all. Kong Jing is not only not a little follower, he might truly hold real power. After the little Yasha released everyone, Kong Jing spoke again. Everyone, how do you feel? The released players did not know how to respond at this moment. Instead, the previously beaten professor from the pickled vegetable country stood up, exuding arrogance. Since you have a relationship with this lord, why didn't you help us before? Causing us to live in fear here for several hours? Is this the hospitality of the Dragon Country players? Players from other countries all looked terrified and distanced themselves from him. In the live broadcast room, the audience was dumbfounded, angrily scolding. What is this idiot trying to do? Does he want to get us killed? I can't believe it, does he even understand the situation? Is this guy completely out of his mind? What's the deal with this guy, what exactly is he trying to do? In the live streaming room, the audience from the insurgent players' nation wailed in despair. They would rush into the streaming room right now to tear this old fool apart. This statement left the empty mirror completely dumbfounded. In this place, don't even think about being weird. Even the boss wouldn't talk to him like this. Has this guy's brain been kicked by a donkey? He was stunned for a moment before finally responding. Are you talking to me? Yes, I advise you to hurry up. Before the sentence could finish, he was overturned by other angry players. Just like last time, he was beaten up again. This time, even the two from Pickled Cabbage Country joined in, because they also felt that the professor's behavior was just too foolish. These two knew that if they wanted to survive and leave the dungeon, they would still need to rely on the Dragon Kingdom players. Regarding the actions of these players, the empty mirror did not intervene. Once old Bai and the others were nearly finished off, he slowly began to speak the punishment for everyone. Within half an hour, each group must submit a plan for company development, including personnel, makeup, and so on. These plans, he would later present to the boss. If a plan gets selected, that group would not only escape punishment but would also receive a corresponding reward. Upon hearing this, the players first expressed their gratitude to the empty mirror, and then they began to take action. What does escaping punishment mean? It means they would no longer have to worry about their lives. They might even have the chance to enter the company like the empty mirror. Hello, may I ask what kind of company you are planning to establish? A player dressed like a career woman raised her hand to inquire. The projects the company wants to launch include arms and arm training. This statement left the players stunned. Arms? Arm training? Could it be that the weird world is also keeping up with the times? No way, is this weird thing planning to sell arms? No wonder it's called For Fire Military Industry, turns out it's really selling arms. I can't be dreaming, could it be that the weird world also has military factories? When it comes to arms dealers, it inevitably reminds the audience of Sui. In the human world, he is also an arms dealer and has used some weird weapons in the strange dungeon. Will Sui have any connection to the soon-to-be-established arms company? The heads of various countries lurking in the live room suddenly felt that things were not so simple. Arms company? The weapons used by Sui before? Could they have come from this strange dungeon? Ever since the Dragon Kingdom high-level players descended into the dungeon, there has been a hint of strangeness. When the leader was in danger, these players chose to rush to the rescue at the first moment. The Dragon Kingdom and the dungeon leader must have some kind of deal. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to deploy 8 SS-level players. Even though there are many Dragon Kingdom players, losing so many SS-level players would still be a severe blow. Unless there is a benefit far exceeding that of 8 SS-level players at stake. Countries began to take action, starting to investigate the secrets within. Through recent dungeon recordings, various countries discovered the weird is not something that cannot be communicated or reached. As long as they provide what they need, they can also become partners. Soon, they all began to take action. In the office, Lin Shi was massaging Suyi's head, soothing him. Your development speed surpasses 99% of the weird, there's no need to rush. Sui closed his eyes and softly asked. Shi, where are you from? Are you from some big power? Earlier Lin Shi had mentioned that there are cities in the weird world. But the dungeons he had seen and encountered were all desolate wilderness, he didn't even know where he was, never having encountered a weird city. Could it be that no players have reached that level yet, so the corresponding dungeons have not been opened? Hearing this question, Lin Shi's hand trembled. It seemed as if she feared the question. Su Yan noticed this and gently patted its little hand. If you don't want to talk, then don't. He faintly guessed something, Lin Shi might have escaped from the strange city to here. Lin Shi stopped her movements and sat in Su Yan's arms. After a long silence, she looked up at him. Do you really want to know? Su Yan nodded, then smiled and shook his head. No need to force it. Once our business grows, entering the city is just a matter of time. No matter how strong the forces in the city are, can they be stronger than the weapons in his hands? As the saying goes, let them be strong, a gentle breeze blows over the hill. As long as one holds the truth in their hands, nothing will go wrong. Lin Shi stood up, looking seriously at Su Yan. Su Yan, the reason I didn't tell you before was that I was afraid of putting you in danger. Hearing this, Su Yan quickly sat up straight. Lin Shi organized her words. She told Su Yan all about her experiences. At this moment, Kong Jing knocked and entered the office with several plans. Boss, there really are some talents among those players. These plans are ones I filtered out. Take a look. But upon seeing the expressions of Su Yan and Lin Shi, he choked back his words. Sister-in-law, did I come at the wrong time? Both people remained silent and stared at him. The atmosphere became awkward in an instant. Kong Jing's mind started racing. Boss, let me go discuss this with the boss first. Pick a plan? He then left the room as if escaping. Chapter 49. Massive funds, quickly injected. In the office. After clarifying his thoughts, Su Yan smiled and hugged Lin Shi. Isn't it just the runaway lady from the strange city? Aren't there just a few enemies from those cities? With me here, what are you afraid of? The awkward atmosphere was dispersed by these words. Lin Shi broke free and put her hands on her hips. Can you handle it? Aren't they just a few cities? The strongest one, SSS peak, strange beings roam freely, nightmare-level anomalies can only work as doormen in certain shops. If we're discovered, we won't even have the chance to be fugitive lovers. Her family once controlled a city. It is easy to imagine how terrifying the force that destroyed her family was. In the end, she sealed her original name and hid a part of her memory. Only then did she escape through the teleportation array and arrived at this remote place. Su Yan pulled Lin Shi back into his arms. So do you know who I am? This question left Lin Shi dumbfounded, and she responded foolishly. Who are you? Aren't you just a big bad guy who took over my body? Just as Su Yan was about to show off, he was caught off guard. This latter statement was unexpected, causing him to forget all the lines he had planned in his mind. You didn't refuse. But I never agreed. Su Yan picked up Lin Shi and placed her on the table. All right. You are asking for a beating. Let me tell you. What stands before you now is the former underground arms ruler of the world. A super businessman who once held a 70% share of the black market. Known as the arms madman who could stir the world's winds at the end of the 21st century. Lin Shi, who had just been thoroughly handled, was now devoid of the strength to refute, but she still stubbornly said, Isn't it just a wanted criminal? Besides, what's so impressive about a wanted criminal in the human world? Though she spoke like this, Lin Shi still admired him a bit inside. Even in the human world, one could be wanted by the entire world. Without some real skill, it truly could not be achieved. Oh? Seeing Su Yan's hands starting to roam again, Lin Shi quickly begged for mercy. Wrong, I was wrong. After the lingering echoes between the two faded, they returned to the original topic. Su Yan, being with me might really be a dead end. Su Yan laughed heartily. Did you think I wasn't walking a dead end in the human world? Before the horror game arrived, do you know how much my bounty was? Isn't it just $3 billion? How did you know? Su Yan was somewhat surprised. He had wanted to show off, but unexpectedly, Lin Shi already knew. Lin Shi smiled as she pinched Su Yan's face, proudly saying, do you think I only eat snacks and watch cartoons? In the human world, I am constantly learning culture and knowledge. By the way, I checked what kind of person you really are. As she said this, Lin Shi's tattered red robe started changing colors rapidly. Its white morning gown form appeared in front of Su Yan. In this state, Lin Shi became much more powerful. She lifted Su Yan's chin with a mournful staff and coldly asked, But your world seems not very friendly to you. Including your evaluations, most of them are not good. Many people call you the world's ender, and quite a few are from Long Nation as well. Facing Lin Shi in this state, Su Yan felt an immense pressure. When did this dead girl level up? Last time she was at SS level, but now she's at SSS level. It's simple, I threaten the whole world. Though that wasn't my intention, I did sell some weapons to dangerous individuals. The main thing is that the mainstream media are all controlled by my competitors. So it's normal for my image to be bad. As for being the world ender, that's a misunderstanding. If Long Nation fails and a nightmare-level dungeon descends, I will take the little devils down with me. However, I have a lot of stock. I estimate that it could allow my original world to reboot. But the dungeon hasn't descended, I haven't destroyed the world, so why pin a label on me? Lin Shi fell silent. Lin Shi's color changed. Finally, she spoke. You are not a good person, you are a madman. Because of failure, you want to reboot the whole world. A human like this, isn't he a madman? Then what if I get caught one day? And there's such a good opportunity delivered to my door? Su Yan's eyes lit up. Then I'll follow the clues and kill my way back. Lin Shi sealed her real name and hid part of her memory. This caused her to forget the way back, with only blurry memory fragments knowing it was very far away. Setting aside the control of the strange city. That family treasure house is worth visiting. Only direct blood relatives can unlock the seal. Unfortunately, Lin Shi is the only heir. Before Lin Shi returns, that family treasure house is safe. Thinking of this, Su Yan almost drooled. Lin Shi guessed Su Yan's thoughts. Su Yan, are you eyeing my family's treasure house? What do you mean by eyeing your family's treasure house? Silly girl, we are now bound by a contract, we are a family, so what's yours is mine. What's more, who knows when we can return to the city? Let's be honest and focus on the business at hand. Lin Shi hugged Su Yan, no longer overthinking. All right. I still have some money here, do you want to use it? Originally, this money was her foundation for surviving in the dark hotel. Since she had Su Yan, she didn't need to hide in the hotel anymore. This money on her was no longer of any use. It's better to take it out to support Su Yan in discovering the arms company. Su Yan didn't hesitate. Previously, his money had been used to unlock weapons and upgrade the arsenal. He had little money left, leading to no liquid funds on the company's books now. How much is left? Not much, just 13 billion. Su Yan? Losing less? You say losing less? Not much left. Just 13 billion. Is this truly a young lady from the strange world? Even on the run, she can pull out so much money? He worked hard for so many days and earned a few billion. She said it casually, and it's already over 10 billion. Is it enough? If it's not enough, I still have some strange items, they should be worth some money. Thoughtful. Really too thoughtful. Su Yan reflected in his heart. If there were such a girl in the human world, he wouldn't have to be wandering worldwide selling arms. And thus get all sorts of bad names. That's enough. This money is enough. With over 10 billion in funding injected, the company can operate normally. As for the funds injected by the boss later, he can recklessly use them to upgrade the weapon arsenal. Thinking of this, Sui tightly hugged Lin Shi. Reward you. Baby. Chapter 50-50. Dungeon reward, I decide. In these 2 days, the 4-Fire military-industrial team has taken shape. Various rules and regulations have been implemented in an orderly manner. I have to say, the low-level strange creatures like the little Yaksha in this bizarre world are really useful. Under the careful guidance of many players, the little Yakshas quickly became familiar with the work they needed to do. This is thanks to the empty mirror. I must say, the empty mirror really suits the role of a manager. He treats none of those new players like people. Step by step, squeezing the value from all players bit by bit. Letting players compete against each other, the best can receive rewards. And this reward is amnesty. This offsets rebellion, thus eliminating the identity of a prisoner. As for the groups that were not accepted, they were very unfortunate. They were beaten up by a group of little Yakshas. The key is that it hurt a lot, but it didn't affect their work. After a series of operations, the potential of the prisoner players was successfully stimulated by 200%. Later, when the empty mirror brought up the issue of employee training, all prisoner teams scrambled to offer plans, fearing this might be the last spot. When another team received amnesty, the empty mirror threw out one last chance. And all teams could participate. Each team was responsible for training a group of little Yakshas. If the prisoner team trained little Yakshas to meet the target, they would receive amnesty. Other teams meeting their targets would receive rewards. On this premise, an additional condition was added. He told all prisoner players that if each group could meet the expected targets, in the end, the most outstanding group would be selected for a special reward. When these players learned what the special reward was, they went crazy. Even the teams that had received amnesty put forth 100% effort. In teaching the little Yakshas, they were eager to activate soldier mode. To transmit everything in their minds to the little Yakshas. Because this time's reward could deal damage to A-grade anomalies, a flesh Glock. Wow, flesh Glock, it won't be similar to the weapons Fire Brother has, right? Why not choose me for this dungeon? I feel like I could definitely get it if I went in. Oh my, a flesh Glock that can deal damage to A-grade anomalies. In the live broadcast room, the audience engaged in intense discussions. In the office, Sui looked at report after report, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. He did not expect the progress of the empty mirror to be so fast. In less than 2 days, all the little Yakshas, over 100 in total, had been trained and reached the qualification standard to be on duty. The empty mirror confidently patted his chest beside him. Of course. Boss, why don't you look at who I am? Dealing with those little Karamais is like holding them by the throat, right? Saying this, the empty mirror looked at Sui. Which team do you think the reward is better for? Sui rolled his eyes. Of course, it's for our people, what? Do you still plan to give it to others? Upon hearing this, the empty mirror began to murmur. Boss, won't this attract punishment from the horror game? You should know. When players complete tasks while following the rules, as the Strange Lord, Sui must also follow the rules. Sui did not care at all. Moreover, he had not violated any rules. He just felt that the little Yakshas trained by the Dragon Kingdom were easier to work with. I am the Lord, I decide. While speaking, Sui pulled out a flesh Glock loaded with 3,000 rounds. Got it. After the empty mirror took the Desert Eagle, he still looked eagerly at Sui. What are you looking at me for? Sui was puzzled by the empty mirror's behavior. With an awkward look, the empty mirror spoke with a high-pitched voice. Boss, they all have rewards now. You won't reward me? Reward you? Just say you want a gun. If you pull this again, I swear I'll kill you. Sui disgustedly tossed out a blood-soaked Desert Eagle, along with several magazines. Kong Jing happily caught the handgun and proudly left the room. Really nice, really nice. This Desert Eagle looks much more powerful than a Glock. At this moment, only half an hour remained until the end of the instance. All players gathered in the hall, each sporting heavy dark circles under their eyes. To properly train the little night demon, they had stayed up all night. Close to 30 hours, without sleep at all. Both their spirits and bodies were reaching their limits. On one hand, it was for the unimaginable rewards. On the other hand, they were afraid that something unexpected would happen at this critical time, leading to their demise in the instance. Ding dong! The sound of the elevator arriving instantly captured everyone's attention. When Kong Jing appeared with his weapon, all players held their breath. They were eagerly waiting for who would receive the weapon in Kong Jing's hands. But when Kong Jing looked at them, he calmly stated they all received the special reward. Then he smiled and waved at the rookie players from Longwa. Come, take your rewards. At this point, the audience from other countries in the livestream could no longer contain their anger. They shouted about the dark scheme, calling it unfair. Yet the other players in the hall, although unwilling, did not dare to express it. After all, they were not that foolish pickle from before. They wouldn't go on a suicide mission. Meanwhile, the bizarre instance leaders from various countries who were watching the livestream. Upon seeing the blood-soaked Desert Eagle that Kong Jing played with, they confirmed one thing completely. Previously, they suspected that Sui might have some connection to this instance through the rewards. To verify, they conducted special investigations. They discovered that Kong Jing was once the most capable subordinate of Sui. Coupled with the instance name and the blood-soaked weapon as a reward, their suspicions of Sui were further deepened. However, they still couldn't be sure. Because they weren't certain if the weapon received as a reward was the same as the one held by Sui. But upon seeing the weapon in Kong Jing's hands, they fully confirmed it. Sui and this SS-rank instance, the 4 fire armaments, definitely had a connection. Kong Jing's power within this instance was thus immense. Presumably, Sui's influence would be even greater. If Kong Jing could treat the blood-soaked Glock as a reward, then what about Sui? Hiss. The bizarre instance leaders from various countries dared not think further. Longwood didn't hesitate to use 8 SS-rank players, definitely for the bizarre armaments in this instance. Once Longwood players equipped these bizarre armaments, such lethal bizarre items, they couldn't even dare to imagine. The instance leaders from various countries regretted why they didn't step forward back then. Why didn't they speak a few good words for Sui when the lighthouse was targeting him? Just a few good words could have built a closer relationship. Even if they couldn't get higher-level bizarre weapons, getting a small handgun would have been fine. Getting a small handgun and taking it back to study it. Perhaps they could crack the secrets within. If they could create bizarre weapons, then the entire horror game could be rewritten by humanity. Thinking of this, the countries began to take action. Chapter 51, Phase 2, The Blood and Flesh War Machine. The instance is about to settle. The Lord will confirm the information in a timely manner and give players evaluations. Note, after the Lord's evaluation, corresponding rewards will be distributed based on the evaluation. In an instant, all players' information appeared before Sui. His big eyes glanced around, found the Longwa players, and gave them an SS rank evaluation. Since the instance was SS rank, his authority only allowed him to give an SS rank evaluation. As for the other players, he chose to skip them directly. Not giving these guys any punishment was already his mercy. In the moment of giving evaluations, another prompt appeared. Given the Lord's extremely high evaluation, whether to add additional rewards. Note, the rewards will be deducted from the Lord's assets. Sui ruthlessly shook his head in refusal. The instance has been settled. The Lord has not released the main quest. Kill players *0. A long string of prompts. Upon seeing the last prompt, Sui couldn't hold it anymore. Lord's evaluation, D. Due to the excessively low evaluation, no rewards. Is punishment judgment in process? Damn it. There's even punishment for this? The boss had earlier said that violating self-established rules would lead to penalties in the horror game. But never said that a low lord evaluation would also incur punishment. It's over, it's completely over. If I had known, I would have just killed those petty players. A moment of weakness has led to a big disaster. What did the boss say about the violation rules? Where would he teleport to? Would he be sent to another world? Thinking of this, Sui felt numb. He immediately started buying weapons and equipment in the armory. Who knows if this system will change after being teleported to another world? What if the odd coins wouldn't work anymore? That would be stupid. So, he began to frantically unlock and purchase stronger weapons and equipment in the armory. But the next moment, his frantically moving fingers froze in midair. Considering the Lord has opened the Bazaar instance for the first time, this time there is no punishment. Horror game, damn you. In just a few seconds, the company account consumed nearly all the billions of funds. The originally 10-digit balance now only has an 8-digit amount left. However, Sui did not leave empty-handed. After pouring in billions, all the basic weapons and equipment were unlocked. With a flick, he could unlock the second stage of weapons. After spending several minutes calming down, he slowly opened the weapon panel made of flesh and blood trees. System prompt: the host has successfully unlocked all weapons in the first stage. The host can unlock the second stage armory, do you want to unlock it? After seeing this prompt, Sui took a deep breath. Second stage. He carefully recalled what the second stage unlocked previously. Battle vehicles. Tanks. Self-propelled artillery vehicles. He wondered what he could unlock in this flesh and blood armory. Unlock. As Sui clicked to unlock, the flesh and blood tree emitted a dazzling crimson light. When the panel appeared, Sui was dumbfounded. This second stage was completely different from the first stage. On the entire interface, there was only one piece of equipment. Flesh and blood transport vehicle. Sui clicked on it. Detailed information instantly appeared before him. Flesh and blood transport vehicle. Super powerful weapon equipment. A flesh and blood transport vehicle for Bazaar combat. Equipped with super powerful defensive armor, can ignore all SSS level Bazaar attacks, effectively resisting nightmare level Bazaar attacks. Note: flesh armor can self-repair. Hiss. Ignoring all SSS level Bazaar attacks. What does this mean? It can ignore both physical and magical attacks at the SSS level, and this vehicle won't be broken through. This is truly terrifying. This is not just basic defense, it's complete disregard. And it can effectively withstand nightmare level Bazaar attacks. What is nightmare level? That's a super Bazaar that Sui hasn't even seen before. Sui hurriedly checked the purchase price. 20 million Bazaar coins. What a great deal. Almost without any hesitation, he bought one. Fortunately, Sui's office was large enough. Otherwise, this flesh and blood transport vehicle would not even fit. The flesh and blood body and the bone armor had a creepy beauty to it. So beautiful, so perfect. He was completely captivated. This design, this style, it's truly a work of art. Using this vehicle for publicity. It would definitely attract Bazaar beings more than those weapons. Especially those big shots from the city, who knows they might be drawn over. Because, there are plenty of rich folks in the Bazaar world. Maybe the weapons won't attract these guys, but this incredibly strong defensive strange item will definitely catch their eyes. Sui didn't linger and immediately called the boss over. The boss came to the office and saw the flesh transport vehicle, his eyes went wide. What the hell, Su, what the hell is this? Sui smiled and pointed at the flesh transport vehicle. Boss, please attack it with all your might. The boss was confused but followed Sui's instructions. With his full power strike, the entire vehicle remained undamaged. Only the flesh on the vehicle wriggled slightly, completely neutralizing this attack. In that moment, the boss stared at the flesh transport vehicle, utterly shocked and speechless. His full power attack was capable of taking down even SSS level strangeness. But this level of attack left not even a mark on the vehicle. After a long time, he stammered, Su, where did you find such a treasure? The defensive power of this strange item was beyond imagination, even comparable to the special strange item of the Dark Hotel. Boss, what do you think will happen if we put this flesh transport vehicle in the exhibition hall? The boss's black robe swirled wildly. Perhaps even the big shots from the ancient city will be attracted here. Because this flesh transport vehicle was not an ordinary strange item. Unlike the Dark Hotel, which could not move. This was obviously a vehicle. But this vehicle had an incredible defensive power. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Sui smiled and patted the boss's black robe. Don't worry, leave it to me. At this moment, the entire strange realm became excited for the boss. If he could connect with the big shots from the ancient city, entering the ancient city for development in the future would not be impossible. This was something many SSS level forces couldn't achieve. After that, one person and one strange item started planning the grand opening ceremony of the company. All the original plans were overturned because they wanted to put all the highlights on this flesh transport vehicle. And those weapons and equipment could only serve as appetizers in the front. After a simple discussion, the boss took action. Using all his connections from the years, he began spreading the word heavily. He had obtained an incredibly strong defensive strange item. Chapter 52, Flesh Armor, Ultra High Defense. Flesh Transport Vehicle. This transport vehicle's overall design resembled an infantry fighting vehicle. Since it did not have an accompanying weapon system, it did not possess strong firepower. But in terms of defense, once this transport vehicle was launched, it would definitely attract buyers. Ignoring SSS-level strange attacks, it could effectively withstand nightmare-level strange attacks, boasting an ultra-luxurious data panel. Perhaps many building-type strange items could also achieve this. But there was a key issue: these items couldn't move at all times. And this transport vehicle was different. As long as it had enough flesh energy, it could go anywhere. Due to its excellent performance, it could cover most terrains. Basically, there was no need to worry about any terrain that couldn't be crossed. If it really didn't work, it could still be put away to bypass impassable areas before resuming use. Sui decided to promote this as the best selling point. A movable fortress. And the flesh energy consumed by this transport vehicle, compared to its outstanding defensive power, it was utterly negligible. The main thing was, anyone who could afford this war vehicle wouldn't care about that little bit. The only problem that needed to be solved was training the vehicle drivers. After all, the strange world didn't have any strange beings that could drive. Do you think I should start a driving school? Sui directly teleported back to the room. The benefit of the SSS level building type item was right here. As long as it was within this building, the Lord could teleport freely. And the mental energy consumed was negligible. The boss was busy looking for other strange forces and spreading rumors, having no time to help Su Yan for reference. So Su Yan teleported back to the room to ask Lin Shi for her opinion. Driving school? Lin Shi, lying on the bed reading, was taken aback. What do we need that thing for? Most of the strange outings were done by the number 11 bus. Only a few strange ones had special strange tools as means of transportation. Most of these vehicle-type strange tools were horse-drawn carriages. There was no vehicle like the ones in the human world at all. Even if a driving school was established, it wouldn't be useful. Come with me, and you'll know. Su Yan lifted Lin Shi onto his shoulder. In the next moment, they teleported back to the office. When Lin Shi saw the flesh and blood transport truck, she was completely stunned. What the hell? Where did this military transport truck come from? Although it had a flesh and blood appearance, Lin Shi immediately recognized what kind of vehicle it was. Of course, it's a gift for you, Su Yan stated without a blush or a racing heart. Lin Shi didn't believe a single word of this. Moreover, what kind of gift is this for a girl? This was clearly a vehicle specifically designed for transporting soldiers. No way, it's too ugly. Ugly? Su Yan pointed at the flesh and blood transport truck and asked back. Where is it ugly? This truck is amazing. TCH, I wouldn't sit in this piece of junk even if you begged me. You little girl. Su Yan gave Lin Shi a firm smack on the butt. Do you know how solid this truck is? This can withstand nightmare-level strange attacks. Nightmare level? Lin Shi was stunned for a moment again. What did you say? I said this truck can withstand nightmare-level strange attacks. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Don't believe it? Then try it. Is it okay? It's okay. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Without a hint of hesitation, she transformed into her zombie outfit. However, she didn't rush to make a move. Baby, if I break this truck, you won't blame me, right? Hiss. Su Yan drew a cold breath. He didn't expect that even in this outfit, Lin Shi could still stir his dark desires. No, if you break it, I will let you do whatever you want tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi stopped hesitating. Little fire, this is what you said. If I break it, just wait for your misfortune tonight. In an instant, the roaring strange energy erupted. The death stick lightly tapped against the truck's body. But with this attack, what the hell? Both person and strange were shocked. They saw a large dent forming on the flesh next to the truck door. Su Yan was astonished that the death stick had such power. It actually dented the flesh armor on the truck door significantly. Only with the boss's full force did he leave some scratches on the truck. But Lin Shi, with a light tap, had done this to the truck door. If she had just used a bit more strength, the truck door would probably be finished. Lin Shi was shocked that with her single strike, the vehicle was still intact. What seemed like a gentle tap was actually her full force attack. She was not just an SSS level strange, the death stick in her hand was also a highly powerful strange tool. Yet even this couldn't break the truck door. The person and strange exchanged glances. They saw the mutual shock in each other's eyes. Lin Shi smiled and transformed back into the wedding dress state. "Baby, I can't bear to break the gift you sent me." Su Yan smiled and pulled Lin Shi into his arms. "I knew my baby couldn't bear to." The person and strange tacitly skipped over this matter. Then Su Yan expressed his thoughts. He also informed Lin Shi about the plan to sell this model at the opening ceremony. Lin Shi thought for a moment and said, "This is actually feasible. However, we can give the first batch of users some small benefits." Su Yan raised an eyebrow and immediately understood Lin Shi's meaning. Free training for the first batch of car owners? Lin Shi nodded and explained to Su Yan. Although many strange beings had not seen such a thing, those who could afford this type of transport truck surely came from some powerful forces. Even if the buyer is a fool, wise ones will always be around. It's better to use some small perks to establish a good relationship with these wise ones. They can also pick you up and promote the product. This is an exclusive benefit for the first batch of car owners, giving them enough face. Where did you learn this? Sui couldn't help but ask. This method is so similar to the tactics used by some domestic manufacturers when launching new brands? Lin Shi pouted her little lips. Aren't your ads all like this? That's true, haha. Shall we go for a stroll? Lin Shi paused and looked at the flesh and blood transport vehicle. This military transport vehicle only has one driver's seat. Sui could see what Lin Shi was thinking. Let's go, it's not like we can't fit. When Lin Shi heard this, she looked at Sui with a face full of doubt. You wouldn't be planning to do something to me, would you? If I wanted to do something, I would have done it long ago. Why would I wait until now? Sui climbed into the driver's seat and waved to Lin Shi. Lin Shi's face turned red, and she said firmly, "If you're not honest later, I'll bite you to death." Just like that. One person and one wise one. They squeezed into the driver's seat. Lin Shi sat on Sui's lap, peering outside. You don't want to drive in the office, do you? What the hell, drive in the office? Sui had a thought. The vehicle was teleported to the testing ground inside the building. Chapter 53, The Forfire Military Industry, Wise Ones Gaining Fame. Testing ground. Sui and Lin Shi were squeezed in the driver's seat. This driver's seat is basically the same as an ordinary transport vehicle. To be precise, the difference lies in the materials used. The transport vehicles in the human world mostly have plastic dashboards. But this long-distance transport vehicle, its entire structure is made of flesh and blood. As for the control feel, it is made of bones. This design is likely to be welcomed by many wise friends. Sui embraced Lin Shi, feeling the details. Staying here feels much better than in an ordinary transport vehicle. If it were a cab full of diesel smell, no beautiful girls would be willing to come in with him. Vehicle. Start. As the flesh and blood engine erupted with a roar, the dashboard in the driver's seat lit up with bursts of red light. Lin Shi's big eyes were staring at the dashboard, seemingly very curious. It looks so interesting. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Sure. Hold tight, we're driving now? Be slow. The testing ground occupied an entire floor, with a huge area, enough for Sui to gallop freely. Accelerate. Keep accelerating. Soon, they reached the vehicle's maximum speed. In extreme conditions, Lin Shi quickly couldn't hold on anymore and hugged Sui tightly. Slow down. Sui had no choice but to slow down the speed. Then, he drove into a complex and changing terrain. This section of terrain simulates unique road sections in the strange world. This testing took several hours. However, this time spent was very worthwhile. They successfully tested the performance of this transport vehicle. This transport vehicle can maintain its extreme state for 2 hours with a full tank of flesh and blood energy. And at the extreme state, the vehicle's speed reaches 110 km per hour. Don't underestimate this speed. This is a verification result after experiencing such a strange and complicated road section. If it were on a smooth road, the speed could even be increased another level. After obtaining various data, Sui held Lin Shi and directly teleported to the room. The car was going too fast, and Lin Shi's legs went weak. After calming Lin Shi down, Sui teleported back to the office. Since they got the best data, it's time to move on to the next step. Based on this data, create the best marketing plan. He believed that in terms of marketing, no one in the entire strange world could compare. Once he formulated the marketing plan, Sui finally caught his breath. Driving is indeed tiring. I wonder how the back mountain is doing. At this moment, the back mountain was bustling. There were little night demons working everywhere. Several large buildings and several shooting ranges. It's hard to imagine that this was once a wasteland. Kong Jing commanded a group of small night demons, perfecting all the facilities. After the master and the boss talked, construction here started quickly. Moreover, the boss generously provided a usable A-level item for this place. After adding this strange item, the entire trial center was nearly completed. Since the boss was busy promoting things, Uncle Master and his group couldn't keep an eye on this place all the time. As a result, the task of building the trial center fell on Kong Jing's shoulders. Sui looked at the trial center that was about to be completed, his face full of surprise. Wow, it's done so quickly? He didn't expect the construction speed at the back mountain to be so fast. He guessed in his heart that it was closely related to Taoist Lingshu. Kong Jing turned around and saw Sui, asking in surprise. Boss, why are you here? By the way, the boss said you launched some good stuff. What good stuff is it that made him stop working and go look for strange promotions? Sui smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing big, just a transport truck. Kong Jing's heart skipped a beat. A transport truck. Could it be a special strange item like those strange weapons? Boss, what kind of transport truck? At this moment, Sui didn't want to keep the suspense. It's a transport truck made of flesh and blood. Hiss. It really is. Kong Jing's eyes widened in shock. Sui was speechless at Kong Jing's naive expression. This reminded him of how they looked when they first met. Kong Jing, like a fool, followed Sui and kept asking if he was selling weapons. If it weren't for his good temper back then, plus the fact that Kong Jing was a Taoist and a person from Longhua, he would have already exploded. Alright. Isn't it just a broken truck? When I have some free time, I'll send you one. Then, Sui pointed at an empty space on the back mountain. Can we build a driving school there? Yes, that would be great. Kong Jing didn't hesitate at all and patted his chest in agreement. The trial center only occupied part of the land on the back mountain, leaving a lot of empty space. Let alone a driving school, they could even build an airport. Okay, then I'll head back first. Sui came this time to discuss this matter, and also to check on the progress here. After finishing things, he might as well go back and hold Lin Shi for a good rest. What Sui didn't know was, all the strange forces around were shaken. All because of one piece of news. That is, the boss had a super defensive strange item comparable to the defense of the Dark Hotel. Moreover, this strange item would be auctioned at the opening ceremony of the Sihua Arms. It would be sold to the outside world in an auction format. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Goat Strange, the old goat excitedly asked the boss, "Is the news that came out really true?" The boss smiled and nodded. Of course it's true. After the old goat received this accurate answer, he immediately became unhappy. What's wrong with you? With such a level of strange item, why didn't you give it to me? Are you afraid that I, the old goat, can't afford it? Since devouring another SSS level force, it has evidently become the strongest force in this area. Currently, it is on a roll. No force is willing to offend it at all. In fact, many forces actively sent a large amount of resources to befriend it. The boss looked at the old goat, who was suddenly getting angry, without any panic. Old goat, do you think I wouldn't think of you if I had good stuff? Don't worry, there will be plenty for you then. The old goat snorted coldly. Now the news has reached the ancient city. If the big shots inside come out, who can compete with them? The boss laughed heartily. Old goat, oh old goat. Do you think there's only one? As soon as these words were said, the old goat was instantly stunned on the spot. What does this mean? Could it be that the super defensive strange item comparable to the Dark Hotel? Not just one thing. Thinking of this, it swallowed hard and asked in disbelief. Could it be more than one thing? The boss saw the old goat's expression and nodded in satisfaction. Of course. Chapter 54, Guests from the Ancient City, Nightmarish Oddities. Su, the matter is settled. Upon returning, the boss immediately found Sui. He informed Sui of everything he had done. Boss, do you mean that nightmarish oddities will come this time? Yes, Su. For this opening ceremony, the boss had used up all his connections. He successfully contacted the assistant of a big shot from the ancient city. Recently, Bloody Meat C4 had become popular in the black market, with a small amount of stock flowing into the ancient city, drawing some oddities' attention. Bloody Meat C4 might not be worth their action, but defensive items capable of withstanding SSS oddities certainly were. With various factors combined, this successfully piqued the interest of a big shot in the ancient city. And not just this big shot. In addition to this big shot attending, there were many other forces in the ancient city claiming they wanted to observe this odd item. After receiving a definite response, Sui gasped in shock. Nightmarish oddities. Such a level of oddity, when placed in the human world, could be a terrifying existence that could destroy a superpower. Never would he have thought that this SS-level oddity from the boss could actually invite someone of this caliber. After a brief astonishment, he realized one problem. Boss, can your hotel withstand this? The Dark Hotel's level was just SSS. If a nightmarish oddity came, an SSS-level evil spirit couldn't suppress the killing rules of a nightmarish oddity. Even though he had the Anarchist, that top-tier bug ability, it still couldn't ensure that it could withstand the killing rules of a nightmarish oddity. Moreover, in the world of oddities, there are no true oddities that follow rules. To them, strength is the only truth. In the hotel, the strongest in security is only at SS level. Even with various weapons and equipment, they cannot compete with nightmarish oddities. As of now, there are no powerful weapons unlocked in Suyi's arsenal. In the second phase of the arsenal, only a bloody neat transport vehicle has been unlocked. And the unlocking method for the second phase differs from the first phase. It requires selling 10 vehicles to unlock the next piece of equipment. This means, during this downtime, he has no capability to contend with nightmarish oddities. If that nightmarish oddity comes and sees that the real seller is just a normal human like him, would it really show the boss any favor? The boss was taken aback, then immediately smiled. Don't worry, Sue. I've arranged everything. This time, I've called the old goat over. With the hotel's support, the old goat is comparable to nightmarish oddities. Moreover, this time, the only nightmarish oddity is not the only one coming from the ancient city. Other forces will also send oddities to have a look. With these forces present, if it makes a move, it would be equivalent to attacking other forces' oddities as well. Sui still frowned. So this is it. The boss had indeed thought things through. But he forgot one crucial matter. Sui is not an oddity, but a human. This identity would bring many variables to this meticulous plan. If the nightmarish oddity discovers Suyi's human identity and acts directly, after the fact, other forces would never tear their faces with that nightmarish oddity for just one human. He has seen this happen too often in the human world. In the world of oddities, it is the same. This reaction caught the boss off guard. He had thought Sui would be very happy to praise him when he learned this news, saying he did an excellent job. But he saw no trace of joy on Suyi's face. Instead, he saw deep concern. Sue, is there a problem with this plan? Sui shook his head, looking serious. This plan is excellent. It can be said that there are no mistakes at all. This answer left the boss even more puzzled. Very good. There are no mistakes, yet what is your reaction? But Sui quickly changed the subject. Boss, did you forget something? What is my identity? The boss muttered to himself. What is your identity? You are the big boss of this company, right? In the next moment, it finally realized, as if struck by lightning. The entire black robe surged violently. Damn it, I forgot you are a human. In an instant, all of its plans collapsed. If the spokesperson of the forces in the ancient city came to its territory, it would still show some respect. Even when seeing Sui, this human, it wouldn't act out of line in public. But that big figure was different. It wouldn't have such concerns at all. Thinking of this, the boss panicked. It knew what losing Sui meant. It meant that everything done would turn to dust. The boss panicked. For a moment, its brain crashed, and it had no reaction. After a few minutes, it finally slowly came back to itself. Sue, how about you go back to the human world, and I'll take care of this place. After the opening ceremony is completed, you can return? It also knew what this opening ceremony meant for the for-fire military industry. It understood that without Sui here, the ceremony would likely become a bizarre joke. It didn't know how many kinds of weapons Sui had. It didn't even understand how to start the neat transport car. Seeing that Sui was silent, the boss gritted its teeth and said, Sue, you just need to tell me about the weapons that need to be sold this time, and how this transport vehicle should be used. For the safety of Sui, it had to make this compromise. After all, if the opening ceremony was ruined, It could still find other clients, just fewer big orders. But if it lost Sui, the only supplier, that meant it would lose everything. Sui remained silent. After a few minutes, he slowly spoke. Boss, what time is the opening ceremony on the invitation? 3 days later. After receiving this answer, Sui took a deep breath. Boss, help me find some strange props that can conceal my identity. He didn't want to give up this opportunity. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Miss this time, and there won't be a next time. Sui knew very well. This time able to summon a nightmare-level strange being was purely due to various coincidences. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a nightmare-level strange being to come personally. The main consumer group for the first transport vehicle. He envisioned it would be the super strange beings in the ancient city. After all, he had discussed this with the boss beforehand. This first vehicle would be auctioned. If Sui was not there to recommend it and guide it. By relying solely on the boss's sales talk, nothing could be sold at any price. It would also affect the sales of subsequent vehicles. After all, the more expensive the first price, the easier it would be to price subsequent ones. Sue, you're crazy. The boss didn't expect Sui to be so crazy. Crazy. Crazy, you are really crazy. The boss floated in front of Sui and shouted loudly. Sui, do you know what a nightmare-level strange being is? In their eyes, not only you humans are food, but other weak strange beings are also food. Once they discover your human identity. Even the old goat, along with representatives from many forces, cannot guarantee your safety. Facing the boss's hysterics. Sui smiled faintly and waved his hand. Why panic, boss? That's why I need you to find me some strange props that can conceal my aura. But the boss still refused to back down. Sue, you don't understand the terror of nightmare-level strange beings. I have seen nightmare-level strange beings make their move. That terrifying scene cannot be described with words. Sui still wore a smile on his face, but his tone had become frenzied. Boss, what is your goal? The boss was taken aback by the question. Goal? But Sui did not wait for an answer. Our goal is to expand our business to the entire strange world. How can you back down just because we are facing a nightmare-level strangeness? How can we expand our business in the future? If I leave this time, what will happen next? Are we going to stay locked in this godforsaken place forever? Hiss. The entire world. The boss was stunned into silence by these words. He had once thought that Sui's arrival would change the entire strange world. But that was something far, far in the future. He never expected that Sui's initial goal was to make business throughout the entire strange world. Are we really going to be stopped by just a nightmare-level strangeness? Sui's provocative words made even the old and seasoned boss feel fired up. No. We will definitely expand our business to the entire strange world. We will stand at the top of this world. Inspired by Sui's passion, the boss rushed out of the office. Don't worry, Sue, I will definitely find you a strange tool that can conceal our presence. After the boss left, Sui's heart raced. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. It was both fear and expectation. He remembered the last time was when he ventured alone to the Middle East to expand a crucial business. That was his first time. His first time negotiating arms deals deep inside an organization. It must be known. That organization was infamous on the Lighthouse list, known to be the most ruthless and brutal. But even so, he still chose to go. Before leaving, Sui had prepared for the worst. If those guys didn't play by the rules, he would go down with them. In the end, he secured super reliable equipment at prices below market. And successfully landed a massive order, establishing a solid foothold in the arms world. After that, everything went smoothly, and he became a arms tycoon. And now, he had rekindled that long-lost feeling. This feeling is so damn exciting. What's wrong with you? A pair of icy little hands hugged Sui from behind. Why are you here? Feeling the coolness and softness, Sui knew it was Lin Shi. I just felt a strong fluctuation in your emotions. They had signed an equal contract, not a slave contract. So Lin Shi noticed the change in Sui's emotions right away. Sui hugged Lin Shi. He quickly calmed down. It's nothing, I just found back my long-lost passion. After hearing Sui's story, Lin Shi was briefly surprised. She slipped out of Sui's embrace and put her hands on her hips. It's just a nightmare-level strangeness, right? We're not afraid. If it dares to act, we can just hide in a well. Even a nightmare-level strangeness can't do anything to us. Sui's eyes brightened. The inner world is really that powerful? Can it withstand the attack of a nightmare-level strangeness? Lin Shi gently tapped Sui's head. Silly, who says we have to resist? We just need to escape into the well. We can run wherever we want, even the nightmare-level strangeness can't catch us. Hearing this, Sui couldn't help but smile. You're right. At worst, we can hide in the car. That way, even a nightmare-level strangeness can't do anything to us. A blush flickered on Lin Shi's face as she muttered softly. Can we not go to the driver's seat? It's a bit cramped in there, hard to move. Ha ha ha. Sui said affectionately. As you wish. Alright, go rest for a bit. I still need to make some other arrangements. After all, this was the opening ceremony of the Fourth Fire military industry. No matter what method they choose, running away was always the last option. First, Sui gathered all the security personnel. 3 SS level strangeness, 12 S level strangeness. 3 captain level strangeness. 1,000,000 strange coins were issued for each Eerie. As for the team level Eerie, each one also received 300,000 strange coins. With this operation, the loyalty of Evil Thought shot straight to 100%. The other Eries also exceeded 90%. At this stage, even if asked to confront the nightmare level Eries, they would dare to do so. After that, Su Yan led a group of security directly to the back mountain. At this moment, most of the main buildings in the back mountain had been repaired. Only a small part was still under improvement. When Kong Jing saw Su Yan, he hurried over. Boss, you're here. Is the design site finished? It's finished, but not yet in use. Take me there. For a whole day, Su Yan spent time teaching various shooting techniques to the Eries related to different firearms. The one who progressed the fastest was Evil Thought. This guy had a small brain capacity, but learned the quickest. Especially with its 4 arms, it had a natural advantage over other Eries. After all, the more arms, the more guns could be held. By the end of the day, the majority of his subordinates had mastered shooting techniques with firearms. Besides firearms, Su Yan also specially equipped Evil Thought with stronger firepower. Rocket launchers. Mortars. They were all arranged. At this moment, Evil Thought was carrying 2 rocket launchers and hugging a heavy machine gun. Its body was also covered in ammo belts. A living human-shaped arsenal. Its state was absolutely full. Let alone an SS-level Eerie, even an entire team of SS-level Eries would hardly match it. Aside from Evil Thought, the other Eries also received their respective weapons. Now, the 4 Fire military industrial security forces had taken initial shape. After finishing everything, Su Yan did not idle. He purchased a large amount of C4, landmines, and plenty of explosives. These were buried in the dense forest and inside the building. If that nightmare-level Eerie dared to make a move, even if it couldn't be killed, it would be sent flying. Chapter 56, Eerie Goat, here to assist. The next day, Evil Thought, having laid the flesh and blood anti-infantry mines, found Su Yan. Boss, the outside of the building is all set up. Alright, you can leave. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. He felt a sense of ease wash over him. Now, the flesh and blood mansion was like a tightly secured fortress. The security was initially taking shape. A large number of lethal weapons had been placed both inside and outside the mansion. Guests invited, as long as they weren't completely foolish, wouldn't recklessly stir up trouble. Su Yan didn't worry about his own safety. The flesh and blood mansion was his territory. As long as he wanted, he could teleport back to the human world at any time. Whether the arms business could fully unfold in the Eerie world depended on this grand opening. If it couldn't be done this time, who knows how long it would take to survive. Setting aside the flesh and blood transport vehicles that needed to meet sales quotas, just the unlocking prices for various weapons and equipment in the second phase couldn't be solved by small weapon orders. To fully unfold the business, real big clients were needed. Su Yan estimated that one flesh and blood transport vehicle would roughly reach a bidding price of 1 billion. If other forces joined the competition, it could go even higher. Boom! A loud bang came from outside the window. Evil Thought immediately brought a team to the office to check on Su Yan's situation. The other 2 teams went outside to see what was happening at the same time. Through the window, Su Yan saw a large group of unfamiliar Eries. Clearly, one unfortunate fellow among them had triggered the flesh and blood anti-infantry mine, causing the explosion. Fortunately, he had instructed Evil Thought in advance to set a safe distance. This prevented a series of massive explosions. Otherwise, it would have been all for nothing. When Su Yan saw a familiar figure in the group of Eries, he gasped and rushed out the door. What the hell? Evil Thought hurriedly led the team to catch up. Boss, what's wrong? Old Goat is here. Evil Thought trembled at the thought. It couldn't help but recall the scenes of being defeated and tormented by Old Goat. At this moment, the two eerie teams faced each other. Wagaga and Fireball, both small teams, held their guns tightly, staring fiercely at the strange group across from them. "What are you doing here?" This strange group did not answer, only silently stared at them. But when they saw the figure among the strange group, fear swept over them once again from deep inside their hearts. Back then, they were tormented for a long time by this bizarre entity resembling an old goat. If their boss hadn't bought them, they would have probably been tortured to death. Even though their hearts were filled with fear. When facing a group that outnumbered them several times, they still showed no signs of retreat. Fireball took a deep breath and shouted at the strange group. "Do you have an invitation?" He wasn't sure if this strange group was a guest. Still, there was no response from the bizarre beings, even after repeated inquiries. Fireball raised his hand and fired a shot into the sky. "This is the territory of our fire military industries, please leave." At this critical moment, Sui had specifically instructed. Aside from invited guests and staff, no one from outside the hotel was allowed to enter the company building. "Leave?" The old goat stepped out of the strange group, pointing back at him and asking. "Yes, please leave." In an instant, Wagaga and Fireball both felt an overwhelming pressure sweep over them. The team members became even more uneasy, their breathing starting to get chaotic under this horrific pressure. At another time, they would have already struck. But the situation was different now, as they were suppressed by the dark hotel spirits here. They couldn't fully unleash the power of their SSS level peak weirdness. Facing armed opponents, if a fight broke out, even someone as strong as him would suffer. Moreover, they were here to help, not to fight. He had no choice but to force down the anger in his heart and said, "I have been invited by your boss to assist you." Fireball immediately aimed his gun at the old goat. "Sorry, we haven't received such notification." The atmosphere instantly became tense. Having lost a subordinate for no reason, the old goat was already angry. Now, he could no longer suppress his fury. "Brother goat, why are you so upset?" Sui pressed down on Wagaga and Fireball's gun barrels, pretending to scold them. "How can you treat our valued guests like this? I punish you to return to the building for reflection." "Evil Thought, you go back too." "Boss." Evil Thought was worried about Sui's safety and wanted to stay. Sui knew their past grievances with the old goat, but now he had no time to mediate between a few weird beings. He waved his hand and shouted loudly. "Go back, don't embarrass yourselves in front of the guests." Fireball, who clearly had a better head on his shoulders than Evil Thought, forcibly dragged him away. The old goat revealed a meaningful smile. "Mr. Su, well done. In such a short time, you've trained these three little weird beings like this." Sui waved his hand. "Not at all, it's just a relationship maintained by money. Brother goat, why didn't you let me know you were coming?" While speaking, Sui glanced at the explosion site not far away. There lay half of a pig's head and some fragments of limbs. Hiss. From the residual aura, it was judged that it should be an S-level weirdness. To be able to blow an S-level weirdness into pieces, this blood meat anti-personnel mine's power was likely greater than blood meat C4. "Oh dear, look at this." Sui didn't give the old goat a chance to express himself. "Your subordinate has been blown to bits. It's all my fault, my fault. How about this, brother goat? I'll send you a batch of weapons and equipment." The old goat snorted coldly. "If the stuff is bad, I won't accept it." As the pig-headed weird was blown to pieces, he couldn't help but think about how to seek compensation. Not asking for too much. Just a dozen or so pieces of the equipment that blew up the pig-headed weird would suffice. After all, he came here to help with his subordinates. Being blown up right at the start, what kind of thing was that? In the armory. The old goat looked at the dazzling array of equipment, unable to resist swallowing his saliva. If his subordinates could be equipped with these weapons, their battle power would at least multiply several times. You know, back then, relying solely on blood and flesh C4. We quickly took down a power that was slightly weaker than it. If we equip all these weapons and gear, let alone those that are weaker, even forces stronger than it can be taken down in an instant. Thinking of this, the old goat picked up a rocket launcher beside him. In his heart, he thought, I must take advantage of the fact that my subordinates were blown up to showcase this properly and strive to obtain more weapons and equipment. But Su Yan's next sentence left him dumbfounded. Brother goat, pick whatever you like. Pick whatever I like? The old goat was somewhat incredulous. Su Yan smiled and nodded. Pick whatever you like. Once you and your subordinates are done picking, I'll take you all to the back mountain to test the power of this batch of weapons. Hiss. This made the old goat throw away the thought of using the situation to his advantage. You guys, grab your gear. Chapter 57 VIP Client. In the back mountain. Several humans were explaining firearms knowledge to a group of strange beings. Originally, they intended to have Evil Thought come to assist in teaching firearms knowledge. Coincidentally, Muscle Daoist was inspecting the shooting range. Su Yan quickly found him. He mentioned that there were many strange beings here who needed to learn firearms knowledge. He inquired if it was possible to send some firearms instructors over. Muscle Daoist did not hesitate and agreed immediately. Without Su Yan's assistance, this testing center would not be able to accomplish anything. Now, within the dragon's territory, Su Yan's words were essentially orders. Moreover, they needed to test if teaching strange beings was feasible. After Su Yan made the request, Muscle Daoist quickly returned to the human world. Within half an hour, he brought back several instructors. One must say, the quality of the strange beings under the old goat is extremely high, a natural fit for becoming weapons of war. Just by listening to the instructors' explanations, they learned how to use firearms. Taking this opportunity, Su Yan introduced Muscle Daoist to the old goat and informed him that in the future, whenever new weapons are released, they could come here to test their power. There would also be expert instructors to train buyers on weapon knowledge. Mr. Su, I didn't expect your business to develop so quickly. The old goat smiled and nodded. He completely forgot about the strange being that had been blown to pieces. In the future, I'll still need Brother Goat to take care of my business a little. Mr. Su, that's only natural. The old goat understood what Su Yan meant. This back mountain, without the protection of ghostly tricks, connects to his territory. What it means is to let him protect the humans who teach firearms knowledge here. Brother Goat, you're straightforward. You will be our company's VIP client in the future. Whatever new products we launch, our company will prioritize supplying you. These words made the old goat unable to contain his excitement. Such a small request made him a VIP client. This business truly felt too worthwhile. In the future, these strange beings equipped with these weapons would certainly not be limited to just him. Getting priority purchasing rights means seizing the advantage. It's not a tank, it's probably similar. Even if it's an infantry fighting vehicle, it's better than this transport vehicle. The old goat narrowed its eyes and exclaimed. Are there other treasures? Sui confidently declared. Of course, as a businessman, I have to keep launching new products. Hiss. New products. Could it be that the strange item, comparable to the defenses of a dark hotel, was developed by this kid? Mr. Su, don't tell me that you developed it. Of course, I developed it. Sui pointed at his own head. Only I can develop weapons of this level. Regarding this, the old goat had no objections. Previously, it had used various means to probe into Suyi's secrets. It even captured players who arrived at other instances for this reason. But in the end, it gained nothing. Not only did the strange world lack such flesh and blood weapons, but even the human world similarly had none. Just as Sui said. Only he could create weapons of this level. With that thought, the old goat became curious about the treasures Sui mentioned. Mr. Su, can you let me see the treasures you mentioned? Sui smiled and shook his head. Brother Goat, that one is still in the development stage. Once it's ready, I'll notify you immediately. If you want to see something, then let's take a look at the product we'll unveil at the grand opening. This time, a nightmare-level anomaly will come to purchase this product. As soon as he said this, Sui successfully shifted the topic to the grand opening. The old goat was stunned in place. A nightmare-level anomaly. Big news. Absolutely big news. A nightmare-level anomaly, even in the ancient city, is a significant figure. Such a big shot would actually come here from the city. The boss had previously told him that forces from the ancient city would send someone, but did not mention that a nightmare-level anomaly would personally act. Damn! The old goat secretly cursed in its heart. After coming here for a while, it least deserved to live 6 months less. One after another, heavy news kept its emotions from settling down. No wonder Sui was so generous. Various weapons and equipment were taken freely. It turned out that they had to put in effort at that time. With this in mind, the old goat reminded. Mr. Su, I think you should be a bit cautious at this ceremony. Nightmare-level anomalies are not very friendly to humans. Ha! Sui couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Previously, the boss had warned it, now the old goat was reminding him too. Was there something strange about this nightmare-level anomaly? What do you mean? The old goat immediately revealed everything it knew to Sui. Nightmare-level anomalies are not like ordinary anomalies. In the strange world, they exist like a watershed. Wanting to be promoted from SSS level to nightmare level anomaly is like reaching the heavens. Many anomalies spend their entire lives stuck at SSS level. Even a powerful SSS level peak anomaly like the old goat has been stuck at this stage for hundreds of years. Hearing this, Sui was completely confused. SSS level is difficult to advance to nightmare level. What does that have to do with him? Could it be that to be promoted to nightmare level anomaly, one needs to eat people? Hearing this, the old goat smiled bitterly. That's not the case. After being promoted to nightmare level anomaly, the anomaly will randomly give birth to a magic seed. The magic seed enhances the anomaly's power while greatly amplifying the anomaly's desires. Hunger, lust, greed. So anomalies at this stage are extremely dangerous existences for both humans and anomalies. Anomalies are okay. After all, there are plenty of them in our world. But humans are rare goods for anomalies. So do you understand my point, Mr. Su? Sui was silent for a moment and nodded. Magic seed. Sui pondered. Based on the old goat's description, under the influence of the magic seed, certain desires of nightmare-level anomalies would be amplified to the extreme. Other desires will be infinitely amplified. As for what this single desire actually is, depending on the bazaar, different situations will arise. For example, if a boss promotes to the nightmare level, their ultimate desire is likely business. And the old goat's ultimate desire is probably to expand territory. But no matter what it is, nightmare-level bazaar is an extremely deadly existence for humans. For humans, the bazaar is an extremely delicious food. Compared to devouring the bazaar naturally prefers to devour humans. Especially a powerful individual like Su Yan, who is the most delicious of the delicious. Considering this, Su Yan was just about to speak. The old goat shook his head and said, Mr. Su, even nightmare-level bazaar cannot suppress this ultimate desire. This belongs to instinct and cannot be changed by oneself or external forces. Su Yan shook his head and frowned, asking, Old goat, that's not what I mean. I'm asking if this ultimate desire can be investigated. There's no need to investigate at all. Su Yan couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. What do you mean by that? Could it be that this level of bazaar would deliberately hide this unstoppable instinct? Because it cannot be suppressed, the ultimate desires of nightmare-level bazaar are all public. When Su Yan heard this answer, his eyes instantly lit up. Because it cannot be suppressed, so it's directly public? Doesn't that make his plan easier? Finding out what this nightmare-level bazaar's ultimate desire is. Then making corresponding changes regarding this ultimate desire. Old goat, can you help me inquire about it? The old goat's ears twitched a few times, seeming a bit troubled. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Mr. Su, it's not that I don't want to investigate for you, but it's simply impossible to enter the ancient city. Unless you are a native bazaar of the ancient city or have an invitation from the internal high ranks. Otherwise, even the peak SSS level bazaar like me doesn't have the qualification to enter the ancient city. This statement left Su Yan silent. If even the old goat can't enter the ancient city, there's no choice but to wait for the boss to return. Through the boss's special channels, to get information in this regard. However, 2 days have passed, and there has been no news from the boss. It's unknown what progress is being made on their side. Su Yan helplessly made the worst assumptions in his heart. If the boss couldn't find the hidden identity bazaar items, and coincidentally this nightmare-level bazaar's ultimate desire is appetite, then he can only entrust the grand opening ceremony entirely to the boss. As for what it could become, that can only depend on fate. Let's go, old goat, I'll show you our company's brand new product. Testing ground. Su Yan briefly introduced the flesh transport vehicle. Flesh transport vehicle? Ignoring the attacks of SSS level bazaar? This level of defense can't even be achieved by the Dark Hotel. Can this little thing really ignore the attacks of SSS level bazaar? Looking at the flesh transport vehicle, the old goat felt serious doubts inside. Looking at the constantly writhing flesh of the vehicle, he couldn't help but ask. Mr. Su, this vehicle? Su Yan patted the vehicle, knowing that the old goat had doubts. Old goat, this vehicle can be made at will. The old goat smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Su, you should stand back. Let me make it clear, if I break your treasure, I won't compensate. Su Yan happily nodded. Alright, old goat. If you can break my vehicle, I'll give you 1,000 flesh C4. Seeing Su Yan offer such a high price, the old goat no longer hesitated. Mr. Su, if the vehicle can't be broken, I'll personally join the bidding. It was obvious. The old goat was extremely confident in his attack power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said something like that. Joining the bidding is a small matter, but the trouble is not small. If they are resentful towards the ancient city's forces, it could be disastrous. Once this was said, Su Yan was delighted in his heart and quickly gave way. I thought about getting a prop for the opening ceremony, where to find one? Isn't this just a trick, delivered right to the door? The old goat's aura suddenly changed. Its horns transformed into rolling magma, its body expanded wildly, flames rising all around. In just a few seconds, the form of the Hellfire Demon was complete. Hiss! Sui gasped in surprise. From a distance, he could feel the scorching heat. He had never seen the old goat in action. He never expected it to be so terrifying in battle mode. No wonder the old goat could easily consume another slightly weaker SSS level force. Without flesh and blood C4, it could achieve the same. However, it would take more time. Hellfire Demon Old Goat waved its hand gently. A fissure of molten rock appeared in the void, pulling out a weapon. When Sui saw the shape of the weapon, he almost laughed out loud. Damn! Why does it look like an oversized cane? This weapon resembled a cane, made entirely of magma. With the old goat holding it, it felt indescribably strange. The next moment, it struck. The staff ignited with flames and slammed down on the vehicle. Boom! With a loud noise. The flesh and blood transport vehicle couldn't withstand the old goat's massive force and was sent flying by a single cane strike. Bang! Another loud bang. It smashed against a simulated cliff dozens of meters away, raising clouds of dust. The old goat walked over to Sui, its body shrinking rapidly. When it reached Sui's side, it couldn't help but say, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry, I just used too much strength. No problem, old goat. No problem? The old goat looked at Sui in astonishment. Aren't we buddies? Did you not see? I just sent your broken car flying with a cane. Don't just stand there, old goat, let's go for a ride. After saying this, Sui dashed towards the flesh and blood transport vehicle. The old goat's attack was indeed fierce. Even harsher than Lin Shi's one-hit strike. For all he knew, the location of impact might even be deformed. But he had full confidence in the flesh and blood transport vehicle. After all, as long as the energy is sufficient, this flesh armor can automatically recover. As the thick smoke cleared, the rear part of the flesh and blood transport vehicle was crushed in a significant way, showing signs of deformation. In the dent, the flesh was wriggling, proving that the vehicle was slowly repairing itself. The old goat looked at this vehicle in astonishment. Just as it was about to speak, it heard the vehicle let out a rumble. The vehicle roared to life, and the flesh in the dent surged wildly. The recovery of the deformation was visible to the naked eye. Old goat, what are you standing there for? Aren't you coming to take a seat? As he spoke, Sui opened the back door of the vehicle. After all, the driver's seat had only one spot, so it was impossible for the old goat to squeeze in with him. Chapter 59, Extreme Desire, Rotting Meat Pool. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The old goat stared at the restored flesh and blood transport vehicle, exclaiming in disbelief. It knew that such a high-level bizarre tool had self-repair capabilities. But was the speed of this recovery a bit too fast? Back in the Dark Hotel, it had fought an SSS-level bazaar on the 7th floor. The entire 7th floor had been shattered to pieces. So, it clearly understood how long it took for such high-level bazaar tools to repair. In an instant, countless possibilities filled its mind. Yet, the vast majority of them were self-rejected. Until it remembered that Sui could resist its mental invasion, the old goat asked, seemingly mad. Mr. Su, it must be you using mental energy to repair it, right? Sui helplessly shook his head and opened the door of the vehicle. Old goat, what are you talking about? If we needed to use mental energy, then our company wouldn't align with our original intention. Our company's original intention is to produce bazaar tools for all bazaar beings to use. At this point, Sui pointed at the dashboard. As long as the flesh energy is sufficient, this vehicle can automatically repair itself. The old goat looked at the vehicle, still somewhat in disbelief. This little thing. It can indeed ignore the SSS level strange attack. Just now, its seemingly swift attack had no effect whatsoever. This completely surpassed its understanding. Originally, it had no interest in this car, but after this incident, it became very interested. If it had this car, with a group of elite soldiers, it could directly strike the nests of other SSS-level forces. To verify the guess in its heart, the old goat tentatively asked. Mr. Su, can we try moving? Why not? Sui firmly shut the car door. With one foot on the gas, it zoomed out. Hey! Damn! I haven't transformed yet. The old goat watched the speeding meat transportation vehicle and quickly transformed to chase it. Bang! A big fireball. It smashed hard into the back of the car. But the vehicle only shook a little, with no issues whatsoever. The damage instantly recovered. As the vehicle began to accelerate, even the old goat felt a bit powerless. Damn it! Watching the vehicle disappear from view, the old goat got angry. As an SSS-level strange creature, when had it ever been so humiliated? In a fit of anger, it unleashed its wrath. It was not that it didn't want to attack, but it simply couldn't catch up. Perhaps Sui sensed that the old goat was lagging behind and actually reversed back. Damn! 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 The hellfire demon, the old goat roared. With both hands on the ground, its body transformed again. The old goat truly became the flame old goat. This state was clearly a movement mode, greatly increasing its speed. The next moment, those magma horns slammed hard into the back of the car. Ouch, damn. Sui felt the whole car suddenly shake. So, he stepped on the gas and surged forward with that force. Through the rearview mirror, he just happened to see the true flame old goat. He ran, and it chased. It rammed hard into his backside. Half an hour. The old goat fell to the ground, panting heavily. Old brother goat, how is it? Sui backed the car to the old goat's side. The old goat did not respond, clearly sulking. However, it evidently recognized the car's defensive power. After Sui opened the door, it directly jumped into the back compartment. After wandering around a couple of times, Sui slowed down the speed and said, "Old brother goat, are you satisfied with this car's defensive power? I guarantee that our company's next product will not only have this level of defense, but also be equipped with powerful weapons." Upon hearing this, the old goat, who was sulking in the car, gasped in surprise. What? The same level of defense, plus powerful weapons. This. If it really comes with powerful weapons, without it lifting a finger, it might just take down some slightly weaker SSS-level forces. Don't worry, old brother goat. I promised you before, as our company's first VIP customer, you will be prioritized. At this moment, the old goat understood. It understood why the boss spoke to it that way back then. This human would really change the pattern of the strange world. Once looked down upon in its heart, now it just wanted to give the boss a few knocks of gratitude. Without the boss, it would not have today's status. It would not have become the first VIP customer of this man, this arms company. Sue, if there are any troubles in the future, just let me know. As long as it is something I, the old goat, can do, I will not delay. Sui smiled and nodded. Thank you so much, old brother goat. He treats customers as if they were gods. Gaining customer recognition was proof of the quality of this product. By the way, old brother goat. Sue, just speak your mind. Can we use the clip of you just crashing the car as a promotional video for the opening ceremony? Old goat. Seeing the old goat not speaking, Sui smiled and said, Old brother goat, if it's a difficulty for you, just forget it. I will find other strange creatures for filming the promotion later. Upon hearing this, the old goat got anxious. Difficulty? What difficulty is there? Sue, just use it boldly, use it freely, do whatever you want. It hesitated because at this moment, those coming for the opening ceremony were not just the forces within the ancient city. There are dozens of powers around, big and small. How can these guys show their faces after seeing its embarrassing appearance? Don't worry, big brother goat, I'll just use a few snippets. It won't affect your grand image. The old goat hesitated for a moment. I heard that you humans have a mosaic, can you help me cover it? At that moment, a figure rushed over swiftly. In the next moment, it caught up with the slowly advancing flesh transport vehicle. Sue. I found the props you wanted. Sui quickly stopped the vehicle and jumped out. Where? The boss wasted no time and took out 3 strange props. One was a mask, one was a red robe. Finally, there was a hairpin. Sue, this is the blood evil mask of the Rakshasa tribe. I specifically had the clan elder obtain it from the Rakshasa tribe at great cost. The old goat's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. The blood evil mask of the Rakshasa tribe. The boss really spent a lot. Rakshasa tribe? What kind of tribe is this? From the boss's reaction, Sui judged that this mask must be a rare treasure. However, Sui cared more about something else now. If that nightmarish bizarre extreme desire is hunger, then he would give up on this opening ceremony. Boss, do you know what that distinguished guest's extreme desire actually is? The boss was taken aback. This question directly interrupted his train of thought. Let me think. It seems to be a rotting meat pool. Sui was somewhat dissatisfied with this answer. This is a matter of great importance for the grand opening, leaving no room for carelessness. It seems to be? Yes, it's a rotting meat pool. Chapter 6060. Rakshasa rare treasure, blood evil abyss. Sue, forget about the rotting meat pool. The boss pointed at the mask in his hand. Do you know what kind of treasure this is? Sui firmly shook his head. No, I don't want to know. I just want to know what the rotting meat pool is. No, you want to know. Sui couldn't refuse the boss and took the 3 strange props. Special strange prop, Blood Evil Mask. Prop level, unknown. Exclusive skill, Blood Evil Abyss. After killing the bazaar, it will drag it into the Blood Evil Abyss, increasing one's attributes. A special treasure unique to the strange Rakshasa tribe, wearing it makes it impossible for other bazaar entities to view your information. Note, special bound item, after use, you can check the item's level. Crap. This is indeed a treasure. No wonder the boss was so excited. Sue, let me tell you about this. This is the Blood Evil Mask of the Rakshasa tribe. Boss. The Rakshasa tribe is extremely rare. Theoretically, no human should know about the special strange prop from the Rakshasa tribe. Special bound item? After reading the introduction, Sui directly put on the mask infused with bloodlight. In an instant, a bizarre phenomenon appeared. Bloodlight surged from the back of Sui's head, forming a phantom. In the phantom, there was a pool of blood. This pool of blood was not large, barely the size of a wash basin. With the blood pool as a backdrop, Sui resembled a deity descending to the earthly realm. Crap. Stop right now. The boss was scared out of his wits. When the clan elder handed this special strange prop to him, he repeatedly instructed him. Ordinary bazaars should just hide and wear it. Non-Rakshasa tribe members must not use its bazaar power. Otherwise, they would be drained and dragged into the Blood Evil Abyss. What's wrong? Sui dodged the black mist coming from the boss and asked in confusion. Boss. This truly shocked the boss. Nothing happened. How is it possible that nothing happened? The old goat was also extremely shocked. At this moment, in its eyes, Sui was no longer human, but a bazaar exuding terrifying blood evil energy. Sue, how does it feel? Feels pretty good. Bound item, Blood Evil Mask. Item level, Nightmare level. Exclusive skill, Blood Evil Abyss. Maintain the Blood Evil Abyss, consuming mental power *1 per second. Note, this item can increase its level by improving the Blood Evil Abyss level. Is this the Blood Evil Abyss? Sui took out a mirror and looked at the blood pool phantom drifting behind his head. I have to say, this Blood Evil Mask is truly a treasure. There is a peculiar power in the blood pool surging into his body, constantly refining his form. And maintaining the Blood Evil Abyss requires that little bit of mental power. To Su Yan, it was nothing to mention. This operation completely stunned the boss. Then, Su Yan looked at the long robe in his hand. This robe was made of one red feather after another. Though it was red, it seemed incredibly majestic. Weird item, Raven Robe. Item level, Nightmare level weird item. Exclusive skill, Phantasmal Leap. Note, the more mental energy consumed, the farther the phantasmal leap distance. This robe is made of raven feathers and can resist most mental attacks from strange creatures in the weird world. After reading the tip, Su Yan couldn't wait to put on the robe. The next moment, he vanished into thin air, leaving the 2 strange beings staring at each other. What's going on? I have no idea. I suspect Su isn't human at all. The boss had a lot to say. It was really too strange. The Blood Fiend mask could only be used by the Rakshasa tribe. Why could Su Yan use it and be fine? I feel like Su isn't human either. The old goat had no objections to this. Then what is he? I feel he is nothing. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind the 2 strange beings. Are you 2 talking bad about me? No, Su, are you satisfied with these 2 items? The boss quickly waved his hands and then turned around. What he saw was Su Yan floating in midair, his body resembling red mist. Su, how did you do this? The old goat quickly turned around. Upon seeing it, he couldn't help but gasp. Su, you're freaking weird. Saying this, it turned its head to look at the boss. Isn't this your kind? Before the boss could speak, Su Yan reverted to his human form, took off the mask, and landed beside the 2 strange beings. This phantasmal leap, if you don't use the leap, doesn't it just become phantasmal? Just after saying this, Su Yan put on the mask again and floated into the air. Boss, floating is really comfortable. Looking at Su Yan darting around in the air, the 2 strange beings felt that staying here would lead to mental pollution. Shall we go to my place? Let's go. The 2 strange beings quietly left the testing site. Su Yan floated around this layer for several laps. This novel experience made him reluctant to leave. It's a pity that my mental energy is stuck at 999 and cannot be improved. Name, Su Yan. Identity, horror game player, weird lord. Physique, 266. Mental energy, 999. Assets, countless. Weird items, substitute doll, blood mask, raven robe. Territory, for fire military factory. Overall evaluation, SS+. At present, maintaining a phantasmal state with mental energy in the blood purgatory was enough. But wanting to keep leaping, this level of mental energy was a bit insufficient. Su Yan was a bit confused about why his mental energy was stuck at 999. Was it restricted by levels? SS Plus level players had a mental energy limit of 999? How could he break through this level limit? Currently, there were no SSS level players in the entire horror game. Did it mean he needed a higher level copy to break through SSS level? Or did it mean the emotional value he recently provided to Lin Shi was not enough? Thinking about this, Su Yan shook his head and used his ability to teleport back to the room. Who? Lin Shi shouted angrily, instantly transforming into a white-clothed female ghost. Holding a mace, she struck at the strange creature that suddenly appeared in the room. Me. When she heard this voice, Lin Shi exclaimed. Ah. She walked to Su Yan's side and reached out to touch. Is Nyo Nyo still around? Su Yan? Aren't we friends? Shouldn't you first care about whether I'm still alive? Why are you concerned about whether Nyo Nyo is still here? Moreover, I'm phantasmal now, how could you possibly touch me? As Su Yan expected, Lin Shi's little hand passed right through him. Dimwit, I've already turned phantasmal. Lin Shi smiled and turned back into her red wedding dress. Is that so? The next moment, Su Yan was stunned. He distinctly felt himself being held. Hey, what the hell? No, no. This is impossible. But before he could think further, two masses of red mist intertwined together. This unprecedented experience caused Su Yan to quickly lose himself. He didn't know how long it had been. Su Yan slowly awoke. The room was quiet, as if nothing had happened. But he knew a fierce battle had taken place here earlier. This time, it wasn't just a physical consumption. But it is a genuine mental exhaustion. Ding. A game notification jolted Su Yi awake completely. Chapter 6161. Bizarre Dungeon, Player Carnival. Thrilling game. Players have already promoted to SSS level. Detected significant differences among players. The dungeon will open the Player Carnival mode in 24 hours. Note, in Carnival mode, the time taken for thrilling games is reduced to 2 hours, and players will not be punished for dying in their home country. This mode lasts for 30 days, and players can choose any dungeon they have visited in their home country. Sui couldn't help but pinch his forehead. This game has something wrong. So what if someone broke through to SSS level? Is there really a need for such a mode? In this Carnival mode, dead players will surely reach new heights. Correspondingly, the overall strength of players will also see a significant increase. At that time, a total of 27 players arrived in his territory. These 27 players came from 9 countries. Putting aside Longwa, there are 8 remaining countries. I hope these guys don't cause trouble when the time comes. Otherwise, it would really be sending these guys to their graves. What are you thinking? Beside him, Lin Shi stretched lazily, resting her hand on Sui. Sui silently pulled the blanket over to cover that beautiful figure. Tomorrow is the grand opening ceremony. I cannot put all my energy into boosting my mental strength. I was thinking about tomorrow's grand opening ceremony. By the way, how did you know I was fine? Sui couldn't figure it out. His state at that moment was clearly strange. How did Lin Shi see that he had used a creepy item at a glance? I just sealed a memory, I didn't turn into a fool. Lin Shi kicked the blanket aside, standing bare before Sui. I've seen Blood Fiend Purgatory in the Crow Robe before. In her memories, she had once encountered a traveler from the Rakshasa tribe. And that Rakshas's Blood Fiend Purgatory looked like a lake, not knowing how much bigger than Sui's little thing it was. Sui suppressed the stir in his heart and took out a hairpin. This is for you. Wow, what are you doing? Lin Shi, full of surprise, took the hairpin and immediately lay back under the blanket. Is this a gift for me? Sui smiled and nodded. This hairpin was also a creepy item that could obscure one's aura. Now that he had the Blood Fiend mask and the Crow Robe, he could hide his aura well enough. This hairpin could be used to protect Lin Shi. Speaking of which, Sui asked what exactly the Rakshasa tribe was, a bizarre group. Lin Shi carefully recalled and told Sui what she knew. The Rakshasa tribe is a relatively rare bizarre group. Their form is almost human, but also somewhat different. Every Rakshasa possesses a Blood Fiend Purgatory, the stronger they are, the bigger the purgatory. Due to their small numbers, the Rakshasa tribe is extremely protective. Plus, that eye-catching blood fiend purgatory, generally, no bizarre beings are willing to provoke them. Then can I pretend to be a Rakshasa? Thinking of that small basin-sized blood fiend purgatory, Lin Shi held back her laughter. Of course you can. Seeing Lin Shi's expression, Sui really wanted to poke her a couple of times. By the way, Shi. What the heck is the corrupt meat pit from Extreme Desire? He hadn't thought much about why the boss didn't want to elaborate before. Now that he thought about it, it was probably because he didn't know. Otherwise, with the boss's personality, he would have revealed it long ago. Why are you asking such disgusting things? Lin Shi pretended to gag a bit. But still, she honestly explained what the corrupt meat pit was. The corrupt meat pit is very simple, it's a bath made from human decayed flesh and blood. Damn, so disgusting, how can you go near it? Of course. I'm telling you, within Extreme Desire, this is considered mild, you have no idea about the other disgusting things. Sui looked at Lin Shi with suspicion. You wouldn't be like that when the time comes, would you? Lin Shi suddenly showed a mischievous interest, pointing at herself and saying. If I were like that, would you still eat? Eat a dio. Sui smiled and wrapped Lin Shi up in the quilt like a dumpling. Alright, I need to get busy. Knowing what the rotten flesh pool is, he decided to prepare in advance. It's hard to find rotting human flesh in the strange world, but isn't it hard to find in his world too? It's tough to buy living people, but buying some corpses should be fine. I'm the company's finance director, I need to go too. Lin Shi broke free from the quilt. She changed into professional attire and put on a hairpin. With the hairpin, her face looked much more normal. But even with the hairpin, Sui couldn't resist giving her a little slap on the shapely bottom. In the office, Kong Jing looked at this person and the strange being with astonishment. He had come to find Sui to ask about the situation. At the moment the game announcement was released, the special team held an emergency meeting. They speculated that this mysterious SSS level player was most likely Sui. Besides this, they also wanted to inquire. During the carnival phase, can players try the instance trials? However, the person in front of him puzzled him. The identity information clearly marked him as Sui. But in front of him stood a horror, masked and dressed in red robes. In contrast, the woman behind him looked more like a normal human. Boss? What's wrong? Is the back mountain finished? Hearing this familiar voice, Kong Jing couldn't help but feel sad. Boss, you weren't killed by the sister-in-law, were you? No wonder when looking for a female assistant, everyone picks such ordinary ones. In just a moment, a powerful resentment swept through the entire room. When Sui took off the mask and dispelled the illusion, Lin Shi simultaneously removed the hairpin. Kong Jing's face turned a dark shade of gray. Didn't those two sentences offend this SS-level strange being, Lin Shi? However, there was no time to worry about that now. He needed to quickly inform Sui, as there were many eyes watching the for-fire military industry. So it's sister-in-law. You're even prettier. Boss, the back mountain is roughly done, just some finishing work left. Sui nodded. Okay, pull everyone back. Kong Jing was taken aback. Why pull everyone back? A nightmare-level strange being will come to the opening ceremony tomorrow. Hiss. A nightmare-level strange being. Since he had been focusing on the back mountain project, and the boss only said he was busy, he didn't know the specifics. To this day, he still didn't understand. The distinguished guest coming to the for-fire military industry tomorrow was a nightmare-level strange being. Kong Jing hesitated for a moment and asked Sui. Boss, tomorrow is the carnival mode, should I notify them to keep people out? Sui's eyes flashed with a cold light. Yes, also notify the 8 other countries that the for-fire military industry is prohibited from entering tomorrow. What if they don't listen? Sui smiled faintly. If they don't listen, just kill them all. It's just the right materials for the rotten blood pool. Kong Jing was even more confused. How can it be only this long since he left his boss, and now he doesn't understand what his boss is saying? Chapter 62, First Encounter with a Nightmare-Level Strange Being. What is the rotten blood pool? A blood pool made from rotting human bodies. Lin Shi answered first. Kong Jing felt Lin Shi's ominous gaze and couldn't help but shudder. Alright, don't scare him. Okay. Lin Shi put away her terrifying expression and stuck out her tongue at Sui. Sui informed Kong Jing about the situation. Wow, this strange being is really twisted. Isn't this basically a human meat bath? Kong Jing complained, then confidently said. Leave it to me, I have connections. I guarantee I'll find fresh, rotting flesh in 2 hours. Sui. Lin Shi. The man and the strange being exchanged glances. It seemed they were both saying, is this person on the right path? Kong Jing, who was quite adept at reading the room, immediately explained. Boss, what are you thinking? My family over there is doing medical research. They have specialized corpses for research. Moreover, with your identity now, 2 hours is a conservative estimate. Kong Jing, although a Taoist, born into a family of medicine. Since childhood, he has been exposed to these things, naturally developing corresponding connections. Moreover, he can precisely identify which bodies belong to fresh yet decaying corpses. For example, those that have been soaked in formalin for a long time. Take them out to air, and they will surely turn into a pile of rotten meat in a very short time. Alright, go ahead and do it. After the empty mirror left, Su Yan put on a mask. Let's go, let's see how the arrangements are. Time passed hurriedly. All the arrangements were completed. The Dark Hotel started from the realm of ghosts. A crimson carpet was laid, leading to the fourth fire military industry. Along the way, every so often, there were 2 little night demons directing the path. These little night demons, without exception, all wore blackwork uniforms of the fourth fire military industry. Besides these arrangements, Evil Thoughts, Ogagaga, and Fireball, a group of security personnel, patrolled continuously along the road from the realm of ghosts to the fourth fire military industry. Generally, weird things do not create trouble inside the ghost realm, so those who dare to cause trouble are not ordinary weird things. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the fourth fire military industry. At this stage, security must be strengthened to prevent any weird beings from causing trouble. Not far from the red carpet, there was also a large pavilion. This large pavilion was specifically ordered by the boss to be built by the little night demons. Inside the pavilion, there was a pool of blood, countless severed limbs. Most of these were decaying corpses. If this were the real world, it would have been infested with maggots by now. The empty mirror stood outside the pavilion, pinching his nose tightly. The terrible smell produced by this rotting flesh was truly unbearable for him. At this moment, Su Yan truly felt the benefits of being eerie. In a vaporous state, he couldn't smell this awful odor at all. It's a pity. These corpses had no lingering souls. Otherwise, he really wanted to try whether blood fiend refining hell could extract the soul. Boss, why do you guys not feel anything? The empty mirror looked at a person and an eerie floating beside him, quite dissatisfied. The boss chuckled cheerfully. Second brother, how about I kill you, and then you can also be eerie? The empty mirror decisively shook his head. No, thanks, I've smelled this smell before. Living and dead. It's still better to be alive. Moreover, if he turns into an eerie being, he can only become a low-level wandering soul with no perception. In a short time, it's fine, but long-term would definitely drive him mad. Su Yan reached out and patted the empty mirror. Second brother, don't be idle when you go back. Hurry up and level up, otherwise, when I find eerie items for you later, you won't be able to use them. The empty mirror's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Alright, boss, I'm going to level up right now. But just after taking 2 steps, he turned back. Boss, can you give me some equipment? Just holding an AK makes me feel uneasy. Su Yan waved his hand. Fool, isn't there stuff in the warehouse? At the very least, you're the second boss, won't you get it yourself? The empty mirror looked as if a cunning plot had succeeded, waving his hand. Alright, boss. Seeing the expression on the empty mirror's face, the boss couldn't help but ask. Su, do you think the second brother will empty the whole warehouse? No, this kid doesn't have that much space in his storage bar. Su Yan looked at the boss. Boss, when will that distinguished guest arrive? Most of the invited guests have arrived early. Among them, there are several representatives from the ancient city's forces. And these guests have all been arranged at the Dark Hotel by the boss. Since other forces have arrived, the distinguished guest shouldn't be long now. The boss shook his head. He had sent out all his eerie spies for investigation. These spies were positioned in different locations, including those arranged at the exit of the ancient city. Once there is any stir, he would receive news immediately. There's currently no movement. Su Yan glanced at the sky. Do you think that guy will stand us up? Hard to say, let's go back to the company first. Let the meat pool rot slowly. The boss was also uncertain about this. Even if that nightmare-level eerie sent out news, he will come in person. But who knows if it's just a whim. If he doesn't come, they will have no way to deal with this nightmare-level bizarre event. In the office, the old goat and the boss are chatting about the latest gossip. Sui and Lin Shi are sitting on the side, cracking sunflower seeds, listening with great interest. As the night deepens, the old goat has been worn out. Until 3 o'clock in the morning. The boss in the black robe suddenly trembles. He's here. Sui jolts awake, pushing Lin Shi off him. Lin Shi rubs her eyes and asks sleepily. Who has come? The distinguished guest has arrived. Yes. The boss is very anxious. That guy doesn't even know what tricks he used. He avoided many spies along the way, but luckily was spotted by spies 10 kilometers away. Sui puts on his mask and drapes a robe over himself. He grabs the boss and Lin Shi, instantly teleporting to the dark hotel ghost boundary. At this moment, at the boundary, one can see. The bloody neat building emits a terrifying dark red light. In the next moment, a giant skeleton driving a large cart dragged by several bone warhorses silently appears in sight. From a distance, one can feel the terrifying aura emanating from that cart. Clearly, inside the cart is that nightmare-level bizarre being. The evil thoughts of the security guards instantly tightened their grips on their guns. The cart silently stops at the ghost boundary. The boss no longer hesitates and shouts loudly. May I ask if you are the distinguished guest? The giant skeleton driving the cart pulls open the curtain. Hiss. When seeing the scene inside the cart, whether it is Sui or the bizarre being, both take a sharp breath. To call it bizarre is better described as a group of corrupt severed limbs forming a meatball. Countless arms, countless thighs. This meatball is also embedded with countless heads. Chapter 63-63. Blood and Flesh Transport Car, first batch of big orders. Suddenly, a hand deep in the meatball keeps wriggling. With a plop, it flows out with a thick liquid. The arm successfully drills out of the meatball. Afterward, it hands an invitation letter to the bone skeleton. This scene is something the boss also sees for the first time. He has seen disgusting things but has never seen something this disgusting. Moreover, there's the nightmare-level oppressive feeling. However, Sui reacts first and loudly shouts at the meatball. Welcome, distinguished guest. Our company has prepared a great gift for you. Oh? All the heads on the meatball turn to Sui, speaking in unison. You are the boss? This is a terrifying feeling that Sui has never experienced before. Under the suppression, Sui unconsciously operated the blood evil purgatory. In an instant, the oppressive feeling suddenly disappears. All the eyes on the meatball focus on the small blood pool, seemingly very interested. Interesting. The sharp sounds formed by countless voices cause invisible harm to all the bizarre beings present. At this moment, they truly realize the strength of the nightmare-level bizarre being. This is still when the nightmare-level bizarre being is not intentionally targeting them. If it were to target them intentionally, these sound waves could severely injure them. On the contrary, Sui is the most composed in front of this creature. He even clearly feels that the blood evil purgatory wants to absorb it. Sui clears his mind and looks at the meatball. Distinguished guest, we have specially arranged a corrupt meat pool for you, please follow me. Good, good, good. Upon hearing this, the meatball's desire surges to the heart. Its curiosity toward Sui also disappears without a trace. Under Sui's guidance, the group of bizarre beings moves towards the gazebo. Before reaching the place, the meatball smells that corrupt aura and can no longer hold back. That huge body forcibly squeezes out of the cart and rolls toward the gazebo. The boss sees this scene and thinks silently. It's over. It's over. I have done a good thing badly. This gazebo was originally specially prepared for this distinguished guest. Unexpectedly, this nightmare-level bizarre being is so large. The gazebo ends up becoming an obstruction. But in the next moment, the meatball splits into several meatballs of different sizes and rolls into the rotten meat pool. So refreshing. So refreshing. The meatball shouts in unison. Keep doing what you're busy with, don't mind me. Then the honored guest may do as they please. Sui waved his hand. A strange group quickly dispersed. Inside the office, Lin Shi couldn't help but complain. That guy was so disgusting. The boss, still shaken, said by the side. Su, that guy is a bit terrifying, and somewhat abnormal. It had seen nightmare-level anomalies, but had never seen such a strange nightmare-level anomaly before. Moreover, according to its recent observation, when it split into small meatballs, each breath was nightmare-level. What does that mean? It means that this guy is likely not a normal nightmare-level anomaly. Sui shook his head, not responding. To him, being normal or not didn't matter. As long as they could buy products from him, that was a good customer. Seeing that Sui didn't speak, the boss felt a bit uneasy. Su, do you think we will have big orders tomorrow? It wasn't worried about the sales of those weapons and equipment. The only worry was the sales of the bloody transport vehicle. At first, it had asked Sui about the pricing range. But Sui didn't answer, only stated that the starting bid was 1 billion. That terrifying price. Even it had to think it over several times. Even if that bloody transport vehicle could ignore the attacks of SSS-level anomalies. Don't worry, there will be. Sui confidently nodded. If this meatball was horrifying on a physical level, then it perhaps still held some suspense. But if this meatball was a fear on a mental level, then that was easier to handle. The bloody transport vehicle was aimed to resist mental level attacks, which could better defend and consume less flesh energy. For example, that recent sound wave intensity. It was feared that shouting for 10 days or half a month would drain the flesh energy in the vehicle. If it were a nightmare level attack on a physical level, it would probably not last a day before the flesh energy was exhausted. The next day, just as dawn broke, all employees of the 4 fire companies sprang into action. A group of guests, guided by hotel staff, arrived at the bloody building. Even the SSS-level representatives from the ancient city couldn't help but be stunned upon seeing the bloody building. Buildings like the Dark Hotel of this SSS level were quite rare in the ancient city. But this bloody building was actually also an SSS-level building anomaly. No wonder the owner of the Dark Hotel spent a lot of favors and money to send out invitations in the ancient city. Only, they didn't know how the goods sold in this company were. Claimed to have defense comparable to the Dark Hotel's anomaly, was that an exaggeration? With a skeptical attitude, the strange group stepped into the bloody building's doors. Welcome, honored guests. Sui personally led the Yasha team in the lobby to greet them. Everyone, please follow me to the exhibition hall. In the exhibition hall, displayed were a dazzling array of firearms. Long guns, short cannons, rocket launchers, everything you could think of. What made the anomalies even more incredulous was that the security patrolling the exhibition hall was actually led by an SSS anomaly. The representatives from the ancient city were fine. But the many bosses around, when they saw the old goat personally leading the patrol, were shocked. What kind of background does the 4-fire military industry have? To have this rising SSS-level peak anomaly patrolling in the exhibition hall? Could it be said that the owner's background was unfathomable? This made many surrounding forces wanting to probe into the 4-fire military industry have second thoughts. It must be said, Sui was truly a genius in promoting weapons. Everyone please look, this weapon is the Bloody Barrett. This is a lethal, stealthy weapon for ambush and combat. While introducing, the little Yasha nearby also kindly released a testing video. Quickly, Sui pulled the group of anomalies into his rhythm. Super high lethality, super long attack range. This unprecedented and novel weapon completely captivated the eyes of these anomalies. In just half an hour, the amount of pre-order weapon contracts exceeded 1 billion. And it continues to grow. After Sui introduced the weapons, the sound of cannon fire came from outside. I believe everyone can't wait anymore. Do you want to see a strange item from our company that is as strong as the defense of the Dark Hotel? As soon as these words came out, all the strange beings answered in unison. Yes. In the auction hall, Sui stood on the stage, enthusiastically introducing the blood-meat transport vehicle behind him. The video was still playing, showing the clip of the old goat attacking the blood-meat transport vehicle. This footage of withstanding the old goat's attack successfully captured the hearts of all the lords of surrounding forces. Even if the starting price was as high as 1 billion, the leaders of these forces still offered their prices without hesitation. With this vehicle, they would not repeat the same mistakes. Just like that SSS strange being, which met its demise. Chapter 64-64. Crazy bidding. They are truly country bumpkins. Not even sure if this strange item is real or fake, yet they dare to place such heavy bets. Ha, if they actually get their hands on some item, I wonder if they will cry. 1 billion. Who would have thought these country folks are so rich? The strange representatives from Old City mocked. Ignoring the strange item that could withstand SSS-level strange attacks, this level of item. Looking out over the entire Old City, there were hardly a few that could be found. How could such a desolate area produce one? They guessed it was most likely a scam, and those frantically bidding were just fish waiting to be slaughtered. The strange representatives admitted that the weapons in the exhibition hall were indeed astonishing. But they did not believe that what was shown in the video was real. Nor did they think that the seemingly terrifying mountain goat in the video had reached the SSS-level peak in power. Of course. There was one crucial point. They were merely subordinates of the forces in the Old City, not the controllers. With over 1 billion in funds, they had no way to use it. The several strange beings participating in the bidding secretly laughed and did not care. Having fought the old goat for decades, they naturally knew its strength. Without interference from the Old City forces, they were actually pleased to see this situation. Additionally, the old goat had mixed in with this company. In the future, there would definitely be stronger weapons and equipment. In the same state, they could not compete with the old goat. Moreover, would the old goat get stronger weapons and equipment? In just a few minutes, the auction price shot up to 1.5 billion. Hiss, are these guys really this rich? Hearing this, the old goat quickly asked. Boss, have the distinguished guests arrived? If the old city forces took away this blood meat transport vehicle, it would be bad. The strength of the vehicle was clear to him. All around these forces were targets to be swallowed. If any of them bought the vehicle, it would severely disrupt the merging plan. They have arrived. Upon receiving this answer, the old goat's furrowed brows instantly relaxed. Good. In fact, he had prepared for the worst. If the old city forces did not make a move, he would personally participate in the bidding. No matter what the cost, he could not let the other strange beings get this blood meat transport vehicle. Afterward, he would take his subordinates to attack the territories of other strange beings. The boss sensed something was wrong. Are you going to take action against them? The old goat did not hide it. These guys are definitely going to buy weapons, and I plan to take them out right after the opening ceremony. You cannot make a move on my territory. That is natural, we are the best partners. The old goat grinned. He understood the stakes involved. He needed the connections expanded by the boss, and he needed the weapons provided by Sui. With these, he could swallow other forces without restraint. At that moment, the entire auction hall shook. They have arrived. The boss waved his hand and shouted loudly. Sui then looked at the leftmost wall of the hall. This wall was made up of blood meat. Under his mental control, it quickly split apart. The moment it cracked, a terrifying sense of oppression surged into the auction hall in an instant. All the strange beings simultaneously looked toward the crack. Damn it, which idiot disturbed my mood? What kind of thing is this, so massive? When did this wilderness suddenly have nightmare-level weirdness? Even sensing the nightmare-level eerie atmosphere, the representatives from the ancient city still chattered non-stop. But then, two tall white skeletal figures carried a stretcher step by step toward the hall. As the strange beings saw the figure on the stretcher, they all shut their mouths. Some even moved their seats to the far right side of the hall. Sui accurately captured this information and thought to himself. It seems the meatball has quite a lot of power in the ancient city, not just a small thing. Otherwise, the representatives from the ancient city would not be so scared. Where is the treasure? Countless heads opened their mouths, creating an eerie sound wave. This truly made all the strange beings present uncomfortable. Dear guests, the treasure is right here. Sui smiled and pointed to the blood and meat transport vehicle placed on the stage. It looks really delicious. The meatball rolled off the stretcher and slowly wriggled to the front of the stage. Then, it split into countless little meatballs, each one bouncing towards the blood and meat transport vehicle. The speed was so fast that Sui couldn't even react. The small meatballs wrapped around the entire vehicle, then formed a big meatball. Damn it, this isn't food, can't eat it. He had thought that this nightmare-level meatball might cause trouble at the auction venue. He had arranged for the old goat to lead a team to guard here. But he didn't expect this guy to play by different rules. It directly started to gnaw at the vehicle. Although he knew this vehicle couldn't be eaten by this nightmare-level weirdness, he was still grossed out. In the next moment, the meatball split again and rushed towards the seats below. The strange beings scattered in fear, afraid of being affected by the meatball. Fortunately, after the meatball calmed down, it became quiet. The old goat, aiming a gun at the meatball, let out a sigh of relief and waved to let his men retreat. It was invited to maintain order and could not let the meatball act recklessly. The boss felt shaken as well. Sui was the first to react, pointing at the vehicle and shouting. Dear guests, take this opportunity to showcase the powerful self-repairability of our blood and meat transport vehicle. Suddenly, the outer layer of blood and meat armor on the vehicle was corroded by more than half. Some areas even exposed the framework. The strange beings from the ancient city all shook their heads in regret. They believed this vehicle was indeed a highly defensive eerie tool. Unfortunately, this eerie tool was ruined. As representatives of various forces, they knew well how terrifying the meatball was. Its corrosive ability could easily wipe out an SSS-level eerie being. This vehicle was corroded and already wasted. Then, accompanied by the roar of the engine, the next scene surpassed all the strange beings' understanding. Even the meatball's countless eyes widened. The blood and meat continually wriggled, quickly generating new blood and meat armor. From this, it was clear that the vehicle had not suffered any fatal damage. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. If this vehicle's defense reached SSS level, it shouldn't withstand the meatball's corrosive attack at all. Could it be that this vehicle? A thought that was incredible arose in the hearts of all the strange beings. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Sui threw out the killer move. Dear guests, this blood and meat transport vehicle can not only ignore attacks from SSS-level Eries, it can also effectively resist attacks from nightmare-level Eries. As soon as these words came out, all the strange beings went crazy. They frantically began bidding, effectively resisting nightmare-level Erie attacks. Just relying on this point, it could be called a nightmare-level Erie tool. Such a high-level Erie tool was probably rare in the entire ancient city. 1.7 billion. 2 billion. 2.5 billion. The price continued to climb. Chapter 65. Auction high price, 5 billion. Durable. This vehicle is great. The meatball developed a strong interest in this vehicle. This level of strange props is extremely troublesome to repair. For example, its SSS level bone horse cart. Although it is also a strange prop for transportation, the bone horse cart is as fragile as paper. That bone horse could be said to shatter at a touch, and to repair it, one must find an equally ranked bone war horse to tame. 4 billion. As the price was announced, the noisy hall instantly fell silent. 4 billion. This exceeded the limit all the surrounding strange lords could bear. Even though they are SSS level lords, living like local emperors. But correspondingly, they also have to bear more. The food, drink, and necessities of their subordinates, the exploitation of territory resources, all require an output of funds. It's better to take a pen and buy weapons, arming their strange subordinates to resist the old goat. 4 billion, this esteemed guest bids 4 billion. Is there another guest who wants to raise the price? Sui shouted while paying attention to the situation below. Successfully auctioning this cart will make you a supreme VIP customer of the company. Our company can guarantee. Supreme VIP customers will receive priority delivery rights and enjoy an 85% discount. 4 billion 10 million. The bidder was a representative of the strange faction in the ancient city. Under Sui's instigation, the price climbed slightly again. Knowing their financial constraints, the strange lords even formed small alliances. Although these strange entities kept raising their bids, the increments were not high. 5 billion. The meatball bid again, raising the price by several billion. As if this 5 billion didn't even cost it anything. The boss saw this price. Made it big. This time it's truly made it big. One cart sold for 5 billion, 10 would be 50 billion. 100 carts would be 500 billion. 500 billion, what kind of concept is that? It could rent a storefront in the ancient city, becoming a lord-level existence. But at the same time, it worried whether this 5 billion could actually be obtained. 5 billion. Even if it's a nightmare-level strange entity, it wouldn't carry that much money on it. 5 billion, first time. 5 billion, second time. 5 billion, third time. Dawn. Accompanied by fireworks bursting in the hall, this auction officially came to a close. Sui didn't expect this cart to sell for such a high price of 5 billion. Turning to look at the meatball, it suddenly seemed much more pleasing. Sui opened the back compartment, inviting it. Esteemed guest, would you like to experience the ride? When explaining this vehicle, the meatball was not present. To help it understand this cart, Sui decided to explain it again. No need. The meatball instantly scattered, squeezing into the cabin. Several rotten arms dug into the driver's seat. Since the engine was still running, the cart was indeed manipulated by the meatball. The cart started and stopped, like a rookie who just learned to drive. Sui snapped his fingers, sending the car into the test area. In the test area, the boss looked at the speeding cart and couldn't help but ask. Is it this simple? Did you think it was difficult? Sui smiled. I have to say, even though the meatball looks a bit abnormal, its comprehension exceeds all the strange entities Sui has seen. Having only watched a few promotional videos and used its own exploration, it could be said to be self-taught. In the future, one can't judge the strange just by appearances. If the meatball hadn't driven, Sui would really have thought it was foolish. But after this incident, he realized this guy was just pretending to be dumb. With a screech, the car made a quick stop in front of Sui. The meatball rolled out from the back compartment. Dear guest, are you satisfied with our product? Not bad, I am very satisfied with this cart. The boss nearby, holding the contract, happily approached. I'm glad you're satisfied, so how about this contract? At this moment, the meatball was in a very good mood, and one of its arms detached. It signed its name on the contract. A prompt appeared in front of Sui. Successfully sold one blood meat transportation cart. Current unlock progress, 1/10. After completing the progress, the next piece of equipment can be unlocked. Congratulations host for unlocking the achievement, a little success. A corrupt arm wriggled out from the flesh ball, handing over a card. Here is 3 billion, as for the remaining 2 billion, after the driver training is completed, let it take you to the ancient city to collect. Okay, esteemed guest. Sui did not hesitate at all and accepted the funding card, which was covered in sticky goo. On this day, Sui wandered continuously throughout the exhibition hall. Strange inquiries about weapon orders kept coming in. In the end, apart from the blood-flesh transport vehicle worth 5 billion, weapon equipment worth over 1 billion was also sold. Most were bought by nearby lords, with a portion purchased by representatives from the ancient city. Sui was unclear about the situation over at the ancient city. These surrounding forces probably wouldn't be at peace for a while. Until late at night. She was calculating reports based on the orders. Ha, got it. The boss rushed over first, picking up the report. Upon seeing the numbers on the report, he exclaimed, "Sue, for this order, we hit the jackpot." Sui took the report, glanced at it, and smiled faintly. What's there to be excited about? This is just the beginning. In the future, these orders will be small ones for us. We need to train our sales team quickly. If I handle all these small orders, I'll be dead tired. Lin Xin, hearing this, painlessly pinched Sui. Hiss. Tens of billions. If these are small orders, what were the ones done before? The boss awkwardly said. I really don't understand the knowledge of sales. I can only wait for the second one to come back and teach those little goblins. Though he was the boss of the Dark Hotel, the business operations of the hotel and the arms business were fundamentally different. Wanting to help Sui felt powerless. Moreover, he was busy contacting various forces and had no understanding of different weapon models. He couldn't even introduce them to clients. He could only wait for Kongjing to return and let him handle it. By the way, Su, when will we release the next batch of goods? Sui thought for a moment and said. Wait until the funds are gathered, then release the information. At this stage, if the information was spread. Once the fleshball knew that there were still a large number of strange items of the same level in the company. What if it had some thoughts? After all, the next stage would involve a large-scale operation. The selling price would be far lower than the auction price. Alright, then we need to quickly find some trainers. The strange beings at the driving school were all half-baked. Let alone teaching other strange beings to drive, whether they could drive properly themselves was a question. Just leave it to me. Chapter 66, Elite Training Plan. With the carnival mode starting, the human world was nearly at a standstill. Players from various countries had their eyes set on the chapters they were in. For example, in the Dragon Country. Before the carnival mode began. To accommodate brand new players. A special task force had specially released the strategies for completing low-level dungeons within the country on the forum. Following this strategy, newcomers could safely pass through the strange dungeons. And most of these dungeons were rated B level or below. In just a few hours, millions of players surged into these dungeons. Even so, a large number of casualties still occurred. There was a B-level dungeon that had been forced into becoming an A-level dungeon. The farmhouse. As soon as Sui came back, he couldn't wait to open his phone. When he saw the trending topics online, he couldn't help but pinch his forehead. How could these guys be so stupid? They could pass by following the strategy, how could they not get through? At this point, he watched a video for a while. In the video, a man entered a dungeon referring to the strategy. At the fork that should have gone left, after observing for a while, he chose the right path. Then, there was no more after that. Is this TM an idiot? Can't tell left from right? She was browsing the trending topics on her tablet as well. These guys can look after themselves in life, so they are always treated as normal people. In fact, they are completely foolish and can't understand human language at all. Sui shook his head helplessly. What idiots, it's a good thing they didn't let us into our own company. Fortunately, he had informed Kongjing beforehand. This had allowed Longwoi to restrict them from entering his territory. Otherwise, if these guys went in, they would probably ruin their own business. Your hopes may be dashed. Sui was stunned. What does this mean? She did not answer but handed the tablet to Sui. On the screen, it was the strange forum. Sui flipped through a few pages and gasped. All were bounty tasks. Most of the bounties were detailed guides for A-level dungeons. A few were detailed guides for S-level dungeons. Sui then clicked on an S-level bounty task. It required a detailed guide for a certain S-level dungeon, along with corresponding videos and detailed information. Just for this, the reward was a staggering 1 billion. Hiss. 1 billion. The bounty reached 1 billion. This phase is different. Players can choose any dungeon in the country. Clearly, there were players with cash who wanted to get high-level dungeon guides in advance. They wanted to shake off other players at the starting line. In addition to the bounty tasks released by new players, the forum was also filled with many escort tasks posted by veteran players. Sui casually clicked on one video and was stunned. In the video, a bald man was enthusiastically introducing the company's escorts. Most were A-level, and there were even S-level ones. At the end of the video, there was a table. It clearly divided the charging standards. According to the level of supernatural dungeons and the level of escorts, the charging standards were also different. But the lowest charging standard was still in the 8-digit range. Seeing this, Sui was completely taken aback. This complete industrial chain couldn't have formed overnight. It is possible that some people started laying the groundwork when the horror game first appeared. From the comments below, it seemed some players even sold their possessions, even gave up everything, all to safely pass through a high-level dungeon once. Can the consequences of this really be borne by these new players? Without supervision, after the carnival ends, there might be big problems. Thinking of this, Sui contacted Master Ling Su. Who is it? Master Ling Su, it's me, Xiao Su. Xiao Su, is it you? Have you finished your matters over there? I'm done. Before Sui could ask further, the other side spoke. Xiao Su, are you at the farm? Yes. Hold on, I'll come find you now. Not long after, a black jeep drove into the farmhouse. Master Ling Su, looking haggard, got out of the car and rushed to Sui. Master Ling Su, what happened to you? Master Ling Su shook his head, seeming unwilling to say more. Let's go, let's talk inside. Inside the house, Master Ling Su took out a plan. Xiao Su, what do you think of this plan? Sui took the plan, glanced at it, and frowned. Seeing this, Master Ling Su's heart began to race. This plan was developed after discussions by a special operations group, an elite training plan. It was specially formulated for veteran players and even gifted new players. After reading this plan, Sui took a deep breath. Help this group of potential players to successfully pass through S-level and even SS-level dungeons. Master Ling Su, we should have this strength. You don't need to ask for my opinion. Master Ling Su looked a bit embarrassed. They didn't intend to send players into real dungeons, but rather wanted to send these players into a training center for training first. After training, they would officially enter other S-level, SS-level, and even SSS-level dungeons. They knew Sui had many powerful supernatural beings under him. The carnival phase lasted only a month. If they wasted this time, it would not be easy to train elite players without worries again. Little Su, we want to open the trial center. Can you see if you can send some manpower from your side? Hearing this, Sui understood the meaning of Master Ling Su. Master Ling Su, should we train these players first before letting them enter the dungeon? Exactly. Sui didn't agree right away but voiced the problems he discovered. Master Ling Su sighed when he heard this. We have long been aware of this situation. The special operations team and all the players under it are watching over the S and SS level dungeons. Managing to guard these high-level dungeons is our limit. You should understand some of the things I'm saying. Sui was silent for a moment. He understood. After the carnival mode was activated, some guys couldn't hold back anymore. In carnival mode, without the threat of annihilation, these guys showed their fangs. In this list, I do not want any strange people to be squeezed in. Hearing this, Master Ling Su instantly lit up. Don't worry, little Su, every member on this list is strictly chosen by me. Alright, Master Ling Su, let's send people to settle in the trial center today. Sui returned this time to inform the trial center to settle in. After all, the driver of that meatball was still waiting for coaching training. Hurry up and train this guy well, so we don't waste time later. By the way, Master Ling Su, how's Kong Jing? Master Ling Su rarely showed a smile. That kid is just using your name to swindle. Chapter 67, this is the real sales champion. What the hell? On the screen, Kong Jing was sprawled on a lounge chair, leisurely eating fruit. In front of him, a group of cheap-clad women were dancing gracefully. What is he doing? Sui looked at the phone Master Ling Su handed over, unable to help but complain. Master Ling Su's face was quite awkward. This kid said he was going to level up in the dungeon, but in reality, he was more like on vacation in the dungeon. The dungeon level isn't high, the boss is only a rank. Let alone the fully armed Kong Jing. Even if Kong Jing came without weapons, this a rank monster couldn't do anything to him. Sui felt his anger rising. This little brat. I was busy running around in the company, nearly killed myself. And this guy is enjoying himself in the dungeon. Master Ling Su, grant me access. I want to go in and find him. As a senior member of the special operations team, Ling Su naturally had such authority. After a simple operation, a prompt appeared in front of Sui. The player is about to be teleported to the dungeon, Huang family old mansion. I want to go too. Seeing Sui about to sneak away, Lin Shi suddenly jumped out and leaped onto Sui's back. Master Ling Su, I'm off, see you at the trial center. Current dungeon, a level Huang family old mansion. Tip, old Master Huang is extremely greedy, perhaps you can use weird coins to bribe him. Damn. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. So he spent money. Thinking of this, Sui prepared to deal with this kid properly. Let's tidy up this kid. Lin Shi's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. Last time Kong Jing said she was ugly, she hadn't settled the score yet. Taking this opportunity, she was going to vent her anger. Bloodthirsty mask, crow robe. In an instant, the phasing was activated. Sui waved his hand lightly. The door of this A-level architectural monster item shattered like paper in an instant. In the next moment, Sui burst into the courtyard. The overwhelming aura of the SSS level monster enveloped the entire courtyard. In the yard, the little servants and maids who were cleaning were scared and huddled in the corner trembling. Even the guards, the timid ones, only dared to hide in corners and watch from a distance. The bolder ones quietly sneaked off to find old Master Huang. Before long, that old rascal with a thief's brow and mouse eyes. Esteemed one, I don't know what I've done to offend you. A rascal with a thief's appearance rushed out. Is there someone here? As soon as these words came out, the old rascal's face changed slightly. May I ask, esteemed one, are you from the Black Tiger Mountain? Ding, hidden task triggered. Sui? Hidden task? What is Black Tiger Mountain? Alright. Don't hide it. Wow, boss, it really is you. Kongjing ran out of the corner, carrying a gun. Boss, this is Lord Huang, but he is our big client. After hearing Kongjing's description, Sui was stunned. Not a bro. You got a huge order just by going into the next instance. It turns out, the Huang family is a top household within 100 miles, with deep pockets. Old Master Huang is an eerie nightmare level. Old Master Huang is the father of the head of the Huang family. More than 10 years ago, Old Master went out and never came back. This caused the prosperous Huang family to fall into ruin overnight. Within the estate, important ministers ran away, leaving only a few behind. Now, only dozens of A-level eerie beings remain at the Huang family. Recently, they have been frequently harassed by the Black Tiger. Kongjing entered the instance during this time and just happened to trigger a hidden quest. Yesterday, the eerie beings of Black Tiger Mountain came to collect protection fees again. As a result, their leader was shot dead by Kongjing. Old Master Huang immediately fixed his eyes on the weapon in Kongjing's hands. After learning that Kongjing could acquire a large number of weapons, he treated him like a VIP. Old Master Huang, this is my boss, whatever you need, he has it. Kongjing initially planned to wait until the instance was over to bring the goods. But unexpectedly, Sui came personally and directly gave him the order. Old Master Huang trembled as he took a list out of his sleeve. Please take a look, Master. Sui took the list and glanced at it. Wow. Goodness. 2,000 long guns, 50 rocket launchers. Altogether, various long and short firearms amounted to 200 million. Hiss. Today, Old Master Huang can come up with 200 million. 10 years ago, when Old Master was still around, how much wealth did the Huang family really have? Moreover, according to Kongjing, Black Tiger Mountain is the largest force nearby, with a lord who is an SSS-level eerie being. Their subordinates include dozens of SS-level and S-level eerie beings. Why hasn't the Huang family been swallowed by Black Tiger Mountain, even without an S-level eerie being? Where is the warehouse? Upon hearing this, Old Master Huang's small eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Master, do you mean? Sui waved his red robe, signaling him to lead the way. Old Master Huang no longer hesitated. When they arrived at the warehouse, Sui understood why Black Tiger Mountain only kept harassing and didn't just wipe them out. It was because this warehouse was actually a nightmare-level eerie item. The eerie aura emanating from it was not inferior to the one from the meatball. In just a few minutes, one corner of the warehouse was piled high with all kinds of weapons and equipment. Old Master Huang looked at this pile of weapons, tears of joy streaming down his face. Recalling that Old Master Huang was a nightmare-level eerie, but his unfilial son was stuck at A-level for decades. If it weren't for looking for materials to upgrade to S-level, it wouldn't have come to this. Thank you for your assistance, Master. No need to thank me, Old Master Huang, this is just a mutually beneficial transaction. Yes, that's exactly right. Old Master Huang put on a smiling face to agree. May I ask how long Master will stay here? If you stay at the residence tonight, I will have my servants arrange a guest room. Sui turned to look at Kong Jing, who was wandering in the warehouse. How long until you finish? Boss, there are still 16 hours. Upon receiving this answer, Sui turned back to Old Master Huang. Then I will trouble you, Old Master Huang. It's no trouble at all, Master. Late at night. In a corner of the courtyard. Sui, Linshi, and Kong Jing were plotting. Boss, I saw when I was wandering in the warehouse today. The eerie beings in that warehouse are at least worth tens of billions. Are there any other more expensive goods? Once this village passes, there won't be this shop. If we miss Old Master Huang, there won't be such a generous client again. Sui did not hesitate and directly told Kong Jing about the blood and flesh transport vehicle. Ignoring the attacks from the SSS level eerie beings, but effectively resisting the nightmare level eerie attacks. This. Isn't this the perfect bait? Extremely fitting the requirements of Boss Huang. With a little effort, the meat transport truck can be sold for an astonishing price. Boss, wait for my news. Under the shocked gazes of Su Yan and Lin Shi, Kong Jing quietly snuck into Old Huang's room. Chapter 68. Rare, strange robbery. This residence. It seems like a building from the Republic of China period. Su Yan sat on the roof, carefully examining the buildings in the courtyard. Do you know what this place is? Lin Shi shook her head. Since I escaped, I've been staying at the hotel and haven't gone out at all. As the topic came up, Su Yan embraced Lin Shi. Stay with me, you won't need to run anymore. Lin Shi snuggled in Su Yan's arms and nodded her little head. By the way, is this kind of robbery common in the strange world? This was still the first time Su Yan had seen a strange robbery. If such things were frequent, these strange beings might become loyal customers of the for-fire military industry. Such things are very common. Some forces indeed fall into decline when their strongest disappear. At this point, Lin Shi asked Su Yan. By the way, we won't go back to the company today. What about the Taoist? She somewhat missed that soft and plush big bed. Though the guest room arranged by Old Huan was nice, she still couldn't sleep. Su Yan waved his hand at the mention. The boss will handle it. During the day. He promised Taoist Lingshu to meet at the trial center in the evening. Then discuss the specific operation matters of the trial center. He originally planned to bring Kong Jing into the dungeon and leave. But unexpectedly, the lord of this A-level dungeon turned out to be a local wealthy man. With just a slight move, there was a weapon order worth 200 million. The financial power compared to the SSS-level strange lord in the dark hotel area was not at all inferior. Moreover, when Kong Jing was wandering in the warehouse, Old Huang had no reaction at all. What does that prove? It proves that the funds in Old Huang's hands might far exceed the merely seen tens of billions. So, Su Yan planned to stay in the dungeon until the mission was finished. The trial center over there was originally a transaction between the boss and the long countryside. As for how both sides negotiate, it really has little to do with him. Oh. Lin Shi hummed twice, muttering softly. I can't sleep. How about we go back to the room and play? Facing this naked suggestion, Su Yan pretended not to understand. The weather is nice today. Just then, the clouds obscured the crimson full moon. Su Yan put on the blood-themed mask and whispered in Lin Shi's ear. The moon is dark and the wind is high, perfect for outdoor activities. Just one sentence. Lin Shi's little face turned incredibly red. No. Under this intense emotional fluctuation, Su Yan clearly felt his mental power starting to rise. The wheels rolled, traveling until midnight. A shout of killing came from afar, accompanied by Kong Jing's urgent calls. Boss, something happened. Interfered with his interest, Su Yan rushed out of the room. He saw distant flames shooting into the sky, as if a large group of people was rapidly approaching. What happened? Kong Jing was fully armed outside, covered in various weapons and equipment, holding a blood meat barret in his hands. The Grim Reaper from Black Tiger Mountain is back. Su Yan was stunned, his tone suddenly heavy. Wasn't it dealt with yesterday? Boss, two got away yesterday. Kong Jing spoke softly like a child that had done something wrong. Yesterday was his first time taking action in the strange dungeon. He was too nervous and let too small strangeness escape. What an idiot. Having taken action, yet not cleaned it up properly. No need to think. It must be the Black Tiger Mountain strange beings returning for revenge. Su Yan took a deep breath to calm his emotions. In the future, when the earth is covered, the soldiers will come, and the water will flood. Moreover, Kong Jing had secured a considerable order. Additionally, the hidden task was to assist the Huang family in resisting Black Tiger Mountain. From both reason and feelings, he had to take action. No worries, I'll handle it. At that moment, old Huang arrived in a hurry with a group of fully armed guards. Master, my old family has encountered disaster. Please, you and Madam and Taoist Kong Jing leave swiftly through the underground passage. To avoid the anger from Black Tiger Mountain falling upon you. Clearly, it had no intention of letting Sui take action, but rather planned to send them away. Sui waved his red robe. Old Master Huang, what level is the Lord of Black Tiger Mountain? Upon hearing this, Old Master Huang was taken aback. Great Master, the Lord of Black Tiger Mountain is a peak SSS level ghost tiger. It's just a hair's breadth away from the nightmare level. Great Master, there's no need to offend the Lord of Black Tiger Mountain for this old man. As for me, I can just hand over this estate to that ghost tiger. Though he said this, Old Master Huang still hoped Sui would step in to help. It was because Sui had always been in a strange state before him and also possessed a peak SSS level eerie aura. Peak SSS level? Sui's heart stirred. If the Lord was at the nightmare level, he would leave without hesitation. There was no other reason, he simply could not win. Though the flesh transport vehicle could withstand attacks, it had no means to counterattack. Staying here held no significance. However, since the Lord of Black Tiger Mountain was only at peak SSS level and had not entered the nightmare level, he was at the same stage as Sui, the SSS level Eerie Lord. Since entering the horror game, he had never directly confronted an Eerie of the same level. He did not know what the combat power of this ghost tiger truly was. No, Old Master Huang. You bought weapons from me, which makes you my client. Our company's principle is to treat our clients like gods. I won't just sit back and watch this. As these words left his mouth, Old Master Huang stood frozen in place. For these years under the oppression of Black Tiger Mountain, he hadn't sought help from other SSS-level Eries in vain. But the result was invariably the same. They all took a lot of benefits from him and then walked away with that ghost tiger of Black Tiger Mountain. He never expected that the boss of the for-fire military industry would decide to help him just because of a transaction. Second, you drive and take Old Master Huang. It's just the right opportunity for me to teach everyone how to use these weapons. Sui waved his hand. A flesh transport vehicle appeared in the courtyard. Kong Jing instantly understood Sui's meaning. Old Master Huang, please this way. This was an excellent opportunity to promote the flesh transport vehicle. No matter how much Kong Jing said, Old Master Huang could not truly understand how tough this flesh transport vehicle was. It was better to take this opportunity. Let Old Master Huang sit inside the vehicle and go out to watch the battle. Let him personally feel the strength of the flesh transport vehicle. Outside the old Huang residence, an SS-level Eerie resembling an ancient scholar shouted at Sui. Friend, I am the Hall Master of Black Tiger Mountain. No matter how much benefits this Huang gave you, we at Black Tiger Mountain will offer double. Next to him, an S-level Eerie looked somewhat dissatisfied. Master, why waste words with that guy? I think we should just chop him up. These Eries of Black Tiger Mountain had dominated this area for decades. They were used to being overbearing, and the Huang family was one of their big loots. Upon hearing that 2 of their paid lackeys had been taken out, they all shouted to annihilate the attacker. Moreover, they wanted the Huang family to pay a price, or else. Chapter 69, Kill you, just the same as mine. Shut up, do you know how to speak to this friend? The scholar Eerie scolded angrily. It felt a deep pressure. This kind of feeling, it had only felt, then there was nothing it could do. After all, an SSS-level anomaly was crushing compared to an SS-level anomaly. Fortunately, the name of Black Tiger Mountain was famous, even this unfamiliar SSS-level anomaly gave face. Thank you, friend. Before the words were finished, a surge of life and death crisis rose from the depths of the heart. The scholar anomaly didn't hesitate for a second and instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. 2 rocket shells from Sui struck, blowing up a large area of anomalies. The weaker ones were immediately obliterated. The closest S-level anomaly also suffered heavy damage. The scholar anomaly barely dodged this lethal blow, roaring. Who exactly are you? But what responded to it was Sui, transformed into a human-shaped firepower fortress. 5 blood flesh barrets, 10 blood flesh AKs. He stood still, but the weapons in his hands formed a tight line of firepower. Even the scholar anomaly, under this dense fire network, got hit by 2 bullets. Fortunately, this SS-level anomaly was still alive after being hit by 2 bullets. As for the small anomalies that followed it, they weren't so lucky. The A-level anomaly got shot, without a sound. The S-level anomaly got shot but could still let out a couple of cries. In no time, an entire team of anomalies was slaughtered by Sui, nearly wiped out. The damaged scholar anomaly was cursing the little anomalies that sent messages in its heart. The two anomalies said the Huang family possessed some unknown type of firearm. Only hearing noises and seeing no figures, the accompanying anomalies turned to ashes. The scholar anomaly, before coming, thought these two little anomalies were intentionally saying this to avoid punishment. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the truth. The power of that unknown firearm exceeded its imagination. Even this SS-level anomaly suffered heavy damage. And its best methods were useless against that nearby SSS-level anomaly after using them. Spare me. I can give you my money, my treasures. When it saw Sui approaching with various weapons, it shouted loudly. Spare me. Spare me. I can give you all my treasures. Sui put away his weapons and carefully examined the scholar anomaly. What treasures do you have? The scholar begged for its life continuously. I have a scroll. It is an extremely special anomaly tool, able to control anomalies within a certain range. Show it to me. A special anomaly tool? The scholar's words successfully attracted Sui's attention. But the scholar anomaly decisively refused. If this guy got the treasure, what if he still didn't let it go? In the anomaly world, the most untrustworthy thing is anomaly talk. No way. Then how much money do you have? 100 million anomaly coins. 100 million? Sui responded with feigned surprise. Hearing this, the scholar anomaly felt joy in its heart. Useful. As long as you spare me, all this money is yours. Bang! With a gunshot. The already injured scholar anomaly completely closed its eyes. It never understood, having talked so well, why did this guy suddenly take action? Fool, by killing you, your money and treasures are still mine. After dealing with these creatures, Sui immediately activated Blood Fiend Purgatory. The bodies of these anomalies were absorbed in an instant. That small blood pool was visibly growing. After devouring all the bodies, the small blood pool's diameter grew to 1 meter, forming a small blood pit. And in that Blood Fiend Purgatory, several vengeful spirits were wailing in the boiling blood-colored magma. Upon closer inspection, it was evident. This group were the devoured anomalies. In less than half an hour, all anomalies were completely exterminated. Among them were not only S-level anomalies but even SS-level ones. But these anomalies accomplished nothing at all. Under Sui's firepower network, they collectively perished. What kind of terrifying creature is this? Old Master Huang stared blankly at this scene, his heart filled with shock. When he snapped back to his senses, he hesitated not a moment. Empty mirror Taoist. I'll buy this car. I'll buy this car. That look resembled madness. Empty mirror looked at Old Master Huang with delight. Alright, then according to the price we talked about, 3 billion. Old Master Huang took a deep breath. Look at the empty mirror. Master Empty Mirror, this old man has an unusual request. I hope to use 5 billion to buy this car. 5 billion? No, buddy, are you crazy? Is there too much money to spend? Master Empty Mirror was briefly stunned, then quickly typed a message. Lord Huang, you can speak, what is the matter? I hope to invite the Great Master to completely wipe out the Black Tiger Mountain. As soon as these words were spoken, Master Empty Mirror gasped in shock. This old man really didn't hold back his words. No wonder he increased the price by a full 2 billion. I don't have the authority to make such a decision, but I can help you tell the boss. Whether it can be done depends on the boss's wishes. Lord Huang's eyes flickered with surprise. As long as they are willing to talk, there is enough confidence to have Su Yan take action. Boss, what are you looking at? After getting off the car, Master Empty Mirror headed straight for Su Yan. Su Yan put away a bunch of strange props, including strange coins, and waved his hand. Nothing. At this moment, he understood why bandits like to ambush on the road. The money comes in real fast. Not only is there money, but also all sorts of bizarre props. Especially that scroll of scriptures, which deeply attracted Su Yan. Boss, Lord Huang is ready to pay for you to take action. As soon as there was money involved, Su Yan immediately asked. How much? 5 billion. Less? 5 billion. Damn. Su Yan was momentarily stunned. 5 billion. How much exactly does Lord Huang have? Should he ambush him? This thought flashed in Su Yan's mind. Unfortunately, it was no longer the first phase to unlock equipment with money. If it could still be unlocked with money, Su Yan might really take down Lord Huang. Get it done. Chapter 70, Seizing Black Tiger Mountain. Idiot, you're holding the gun the wrong way. Inside the Huang family's old courtyard, Su Yan yelled angrily at the strange creature aiming a gun at him. Look at who I'm talking about, it's you. And that one over there, you've got the barrel pointing at the strange creature's forehead. That strange creature jumped in shock, overly nervous, and accidentally pulled the trigger. Damn! Su Yan felt his head was about to explode. These Huang family guards were really of poor quality. Not only were their brains not right, but their attitude was also a problem, as if they couldn't understand human language at all. If they took guns to fight, probably before even seeing the enemy, a large part would be shot by their own side. In order to make that useless strange creature continue to shine, Su Yan used Blood Fiend Purgatory to take it in, and then shouted furiously. You have half an hour. If you still don't know how to use a gun, you're all going to the purgatory. Wails constantly came from Blood Fiend Purgatory. With the pressure of Blood Fiend Purgatory, these strange creatures improved a lot. After this, Su Yan understood. It turns out these strange creatures weren't unable to understand human language, but were pretending not to understand. They probably didn't want to go to Black Tiger Mountain to die. Thinking of this, Su Yan carefully selected 2 unlucky ones. After throwing these 2 into Blood Fiend Purgatory, the remaining strange creatures quieted down. One by one, their brains were no longer silly, and they understood the words. Until the sky began to brighten. Master Empty Mirror drove back with Lord Huang. Great Master, this is the information you wanted. Su Yan took the bag and waved his hand. Old 2, you come to train them. He made a deal with Lord Huang. Lord Huang provided money and strange creatures to assist him in wiping out the group of strange beings at Black Tiger Mountain. Afterwards, he would not take a single cent. All the treasures of Black Tiger Mountain, including the territory, would belong to Su Yan. Su Yan restructured the battle plan, cancelling the original plan to bombard Black Tiger Mountain with a rocket launcher. How could he recklessly bombard his own territory? For this, he even specially asked Master Empty Mirror to take Lord Huang to find other strange beings to investigate the situation of Black Tiger Mountain. With the meat transporting truck around, even if there were nightmare-level strange creatures, they could return safely. In the room, Su Yan carefully examined the situation at Black Tiger Mountain. 2 peak SSS-level strange creatures? According to Lord Huang, there was only 1 SSS-level strange creature at Black Tiger Mountain, and that was the Lord. But this information shows that there are 2 peak SSS-level strange creatures at Black Tiger Mountain. They are twin brothers, 2 peak SSS-level phantom tigers. Now this is getting interesting. What? Lying in bed watching a drama, Lin Shi immediately leaned over. 2 big tigers? Sui nodded and said with a smile. Yes, it seems that Black Tiger Mountain is very well hidden. The information is very detailed. Personnel, equipment, levels. Even the time for changing guard shifts is clearly marked. Besides these, there is also a map. The map clearly delineates various routes and buildings of Black Tiger Mountain. From this information, one can see how lax the security of Black Tiger Mountain really is. Just think about it. Black Tiger Mountain. There are indeed 2 SSS-level phantoms, and one of them is hidden, unknown to the outside world. Moreover, there are many subordinates, countless SS and S-level phantoms. The terrain is even more extraordinary, easy to defend and hard to attack. Ordinary SSS-level forces that recklessly come would leave not a single trace behind. Even Sui, without this information, although it is not fatal, he would still suffer a hidden loss. However, being prepared in advance, Sui considers he can easily take down both SSS-level phantoms. Are you going to deal with them? Can you handle it? Lin Shi looked at the information and asked Sui. Although Sui asked her to stay in the room, she is very clear about what is happening outside. Sui smiled and nodded. It's just 2 little tigers, nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Lin Shi puffed her cheeks in annoyance. I can fight too, okay? I'm not a burden. Why are you? At this point, Lin Shi's tone softened. She hugged Sui tightly and begged. Let me accompany you. Sui felt deeply touched. Who says female phantoms are not good? This female phantom is truly wonderful. But Lin Shi's next words made him lose his composure. What if you get killed? Then I'll be a widow. Little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? In the evening, a large team headed straight for Black Tiger Mountain. In the blood and flesh transport vehicle, Old Master Huan looked at Sui with worry. Master, are you confident you can take down those 2 phantom tigers? He was originally very confident. With various weapons, taking down 1 phantom was not a problem. But after knowing that Black Tiger Mountain had 2 peak SSS-level phantoms, the entire situation became grim. If they flip over, then the Huang family would be completely finished. Kong Jing, who was driving, heard this and laughed. Old Master Huang, just relax. When my boss makes a move, not to mention 2 phantom tigers, Even if all the phantoms of Black Tiger Mountain attack together, they are not my boss's opponents. Sui smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Old Master Huang, you all will still attack according to plan. You all? What does this mean? He won't go with us? Old Master Huang was taken aback. Master, aren't you going with us? Sui did not answer this question, but pointed to the phantoms outside the vehicle. Old Master Huang, do you think your guards can compete with those guys from Black Tiger Mountain? Although Old Master Huang did not know Sui's intentions, he still thought carefully and replied. Although I don't want to admit it, even with weapons, my guards probably can't win. Sui smiled and shook his head. Not probably, they definitely can't win. And there are two guys speeding away from the team, likely spies from Black Tiger Mountain. What? Old Master Huang exclaimed, beads of sweat instantly appearing. If Black Tiger Mountain gets ready, then there would be no opportunity left. For a moment, he was in a flurry, not knowing what to do. After a brief pause, he tentatively asked. Does Master have a plan to break the enemy? This question made Sui look at him with a bit more respect. If it were other phantoms, they might not know what to do at this point. Yet Old Master Huang, after a brief panic, had already come up with a plan. You all feign an attack, and I will go kill those two phantom tigers. Hiss. Old Master Huang drew in a cool breath. Is this really a human thing to say? To slay those two phantom tigers, these are two peak SSS level phantoms. And he said it in such a calm tone? A cold voice suddenly interrupted. Yes, Lord Huang, you just need to stay in the car with me later. Other things, my eldest will handle. No. No. Those are two SSS class peak monsters. And they are twin brothers. If they join forces, their combat power might rival a nightmare level. Master, I think we should think it over. Those two phantoms are not. Chapter 71, / the Phantom Tiger and Take the Tiger Mountain. Heihu Mountain. On a narrow path leading to the stronghold. And on this almost vertical road, there were two figures, one red and one white. Are we just going to stroll in like this? Stroll? Sui stopped. Do you see if this road is meant for people? She looked down and cheerfully said. That's true. This path can block 90% of the physical anomalies. Stronghold. Inside a hall. The noise was unavoidable, quite cheerful. At a glance, there were anomalies feasting on meat and drinking wine. At the forefront stood the Phantom Tiger. This Phantom Tiger had a human body and a tiger head, wearing a red armor. Boss, the spy has news. The Phantom Tiger was momentarily stunned. Spy? Didn't we send a scholar? Why has the spy returned with news? Thinking of this, a bad thought suddenly surfaced in its mind. What happened? The esteemed master is gone, and the Huang family has somehow found an SSS class anomaly. The team of the esteemed master is all gone, and only two spies from the Huang family managed to escape. The Phantom Tiger was enraged, smashing the wine jar in its hand. What the hell is going on? In an instant, the hall fell silent. Boss, another spy has a secret letter. The reporting anomaly trembled as it pulled out a secret letter from its pocket. The Phantom Tiger, with a dark face, received the letter. After reading it, it roared angrily. That damned Lord Huang actually dares to find outside anomalies to deal with me. You little ones, gather your weapons. In the secret letter, the content was very detailed. From the time of the esteemed master's team being wiped out to the Huang family's gathering of forces, everything was noted. One team, 3 spies, annihilated by Sui. Only 2 spies managed to escape. Those 3 spies were just unfortunate, one was killed. The other 2 disobeyed and were thrown into the blood fiend purgatory by Sui. Several hall masters, upon hearing this, eagerly shouted. Boss, let us go. Yes, boss, let us go, we will definitely bring that guy's head back. They all wanted to take this job. Because if they took this job and dealt with that incoming anomaly, they could extort that old man from the Huang family. And if they took a little from it, they could feast to their heart's content. The Phantom Tiger was furious, but it did not lose its reason. This enemy is an SSS class anomaly, who is willing to fight? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was shocked. SSS class anomaly, wouldn't that be like delivering food to them? Boss, who should go? Out of nowhere, a voice emerged. When the Phantom Tiger glared, the anomalies below lowered their heads. A group of useless trash. The Phantom Tiger cursed silently in its heart, then roared angrily. Go! All of you go! You keep the mountain gate safe, I'll arrive shortly. Many anomalies rushed into action. The entire hall became noisy again. But at this moment, a loud voice resounded through the hall. This voice sounded just like the previous one. Boss, you're not thinking of sneaking away from us, are you? Who? The hall, at the Phantom Tiger's furious roar, fell silent once more. Each hall master looked at each other, then glanced at their subordinates. The other small anomalies shook their heads, fearing trouble would fall on them. You see, their boss was erratic and brutish. Countless small anomalies had died at its hands. The Phantom Tiger was too angry to care about these anomalies, roaring. All of you get lost. The many anomalies let out a sigh of relief and fled the hall. Not long after, the hall became empty. Just as the Phantom Tiger wanted to call its brother, it noticed two figures in the corner. Whose subordinates are you? What are you doing here? Boss, we're leaving now. One of the figures trembled as it spoke. Female Spectre? The Phantom Tiger paused in surprise. Which guy brought the female Spectre up the mountain again? However, it was not in the mood to dwell on this now. It had to summon its brother quickly to discuss how to deal with the invading enemy. Get lost. But the next moment, it saw that the two figures hadn't left, instead, they were getting closer. You guys. Boss, I have a surprise for you. It's you. Hearing this voice, the Phantom Tiger instantly flew into a rage. It was this guy who had been yapping and disturbing the troops' morale. I'll kill you. The Phantom Tiger's form swelled, transforming into a 3-meter-tall black fierce tiger. Don't, boss. I'm here to give you a gift. As it spoke, a big lump of flesh in C4 made of flesh was thrown in front of the Phantom Tiger. The Phantom Tiger looked at the fresh lump of flesh with doubts on its face. Just as it was stunned, the lump of flesh emitted a beeping sound. When it looked back at the hall, it was already empty. Boom! A huge explosion obliterated the entire hall. What the hell, it's so powerful. She couldn't help but exclaim. No kidding. I glued 200 pieces of flesh C4. Hiss. 200 pieces, that's really ruthless. She gasped in surprise. Back then, 2 pieces blew up the hotel's outer wall. And these 200, glued together, exploded at once. That Phantom Tiger would definitely be badly injured even if it survived. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed in from the distance. Sui felt this aura and immediately cried out as he ran towards the ruins of the hall. Boss. You. This Phantom Tiger, though almost identical to the one just now. But Sui, through his keen mental strength, sensed the differences between them. This should be another one. He suspected that the eerie beings on the mountain were unaware of this Phantom Tiger's existence. Moreover, there were many eerie beings on this mountain, and this Phantom Tiger might not recognize its identity. Just as Sui guessed, Phantom Tiger 2 rushed to its side. What happened? Sui asked back with a surprised tone. Boss, weren't you in the hall just now? Phantom Tiger 2 was stunned but didn't linger on this topic. I came out, what happened? Sui cried and shouted. Those few hall masters rebelled and blew up the hall. At this moment, several hall masters rushed over with a large crowd. Seeing these guys armed with weapons, the killing intent instantly emerged in the Phantom Tiger's eyes. As he saw those hall masters about to speak, Shi, hiding in the eerie crowd, let out a loud roar and then quietly retreated. Brothers, kill that stinky old tiger. Hall master? No, boss. The other eerie beings went to the mountain gate, while these few returned to check the situation after hearing the explosion. Before they could explain, the cold tiger claws charged in. In no time, only 2 S-grade eerie beings were left. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Boss, didn't you send us to the mountain gate? Phantom Tiger 2? Before it could turn to ask, Sui acted first. The blood fiend Purgatory ran wildly, instantly absorbing the debris on the ground. The original blood pool surged again. It's you! Seeing this blood fiend Purgatory, Phantom Tiger 2 realized something was wrong. With a roar of anger, it crazily charged towards Sui. Chapter 72, Firepower Suppression, even the fierce tiger is useless. Is that all? Sui spat out a mouthful of blood. I have to say, the tiger paw slapping on the face really hurt. Shi hurriedly flew over, cursing angrily. Are you crazy? Just as Sui discontinued his phasing and collided with Phantom Tiger 2 using his physical body. The result was that Sui took a paw from Phantom Tiger 2 on his face. And he punched through Phantom Tiger 2's head. After checking carefully, Shi let out a sigh of relief. Aside from a paw print on his face, there was no other harm. What kind of monster are you? Sui smiled and shook his head, operating the blood fiend Purgatory. He planned to absorb and refine the corpse of that Phantom Tiger. The blood fiend mask truly was a special eerie item of the Rakshasa tribe. After absorbing the eerie being that was killed by Phantom Tiger 2, the blood fiend purgatory grew significantly. From the initial small blood basin, it had grown into the current large blood lake. The blood fiend purgatory could even completely refine eerie beings. Not just the strange flesh, but even the soul would be completely melted down, used to enhance the physical body. Numerous SS level and many S level strange beings successfully raised their physique to 999. This is why Su Yan dared to fight the Phantom Tiger's attack barehanded, without weapons. He pondered that with this body, even against a blood-meat Barrett, he could withstand several shots. Plus his extremely strong mental power, even without weapons, he estimated that strange beings of the same level would not be his opponents. While the two were talking, a shadow floated from the corpse of Phantom Tiger number 2 and entered the ruins. Su Yan focused on the blood slaughter purgatory, while Lin Shi was paying attention to Su Yan. This person and this strange being didn't notice anything happening at all. Once Su Yan put Phantom Tiger number 2's corpse into the blood slaughter purgatory, he froze. Not right. What's wrong? Lin Shi instantly became alert, tightening her grip on the bone club. Su Yan did not answer but began to clear the ruins. He dragged out another Phantom Tiger. This Phantom Tiger was completely devoid of breath, clearly dead. He did not hesitate and directly tossed this Phantom Tiger into the blood slaughter purgatory. Damn, these two guys got away. What? These two guys have abandoned their bodies. The enhancement of these two Phantom Tigers was not even as good as one SS level strange being. Moreover, the game panel did not display any information about these two Phantom Tigers at all. This allowed Su Yan to determine that they abandoned their bodies to escape. Then where did they go? Before Su Yan could answer, an extremely terrifying aura came from the foot of the mountain. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, the black shadow of the twin tigers roared in anger. The peak SSS killing rule was instantly released. Everyone present, whether they were the small minions of Black Tiger Mountain or the guards of the Huang family, were all affected. Their bodies began to twist constantly, with the nearby strange beings even starting to merge. Pair by pair began to merge, pair by pair began to merge. Only Kong Jing and Old Man Huang hid in the blood meat transport, escaping one disaster. When Su Yan looked from a distance, he saw an extremely terrifying scene. A giant two-headed Phantom Tiger was violently attacking the blood meat transport vehicle. And the flesh of that giant Phantom Tiger was actually composed of many strange beings. A shadow kept separating from this body and merging back into it. Countless wails echoed from this body. Clearly, the fused strange beings were not immediately erased. But this was clearly in vain. The strength of this two-headed Phantom Tiger far surpassed these strange beings. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to forcefully merge them using the killing rule. The aura of the two-headed Phantom Tiger was still climbing. Su Yan had a premonition. Once this body was merged by that two-headed Phantom Tiger, it would likely directly advance to nightmare-level strange being. An SSS-level Phantom Tiger, with strength in hand. But nightmare-level ones. He must stop its advancement. He instantly entered a phantasmal state and threw out a large number of rocket launchers. Boom! Repeated rocket blasts sent that two-headed Phantom Tiger flying. Under the powerful firepower suppression, the merging path of the two-headed Phantom Tiger was forcefully interrupted. It wants to run. It can't run. Su Yan transformed into a moving rocket launcher, soaring into the sky. Kong Jing, who was waiting to die in the car, was stunned at this scene. What the hell, the Flying Heaven Parade? This firepower is too fierce, this tiger can't stand it. The Flying Heavenly Parade's fireworks bombarded for over 10 minutes. Finally, the body of the two-headed Phantom Tiger collapsed under the heavy burden and fell to the ground. Big brother, let's go. The almost weak voice of the Phantom Tiger rang out. Without this body, we can just look for another one. Damn it, if it wasn't for that guy, given time, you and I would surely advance to nightmare level. The two strange beings that were supposed to instinctively advance to nightmare level. Under Su Yan's intervention, not only did they not manage to both advance to nightmare level. Even in a state of merging, the attempt to advance to nightmare level was forcefully interrupted. Having operated for so many years in Black Tiger Mountain, swallowed so many strange things, now turned into bubbles. Number 2 Chow Tiger was reluctant, but had to accept this reality. Just because that suddenly appeared anomaly was really too terrifying. Let's go, second brother. At the moment Su Yan absorbed the flesh, the two-headed Chow Tiger's body was taken. But as soon as they left the body, they heard a voice by their ear. Where are you going, little brother? Su Yan didn't notice he had let number 2 Chow Tiger escape before. This time, he wouldn't make such a mistake. The next moment, the two-headed Chow Tiger fell into the blood evil purgatory. Special anomaly species, two-headed Chow Tiger. Anomaly level, SSS peak, half-step nightmare level. Note, this is an extremely special anomaly, perhaps it can be kept as a pet. Pet? Go pet your mother. Even in a horror game, Su Yan showed no mercy. Cutting the grass without uprooting it, spring wind blows and it grows back. Su Yan always acted cleanly, absolutely leaving no survivors. Back then, dealing with the Black State warlord who ate without paying. He even smashed the eggs laid by the warlord's old mother hen. Damn, boss, you're really amazing. Kong Jing jumped out of the car, rushing over. Su Yan glanced at Kong Jing and scolded. You're the amazing one, I said, are you stupid? Just run when the tiger comes. Why wait here for me? Wait to die? Kong Jing waved his hand helplessly. Boss, I actually wanted to run earlier. But I didn't have enough energy, all the flesh energy was used on the flesh armor. Besides, I know you and sister-in-law definitely wouldn't leave me alone. Right, sister-in-law. Old Master Huang was struggling to move, inching to Su Yan's side. Thank you, Great Immortal, for saving this old man's name. In the future, if the Great Immortal needs anything, this old man will not delay. Su Yan waved his hand. Old Master Huang, this side is left to you, I will go back first. Old Master Huang understood very well. Don't worry, Great Immortal, I will definitely assist Taoist Kong Jing in dealing with the Black Tiger Mountain. Chapter 73 Upgrade, Nightmare Level Player. Flesh Mansion. In the secret room on the top floor. Su Yan faintly felt that he could no longer hold it back. That two-headed Chow Tiger was already heavily injured. It didn't take long before it was refined by blood evil purgatory. This special SSS peak anomaly, the blood energy it brought, directly broke through the physical limit. Watching Su Yan's constantly rising aura, Lin Shi was extremely worried. SSS level anomaly upgrading to nightmare level would give birth to a devil seed. And players upgrading to nightmare level similarly had the potential to give birth to a devil seed. Moreover, Su Yan was the lord of the anomaly world. Why did he have such a feeling? It was only because this time, Su Yan felt it was too abnormal. You must know, from the initial ranking. To upgrading to SSS level, Su Yan had no feeling at all. Only the data on the game panel had changed. But this time, Su Yan obviously felt the upgrade. Since he was the strongest in the human world, there were no reference standards at all. He had to use mental power to forcibly suppress his physical improvements, slowing the upgrade speed. At this time, voices were heard outside the door. Su, what's going on? Why were you in such a hurry to find me? Little Su, did something happen? Let me tell you, Uncle has upgraded to SSS level. The boss and Taoist Ling Su's voices came from outside. When this person and anomaly entered the room, they were left speechless. Especially Taoist Ling Su, after upgrading to SSS level, he wanted to show off in front of Su Yan. But instead, he saw Su Yan about to upgrade to nightmare level. And this kid was still constantly suppressing his upgrade progress. What kind of monster is this? The boss was even more shocked. One could say he had witnessed Su Yan's growth step by step. From the initial newbie to now, how long had it been, he was about to upgrade to nightmare level. This speed was truly terrifying. I'm afraid those ultimate anomalies in the abyss can't reach such speed. Facing Su Yan's dilemma, the boss gritted his teeth and said, Su, hang in there a little longer. I'll go back to the clan to inquire a bit. Is there a way to avoid it? Sui shook his head. There's no time, I can only suppress it for half an hour at most. This little time is absolutely not enough for the boss to make a round trip. Taoist Lingshu frowned deeply beside him. Demon Seed. He had heard about this thing. Given that he came from a holy place of the Tao, Taoist Lingshu thought of a solution. Little Su, come back to the mountain gate with me. Inside the mountain gate, there is a magic circle left by our ancestor that might be useful. Sui thought briefly and shook his head again. If he were to advance to the nightmare level, the demon seed would truly be born. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, no one would be able to suppress him, and it could very likely lead to disaster. That is why he did not return to the human world. Instead, he came to the secret room of the Flesh and Blood building. Master Lingshu, can you seal me in this room? If the first phase goes smoothly, I will have a way to suppress myself. Taoist Lingshu immediately nodded. My fellow Taoists are in the trial field, I will call them right away. Before long, Taoist Lingshu brought several Taoists and began to set up the formation together. At the moment the formation was successfully set up, Sui was successfully sealed in the secret room. Of course, this formation was not completely closed, it was one way. It could only allow entry but not exit. This condition was set so that if Sui had an issue, they could provide immediate assistance. Boss, Master Lingshu, you all go back first. As he spoke, A cloud of blood mist surged around Sui, instantly enveloping the entire secret room. Fortunately, with the formation suppressing it, this blood mist was firmly contained inside the room. The boss watched the blood mist and couldn't help but swallow hard. Daoist, is this the commotion when humans advance? Daoist Lingxiu and the other Daoists exchanged glances. The aura emitted by this blood mist was indeed somewhat terrifying. It really seemed that something was off. According to various legends within the Dao, this situation should belong to Daoist Lingxiu. You don't think little Su is a demon cultivator, do you? Lin Shi felt a panic in her heart and defended Sui from the side. Impossible, Sui is a great person. She had read novels from the human world. In those novels, demon cultivators were not good things. The Dao belonged to the righteous side, and demon cultivators belonged to the villains. When the righteous see the villains, they must strike them down. Upon hearing Lin Shi speak, the other Daoists who had not seen Lin Shi before asked, "Who is this?" Daoist Lingxiu paused for a moment. Well, this. He was thinking about how to explain Lin Shi's identity. He couldn't just say Sui had a strange wife, right? If he mentioned anything strange, wouldn't that confirm Sui's identity as a demon cultivator? One of the hot-tempered Daoists couldn't help but ask, "Lingxiu, what's so hard to say?" This girl Lin Shi is the contracted oddity of Boss Su. Regarding Daoist Lingxiu's statement, Lin Shi was somewhat dissatisfied. Moreover, this was about Sui. She had to step up to declare her identity and take charge of the situation. "I am Sui's woman and also a major shareholder of the For-Fire military industry." As she spoke, Lai Nu Lin Shi transformed into a white-clad female oddity. Wielding the sledgehammer in her hand, she stood in front of everyone. "All of you Daoists, please go back, I can guard here. It would be bad if Sui, in a moment of confusion, harmed any of you." Hiss. SSS level peak oddity. Her strength surpassed that of any of those present. The Daoists gasped and looked at Lin Shi in shock. They knew Sui had a contracted oddity, but they didn't know there was this kind of relationship between them. Although Sui's appearance was indeed stunning like a beauty of the mortal world, yet, seeing this, the boss hurriedly came out to smooth things over. "Daoist, we should return to the trial center." Daoist Lingxiu noticed Lin Shi was so nervous and immediately understood her misunderstanding. "Little Shi, you don't need to be so anxious. Little Su is the hope of our entire Dragon Kingdom, we will only protect him." The other Daoists were not fools, and they soon realized this point. All of them began to explain. "Xiao Shi, if anything happens, contact us in time." "Okay." The Daoist Ling Su immediately led everyone and followed the boss back to the trial center. On this journey, several priests couldn't help but express their amazement. They had heard a lot about Sui, this hope of the Dragon Nation, but they never expected him to be this impressive. An SSS level peak female ghost, she just comes out of nowhere. Unable to contain their curiosity, these several priests started gossiping. "Hiss, this little Su is really amazing. Of course, to have captured an SSS level female ghost in the novice stage, that's something ordinary people can't achieve. Not even second-class people can do that." Hearing their gossip, the boss couldn't help but join in. Of course, several priests. "When I first met Su, he almost stuffed a thunderbolt in my mouth. To be honest, I have never met such a terrifying guy before." Chapter 74, Full Opening, Strange Dungeon. Congratulations to Lighthouse Country for being the first to achieve the milestone. 100 players reached SSS level. Receive special rewards, dungeon arrival speed increased by 50%, completion rewards increased by 50%. Thus, Lighthouse Country received its reward. The number of top players globally was officially revealed. Ranked second was Dragon Country. 97 SSS level players, just a hair's breadth away from 100 SSS level players. And surprisingly, ranked third was a little-known small country from Black State. With 96 SSS level players, they firmly held the third place. A heated discussion broke out in the Global Strange Forum. "Haha, our Lighthouse players have surpassed 100, Dragon Country should give up its top seat." Exactly, Dragon Country occupies so many SSS level dungeons, I think it should open to the world. Dragon Country's control over the entry quota for SSS level dungeons is extremely inhumane. International public opinion overwhelmingly started to pressure Dragon Country. Not only that, even within Dragon Country's internal forums, many different voices emerged. Because the control of S and above dungeons in Dragon Country has led to such a small number of SSS level players. Why does entering SSS level dungeons require selection? If SSS level dungeons were opened up, we wouldn't have so few players in Dragon Country. My friend was selected, but failed in the SSS dungeon. If it were me, I would definitely pass. Amidst various discussions, the demand for a complete opening of SSS dungeons grew more and more. The Special Action Team. In the conference room, someone once again asked Taoist Ling Su to fully open it. Ling Su, why not fully open the SSS level dungeons? Taoist Ling Su looked at everyone in the conference room. During this time, initially, no one spoke up because of Sui. As the number of SSS level players increased. Plus, Sui had not shown himself for a long time, causing the pressure he bore to grow heavier. Strictly controlling high-level dungeons and personally managing the list of those entering SSS dungeons led to much dissatisfaction. Even in the internal meetings of the Special Action Team, many opposing voices emerged. If not for being wary of the long-absent Sui, Ling Su felt he couldn't even keep this team leader position. Everyone knows, once high-level dungeons are fully opened, a lot of ordinary people will become cannon fodder. Regarding this statement, no one denied it. Ordinary people did not know why so many players had emerged in Lighthouse Country. These higher-ups knew it was completely built on the lives of ordinary people. The wealthy factions, by various means, sent ordinary players into SSS-level dungeons, using lives to explore one killing rule after another. To expand SSS-level dungeons, tens of millions of casualties were paid. Yet ultimately, those who became SSS-level players, 90% came from wealthy families. And the remaining 10% were also intricately related to these wealthy factions. After a brief silence, the former team leader spoke. For the sake of Dragon Country, these casualties are meaningful. Taoist Ling Su took a deep breath. Is it really for Dragon Country or for your precious grandson? The former team leader was taken aback. Angrily responded. Is my grandson not a part of Dragon Country? Does he not have the right to enter the SSS level dungeon? Master Lingshu's face darkened as he looked at the former group leader. Does he have that right? The former group leader's grandson has extremely strong talent. He was among the first players selected by him. At the trial center, he underwent strict training. After the training, his strength reached SSS level. Due to his outstanding performance, he was chosen as a pioneer for the SSS level dungeon. But after learning about his pioneer status, this guy actually chose to run away. And Master Lingshu later found out that this guy did not enter the new SSS level dungeon at all. This made him extremely furious. If it weren't for many people dissuading him, plus the urgent need for S-level players to mentor newcomers, he would have already dealt with this guy to set an example. Seeing the situation turning confrontational, the former group leader simply stopped pretending. Lingshu, this is a decision we discussed together. Whether you agree or not, you have to agree. Master Lingshu scanned the crowd present. Is that so? When did we discuss this? Muscle Master stood up abruptly. Responsible for training at the trial center, he was also included in the strange group. But apart from Muscle Master, no one else denied the former group leader's words. Master Lingshu suppressed his internal fury. Since you all made the decision, why hold a meeting? Just announce the full opening of the SSS level dungeon, and that's it. Muscle Master, with an even fiercer temper, grabbed the former group leader by the collar. Are you the one causing us trouble? Do you have any idea how busy I am at the trial center? Though the former group leader was an S-level player, he was nothing in front of the SS-level Muscle Master. And the others had not yet reacted. Muscle Master slapped the former group leader's face twice. The force was so strong that it stunned everyone in the conference room. The former group leader screamed twice, his face swelling up like a pig's head. This action only intensified the conflict. In an instant, the entire conference room was in chaos. Seeing the situation escalate, Master Lingshu knew he couldn't hold it back any longer. These people represented not only themselves but many others as well. Muscle Master, holding the former group leader like a dead pig, shouted at everyone in the conference room. Do you all know that now, Su? Have you had enough of the noise? Master Lingshu roared. The SSS level pressure was released, suppressing everyone in the conference room. With Master Lingshu's shout, Muscle Master was forced to shut his mouth. He threw the former group leader, who resembled a dead pig, onto the ground. Once the pressure was lifted, the remaining people dared to speak. Master Lingshu, this festive stage is about to end. We are doing this just to increase Dragon Country's combat power. Yes. We can't rely solely on Su Yan alone. Su Yan is only SSS level and cannot bear the entire burden of Dragon Country. Yes, Lingshu, we must seize the last opportunity. These sacrifices are for our better future. Exactly, it's just the SSS level dungeon. With the strategy in hand, we can surely pass easily. Master Lingshu took a deep breath. In 24 hours, it will be fully open. After saying this, he waved to Muscle Master. Old Nuwa, head back. On the way back, Muscle Master felt quite indignant. Damn bastard. Although he had a fiery temper, he also understood why these people were doing this. Only because, without an external crisis, they began to seek their own interests. Thinking of this, he nearly shouted at Lingshu. It's just an SSS-level dungeon, these idiots have no idea. They don't understand how crucial the trial center has been. And they don't know how dangerous the SSS-level dungeon is. Master Lingshu's face was gloomy, and he said nothing. Until they returned to the trial center, he finally spoke. Old Nuwa, I'll drop by the company. The trial center is up to you. Okay, leave it to me. Chapter 75, The Flesh and Blood Demon Seed. Blood and Flesh Building. The top floor was still filled with blood mist. Master Uncle, what brings you here? When Kongjing saw his master uncle, he got up to welcome him. Aren't you supposed to be watching over the business? What are you doing here? Master Uncle, I just finished a deal and came by to see how the boss is doing. He knew Master Uncle wouldn't come here for no reason, so he waved his hand at Lin Shi. Sister-in-law, I'm leaving now. Taoist Lingshu saw the spreading blood mist and secretly shook his head. Xiaoxi, has Xiaosu still shown no reaction? No, Master Lingshu. Lin Shi had stayed here for a full half-month. But in this secret room, Su Yan showed no reaction at all. However, through the contract, it could feel that Su Yan was not having any problems. Sigh, I hope Xiaosu comes out soon. Taoist Lingshu let out a sigh. What's wrong, Master Lingshu? Taoist Lingshu shook his head and said nothing. The reason he agreed to fully open the dungeon after 24 hours was to hope that Su Yan could advance to nightmare level within these 24 hours. He knew very well the pressure that the Dragon Country was facing now. In the special action team, not everyone was like the former team leader. They wanted to fully open the dungeon, all for the sake of the Dragon Country. The pressure on the Dragon Country was simply too great. The Lighthouse had gathered several countries to pressure the Dragon Country, wanting to gain entry into the SSS-level dungeon. In exchange, they would also open corresponding SSS-level dungeons. It seemed equal, but it was filled with malicious intent. They clearly wanted to snatch the dungeon rewards. You must know that a large number of players clearing the dungeon would lead to fewer and fewer rewards within the dungeon. Only the Dragon Country strictly controlled the number of high-level dungeon entries. While other countries not only did not control it but also tricked the people into being cannon fodder. So after the Lighthouse proposed this condition, it quickly received a large response. Especially the Pickles and the Ghosts, who were the most active. These two small places were pitifully small, and the subsequent SSS-level dungeons that would descend here were few, leading to no need for cannon fodder to explore the dungeons. So they turned their attention to the dungeons of the Dragon Country. Using these cannon fodder to explore the dungeons, summarize experiences, and then they could mass-produce new strong players. The Dragon Country would not allow such things to happen, so they had to make a decision to fully open it. And with a large population in the Dragon Country, it meant that there would be more foolish people who do not know their limits. He could only hope that these guys would not cause harm to others after entering the dungeon. Thinking of this, he decided to expand the recruitment range and shorten the training time. Let as many players as possible go to the training center first. After all, once it was fully opened, it wouldn't be just 1 or 2 players entering the dungeon. It could very well be several, dozens, or even hundreds of players. If there were trained players among them, the chances of clearing the dungeon would also be higher. Thinking of this, he hated himself for not being strong enough. If he were strong enough, would the Lighthouse dare to do this? Xiaoxi, if Xiaosu wakes up, you must notify me at the first moment. Don't worry, Master Lingshu. Lin Shi tightened the grip on the club in his hand. After Taoist Lingshu left, he began to absorb the overflowing flesh and blood aura. This flesh and blood aura was at this moment. Lin Shi could no longer hold back, calling out to Sui outside the secret room. It was now certain that Sui's promotion to nightmare level must have birthed a demon seed. And this demon seed was incredibly powerful. The aura that just overflowed was very likely caused by the demon seed. To prevent Sui's consciousness from being taken over by that demon seed, he must be awakened in advance. If taken over by that demon seed, Sui could very well turn into that bloody, flesh-like monster. Sui, wake up quickly. Sui, wake up quickly. In the human world. The Global Anomaly Conference was being live-streamed. The Lighthouse representative proposed the unification of global instances. What is instance unification? It means collecting the statistics of instances from all countries around the world together. Based on player situations, different instances would be allocated. Players from various countries were flooding the live comments. It should have been done long ago, so that some countries don't waste resources for nothing. Exactly, I think Dragon Country should let us have a few SSS-level instances. You can dream, we are about to open up for everyone, there's no place for you little devils. This is clearly an unrealistic proposal. Even if a country opens up its permissions, players still need to reach the local area of that country to enter the instances. Players from different countries reacted differently. Countries with many SSS instances opposed this proposal, whereas countries with fewer instances supported it. Now, there were only 90 countries left in the world, most of which had been pulled over by the lighthouse country. Seeing the votes overwhelmingly suppressed, the lighthouse representative stood up and said, "This dragon country representative, why aren't you voting? Are you planning to abstain?" In the live room, votes in favor, 72. This far exceeded half of the votes, chilling every audience member's heart. Now, the SSS-level players from the lighthouse had surpassed 100. No longer was it just Sui who could suppress the entire lighthouse country during that time. Moreover, this time the lighthouse country had united with dozens of countries. The SSS players from these countries added together probably exceeded 1,000. Even if Dragon Country was strong, it could not fight back. What to do now? What on earth can be done? Players from Dragon Country were crying out in their hearts. And the lighthouse players were really ecstatic at this moment. Back then, Sui alone suppressed the entire lighthouse country, making the lighthouse country lose face globally, and now they were going to regain that face. The Dragon Country representative stood up and slowly said, "As the president of the Global Anomaly Association, I veto this proposal." Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent. After a brief silence, the lighthouse country representative, with a dark face, shouted, "After 24 hours, we will jointly remove Dragon Country's presidency in the association." The Dragon Country representative replied expressionlessly, "Do as you wish." He had already received news that as long as they could hold on for 24 hours, Dragon Country would fully open its instances. Chapter 76, The Anomaly Association, Falling Apart. At the Anomaly Association. After the proposal was vetoed by a single vote, logically, the meeting should have ended. But the lighthouse representative did not let the meeting end. Instead, he rushed to the stage and began to speak nonsense. In view of the president's various inappropriate actions, which are detrimental to the growth of players today, we suggest the removal of the current president. The Dragon Country representative ignored him and packed up to leave the conference room. Several representatives who had friendly ties with Dragon Country did the same. The remaining representatives looked at each other, unsure of what to do in the face of this torn situation. They could not provoke the lighthouse, just as they could not provoke Dragon Country. Even the previously very active groups, the Devils and the Pickles, bowed their heads and no longer spoke. They wanted a piece of Dragon Country's pie, but did not want the lighthouse to become the leader of the association. They were very clear about the lighthouse's nature. Once the lighthouse became the leader of the association, there would be no control. Let alone dividing some benefits, there was a high possibility that they themselves would be drained dry. This statement caused a massive wave in the live stream. What the hell, has the lighthouse representative gone mad? What the hell does this idiot want? Back then, it was they who begged us to establish the Global Anomaly Association. Personally, I feel Dragon Country should give up this position. It's over, I feel like chaos is about to break out again. In the beginning, the lighthouse bumped into Su Yen. Little did they expect to run into titanium alloy, almost getting crushed to death. In order to restrain Su Yen, the lighthouse shamelessly begged Dragon Country. In the end, Dragon Country led the establishment of the Global Strange Association and set player regulations. Of course, the players remembered this matter. Dragon Country's audience eagerly spoke up in the live stream. "We barely had a few good days, and now they are getting high and mighty, forgetting when my brother Fire ruled? Brother Fire, come out again and let these bastards from the lighthouse see your terror. What's the deal with that stone man of yours? He seems to still be locked up with us." Upon seeing these comments, the lighthouse audience couldn't hold back. Undeniably, they had indeed faced difficulties online recently. Heh, what is Su Yen even? It seems Dragon Country really can't do it anymore, actually placing hope on an SS-level player. Now we, the Lighthouse, have over 100 SSS-level players, while Dragon Country has become the past. Seeing that no one was speaking, the Lighthouse representative continued on with the process, self-absorbed. At the same time, at the Pentagon Command Center, more than 50 SSS-level players stood ready. The shadow left by Su Yen still lingered vividly in their minds. Since the ranking of countries appeared, the Lighthouse had devised a series of plans. This meeting was a special operation targeting Su Yen. Through various intelligence assessments, the player carnival mode arose because of Su Yen. It was also due to this mode that the number of SSS-level players skyrocketed. As of now, the SSS-level players reached 137. In contrast, Dragon Country ranked second, still not breaking 100. In the eyes of the Lighthouse's top brass, this opportunity was rare. It was enough to enable the Lighthouse to rise again and dominate the world. They could even take it a step further, reverse invade the strange world. Making the association collapse was just one step of the plan. Their true target was not Dragon Country, but rather the surrounding smaller countries. The only potential risk was Su Yen. Back then he could crush the SS level one-eyed old MO. As long as no problems arose, he would still be the undisputed strongest in the world. Half a day's time. The basic agenda of the meeting was complete. Only the final voting segment remained. During this time, the lighthouse had been active. They had acquired a large number of ballots through various means. As the voting concluded, the final numbers appeared on the big screen. Votes in favor, 82. Votes against, 4. Abstentions, 16. I announced that the current president has been dismissed. But the association cannot be without a president. I nominate Banqiao Nihu for the presidency. The Japanese representative, Banqiao Nihu, stood up excitedly. He immediately walked onto the stage and began to boast. He painted a blueprint for everyone. The global strange dungeons would be consolidated together. All players would gain access to these dungeons. He stated on stage that in order to take the lead, he would open the SSS dungeon Yamada no Orochi to global players, inviting high-value players from several countries. Then the conference room's big screen changed images. A small Japanese reporter was introducing the SSS-level dungeon Yamada no Orochi to players. As players were transported into the dungeon, the live stream exploded. Damn, SSS-level dungeon Yamada no Orochi. Fully open, is this real? Support, that's an SSS-level dungeon, the rewards must be beyond imagination. Some netizens who knew the inside story exposed the truth. I don't think they want to open the SSS-level dungeon, they just want to send people in to die. In their dungeons, even their own can't get through, why not open the SSS-level dungeon Aokigahara where the death rate is lower? But these comments were soon drowned out. The process for electing a president was exceptionally simple. Half of the representatives agreeing meant someone could become the new president. With the support of the lighthouse, the process went very smoothly, and the Japanese successfully took over as president. After taking office, he summoned all members and announced the start of a unified process for global strange dungeons. At the meeting, before the Japanese could speak, the Dragon Country representative stood up and said, "From this day on, the Dragon Kingdom exits the Global Anomaly Association." The media simultaneously released the information, the dungeons are fully open. Finally, it's all open. I'm an old man with not many years left, I want to give it a shot. Old man up there, why don't you take a break and give the opportunity to the young ones? Then, the representative from the Bear Country stood up. From this day on, Bear Country exits the Global Anomaly Association. But what came next surprised all the audience. From this day on, Kimchi exits the Global Anomaly Association. It should be known that Kimchi was greatly valued by the lighthouse. Even the Kimchi audience couldn't believe that Kimchi would choose to withdraw. What is happening? Why are we exiting? Mother of West 8, I can't get into the SSS level dungeons at home, I still want to go to other countries. Clearly, our own dungeons are not enough, why do this? Within Kimchi territory, there are only 4 SSS level dungeons. And they are firmly controlled by the financial conglomerates. The people of Kimchi all wanted to take a chance in other countries after the global dungeons opened. Unexpectedly, Kimchi chose to withdraw. The wave of exits still did not stop. From this day on, the Gallic Rooster exits the Global Anomaly Association. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen countries withdrew from the association. Pentagon Command Center. Everyone cheered with joy. The Global Anomaly Association was practically in name only. In this situation, Su Yen did not show up. Furthermore, with the Dragon Kingdom announcing a complete lockdown, various signs indicated that something had happened to Su Yen. The commander no longer hesitated. With a single order, the already ambushed SSS-level team invaded the surrounding SSS-level dungeons. In just a few minutes, the entire world was thrown into chaos. Chapter 77, Nightmares always stay a step ahead of you. Su Yen. Su Yen felt countless voices calling out to him. In the next moment, he woke up with a start. What the hell, what are you doing? As he opened his eyes, several big faces appeared. Some were familiar, and some were not. Su Yen awkwardly stepped back several steps. Lin Shi rushed to the front. Do you feel uncomfortable? Su Yen frowned and shook his head. No. Lin Shi looked unconvinced and started to check him all over. Hey, what are you doing? There are people here. Su Yen grabbed Lin Shi's hand. This little girl actually reached into his pants pocket in front of everyone. Lin Shi's face turned red, mumbling softly. I'm just worried about you, okay? The other onlookers stared at this scene in dumbfounded silence. In their hearts, they thought, no, you two really don't consider us outsiders at all. One of the figures, similar to the boss, coughed softly. The boss instantly understood and hurriedly said, Su, come over here, let my second uncle check you out. Su Yan moved Lin Shi aside. Boss, what do you mean? The second uncle he mentioned seemed to be as strange as him. He was the only stranger here. Especially that peculiar aura emanating from him only deepened Su Yan's fear. This aura was terrifying beyond belief, far surpassing the feeling given to him by the meatball before. It could possibly be at the peak of nightmare level, or even reach the next level. The boss didn't have time to explain and forcibly dragged Su Yan over. Su, second uncle is someone I invited. He's old and his time is precious, he won't stay here long. The horrific anomaly circled around Su Yan, making him unable to help but say. Strange. I've traveled south and north for hundreds of years, and I've never seen such a strange fellow. Alright, this kid is fine now, I'm leaving first. Before Su Yan could ask anything, the anomaly disappeared on the spot. Boss, what is going on? The boss took a few steps back. I don't know. Then, he escaped from here as if fleeing. Seeing the boss run away, Kongjing hurriedly shouted. Sister-in-law, since my brother is fine, I won't disturb you here. Wait. Su Yan called out to Kongjing. This strange reaction definitely meant something had happened to him recently. What exactly happened? Kongjing looked mournful and turned to Lin Shi. Brother, I don't know, it was sister-in-law who called me over. I just came over and you woke up. Lin Shi waved his hand. Let the second one go, and I'll tell you when we get back to the room. In the room. Lin Shi looked at Sui with a serious face. Do you still remember what happened? Sui recalled carefully. I planned to level up, and then you all woke me up. Lin Shi moved closer to Sui. Think about it, is it really like that? Sui's heart tightened. Isn't it? Look at your panel. Huh? Panel? When Sui saw the data on the panel, he realized something was definitely wrong. Nightmare level. When did it upgrade to nightmare level? How long did I sleep? 18 days. What? Sui was stunned, dumbly murmuring. How could 18 days have passed? He felt as if he had just fallen asleep and was called awake. He never thought that 18 days had actually gone by. Lin Shi stared closely at Sui. Think about what happened during this time. What happened? What happened? Sui rubbed his head, and some memory fragments started to emerge. Damn it, I think I had a dream. What dream? Sui painfully covered his head. It seems like a few guys were fighting. In the dream, it seemed like a few monsters were having a brawl. Seeing Sui undergoing changes again, Lin Shi hugged him in fear. Don't think about it. What's wrong? Sui looked at Lin Shi. Lin Shi's face twitched, gritting his teeth and said. Did you feel anything strange? Strange? Sui got up and looked at Lin Shi. At this moment, he was horrified to find an extra scene in his line of sight. Damn it, what the hell? He wanted to see what strange changes had happened to his body. But the extra scene vanished. What just happened to me? Sui fearfully hugged Lin Shi. Just now, and I grew on your head. Damn it. After understanding from Lin Shi, Sui took a deep breath and said. So, during this time, I have been continuously becoming bizarre? During this time, his body experienced multiple bizarre transformations. The first time, he turned into a flesh monster, unknown type. The second time during the bizarre change, Uncle Boss had already arrived. He determined that the type of demon was lust. The third bizarre change had a demon type of brutality. It happened more than 60 times of bizarre transformations. And each bizarre change was different, indicating that more than 60 types of demons were born within him. Normally, bizarre upgrades to nightmare level would randomly produce one demon type. But Sui gave birth to more than 60 types of demons. This was what puzzled Uncle Boss. But in the end, only one demon type remained in Sui, which was that unknown flesh demon type. Thinking of this, Lin Shi looked at Sui. Is there anything you particularly want? Different types of demons bring different influences. Hunger, lust, brutality, plague. They would specifically manifest in each bizarre entity. For example, the rotten blood pool of the meatball. This is a special type among hunger. Sui carefully sensed himself and finally shook his head. I don't feel anything. Don't feel anything, why are you touching me? Lin Shi looked at Sui's third hand and couldn't help but say. Ah, damn it, my mistake. Sui came back to his senses, and the third hand quickly disappeared. However, through this event, he clearly discovered a pattern. The flesh of his body becoming bizarre seemed to be uncontrollable by consciousness, relying more on instinct. For example, if he wants to see something. If the thing is behind him, an eye could possibly grow on his back, and this change is uncontrollable. Is that all? Lin Shi pouted, looking at Sui. If the side effects brought by the demon types were only this, it would be insignificant. To know that the demons born during bizarre upgrades to nightmare level would be deeply influenced by the demon types and would produce serious side effects. But Sui had no obvious side effects, besides being a little scary, there were almost no drawbacks. Sui grabbed his head and hugged Lin Shi in his arms. What do you mean by just these? Isn't it terrifying? Lin Shi couldn't help but say after being embraced by the long-grown hands. Terrifying my ass, I see you're using it quite well. Hiss. It really is damn uncontrollable. No, I have to try to see if I can control it. Hey, slow down. Chapter 78. Flesh and blood mindless weirdness. A sleepless night. The whole night, Su Yan was exploring the mysteries of the human body. He made significant gains that night. With Lin Shi's help, he discovered some effects brought by the devil seed. The changes in flesh and blood are not without rules, but based on biological instinct, all triggered unintentionally. And can only be triggered in Su Yan's physical state. Using the blood curse mask for weirdness cannot trigger this state. All of Su Yan's attempts ended in failure. The main issue is that after working all night, neither Su Yan nor Lin Shi discovered what the side effects of the devil seed really are. Thus, Su Yan decided to wait until he thoroughly researches it with Lin Shi before using this ability. The sky began to lighten. In the office. Su, we are running low on stock. Just as Su Yan was about to check the report, he raised his head and asked. Wasn't I supposed to leave 50 billion in stock? The boss gave a bitter smile. Su, you have no idea. Our company's products are immensely popular. Just the pre-orders alone exceed 10 billion? Caught off guard? Su Yan was shocked and quickly checked the report. Unshipped orders, 471 orders. Total amount, 17.5 billion. Hiss. 471 orders. 17.5 billion. These two numbers made Su Yan's vision darken. Terrifying. The sales volume can only be described as terrifying. This is just the starting orders for the company. In the future, as the company introduces more products, orders will only increase, never decrease. 10 billion in 18 days, this speed of making money. I'm afraid only money printing machines can compare. In the earlier system, in less than 3 months, he would unlock the super technology tree. But alas, the past is past, and the present is present. Boss, the blood and flesh transport vehicle. Before Su Yan could finish, the boss spoke up. Su, I came to find you to talk about this. Previously, the boss was worried about Su Yan encountering problems, so he delayed the trip to the ancient city to collect payment. Now, since Su Yan was fine, he planned to go collect the remaining payments and also promote the blood and flesh transport vehicle in the ancient city. Boss, are you okay to go alone? The boss nodded cheerfully. As long as I have the pass, no weirdness will trouble me in the ancient city. That's good, the task of promoting the blood and flesh transport vehicle in the ancient city is entrusted to you. Su Yan nodded in agreement. He had too many matters to handle. He really couldn't squeeze out the time to accompany the boss to promote the blood and flesh transport vehicle in the ancient city. In addition to checking orders, he also needed to see the situation at the trial center. According to Kong Jing, it seemed there was a problem with Uncle Lingshu's side. After finishing these, he also had to hurry back to the A-level dungeon, Huang's old residence, and then head to Black Tiger Mountain. Occupy Black Tiger Mountain, gather the spoils. He also needed to find a way to promote the blood and flesh transport vehicle to Old Master Huang. After all, he had to sell 10 units of the blood and flesh transport vehicle to unlock the next piece of equipment. Just leave it to me. Su Yan looked at the report inside. I really can't take a break, so many things have piled up. The boss looked at the small hands emerging from Su Yan's head and jumped in fright. Su, why don't you wear the blood curse mask? What's wrong? Su Yan's forehead grew an eye, looking at the boss. Damn, why do I have hands growing on my head? The moment he realized this, the small hands and eyes on his head suddenly disappeared. The boss twitched and couldn't help but ask. Su, are you really okay? He really wanted to shout. Damn it! Who among us is the weird one? When they first met, he was the SS level powerful weirdness, and Su Yan was just a small fry. Now, he is still SS level weirdness, but Su Yan has already been promoted to nightmare level. If you really think about it, Su Yan seems more like the weird one. I'm fine, you get used to it, and it's just like that. Su Yan suddenly sped up his checking speed. In an unconscious state, he triggered the flesh and blood bizarre transformation again. Several pairs of eyes squirmed and grew on his forehead. More than a dozen eyes looked over at the same time. In just a few seconds, it had finished reading the bulletin. After doing this, Su Yan put on the blood evil mask without hesitation. This state was indeed strange, making it not good for others to see. Moreover, at this stage, he did not know what the side effects of the devil seed were. He would wait until he understood things on the bed before using this ability. The boss looked at Su Yan in his bizarre state, secretly thinking. It was still more comfortable to look at him in this state. That flesh state was truly bizarre. Su, I'm going to the ancient city, the driver is still waiting for me. Okay. After sending the boss out of the office, Su Yan went directly to the warehouse. This time, he used his mental power to directly transform the entire floor into a warehouse. Then, based on the sales volume of different weapons on the order, he purchased weapons. Half an hour later, the entire warehouse was stuffed full. After doing all this, Su Yan did not stop and went straight to the back mountain. When he found his master Ling Su, he was stunned. At that moment, Master Ling Su had a haggard face, his hair completely white, as if he had aged decades. Master, what happened? Hearing that familiar voice, Master Ling Su suddenly stood up. Little Su, you finally came back. But upon seeing Su Yan's state, he asked in shock. What happened to you? No, Master, what happened to you? Su Yan took off the mask and the red robe, explaining. This is a special bizarre tool that can make me bizarre. Is your body okay? Master Ling Su asked with great concern. Yesterday, when Su Yan successfully broke through, he had asked about the situation. After learning from the empty mirror that Su Yan seemed to have some issues, he held on until now. Master, what on earth happened? Little Su, you don't know. During this time, he had endured too much pressure. After the Bizarre Association fell apart, the lighthouse quickly launched attacks to occupy all the nearby SSS-level dungeons. It can be said that the lighthouse completely occupied a continent across the ocean. After occupying these SSS-level dungeons, the lighthouse ruthlessly explored and plundered at any cost. As a result, SSS-level players erupted like a geyser, one after another. After squeezing these dungeon rewards dry, the lighthouse did not stop its plundering steps. They once again gathered a large number of SSS-level players and openly invaded Australia's SSS-level dungeons. A few days ago, the lighthouse's SSS-level players' advance team even appeared at the Asian border. The pickled cabbage, the Japanese, and the Southeast Asians, knowing they could not resist, they proactively opened the SSS-level dungeons for the lighthouse to enhance player quality. One can imagine the pressure facing the Dragon Country. Chapter 79, Robbers Attack, Invasion of the Dungeon. Since the Dragon Country fully opened, countless players flooded into the SSS-level dungeons, with very few able to clear them. Once ordinary people realized the reality, the frenzy gradually faded. They clearly realized that for them, as ordinary people, entering the SSS-level dungeons and wanting to survive was nothing but a pipe dream. From then on, the SSS-level dungeons were no longer a hot commodity within the Dragon Country. Unlike the extreme methods of the lighthouse, the Dragon Country kept sending exploration teams to continuously explore the SSS-level dungeons. This caused the progress of the dungeons to be far behind the plundering pace of the lighthouse. As a result, at the same stage, the number of lighthouse SSS-level players crushed the world, reaching thousands. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country, in second place, had only a little over 300. The gap was huge, one can imagine. Due to the lighthouse's rapid pace of advancement, many countries began to imitate, constantly sending people into the dungeons to die and gather intelligence. This situation led to many SSS-level dungeons still being retained apart from the Dragon Country. Other countries' SSS-level dungeons were basically plundered empty. Yesterday, hundreds of SSS-level players led by the lighthouse smuggled into the country, preparing to seize resources from the SSS-level dungeons. If not for yesterday, Su Yan ranked up to nightmare level. And the horror game. The announcement spread throughout the world. It scared the group of invaders. I fear that the SSS-level instance of Dragon Country has already been invaded. During this time, Master Ling Shu has not rested for even a moment. He has been training players at the trial center continuously. Both their spirit and body have nearly reached their limits. Huff. Sui took a heavy breath. He felt a fire burning in his heart. He never expected that such a major event would happen during his sleep. Master Ling Shu, do you have a list of invaders? Master Ling Shu's lifeless eyes instantly lit up. Little Su, what are you planning? Kill. Just one simple word. It revealed an endless killing intent. SSS-level instance mysterious tomb. At the entrance, over 100 SSS-level players from different countries gathered. And facing these players were 5 SSS-level players from Dragon Country. The difference in numbers was simply too great. Due to not knowing in advance where these invaders targeted, Dragon Country dispersed its SSS-level players, each stationed at different SSS-level instances. Thus, in this mysterious tomb, only 5 SSS-level players from Dragon Country were stationed here. Captain, what should we do? One of the team members could not help but ask. Hold the entrance, wait for support. The captain's face was serious, tightening his grip on his flesh AK, already prepared for the worst. Before setting off, he had strapped a flesh C4 on himself. Captain, can we wait for support? We definitely can. But all 5 understood in their hearts that perhaps they would not see support. Simply because this instance was located in a remote area, the nearest SSS-level instance was 300 miles away. Check the ammunition. Compared to the 5 defenders, the large group of invaders seemed much more relaxed. In fact, some even started live streaming. Haha, where did that nightmare-level player from Dragon Country go? I think this guy is too scared to show up. Yeah, let us see just how strong the nightmare-level player is. In the live streaming room, the SSS-level player, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Along with those words, the audience from Dragon Country recognized him as an invader. Seeing these invaders so arrogant, the audience from Dragon Country cursed in the comments. Don't be so arrogant, once our nightmare-level player shows up, you can just wait to die. Exactly, aren't there just a few SSS-level players? How dare they run wild in our Dragon Country? There were even viewers reporting simultaneously while calling the police. The live streaming SSS-level player, seeing these comments, quickly turned the camera. Oh, is that so? Even if it's a nightmare-level player, so what? His tone was filled with disdain. On the screen, all that could be seen were SSS-level players. After the audience from Dragon Country saw this, their hearts sank. With so many SSS-level players around, perhaps even the nightmare-level player wouldn't be effective here. At that moment, a user named Airguzzi popped up in the live chat. I've said it long ago, we should agree to the global unification of bizarre instances. Exactly, it should be like this. I've wanted to try the Cherry Blossom instance abroad, I feel I can withstand the temptation of Cherry Blossom girls. If instances were unified, I wouldn't just be a B-level player, I should also be a super master of SSS level. When that old buddy from the lighthouse invited me to their SSS level instance, but didn't let me go abroad, otherwise I would have been an SSS level player long ago. The ones sending these comments were likely the foreigners who lay back and made money. They continued to vent their discontent in the chat. Complaining about this, complaining about that. As if going to an SSS level instance abroad would definitely make them an SSS level player. At this moment, the streamer shouted, "Oh, Zitter, what are you doing?" In the screen, a little short guy was kneeling on the ground, kissing the dirt. My grandfather once came to this land. He did not conquer this land, now I come to fulfill his last wish. As soon as these words came out, the viewers in the live chat understood this guy's identity and began to curse angrily. Damn beast, you all should have been killed back then. Damn, when did these little devils become so bold? Asterisk. The second dog, who came out to clean up, was also bombarded with angry comments from the viewers in the livestream. The golden-haired guy looked at the screen in the livestream and couldn't help but mock. Little Taro, you've lost your M. Oh, your grandma is also gone. Oh, no, wait, your family tree is gone. Little Taro glanced at the golden-haired guy, stood up, and shouted, "Boss, when do we make our move?" The invaders suddenly stopped, lingering not far away. I think we can play a game. Seeing the 5 guards respond, the bald muscular man spoke to himself. You send out one player, and we send out one player. I was going to attack in half an hour, but my subordinate couldn't hold back. How about this, if you win a match, I'll give you 5 more minutes. Alright, hurry up and choose who to send. Right now, I can ensure it's one-on-one, but after a while, I'm not sure if it will be one-on-many. In the live broadcast room, viewers from Dragon Nation cried out that it was unfair. Such a vast difference in numbers. Even if a Dragon Nation SSS level player was strong, they could not withstand so many SSS level players. The 5 SSS players from Dragon Nation knew they had no bargaining chips. All they could do was agree to participate in this so-called game. Delay time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. One team member stepped forward voluntarily. Captain, I'll go. No. The captain handed the blood meat AK to the team member. You are the best shot among us, you need to stay for last. Saying this, the captain looked at another team member. Frog, from now on, you are the acting captain. Under everyone's gaze. The captain, with the will to die, walked toward the invader. Even among SSS-level players, there are differences. Different from these specially indoctrinated SSS-level players. This batch of SSS-level players from Dragon Nation reached SSS level by exploring the rules on their own. Step by step, they achieved SSS level. In contrast, these invaders mostly come from wealthy families. After countless deaths and explorations of the rules, they entered the instances to reap the rewards. It can be said that advancing to SSS level was like a walkthrough. The captain already had the will to die. The first battle lasted only a few minutes. He took down the first SSS level player sent by the opponent, while sustaining light injuries. Boss, let me in. I'll do it, I'll take that guy down. Can I also loot the stuff from the guy in front? Clearly. The assets from these two SSS level players excited the invaders even more. The second, the third, the fourth. After a continuous series of battles, when the blood-soaked captain beheaded a ghost soldier. Like a demon coming out of hell, he roared. Come again. Even these invaders were deeply shocked by the captain. Injured as he was, he could still unleash such powerful fighting spirit. Even when his teammates came to request a change, they were firmly refused. Why hasn't the support arrived? You've done enough, hurry and switch out. You can't keep fighting like this, if you do, you will die. When the Dragon Nation audience saw the captain cut off his own arm with the sword, they shut their eyes in pain, unable to watch any longer. Suddenly, a change occurred. 3 shadows sprang from the crowd, charging toward the captain. Even the SSS-level players on the invaders' side didn't react in time. Boom! With a loud bang, another massive figure crashed into the battlefield. The bald muscular man transformed into a giant werewolf to block the slash aimed at the captain. Then, with a sweep of his claws, he eliminated the 3 attackers in an instant. Such a turn of events. Not only the invaders, even the SSS-level players from Dragon Nation who rushed out were stunned. This made the invaders who wanted to make a sneak attack abandon their thoughts. Killing 3 SSS-level players in an instant was a level of power they couldn't contend with. At this moment, the captain stood with his sword planted in the ground, forcing himself to remain upright. Go back. Captain. Go back. The team members held back their pain and returned to the position. The bald muscular man in werewolf form did not stop them. After the other SSS-level players from Dragon Nation withdrew, he spoke. I am Lighthouse Navy Sergeant Tarov, may I ask your name? The captain did not speak, just coldly stared at the werewolf. I will keep my promise. When you die, I guarantee it will still be one-on-one here. When the werewolf said this, the captain forced himself to take a final breath. Dragon Nation Special Forces, Zheng Tianyu. The werewolf nodded heavily. All right, I remember. It is my honor to face you. The captain still stood there, but did not reply. The werewolf looked at the captain, his heart startled. Bring your captain back. Chapter 81-81. Suyi's return, the strangling begins. No need. 3 team members shouted in anger, charging out of position. Just now, they received the evacuation notice. Due to other instances being attacked, other SSS-level players could not come to support. And the evacuation time is only 30 minutes, they could choose to enter the instance or choose to evacuate. After 30 minutes, the military will carry out a saturation nuclear strike on this area. But after discussing, the 4 decided to defend the entrance to block this group of people. 3 came out to attract fire, trying to delay as much time as possible. These SSS-level players all came from the military. They knew that once nuclear weapons were used, other countries would definitely get the news. Correspondingly, these invaders would also receive the news. That time would be their most tormenting period. The blood and flesh AK in the hands of this SSS-level player would be the last line of defense. And among the 4, only he still had a glimmer of hope to survive. Tarav, put away your hypocritical face. Aren't you all just here to seize our SSS-level instance? No need to pretend, just come at us together. Tarav, you killed our captain, don't think you can survive. In the live broadcast room, foreign viewers were shocked. Tarav had just effortlessly killed 3 Japanese SSS-level players. Yet even so, these 3 players still rushed out, wanting to avenge their captain. Are these SSS-level players from Dragon Country crazy? They can't possibly fight Tarav, even if they are strong. That player before, I can call him brave, but these 3 are just fools. Dragon Country viewers felt a pang in their hearts upon seeing this. What are they doing? Isn't this wasting the captain's sacrifice? If you want to avenge the captain, this is not the time. Tarav is too strong, are you crazy? Seeing this scene, Tarav narrowed his eyes and frowned. He did not get angry at their words, but instead felt a slight doubt within. He couldn't understand why these Dragon Country players were not afraid of death. Why, knowing of his tremendous strength, they still thought of coming out for revenge. However, he did not intend to strike, but shouted. 3 people come. Instantly, 3 people charged out from the invaders. 6 SSS-level players fought in chaos. This time, the battle was unlike before. The 3 were not as strong as Zhang Tianyu, and the 3 invaders were not as weak as those before. With their strengths contrasting, it presented a stalemate situation. After a solid 10 minutes, the 3 SSS-level players from Dragon Country finally won with great difficulty. Tarav still calmly sent out 3 people. This unusual behavior raised suspicions among many SSS-level players. The blonde looked on for a few moments, then moved to the front. Boss, let's not waste time here. Tarav glanced at this SSS-level player from the European royal family, and said faintly. Count William, this doesn't seem to be your concern. Originally meant to delay time, to attract Dragon Country's attention here. So, he brought a large group of players from different countries. This way, Lighthouse Country's other SSS-level players could invade other SSS-level instances. From the very beginning, they never planned to share the fruits of victory with SSS-level players from other countries. Blonde William, while appearing cheerful, was not a fool. After Tarav spoke those words, he realized something was off. William waved his big hand. The SSS-level players he knew quickly gathered around. Boss, it's time to enter the instance. Are you ordering me? Tarav's face darkened, transforming into a giant werewolf. A strong oppressive feeling instantly swept across the entire scene. Seeing this, Blonde William put away his smile and stepped forward. The strange aura he emitted was no less than Tarav's. If you are unwilling to fight, I will do it myself. The conflict between both sides lasted only a moment. But in that moment, the crowd split into several small groups. These small group players all belonged to one nation. On Tarav's side, there were the fewest SSS-level players, only a dozen or so. On the side of the golden-haired William, however, there were a strong 70 or more SSS-level players. Under their confrontation, neither side gave in. I think it's time to fight, there's no need to waste time here. Once we enter the instance, the rewards depend on personal ability. The leader of the Japanese team stepped forward. His team had the most members. To grab a piece of the pie, they dispatched 90% of their SSS-level players from their country. Because of the previous kill by Tarav of their members, they already felt dissatisfied. Seizing this opportunity, he vented his frustration. Tarav wore a grim face, watching the crowd. Even if he had the strength to kill SSS-level players in an instant, he could not deal with so many SSS-level players. Anyway, he had completed the mission of delaying time and attracting the Dragon Country players. Thinking of this, he waved his hand to lead his subordinates to give way. The Dragon Country audience saw the scene and urged anxiously. It's going to start fighting. Hurry up, fight, preferably kill half of them. But the anticipated conflict did not escalate further. Instead, a large number of SSS-level players joined the battle. In less than a few seconds, a team member was heavily injured. This scene shattered the hearts of the entire Dragon Country audience. Even with support arriving now, these few players could not hold on. Bang! Bang bang! Several gunshots rang out. The heads of the first several SSS-level players burst like watermelons. What the hell, what kind of weapon is this? What on earth is it? Could it be that Dragon Country has developed some kind of super weapon? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could guns kill SSS-level players? I've seen SSS-level players tear apart tanks barehanded. Such a turn of events was unexpected for all the audience. Even the strong Tarav could not help but look at the last team member who fired the gun. But this did not intimidate the group of invaders, instead, it ignited their ferocity. A weapon that could cause fatal damage to SSS-level players could definitely be considered a super weapon. Whoever could seize this weapon would have the power to control the entrance into the instance. Thinking of this, different leaders urged their subordinate players to attack crazily. The 3 players holding the line in front were already severely injured. Even though the last team member continued shooting. But alas, there were simply too many of them, one AK couldn't stop them at all. With their last breath, the 3 could not hold back the tide of people even a little. I'm going to fight you all. The last team member raised the AK and frantically sprayed bullets. He tried to slow down the charge of these guys. But until the ammunition ran out, he couldn't slow them down at all. This group of rapidly approaching players made him completely give up the last glimmer of survival. Now, more than half an hour had passed, it should be about time. Thinking of this, he smiled with relief and detonated the C4 strapped to his body. Boom! with a loud noise. In the footage, limbs and broken arms flew everywhere. Before everyone could react, a dazzling white light surged in, and the live broadcast flickered a few times before abruptly cutting off. What kind of terrifying weapon was that? This question lingered in the hearts of all the audience. At the same time, Dragon Country's official media released a message. Dragon Country's nightmare-level player has officially returned. Once this news was released, it attracted global attention. Oh my god, the Dragon Country nightmare-level player has returned. Those invading SSS-level players are in trouble now. Many Dragon Country citizens were emotionally moved upon seeing this notification. They're here, finally they're here. Our Dragon Country nightmare-level players have finally arrived. If only they had come sooner. But the next message released was no less shocking than the first. The Dragon Country military has initiated a saturated nuclear strike on the SSS-level suspected tomb. The whole world was in an uproar. After seeing this notice, the viewers who had watched the live broadcast finally understood what that terrifying weapon was. It's over, this time it's really over. Is Long Kingdom insane? Does it want to start a war with the whole world? Blow it up, it should blow up those harmonious sons of dogs. That group of invaders numbered in the hundreds, coming from countries all over the world. These countries were stunned, they thought Long Kingdom would take action. Especially the Japanese were completely dumbfounded, as they had 90% of SSS players in their country. After this incident, they would completely withdraw from plundering other SSS level dungeons. All participating countries were filled with fear, and they all issued statements. Using nuclear weapons against ordinary players is extremely inhumane and an extremely vicious terrorist act. Especially the Japanese kept speaking out, calling for all nations to unite and sanction Long Kingdom. The Lighthouse seized the opportunity. In view of Long Kingdom's inhumane actions, we have decided to impose sanctions on them. This infuriated the people of Long Kingdom. It was these countries that allowed SSS players to run wild. Long Kingdom was just defending itself with weapons. In the mouths of these guys, Long Kingdom had become the villain instead. The Long Kingdom government did not go easy on the Lighthouse this time. In front of the whole world, they tore off its hypocritical face. In view of the Lighthouse's open invasion of our 72 SSS level dungeons, we have decided to sever all ties with the Lighthouse. The complete identity information of the invaders, including the complete plan, was released. Once released, it sparked global public opinion. The true target of the Lighthouse was actually the entrance to the highly populated SSS level dungeon. As invaders, they did not have permission to teleport into the dungeon. They could only force their way in through the dungeon entrance. No wonder there were only a handful of SSS level players heading to the SSS dungeon of the mysterious tomb. It turned out that the Lighthouse's large team had already scattered to other SSS level dungeons. Long Kingdom's 72 SSS level dungeons had been successfully invaded in 60 of them. Even when the intelligence officer detected unusual activity through the sky eye and reported it immediately. But Long Kingdom still couldn't protect all the SSS level dungeons because the disparity in personnel was just too great. Other countries felt a deep fear. The Lighthouse was indeed too ruthless this time. This time, the Lighthouse became the only beneficiary among all the forces. Other countries suffered heavy casualties, and Long Kingdom lost a large number of SSS level dungeons. Faced with ironclad evidence, the Lighthouse spokesperson shamelessly claimed this was completely to raise the overall quality of Long Kingdom's players and help them grow together. The head of their mysterious dungeon even opened access for all invading SSS level players and started a live broadcast. In the face of this naked provocation, Long Kingdom did not go easy. The head of Long Kingdom's mysterious dungeon announced a notice. In view of the various actions of the Lighthouse, our nightmare level players are determined to strangle all invaders. Moreover, he also enabled the permission for Master Lingshu. He wanted the whole world to see how Long Kingdom's players would strangle these invaders. In response to this notice, the Lighthouse remained unmoved. This time, the invasion action was very successful. They had successfully invaded Long Kingdom's SSS level dungeons with hundreds of players. No matter how strong the nightmare level players were or how fast they cleared dungeons, it was impossible for them to reach so many dungeons in such a short time. Moreover, there were nearly 100 players still invading. The already broken relationship between both sides completely ignited the flames of war. The people from both sides launched a verbal battle online. Xinling. In front of a mountain range. As far as the eye could see, there were bodies everywhere. There were ordinary soldiers, ordinary players. This was also the entrance to an SSS level dungeon, to resist the invaders. Even ordinary soldiers joined this battle with a disparity of forces, sacrificing their lives to hold back the invaders. Su Yan saw this scene, and a surge of anger ignited in his heart. The anger almost drove him to lose his sanity. Even in a strange state, his body began to twitch and twist continuously. It seemed as if flesh and blood were about to grow from this phantom. Under its influence, the flesh and blood of those corpses began to squirm, developing into the strange state. In the flesh and blood mansion, Lin Shi sensed Su Yan's intense emotional fluctuations and instantly teleported over. "Wake up, hurry and wake up." Lin Shi forcibly hugged Su Yan, and her form also began to twist. This could not just be described as strange, it could even be described as evil. Yet even so, she continued to pour spiritual power into Su Yan. "Hurry and wake up, hurry and wake up. Little Su." This shout, along with the continuous infusion of spiritual power from Lin Shi, pulled Su Yan out of that strange state. In just an instant, the blood fiend purgatory activated. Wherever his gaze fell, all the corpses were drawn into it. Along with them, there were many restless souls that had not yet dissipated. Su Yan's thoughts moved. With his spiritual power in the purgatory, he created a hill. He placed all the fallen soldiers of the Dragon Country and the players' restless souls there. "What are you doing here?" Lin Shi, having infused a large amount of spiritual power into Su Yan, appeared extremely pale. At this moment, she was on the verge of suppressing the feeling of promotion. In such a weak state of spiritual power, promoting to nightmare level was very dangerous. If a demon seed were born at this moment, the chances of being eroded were very high. But she knew that what Su Yan was doing now was extremely important. Otherwise, he could not possibly have such a huge emotional fluctuation. To avoid making Su Yan worry, she forced her body to say, "Hurry, go to Master Lingshu, something seems to have happened over there." Su Yan did not notice anything unusual and dashed forward. You go home first." After Su Yan left, Lin Shi struggled to open the door to the inner world. Straining her body, she took one step at a time toward the dry well. The moment she fell into the dry well, Lin Shi could no longer contain herself. Chapter 82, Exterminating the Invaders. The whole world was watching. Everyone was eager to see who would win in the competition between the Dragon Country and the Lighthouse. The number of SSS-level players in the Lighthouse far outnumbered that of the Dragon Country. Yet the Dragon Country had a super player at the Nightmare level. Until the end, no one dared to be certain which side would ultimately triumph. The Lighthouse, which had the upper hand, arrogantly opened all the invaders' live broadcast rooms. They carefully grouped players from the same instance together into the same live broadcast room. Most of them had successfully invaded, while a few had not. This was as blatant as a slap in the face. All the audience was watching how the Dragon Country would respond. Countless viewers entered the live broadcast rooms of those players who had not successfully invaded through a strange platform. Both sides had already torn their masks. These players still in the process of invading would definitely be used as blades. What no one expected was that when the Dragon Country announced it would exterminate all invaders, these players who had not yet successfully invaded did not choose to flee, but instead launched a more ferocious attack. Due to the significant gap in the number of SSS-level players, the guardians of the instances struggled to hold on. From the current situation, being trapped was merely a matter of time. It seems that the Dragon Country really has no one left. They even sent S and SS-level players to die. Who says otherwise? I see in another instance that there are still ordinary soldiers stationed. Even at this point, not even a nightmare-level player can change the situation. So foolish, why not just immediately give up the instance? Aside from the viewers from the Dragon Country, all other viewers believed this battle would end in the Dragon Country's defeat. Because the instances chosen by the Lighthouse were extremely close to the city. If nuclear weapons were used, the price would be extremely tragic. In the desolate land of the Mystery Tomb, using it is one thing. The Dragon Nation could not possibly use such a weapon that harms 1,000, while harming itself 800, in cities or near cities. Are we really done for? Where exactly are our nightmare-level players? Didn't they say our nightmare-level player was back? Why haven't they made a move to deal with these trash? In different live streams, the same scene was playing out on the screens. SSS-level players from the Lighthouse were recklessly harvesting the lives of ordinary players and soldiers. Only the SSS-level players still had the strength to resist. But as more SSS-level players from the Dragon Nation continually fell, the remaining instance being conquered seemed to have become a foregone conclusion. At that moment, in the same instance, the live streams of 2 SSS-level players from the Lighthouse suddenly went dark. This instant caught everyone's attention. What did this mean? It meant that an SSS-level player from the Lighthouse had been killed. When they visited other live streams, the audience was astonished. That Taoist acted so ruthlessly, instantly killing an SSS-level player. Could this be the nightmare-level player from the Dragon Nation? The viewers from the Dragon Nation, seeing this, were filled with tears of joy. It's here, our nightmare-level player from the Dragon Nation is finally here. Kill all these damned invaders. At the entrance of this instance in Qinling, The join of Daoist Lingshu instantly relieved the pressure on the only two remaining SSS-level players. Because this instance in Qinling was quite far from the city, the number of SSS-level players sent by the lighthouse was not as many as other teams. After paying a huge price, they barely managed to hold the instance. The remaining dozen invaders showed no hesitation, turning back to flee. The two who were killed were the strongest among them. With both of these players killed, they were scared and lost the will to fight. But as they turned around, they saw an even more horrifying scene. They saw a sight that resembled a lake of blood not far away. Before these guys could react, the foremost fleeing invader was swept by the bloodlight. Ah! Save me! After letting out a heartbreaking scream, the whole person was instantly drained, turning into a dried corpse. This bloodlight was even more terrifying than that old Daoist. The leading SSS-level player was so scared that he turned to run. But Su Yan did not give these guys a chance to escape. He once again activated the Blood Fiend Purgatory, and in an instant, the entire sky was shrouded in blood. When the sky cleared, the dozen or so invaders from the lighthouse had already vanished without a trace. In the live stream, at this moment, it fell into complete darkness. No one knew what had happened. They only saw the sky filled with flickering bloodlight, and the next moment, the live stream went entirely black. What the hell was that? My god, what on earth was that? Could it be a demon? What kind of terrifying monster has the Dragon Nation unleashed? Not only were foreign viewers frightened, but the audience from the Dragon Nation was also scared. What was that just now? That was definitely not the Daoist. Could it be that our Dragon Nation has other SSS-level players? Impossible, impossible, that bloodlight just now was absolutely eerie. Could it be that an anomaly from the instance has descended? No way. Wasn't it said that during the carnival phase, no anomaly could descend? That moment plunged the whole world into panic. That terrifying scene was not something ordinary anomalies could bring about. It could be nightmare level, even a more advanced horror. At this time, the person in charge of the Dragon Nation's anomalous instances opened a live stream to the whole world. In the screen, it was still the sky filled with blood. But this time the location had changed, situated at another invaded instance entrance. A figure waved its hand. All the invaders disappeared in an instant, along with the corpses scattered on the ground. Little Su, the next invaded instance is at Dongting Lake. As the voice sounded, the live stream screen flickered. By the time the audience could see clearly, the scene had already appeared at the entrance of the anomalous instance in Dongting Lake. Just like last time, a flash of bloodlight. All the invaders and corpses were absorbed in an instant. Only the copy guardian was left, standing dumbfounded in place. This time, the live stream screen was much closer. The audience could finally see what it truly was. That overwhelming bloodlight was caused by a vast blood lake. The blood lake was enormous, exceeding 100 meters. The scene inside was unimaginably terrifying. Aside from a fake mountain, countless figures were struggling in the blood-red lava. Though no sound could be heard, the audience seemed to hear the chilling cries in their minds. Even more terrifying was that the blood lake was actually behind a figure. The audience in Dragon Country could not help but think of a word. Demon Cultivator. And the viewers from other countries shouted out monster upon seeing this figure. The last copy. More than 30 SSS-level invaders, upon receiving the news, scattered and fled. Yet that figure only disappeared for a few minutes before returning to the livestream. At the same time, the audience in Dragon Country posted an announcement. Our nightmare-level player has cleared all invading players within Dragon Country's borders. This news, as soon as it was released, it caused a global sensation. No matter how unclear the situation was before, at this moment, the audience understood what it was. That was actually a nightmare-level player from Dragon Country. At this moment, everyone inside the lighthouse felt their spirits drop to the bottom. That figure was truly too terrifying. In front of it, SSS-level players had no power to fight back at all. They hadn't even seen how this nightmare-level player attacked. It was just a sweep of bloodlight, and the SSS-level players were completely erased. In the livestream, when Su Yan withdrew the blood-killing purgatory, everyone saw his true appearance. A blood-red mask, a scarlet robe made of feathers, floating in midair. It was hard to associate him with a human. If they did not know he was a nightmare-level player from Dragon Country, the audience would really think he was a monster. Is this what a nightmare-level player looks like? It's truly terrifying, but that figure doesn't look human at all. Could it be that upon upgrading to nightmare level, humans turn into monsters? The audience worldwide began a heated discussion. It wasn't just the lighthouse regretting, the other countries that participated in the invasion were also dumbfounded. They weren't like the lighthouse, they at least invaded dozens of SSS level copies. But they gained nothing and instead offended Dragon Country. And the nightmare level player from Dragon Country seemed to be in a bad mood. No matter if it was an invader attacking him or one pleading for mercy, they were all silently annihilated by him. Teacher, have you finished handling it? Su Yan returned to his physical form, falling to the ground. In the last half hour, he had been too frantic. Constantly operating the blood-killing purgatory, constantly using the teleportation effect of the crow robe. Especially the teleportation of the crow robe, it almost drained his mental power. Even though his mental power far exceeded that of the same level monsters, it still couldn't withstand such consumption. However, this allowed him to cross most of Dragon Country in less than half an hour. He had slaughtered those SSS level players who had not successfully invaded. Are you okay? Ling Su quickly supported Su Yan after seeing this. In this half hour, Su Yan had given him too many shocks. Whether it was the instant kill of SSS level players by the blood-killing purgatory or that instant teleportation method, it exceeded his imagination. He had thought Su Yan would use his strange weapons. But unexpectedly, he didn't need them at all to deal with these SSS level players. Su Yan steadied himself and waved his hand. Teacher, I'm fine. Are there any other invaders? I'll handle them all. Ling Su was very worried about Su Yan's condition. Even if he had advanced to nightmare level, he surely couldn't endure such consumption. Little Su, you should rest first. I don't need to rest for dealing with those trash. Su Yan took a deep breath. Feeling the rapidly recovering spirit and the constantly strengthening body. The blood hell was continuously nourishing and feeding back to him while refining these SSS level players. I have to say, these SSS level players are truly excellent nourishment. The strange world cannot replenish such massive blood energy. He felt that if he killed another batch, he might break through to the nightmare level. Such inhumane words shocked everyone. SSS level players are simply trash in his eyes. But Su Yan had the right to say such words. After all, he had just effortlessly killed over 100 SSS level players from the lighthouse. But Su Yan's next sentence sent chills down everyone's spine. Speaking of which, I feel that some countries no longer need to exist. When these words were spoken, all the invading countries were left dumbfounded. They all began to plead with Longwa, claiming that everything that happened was a misunderstanding. One by one, they rushed to offer compensation for the losses to Longwa. The lighthouse even announced that this act was entirely the autonomous behavior of a group of individuals. They would impose harsh penalties on this group of people. As compensation to Longwa, they would open all high-tier dungeons to Longwa players and provide corresponding player guides. Longwa firmly rejected all the requests from the invading countries and issued a notice to the world. After dealing with the invaders, they would settle accounts with all the invaders. Taoist Lingshu was taken aback. Little Su, what do you mean? Su Yan shook his head and instantly became alert. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he had just had the thought of devouring ordinary people. Realizing something was wrong, he forcibly erased the thought from his mind. First, deal with all the invaders. But those guys have entered the dungeon. We have no way to deal with them. Seeing this, the lighthouse simply stopped pretending. The spokesperson openly stated that if Longwa's nightmare level players dared to attack them, then they would send SSS level players into Longwa to carry out the same actions. The main point is that they were sure that among the invaders entering the SSS level dungeons, some would certainly advance to the nightmare level. Moreover, during this time, Longwa's nightmare level players had no way to act. They couldn't just rush into the strange dungeon to kill, right? The lighthouse proposed again to open dungeons to Longwa as compensation. But they were talking about compensating for dungeons that had been drained of all value. Moreover, so many dungeon guards had been lost this time. The entire Longwa would never agree. Seeing this, the lighthouse audience frantically shouted online. Aren't they just nightmare level players? We have hundreds of SSS level players entering your Longwa's SSS dungeons, and with such rich rewards, someone will definitely advance to the nightmare level. Exactly, aren't they just nightmare level players? We'll have them soon, right? Longwa's audience was furious upon seeing these comments. Damn robbers. Damn it, if I were nightmare level, I'd risk my life to go into the dungeon and kill you. Damn it, if only we could hold them off a little longer. Longwa was indeed troubled by the successful invaders who were SSS level players. This group of players was too numerous, sending SSS level players recklessly and would be akin to handing them death. Su Yan would be able to enter the dungeon and wipe out these guys in due time. But he was just one person, there simply wasn't enough time. Even if clearing one dungeon only took half an hour. Adding it all up, it would take several days. If these guys really advanced to the nightmare level, it would be a huge problem. Could it be that having nightmare level players would also not work? But Su Yan's next sentence made Longwa see hope again. Give me the list of invaded dungeons, I have my own way to handle it. Before long, a complete list was delivered to Su Yan's hands. Su Yan took the list and returned to the strange world. Dozens of copies, he really couldn't go at the same time. But he couldn't help it, he had money in the strange world. As they say, money can make the devil push the millstone. To deal with these guys, there was no need for Su Yan to take action. Chapter 83, Gathering the Souls of Heroes. Why are you back? Handled it. What? Daoist Ling Su was incredibly shocked. It had only been 2 or 3 minutes, and it was all handled over there? Hiss. Handled it? But the players from Lighthouse Country were just fine. Is this nightmare-level player from Dragon Country stupid? Yeah, I took a quick look, and those SSS-level players from Lighthouse Country who entered the instance are all okay. Could it be that advancing to nightmare level not only causes transformation but also makes one a fool? Netizens from various countries engaged in heated discussions. Most viewers did not believe what Su Yan said, even though he showed extremely terrifying strength. But the strange world is different from the real world, humans cannot command the bazaar at all. Little Su, is it true? Even knowing that Su Yan had some abilities in the strange world, Daoist Ling Su still had doubts in his heart. The Four Flames military industry was indeed developing well in the strange world. Various weapons, various equipment, were directly sold out while Su Yan was asleep. When weapons and equipment were needed, the boss sent what his subordinates used to Daoist Ling Su. But these weapons were simply not enough to share. Most of the instances were equipped with flesh and blood pistols, and only the remaining teams had flesh and blood AKs. If Su Yan had not fallen asleep in the first place, with sufficient numbers of weapons, even some ordinary soldiers could defend the instance as well. Dragon Country would not have so many instances being invaded by SSS-level players from Lighthouse. Master Ling Su, of course it's true. Su Yan waved his hand and then asked. Master, take me to those successfully invaded instances. I want to gather all the blood and bones of our Dragon Country soldiers, I want them to witness how the invaders are ultimately destroyed. Daoist Ling Su suddenly paused, asking with a trembling voice. Is there a way to resurrect these soldiers? Su Yan activated the Blood Fiend Purgatory, pointing at the false mountain inside the Purgatory. I can't resurrect these soldiers. But I can let them survive in another way. With a thought from Su Yan, the Blood Fiend Purgatory instantly brought the false mountain closer, and scenes on it appeared in front of everyone. On the false mountain, heads were surging, and upon closer inspection, it was found that these were the fallen soldiers and players of Dragon Country. Su Yan consumed his own mental power, maintaining these people's ghostly state. Once their forms were fully stabilized, they would survive in the strange world in another state. In stark contrast was the purgatory beside them. Countless mournful screams were heard coming from it. Many foreign faces could be seen, struggling painfully in the rolling blood-red magma. Most of them were still shouting, "Kill me, kill me." Clearly, in that purgatory, the invaders were suffering endless torment. After seeing this, Daoist Ling Su was completely shocked into silence. When Su Yan used the Blood Fiend Purgatory, he was closest to it. Daoist Ling Su knew everything Su Yan did. He just didn't know why Su Yan was doing all this. Never would he have thought that gathering the blood and bones of soldiers was meant to resurrect them. Thinking of this, Daoist Ling Su immediately pointed out the entrances of these instances to Su Yan. The viewers in the live stream stared blankly at this scene. Su Yan's methods completely exceeded everyone's understanding. In Dragon Country's eyes, he became a saint-like existence. In the eyes of other countries, he became a devil-like existence. If one was killed and gathered into the Blood Fiend Purgatory, it would truly be unable to seek life or death. For half an hour, Su Yan was doing only one thing, gathering the blood and bones of Dragon Country's soldiers. Until the last instance. The Taoist Master Lingshu looked at Su Yan with a worried expression. Little Su, we probably won't be able to go to this last dungeon. Hearing this, Su Yan frowned tightly. Why can't we go? Taoist Master Lingshu took a deep breath, holding back the pain in his heart. He told Su Yan everything that happened at the ominous tomb. 5 guards dragged themselves to level 41 to protect the dungeon. After hearing this, Su Yan took a deep breath. Give me the exact location, I'll go myself. Taoist Master Lingshu quickly advised. Little Su, no one can bear it. Even if level 41 has the smallest radiation among the same models. But that radiation still exists, and the human body absolutely can't withstand it. Don't worry, once I enter the bizarre state, I can ignore these dangers. As he spoke, Su Yan entered a state of phasing. Taoist Master Lingshu wanted to advise again, but heard Su Yan say. Master Uncle, we can wait, but those guards cannot. If they are too late, the souls will completely dissipate. Even if they gather the bodies, they cannot bring them back. Knowing he could not persuade Su Yan, Taoist Master Lingshu shouted. I will go with you. Master Uncle, I can go alone. Su Yan indeed refused. He can withstand it in his bizarre state, but Taoist Master Lingshu cannot. Little Su, you must go. Why can't I go? I'll just wear a few more protective suits. But there are no protective suits now, Master Uncle, stop delaying, quickly tell me the exact location. The two quarreled over this issue. Just then, a helicopter slowly landed not far from them. Several people got off the plane, bringing 2 sets of the highest level protective suits. Can you take me now? Su Yan could only agree after being unable to refuse. After Taoist Master Lingshu put on the protective suit, the scene flashed. In an instant, the two arrived in front of the ominous tomb entrance. I must say, level 41 is indeed powerful. In this place, not to mention flesh and blood, not even a piece of residue was left. Even where Su Yan's blood fiend purgatory had passed, nothing could be found. After seeing this, Taoist Master Lingshu's mood instantly fell to rock bottom. Could it be that the heroes guarding the territory of the Dragon Kingdom ended up with nothing but ashes? Could it be that not even the last remnants of souls were left in the mortal world? Come back to me! Su Yan yelled out in anger. The blood fiend purgatory instantly rose to its peak. A sky full of bloodlight made this place shine as if it were the end of the world. Under Su Yan's relentless push, it seemed that countless black residues were drawn into the blood fiend purgatory. In this state, it lasted for a full half-hour. The black residue barely formed a human shape. And he couldn't be sure if this was indeed a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom. To verify this, Su Yan desperately infused mental power into this black shadow. Until a remnant soul appeared, he asked. Who are you? The remnant soul seemed a bit confused, mumbling to itself. Who am I? Who am I? But upon hearing this, Su Yan suddenly trembled. The remnant soul spoke in the Dragon Kingdom's language. From this alone, it could be concluded. This remnant soul must be a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom guarding this place. Chapter 84 Su Yan's anger, the island nation will perish. The remnant soul was not in a complete state, appearing a bit dazed. With Su Yan's continuous infusion of mental power, its form grew more solid. He didn't stay here long because he needed to collect other soldiers' remnant souls. If he spent too much time here, once they completely dissipated, there would be no way to recover them. But just as Su Yan took a step, the remnant soul shouted. Halt! This place is the forbidden area of our Dragon Kingdom. A strong killing intent erupted from this remnant soul. As soon as this was said, and with the remnant soul's form solidifying, the audience saw its true appearance and exclaimed. That's Captain Zhang Tianyu. I didn't expect Captain's remnant soul to still be here. Even if his body is gone, Captain is still thinking of protecting the dungeon. Foreign netizens saw this scene and no one could help but marvel. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers showed this willpower, even in death, they did not forget their mission. Master Lingshu recognized the captain from the information and stepped forward to speak softly. Captain Zhang, we are the reinforcements. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu had not fully recovered, guarding the copy had already become his obsession. But after hearing Master Lingshu's words, his consciousness briefly returned to clarity. Finally arrived, so I. As the killing intent dissipated, Zhang Tianyu again fell into a state of confusion. Sui looked at this remnant soul and made up his mind to take this person in. He already had plans to build his own power. If he could take in this group of Dragon Kingdom soldiers, it would be a huge boost to his development in the strange world. After all, they came from the military and had undergone professional training. Combined with their flesh and blood weapons, the explosive combat power they could unleash would absolutely crush similar or even higher grade anomalies. Master Lingshu, please give me the list. Sui looked at Master Lingshu. He thought the gather work wouldn't take much time, but now it seemed he would need to spend more time. His strange transformation was fine. But Master Lingshu, being immortal, even in protective gear, couldn't possibly remain unscathed. He didn't want to end up coming with 2 people and leaving with 1 person and 1 anomaly. Master Lingshu naturally understood Sui's meaning. After staying here for more than half an hour, he confirmed that Sui could ignore the radiation in this state. This time he didn't insist, he readily handed the list over to Sui. In addition to this list, he also left a specially made intercom. Little Su, contact me if anything happens. Don't worry, Master. After receiving the list, Sui quickened his pace. He continuously gathered the remnant souls at this explosion center. All the invaders he gathered were thrown into purgatory, turning into nourishment for his body. Several hours passed. Sui had truly scraped the ground clean. He forcibly gathered more than 70 remnant souls. Besides Zhang Tianyu, he also gathered the remnant souls of 3 other soldiers. But he could never find the last soldier's remnant soul. The will of these Dragon Kingdom soldiers was quite strong, they would not dissipate as quickly as some invaders. There must be something strange going on. Moreover, the number of these remnant souls did not add up. There were hundreds of SSS-level players invading this place. But Sui only caught more than 70, this was obviously not normal. Even if these guys were not as determined as the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, they were still SSS level players. The rate of dissipation couldn't possibly be that fast for every single one. Thinking of this, he took out the intercom. Master Lingshu, check if someone has entered the copy. What? Upon hearing this sudden voice from the intercom, Master Lingshu was startled. Little Su, what are you saying? Did someone actually enter the copy alive? The viewers in the live broadcast room also began to discuss intensely. How is that possible? Is it possible that someone broke through the last line of defense and entered the copy before the explosion? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The explosion happened so suddenly, how could it be? Oh my god, could there be other country players still alive? This comment caught the attention of the leaders of the strange copies from various countries. Due to the Lighthouse's public live broadcast and the existence of the rumored graves, everyone subconsciously thought this copy had not been invaded. But in reality, this team had a painfully small number of SSS-level players from the Lighthouse. And players from other countries made up a large number. Among them, the most came from the Little Devils SSS-level players, exceeding 200 in total. The leaders of the strange copies from all countries immediately checked this copy. Little Su, the copy has really been invaded. After receiving this news, Sui did not hesitate and rushed straight to the copy entrance. The fact that the copy had been invaded proved that there were still players alive. The last player's remnant soul of the Dragon Country cannot be found, so he must still be alive. Perhaps he is currently in the dungeon. After entering the dungeon, the sky changed abruptly. The inexplicable darkness was so deep that even Su Yan's blood fiend purgatory, which spanned 100 meters, could not illuminate this world. Su Yan simply put away the blood fiend purgatory and focused on exploring the area with his mental strength. I have to say, this area is truly eerie. After his mental strength spread out, what he discovered were all graves. Let alone a player, not even a single monster could be found. After extending his mental strength to its limits, Su Yan still found no sign of life. Within a radius of several dozen miles, there was nothing but graves. Su Yan seriously suspected that this entrance had teleported him to another place, rather than being in the same location as the players. Su Yan cursed quietly, retracted his mental strength, and then began to explore in one direction. Expanding in all directions, he could only explore a few dozen miles. But in one direction, he could explore hundreds of miles. Following the order of north up, south down, west left, east right, Su Yan first investigated the north. The north was empty. Then there was the south, still nothing. But after exploring over 100 miles to the west, Su Yan suddenly trembled in his mind. There are players, and not just one player. Su Yan did not hesitate for a moment, and with a thought, he was instantly transported here. In his line of sight, dozens of players were gathered around a campfire. Each one was chattering and talking about something. Upon hearing this, Su Yan immediately confirmed the identity of these more than 10 SSS-level players. They were invaders from the Little Devil's side. Su Yan directly unleashed the Blood Fiend Purgatory, instantly engulfing 10 Little Devils. And grabbing the remaining 2 Little Devils, he shouted fiercely, "Where is the Dragon Country player?" One Little Devil tried to resist. But with just a slight exertion, Su Yan turned him into a mass of blood and mud. And he turned his attention to the last Little Devil, tightening his grip with his fingers. The Little Devil struggled in pain, desperately pointing to the side. But when Su Yan looked to the side, he was struck dumb. Damn, what a hellish birth. Chapter 85, Follow Me. You little devil, ixx. Su Yan's fury was reignited once more. The bizarre body began to writhe constantly, and flesh began to grow incessantly. The only remaining Little Devil saw this scene. Its body also began to writhe, as its flesh transformed into something eerie. But this state did not last for a few seconds, and the Little Devil's body exploded into a mass of blood mist. Su Yan looked at the nearby mass of flesh, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. It's hard to imagine this is the last soldier of the Dragon Country. Even harder to imagine the kind of torment he endured during this time. This mass of flesh had no limbs, only a head and torso, resembling a skinned human chimera. Brother, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Su Yan forcibly suppressed his anger and forced the bizarre transformation of the flesh back. Upon hearing this, the mass of flesh kept writhing, mumbling something incoherent. Su Yan quickly knelt down and discovered. These beasts not only severed his limbs but also gouged out his eyes and cut off his tongue. But the vitality of an SSS-level player is robust. Even in this state, he had not died. Don't be afraid. I will definitely save you. Su Yan protected the remaining torso with his mental strength. As long as the person is not dead, everything can be discussed. But when Su Yan's mental strength touched the mass of flesh, he stopped his actions. Kill me. Su Yan, in pain, looked at the mass of flesh. Living in this state was a torment at every moment. Su Yan took a deep breath and crushed the mass of flesh. In the instant that the flesh was crushed, he forcefully used the blood fiend purgatory to gather the dissipating soul. After seeing the appearance of the soul, Su Yan felt a tug in his heart again. From that youthful face, it was clear he was not very old. The soul was startled upon seeing Su Yan clearly. "Aren't you a player from our dragon country?" Su Yan released his fading state and looked at him. "Fire brother, is that you? Fire brother?" Su Yan was momentarily stunned, then thought that this was the nickname given to him on the forum. "Yes." At this point, Su Yan whispered. "I'm sorry, I came back late." The soul was taken aback, then pretended not to hear, smiling as he spoke. "Fire brother, it really is you. I once bet with my classmates that if someone could reach the nightmare level, it would definitely be you." At this point, he sighed heavily as if dropping a burden. In the past, there was no strength left to kill. So he asked Li Buran to contact Master Lingshu and arrange a plane to take the two of them there. During this time, he had even more urgent matters to attend to. "Ah, Brother Hua. I need to handle something, I'll be back soon." His anxious tone made Li Buran dare not ask any further. He guessed that Su Yan must be going to deal with the dry well. After all, the terrifying aura that made this SSS level anomaly tremble must be something even more horrifying. After entering the door of the inner world, Su Yan headed straight for the dry well. Countless bizarre auras erupted from the dry well. At this moment, Su Yan was extremely anxious, having previously been busy with other matters. He hadn't paid attention to the fact that the inner world could not be opened. But after forcibly opening it, he found that there was a problem with Lin Shi. Lin Shi was no longer just an anomaly, he was family. Su Yan could not bear to watch him come to harm. After forcefully entering the dry well, Su Yan was stunned by the scene before him. He saw Lin Shi lying in front of the door, surrounded by a swirling pink bizarre aura. After seeing this, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was about to level up to nightmare status. Chapter 86, Arrival on the Island, the killing begins. "Little Su, what's wrong, why is your face so red?" Master Lingshu sensed Su Yan's chaotic aura and anxiously asked. "It's nothing." Su Yan waved his hand. He did not expect that the bizarre aura generated by Lin Shi's ascension could affect him. It was truly absurd, that aura was indeed strange. The moment he came into contact with Lin Shi, that aura instantly eroded him. Like an aphrodisiac, it nearly overwhelmed him. If he hadn't promptly eliminated the anomaly and withstood it with passive flesh anomaly, he would have likely succumbed to that decadent crimson strange aura. "Master Lingshu, is the plane arranged?" Master Lingshu quickly stood up and said. "It's arranged, at the nearest airport. By the way, what do you need the plane for?" Su Yan turned to look at Li Buran. Li Buran turned his head, avoiding Su Yan's questioning gaze. Seeing this, Master Lingshu sighed and said. "I just asked him, he wouldn't say anything. He just told me you needed a plane. By the way, what do you need the plane for?" After receiving the message, he rushed over at the first opportunity. Upon seeing Li Buran, he inquired about Su Yan's situation and what he needed the plane for. But he only received one reply, which was that Su Yan was busy and didn't bother with him afterward. Su Yan shook his head helplessly and waved at Li Buran. "We're all friends, no need to be so formal." Li Buran awkwardly smiled and muttered softly. "Brother Hua, I'm afraid Master will think of me as a ghost and deal with me. I still haven't seen you eliminate the little devils, I don't want to die that quickly." Upon hearing this, Master Lingshu exclaimed. "Whoa, little Su, are you going to eliminate the little devils? Whoa, why didn't you say that earlier?" Saying this, he hurriedly dialed a mysterious phone number. Yes, the fastest to fly. Both Su Yan and Li Buran were confused by Master Lingshu's actions. After hanging up the phone, Master Lingshu appeared exceptionally excited as he said to Su Yan. Let's go, I found someone to arrange a new plane." "What new plane?" "Ah, don't ask so much, you'll know when we get there." At the airport, a state-of-the-art stealth fighter was prominently parked on the runway. Su Yan looked at the futuristic new fighter and couldn't help but swallow hard. "Whoa, Master, we're not going to use this, are we?" Li Buran, following Su Yan, couldn't help but remind him. "Brother Hua, this seems like our Dragon Country's 6th-generation fighter, it's too cool." Master Lingshu stood aside, proudly holding his head high. Having known Su Yan for so long, he finally got to show off in front of him. "What do you think, little Su?" "You're amazing, Master." Sui eagerly floated into the cockpit, then sat down in the cabin. Master Ling Su, chuckling, put on the helmet and crawled into the cockpit. "Master Uncle, what are you up to?" "Of course, I'm taking you to the island nation." Sui looked over with a doubtful expression. "Master Uncle, you didn't con this plane, did you? And can you even fly it?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Master Ling Su's face, but he didn't explain. How could that be? Alright, no more nonsense. With that, Master Ling Su skillfully started the engine. Accompanied by the roar of the fighter jet, the plane left the airport. Sui's actions received approval from everyone. Previously, mere tolerance had only led to further oppression. Now that they had Sui, they decided to show the world the true attitude of Dragon Country. After entering the airspace of the island nation, Master Ling Su actively started a live broadcast. As soon as the live stream opened, a large number of viewers flooded in. Hey, it's on again. When are we going to eliminate our SSS level players? What's this about? Are they flying away? Look below, doesn't that seem like the island nation? At the moment the live stream began, Dragon Country released a statement. Our nightmare level player has reached the airspace of the island nation and is about to conduct an extermination mission. Once the news was released, it caused a global sensation. Viewers from all countries gasped, had Dragon Country really gone mad? Upon receiving this news, the island nation fell into complete chaos. A nightmare-level player couldn't destroy a city in an instant like a nightmare-level anomaly. But if he wanted to, the destruction of the island nation was only a matter of time. Previously, while the whole world's eyes were focused on Dragon Country and the lighthouse, they were still secretly pleased, thinking that dozens of SSS-level players had survived and had successfully entered the SSS-level dungeon grave of suspicion, believing they could sail through. But unexpectedly, they were discovered by Dragon Country's nightmare-level player. And the last guard of Dragon Country was tortured to death by their foolish players. With new grudges and old grudges combined, they would probably face complete reckoning. The only thing they could do was quickly seek help from their big brother. The lighthouse, as the big brother, immediately stood up and condemned Dragon Country. The fleet deployed in the surrounding seas began to move together, advancing toward the airspace of the island nation. They tried to force Dragon Country to abandon the extermination against the island nation. Alright, Master Uncle, you can go back. In the final moments before teleportation, Sui said coldly. Kill all intruders. As soon as this was said, the whole world trembled. Kill all intruders. What does this mean? Could it be that this nightmare-level player from Dragon Country intends to destroy the entire island nation? Originally speeding forward, the lighthouse fleet, upon hearing this news, halted outside the airspace of the island nation. This left the devils with no last shred of hope, and they all fled. The airport, the port, transportation was already paralyzed, everywhere you looked were refugees. Brother Hua, where do we start? Li Buran excitedly rushed to the front. But upon seeing that they were just ordinary people, the burning desire to kill vanished without a trace. Brother Hua, these are just ordinary people. Can't we find some tough guys for me to kill? Why not? Sui smiled lightly, and the bloody slaughtering hell instantly activated. In an instant, it locked onto an S-level player hiding among the fleeing crowd. There. Li Buran dove down, heading straight for that S-level player. Meanwhile, Sui began to clean up the trash. Enemies, regardless of strength, should all be killed. He always worked swiftly, never leaving any hidden dangers. Wherever the bloody light reached, whether it was the flying beasts in the sky or the various animals on the ground, all exploded into a cloud of blood mist at the moment of contact. To anyone with even slight strength, Sui would leave to Li Buran, using this opportunity to let him accept this layer of identity as an anomaly. He needed to understand that a killer does not distinguish between humans and anomalies, and neither do the killed. Sui would not underestimate him because of his anomaly identity, nor would he show mercy because the devils were humans. Constantly exterminating the past, the blood hell expanded from 100 meters to nearly 1,000 meters. At a glance, the entire sky was stained a scarlet color by this hell. Chapter 87-87. The Strange Being. That night, Sui was like a heartless killing machine, turning the island country into a land of death. Is it exciting? Sui took off the crack-ridden mask, smiling as he looked at the soldiers in front of him. This blood hell mask was ultimately a poor imitation. After countless flesh and blood energies were infused, it was actually blown apart. Really cool. The soldiers shouted in unison. The sound was so loud it nearly broke through the clouds. In the first half of the night, Sui had accumulated a full supply of flesh and blood energy. He successfully gathered the remnants of souls for all SSS-level soldiers, restoring them to their best state. Dozens of SSS-level players easily took down the SSS-level Bazaar Lord. But this time, the dungeon progressed too smoothly, making them lose their vigilance. With a large number of SSS-level Bazaar entities overwhelming them, some players in the dungeon were quickly wiped out. Are these Bazaar entities going insane? Why are they doing this? Could it be that these Bazaar entities were bribed by that demon? What if this is the end? The hearts of the lighthouse viewers grew cold. If this keeps going, the outcome would be the same as that of the island nation. To avoid a similar destruction as that island nation, they proposed to compensate the Dragon Kingdom once again. Not only would they open all SSS-level dungeons, but they would also provide complete, detailed strategies. Moreover, they would try their best to protect the Dragon Kingdom players entering the dungeons. Once Sui returned, Taoist Ling Su immediately informed him of this news. Ling Su, just handle it as you see fit, no need to ask my opinion. Exterminate the island nation. On one hand, it was for revenge. On the other hand, it was to show the whole world. The goal achieved, Sui did not plan to interfere with the follow-up actions. After all, the lighthouse was not like the island nation, not to mention the hundreds of SSS-level players. They also had the world's largest stockpile of missiles. Sui was not afraid, but others could not bear it. Taoist Ling Su nodded and looked toward a few figures not far away. Little Su, how will they be settled? Sui shared his thoughts with Taoist Ling Su. Taoist Ling Su paused and then said. Little Su, in my opinion, you should take them in. Ha? Sui looked up at Taoist Ling Su. Taoist Ling Su sighed and began to explain. What they were now were SSS-level bizarre entities. It was impossible for them to return to their original places. While the two of them might not see them as bizarre entities, what about others? Not everyone was as open-minded as Sui. Just like Li Boren, even after becoming bizarre, he still loathed it deep down. After killing all the little devils, he still had the thought of disappearing voluntarily. If it weren't for Sui informing him, that man would have sought revenge on his own. And with Zhang Tianyu's guidance nearby, that guy would have already self-destructed. Because bizarre entities led to family destruction, there were many families like this. So, even if Zhang Tianyu and the others wanted to return, it would not be easy for the Dragon Kingdom to settle them. Instead, it would increase many uncertain factors. In that case, Sui fell into deep thought. Taoist Ling Su was indeed right, he hadn't considered so much before. After all, because of Linshi, he subconsciously put humans and bizarre entities on the same level. But in reality, people still feared and hated bizarre entities. Thinking of this, Sui looked at Taoist Ling Su. Ling Su, then you send someone to take them home to look around. At this point, Sui suddenly remembered something. By the way, Master, where has Second gone? Why haven't I seen him for so long? Taoist Ling Su paused. If it weren't for Sui's question, he would have forgotten about this disciple. Oh my, I forgot about him. Chapter 8888. Official Promotion, Bizarre Lord. A-level dungeon Huang family old residence. Looking around, everything was in ruins. From the battle scars, it could be seen that not long ago, a great battle had erupted here. Sui did not stay, heading straight to Black Tiger Mountain. This was due to a message left by Xiaoji. Boss, some guys are here to steal treasures, I'll guard it first, you come quickly after handling your business. As the empty mirror had been dealing with dungeons during this time, he knew nothing about what was happening in the real world. Taoist Ling Su was also overwhelmed by the crisis faced by the Dragon Kingdom. If it weren't for Sui asking at the last minute, he would have forgotten about this message. At this moment, in a secret chamber on the back mountain of Black Tiger Mountain, Old Master Huang anxiously asked his subordinates. Have the bizarre entities sent out returned? Master. Not yet. What to do now? Old Master Huang was both anxious and angry. He paced back and forth in the small secret room, occasionally glancing at the only small bed in the room. Kong Jing lay weakly on the bed, with a horrible, hideous wound on his chest. The wound was a dark purple, continuously emanating a strange aura. Seeing that Kong Jing was exhaling more than inhaling, Old Master Huang was wailing in his heart. It's over, it's completely over. If that strange group outside seizes upon him, the worst would be financial losses to avert disaster. But if this little Taoist dies here, it would be utterly finished. Although Old Master Huang was weak, he was good at reading people's expressions and was quick-witted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to maintain the little family property he had with his A-level strength. Back then, he could tell that Kong Jing had a strong relationship with that great immortal. When Kong Jing returned to protect the treasures hidden in Black Tiger Mountain, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He took all the household servants to assist. But he never expected that hidden among the group of plunderers was an SSS-level old zombie. Kong Jing, under unfortunate circumstances, had his chest pierced by its claw. The poison from the corpse entered his body, causing him to lose his combat ability. If it weren't for Old Master Huang fighting desperately to save him, Kong Jing would have been finished long ago. But the current situation was that soon, even if Kong Jing didn't die, he would become a mindless puppet zombie under the corruption of the corpse poison. Would the great immortal believe his one-sided words and would he vent anger upon him? Thinking of this, Old Master Huang couldn't help it. He took out a map and said to the last household servant. You withdraw through the secret passage and hurry out to find support. After you are saved, I will grant you 1/10 of the family property. Hiss. 1/10 of the family property. This S-level strange was quick to agree. You must know the Huang family's wealth is something that even SSS-level strange covet. You can imagine how substantial it is. If he can get 1/10, it would be unimaginable. Yes, master. After the last household servant left, old Master Huang gritted his teeth and spat out a yellow stone. This stone was a nightmare-level strange item, the last treasure left to him by the former master. This treasure can suppress hundreds of poisons and even repress other strange killing rules. Although it couldn't touch Kong Jing's corpse poison, it should be able to save his life. Thinking of this, he stuffed the stone into Kong Jing's mouth. Not long after, the corpse poison on Kong Jing's face receded somewhat. Seeing this, old Master Huang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this little Taoist doesn't die by his side, it doesn't matter where he dies. But before he could rest for a moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Just as old Master Huang intended to escape with Kong Jing, the door to the secret room was kicked open. A gigantic, cow-like strange creature charged into the secret room. Well, old man, you really are hiding here. Accompanying it were the previous household servant and the SSS-level old zombie. The old zombie glanced at Kong Jing lying on the bed and immediately shouted in anger. This damned human. Kong Jing had previously killed several of its trusted subordinates. This gang had gathered from all directions, and with those few trusted strange gone, its voice in the teen was greatly diminished. Seeing the old zombie's sharp claws reaching for Kong Jing's head, old Master Huang cried out in fear, but his boss is a nightmare-level strange. Nightmare level. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. The old zombie forcefully kept its claws suspended in midair. The big cow-like creature pushed past the old zombie and rushed over, sneering. How long has it been since a nightmare-level strange appeared in our territory? If you are afraid, let me take care of it. Having been suppressed by the old zombie previously made it feel dissatisfied, and now that there was a chance to embarrass the old zombie, it naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, it could see that Kong Jing was beginning to transform into a zombie. It didn't want the old zombie to gain an S-level combat ability out of nowhere. After finishing his words, it opened its blood-red mouth and pounced towards the empty mirror. Isn't it just a mere human, Seeing this scene, Lord Huang's heart was completely dead. But the next scene shocked him. The bizarre creature, strong like a wild bull, quickly deflated like a deflated doll the moment it touched the empty mirror. This sudden change left all the strange beings in the secret room stunned. The next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air beside the empty mirror. Who hurt him? Seeing that figure, the old zombie turned and fled for his life. In an instant, it erased the existence of the SSS-level anomaly. It was something he could not mess with. But Su Yan was faster, pulling the old zombie back just as it was about to escape the secret room. Get rid of the poison for him. The old zombie looked at Su Yan, trembling. Master, there's no poison to detoxify. A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire secret room. Except for the old zombie and Lord Huang, all other anomalies quickly deflated and disappeared. The old zombie's body also began to shrivel, but it was not as fast. Feeling the life force continuously draining away, it shouted in terror, "There is a way, there's a way." What method? Su Yan looked at the old zombie with a cold expression. The old zombie painfully pulled out its largest fong from its mouth. Grind the fong into powder and apply it to the wound to eliminate this poison and transform into the zombie's rule. The fong turned into powder and flew towards the empty mirror's wound. As the old zombie said, the fong was indeed effective. The purple-black wound on the empty mirror was visibly healing. Master, I didn't recognize the great mountain. The old man is willing to offer all his treasures for this worthless life. Su Yan couldn't help but click his tongue. This place's anomalies are indeed different, When it comes to talking, it's quite a set. Seeing Su Yan not respond, the old zombie put down the treasure and turned to flee. You fool, isn't it the same whether I kill you or not? Before the old zombie disappeared, it heard Su Yan's last comment. Cough cough. The empty mirror struggled a bit and woke up. Old heir, how are you? Su Yan asked with concern as he stepped forward. The empty mirror pulled out a land deed from its pants. Big boss, I've held down your old nest. Chapter 89, Special Item, Peachwood Amulet. No man, you almost died. Su Yan glared at the empty mirror and slapped him on the head. Are you foolish? If you can't beat them, just run. Wait for me to come back and deal with them, isn't that fine? The empty mirror's face twitched for a moment and then smiled. Big boss, I can handle these guys too, I just got too carried away. Saying this, he took out a protective talisman from his pocket. This talisman was very peculiar, shaped like a mini Peachwood sword. If I had used this talisman from the start, that old zombie would have already kicked the bucket. Su Yan curiously took the talisman, and a string of prompts popped up. Special item, may have remarkable effects against zombie-type anomalies. Wow, where did this thing come from? My master gave it to me, he said this was blessed by our founder. This answer left Su Yan completely stunned. No man, this actually works. When horror games first appeared, Long Country tried many methods, even inviting several mysterious figures. For example, the patriarch of the Xiangxi corpse-carrying family, and a well-respected Taoist priest. These people indeed had some extraordinary skills. But they had no countermeasures for the descending dungeons. However, this group of people did have a probability of clearing anomalies far exceeding ordinary people. But now it seems, this doesn't appear to be such a situation, it's not as simple as it seems. Didn't you say it was useless? The empty mirror struggled to get up from the bed, shaking its head. It's not that it's useless, it seems to work only under certain specific conditions. What does that mean? The empty mirror pointed at the protective talisman in Su Yan's hand. This talisman was activated only after I encountered that old zombie. This SSS-level old zombie was thick-skinned and tough. The defense is extremely terrifying. The empty mirror uses flesh and blood AWM, but still couldn't break its defense. It wasn't until the old zombie approached the mountain stronghold that the horror game gave a prompt for the protective talisman. After that, he went too far in trying to show off. This caused him to miss the opportunity to use the talisman and be ambushed and heavily injured by the old zombie. Fortunately, this talisman protected his heart vein, which allowed him to hold on until Su Yan arrived. Was it only activated after the old zombie got close? Su Yan frowned and asked as he returned the talisman to the empty mirror. Yes, boss, if it weren't for this talisman, I would have run away. Dealing with an SSS-level eerie creature was already a bit much for the empty mirror. Without the talisman, he wouldn't have stayed here to guard the stronghold at all. Hearing this, Su Yan felt a bit confused. Perhaps these mysteries needed to be answered by the empty mirror's master. Second brother, your master? The empty mirror waved his hand, a hint of sadness appearing on his face. My master passed away 10 years ago, this talisman was left to me before he departed. Su Yan was taken aback and then asked, Second brother, what else did your master say to you back then? What's the matter, boss? Faced with Su Yan's constant questioning, the empty mirror was a bit puzzled for a moment. If this talisman is useful, doesn't that prove that other things from our dragon country can be used too? Hiss. Other things can also be used. These words exploded like thunder in the empty mirror's mind. There are many such talismans and other treasures. Setting aside other sects, within his own sect there are a large number of supplies. Not to mention the others. From south to north, from west to east. If counted, they might find hundreds of thousands or even millions of eerie items. Boss, then aren't we rich? Su Yan rolled his eyes at the empty mirror. He hadn't thought about making money from these treasures. After all, what these treasures can do, his flesh and blood weapons can also do. When one type of weapon doesn't work, the solution is simple. It's just to switch to another weapon with greater power. The talisman and flesh and blood weapons obviously have significant differences. The talisman has obvious limitations and cannot be mass-produced. Moreover, such treasures need to be activated under special conditions. For example, this talisman did not react at all before encountering the old zombie. There are various mysteries in this, leaving Su Yan extremely confused. What else did your master say back then? The empty mirror carefully recalled the time spent with his master. Oh right, boss, my master often told me stories when I was a child. There was one thing I suspect is true. Su Yan quickly pressed for details. Don't keep me in suspense, what is it? The corpse tide that happened in Xiangxi 100 years ago. What corpse tide? Su Yan furrowed his brow. Xiangxi corpse tide? What is that, could it be zombies? Could it be that the horror game had descended 100 years ago? No, isn't it supposed to have appeared only in recent years? The empty mirror noticed Su Yan's confusion and voiced his inner speculation. Although his master said he was telling a story, the time and place were both real. It's just that 100 years ago, it was recorded that the plague broke out in that area of Xiangxi. Speaking of this, the empty mirror revealed a crucial piece of information. Boss, back then my master was already over 130 years old. I suspect he was an eyewitness of that corpse tide. 130 years old. Su Yan looked at the empty mirror in disbelief. 130 years? Yes, even my martial uncle was taught by my master. The empty mirror's sect is extremely special. Although he is the youngest generation, in fact, several of his martial uncles, including the current sect leader, were all taught by his master. It wasn't until the later years that his master brought the empty mirror back to the mountain and took in his last disciple. Aside from that, did your master tell any other ghost stories? My master had many stories. Such as Fengmen Village. What cat-faced old lady, he has told me about all of it. However, when talking about these things, he always sighed and said that things are really not good now, and he can't handle these little gadgets. After hearing this, Sui felt his mind become a mess. Could it be that strange things existed in the Dragon Kingdom 100 years ago? But what about Fengmen Village and the cat-faced old lady? Didn't they prove that this was a rumor? Sui had spent a lot of money to buy information about strange copies from various countries. But those documents never mention any strange events before the horror game. The core information of the Dragon Kingdom also had no news regarding this. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom once had capable people who could handle the strange? But to deal with the strange, and due to historical reasons, led to this group of people being lost? Thinking of this, Sui's thoughts suddenly became clear. Do you think there were once people in our Dragon Kingdom who specialized in handling the strange? Kong Jing nodded his head. Definitely nodded his head. That's for sure, my master told me that back then. I will be the one to revive the Taoist sect. Sui smiled and shook his head. Come on, you. Chapter 90, a brand new territory, Black Tiger Mountain. Alright, let's talk about this later, first handle the matters here. Sui waved his hand and walked outside. Old Master Huang initially shrank in the corner and couldn't join the conversation. Now he hurriedly caught up and said to Sui. Master, I know where the treasure vault of Black Tiger Mountain is, I will take you there. Hey, wait for me. Kong Jing picked up the land deed and chased after them. But after just a few steps, he covered his stomach and started to vomit. With a thump, a yellow stone fell to the ground. Old Master Huang was quick-eyed and quick-handed, rushing over in a leap. Before Sui and Kong Jing could react, he picked up the stone and put it in his mouth. Sui's face twitched. Kong Jing felt a churn in his stomach. When he handed the talisman to Sui, he realized that there was another force within him protecting him. He thought it was the ancestor showing divine power, but unexpectedly it was. Ugh. Halfway up Black Tiger Mountain. When Old Master Huang opened the door to the treasure vault, Sui was left dumbfounded. What he saw was a variety of gold, silver, pearls, and countless strange coins. Besides these, in one corner of the warehouse were piled a large number of armors, all defensive strange items. Wow, does that old tiger have such a rich foundation? Kong Jing looked at Old Master Huang with a forced smile. These shouldn't all be taken from your family by that old tiger, right? Old Master Huang flushed slightly at those words. Can't say it's all, maybe just occupies 9/10 of this. 9/10. Sui stared blankly at the treasure vault. Can a nightmare-level strange accumulate so much wealth? This is under the situation that the Huang family is declining, how terrifying would it be if they weren't? Sui took a deep breath. Like the wind sweeping clouds, he crazily gathered the treasures in the vault. At the moment of gathering into the vault, Sui sold them to the system. Half an hour later. Sui looked at the balance of over 20 billion, beaming with joy. This money comes faster and more than doing business. You could say no cost involved, afterward having a house and a car. As for the strange items, Sui chose not to sell them. He didn't need these strange items for self-defense. But his subordinates need them, right? Can't just have weapons without defensive means, huh? Boss, here's this for you. Kong Jing handed the land deed back to Sui again. Why are you giving me this? Sui gave a slightly disdainful glance. Just because this yellowed land deed was pulled out from Kong Jing's pants pocket. Sign this, and Black Tiger Mountain will be your territory. Sui's eyes instantly lit up. He snatched the land deed and signed his name. As soon as he signed, a prompt appeared. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first Strange Lord. The horror game world map will be officially open to all lords after the carnival phase ends. As a player who has been promoted to the title of the Weird Lord, the world map has been opened to you in advance. A massive map slowly unfolded before Su Yen. This map was enormous, as black as ink, with only 2 distant glowing dots. What the hell? What is this? Su Yen clicked on the glowing dots, and the map instantly expanded numerous times. Only then did he see what the glowing dots actually were. Blood and Flesh Mansion. Not only Blood and Flesh Mansion, but many nearby forces were also lit up, including a corner of the ancient city. Su Yen instantly recognized what these illuminated forces were. They were all weird beings that had purchased products from the Four-Fire military industry. One glowing dot was Black Tiger Mountain. The area around Black Tiger Mountain was lit up less, with only the Huang family's old residents. Boss, what's going on? Kong Jing looked at Su Yen in surprise. Aren't you already the Weird Lord? Why does it say you just became one? Su Yen answered without thinking. We didn't have our own territory before, but now we do. Since Blood and Flesh Mansion was within the territory of the Dark Hotel's influence, in a sense, Su Yan was not a true lord. However, Black Tiger Mountain had officially become Su Yan's territory. Oh, I see. Kong Jing thought it was a glitch from a horror game, making him feel pleased for nothing. Boss, what shall we do next? Set up a branch here. Kong Jing immediately became excited. Boss, I feel like I am quite suitable. Back then, he was a drifter, wandering in different parts of the world. Unless he ran out of goods, he would seek out Su Yan. Most of the time, he was gallivanting around the world. No problem. If Kong Jing managed the side, Su Yan only needed to supply goods and didn't have to worry about anything else. After all, they had known each other for so long, and Su Yan was well aware of Kong Jing's abilities. It was just right to move Li Bu Ran and the others over. After all, the four-fire military industry didn't need that many SSS-level powers. As long as Chief Instructor Zhang Tianyu was present, it would be enough. The two began to happily discuss their initial plans. Old Man Huang stood by, dumbfounded, realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had witnessed Su Yan's formidable strength. He had also seen the blood and flesh weapons produced by the company. If he could get under this big tree, he was confident he could help the Huang family rise again. Great immortal, Taoist. Old man, I have something to say. Su Yan immediately looked at Old Man Huang. He was waiting for Old Man Huang to speak up first. After all, if he spoke first, wouldn't he seem like a villain plotting to seize someone's family property? Kong Jing was less polite and directly spoke up. Old Huang, just say it. Although you are a bit disgusting, you did save my life. As long as it's something my brother and I can do, we will definitely help you. Old Man Huang suddenly knelt on the ground and cried out. Old man, I want nothing. He had been bullied for too long, ever since the old master went missing. No matter which nearby forces came, they would come to bully him. If it weren't for these weird beings being unable to open the Huang family's treasure house, he might have long since perished. Now that he had a chance to turn things around, he had to seize it. I, Old Man Huang, am willing to give my all to assist the Taoist in establishing a branch. After saying this, he cautiously looked at Su Yan. Great Immortal, I am somewhat familiar with this area, and I can definitely help the Taoist. Su Yan maintained his expression and calmly said. So you want to join our four-fire military industry? Old Man Huang's gaze was firm. Yes, the old man wants to join the four-fire military industry. Kong Jing looked dumbfounded. It turns out that the boss truly has skills. No wonder he had Old Huang standing by while discussing the company, it turns out he was waiting for his moment. Su Yan smiled and pointed at Kong Jing. He is in charge here, you shouldn't be asking me, you should be asking him. Taoist. Kong Jing faced Old Man Huang's burning gaze and thought about that stone. He couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea, quickly waving his hand and saying. Alright, I'll accept it. Chapter 91. The Fourth Fire Military Industry, Black Tiger Mountain Branch. Black Tiger Mountain. SSS level strange dungeon. Players around the world are discussing it heatedly. The heat even surpassed the news of the island nation's demise. How is that possible? How could a player become a strange lord? Does killing the leader in the dungeon mean you can take over the dungeon? Damn it, I want to go too. Which country's player took over the dungeon? The dungeon leaders from all countries were stunned. Because of the SSS level dungeon Black Tiger Mountain, they had no idea which force controlled this dungeon. Players becoming strange lords might change the whole horror game landscape. If killing the strange boss allows you to become a strange lord, those low-level dungeons would become the objects of fierce competition among many players. Humans would no longer be prey hunted by the strange forces, but instead, would become competitors standing on the same ground. Countries began to prepare accordingly. As soon as they were ready, they would invade the SSS level dungeon in full force. The Lighthouse, which initially wanted to open the SSS level dungeon to Dragon Country, immediately chose to play dead, hoping to protect the SSS level dungeons within its borders. You should know that these SSS level strange forces within the Lighthouse had been repeatedly farmed. Even the point rewards no longer dropped, they were completely drained. But the appearance of the strange lord made these SSS level dungeons valuable once again. Consequently, dungeons that had been drained would be easier to occupy than those that had not been fully explored. The Lighthouse immediately gathered all remaining SSS level players. These dungeons had been played to death by the players, and they knew which dungeons were hard to occupy and which ones were easier. Soon, these SSS level players were split into different small teams. They entered different dungeons in batches. While players around the world were still discussing how to occupy the dungeon, a message appeared, shattering all the players' fantasies. Congratulations, the lighthouse has taken over 10 SSS level dungeons. Due to the lighthouse's outstanding performance, nightmare level dungeons will be open to them in advance. Damn, nightmare level dungeons, the lighthouse is going to rise again. And there are all sorts of good things, we should hurry up and act now. This is still the carnival phase, with no punishments. The lighthouse is going to rise again. Many countries that had been eager to sever ties with the lighthouse now quickly came back. Apart from the lighthouse, Dragon Country was also constantly taking over dungeons. Due to the dungeons not being deeply explored in Dragon Country having suffered heavy losses of high-level players, it caused the lighthouse to gain the upper hand right away. After the lighthouse successfully obtained the rights to the nightmare level dungeon, Dragon Country only managed to occupy 3 SSS level dungeons. These 3 successes were still dungeons that had not been invaded, while those that had been invaded had become much harder than before. This was because not only had they killed a large number of invading Lighthouse SSS level players, but they also received huge rewards from Sui. Their strength had greatly increased. The most absurd thing was that some of them even turned around and used the strange coins from Sui's bounty to buy a large number of flesh weapons. They couldn't win to begin with, and now they were even less likely to win. Even if players like Zhang Tianyu and Li Buran, SSS level strange forces, joined the battle, they could only help advance dungeons without flesh weapons. Dragon Country had to give up on these dungeons and set their sights on other dungeons. The player carnival phase only had 3 days left. It was best to take over as many dungeons as possible in this time. Once this phase ended, they couldn't act so recklessly anymore. After all, there were no punishments right now. Once the punishment mechanism was restarted, if they failed to clear the dungeon, the strange dungeon would descend again. So, they needed to take full advantage of these last 3 days. And seize as much land as possible, enhance the strength of more players. Only then would they be able to gain a more favorable situation in the future. Not just the Lighthouse and the Dragon Kingdom, other countries have also started to take action. Everyone wants to plunder enough benefits in this last phase. Between the countries, it has become a rare peace. Heihu Mountain. Sui has initially assessed the forces around him. This area is more complicated than the situation at the Dark Hotel. Heihu Mountain is located in a small town, where there are as many as 100 SSS level forces. Over the past century, the Changhu brothers have eliminated many SSS level forces wanting to seize territory. They have built a considerable reputation, stabilizing the small town significantly. Those who want to challenge the Changhu brothers must hide secretly. One can imagine how complicated the situation is. Moreover, with the Changhu brothers killed, the news leaked out. This caused many forces to set their sights on this territory, aiming for the Huang family's old residence. The old zombie and that bull-headed one were just the first wave. More forces surely won't be able to hold back and will take action. Thinking of this, Sui found Master Huang. He asked him to step forward and unite the surrounding forces. This is also a good opportunity to teach these SSS-level strange beings a lesson. So these guys won't cause trouble for the company when he's not around. It must be said, Master Huang has maintained the Huang family for many years, and he still has some skills. In just a few hours, he had notified all SSS-level forces in the town. Boss, I have finished notifying. Before Sui could respond, he continued. Boss, I just don't know how many forces will give this kid some face. Kong Jing beside him couldn't help but ask. No way, having killed those 2 old tigers and dealt with 2 SSS-level strange beings. Do those guys still dare to provoke my boss at this critical moment? Master Huang flashed a hint of embarrassment. This time he notified in the name of the Huang family. Moreover, he wanted to recommend a strange item with super strong defense to these guys. It's just that these guys don't know Sui's existence. If he notified in Sui's name, these guys would probably not care at all. Considering this, he explained with a hint of anxiety. Boss, our Huang family is currently weak, so might not give us face. Sui naturally thought of this and waved his hand at Master Huang. It's okay, old Huang, don't worry about those who come, just give me a list of those who don't come. I'll deal with them later using my blood and flesh weapon. It's unrealistic to get these guys to behave just by a product launch. They must pay some price to recognize who is the boss here. Furthermore, these guys will be the first batch of users for the 4 Fire Company in this area in the future. Kong Jing couldn't help but applaud. Boss, your meetup is so impressive. It can showcase our company's strength and also promote our products. I just don't know if these guys will give you face. Sui smiled as he took a weapon from the warehouse. It doesn't matter if they give me face, as long as they give this gun in my hand some respect. At this point, Sui turned to Master Huang. By the way, old Huang, how many forces showed interest in our company's products? Chapter 92, Strange Craftsman, Nightmare Level Building. On the list. For strange beings were highlighted with red circles by Master Huang. These four strange beings not only have a strong desire to buy but also have funds that far exceed other strange beings. They are the real buyers of the blood and flesh transport vehicle. Sui looked at the list, nodding in satisfaction. He certainly didn't want to casually kill potential customers. Not bad, old Huang, you did well. I promise that after the meeting, no one in this area will dare to bully you. At this moment, a group of little night demons arrived at the mountain gate carrying a large amount of materials. Master Huang, Master Huang. Hearing the shouting, Master Huang cheerfully said. Boss, the craftsmen I invited have arrived. Sui couldn't help but look at old Huang. Old Huang, what craftsman? Old Huang pointed at the remaining broken buildings of Black Tiger Mountain. Boss, the buildings of Black Tiger Mountain have all been destroyed and can't be used anymore. I was thinking of inviting the masters who originally built the Huang family old mansion to come over and build us a new one. Sui and Kong Jing were both taken aback. Although the Huang family old mansion was not a powerful item, it was still a level. And that treasure vault had reached the strength of a nightmare level. Kong Jing was the first to ask. Old Huang, does that treasure vault mean this batch of masters built it too? Yes. Hiss. A treasure vault comparable to nightmare level items was actually built by craftsmen. Old Huang really spent a lot to show loyalty. Though not knowing how a nightmare level treasure vault was built, both of them could confirm. The cost involved must certainly be sky high. Old Huang even volunteered and said, Boss, my Huang family's treasure vault has plenty of surplus materials, just enough to build a nightmare level building. What style do you want to build? Once we determine the style, we can let those masters start work. Before Sui could respond, Kong Jing couldn't help but complain. Great, old Huang, are you trying to take my position as the boss of this branch? I wouldn't dare. Seeing this, Sui smiled. Old Huang, from now on, the second brother will be the boss here. If there's anything, just discuss it with him. Old Huang immediately understood and flattered Kong Jing. Boss, what style do you want to make? Wow, boss, does that mean this company really belongs to me? Sui nodded without saying anything. He wouldn't stay here for long. After ringing the alarm for the surrounding weirdness, he would return to the human world. Expanding the market here and discovering business would all need Kong Jing to do. To allow Kong Jing to act freely, he wouldn't interfere with any of Kong Jing's actions. Also, he would call Li Burang and them over to be security personnel for the company here. After receiving Sui's clear answer, Kong Jing happily went to discuss strategies with old Huang. After one person and one weirdness left, Sui opened the arms system. Blood meat transport vehicle, current progress 3 out of 10. Since unlocking until now, 3 vehicles have been successfully delivered. One was bought by the meatball, and the remaining 2 were taken by old Huang. One as a company vehicle, and one as a private vehicle. Besides these 3, 7 more need to be successfully delivered to unlock the next powerful item. Sui calculated in his mind. This afternoon, he could secure 4 clients. If things went smoothly with the boss, 3 clients wouldn't be hard for him. Thinking about this, Sui felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. What would the next powerful item be? Would it be blood meat tank or blood meat infantry fighting vehicle? It couldn't possibly be blood meat radar vehicle. Thinking of this, Sui silently prayed in his heart. It must be a piece of equipment with offensive power. If it were something defensive, it would be hard to sell. To be honest. At Blood Meat Tower, the sales of weapon orders far exceeded that of blood meat transport vehicle. One reason is its high price, while the other is that the blood meat transport vehicle has no offensive means. If it were a tank, forget 10 vehicles, even 100 would have sold out long ago. After all, in this strange world, those strange beings who like to fight are far more than those who fear death. Not long later, a group of small night goblins carrying materials appeared in Sui's sight. This group of small night goblins belonged to the same race as the one Sui saw before. What surprised Sui was, the weakest among this batch of small night goblins had reached S level, and the strongest hit the peak of SSS level. Their strength was worlds apart from the small night goblins he had under him. Setting strength aside, just looking at their clothing showed that this batch of small night goblins lived quite well. Each was dressed luxuriously. They are led by the fattest and most bloated ones. But it makes sense, this group of little night demons can build nightmare-level constructions. Some skills, no matter where they go, would surely keep them fed. Kong Jing brought the little night demon leader to the foothill first. Boss, this is the little night demon master. This is my boss, the entire Black Tiger Mountain is his territory. As long as you build the houses well, the reward will be plenty for you. The night demon leader disdainfully glanced at Su Yen. SSS level strange things, it has seen plenty. Many strange beings ask it to help build houses. How dare a mere human talk to it like this? If not for the fact that Lord Huang offered too much, it wouldn't even consider this job. The Night Demon leader forced a smile and waved its hand, saying to Su Yan, "You are the new lord of Black Tiger Mountain? How dare you speak to my boss like that?" Kong Jing immediately became unhappy and rolled up his sleeves to deal with that guy. Lord Huang, who arrived a bit late, was drenched in cold sweat upon seeing this scene. Just about to speak, he saw the Night Demon leader kneel down with a thud. The nightmare-level aura inadvertently revealed by Su Yan pressed it firmly to the ground. "What did you just say?" The Night Demon leader said with a slight tremble in its voice. "Don't worry, Mountain Master, we will definitely build buildings that satisfy you." It really didn't expect that the one who killed the previous leader of Black Tiger Mountain would actually be a nightmare-level human. But from that aura, it felt this was not a human, but rather a super strange being that walked out of the abyss. After this commotion, it became completely honest. Initially, it wanted to take this chance to raise the price and make a good profit. But feeling the aura from Su Yan, it completely abandoned that idea. Not even daring to mention the previously agreed deposit. Slap. Slap. 2 slaps. Kong Jing sent the Night Demon leader flying. "Then why aren't you hurrying to work?" Lord Huang slid on his knees all the way to Su Yan's front. "Boss, please don't be angry, I'll go take care of them right now." How great Su Yan's killing intent could be, he had seen it with his own eyes. If he truly angered Su Yan, no one could bear it. Su Yan smiled and shook his head. "No need, just let them work properly." Chapter 93, If reason doesn't work, then use force. In front of the mountain gate, a large crowd of strange beings gathered. Each faction brought along quite a few followers. They want to see who exactly handled the longtime resident, the Ghost Tiger. And who dealt with the old zombie and bullhead that had been coveting Black Tiger Mountain for a long time. Over 20 lords gathered together, discussing how to deal with the situation ahead. "Do you think this guy was sent by Lord Huang to get rid of us all at once? Old man, are you sleeping or what? How many SSS-level strange beings are here? Even that guy is strong, can he be stronger than all of us combined?" After brief discussions, these beings formed a temporary alliance. The old zombie and bullhead joining forces was still not enough, they were no match. If they didn't band together, they would surely be taken down one by one. At this moment, the village gate slowly opened. Lord Huang walked out, calling loudly, "Welcome, honorable guests." A strange being resembling a pig with bristles began to grunt a couple of times. "Old Huang, what are you trying to pull with all this? I say, honestly hand over your little fortune, and the brothers will protect you. Looking for strange beings from the outside is just wasting money." Shu Ganglai has long coveted Huang's fortune. If not for the fact that its territory was far from Huang's old house. With its character, Zhu Ganglai would have already drained the Huang family dry. This time it came to grab the Huang family's treasure, not for any other prized possession. To make sure of success, it brought all its followers this time. Once there's a chance, it will strike directly. Once these words were spoken, many strange beings agreed with it. They had all gained benefits from the Huang family to some extent. Old Master Huang smiled as he counted the numbers. "Lord Pig, don't joke about an old man like me. Now, I'm just getting by under the big boss." Getting by? The crowd of strange beings was frozen in place. What does this mean? Does it mean this strange being was not invited by Old Master Huang, but came from outside? This small town is special, sometimes other strange beings pass through here. Among them, the stronger ones naturally do not want to be beneath others. To establish themselves here, there is only one way. That is to find the strange lord, kill it, occupy its territory, and become the new lord. The territory of the pig-head strange being came from this way. The crowd of strange beings found it hard to believe. Even the strong phantom tiger couldn't pry open the door to Old Master Huang's treasure vault. This outsider strange being actually made him willingly hand over the vault. You must know, this is something even the phantom tiger couldn't achieve. Could it be that this new strange being's strength far exceeds that of the phantom tiger, reaching nightmare level? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The phantom tiger's strength had reached the peak of SSS level, just a hair's breadth away from nightmare level. At that time, they had quietly entered the mountain gate to probe. Except for the ruined buildings, there was no trace of strange energy left. They even suspected that the phantom tiger staged a fake death to promote to nightmare level. This led the crowd of strange beings to not dare take action at first. Only after the old zombie and the bull-headed one sent out messages did they confirm the phantom tiger was dead. Unfortunately, the old zombie and the bull-headed one had seized the opportunity. This caused them to lose the chance to enter Black Tiger Mountain to fight for the vault. Who would have thought, not even half a day had passed. Old Master Huang actually sent out an invitation for them to gather at Black Tiger Mountain. He said he wanted to sell some extraordinary treasures. In order to find out the situation, the crowd of strange beings mobilized. They had a strong posture, ready to fight if negotiations failed. Pighead's expression darkened. You mean, Huang, that you gave my money to someone else? Old Master Huang glanced at him dismissively. Your money? The money of the Huang family has nothing to do with you. As soon as these words came out, everyone's gaze turned to Old Master Huang. In their memories, Old Master Huang always appeared submissive. Not to mention confronting them, he didn't even dare to say a tough word. Whenever he saw them, he would immediately pay up protection fees. Old Huang, what do you mean? Huang, what do you mean by this? A bald strange being with a skull necklace frowned and asked. Old Master Huang looked at these guys, laughed, and shouted loudly. I'm telling you, from today on, I won't give you a single penny. Back then, he sought the help of these beings. He had given them plenty of money and treasures, wanting to unite with them against the Phantom Tiger. But in the end, these beings took the money and did nothing. Even when the Phantom Tiger plundered his wealth, they would sneak in and benefit. Damn it, do you really think I won't dare to touch you? Pighead was furious. Back then, the Phantom Tiger declared that Old Master Huang could not kill. Now that the Phantom Tiger was gone, he had no scruples left. Pighead transformed into a gust of strange wind, rushing toward Old Master Huang. The crowd of strange beings saw and quickly evaded. They understood well the terrifying nature of this strange wind. Ordinary strange beings caught in it would be eroded clean in no time. Old Master Huang had never seen such a scene, scared to the point of sitting on the ground. Pighead, if you kill me, my big boss will kill you. Pighead's speed did not decrease at all. Killing you, this yellowskin thing, then I will take back the money that belongs to me. Ah! A scream accompanied by a flash of red light passed. But the scene that the crowd of strange beings had expected did not happen. Instead, Pighead disappeared into thin air, replaced by two humans. The empty space looked at the terrified Old Huang, unable to help but taunt. Old Huang, you are too weak, this will really embarrass the company if it spreads. The crowd of strange beings looked at this scene, exchanging glances. They all didn't know what had happened. When did Pighead disappear? They had no idea. Where is Pighead? What exactly have you done? The crowd of strange beings asked with unfriendly looks. Sui smiled faintly and did not answer. Everyone, let me introduce myself. I am the owner of the Four Fire military industry. But the crowd of strange beings ignored Sui and fixated on Old Huang. Old Huang, what exactly have you done? That was an SSS level oddity, not a minor character, a scream and it just vanished into thin air. This was indeed quite terrifying. Even this group of strange lords was feeling uneasy. They were afraid they would be the next. Ignored, Sui smiled helplessly. I said, everyone, I am the new lord here. Why not listen to me? Before he finished speaking, an SSS level peak oddity suddenly launched an attack. This headless fiend had no idea what was happening, but it guessed it might relate to these two humans. To avoid ending up like Zhu Ganglai, it chose to strike first. The rule of killing instantly enveloped Sui. With a crack, Sui's neck was bent at a 90-degree angle. Not only that, his body twisted into a helix shape. Why can't you just listen to me talk properly? At the moment the blood fiend Purgatory appeared. The headless fiend let out a scream and was pulled into it. Sui's body rapidly recovered in a strange posture. When his head was put back on, an incredibly terrifying aura burst forth. Chapter 94, Super Big Order. Rakshasa. It is a Rakshasa. An extremely sharp voice rang out. Several strange beings, upon hearing this, turned and fled. Why do it this way? A cold light flashed in Sui's eyes. As the blood fiend Purgatory activated, the fleeing strange beings screamed and vanished from the spot. This time, the blood fiend Purgatory did not close. The eerie and piercing screams of several oddities constantly echoed from within. Under the blood-colored backdrop, Sui appeared to be the true evil oddity. Can you all listen to me talk properly? The remaining oddities trembled and replied after seeing the figure rolling in the Purgatory. Yes, yes, yes. With a cold expression, Sui turned to the other unspoken oddities. The others, one after the other, rushed to speak. Yes. Let me introduce myself. I am Sui, the owner of the Four Fire military industry. Sui put on a smiling face and took out a thick stack of business cards. Kong Jing stepped forward to take the business cards and began to distribute them to the strange beings. And this person is about to take over as the new owner of the Four Fire military industry, Heihu Mountain Branch. As for Old Huang, he is the general manager of my branch. I don't know what grievances Old Huang has with you all, but I hope to let it go. After all, I am a businessman, fighting and killing is not my style. The strange beings took the business cards handed out by Kong Jing, feeling a chill in their hearts. they realized they had stepped on a hot iron plate, one that was burning red. This was a nightmare-level oddity. And it came from a special strange race, the Rakshasa tribe. This time, it was completely over. Several oddities that had once heavily bullied Old Huang fell to their knees with a thump. "Boss Su, spare us. At that time, we were really deceived by that dog Zhu Ganglai before we united to plot against Old Huang. We are willing to make amends to Old Huang. I hope you can show mercy and let us go." Su Yi's face twitched. Damn, it seems he scared these guys badly. After thinking for a moment, it appeared the few that had just fled didn't deserve death. To make these oddities understand he was genuinely here to do business, not to rob and kill. Sui showed great mercy. He released the few SSS-level oddities that had fled from the Blood Fiend Purgatory. When several oddities that were barely half a body were thrown out, the crowd of strange beings was completely stunned. Originally, only a few had knelt, but now, all these SSS-level oddities knelt down. "What the hell are you doing?" With this shout, the kneeling oddities were stuck in mid-air. They couldn't stand, nor could they kneel. "What the hell do you want?" Seeing the atmosphere growing tense, Kong Jing quickly called on Old Huang to smooth things over. "Come on, Lao Huang, introduce our treasures to the clients." Then he waved his hand at Su Yan. "Boss, you should go back." No need for any reward. But everything Su Yan did, he kept in mind. Thinking of this, he patted Su Yan heavily. "Little Su, we will not forget everything you have done." Chapter 95-95. I am the seller, not a bandit. "Alright, Master Uncle, stop being so sentimental." "Master Uncle, you should go and do your own things first, I still need to check the recent orders." Su Yan reminded Master Lingshu. At this final stage, he surely has a lot to do. Su Yan also didn't want to delay his time too much, especially since he still had things to do. After sending Master Lingshu away, Su Yan contacted the boss to ask how things were going in the ancient city. The boss said that progress was smooth, and they should be able to secure several orders this time. Not only one force showed strong interest in those flesh transport vehicles. Moreover, the strange products in this ancient city had much greater appealing to such defensive strange items than flesh weapons. Su Yan had anticipated this. After all, the ancient city was the only strange city in the surrounding area. The strangeness here was not like those outside that fought over territory. Later, after replenishing the inventory, Su Yan went to the dry well. After confirming that Lin Shi was fine, he hurried back to Black Tiger Mountain. These days really were overwhelming. If it weren't for the good rest he had during those 10 days of leveling up, Su Yan might have already collapsed. Inside the mountain gate, a group of little demons had already built the prototype of the building. This terrifying construction speed would make even domestic construction workers feel ashamed. Built so fast? Old Master Huang, who was in charge of overseeing the work, quickly approached Su Yan when he saw him return. "Boss, many things still need 3 days. Our new company can start operating soon." Su Yan nodded with a smile. Once the new company is built and the staff is in place, the Black Tiger Mountain branch can start operations. With the promotion from these nearby bosses, the branch's sales might not be lower than the main company. "Where's the second one?" Before he could finish speaking, an excited voice reached Su Yan's ears. "Boss, we are on our way to success." It was Kong Jing, rushing over with a thick stack of contracts. "All forces have expressed their desire to purchase our flesh transport vehicles." Su Yan took the order contracts and glanced roughly at them. Not looking was fine, but looking shocked him. There were as many as 70 contracts. Over 70 orders, and all had paid a deposit. As soon as the vehicles are delivered, Su Yan will be able to unlock the flesh equipment. "How did you manage to get so many orders at once?" Kong Jing smiled faintly, pretending to be deep and mysterious. "It's all due to my extraordinary eloquence. I successfully introduced this exclusive flesh transport vehicle to these strange lords." Su Yan did not believe this at all. "Speak plainly." Kong Jing laughed heartily, looking at Su Yan. "You are still the boss, you noticed right away." These guys were terrified, and as soon as they heard our company was selling something, they didn't even ask about the price and directly paid the deposit. At this point, Kong Jing pointed at the orders. "I estimate that about 30% of this will be finalized." The clients who could finalize were all able to afford it. After all, this place hasn't had a nightmare-level strange occurrence for many years. They certainly did not want to offend a nightmare-level strange being because of this. As for other strange beings, they saw the deposit as a protection fee. The contracts clearly stated that once the deposit was paid, it would not be refunded. Correspondingly, the company would reserve the vehicle purchase slots for the clients within the contract period. "Alright, I'll leave this to you." Su Yan immediately allocated 25 flesh transport vehicles. The supporting facilities were not yet fully prepared, so the driver issue could only be resolved later. What needed to be done now was to deliver the vehicles as soon as possible. Even if 30% completes, that is enough to complete the system task. Kong Jing did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. Alright, leave this to me, I will contact them right away. Afternoon. Dozens of SSS-level strange lords gathered at Black Tiger Mountain with heavy money. As soon as they arrived, they immediately handed the remaining car payment to Kong Jing. As for picking up the car, they didn't even mention it. Even worse, after handing the car payment to Kong Jing, they chose to run away immediately. This truly left Kong Jing helpless. He tried every way to explain, claiming they were a legitimate company. And not like the previous group of bandits that occupied Black Tiger Mountain. Killing, smuggling, and robbing were things they would never do. But even so, until late at night, these strange beings still dared not accept the blood and flesh transport vehicles. And some strange beings even took a very bad leading role. They openly stated that this money was a tribute, a protection fee for Black Tiger Mountain. Hoping that the big shots of Black Tiger Mountain would let them off the hook and not hold on to them tightly. With no other options, Kong Jing had to invite Su Yan. When Su Yan learned about the situation here, he was completely dumbfounded. The strange lords around Black Tiger Mountain couldn't possibly have loose screws in their heads? Spending 2 billion as a protection fee, did they truly think it was an overreach? If it weren't for the system having a task, Su Yan really wanted to accept this money directly. As for the solution, it was very simple. Su Yan called all the strange beings that had completed the car payment. In front of all of them, he pointed out two paths. First, accept the vehicles and complete the transaction. Second, go to the blood slaughter purgatory as companions. Now it was good. All the strange beings nervously accepted the blood and flesh transport vehicles. Since they hadn't heard any explanations and hadn't seen them with their own eyes, they didn't know how terrifying the defense of these blood and flesh transport vehicles really was. They all thought the products they bought were garbage. All of their faces turned ashen, continually lamenting in their hearts. Accepting these blood and flesh transport vehicles meant they had made a transaction. So, this 2 billion was no longer a protection fee but a payment for goods. When they left, they saw strange lords commanding their subordinates to drag the blood and flesh transport vehicles away from Black Tiger Mountain. Each of them exhaled deeply, as if they had been bullied. Upon witnessing this, Su Yan couldn't hold back anymore. These guys were clearly dissatisfied with the company's products. What if these guys went out to spread rumors and ruined the company's reputation in the future? Thinking of this, Su Yan brought this group back to Black Tiger Mountain. Boss Su, how did we offend you? Exactly, even if we die, we shouldn't be tortured like this. At this moment, a group of strange lords could not bear it any longer. They were all SSS-level strange lords, with numerous subordinates. Even someone as strong as the bandit tiger had to give them some face. But now, they had no face in front of Su Yan at all. They could be summoned at will and sent away at will. Bringing over 2 billion as a protection fee wasn't even enough. They had to sell treasures to them in such a pretty way. Yet, with the aura of deadly nightmares enveloping the entire place, the strange lords obediently quieted down. Chapter 96, Blood and Flesh Battle Vehicle. Here, I will reiterate once again. I am the seller, not a bandit. Regarding the misunderstanding from the strange beings, Su Yan felt very innocent. His initial intention was just to give these guys a little warning, but unexpectedly, they were scared out of their wits. Like startled birds. He called the strange lords back this time to properly introduce the blood and flesh transport vehicles. Forced buying and selling, if not a bandit, then what is it? A barely audible voice reached Su Yan's ears. Kong Jing stood beside him, shaking his head helplessly. It's over, it's over. This time it's completely over, the company's reputation is doomed to be ruined. Unexpectedly, Su Yan not only did not get angry but instead looked at the group of strange beings. It seems you all still do not understand the advantages of our product. Next, let me explain it well to everyone. If after understanding, you still don't want to buy our product, my company will refund your money. As soon as these words came out, the venue was filled with whispers. Is this true? That's 2 billion, will it really be refunded? Could this car really be some rare treasure? Impossible, impossible, the strange tools in our hands are all unique. Yeah, powerful strange tools are extremely rare, how could there be so many? Even though Su Yan said this, these strange beings still did not believe that this bloody transport vehicle was an extraordinary strange tool. Kong Jing couldn't help but speak up upon hearing this. Dear guests, are you all out of your minds? If we weren't a legitimate company, my boss would have taken you down long ago. How could we waste our breath here with you? As soon as these words were spoken, the strange leaders were all shocked. A different thought instinctively arose in their hearts. Could this really be a legitimate company? Could this 2 billion really be the payment? Could this bloody transport vehicle really be a rare treasure? When this thought appeared, they unconsciously looked at Su Yan. That is a nightmare-level strange being. If it really wanted to rob money, why waste so much breath? Boss Su, could you explain this to us? When a strange leader said this, many others echoed in agreement. Seeing the timing was right, Su Yan waved to the strange leader who spoke up. Young man, come up and help out. The strange leader. On the surface, it looked young, as if it were a 16 or 17-year-old human. But in reality, its age had reached hundreds of years. After all, there weren't many who became strange leaders at 16 or 17. Yet, under Su Yan's oppressive presence, it still put on a smile. Boss Su, what do you need me to help with? This posture really made it hard to imagine it was an SSS-level peak strange being. Su Yan crawled into the nearest bloody transport vehicle. With the roar of the engine, he poked his head out. Come on, hit me with all your might. Ha! The strange leader was first taken aback, then apologetically said. Boss Su, I am very strong, why don't you get out of the car first? It's fine, I told you to hit, just do it. Then Su Yan waved his hand at Kong Jing again. Second, don't just stand there, introduce our product's advantages to the customers. Kong Jing understood and immediately pointed at the vehicle body, saying. Our company's bloody transport vehicle is equipped with special flesh armor. In the activated state, it can ignore the full power attack of SSS-level strange beings. Ignore the full power attack of SSS-level strange beings? The crowd of strange beings began to whisper again. Impossible, absolutely impossible, this vehicle cannot withstand it. That residual soul guy can attack directly to the mental realm, how could this vehicle possibly endure? Ignoring the full power strike of SSS-level strange beings? Perhaps even the Huang family's treasury can't do that. Amidst the whispers, a strange leader named Residual Soul made a move. The black mist around it surged, and strange energy continuously overflowed. From this alone, it was clear that Residual Soul's strength was not to be underestimated. Upon transforming into a ghostly state, it waved its hands. A ball of black mist turned into a skull and rushed toward the vehicle body. But the moment the black mist skull touched the vehicle body, it disappeared without a trace. The observing strange beings immediately inquired. Boss Su, how are you? Look, Boss Su isn't talking, he must have taken the hit. Even Residual Soul clasped its hands and said. Boss Su, I'm really sorry, I was too strong just now. But Su Yan's next words caused many strange beings to break down. Ha? You just made a move? He was just adjusting the vehicle and didn't pay any attention to this side. Thus, he didn't even know when Residual Soul had made its move. Su Yan rolled down the car window and looked at Residual Soul. I didn't pay attention just now, hit me again. The strange being. The lingering soul. The lingering soul looked at Su Yi's expression, feeling as if it had been humiliated. Good, good, good. As an SSS-level peak anomaly, it had never been humiliated like this before. In an instant, the black mist began to spread continuously. Under the control of the lingering soul, it formed one skeleton after another. These black mist skeletons let out a piercing scream and charged at Su Yi. The watching anomaly lords gasped in fear at this scene. So many skeletal anomalies, even they might not be able to withstand it. This wave of offense lasted a full 5 minutes. After exhausting all the black mist, the lingering soul finally stopped attacking. Boss Su, how is it? Su Yi smiled and waved his hand. Thank you, dear guest, for your help, you can go and rest now. You're okay? The lingering soul shouted in disbelief. The empty mirror took the opportunity to introduce once again. Of course, dear guest, our flesh transport vehicle can withstand SSS-level anomaly attacks. Impossible, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The lingering soul pointed at Su Yi in the vehicle and shouted. Boss Su, you must have relied on your own strength to block it, right? Su Yi smiled as he opened the car door. Old Huang, get in the car. Yes, boss. Old Huang happily jumped into the driver's seat. This vehicle needs no explanation, it is perfectly clear, as he had experienced it firsthand. Who wants to come up and try? I'll do it. Me too. Many anomalies scrambled to join in. At this moment, they were genuinely interested in this flesh transport vehicle. Then you all can come up together. With Su Yi's permission, a swarm of anomalies rushed in. Half an hour later. Su Yi smiled as he sent off all the customers. Boss, you are awesome. Those anomalies who didn't buy are probably regretting it now. Su Yi waved his hand. Alright, I'll leave this to you, I'm going back first. Back at the Flesh building, Sui couldn't wait to open the system. Flesh Battle Vehicle. Equipped with a 12.8mm large-caliber anti-aircraft machine gun. Wow! 12.8mm anti-aircraft machine gun. When Sui saw this introduction, his eyes shone instantly. As someone who had traveled the world as an arms dealer, he knew just how deadly this caliber of weapon could be. This is the same caliber used by the Barrett. The Barrett can heavily wound SSS-level anomalies with just one shot. The power of this Flesh battle vehicle is unimaginable. Let alone SSS-level anomalies, even nightmare-level anomalies, and even this Flesh armor. A full magazine shot would turn them into Swiss cheese. This battle vehicle not only has explosive attack power, but its defense is also on par with the Flesh transport vehicle. A solid super plus version of the Flesh transport vehicle. Aside from the fact that Flesh energy consumption is quite fast, it has almost no flaws. Would you like to spend 100 million anomaly coins to unlock the Flesh transport vehicle? Sui did not hesitate at all and directly paid the unlocking fee. He could envision that once this battle vehicle was launched, it would definitely become a market sensation. After all, the target audience for Flesh combat vehicles is quite limited. Although equipped with super strong defense, it has no firepower at all. But the Flesh battle vehicle perfectly fills this gap, with both defense and firepower. It is definitely a powerful tool for expanding territory. This time, Sui completed the task, unlocking this new equipment and receiving a gift pack reward. After unlocking the Flesh battle vehicle, Sui took out the gift pack. Open. With a flash of golden light, a prompt appeared before Sui. Data viewing permission unlocked. The host can monitor the company's inventory at any time. Detected that the host has opened a branch, permission has been automatically upgraded. Data viewing upgraded to remote purchasing permissions. The host can directly purchase weapons and equipment through the backend. Note, after selecting a location, the weapons and equipment will be allocated to the chosen company warehouse. What the heck? After seeing this information, Sui was overjoyed. Having a remote delivery function. He no longer had to wander back and forth between different companies. Once he detected which company was out of stock, he could replenish supplies at any time. If he could establish a communication network, he could truly be hands-off. In this strange world, nobody would check, he could spread his wings freely. With dozens of branches operating together, it wouldn't take long for him to unlock the ultimate weapon. At that time, the entire strange world would be under his control. With this thought, he couldn't help but imagine a glorious life ruling the strange world. However, this idea only flashed through his mind. This was simply because he still hadn't solved the communication issues. Among the unlocked communication items, the one with the longest range was the communication radio, but Su Yan had tested it. The limit of the radio's range couldn't even connect the Flesh and Blood Mansion and Black Tiger Mountain. What does this mean? It meant he couldn't truly be hands-off at this stage. He could only wait until better communication devices were unlocked to solve this problem. Moreover, Su Yan had discovered the unlocking pattern of this Flesh and Blood arsenal. It was very similar to the old ARMS system, unlocking from low to high levels. The only difference was that the Flesh and Blood arsenal had task limitations. The Flesh and Blood transport truck needed 10 units. While the Flesh and Blood infantry fighting vehicle needed 100 units. More would certainly be needed later, but that was not a problem. Once Su Yan's side grew stronger, who would say 100 units was a lot? Even 1,000 or 10,000 wouldn't be a problem. One wondered if these strange fellows would turn into poor fools because of this. Su! The boss rushed into the office. With a thump, he slapped more than a dozen orders onto the desk. I just landed a big order. Boss, that's great, selling over 10 units at once. Su Yan clapped symbolically. The boss wasn't pleased. He had worked day and night navigating between major forces for this order, only to find Su Yan's attitude so dismissive. This is more than 10 orders, a huge business worth billions. Su Yan still wore a faint smile. Congratulations, congratulations. The boss grew angry at Su Yan's indifferent attitude. Just as he was about to explode, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that he was angry? Could it be that something had gone wrong on Su Yan's side? Could it be that he wanted to take out his anger on him because of this? With this thought, he felt a wave of panic rise in his heart. Having personally handled various weapons and equipment, he knew the immense profit within. It was no longer the time when the two had just met. Now, it wasn't Su Yan who couldn't leave the boss, but rather the boss who couldn't leave Su Yan. He had initially wanted to help Daoist Lingshu, but unfortunately, the weapons had been sold out. Even so, he still did his utmost. He had given all the weapons of the hotel staff to the Daoist. The boss thought this way and stumbled to explain. Su, at the time I wanted to help the Daoist. But the company's stock sold out, so I could only give the Daoist those pieces of equipment. I really don't. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Su Yan. "Boss, what are you saying?" He was completely confused by the boss's words. "Ha?" The boss was also stunned. "Su, you're not angry?" "What on earth would I be angry about? I'm happy, aren't I?" The boss pointed at the orders on the table and asked. "Then why didn't you react?" Su Yan smiled and helplessly explained. "This order is too small. Black Tiger Mountain." A large number of strange beings surrounded the mountain gate. Most of them were strange lords who had paid a deposit. There were also quite a few strange lords who had come rushing in from other places upon hearing the news. They were all shouting to purchase the flesh and blood transport truck. This was because the news of the flesh and blood transport truck had spread. Ignoring SSS-level strange beings, it could effectively resist nightmare-level strange attacks with its super strong defensive properties. In the black market. Not only did the blood meat transport vehicle reach a terrifying price, but even the qualification to purchase one became extremely hard to come by. "Boss, do you know why I didn't react?" The boss stared blankly at the gate outside. All these strange lords swirling around were at least SSS rank. It finally understood why Su Yan did not react. That small order was nothing compared to the Black Tiger Mountain, just a small fish in a big pond. Kong Jing couldn't help but ask Su Yan. "Boss, what should we do? Those who paid a deposit are going crazy. They want to take the blood meat transport vehicle today." Su Yan looked at these money trees and couldn't help but say. "Tell them that anyone who paid a deposit can take their vehicle today." As soon as the words were spoken, the strange lords who had paid the deposit rushed into the gate in unison. The others stood outside the gate, scratching their heads. They also wanted to go in and see the blood meat transport vehicle. Chapter 98, Heading to the Ancient City. These are all money trees. However, Su Yan knew that feeding all the strange beings at once was not a good thing. Looking at the strange beings outside the gate, he waved his hand. "Everyone, please go back today, and come back tomorrow earlier." As soon as this was said, the strange beings gathered at the gate left one by one, unwillingly. Although they desperately wanted to get this blood meat transport vehicle, they also did not want to offend this nightmare-level super strange being. Seeing this, the boss asked Su Yan in confusion. "Su, why are you sending these guys away?" Su Yan looked at the strange beings leaving and smiled. "Of course, it's hunger marketing. As long as I keep these guys hungry, more and more strange beings will be attracted. The main issue is that the infrastructure at Black Tiger Mountain has not been completed. Even the main building of the company has not been finished. At this time, it was not a wise choice to release the blood meat infantry vehicle. It would be better to use the popularity of the blood meat transport vehicle to attract more strange beings. Once the surrounding facilities are built, take advantage of the grand opening of the branch to promote the blood meat infantry vehicle. He has discovered the strange beings in the Black Tiger Mountain area are much wealthier than those at the boss's side. Seeing that the boss was silent, Su Yan comforted him. "Boss, once we expand into the ancient city market, the sales will surely catch up." The boss was silent for a moment and looked at Su Yan. "Su, take me back. I need to go to the ancient city to deliver orders." Seeing that the boss was in low spirits, Su Yan patted his black robe. "Wait for me a moment, I'll go with you." The boss was stunned for a moment. "Su, what are you going to do?" "You'll know in a bit." Su Yan teleported to Kong Jing's side and explained a few things. 1. Accelerate the construction of the Black Tiger Mountain facilities. 2. Starting tomorrow, limit the sale of 10 blood meat transport vehicles each day. 3. Have the master uncle bring everyone over as soon as possible. Except for Zhang Tianyu, all other SSS-rank strange soldiers are stationed at Black Tiger Mountain. "Let's go, boss." Su Yan took the boss and returned directly to the blood meat mansion. Although they did not plan to sell blood meat infantry vehicles at Black Tiger Mountain, it didn't mean they wouldn't sell them elsewhere. Taking this opportunity, they could see what a big city was like. To see what this strange big city was really like. "Su, can the second one handle it alone at Black Tiger Mountain?" The boss voiced his inner worries. Those who bought the blood meat transport vehicles are all SSS rank strange lords. But Kong Jing is only S rank. If these guys took advantage of Su Yan's absence, they could cause trouble. Kong Jing can't handle it alone. Should I bring Headless down for a trip? Compared to the company's arms business, its hotel is nothing to mention. Su Yan waved his hand and said with a smile. "Don't worry, I've arranged everything." The boss didn't understand the details of the situation. He also didn't know that Su Yan had instantly taken out several strange lords in front of many SSS rank strange beings. As long as other strange lords are not fools, they would not think of causing trouble for the Black Tiger Mountain. Moreover, both Kong Jing and Old Huang have special cars. These guys really wouldn't fear a fight if it came to that. At most, they could just hide in the car and wait for Su Yan to return. Seeing that Su Yan said this, the boss stopped asking questions. Okay, Su, do you want to go to the ancient city with me? Yes, first explain the power distribution in the ancient city. Su Yan always fought battles he was prepared for. He did not understand the situation in the ancient city. He was unclear about how many forces were involved and how many powerful oddities existed. He still needed to determine which guys were potential clients and which ones posed a threat to them. Since he was going to do business, all factors had to be considered. And this time he was planning to sell the Blood-Flesh Battle Chariot. He couldn't sell to just anyone. If an oddity bought his equipment and then turned around to deal with them, it would truly be a joke. He had experienced such things in the real world before. If humanity was like this, how much more would be the oddities? The boss immediately took out a map and began to explain the major power factions in the ancient city to Su Yan. The ancient city occupied a vast area, about 4 to 5 times the size of a first-tier city in Dragon Country. It is roughly divided into 3 areas: the outskirts, the inner city, and the core area. The map the boss presented was specifically for the outer region. It was obvious that the boss was still not qualified to enter the inner city. Seeing this, Su Yan was shocked. He had thought that the strange city was especially large, but he didn't expect it to be this big. It was actually 5 or 6 times the size of a first-tier city, divided into 3 areas. This nightmare-level meatball could only dominate the outer region. There were dozens of other strange lords at the level of the meatball. The map contained detailed descriptions of the factions in the outer region. Boss, do you think there might be even more terrifying existences in this ancient city? The boss paused for a moment and nodded seriously. Yes, the known ones are the city lord and several lords of the inner city. Hearing this, Su Yan immediately became interested. According to what the boss said, the inner city occupied 60% of the entire main city area. It was the most complex area in the ancient city. The strengths of the oddities there varied, with some as strong as the city lord and others as weak as ordinary S-class oddities. But no matter what, they were all existences they could not provoke at this stage. Isn't there a map of the inner city? The boss awkwardly said. There is, but it's too expensive, so I didn't buy it. How much? 10 billion. Hiss. Upon hearing this number, Su Yan inhaled sharply. The outer map was only 10 million, while the inner city map was a staggering 10 billion. How could a map be worth 10 billion? Why not just rob it? The selling price of the Blood-Flesh Battle Chariot he set was only 10 billion. But I know a trader in the inner city, I can get it from him. The price should be much cheaper. Upon hearing this, Su Yan immediately said. Alright, let's get one. Since they were going to the ancient city, wouldn't it be a shame not to wander around the inner city? Boss, let's move. Before he finished speaking, Su Yan suddenly sensed abnormal movement at the dry well. Boss, wait for me. Su Yan forcibly activated the door inner world. He saw the dry well continuously spewing out strange energy. Unlike normal strange energy, this strange energy was actually peach pink. Seeing this scene, Su Yan realized that Lin Shi must be in trouble. Without thinking, he transformed into a strange form and rushed toward the dry well. Inside the well, anomalies were manifesting. Countless images flashed before Su Yan. Even for someone like him, a seasoned veteran, just seeing these images made him unable to resist cursing. What the hell? What on earth is this girl's demonic seed? Su Yan forcibly suppressed the blood energy boiling within him and charged toward Lin Shi. Chapter 99, Me, Paying? The next day. One person and one strange being stepped onto the road to the ancient city. Su Yan lay in the car catching up on sleep, while the boss was driving. Since learning to drive, the boss no longer bothered to fly around. The bizarre world is full of dangers, even its SS-level oddities require extra caution. But driving eliminates that worry. After all, the armor of this flesh and blood transport vehicle is not just for show. Lin Shi climbed out of the well and placed Su Yan's head on her lap. Boss, ahead. Su Yan opened his eyes and whispered a reminder. Oh, what are you doing? Thinking of last night's scene, Lin Shi's face turned red. Without Su Yan, she could never have smoothly advanced to the nightmare level. Su Yan glanced and teased. Oh, shy now? You weren't like this last night. Lin Shi pinched Su Yan lightly in a slight huff. It's all the demon seed's fault, I really didn't want to. Really? Faced with Su Yan's burning gaze, Lin Shi couldn't keep making excuses. The demon seed born from advancing to nightmare level is often due to one's own desires. For example, the rotting meat pool of the flesh ball belongs to hunger. Lin Shi's advancement to nightmare level brought forth an extreme desire from the demon seed. This led to the creation of a pink cage specifically targeting Su Yan. Had Su Yan not forcefully rescued her from the pink cage yesterday, Lin Shi would still be wandering and getting lost within it. Isn't it just that I miss you too much? Lin Shi's body quickly transformed into a rosy hue, and her breath grew hot. Hiss. Su Yan took a sharp breath. He merely teased her with his eyes. Under the influence of the pink cage, even he couldn't hold out for long. Quick, go calm down. Su Yan decisively opened the door to the inner world and tossed Lin Shi into the dry well. If they kept playing, he wouldn't have the mind to explore the ancient city next. To be honest, this demon seed is quite outrageous. It not only heightened Lin Shi's desires but also made her give birth to a unique pink cage. And it was specifically a pink cage meant for him. Though under the pink cage, it could greatly enhance his mental realm. But the consumption of flesh and blood energy and mental power was truly terrifying. Lin Shi was done and could indeed rest. But he couldn't rest, after all, there was still so much to do. Thinking of this, Su Yan decided to wait until he had some free time. To see if there was any way to suppress Lin Shi's demon seed. Otherwise, if they stayed together for more than 5 minutes, they would end up tangled together. At that moment, the door to the inner world opened again. Su Yan, I have something fun here, do you want to join? Lin Shi's lazy voice came from the well. Not playing. Su Yan shook his head firmly. Alright then, I'll go change my clothes. But when he saw Lin Shi in her battle attire flash past the well's mouth, Su Yan couldn't contain his curiosity and walked over, comforting himself in his heart. I'm just going to look, not doing anything. Ancient city. The city walls towered like mountains. Su Yan was truly stunned by the scene before him. In the human world, he had never seen such a magnificent fortress. From afar, Su Yan felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Apart from the city walls, the guards of the ancient city left Su Yan speechless. Every member was at SSS level. The captain and vice captain were both nightmare level. With such powerful guards, one could imagine the strength of the ancient city. Su Yan forced himself to focus. If he could really conquer the ancient city's market, it would probably allow Su Yan to unlock the weapon storage to the 3rd stage, even the 4th stage. The boss looked at the listless Su Yan and couldn't help but remind him. Su, are you really okay like this? Do you want to take a break before entering the city? Su Yan waved his hand, indicating it was fine. He not only looked listless, but he truly was struggling mentally. Though his mental realm had expanded, the actual usable mental power was rather low. Despite his recovery speed being extremely fast, it was still somewhat difficult for him to fully recover in a short amount of time. Su, be careful later, I'll wait for you in the city. The boss said, handing a pass to Su Yan. This pass was bought at a high price by the boss. The only reason was that Su Yan didn't have an invitation letter and could only enter the ancient city through this one-time pass. Su Yan nodded and took the pass handed over by the boss. Alright, see you later. Then he walked straight towards the inspection team next to him. Except for the invitation letters from inside the ancient city, all other anomalies needed to undergo strict inspection. Only after the inspection was completed without any problems would they be released. If there were any issues, they would be directly stripped of their qualification to enter the city. Fortunately, the pass the boss bought for Su Yan was quite expensive. This team had a relatively small number of anomalies, and the inspection items were not that complicated. If it was the cheapest group of passes, just lining up could take days. During this time, Su Yan was frantically operating Blood Fiend Purgatory, continuously refining the SSS level anomalies and the few SSS level players in Purgatory. Refining these guys not only restored a massive amount of mental energy but also raised his level. Time kept slipping away. One by one, anomalies passed the inspection and entered the ancient city. There was also a batch of anomalies that did not meet the requirements and were chased away by the guards. Even more, a powerful anomaly trying to sneak into the ancient city was killed on the spot by the guards. When it was Su Yan's turn, he smiled and took out a thick stack of anomaly coins. Because all the anomalies that passed the inspection did this. As for those who didn't, they were directly labeled as unqualified. The guard saw that Su Yan was so understanding and waved his hand. Alright, enter. But before he could take 2 steps, Su Yan was stopped by the deputy captain. Hey, that guy, hold on a second. I feel like there's something wrong with your pass. Huh? What does this guy mean? Su Yan couldn't help but turn his head to look at the deputy captain. The deputy captain brought his subordinates to surround Su Yan and shouted loudly. This pass must be stolen by you, right? Impossible. Su Yan denied it on the spot. The boss handles things, he was clear. There would never be such a big mistake. Most likely, this deputy captain wanted to frame him. When the deputy captain said the next sentence, Su Yan was 100% sure that the deputy captain was the problem. According to the rules, using a stolen pass will be fined 10 times. This pass was bought for around 20 million, right? Saying this, the deputy captain looked at Su Yan with a sinister expression. Will you hand it over voluntarily, or should we come to take it? Su Yan's expression darkened as well. Clearly, the deputy captain considered him an easy target. He had always robbed others. When did it ever become someone else's turn to rob him? Are you implying that my pass is stolen? That's right. So you're saying I should pay the fine? Quickly hand over the fine, or don't blame us. Me, pay money? The blood fiend purgatory activated, and a powerful anomaly aura swept in. Chapter 100. City Lord's Mansion, huge weapon order. In front of the ancient city. Dare to make a move again? The deputy captain shouted loudly and transformed into bones, lunging at Su Yan. The battle lasted less than a few seconds. But even so, it still alerted a large number of guards. The captain in charge of checking the invitation letters also rushed to the scene. When he arrived, he saw the deputy captain being firmly suppressed by Su Yan. From the moment he saw Su Yan's blood fiend purgatory, he knew this guy was not easy to deal with. He quickly asked the guards what had happened. After understanding the situation, he inwardly cursed. This stupid fool. The deputy captain extorting anomalies to enter the city was done with tacit approval. After all, this guy had been making connections since he took office. Who would have thought he would run into an iron plate this time? Nightmare-level anomalies, and they came from a special anomaly group, the Rakshasa tribe. You should know that the Rakshasa tribe, due to their small numbers, attaches great importance to their kin. If this matter is not handled well, don't say it's the vice-captain. Even I, as the captain, cannot bear the consequences. Esteemed guest, is there some misunderstanding here? Sui released the grip on the captain and gathered the blood fiend purgatory. Is it really a misunderstanding? The reason the vice-captain dared to blackmail him boiled down to 2 points. First, Sui hid his true strength, appearing very weak. Second, it was likely some guy selling passes provided this information. It truly is a misunderstanding. Before the vice-captain could speak, he was slapped to the ground by the captain. This guy must have mistaken us. Saying this, he waved his hand. The guards immediately parted to create a path. Sui glanced coldly at the vice-captain and leaned down to ask. Do I need to pay? No, no. Even the dim-witted vice-captain understood what was happening at this moment. He had trouble with someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Sui saw the scene and stood up with a smile. I think this guy is not suited for the vice-captain position. From the captain's attitude towards him, he guessed that his status was not that high. At the same time, as he said this, a stack of strange coins appeared out of nowhere in front of the captain. This small amount of money can be treated as tea for the brothers. Seeing Sui being so generous, the captain realized he couldn't afford to offend him. And now he offered this much money, it meant he was serious. My lord, I will remove this pest from the team right away. The vice-captain's face turned ashen. He truly felt what it meant to go from heaven to earth in the blink of an eye. Sui nodded in satisfaction when he saw this scene. Let me introduce myself, I am Sui from the Four-Fire military industry. The captain was startled but pretended to be shocked and said. Town Lord's Manor, Luo Qi. During this period, there had been many strange weapons appearing in the city. Through investigation, they discovered that these weapons all came from a force called the Four-Fire military industry. And not just strange weapons, the Four-Fire military industry also sold nightmare-level defensive items. This caused a spark of interest in the steward of the Town Lord's Manor. He specifically instructed Luo Qi to keep an eye on any strange activities at the city gates. Luo Qi thought that the SS-level anomaly was the boss. He never expected that the real boss was a nightmare-level anomaly from the Rakshasa clan. Captain Luo, hello. Sui took the initiative to hand over his business card. In the future, the ancient city would be an important market for the company. Building a good relationship with the captain of the guards would benefit future development. After all, he couldn't keep having to deliver goods in person with the boss. Other anomalies weren't like him and the boss, having enormous storage space. Luo Qi took the card and then said. Boss Su, do you have time to discuss? Sui was taken aback and looked at Luo Qi in confusion. Luo Qi immediately informed Sui about the situation. Upon learning this news, Sui suppressed his inner excitement. Of course, I can. But first, I need to meet my partner. Originally, he wanted to meet other nightmare-level lords with the boss. To discuss the promotion plan for the Blood and Flesh Battle Chariot. Now it seems unnecessary, if he could connect with the Town Lord's Manor. It would bring in a super big client. From what Luo Qi hinted, the steward seemed interested in weapons. Alright, Boss Su, I will go back and report. Then, both sides agreed on a meeting place. Just as they entered the ancient city, the boss rushed over. Su, why have you been delayed for so long? Did something happen? He had bought an advanced pass for Sui. Logically, it should have been quick. Why did it take so long? If it weren't for the fact that the invitation was a one-time use only, he would have gone out to check the situation long ago. Sui briefly informed the boss about the situation. Damn, the boss was stunned. No way, bro, you can come across such luck just entering a city? The town lord's manor, the boss had been lurking here for so long without contact with top-tier forces. Knowing the importance and urgency of the matter, it immediately said. Let's go, first to the Mandarin Duck Tower. As for the delivery, there's no rush at this moment. After all, the deposit has been received, and the contract has been signed, there's no fear of those guys going back on their word. Get in the car, Su. The boss called for Su Yan, and they got into a rented carriage. This ancient city is too big, even the boss didn't know where the agreed location was. Moreover, the agreed location, the Mandarin Duck Tower, is even in the inner city. Without a professional coachman leading the way, it would be impossible to find it. Damn! Where have you brought me? Is this still a strange world? Su Yan was completely stunned. The boss was equally shocked by the scene before him. Inside the Mandarin Duck Tower. It was like a fairyland. Everywhere he looked were guests seeking pleasure. On a high platform, several figures danced gracefully, their figures like immortal beings. The consumption here is also ridiculously high. An ordinary guest room actually starts at tens of millions. But for the sake of business, Su Yan hadn't let the waiter arrange a guest room yet. This guest room has a very good view, allowing observation of the guests coming and going. Before long, a figure entered the Mandarin Duck Tower. While drinking tea, Su Yan immediately got up and walked to the window. Captain Luo. Captain Luo turned to look, his face stunned. This boss Su has some wealth, being able to afford a guest room. When Luo Qi arrived, Su Yan couldn't help but ask. Captain Luo, the steward? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Captain Luo's face. The steward is too busy and asked me to come and discuss business with Boss Su. Su Yan was taken aback, instantly understanding. It turns out they didn't think highly of him. However, he still patiently inquired. Captain Luo, what size of business are we talking about? Luo Qi pulled out a list from his pocket. Su Yan took the list and glanced over it. Thousands of various types of guns and a large number of grenades and landmines. An order close to 10 billion. The boss beside him couldn't help but gasp. The Lord Mayor's mansion is quite formidable. Just casually placing an order amounts to over 10 billion. Chapter 101-101. Initial test. Not more, not less. Exactly 10 billion. Clearly, before discussing business, the Lord Mayor's mansion had done detailed research on the for-fire military industry. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given such a detailed list. Luo Qi pointed to this list and asked. I wonder if Boss Su can handle this order. The boss's heart tightened. The company is still constantly shipping, and the inventory is indeed low. Realizing this might be a pit dug by the Lord Mayor's mansion, one must know that flesh and blood weapons are currently hot in the black market. Compared to normal prices, they are several times higher, and many strange beings have their eyes on this tasty treat. Su Yan smiled faintly. For our company, this is just a small order. Upon hearing this, even a hint of surprise flashed across Luo Qi's face, making it hard to be calm. This is a 10 billion order, even the deposit is hundreds of millions. Even the big powers in the ancient city would need to think it over. Yet Su Yan just took a quick look and agreed. Does the for-fire military industry truly have such strength? Su Yan keenly caught this point. Captain Su, coincidentally, I have a lot of goods this time, why not sign the contract now? As he spoke, Su Yan pulled out a contract. Luo Qi looked at this contract, a cold sweat trickling from his temples. A contract worth 10 billion is not something he, as the guard of the Lord Mayor's mansion, can decide. He feigned calm, searching his body for a while. After a long moment, he slapped his forehead and said, Boss Su, you see my memory, I forgot to bring my master seal, please allow me to go back and get it. Su Yan naturally wouldn't let Luo Qi leave easily, smiling and waving his hand. Captain Luo, business isn't something to rush. Since you're here, let's play for a while. Originally, he was still guessing whether Luo Qi was sent by the steward of the Lord Mayor's mansion to test him. From Luo Qi's earlier reaction, he confirmed this matter. It must be that the steward of the Lord Mayor's mansion wants to use Luo Qi to test the strength of the for-fire military industry. Thinking of this, Su Yan pressed down on Luo Qi. Boss, get a few beautiful ghosts over here to drink with our Captain Luo. The boss understood. Before long, several alluring and beautiful female ghosts flowed in from outside. There were also several servants holding wine jars, entering the room together. Luo Qi's eyes immediately widened. When had it ever seen such a scene? Even if it was the city lord's guard, responsible for guarding a city gate. The expenses at this Yuanyang tower were far beyond its means. Several stunning female ghosts, with faces like cold ice, introduced themselves. This kind of ordinary room's guests were the hardest to serve, low in money and high in demands. They truly had no interest in such guests. Su Yan casually tossed out a thick stack of strange coins, pointing at Luo Qi. Take good care of my brother, and there will be heavy rewards. In just an instant, several figures pounced onto Luo Qi's side. They were fervent, almost wanting to devour him. Luo Qi simply couldn't withstand this assault and soon fell into this tender trap. Su Yan watched the scene, smiling as he shook his head. He never expected that even ghosts could be so realistic. Who would have thought that before Su Yan threw money, these female ghosts appeared as frosty as ice? One jar of fine wine after another went down. Even this nightmare-level ghost could not endure it. In less than half an hour, it staggered to its feet and said, Boss Su, thank you for your warm hospitality. I will definitely speak well of you in front of the Lord. Then thank you, Captain Luo. Su Yan called the servant to escort him back. Once Luo Qi was sent away, the boss immediately dismissed the female ghosts in the room. Su, what's the plan next? Wait. Su Yan smiled as he raised his wineglass and drank it all in one go. The fine wine from Two Worlds was completely different. The wine from reality was spicy and locked in the throat, while this ghostly wine was cool and chilling as it entered. No wonder it's $1 million wine, it really is comfortable. This fine wine's strange aura could significantly enhance the recovery speed of mental power. Moreover, Su Yan's flesh would passively become distorted, countering the cold aura. This wine was beneficial to Su Yan without harm. Su, don't you feel anything from this wine? The boss was a bit tipsy at this moment. To know, when it first established the Dark Hotel, it had often drunk with the surrounding powers ghosts, so its alcohol tolerance was not to be underestimated. This wine could greatly restore mental power, but if too much of its cold aura accumulated, even ghosts couldn't bear it. Yet Su Yan, this human, drank jar after jar as if nothing was wrong. Another jar went down. The boss truly could not handle it anymore. I can't do it anymore, Su. If I keep drinking, I won't be able to deliver goods to those lords today. It understood well what this mission entailed. That was to complete the delivery of the flesh and blood transport vehicle. Now, the gap between it and Su Yan was growing bigger. This caused an urgency to rise in the boss's heart. If it indulged in present enjoyment, the gap would only widen. For the sake of its future position in the company, it could not relax at this stage. No need to rush. Su Yan estimated that after drinking 2 more jars of this wine, his mental power would recover to peak condition. Plus, not knowing when the city lord's steward would arrive. So, Su Yan wanted to wait a while longer here. If he missed it, then it would really be not worth the loss. The boss shook his head, floated up, and opened the dead silence space. Su, you don't have to go, just hand the goods to me. Seeing this, Su Yan no longer insisted. He immediately sent dozens of flesh and blood transport vehicles into the dead silence space. Su, I will go deliver the goods first. Wait. Su Yan took out a military radio. After a simple adjustment, he handed it to the boss. Boss, contact me when you get to the ground. The boss was busy running around, leaving no time to increase its strength. As a result, it was still at SS level now. This level was abundant in the ancient city. Moreover, this time entering the Yuanyang Tower, talking with Luo Qi, had attracted the attention of many strange beings. Su Yan could not accompany it to deliver the goods, worried that it might encounter some problems on the way. Okay. The boss had just left, and Lin Shi quickly emerged. She stood there with her hands on her small waist, angrily questioning. Was it fun? Sui immediately called to Lin Shi. She, come quick and try this wine, it's really good. Lin Shi stood still, with tears starting to well up in her eyes. Why did you look for other female ghosts behind my back? This made Sui pause in surprise. Realizing Lin Shi misunderstood, Sui quickly pulled her into his arms. I didn't look. I only drank with the boss. The female ghosts I called all went to take care of the customers. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment. But those female ghosts were called by you. As she said this, Lin Shi's voice grew smaller. In the future, I will wear this kind of clothes for you, will you promise not to look for other female ghosts? Sui pinched her small, perky bottom. What are you thinking about? Can this kind of female ghost compare to you? Chapter 102, Royal Level Weirdness, Unmelted Corpse. Late at night. The Mandarin Duck Tower was still brightly lit. A convoy stopped in front of the Mandarin Duck Tower. In this inner city, many weird beings were disturbed. The boss of the Mandarin Duck Tower even personally came out to greet them. This is because this convoy came from the Lord's mansion. No matter which weird being was inside the Lord's mansion, being able to send out a convoy was something that the hotel boss couldn't afford to offend. They've arrived. Sui stood up and walked toward the viewing platform. His mental energy constantly monitored the unusual movements in the store. Therefore, he noticed this at the first moment. The guy who could make the Mandarin Duck Tower pay such attention was most likely the steward of the Lord's mansion. Lin Shi peeked her little head out and whispered. It seems like a big deal has come. The next moment, the boss walked into the store with an unremarkable old man. Behind them, a team of guards followed in. The old man had white hair, and there was no hint of weird energy coming from him. The guards behind him were all nightmare level, and Luo Qi was among them. Is that big guy the one? No, it's the unmelted corpse behind him. Lin Shi's perception of weirdness far surpassed Su Yi's. She immediately pointed at the unmelted corpse hidden in the group. Hiss. Unmelted corpse. The so-called unmelted corpse is a high-level zombie. Zombies belong to a large group in the world of weirdness. However, most of them are quite ordinary. To advance to an unmelted corpse is certainly not an ordinary feat. This guy might have already reached the pinnacle of nightmare level or even surpassed it. Thinking of this, Sui couldn't help but complain in his heart. This steward is really not straightforward. How many more times does he want to test him? Fortunately, with Lin Shi around, she really could discern the unmelted corpse hidden in the group. She wouldn't even know that the old man was just a puppet to deceive people. What level is that guy? Royal level. Okay, I got it. Sui nodded. Sure enough, it surpassed the nightmare level. Fortunately, Sui was mentally prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face that royal level steward. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Luo Qi's voice came from outside the door. Boss Su. Coming. I'll go with you. After Lin Shi advanced to nightmare level, her escape skills improved significantly. Even against royal level weirdness, she was confident she could take Sui away. Sui smiled and shook his head. Good, I'm going to talk business, stay here obediently. If there's any problem, I can go back to the human world directly. There were two reasons he didn't bring Lin Shi along. First, the occasion wasn't very suitable. Second, Lin Shi had a special identity. Lin Shi came from another weird city. And Sui didn't know if there was any connection between the weird cities. What if there was a connection? What if they knew Lin Shi? Better safe than sorry. Sui wouldn't let such a thing happen. Lin Shi couldn't go against Sui, so she had to obediently stay in the room. Captain Luo, how is it? Did you get the mark? Come in quickly. Sui pretended to be unaware and opened the door to invite Luo Qi inside for a chat. Outside the door were several nightmare-level weird beings, evidently there to invite Sui. Luo Qi waved his hand, a serious expression on his face. Boss Su, my master requests your presence, please follow us. Ah. The remaining nightmare-level weird beings spoke in unison. Boss Su, my master requests your presence, please follow us. Okay. Soon after, Sui, escorted by a group of nightmare-level weird beings, arrived at the door of the VIP room. The other nightmare-level weird beings returned to their original formation. Only Luo Qi remained, whispering a reminder to Sui. Boss Su, when you see my master, you must be cautious and respectful. Okay. Sui took the opportunity during Luo Qi's announcement to scan the guards stationed at the door. He noticed that the immortal corpse was not among the guards. Master, Boss Su has arrived. Come in. A cold voice came from inside the room. Upon receiving the command, Luo Qi immediately opened the door. Boss Su, please. After Sui stepped into the room, Luo Qi quickly followed and shut the door with a creak. Inside the room, there were two figures. One was an elder who sat, and the other was the immortal corpse standing behind him. Luo Qi quickly ran to stand behind the elder. Master, Boss Su has arrived. The elder lazily lowered his eyelids and said faintly. Sit down. I must say. The elder's demeanor indeed had the air of someone in power. Sui walked up to the elder and presented his business card. Let me introduce myself, the leader of the four-fire military industry, Sui. The elder was momentarily stunned by Sui's actions. He had considered various possibilities and imagined what Sui would do after sitting down. But unexpectedly, Sui not only didn't sit but instead approached him. The elder, who had never encountered this situation, was momentarily dumbfounded. But the immortal corpse behind him did not move, and he dared not make any decisions. Not only was the elder constantly watching the immortal corpse, but Sui was also keeping an eye on it. Seeing no movement, Sui smiled and pulled out a contract, slapping it on the elder's front. "Dear guest, please take a look at this contract, and if there are no objections, let's sign it. To be honest, you know that what you want is not a small sum. If we don't pick up the pace, it could affect the upcoming delivery." This maneuver caused Luo Qi's body to twitch involuntarily. It desperately gestured at Sui with its eyes. The master despises disobedient folks. Many weird beings lost their lives in the city lord's mansion because of this. Let alone Sui being an SSS-level weird lord, even the nightmare-level lord in this city could not stand a word from the nightmare-level steward. The elder continued to gaze at Sui with an expressionless face, saying coldly, "Sit down and talk." Upon hearing this, Luo Qi let out a sigh of relief. But Sui's next move made its heart pounce again. "Sit? I think I'll pass on sitting." After saying this, the immortal corpse trembled slightly. "If I sit, I won't be able to show you our company's new products. However, since you insist I sit, then I shall take a seat." Immortal corpse. Elder. Luo Qi. At this moment, the elder realized that Sui was playing with him. But the immortal corpse did not give any instructions, so he dared not show any reaction. "Let's talk about this business." Sui lightly tapped on the table. "Dear guest, as long as we sign this order, these weapons can be delivered at any time." The elder coldly blurted out two words. "Time." Sui pointed at the crimson crescent moon on the windowsill. "Before the moon sets and disappears." The elder paused for a moment, then signed the contract. "Undying, you take Boss Su back. Luo Qi, let's go." It worked. Sui did not expect this provocation to actually provoke the immortal corpse. As long as the steward was willing to communicate with him, Sui could secure information to gain this major client of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 103, The Weird Land, City Within the City. "Please, Boss Su." The immortal corpse smiled and cupped its hands in invitation. This attitude was like the shop's little servant, clearly testing whether Sui was aware of its true identity. Sui smiled and stood up. Similarly, he clasped his hands and said, "Please take a seat." The no transformation corpse feigned confusion as it looked at Sui. "Mr. Su, what are you doing?" "Esteemed guest, I have a big business deal to discuss with you." The no transformation corpse remained unyielding. "Mr. Su, if you want to discuss business, you should talk to my master. What use is it to speak with me?" Sui sat back in his seat, smiling as he looked at the no transformation corpse. The no transformation corpse withdrew its smile and slowly took a seat, expressionless as it looked at Sui. "When did you recognize me?" It had used a special strange tool to hide its level of strangeness. As a personal bodyguard, it followed closely behind the puppet butler. Throughout the Lord's mansion, apart from a few rare abnormalities, no one knew its true identity. But when did Sui discover its identity? At what point was it leaked? A killing intent surged. Sui instantly straightened his body. However, he still wore a smile on his face and showed no panic. "Esteemed guest, your power is immense, I am deeply impressed." While speaking, he unleashed the blood fiend hell. The anomaly lasted only a moment before being withdrawn. "My race is special, and I unintentionally glimpsed your secrets. Don't worry, as businessmen, we value credibility and absolutely will not harm our guests." The killing intent dissipated, and the no transformation corpse asked, "What big business?" Sui breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that the identity of the Rakshasa tribe intimidated the no transformation corpse. If the no transformation corpse had made a move, he would not hesitate to escape into the door inside world. Give up the ancient city market and shift to explore other markets. Wait for the power to accumulate enough, then come back to kill this guy. However, fortunately, the no transformation corpse did not act. This thought only flashed through Sui's mind. "Do you know about the blood flesh transport car?" He did not mention the blood flesh battle car immediately. Instead, he planned to lead the topic to it using the blood flesh transport car as a hook. After all, the blood flesh battle car had no promotional videos, no testing data. Saying it outright, the no transformation corpse might not believe it. Moreover, the initial price of the blood flesh battle car was an astonishing 100 billion. Compared to the blood flesh transport car, it was several times different. After his identity was revealed, the no transformation corpse simply stopped pretending and said directly, "If it's that blood flesh transport car, Mr. Su, then there's no need to continue the conversation." In its view, this blood flesh transport car was practically useless. Though it had strong defense and excellent mobility, it lacked any offensive capabilities. In other words, this thing was just a moving coffin. Once the blood flesh armor was penetrated, the abnormalities inside could only stand still and become a grave. For the Lord's mansion, it was less useful than those blood-flesh weapons. Of course not. If it were still that blood-flesh transport car, I would certainly not shamelessly come to seek cooperation with you. If it was not that blood-flesh transport car, then what was it? This remark piqued the No Transformation Corps's interest. Oh, what is it then? How is the defense of this blood-flesh transport car? The No Transformation Corps had personally tested the strength of the blood-flesh transport car. Its strength far exceeded ordinary nightmare-level defensive tools. The Lord's mansion was located in the core area, heavily guarded. Ordinary guards were all nightmare level, such level strange tools were completely unnecessary. The No Transformation Corps did not want to continue hearing Su Yi's teasing, directly asking, "What is it exactly?" Su Yi boasted. "A super battle car with both offense and defense. Its defense is comparable to the blood-flesh budget Spring Blossom, and it has powerful firepower. In this strange world, these abnormalities had very poor development levels for various weaponry and equipment. For example, the meatball only regarded the car as a means of transport. In truth, this transport car could completely be a tool for expanding territory." A glint flashed in the No Transformation Corps's eyes. A blood-flesh transport car with strong defense, and it also had powerful firepower? What equipment is that? Su Yi took a few steps back and snapped his fingers. A battle car made entirely of blood-flesh suddenly appeared in the room. Fortunately, this is a VIP room, enough to accommodate this flesh-and-blood fighting vehicle. Even so. At the moment the flesh-and-blood fighting vehicle appeared, the whole room still shook slightly. The guard stationed at the door asked, "Captain, what happened?" Bu Huasher came back to his senses and shouted, "It's nothing, you all go back, I will personally escort Mr. Su back later." "Yes." After sending his subordinates away, Bu Huasher stood up and walked toward the flesh-and-blood fighting vehicle. The overall shape of the fighting vehicle is not much different from that of a transport vehicle. The only difference is the large-caliber anti-aircraft machine gun standing on the roof. When he saw this war vehicle, he was greatly disappointed. Isn't this just a flesh-and-blood transport vehicle with a weapon added? Isn't it just an added weapon? Hearing this, Su Yi could only laugh in his heart. A bullet of this caliber hitting the body, one shot and there's no sound. Don't underestimate this weapon. The firepower of this weapon cannot be compared with those ordinary flesh-and-blood weapons. Unfortunately, there's no way to showcase this super weapon here. Although Bu Huasher had encountered various flesh-and-blood weapons, his understanding of weapons was still superficial. What's the difference between a weapon mounted on a vehicle and an ordinary weapon? Su Yi immediately explained. The difference is huge, this is an anti-aircraft machine gun mounted on a fighting vehicle. Initial speed, 800/1150 meters/second. Rate of fire, 600 to 750 rounds/minute. Effective range, 2000 meters, anti-air, 3500 meters, flat shot. In a close-range state, it can destroy a flesh-and-blood transport vehicle in 3 minutes. Hearing this, Bu Huasher laughed. Impossible, impossible. That flesh-and-blood transport vehicle has extremely strong defenses, even if... The laughter suddenly stopped. Only because he suddenly remembered something. Damn it, isn't that flesh-and-blood transport vehicle from the 4th Fire military industry? Hiss. Bu Huasher gasped in disbelief. In a close range, it can destroy a flesh-and-blood transport vehicle in 3 minutes? How sturdy is the flesh-and-blood transport vehicle? He had tested it firsthand. Even his royal-level anomalies couldn't destroy it within 3 minutes. This seemingly unremarkable weapon actually has such terrifying attack power? Is it really true? Oh, look at what you're saying, am I going to sell you fake goods? How about we find a place to test it? At this point, Su Yi looked at Bu Huasher. This pair of Mandarin ducks, obviously, wouldn't work. If the flesh-and-blood fighting vehicle opened fire, wouldn't it destroy this building? The strange establishment that can afford a restaurant of this level in the ancient city must have powerful forces backing it. Su Yi came to do business, not to seek revenge. But he was not familiar with the ancient city and didn't know where there was a testing ground. After all, he couldn't take Bu Huasher back to the flesh-and-blood mansion. I'm not familiar with this ancient city, do you know where there's a testing ground? Bu Huasher remained skeptical about the firepower of the flesh-and-blood fighting vehicle. But looking at Su Yi's attitude, it didn't seem like he was trying to deceive. Moreover, since Su Yi needed to go to the city lord's mansion to deliver goods, he replied. Let's go, Mr. Su, the city lord's mansion has plenty of places for you to test. Having said this, he got up and walked out of the room. Su Yi put away the flesh-and-blood fighting vehicle and followed him out. As they passed the room, he left a message for the boss, informing him he was going to the city lord's mansion. He also told Lin Shi to prepare well in the dry well. What level of strange building the city lord's mansion was, Sui didn't know. But when Lin Shi could escape from her city lord mansion back then, it proved that this side city lord mansion couldn't stop her either. Keeping an eye out was always wise. Let's go. Go? Aren't we friends? Going back? Sui was stunned for a moment. Let's go. Bu Huasher had disappeared from his spot. When he looked again, he had already reached the end of the street. Damn. Bu Huasher's maneuver left Sui speechless. After all, he was there to do business with them. Not saying he needed a luxurious means of transport, but at least a horse-drawn carriage would do. What is this walking about? Trying to give me a show of strength, huh? Dream on. Despite the complaints, Su Yan still teleported to keep up with the undying corpse. One strange being and one person, chasing each other on the inner city road. Seeing that Su Yan could keep up with it, the undying corpse was quite surprised. In the inner city, in order to prevent strange beings from causing trouble, many restrictions were set up, making strange beings consume several times more energy than outside. But it didn't expect, under such circumstances, that there would still be nightmare-level strange beings that could stick closely to it. When Su Yan used his teleportation ability, he noticed this. Teleporting in the inner city consumed his mental energy several times more than usual. Fortunately, Su Yan had previously restored his mental energy to its peak state. Faced with such consumption, he could still hold on. Half an hour later, a small city appeared in Su Yan's sight. Unexpectedly, the core area of the ancient city turned out to be a city within a city. Moreover, the architectural style of this building was entirely different from that of the strange world, resembling an ancient city instead. Especially the city gate and the guard's clothing, along with the enormous inscribed bronze mirror at the gate. It all felt like something that had appeared in a TV drama before. Su Yan observed from a distance, not daring to get closer. As once he stepped into this place, he would be locked onto by several nightmare-level strange auras. Many nightmare-level guards on the city walls even aimed crossbows at Su Yan. The most outrageous thing was, there were even several red banner cannons on the city walls. Even though they looked rusty, the pressure they brought was no joke. How could there be red banner cannons in the strange world? Damn, could it be that some ancestral figure from the past is claiming sovereignty here? Undying corpse. Zombie. Hiss. Remembering this, Su Yan felt he might be on the verge of discovering something remarkable. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard the shout of the undying corpse. What are you dawdling for? Looking again, the city gate had been opened. The undying corpse was waving at Su Yan from a distance. Come on, come on. Su Yan teleported to the side of the undying corpse, ready to enter the ancient city with it. Wait. The captain of the guard shouted to stop Su Yan. We need to inspect. Before Su Yan could react, the bronze mirror was pointed at him. Let's go. Chapter 104. Attack and defense shift, your turn to beg me. In the core area. What met the eyes were all people wearing ancient clothing. Amidst them were the shouts of vendors hawking their goods. Suddenly, Su Yan's view changed. In his sight, several scenes appeared. These scenes looked completely different from before. In this scene, there was no sign of life at all. Wherever he looked, there were marionettes attached to strings. The passing pedestrians and the small merchants were all connected by threads. These threads controlled their every move. In an instant, Su Yan was greatly shaken and awakened. Damn, what the hell are you doing? That shout scared the undying corpse to retreat several steps, trembling in speech. You. Never had a strange being been able to actively leave a painting. Su Yan was the first it had seen. Even this royal-level strange being was shocked. What do you mean by what? Su Yan couldn't hold it in anymore. Damn it, after running all this way, being subjected to various inspections. That's already bad enough. But to use this strange domain against him was even worse. Thinking back to when he was always the honored guest wherever he went. Which force wouldn't beg him for weapons? Even in the strange world, he had never been treated this way. Screw this, I'm done. You guys have no sincerity at all, it's fine if we don't do this deal. As he spoke, Su Yan threw the deposit and compensation money away. As for the penalty for breaking the contract, he didn't care at all. A mere nightmare-level side quest was as easy as drinking water to Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan get angry, the undying corpse panicked. Boss Su, let me explain. This 100 billion weapon order was a great achievement for the entire Lord's Mansion and could even elevate its position further. That's why it went all in, spending 100 billion to buy flesh and blood weapons. This 100 billion is the limit it can operate with. Sui laughed out of anger. Explain? Then explain it to me clearly. A hint of embarrassment flashed on the face of the corpse guardian. It made an explanation. Ran back. Simply did not bring money. All the money was used for the deposit. To maintain its prestige in front of Sui, it simply ran back. As for the inspection at the city gates, no one can avoid it. The core area has mixed powers. Even though the corpse guardian is the steward of the Lord's mansion, it must obey the rules. As for the strange realm that dragged Sui in, it was set by the Lord's mansion. No matter what level of strangeness, without the Lord's mansion's token, anyone entering this area will be dragged into the scroll. But what the corpse guardian did not expect was, before it could make a move, Sui was already able to escape the scroll's control by himself. Such a thing. Since the corpse guardian took on the role of entering the Lord's mansion, it had never happened before. Is that so? Sui stared at the corpse guardian without expression. What is the scroll? Seeing Sui ask, the corpse guardian gritted its teeth and said softly for the upcoming cooperation. This is a special strange tool of our Lord's mansion. Anyone without a token who enters this range will be dragged into the scroll. Only those holding a token can guide them out. This was the limit of what it could reveal. Boss Su, I am sincerely cooperating with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't journey to the Yin and Yang building in person. You know, 100 billion order, this is not a small amount. The feelings from before were all fake. It turned out to be a pig's nose stuck in green onions pretending to be an elephant. Sui couldn't help but complain in his heart. He thought the authority of the Lord's mansion steward was genuinely that large, casually dealing with 100 billion orders. It turned out that the authority that could be used was only 100 billion. Alright, I believe you. Sui waved his hand, indicating that this matter was over. This scroll is quite interesting. You must know, Sui's spiritual power far exceeds ordinary strangeness. But still, inadvertently, he got caught in this special strangeness. If it weren't for his flesh and blood turning strange, causing several extra eyes to grow on his forehead, breaking through the haze, I'm afraid he too would have been stuck in that scroll. Where to test the equipment? Boss Su, why don't we complete the transaction first? The corpse guardian's voice was a bit soft, clearly lacking confidence. Facing such a performance from the corpse guardian, Sui really wanted to say, why must you fear in front and bow in the back? We're business partners, no need for that. Then Boss Su, shall we go first? Let's go. Sui waved his hand, signaling the corpse guardian to lead the way. This guy only had 100 billion authority, all of it used to buy weapons. It's better to complete the deal first, than let this guy see the power of the blood and flesh combat vehicle. By then, with this steward's connection, the subsequent cooperation with the Lord's mansion would surely go much smoother. Led by the steward, Sui entered a secret realm. Upon entering, it looked vast and endless. This was precisely the Lord's mansion's treasury location. Boss Su, this item? You go out first to avoid getting hit later. With 100 billion order, the number of weapons is extremely large. If stacked one by one, who knows how long it would take. But with the corpse guardian present, he felt embarrassed to simply toss them. The corpse guardian hesitated slightly. This 100 billion order, it wasn't monitoring, leading to some unease. Don't worry, you can come back in later for the list in the same way. After hearing Sui's words, the corpse guardian finally left the secret realm, looking back 3 times. After the corpse guardian left, Sui let himself go. While buying weapons from the shop interface, he threw weapons outside. Different weapons piled up into cute little hills. Half an hour. Sui finished tossing all the weapons and walked out of the secret realm. I'm exhausted. Damn, such a big lord's mansion, and not even a storage strange tool. The corpse guardian quietly reminded from the side. Boss Su, so many weapons, I'm afraid no storage bag can hold them. That makes sense. Can I check it first? Go ahead. Not long after, the immortal corpse walked out of the secret realm expressionlessly. Mr. Su, the remaining payment has been transferred to your account. Sui? Not a bro. Just got the goods and that's it? Not doing business anymore? But thinking about doing business with the Lord's mansion still needs this guy. For a while, I can't find new clients who can take the blood meat battle car. Sui suppressed his anger and asked. This testing ground? The immortal corpse glanced at Sui and pointed to the nearby desolate mountain. Over there. Okay. Sui gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. Don't come begging me later. The Lord's mansion is not only one peculiar thing. As long as he tests the weapons and attracts other peculiar beings, there will be no need for the immortal corpse to take the lead, other peculiar beings will come to negotiate on their own. When the sparks lit up the night sky, most of the peculiar beings in the Lord's mansion were alarmed. The immortal corpse stared blankly at this scene. It had anticipated some of the power of the blood meat battle car's weapons, but never expected such great power. Seeing other peculiar beings come to check the situation, it slid down to kneel before the battle car. Chapter 105, Negotiation for Cooperation. Boss Sue, I was wrong. You have a big heart, please forgive me. The immortal corpse knelt before the battle car, shouting loudly. The firepower of this blood meat battle car exceeded its imagination. Weapons of this caliber were not something ordinary blood meat weapons could compare to. If it could lead this transaction, not only would its status be raised, it might even compete for the position of the deputy lord. To the outside world, the steward of the lord's mansion holds high power. In reality, they are just servants of the lord's mansion. But the deputy lord is different, they would become the actual ruler of this ancient city. And this huge opportunity that could bridge the gap is right in front of it. It felt immense regret at this moment. Why didn't it wait for Sui to show the equipment? Why was it blinded by the mountain of weapons in the secret realm? Sui got out of the car, looking at the immortal corpse with interest. The small face of the immortal corpse was displayed vividly. But I have to say, this immortal corpse indeed has no shame. When there's profit, it can kneel to Sui without hesitation. When there's no profit, it will ruthlessly ignore Sui. Sui, experienced in business, had seen all kinds of clients. To him, such clients were the easiest to deal with. As long as the interests are met, such a guy can do anything for you. On the contrary, if the interests are not met, even if you kneel before it, it would not pay attention to you. Sui pretended to be surprised and looked at the immortal corpse. What's this for? Kneeling isn't good, what if other peculiar beings see it? After all, kneeling to someone like me who is nothing, where would your face as the mansion steward go? Taking this opportunity, he wanted to educate this guy well. Let the immortal corpse understand that the goods can be sent to anyone, there's no need for it to be the only one. The immortal corpse did not get up. Boss Sue, please forgive my earlier impudent behavior. Although it didn't know the price of the blood meat battle car, it could guess it was definitely an extremely high price. After all, the price of blood meat transport vehicles had reached billions. In this ancient city, there were very few forces that could swallow this cargo. But this was based on one premise, that other forces' peculiar beings were unaware. Once the power of the blood meat battle car was known, it would surely be snatched up crazily. Oh, forgive you for what? Sui stood in front of the battle car, grinning at the immortal corpse. At the same time, he sensed several powerful peculiar beings approaching rapidly. As a royal-level peculiar being, the immortal corpse naturally noticed this point too. Seeing Sui unmoved, it gritted its teeth and said, Boss Sue, I will do my utmost to strive for benefits for your company. Sui put away the blood meat battle car. Smiling, he helped the undying corpse up from the ground. Oh dear, what are you saying, esteemed guest? I just don't want a repeat of what happened before, after all, our company's goods are not lacking buyers. The undying corpse let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Don't worry, it definitely won't happen again. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. What's going on? Seeing the newcomer, the undying corpse flashed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Second young master, I have been sent by the butler to inspect the ordered weapons. This strange figure, resembling an ancient scholar, had a pale face and emanated a chilling and terrifying aura. That damned old thing. Buying things without my permission. He really doesn't take me, the second young master, seriously. The voice was sharp and harsh, making Su Yan's blood surge all around him. It was clear that this effeminate monster was also a royal-level eerie creature. However, what puzzled Su Yan was, why did this guy, the city lord's effeminate monster, not know the true identity of the undying corpse? Moreover, it was obvious that the undying corpse did not get along with this effeminate monster. Before Su Yan could sort out his thoughts, the effeminate monster turned its direction towards him. Who is this guy? Good. You actually dare to lead a stranger into the city lord's mansion. As it spoke, a chilling and terrifying aura surged towards Su Yan. Damn it! What does your noise have to do with us? The undying corpse stood in front of Su Yan, looking terrified. This effeminate monster, this boss Su was a distinguished guest invited by the butler. The effeminate monster's anger flared even more. Get out of the way. I want to see if this guy is a spy sent by other forces. Su Yan's feet turned to void. Countless shadows crawled out, dragging his shadow down into the void. In the next moment, a sea of blood illuminated the entire night sky. Ah! The effeminate monster screamed in agony, falling to the ground as the murder rules backlashed. The shadows crawling out from the void were all dragged into the blood calamity purgatory. Su Yan gasped heavily, still shaken. The city lord's effeminate monster's murder rules were indeed strange. If it weren't for the blood calamity purgatory being exactly able to restrain those eerie shadows and timely devoured them. Once the shadow was consumed, the murder rules would be triggered. Because the effeminate monster was at a much higher level than Su Yan, not even the title of disorderly entity could protect him. Boss Su. The undying corpse shouted and rushed toward Su Yan. Su Yan waved his hand, looking warily at the effeminate monster. The effeminate monster was completely enraged, continuously growling. Damn thing, damn thing. Countless shadows flew out from its body, rushing towards Su Yan. Second young master, I wonder how I offended you. That you'd be so furious? As half of the shadows flew halfway, they suddenly disappeared. The effeminate monster snorted coldly and stopped its movements. This was because the substitute and a large number of guards had arrived. Old thing, what have you done behind my back? Second young master, this seems to have nothing to do with you. The substitute showed no fear and retorted directly. You. The effeminate monster was momentarily speechless, flicked its sleeves, and left. Then, the substitute looked at the undying corpse. Undying, arrange a guest room for Boss Su. Yes. In the guest room. Su Yan directly asked about the identity of the effeminate monster. He wanted to see who this so-called second young master really was. And what kind of grudge existed with the undying corpse that made him come in and attack directly. He couldn't let such a guy affect his business. That guy is the adopted son of the city lord? Adopted son? Does this eerie world still believe in this? After listening to the undying corpse's explanation, Su Yan understood that it was nothing but a power struggle. The effeminate monster wanted to control the lower powers of the city lord's mansion. And all of this was actually being controlled by the undying corpse. Therefore, small frictions between the two happened frequently. Su Yan put away his smile, looking expressionlessly at the undying corpse. I don't want these messy matters to affect the business. Not Fossil quickly explained. Boss Su, for this level of transaction, I need to submit it to the lord of the city. That guy wouldn't dare to tamper with such a big matter. Since that's the case, we can talk then. Chapter 106. $1 trillion order. In the room. Sui proposed a price. The starting price for the flesh and blood battle chariot is 100 billion. If the order from the lord of the city is large enough, I can make some concessions on the price. 100 billion. Not Fossil was silent for a moment. This price was an unimaginable sky-high figure for it. But it also knew that this price was nothing for the lord of the city. That super strong defense, paired with powerful firepower. Offering 100 billion, I believe there will be forces willing to pay this price. Boss Su, I think the lord of the city will accept this price, but what about the supply? Sui looked at Not Fossil and smiled as he said. You don't need to worry about the supply, as long as the lord of the city can afford the price, I have no issues on my side. Moreover, I can guarantee you that my supply is unique, the only one of its kind. After receiving this answer, Not Fossil took a deep breath and said. Boss Su, I will do my best to secure enough orders for you. However, I have a small request. TSK. This guy. The business hasn't even been settled, and he's already thinking about conditions? Sui silently complained in his heart. Speak. Can you let me be the sole agent for this business? The city lord's mansion has many strange beings. There are many with higher status than it. For this level of business, the lord of the city wouldn't handle it personally, instead sending an agent. And the identity of this agent is crucial. If Sui does not speak, this agent will definitely not be it. If Sui specifically appoints it as the agent, then other strange beings won't have the qualification to compete with it. Oh, tell me what you can bring to me? Sui was a businessman. He valued benefits, not verbal promises. Moreover, Not Fossil's verbal promises were utterly unreliable. Not Fossil immediately stated. If you let me be the agent, I will assure that at least 10 flesh and blood battle chariots will be purchased. And I will find a way to get you a shop in the inner city. Ha! Purchasing a shop. This condition piqued Sui's interest. You must know, it's extremely difficult for outsiders to purchase a shop in this ancient city. The boss has developed outside for so many years but couldn't secure a spot on the outskirts of the ancient city. One can imagine the immense challenge involved. Opening a shop in the inner city would definitely not worry about customers. That sounds interesting. Seeing Sui's interest, Not Fossil immediately said. Boss Su, opening a shop in the inner city would guarantee a gold rush every day. You must know that in the black market, flesh and blood weapons are in high demand. These strange beings in the inner city might not be able to afford 100 billion, but 1 million or 10 million is certainly doable. Sui nodded. This he did not deny, the purchasing power in the ancient city was certainly much stronger than wild strange beings. Those who can afford weapons outside the city are all leaders of various forces. We can discuss this later. I want to confirm how many flesh and blood battle chariots the lord of the city can secure? Not Fossil paused. The question Sui posed was truly a tough one. Because it couldn't provide an accurate answer. This. Sui smiled and shook his head. You go notify first. Come back to discuss business when you have the ability. Not Fossil's eyes suddenly lit up. This statement meant that this business was handed over to it, right? Thank you, Boss Su, you rest first. After Not Fossil left, Lin Shi climbed out of the well and whispered to Sui. There are quite a few guys watching us. Sui nodded and made a shushing motion. Since entering the city lord's mansion, many eyes had been on him. But that was to be expected. The city lord's mansion has a tangled web of forces. Without some sharp eyes, it would seem a bit odd. Lin Shi thought for a moment and opened the door to the inner world. The meaning was clear, it meant to let Sui go back to rest in the well. Sui touched Lin Shi's head and smiled, saying, obediently, you should go back and rest first. I need to stay here and wait for guests. He guessed that something strange would come to test him soon. After all, with 100 billion spent, they definitely couldn't hide the corpse. Thinking of this, Sui pulled Lin Shi into his arms and whispered a few words. Lin Shi's expression changed slightly, then she quickly opened the door to the inner world and left. In less than half an hour, the door was knocked on. May I ask if Boss Su is resting? Come in. The visitor was a strange being. With 2 heads and 4 arms, it looked quite terrifying, its power reaching the peak of nightmare level. Boss Su, my master requests your presence. Which master? Lord Zhao. Lord Zhao? What kind of guy is this? Sui stood up and looked at the sky. It's getting late, I will personally visit Lord Zhao tomorrow. My master said you must be invited. The 2-headed being threatened. What if I don't go? Then don't blame me for acting. Oh. A flash of bloodlight. The room fell silent. The lurking strange being quickly transmitted the news back. Subsequently, different forces sent several nightmare-level strange beings to test Sui. But the result was the same. A flash of bloodlight, and the strange being disappeared without a trace. Until they received the news that the city lord returned, one by one, they could no longer hold it in. They still couldn't understand what had happened. The only thing they knew was that the housekeeper spent 100 billion purchasing a batch of weapons. But what the weapons were, they still did not know. Close to dawn. The door was knocked again. Come in. As Lord Zhao entered the room, he smiled and said, Boss Su, it is indeed difficult to invite you. Sui looked at the strange being dressed in ancient official garments and couldn't help but ask. Are you Lord Zhao? Indeed, I am Zhao Tingshu. Which country are you from? Zhao Tingshu was taken aback and instinctively replied. I am from the Great Song. Who is the emperor? Zhao Tingshu's expression changed. Could it be that you also came from the Yang realm in your past life? Hiss. Damn. Sui gasped in surprise. No wonder it felt strange after entering the city lord's mansion. It turns out there really are ancient people who have become strange beings. And they are from the Song dynasty. Thinking of this, Sui's mind was racing. Could he grasp this point and take hold of this guy? Sui nodded. Zhao Tingshu's heart trembled and asked. May I ask, how is my great song now? Sui looked at Zhao Tingshu's expression and sighed. Since Lord Zhao already has the answer in his heart, why must you ask me? Zhao Tingshu staggered and collapsed to the ground. Lord Zhao. Sui hurriedly helped him up. After a long while, Zhao Tingshu finally calmed down. Boss Su, I apologize for the trouble. It's understandable, how could my great song endure for 1,000 years? In his past life, the great song was already on the brink of collapse. Though the great song has fallen, my Huaxia has continued to this day. Chapter 107, Kings and Dukes join, powerful support. In the room. A person and a strange being were conversing. It turns out that the one who destroyed my great song was not the Jin court? Zhao Tingshu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, asking. That Jin court. Feeling the intense hatred, Sui deduced Zhao Tingshu's dynasty. Northern Song. The shame of Jingkang happened during this period. The Jin court marched south to attack the northern Song capital, Dongjing, capturing the 2 emperors, Huizong and Xinzong, leading to the fall of the northern Song. After Kaifeng fell, King Kong Xiaogo declared himself emperor in Nanjing, changing the era to Jianyan, historically known as the Southern Song. Later, the Yuan dynasty rose, and under the attack of multiple forces, the Jin court fell into ruin within 100 years. Well, that's great. Zhao Tingshu looked at Sui and asked urgently. Since the Jin court is destroyed, what about my great song? For 1,000 years, he had never felt this excited. A wild fantasy ignited in his heart. Perhaps the great song had never fallen, or perhaps the great song had spread for 1,000 years. From Zhao Tingshu's hopeful expression, Sui guessed what he was thinking. Lord Zhao, the great song was destroyed by the Iron Cavalry of the Yuan dynasty. A single sentence tore apart Zhao Tingshu's unrealistic fantasy. If it were any other strange being, Su Yan might not have paid attention. But when faced with the ancestors of Huaxia, did Su Yan speak a few more words? As Zhao Tingshu was in pain, he roughly recounted the historical trajectory of Huaxia. When Zhao Tingshu heard about the current development of Huaxia, he couldn't help but click his tongue. After a long moment, he came to his senses and murmured to himself. I didn't expect there to be a person comparable to Emperor Song who could turn the tide. It's a pity I am in this world and cannot return to the mortal realm, otherwise, I would definitely seek out such a heroic figure. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes lit up. If there is a chance in the future, he could indeed bring the great Zhao back to see modern Huaxia. Thinking of this, he asked. Lord Zhao, how did you arrive in this strange world? This world is indeed strange. Facing Su Yan, Zhao Tingshu did not hide and recounted his experiences. When he first came to this world, he thought he had arrived in the underworld. But unexpectedly, this was not the underworld, but a peculiar world. He wandered in this world until later he met the current lord of this ancient city and was invited to join. As a military advisor, Zhao Tingshu constantly offered strategies and plans. Even the core area of this ancient city was designed and constructed by Zhao Tingshu. Hiss. Hearing this, Su Yan took a sharp breath. No wonder the architecture of the core area was incompatible with the architecture of the strange world. At the same time, he realized that Zhao Tingshu's status in this ancient city might be extraordinary. 1,000 years ago, he was already the confidant of the Lord. Now, could he be the deputy lord of this ancient city? Lord Zhao, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. May I ask what position you hold in this ancient city now? Zhao Tingshu sighed. Now, I am just a dispensable person in this ancient city. This statement made Su Yan furrow his brows. Could it be that something happened during this time? Zhao Tingshu saw Su Yan's confusion and explained with a bitter smile. As the saying goes, you can share hardships, but not riches. At first, Zhao Tingshu met the Lord. He thought he had encountered a wise ruler and wholeheartedly assisted the Lord. In the human world, he had no opportunity to showcase his talents. In this strange world, he was able to fully unleash his capabilities. With Zhao Tingshu's help, the Lord progressed from a minor strange being to a super strange being step by step. Even after the core area was constructed, he had always been the Lord's trusted aide. Until both sides developed differences over the future of the ancient city, the relationship began to show cracks. Once a crack appears, it cannot be mended. The gap between them deepened until the Lord's descendants entered the core power structure. He was gradually pushed out of the core power structure. The Lord remembered their past friendship and allowed him to stay in the Lord's mansion. Su Yan listened with a sigh. After Zhao Tingshu finished speaking, he felt much relieved. Only then did he mention the purpose of his visit. Boss Su, what brings you to the Lord's mansion? Su Yan was taken aback by the question. Lord Zhao, you don't know? Zhao Tingshu shook his head. He spent most of his time exploring the strange world, searching for these bizarre things. His time in the Lord's mansion was very limited, and even when he returned, he stayed in his room. He was unaware of information from the outside world. It was only today that there was a commotion, and he was curious about what Su Yan was doing in the Lord's mansion. That's what made the servants in the mansion invite him over. Su Yan smiled helplessly. Well, I came to the Lord's mansion to conduct a bit of business. After all, Lord Zhao is an ancient person. When it comes to business, he might not understand. Oh? Zhao Tingshu immediately became interested. Coming to the Lord's mansion to do business is such a rare thing. What kind of business? Arms. Arms? Zhao Tingshu looked at Su Yan in astonishment, then suddenly took out a bloody AK. Boss Su, don't tell me this is what you're selling. Su Yan never expected that Zhao Tingshu actually understood this. There was a moment of shock. Indeed, it's what I sold at the Four-Fire military industry. Zhao Tingshu's interest in Su Yan grew even stronger. How exactly is this weapon made? I have been in this world for 1,000 years, and I have never seen such a weapon. It looks extremely ordinary, but why does it have such great power? Faced with this string of questions, Su Yan didn't know how to respond. After his eyes rolled around, he asked Zhao Tingshu. Lord Zhao, I suppose you are extremely bored in this Lord's mansion. How about you come back to the Four-Fire military industry with me? I have a lot of fun new weapons there. Zhao Tingshu's eyes lit up. Is this true? He had long wanted to leave this Lord's mansion. However, if he left this Lord's mansion, there would be nowhere to go. Other forces were even more fearful of the terrifying power of the ancient city and dared not take him in. It's true. Seeing Su Yan agree so readily, Zhao Tingshu questioned back. Are you not afraid of retaliation from this lord's mansion? Su Yan smiled and shook his head. Any lord who was not a fool would not do such a thing. For the lord's mansion, Zhao Tingshu was an existence that could be dismissed. After witnessing the terrifying power of the new equipment, he would definitely see Su Yan as the most important partner. It was impossible to break ties with the for-fire military industry because of Zhao Tingshu. Lord Zhao, do you know how big the business I have with this lord's mansion is? How big? At least hundreds of billions. At least hundreds of billions. Zhao Tingshu gasped. Back then, the construction of the core area of the ancient city only cost about hundreds of billions. He didn't expect that Su Yan's single deal with the lord's mansion would reach this terrifying number. Boss Su, if you can negotiate this deal with this lord's mansion, I might consider joining the for-fire military industry. Su Yan suppressed his inner excitement and nodded with a smile. It's a deal. If Zhao Tingshu joined, that would be a powerful boost for the for-fire military industry. Boss Su, it's getting late. Could you let the servants go? Zhao Tingshu stated his final request. Su Yan laughed as he released the strange beings from the blood demon abyss. Why not? Just then, the unchanging corpse knocked on the door. Zhao Tingshu promptly led the servants out of the room. The unchanging corpse looked at the large group of strange beings pouring out of the room, shocked. It squeezed into the room amidst the crowd of strange beings. Boss Su, are you alright? Seeing that the strange beings in the room were Zhao Tingshu and not others, it breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Zhao, what brings you back? Zhao Tingshu glanced at the unchanging corpse and smiled, nodding. I've heard there are new faces in the mansion, so I came to take a look. I won't disturb you. While speaking, it vanished from the room. After Zhao Tingshu left, the unchanging corpse quietly asked Su Yan. Boss Su, fortunately it was Lord Zhao who came. If it were another strange being, it would be troublesome? What do you mean by this? The unchanging corpse shook its head and did not answer the question, but instead brought the topic back to business. Boss Su, the preliminary cooperation has been settled. Speak, what's the condition? The Lord's mansion agreed so readily, there must be quite a few conditions. The unchanging corpse did not hesitate and directly conveyed the Lord's meaning to Su Yan. The Lord's mansion wanted to purchase 30 units of blood-flesh battle vehicles at a price of 100 billion each. However, the purchase needed to be made in 3 batches. And during this phase, Su Yan could not provide this weapon to other forces in the ancient city. 30 units. This quantity far exceeded Su Yan's imagination. He originally thought that 10 units were the limit of the Lord's mansion. He didn't expect the unchanging corpse to negotiate a super large order of 300 billion. Making it in 3 batches was certainly no problem. However, this last condition made Su Yan frown slightly. He could not provide the blood-flesh battle vehicles to other forces in the ancient city. This will affect the progress of subsequent orders. The conditions have been stated, so where is your sincerity? Bulwasher had long thought of what to say. He immediately took out a map and pointed to a location. We will provide a shop for Boss Su at this location. You can sell ordinary meat weapons in this shop, including the meat transport vehicles. But the meat infantry combat vehicles cannot be sold. Sui took the map and looked. The shop location provided by Bulwasher was excellent, right in the city center. Opening a shop here would definitely attract business. 3 batches of purchases, how long will it take? Bulwasher immediately conveyed the city lord's intentions. The first batch is 10 vehicles, and we hope Boss Su can complete the handover quickly. We will decide the procurement progress of subsequent orders based on the real combat situation of these meat infantry vehicles. TSK. This vague answer made Sui feel quite unhappy. Deciding the procurement progress of subsequent orders based on the real combat situation. This was completely an empty promise. Once agreed, the decision-making power for future orders would fall to the city lord's side. No, I need a clear answer. Seeing Sui insist so much, Bulwasher hesitated for a long time and said, 1 month, a 1-month deadline. Boss Su, as long as you deliver the first batch of combat vehicles, I guarantee that the subsequent 2 orders will be signed within a month. Sui still shook his head. In his view, a month was still too long. If he could provide it to other forces. Even if it was just 1 vehicle to a single buyer, it wouldn't take a month to meet the upgrade requirements for the meat infantry vehicles. This would not affect the for-fire military industry's subsequent provision of new equipment. 1 month is too long, 1 week. In return, I will give the city lord's office exclusive purchasing rights. Within 3 months, I will not sell meat infantry vehicles to any force in the ancient city. If this can be done, the City Lord's office will become our core client. In the future, when we launch more powerful weapons, our company will prioritize providing them to your office. These words made Bouwasher hesitate. Although the City Lord had given him the authority. Now, he was just a temporary agent. If this first deal did not satisfy the City Lord, his agent status would be revoked. Considering this, he took a deep breath. Boss Su, if you help me complete the first deal. Once I become the agent, I will do my best to meet your demands. At this point, he quietly reminded Sui. This contract only says that we cannot provide meat infantry vehicles to forces in the ancient city. It does not say we cannot provide meat infantry vehicles to forces outside the ancient city. By coincidence, I know a few wealthy lords. At that time, I can introduce them to Boss Su. Sui glanced at Bouwasher without showing any signs. Clearly, he was very eager to promote this deal. In fact, Sui knew in his heart that if it were someone else, they probably wouldn't agree to so many conditions. When do you want it? As soon as possible. Sui stood up and waved his hand. After selecting the right driver for the strange beings, come find me. Bouwasher stood up excitedly. Boss Su, so you are agreeing? Sui nodded. I will only teach for 1 afternoon. If you can't learn it in 1 afternoon, then you can only send your strange beings to the company to learn. After receiving a clear answer, Bouwasher immediately went back to report. At this moment, Lin Shi emerged, trembling in fear as she said. You really guessed it. How did it go with the boss? He has already withdrawn to the hotel. Sui smiled and hugged Lin Shi. Great. Since the strange movements began, Sui had keenly sensed that something strange would sabotage this deal. Within the City Lord's office, this kind of force, in order to fight for power and profit, would definitely implement different measures. Bouwasher wanted to promote this deal. Promoting status. Correspondingly, there will definitely be weird beings that do not want this single transaction to go smoothly. He is in the Lord's mansion, and those guys do not dare to take action. Where will these guys start? It must be from the boss, so after thinking of this, Sui immediately let Lin Shi use her exclusive talent to head to the hotel to inform the boss to evacuate. Lin Shi nestled in Sui's arms and raised her little head, saying, You don't know how dangerous the situation was at that time. A total of more than 20 nightmare-level weird beings came. If I hadn't arrived in time, the boss would have definitely been captured by those guys. At this point, she looked at Sui curiously. How did you know that weird beings would target the boss? Did that ugly guy tell you? Chapter 109, Caught in the Whirlwind. In the Lord's mansion. Lin Shi looked at Sui with worry. Although she had lost most of her memory fragments, her innate perception remained. This Lord's mansion obviously did not take Sui seriously. Otherwise, they wouldn't arrange guest rooms in the servants' living quarters. This is obviously not how you treat partners. Do you think those guys will target you? Sui shook his head. Not for now. Before the first deal is concluded, the other weird beings will probably be in a wait-and-see state. And from this night, it can be analyzed that this guy, who does not decompose, is not reliable. This guy acts as the back-end steward of the Lord's mansion, far from being as simple as he appears. But in front of Sui, he pretended to be an idiot. He had no idea about the actions of other weird beings. If Zhao Tingshu hadn't come last night, things might not have been so peaceful. In this situation, there are 2 possibilities. The first is that the non-decomposing guy is indeed an idiot. The second is that the non-decomposing guy deliberately did not remind Sui. If it's the first, then it's fine. If it's the second, then we have to be cautious. If it's the second, then the non-decomposing guy might have other schemes. Thinking of this, Sui instructed Lin Shi. Shi, go back and let the boss set up defenses. Especially around the company, send more spies. And the company's clients, be sure to screen them thoroughly to see if there are any abnormalities. Lin Shi pouted, feeling a bit unwilling. She had just returned, and she hadn't warmed up in Sui's embrace yet. No, I haven't warmed up enough. Sui hugged Lin Shi tighter and brought his face close to hers. Is that all you think of me? Of course not. Lin Shi strengthened her defenses, stubbornly saying. Really? Sui pressed on. Lin Shi's pale little face turned visibly pink. In that moment of impending defeat, Sui belatedly said. It seems like someone outside is watching. Ah? Lin Shi exclaimed. She had focused all her attention on Sui and had not noticed the weird beings lurking outside. After hearing Sui's reminder, she finally realized. You are so bad. Sui feigned an innocent look and whispered close to Lin Shi. If there wasn't anyone outside watching, how could I bear to let you go? In just a few words, he successfully pacified the little weird being. Lin Shi reluctantly squirmed out of Su Yi's arms. I suspect you are just trying to trick me. I am just tricking you, ha ha ha. I won't talk to you anymore. Lin Shi pretended to be angry and turned to use the doorway whirl to leave the Lord's mansion. After Lin Shi left to report the news, Su Yi pinched his forehead. In this vast world of weird beings, there was actually no means of communication. If only there was a phone, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Su Yi rubbed his forehead and got up to leave the room. Several weird beings who were secretly observing him quietly concealed themselves. They were clearly going to inform their master behind the scenes. Regarding all this, Su Yi pretended not to know. A total of 8 weird beings departed, and they went in different directions. These weird beings did not have high power, mostly at the SSS level, with 2 at the SS level. However, these guys indeed had some skills in concealment. If it were just a normal nightmare level weirdness, it might really be possible to miss these guys. Unfortunately, Su Yan's mental strength is not something ordinary nightmare level weirdness can compare to. Through his locked mental strength, 6 weird creatures entered the core area of the City Lord's mansion, and 2 left the City Lord's mansion. This indicates that there are not only weird creatures in the City Lord's mansion targeting him. There are also weird creatures outside the City Lord's mansion, watching him. Along with the condition of not selling flesh and blood battle vehicles to other forces in the ancient city. All signs suggest that the forces within the ancient city seem to be at odds with the City Lord's mansion. Su Yan does not want to get involved in the disputes between these forces. He only hopes that when these guys cause trouble, it won't involve him and won't affect the company's business. Boss Su. At that moment, a voice reached Su Yan's ears. He turned around and saw the 2-headed weird creature from before. The 2-headed weird creature stepped back a few steps, trembling as it spoke. Boss Su, Lord Zhao asks you to go over for a chat. Lead the way. Under the guidance of the 2-headed weird creature, they arrived at a very remote corner of the City Lord's mansion. As soon as it brought Su Yan to the spot, it ran off without looking back. Its demeanor and actions seemed almost as if it feared Su Yan would eat it. Clearly, this guy was left with shadows in the blood hell. This was an independent courtyard. Looking inside, Su Yan saw several weird creatures gathered together, seemingly doing something. Curious, Su Yan leaned in closer. To his surprise, these weird creatures were huddled together playing chess. But their skills were truly hard to watch. After a while, Su Yan couldn't take it anymore and reminded them. Move the knight down, wouldn't that just capture the general? One sentence attracted all their gazes. Ghost. Upon seeing who had come, these weird creatures screamed and fled. Su Yan? Not me, guys. It seems like you are the real ghosts. Zhao Tingshu appeared beside Su Yan at some point, smiling as he said. Boss Su, you are in high spirits. Want to play a game? Su Yan raised an eyebrow at Zhao Tingshu. Playing chess with an ancient person sounded interesting. In elementary school, he was undefeated against his peers. Lord Zhao, let's play a game. In the first game, both sides fought evenly matched. In the end, Su Yan lost by a hair. Su Yan, unwilling to be defeated, said to Zhao Tingshu. Lord Zhao, I was careless in this one, let's go again. In the second game. The third game. Until the 6th game, Su Yan couldn't hold back anymore. Every game was fiercely contested, yet in the end, Su Yan was always the one in danger of losing. Lord Zhao, are you playing with me? Boss Su, isn't your current situation just like this? This sentence made Su Yan pause, as if it were reminding him. Lord Zhao, what do you mean by that? After placing his piece, Zhao Tingshu looked at Su Yan with a smile. Boss Su, if you win against me, I will certainly explain for you. Su Yan had no choice but to be patient and looked at the chessboard. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is very bitter. No matter how hard Su Yan tried, regardless of the deadlock, it always fell just short. Zhao Tingshu always seemed to be a step ahead, finishing him off. No more, no more. Seeing Su Yan stubbornly refusing to continue, Zhao Tingshu helplessly explained. Boss Su, you are caught in a vortex. Su Yan fell silent for a moment. Combining all that had happened, he looked at Zhao Tingshu. The forces outside the City Lord's mansion? Zhao Tingshu nodded, then shook his head. Right and wrong. To be precise, you should not have appeared at this point in time. You have happened to get yourself caught in the vortex, and if you make the wrong choice, it will lead to your complete destruction. Not just you, but even those beside you, your forces, could also be destroyed because of this. Chapter 110 The Origins of the Ancient City. What do you mean, Lord Zhao? Zhao Tingshu pointed at the chessboard, remaining silent. Su Yan could only suppress his inner questions and silently move the pieces. Do you know the origins of this ancient city? Origins of the ancient city? Su Yan was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but say. How would I know? Zhao Tingshu pointed again at the chessboard. The meaning was clear. Chatting is chatting. The speed of placing the pieces cannot slow down. After Sui placed a piece, Zhao Tingshu slowly spoke. 1,000 years ago. It first arrived in this world. This world is very different from the human realm. The sky was as dark as ink, even in broad daylight it was terrifyingly gloomy. Wherever it went and looked, it was all desolate. The attendants and the army had completely vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Sui was shocked in his heart. From this passage, he caught the key information. That is Zhao Tingshu's identity. There were attendants and an army. Coupled with the hatred for the Jin court. Could it be that this Lord Zhao was a literate official who marched with the army? Sui searched hard in his mind for the name Zhao Tingshu. However, after pondering for a long time, he couldn't think of who this was. In history, it seems there was no such person. Seeing that Sui had not placed a piece for a long time, Zhao Tingshu gently tapped the chessboard. Sui came back to his senses and quickly placed a piece. This move indeed brightened Zhao Tingshu's eyes. Not bad, not bad, I didn't expect that even with your divided attention. Your chess skill has actually improved. Ha! Sui was speechless in his heart. What does this mean? Could it be that his blind moves are better than his focused efforts? Sui no longer struggled with Zhao Tingshu's identity. The history of Huaxia has spanned thousands of years, and those whose names are known are all prominent figures, all outstanding representatives of their time. And Sui was interested in the Song dynasty. Apart from Emperor Song, it was General Yu. Regarding the history from Emperor Song to before the Jingkong incident, he truly did not know much. He thought he would have to check when he returned, perhaps then he would know the true identity of this ancestor in front of him. After all, there are too many figures lost in the river of history. However, Sui did not have time to ponder this now, but instead asked about what came next. Lord Zhao, what does this have to do with the ancient city? Zhao Tingshu placed a piece and continued to speak. It encountered the first bizarre creature in this world, the little yaksha. Red skin, little sharp horns, dressed in rags, resembling the yaksha from mythological stories. Zhao Tingshu was terrified. Where in the human world is there such a monster? He thought the little yaksha was coming to grab him and throw him into boiling oil. When it came to this point, Zhao Tingshu waved his hand. Let's not talk about the past. Sui scrunched his face and looked at Zhao Tingshu. Lord Zhao, how did you get through this crisis? Most little yakshas are ordinary bizarre creatures with strength hovering between Class B and Class D. Even a Class D bizarre creature is not something a newly entered soul body can contend with. Could it be that Zhao Tingshu was exceptionally gifted, belonging to the ranks of powerful bizarre creatures upon entering the bizarre world? Could it be that when you first entered this bizarre world, you were a powerful bizarre being? Let's not talk about the past. This response led Sui to guess a few things. The impression of the little yaksha is that it is honest, hardworking, and diligent. But this facade is only towards those stronger than them, or those who pay well. Against the weak, they are bandits and robbers. However, little yakshas mostly steal clothing and do not kill. Sui guessed that Zhao Tingshu was likely stripped clean by the little yaksha and then let go. Lord Zhao, please continue. I'm listening attentively. While speaking, he placed another piece. Zhao Tingshu nodded and continued to speak. Because of the little yaksha, it led him to have a wrong judgment. He mistook this bizarre world for the underworld. Since there are little yakshas in the dark place, then there must be black and white impermanence. When the time comes, the soul-reaping messenger will definitely come to take the soul away and send it into reincarnation. Ever since he had this idea, Zhao Tingshu has been in fear day and night. But after staying in the bizarre world for a while, he had not seen the soul-reaping messenger arrive. Then he began to explore this world and found that this was not the underworld but rather another realm. After witnessing various bizarre phenomena, it further confirmed his thoughts. Having talked about this, Sui couldn't help but ask again. Lord Zhao, did those strange beings not attack you? Even the weak strange beings that descend into the real world can cause considerable harm. Sui did not believe that the strange beings in this world could resist temptation, could resist this freshly awakened soul. Zhao Tingshu smiled bitterly and said, Not attack? Do you know that I have narrowly escaped death at the hands of the strange beings multiple times? If it weren't for the map of mountains and rivers. Map of mountains and rivers? Zhao Tingshu nodded. This is a royal. At this point, Zhao Tingshu paused. This is the Great Song Dynasty landscape hand-drawn by the emperor himself. This treasure has saved me from danger multiple times. Wow! Painted by the emperor himself? In this world, it has become a powerful strange tool? Sui swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Lord Zhao, how powerful is this map of mountains and rivers? Zhao Tingshu did not hold back. I once used this map to kill a marquee level strange being in nightmare level. Hiss. Sui gasped. Killing a marquee level in nightmare level. The map of mountains and rivers is a bit terrifying. It's hard to say later, but anyway, at his current stage, he could not deal with marquee level strange beings. Even driving the flesh-blood battle chariot wouldn't work. Sui suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Lord Zhao, apart from this map of mountains and rivers, could other treasures of Huaxia also have such power? The map of mountains and rivers allowed Lord Zhao to kill a marquee in nightmare level. So, if he used the Imperial Seal to instantly kill a marquee, that wouldn't be too much, right? Zhao Tingshu was equally taken aback. Only because in this strange world, he had not seen other Huaxia treasures. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Yes or no? That means yes. Suyi's heart was filled with excitement. If this point could indeed be verified, then he would gain many powerful strange tools. In vast Huaxia, with a heritage of 5,000 years, countless treasures are stored. A considerable part has fallen overseas. Just in time to take this opportunity to bring them all back. This news thoroughly satisfied Suyi's curiosity. This game of chess, we talk and play at the same time. Through Zhao Tingshu's memories, Sui understood how terrifying the ancient city really was. By now, there are dozens of marquee-level strange beings. Countless nightmare-level and SSS-level underlings. This made Sui feel a bit of pressure. Against such a giant, the Sihua military industry is truly too small. If Sihua military industry got involved, there would be no chance of victory at all. Sui lost interest in playing chess and instead dragged it into a deadlock. You move one step, I move one step. Until they reached a situation where neither could kill the other. The chess game was stuck, and Sui looked gloomy. Lord Zhao, I wonder about the whirlpool you mentioned. Chapter 111. I say I can win, then I can win. Zhao Tingshu waved his hand. One person and one strange being appeared in the painting in the next moment. Boss Su, may I ask if you are willing to hear this old man's words? Sui nodded, then shook his head. He vaguely guessed it might be related to business. Is it related to business, Lord Zhao? Zhao Tingshu waved his hand, and the painting suddenly changed. Like a movie scene, the scenes kept changing in front of Sui. After watching for a long time, Sui finally understood what this was. A cup of wine to release military power. Apart from Song Ancestor, how have the meritorious men of all dynasties fared? Hiss. Sui gasped again. Now he understood what Zhao Tingshu actually meant. He guessed wrong. From the very beginning, he guessed wrong. There were no forces in the ancient city that could stand up to the Lord's mansion. And the remaining forces were indeed members of the Lord's mansion. Just at this point in time, it was the phase of power transfer in the ancient city. Zhao Tingshu wanted to remind Sui of this. If they made the wrong choice in this world, what awaited them would be an irretrievable situation. The forces of the ancient city were not something Sihua military industry could withstand. Upon hearing this, Sui took a deep breath, clasped his hands and thanked. Thank you, Lord Zhao, for the reminder. A trace of loneliness flashed across Zhao Tingshu's face. I tell you this because you are from your homeland. Not just you. Even I cannot escape from this world. I hope you make your choice soon and leave this place of right and wrong. It was only today that it learned this news. Due to years of absence from the Lord's mansion and being outside the core of power. It was only in this final stage that it became aware of this news. As the strongest combat force in the Lord's mansion, the aristocratic level of Bazaar. Even though it had long since detached from the core power, it was still caught up in this whirlpool. It had long lost hope in this Lord's mansion. If not for having no place to go, it might have already left this place far behind. Lord Zhao, the younger generation has a request. Feel free to say. Who does the corpse transformation belong to? Zhao Tingshu was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said. Don't you plan to stay out of this? Sui smiled and said. In this world, where can a living person escape? Lord Zhao, do you know the current state of the human world? While speaking, Sui informed Zhao Tingshu about the various incidents that occurred after the horror game descended upon the human world. Zhao Tingshu never expected that bizarre beings would descend into the human world and commit atrocities. I will not retreat, nor will I hide. This is an opportunity for me, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The transfer of power will inevitably be accompanied by conflict, but he is not afraid. Once he determines who the master behind the corpse transformation is, and connects with this line, Sui is confident he can support it to reach the position of Lord. By then, he would be able to take the entire order of the Lord's mansion in one go. He could even leverage the Lord's mansion as a springboard to enter a broader world. Zhao Tingshu looked at Sui. If you lose, you will die. Sui lightly smiled and said, I cannot lose, nor can I die. Zhao Tingshu did not understand where Sui's confidence came from. Do you know the eldest son is restricted in this lord's mansion and has no time to develop his own power? Besides the bizarre beings within the lord's mansion, the other lords support the third son. Do you know how big the gap between both sides is? Sui thought for a moment. Will there be aristocratic-level bizarre beings involved? Zhao Tingshu was taken aback for a moment and then said, there will be aristocratic-level bizarre beings aligning, but they will not get personally involved. Ah, is there such a good thing? Sui laughed. Good thing? Zhao Tingshu was at a loss, and instead laughed out loud. Do you know how many nightmare-level bizarre beings the third son has under him? How many SSS-level bizarre beings? How many? Over 1,000 nightmare-level bizarre beings commanding, tens of thousands of SSS-level bizarre leaders, and countless SS-level and S-level soldiers. What the heck? Sui's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming. Is it so many? Over 1,000 nightmare-level bizarre beings. Zhao Tingshu advised again. I will do my best to ensure your withdrawal from this whirlpool. He knew Sui was the hope of the Dragon Kingdom, and the great hero who saved it. Now the Dragon Kingdom cannot do without Sui. So he decided to sacrifice the eldest son of his own battle team to let Sui leave. Sui decisively refused. How many does the eldest son have? Less than 100. The gap is not small, but it is acceptable. Sui calculated in his heart. To deal with these guys, how many flesh and blood battle chariots would be needed? Relying on the eldest son alone, along with 10 or even 30 flesh and blood battle chariots, he estimated that this guy would still not win. None other than because these bizarre beings from the Eerie world are truly too weak. But if it were entrusted to him, with 30 flesh and blood battle chariots, he could definitely crush over 1,000 nightmare-level bizarre beings. Mr. Zhao, could you help introduce me to the eldest son? Even Zhao Tingshu's eyes widened. Sui, are you insane? Once I introduce you, do you know what that means? You will be completely bound to the eldest son's side. If the third son succeeds to the position of lord, you will certainly be held accountable. Sui looked at Zhao Tingshu, his gaze more determined than ever. I will win. That is a battle group composed of over 1,000 nightmare-level bizarre beings. I know. What do you have to win with? Zhao Tingshu still did not believe Sui's words. A battle group composed of over 1,000 nightmare-level bizarre beings. Even the most bizarre nobles must weigh their options. With enough ants, they can also bite an elephant. I'll win with this. Sui snapped his fingers. A flesh and blood battle vehicle suddenly appeared on the stage. Impossible. Zhao Tingshu had used flesh and blood weapons before. He acknowledged that the flesh and blood weapons produced by Sihua military industry were indeed powerful. Relying on this flesh and blood weapon to overthrow a battle group made up of over 1,000 nightmare-level commanders was like dreaming of a fool. What's impossible? There's nothing impossible in this world. If Mr. Zhao doesn't believe it, we can give it a try. One flesh and blood battle vehicle against 30 nightmare-level weirdness. Facing Sui's boastful words, Zhao Tingshu immediately agreed. All right. If you lose, you must withdraw from this fight. Sui nodded seriously. Okay, if I win, you will join my Sihua military industry. Zhao Tingshu? No, it seemed like that wasn't what was just said. Seeing Zhao Tingshu about to speak, Sui interrupted. Mr. Zhao, if you join my Sihua military industry, I can bring you back to the human world. What? Zhao Tingshu exclaimed. Return to the human world. For this matter, he had worked hard for hundreds of years. He had tried various methods. But in the end, it all ended in failure. He never expected Sui to say he could bring him back. Really? It can't be more true. Chapter 112 Support Big Clients. Inside the scroll. Zhao Tingshu waved his hand. He manifested a battlefield and a battle group of 30 nightmare-level weird commanders. Are you ready? Sui looked at the flesh and blood battle vehicle. Ready. Zhang Tianyu, Li Buren, and the driver shouted in unison. These three were former elite troops, now SSS-level weird employees of Sihua military industry. After agreeing with Zhao Tingshu, Sui immediately brought them over. Zhang Tianyu, a former special operations team leader, was responsible for commanding and coordinating the entire scene. Li Buren had excellent marksmanship and was in charge of operating the anti-aircraft machine gun. The driver had rich driving experience. Zhao Tingshu looked at the trio and felt a bit moved, but he still shouted at Sui. Su kid, this time I won't hold back. If Sui could win, he would introduce him to the big prince. And as a lobbyist, recommend Sui to be the chief grand strategist. If Sui lost, he would fight for Sui's safe withdrawal with the big prince. No need to hold back. Let's do it. Sui gave the order. The flesh and blood battle vehicle roared towards the opposing battle group. Zhao Tingshu's heart moved. The 30 nightmare-level commanders commanded the battle group, and over 1,000 weirdness charged out together. The seemingly unequal battle presented a one-sided situation. The battle vehicle, like a killing machine, crazily harvested the weirdness. The SS-level and S-level weirdness at the front felt like paper against the anti-aircraft machine gun. Even the SSS-level general couldn't break through the continuous spray of blood from the anti-aircraft machine gun. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tingshu's entire being fell apart. He had been in the world of weirdness for 1,000 years, but had never seen such powerful weapons. In just 2 minutes, the powerful firepower of the flesh and blood battle vehicle completely shattered his perception. Even teaming up, the nightmare-level commanders could not withstand the slaughtering steps of this flesh and blood battle vehicle. If SS-level and S-level weirdness were paper, then SSS-level weirdness was wood, and nightmare-level weirdness was iron. Under the baptism of the anti-aircraft machine gun, they could only endure a few more shots. Zhao Tingshu's mindset was also constantly changing. From initially wanting Sui to lose, he slowly turned to wanting Sui to win. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the 30 commanders were lost. But they still relied on their numerical advantage and forced their way close to the flesh and blood battle vehicle. Zhao Tingshu suddenly became tense. If they got too close, how would the battle vehicle respond? He indeed had selfish motives. Returning to the human world touched him. Without this motive, he might not have agreed to Suyi's challenge. But now, things were different. It really wanted to see the war chariot win, wanted to join the for-fire military industry. It wanted to return to the human world, to see what Huaxia has become now. Retreat! Retreat, retreat! Zhao Tingshu kept shouting in his heart. As long as the distances opened, the disappearance of the strange war group is just a matter of time. But what it did not expect was that the blood and flesh war chariot not only did not retreat but advanced instead. Under Zhang Tianyu's command, the driver revved up the engine. Zhao Tingshu saw this scene, and his heart sank. Once close to the war group, these SSS-level juniors from Dragon Country would be ripped apart in an instant. Quick, retreat! He couldn't help it and shouted loudly. These few were his juniors from Huaxia, he couldn't bear to watch them perish here. No need to retreat. Sui instantly teleported beside Zhao Tingshu and whispered. Zhao Tingshu turned his head to look at Sui, angrily saying, "You know nothing. If we get close to the war group, then." Sui pointed to the battlefield and comforted him. "Mr. Zhao, look." Zhao Tingshu immediately turned his head to look. He saw the blood and flesh infantry war chariot had already ground out a path of blood. Even the nightmare-class commander blocking in front was knocked away. Before it even landed, it was shot to pieces by a heavy machine gun. At this point, the battle was already over. The blood and flesh infantry war chariot roamed the battlefield, clearing out the last remnants. Zhao Tingshu stared at this scene, speechless for a long time. How long has it been? Mr. Zhao, just a moment. A moment. In just a moment, the war group led by 30 eerie commanders was heading towards extermination. Zhao Tingshu was utterly shocked. He really wanted to ask, what was he doing before? Could it be that he was just playing house? What was conjured here was his most proud war group. When he was Nightmare Class, he led this group of only 30 Nightmare Class commanders to crush another war group with more than 100 Nightmare Class commanders. This was an extraordinary legend that was hard to replicate. But now the legend was over, and the true legend was about to make its appearance. Suyi's appearance would change the entire layout of the eerie world. It would also change all Erie's understanding of war. The era of eerie collusion would never return. The most heart-wrenching was what Zhang Tianyu said when he came to report. "Boss, this is the first time I didn't command well. There were many mistakes in the middle, can I have another chance? I promise within 10 minutes, I will wipe out those Eries." When Zhao Tingshu's face turned from red to purple, then from purple to black, Sui quickly waved his hand, scolding. Get out, you'll make Mr. Zhao angry." Then he waved his hand and sent the 3 men back to the real world. Zhao Tingshu took a deep breath and respectfully said to Sui, "Mr. Su, I lost." "Ah, what are you doing?" Sui quickly supported Zhao Tingshu. "How can you call me Mr.? I am your junior, you can just call me Xiao Su. If you don't mind, I would like to call you Uncle Zhao." When he went back to recruit people, he also checked Zhao Tingshu's name. To his surprise, he actually found out a lot. A royal relative, a pro-war faction. Died from illness on the way to vanquish the Jin. Just this alone was enough for Sui to call him Uncle Zhao. Zhao Tingshu's expression froze. After being dazed for a long time, he finally placed his hand on Suyi's shoulder. Having stayed in this eerie world for so long that it made him forget he was once human, But Sui's call of Uncle Zhao woke him up. Xiao Su. From today on, as long as I am here, I won't let you be bullied in this eerie world. Sui was stunned, immediately expressing. Uncle Zhao, from now on, I will be your dear nephew. At this moment, Zhao Tingshu had made up his mind. He must push Sui to a high position, making him the chief military advisor to the young master. If any ignorant guy dared to come out to stop him, he would mercilessly eliminate them. Sui could definitely change this world. Thinking of this, an idea arose in his heart. Why not let Sui ascend to power and recreate the great song in this eerie world? He was both a royal relative. Now Su Yan recognizes him as uncle. Isn't that also the bloodline of the Song dynasty royal family? Uncle Zhao, why are you grinning like an idiot? Zhao Tingshu immediately stopped smiling. It's nothing. Let's go, little Su, I'll take you to meet the eldest son right now. Chapter 113. In the painting. Su Yan did not move. Uncle Zhao, your status is not suitable for you to appear in person. The painting is constructed from the map of mountains and rivers. The outside world doesn't know what is happening at all. Moreover, Zhao Tingshu's identity is special. He once ranked second to the city lord and is now a figure far removed from the core of power. If he publicly expresses support for the eldest son and strongly recommends Su Yan, at that time, it is very likely that all eyes will be drawn to him. If it brings the city lord's caution, that would be bad. After all, the city lord still controls the entire ancient city, and the two competitors are his descendants. Regardless of who wins or loses, he will not care. Zhao Tingshu has experienced thousands of years in the strange world, he has seen everything. In an instant, he guessed what Su Yan was thinking. Little Su, do you plan to go through the unmelted corpse? Su Yan nodded. The unmelted corpse is part of the eldest son's core team. They are in a relationship where one gains honor and all gain honor, one suffers and all suffer. If the eldest son rises to power, he can advance further and aim for the deputy city lord position. If the third son rises, then there is no need to think about it. Though he would not act against nobles and monsters, he would never think of advancing further in his entire life. He might even lose his identity as the behind-the-scenes steward. Zhao Tingshu patted Su Yan. That guy may not be smart, but if you can show him enough value, he will do his best to push you up. Go ahead, I will protect you from behind the scenes. Su Yan no longer hesitated and cupped his hands, saying, Thank you, Uncle Zhe. No need to be so formal between us. As they spoke, Zhao Tingshu withdrew the painting. The two returned to the chessboard once again. Alright, let's call it a day. Then I, Su, will take my leave, Lord Zhao. In the room, Lin Shi's eyes turned slightly red as she suddenly plunged into Su Yan's arms. Where have you been? When she returned, she found Su Yan missing. She thought of using the door to the inner world to look for Su Yan. But unexpectedly, the place where Su Yan was located was extremely strange, and the door to the inner world couldn't transport her there. This made her very worried. If it weren't for the contract knowing Su Yan was fine, Lin Shi would have gone back to find him. I was busy with something. Su Yan hugged Lin Shi and comforted her. Don't worry, even the entire strange world can't keep me. Lin Shi murmured softly, then looked at Su Yan. I have 2 new outfits, do you want to try them on? Su Yan immediately picked up Lin Shi. Since they were waiting anyway, it was better to have a good spar with Lin Shi, while also boosting his mental strength. Until deep into the night, the unmelted corpse finally brought back news. The eldest son yielded, agreeing to compress the acquisition time to 1 week. But there was a condition: within that week, only 10 blood and flesh war machines costs can be paid, and the subsequent 20 blood and flesh war machines can only pay a deposit first. If he didn't know about the situation behind this, Su Yan would have really agreed. After all, he still needed to rely on the weapon order to complete the task. But now the situation was different, he had other options. Boss Su, if there are no objections, then sign the contract. Su Yan smiled and shook his head, looking at the unmelted corpse. I think we need to revise our cooperation. Does he not want to do this business anymore? The unmelted corpse's expression stiffened, and an aura of killing intent spread around. Su Yan waved his hand, signaling the unmelted corpse not to be anxious. This batch of goods will still be provided, but we need to change the mode of cooperation. The unmelted corpse was filled with doubts. It couldn't understand what kind of tricks Su Yan was up to. Boss Su, what do you mean by that? I will provide this batch of blood and flesh war machines to you free of charge at first. The unmelted corpse was momentarily stunned. Free of charge? Is this guy crazy? 100 billion, 30 vehicles, that means 300 billion. Aren't you afraid they will default afterwards? However, since Su Yan brought it up, they naturally would not refuse. With this saved 100 billion in funds, he could ally with other noble-level anomalies. Boss Su, what conditions do you have? Su Yan no longer hesitated and stated his condition. Introduce me to your master behind the scenes. The undead's heart shook, and he slammed the table, questioning. What do you mean? Su Yan calmly glanced at the undead. Naturally, I want to have closer cooperation with you. Without Su Yan's intervention, the eldest son obtaining this batch of flesh and blood battle vehicles had a chance to win, but the odds were small. This anomaly's strength, while stronger than Zhang Tianyu and his group of anomalies. But for operating the battle vehicles, the two sides were not on the same level at all. In a short time, anomalies might be able to skillfully operate the battle vehicles. But wanting to coordinate 30 battle vehicles together, these anomalies absolutely could not do it. Zhang Tianyu was different, he clearly told Su Yan. He alone could command a team of 30 flesh and blood battle vehicles. As long as given time to practice, he could perfectly coordinate the 30 vehicles together. What exactly do you mean? The undead's eyes revealed deep caution. He had once considered introducing Su Yan to the eldest son. But after careful thought, he abandoned that idea. Simply because, if Su Yan joined, it would dilute his merits. Su Yan guessed the undead's thoughts. I do not want to join you, rather, I want to negotiate a deal with your master. A deal? The undead did not relax. Boss Su, just speak plainly, no need for all this indirectness. Su Yan spoke slowly, word by word. I will help you win. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the undead was certain. Su Yan indeed knew about the conflicts within the Lord's mansion. Damn, who leaked it? It was clear that Su Yan wanted to take this opportunity to enter the Lord's mansion. Seeing the undead's face growing darker, Su Yan gently tapped the table. I will not compete for any of your merits, nor will I join the Lord's mansion. Everything I do is for my business. The undead asked again. You really won't? Su Yan was speechless. He had already said it multiple times, he would not join the Lord's mansion. How could this undead not understand human words? I only need partners, not masters. All right. After confirming several times, the undead inquired about the so-called deal. He wanted to see what Su Yan was really selling. Su Yan then explained what a deal agreement was. In this collaboration, the four-fire military industry would provide flesh and blood battle vehicles for free, but the command would lie in Su Yan's hands. Other anomalies were not to interfere. Hearing this, the undead couldn't help but interrupt. Impossible, the eldest son will never agree. Wanting to gain command over the battle group under the eldest son in exchange for providing equipment for free. This was akin to speaking nonsense. Don't be anxious, I'm not done speaking. If we win this war, your side needs to pay the full cost of the battle vehicles. But if we fail, Su Yan would receive no payments and would lose the market of the ancient city. Even the four-fire military industry might be extinguished in this struggle. The undead, a noble-level anomaly, didn't dare to go this far, while Su Yan was merely an SSS-level anomaly lord. How could he have the audacity? The undead felt a deep sense of doubt. Are you sure? Facing the undead's inquiry, Su Yan took out a contract. Of course. You can take this contract back to report. If you think we can cooperate, we can continue discussing. If not, I will finish my first business and leave the ancient city. Upon hearing the last sentence, the undead's face instantly darkened. Are you threatening me? Su Yan looked at the undead with a blank expression. No, I am merely stating a fact. The benefits brought by the previous transaction. Not enough to make me stay in this ancient city. The undying corpse began to calculate the gains and losses involved in this. As Su Yan said, he would hand over command to him. He was confident he could lead the battle group to defeat the third son's battle group. But this guy was only nightmare level, while his own territory was SSS level. Where did his confidence come from? The undying corpse thought hard, unable to understand. After much consideration, it accepted Su Yan's terms and hurriedly left with the contract. This development was all within Su Yan's expectations. On the surface, the betting agreement made Su Yan look like the losing side. This was simply because the gap between the battle groups of the first son and the third son was too vast. Even with various flesh weapons and armor enhancements, the winning rate was less than 50%. Not long after, the undying corpse knocked on the door again. Boss Su, the first son requests your presence. Coming. Under the lead of the undying corpse, Su Yan was able to enter the Lord's mansion. At that moment, he finally witnessed the true terrifying power of the Lord's mansion. Everywhere he looked was a palace. Just the eerie aura emanating from these palaces made Su Yan's scalp tingle. under the reflection of the crimson moonlight. This place resembled a ghost city. Led by the undying corpse, Su Yan entered a side hall. The hall was pitch dark, and nothing could be seen. Even Su Yan's powerful mental strength was blocked outside. "Young master, I've brought Su Yan." In an instant, countless groups of green, eerie flames rose in the hall. The green flames brought a glimmer of light, illuminating numerous pairs of crimson eyes throughout the hall. It formed an extremely bizarre scene. "Is this little guy the one? I thought the undying corpse was recommending some powerful figure, but it's just a nightmare-level little ghost. Thinking of intervening in our dispute is far from enough." After these eerie whispers, they all shifted their gazes away. Clearly, they felt Su Yan was not worth their attention. Su Yan looked at these eerie beings in the hall, unable to suppress a gulp. He didn't expect that all of them in this hall were royal-level eerie beings. A figure sat at the top of the hall, surveying Su Yan. When all the candles in the hall were lit, a voice that felt ethereal echoed. "You want to talk business with me?" "Yes." Su Yan met that gaze and responded. "Is any cat or dog allowed at the table?" A royal-level eerie being suddenly spoke and attacked Su Yan. In an instant, the blood murder domain spread out. The sky filled with blood light illuminated the entire hall. Su Yan barely blocked the casual strike from that royal-level eerie being. This turn of events caused the eerie beings in the hall to whisper again. "This little guy has some skill. Is he from the Rakshasa clan? Haven't seen one in a long time." To be able to deflect the attack of a royal eerie, not bad, not bad. Even the first son, sitting at the top of the hall, couldn't help but look at Su Yan a bit longer. "Tell me, what do you want?" "The exclusive selling rights of the ancient city." At this statement, the entire hall was stunned. The exclusive selling rights of the ancient city meant that in the future, all forces within the ancient city would become Su Yan's clients, and would serve 4 fire military industries. "Oh." The first son fixed his gaze on Su Yan and questioned coldly. "Do you know the gap between my 3 brothers and me?" "I know." "Then why do you still want to make this deal?" The first son was also curious about where Su Yan's confidence came from. Could it be due to the flesh-armored battle vehicles? According to the undying corpse, those flesh-armored battle vehicles could resist damage from nightmare-level eerie beings, and possess enormous lethality. That's why he spared no expense and wanted to purchase 10 first. But he knew that even with the weapon enhancements, his winning rate would still be extremely low. However, the competition was divided into 3 rounds. They were battle group confrontation, royal voting, and a territory expansion task. Previously, he had almost given up on the first round. Over the years, his 3 brothers had been roaming outside, pulling together many forces. While he was trapped in this lord's mansion, thus the gap between them was immense. But the appearance of Sui made it stir in its heart. "I am a businessman, what I seek is profit." Sui smiled and looked at the young lord. "Who do you think you are? A mere nightmare-level anomaly dares to speak so arrogantly? Do you know there are over 1,000 nightmare-level commanders over there?" Sui did not speak but looked at the young lord, waiting for his response. The young lord remained silent for a long time and slowly began to speak. "The command can be given to you. After the task is completed, double the reward, along with exclusive selling rights to the entire ancient city." This was something he initially wanted to give up. And Sui required no investment at the beginning, regardless of winning or losing, it would not affect his overall plan. If he wins, the follow-up will be much easier. If he loses, it doesn't matter, it still wouldn't affect his plan. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall instantly erupted with voices of opposition. "Young lord, do not. How can we hand the war group over to an outsider? In my opinion, we should capture this kid and interrogate him thoroughly. Yes, the war group is in our hands, and we still have some fighting power." Hearing this, the young lord coldly snorted. "Then who will take charge?" With this sentence, the whole place fell silent. The numerous noble-level anomalies that had spoken before lowered their heads. In this battle, noble-level anomalies could not personally take the field. Whoever took over the war group was equivalent to taking over a hot potato. Even if the young lord ultimately won, the anomaly responsible for the war group would become the scapegoat for its failure. Seeing that the anomalies no longer spoke, the eternal corpse jumped out. "Young lord, I can guarantee for Sui. If he loses, I am willing to accept punishment." Sui could not help but look at the eternal corpse. This guy usually seemed not too bright. How could he have such courage at this moment to stand up and guarantee for him? The other anomalies quickly jumped on the bandwagon, proposing. "Young lord, it's feasible. I think it's doable too." Chapter 115, Forming a Caravan. On the way back, Sui looked at the eternal corpse with great interest. Why did you guarantee for me? Aren't you afraid I will lose? The Eternal Corpse shook his head, his expression more determined than ever. Do you know what those anomalies in the Great Hall are? They are noble-level anomalies recruited by the young lord. Correct, but do you know the difference between me and these guys? At this point, resentment flickered across the Eternal Corpse's face. They are subjects, and I am merely a servant. If they weren't relying on their identity from the ancient city, what right would they have to sit there? Upon hearing this, Sui understood. The Eternal Corpse wanted to use this opportunity to leap over classes and escape this servant identity. Since joining the Lord's Manor, since being promoted to noble level, it couldn't even publicly serve as the steward of the Lord's Manor. Simply because it did not possess the identity of the ancient city. The Eternal Corpse's eyes turned red, and their voice was low. This is my only chance, do you understand? I have endured for hundreds of years, and finally, I wait for this opportunity. This time, I am betting everything I have. If I fail, I will not only be expelled from the young lord's power but also used by the third young master to establish authority. Sui stopped and smiled as he patted the Eternal Corpse. Don't worry, this will be the best decision of your life. Upon hearing these words, the Eternal Corpse spoke seriously. Boss Su, although I do not know where your confidence comes from, I am willing to trust you unconditionally. As long as this success comes, I will become your most steadfast partner. It had witnessed the power of the weapons in Sui's hands. Perhaps being commanded by Sui would indeed create a miracle. Sui waved his hand. Quickly compile the war group list for me, and also the opponent's war group list. The more detailed, the better. I will formulate corresponding strategies based on the war group list. The Eternal Corpse took out a document and handed it directly to Sui. Boss Su, I compiled this list beforehand. Sui glanced at the unthawed corpse with slight surprise. This guy truly wasn't as stupid as he seemed. Wait for me to come back with news. After saying this, Sui directly teleported back to the human world. This level of battle was not his strong suit. After returning to the human world, Sui quickly found Zhang Tianyu. Now, all the heroic souls were gathered under his leadership. With over 100 SSS level, plus SS and S level, there were almost 1,000. Most of them were elite troops from the military. Among them, there had to be talents capable of commanding such a large-scale battle. Captain Tianyu, take a look at this list. Zhang Tianyu took the list and couldn't help but hold his breath. Boss, what exactly are you trying to do? Leading a battle group of over 100 nightmare-level bazaar commanders to fight against a group of over 1,000 nightmare-level bazaars. Hiss. Li Boren, seeing this list nearby, gasped even more. Let alone fighting against a group of over 1,000 nightmare-level bazaars. Even with this 100 nightmare-level bazaar fighters, the combined strength of the entire human world couldn't withstand it. Boss, are you planning to rebel? Sui looked at Li Boren and joked. Yeah, are you scared? Li Boren shook his head. Scared of what? Just do it. Since Li Boren avenged his fellow villagers and untied the knot in his heart, he had completely let himself go. Not to mention following the captain to lead the bazaar battle group to fight. Even if Sui asked him to carry C4 to blow up the bazaars, he wouldn't hesitate at all. Zhang Tianyu wasn't as impatient as Li Boren. After seeing the list, he asked Sui. Boss, how many battle vehicles will we get this time? He knew Sui must have made preparations. Without the blood and flesh equipment, they would be throwing their lives away against the nightmare-level bazaars. Sui smiled and said. Are 30 blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles enough? Last time, Zhang Tianyu, Li Boren, the three of them, drove one blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicle and crushed 30 bazaar nightmare-level formations. According to this ratio, about 30 vehicles were needed. Moreover, there were only over 1,000 heroic souls now. Sending more vehicles might mean lacking personnel. If the bazaars were integrated into the convoy, not to mention whether they could understand commands. Whether they could keep up with the convoy smoothly was also a problem. Seeing Zhang Tianyu not speak, Sui was slightly taken aback. Is 30 not enough? If not enough, we can add more. No, boss, 20 vehicles are enough. 20 vehicles? Just 20 vehicles would be enough? Zhang Tianyu's response left both Sui and Li Boren stunned. Captain Tianyu, I have no shortage of blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles here. We're going all in for a rich fight, no need to save. Li Boren also said. Yes, Captain, isn't 20 a bit too little? Zhang Tianyu smiled and explained to the two. You misunderstood my meaning. My preliminary plan is to have 20 blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles form the first echelon. A concentrated firepower line made up of 20 blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles is enough to handle this situation. 5 will serve as the second echelon, following the bazaar army. When there are vacancies in the firepower line of the first echelon, the second will quickly replenish with nightmare-level Bazaar commanders. The last 5 blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles will serve as hidden reserves. Even a tightly formed firepower line of blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles couldn't guarantee perfect success against a battle group led by over 1,000 nightmare-level Bazaar commanders. War would inevitably have casualties, this was unavoidable. When Zhang Tianyu said this, he looked at Sui. Boss, this is my preliminary idea. What do you think? Very good, hurry up and improve this plan. By the way, are there any talented commanders? We need someone to command the nightmare-level Bazaars. If we let these guys act on their own, it will definitely lead to problems. Zhang Tianyu pondered for a moment and recommended a person to Sui. An SS-level heroic soul who once belonged to a mysterious unit. Specifically responsible for military flag simulations. With him commanding the Eerie Legion, there surely won't be any issues. All right. Let the brothers have a good rest today. Tomorrow we advance into the Eerie world. While Zhang Tianyu was making plans, Su Yan decided to let these heroic souls relax a bit. Previously, they had no time to see home because they were busy capturing more territory for Longhua. Now, the carnival phase had ended. These heroic souls finally had a rare holiday. Little Su, you finally came back. As soon as Su Yan made arrangements, Uncle Lingshu came over. What's going on, Uncle? Uncle Lingshu took out a document and said anxiously. Something big has happened. Su Yan took the document and his entire being froze. How could such a situation arise? Chapter 116, The Arrival of Angels. On the document. It clearly marked the bizarre events that had erupted in various places. These bizarre events had no game prompts. And they weren't the quirkiness of the Eerie world descending. Su Yan took a deep breath. When did this start? It started after the player's carnival phase ended. Hiss. Su Yan inhaled sharply. What does this mean? It means that since the horror game version 2.0 began, the human world has started to experience localized eeriness. What exactly caused this? Uncle Lingshu pointed to one of the incidents. This old man turned into a zombie. According to witnesses, it was caused by being disturbed by a black cat. Disturbed by a black cat. Isn't this a clear sign of localized eeriness? Isn't this just like the scene in a television drama where someone turns into a zombie? Could it be that these things from television dramas are going to happen in reality? Thinking of this, Su Yan reacted. The horror game has descended, so what's so strange about this? Su Yan slapped his cheek. Uncle, fully open the Eerie dungeons, and push forward the process of making all players in the game. As he said this, he continued. Besides, have other countries experienced similar events? Uncle Lingshu shook his head. While bizarre events haven't occurred, an angel has descended there, and this angel has swiftly swept through many nightmare-level dungeons. This is the latest information obtained from spies inserted in Western Europe. Due to the high confidentiality of this incident, only partial information has been discovered. What the hell, what? What the heck is going on? No, what has really happened during this time? Su Yan's vision blackened. Localized eeriness? Angel's arrival? What are these matters? And what do they have to do with the horror game? Uncle Lingshu frowned. From the looks of this situation, it seemed like Su Yan also didn't understand what was happening. But Su Yan, the strongest in the human world, didn't know the situation. Let alone, the players here. Uncle, is there detailed information? We are still investigating, and I estimate that the latest situation will be returned by tonight. Su Yan thought carefully. Uncle, how about I go take a look personally? The arrival of an angel in Western Europe truly piqued his interest. No. Uncle Lingshu stopped Su Yan without any hesitation. The known information is that the angel that has descended has swept through nightmare-level dungeons without any resistance. The nightmare-level eeriness in the dungeons had no means of counterattack whatsoever. Although Su Yan is the strongest among players, facing such an unknown creature, rashly rushing to check could possibly lead to trouble. Little Su, they have activated the highest level of dark espionage. By tonight, the information will be passed back. For the sake of safety, let's wait for the information. Su Yan had to suppress the curiosity in his heart. Well then. He can also erase nightmare-level eeriness as well. He didn't know what methods that angel had. Thinking of this, Su Yan suddenly realized something. Could that angel be a Lord-level eeriness? He had experienced the strength of the Lord-level eeriness personally. Sweeping through nightmare-level Eerie Lords was as simple as drinking water. Could it be that players from Western Europe reached cooperation with this high-level eeriness? He can do business with the anomalies, so those guys in Western Europe might not be able to either. You have to know. The conflicts among anomalies are far more serious than those between humans and anomalies. Humans might be able to coexist with anomalies. But opposing anomalies can only lead to a situation of endless death. Take the lord of this ancient city as an example. He, in order to select a more powerful successor, spared no effort to use over 1,000 nightmare-level anomaly commanders as pawns, as cannon fodder, letting them fight each other. Perhaps Western Europe has teamed up with another major power. Master, do you think that so-called angels could be higher-level anomalies? This sentence left Taoist Lingxiu momentarily stunned. The entire anomaly group had never considered this direction. After Sui mentioned it, there really is such a possibility. Xiao Su, I'll go back and check first, I'll message you tonight. Sui nodded helplessly. Everything will pile up until tonight, and it will get messy again. Okay, then I'll head back first. At the Lord's mansion. Uncle, do you think there are any forces around that are on par with the ancient city? Facing Suyi's question, Zhao Tingshu was taken aback. In the surroundings, there really aren't any. The ancient city was built amidst a bloody history. They nearly slaughtered all the major forces around. Then, on the corpses of these guys, the ancient city was established. This led to the wild areas outside the ancient city, where an SSS-level anomaly could become the leader of a force. Sui thought for a moment and changed the wording. Then is there a major force similar to the ancient city? After being pushed out of the core power layer, Zhao Tingshu began to explore the anomaly world. He would definitely know some information in this regard. Without thinking, Zhao Tingshu responded. Of course. At this point, he couldn't help but remind Sui. These forces are mostly not friendly to outside anomalies. In these years exploring the anomaly world, he had indeed encountered super major forces comparable to the ancient city. But without exception, these super major forces that could rival the ancient city all had strong resistance to him as an outside noble. Uncle, could it be that your strength is too strong, and they are afraid of you? Hearing this, Zhao Tingshu burst into laughter. You're a smooth talker. By the way, why did you suddenly ask this? Are you thinking of developing business with other giant cities? Sui shook his head and then explained the reason. Uncle, you are unaware. After a long discussion, Zhao Tingshu finally understood. Do you mean that other countries have beings similar to deities appearing? Yes. Zhao Tingshu instantly furrowed his brow. This kind of situation, he really had never seen before. Plus, the current situation is special, he cannot join the Fourth Fire military industry. Otherwise, he could find out what kind of strange beings they are by personally witnessing it. Xiao Su, how about this? When you get the intel, bring it to me. I'll see if I can recognize which faction it belongs to. The magnificent China has a history of thousands of years. If there really are deities descending to save humanity, it should be China that ranks first. Sui nodded, helplessly saying. There's no other way. Zhao Tingshu saw Suyi's inner worries and immediately comforted him. Xiao Su, don't bear all the burdens alone. Moreover, that so-called angel has not acted against our China. Think positively, don't think negatively. Hearing this, Sui couldn't help but laugh. Uncle, I want to think positively too. But these guys, once they gain power, have never done anything good. Chapter 117, Troubles Everywhere. Setting aside past grudges. These guys haven't stopped secretly tripping up Dragon Country since the horror game arrived. Moreover, having done arms business for so long, under what circumstances can both sides achieve equal communication? That would be when both sides have equal military strength. Now, with other countries having so-called angels, Dragon Country must have them too. This thing is like a little boy. Upon understanding this situation, Zhao Tingshu immediately provided a solution. Xiao Su, once this matter here is settled, I will personally accompany you on a trip. The other side chooses to hide the news, which must mean that the angel has some sort of problem. If it really is a noble-level anomaly, why would it need to hide so carefully? Suyi's eyes suddenly brightened, this statement reminded him. In the eyes of a noble-level anomaly, nightmare-level anomalies are merely ants. With a flip of a hand, they can be destroyed. You must know, Zhao Tingshu can wave his hand and create 30 nightmare-level anomaly commanders, along with an army of anomalies in a painting. Other noble-level anomalies, even if they are weaker, are still not too weak. After all, Sui is a super player who can instantly kill nightmare-level anomalies. Facing noble-level anomalies, there is only the option of fleeing. Uncle, I will go back and check the situation first. Wait, this information may be useful to you. Zhao Tingshu called Sui back and took out a piece of intelligence. During the time Sui left, he did not just idle. Instead, he used past connections to gather a substantial amount of intelligence. Sui received the intelligence and couldn't help but gasp. It detailed the power divisions of the eldest son and the third son. The noble-level anomalies that both sides have allied with, as well as those still watching. No wonder the city lord would exclude Zhao Tingshu from the core of power. With such a strategist present, it indeed poses a significant hidden danger. Uncle, could this be? Zhao Tingshu understood what Sui meant and waved his hand. If it were any other time, there would be risks, but not at this moment. At this stage. It's not just him, all noble-level anomalies are quietly operating. Collecting such a bit of intelligence won't provoke the city lord's wariness. As for other matters, he cannot interfere too much. Xiao Su, the next confrontation will depend on you alone. If I intervene, it will inevitably attract the city lord's displeasure. I hope this intelligence can increase your chances of winning. Sui accepted the intelligence and smiled. Don't worry, we will definitely win. With equipment and talent, if they lose under such circumstances. Sui would rather find a piece of tofu and die by slamming into it. In the Flesh and Blood Tower. Sui laid out all the information. This involved a lot of information. He needed to filter out what Zhang Tianyu could use. The anomaly army under the third son belongs to different noble-level forces, totaling 17 factions. Over 1,000 nightmare-level anomaly commanders, among which 27 are specifically highlighted. These 27 have all led their subordinates to achieve brilliant results. Compared to the eldest son, the third son pales in comparison. The nightmare-level anomaly commanders are only about 100, and the few famous ones are pitiful, only 3. But from the perspective of paper strength, the eldest son's side has no chance of winning at all. Sui extracted all this information. With these documents, Zhang Tianyu can devise different strategies against each anomaly commander. The remaining intelligence made Sui feel horrified. Currently, there are over 100 noble-level forces in the ancient city. Nightmare-level forces do not even rank in the ancient city. These noble-level forces mostly have one noble-level anomaly, but a few have 2 noble-level anomalies. Of course. This does not include the city lord's mansion. From what Sui knows, the city lord's mansion has 5 noble-level anomalies. The city lord, the 2 sons, the non-decomposing corpse, and Zhao Tingshu. But the city lord's mansion can firmly control the ancient city, so surely there are more than just these 5. Among them, Zhao Tingshu is an outsider, and the non-decomposing corpse is a servant, so these 2 can be ruled out. At least 5 more noble-level anomalies must be lurking in the city lord's mansion. Sui felt an overwhelming pressure. The for-fire military industry faces such a level of power, and they are not even considered ants. He must unlock stronger weapons as soon as possible. Things like tanks, howitzers, and rocket launchers should all be arranged. Thinking of this, Sui decided to recruit a large number of anomalies. He immediately found the boss and informed him of this plan. Su, how many are you recruiting? No limit on quantity, as long as the level reaches S rank. The company is not short of money at all. Just from the daily sales of flesh and blood weapons, the company can earn several hundred million in profit. Supporting some S rank anomalies is really a small matter. No problem. By the way, Su, the old goat has inquired about the situation of the flesh and blood battle vehicle. How should I reply? The boss then informed Sui about the old goat's situation. The old goat quickly occupied a large territory with the flesh and blood weapons in hand. But with the rampant spread of flesh and blood weapons, the advantages continued to diminish, from an initial overwhelming force to a stalemate phase. Recently, many SSS forces have united to launch a counterattack. Due to the large territory, the number of anomalies guarding it was insufficient, resulting in the loss of some of the captured territory. Ship the goods. Sui did not hesitate at all. He had promised the old goat that after the new equipment appeared, it would be supplied to it first. Now that the old goat asked, he simply took this opportunity to deliver. By the way, boss, can you see if you can buy a piece of territory from the old goat? The anomalies recruited later, while belonging to the private army of the company. But Sui did not want to settle them in the flesh and blood mansion. After all, this is a place for business. But there was no place to train them. Additionally, according to the boss, the old goat occupies too large a territory. Even if it doesn't sell to the company, there aren't enough manpower to guard it. After the boss took the flesh and blood battle vehicle with the dead space, he said to Sui, "In my opinion, it's better to buy up all the surrounding territories. Most of this was the old goat's original territory. Some was territory from other forces. The only common point in this area is that the resources and benefits have been completely drained. Ordinary SSS anomalies need a huge amount of resources to advance to nightmare level. To advance to nightmare level, they can only continue to expand their territory. At this stage, proposing this request, the old goat would definitely be very willing. Boss, you decide. How much funding is needed, just take it directly from the company's account. Okay. The boss agreed and then left the Flesh and Blood mansion. After the boss left, Sui realized another issue. That is the shipping issue. Nowadays, the Flesh and Blood weapons being sold are mostly picked up by anomalies. Sigh. So many problems. Chapter 118. Company's industry, comprehensive upgrade. What's wrong? Lin Shi appeared beside Sui. With its cool little hand, it gently pressed Sui's head. Sui wrapped his arms around Lin Shi. There are too many things lately, and I'm feeling overwhelmed. It's not just that there are things to deal with in the ancient city. There are many things to handle here at the company. Lin Shi hugged Sui with compassion. Don't take all the matters on yourself, I can help you share the pressure. I can't help with the ancient city, but I can help here at the company. Saying this, it took out many books. I learned quite a bit recently. I can help you manage things here at the company. Sui's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Why should he take all the matters on himself? That guy from Kongjing is managing well alone over at the Black Tiger Mountain branch. Thinking of this, Sui looked at Lin Shi and asked. Shi, what do you think is the current problem facing the company? Lin Shi thought carefully for a moment. The biggest problem facing the company now is the supply chain. Many customers want to buy our company's products, but they can't get them at all. Although For-Fire military industry is now making a pure profit of hundreds of millions every day. But in Lin Shi's view, the potential of For-Fire military industry is far from just this. According to statistics, the customers who can successfully grab goods every day. Only 30% of the customers were served. There were still up to 70% of customers who couldn't get the goods. So do you have any solutions? Lin Shi thought carefully for a moment. First, we need to expand our customer service team. A few hundred little night goblins can't handle so many customers. Secondly, we should establish a professional logistics department. Customer service should only do customer service, and delivery should be handled by the logistics department. This can greatly improve efficiency. Sui couldn't help but pat her little butt. Where did you learn this? I learned it from books. Do you think I only watch SpongeBob? Hiss. This girl is really something, huh? Just by reading, can she have such understanding? Sui once thought about the door-to-door delivery service. But in this strange world, there is no such thing as logistics. Even less of the 3 links in one reach, if you want to deliver to the door. The company can only build its own logistics team, but Sui is really a layman in this area. He originally wanted to bring some talent to the company. But unexpectedly, things came one after another. In the midst of it all, he completely forgot about this matter. Alright, I'll leave it to you, boss lady. From now on, I'll be responsible for supplying you, okay? Lin Shi wrapped her arms around Sui's neck. Supply? When will my goods be supplied? Sui's face was serious. Boss lady, we should prioritize our career. What? Lin Shi immediately changed into her professional OL outfit. Dressed like a strong woman, coupled with her stunning beauty, created a stark contrast. Mr. Su, as long as you can feed me. You don't need to worry about the company. Sui's interest was instantly sparked by this outfit. Boss lady, please maintain your dignity, I'm not that kind of person. Oh really? In the middle of the night. In the farmhouse. Sui dragged his tired body and sat in the yard. Ever since Lin Shi was promoted to nightmare level. Damn, Xiaosu, what happened to you? Daoist Lingshu exclaimed. Me? Sui replied. Daoist Lingshu wasted no words and took a photo with his phone. Damn, is this me? Sui stared dumbfounded at the photo of himself. His face was pale, and his eyes were sunken, looking like a ghost. I've been working too hard lately. Damn it. Looks like I need to recuperate. Sui complained inwardly. The oddities in the Blood Fiend Purgatory have been mostly digested. In terms of mental strength, Sui could handle it. But in terms of flesh and blood, without the nourishment from the Blood Fiend Purgatory, he couldn't hold up against Lin Shi. No wonder the fight was evenly matched. It turns out there was no nourishment in the Blood Fiend Purgatory. Thinking of this, Sui decided to participate in the Legion's confrontation. He would gather all those oddities into the Blood Fiend Purgatory. So many nightmare-level oddities would definitely be enough to eat well. After fully digesting them, maybe he could be promoted to Lord level. At this time, Lin Shi came out holding a pot of tea. Master Uncle, have some tea. Lin Shi's face was radiant, glowing, and her skin was as good as a newborn baby. This formed a stark contrast with Sui. Daoist Lingshu hurriedly took a sip of tea, dropped the information, and turned to leave. Xiaosu, wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Lin Shi inquired with confusion. Master Uncle, why are you in such a hurry to go? Who knows? Sui shrugged and began checking the information. When he saw the content of the information, he immediately sat up straight. The report showed that so-called angel is an oddity descending into the real world. However, the undercover agents have not yet determined why this oddity descended, and why it swept through all nightmare-level instances before nearly leaving. Could it be that both sides reached some kind of deal? In the information, there was also a blurry photo. In the photo, that figure had 6 wings and floated in the air, just like the legendary angel. Seeing Sui's reaction, Lin Shi couldn't help but ask, what happened? Sui handed the photo to Lin Shi. Have you ever seen this kind of oddity? When Lin Shi saw the photo, she was first stunned. Then he asked back, where did this come from? Sui pointed at the intelligence and said, this guy descended in Western Europe and swept through many nightmare-level dungeons. No, this shouldn't be. Lin Shi shook his head continuously, countless fragments of memories began to flash in his mind. After a long time, he exclaimed, this kind of thing should have been extinct a long time ago, how could it be? Seeing Lin Shi's reaction, Sui was shocked. Could it be that there's something wrong with this thing? What exactly is this thing? Abyssal demon. What is that? Lin Shi rubbed his head, trying to recall more things. But in the end, he only got some fragments of memories. This is a bizarre creature born from the abyss. Because the abyss in the bizarre world is born from demonic seeds. So these demons have demonic seeds from the moment they were born. Born with demonic seeds? Isn't that nightmare level from birth? Such a powerful bizarre creature actually went extinct? How did this guy become extinct? Lin Shi took a deep breath. It was eliminated by my family. Eliminated? Sui was stunned. Why was it eliminated? I guess it was due to territory. The abyss isn't suitable for all bizarre creatures to stay for a long time. Even abyssal bizarre creatures can't withstand the invasion of bizarre energy for long. So after they are born and form a certain scale, they leave the abyss in search of new territories. Chapter 119. Steady operation. The next day. At the Lord's Manor. Under the guidance of the unchangeable corpse, Sui arrived at a secret realm. This secret realm was the battlefield where both sides fought. The terrain of the secret realm was vast, stretching for thousands of miles, with no end in sight. Very good, very good. Sui was particularly satisfied with this battlefield. Such an open area is suitable for the flesh and blood battle chariots, able to develop the potential of the chariots to the extreme. If it were a mountainous area, the flesh and blood battle chariots would have a hard time functioning. This was the advantage of the eldest son in the Lord's Manor, being able to familiarize himself with the battlefield in advance. Boss Su, when will we gather the army? No rush, I'll let my people get familiar with the environment first. Sui waved his hand, then released all the heroic spirits from the blood fiend hell. The unchangeable corpse's gaze flickered, unable to help but ask. Boss Su, are you going to let your people go up? Sui nodded. Captain Tianyu, take your team to familiarize yourselves with the vehicles. As he spoke, 30 flesh and blood battle chariots appeared in the secret realm. The unchangeable corpse looked at this group of heroic spirits, unable to help but frown. Are these guys okay? Although all authority was given to Sui, it still raised doubts. These SSS level, SS level, and even S level heroic spirits are far inferior in individual strength compared to the battle group under the eldest son. Why not let the nightmare level bizarre creatures drive the flesh and blood battle chariots? Instead, let these less capable guys drive the flesh and blood battle chariots? Sui guessed what the unchangeable corpse was thinking. There's no time to train bizarre creatures. Moreover, only my subordinates can unleash the full potential of the battle chariots. Seeing Sui say this, the unchangeable corpse had to watch quietly. Not long after, Zhang Tianyu arranged all the personnel. With the roar of battle chariots, the chariots started to leave one after another. So fast? The unchangeable corpse was startled at this scene. Didn't expect the convoy to set off so quickly. Watching the convoy continuously change formations, it couldn't help but say, Boss Su, how long will it take to achieve such coordination? At least half a year, I guess. No way, does it take so long to drive a car? The unchangeable corpse questioned. Sui glanced at the unchangeable corpse. Driving the vehicle is not difficult, the difficulty is coordinating these battle chariots. If no one guides them and lets the bizarre creatures from the Legion fumble around. When I say half a year, that's already looking highly of them. The unchangeable corpse fell silent this time. As the behind-the-scenes steward of the Lord's manor, it understood many secrets. If those bizarre creatures from the battle group truly came, it might not be able to play along at all. Not to mention the constantly changing convoy formation. Whether they could all go out together is a question. Sui was the first to break the deadlock. Have all the weapons been distributed? Previously, the untransformed corpses had purchased blood weaponry worth billions from the for-fire military industry. They were distributed long ago. The untransformed corpse hesitated for a moment, a bit stammering. What's wrong? Did a problem arise? The untransformed corpse took a deep breath. The feedback hasn't been very good. Sui turned to look at the untransformed corpse. Is there a problem with the weapons? That's not it, the problem is these guys don't know how to use them. The untransformed corpse pinched its brow and informed Sui about the issues happening within the core. The core was managed in a closed manner. The strange beings had never used blood weapons, leading to many problems. Especially with the blood C4, it had killed quite a few unlucky ones. This left Sui speechless. Didn't I tell you the usage methods and precautions for each weapon? The untransformed corpse was also speechless. I did say it, but there are really some fools in the core. Alright, I understand. Sui waved his hand and then pointed at the convoy. I'll send someone to properly teach how to use these strange weapons, just keep an eye on them. If there are any disobedient guys, just deal with them directly. The untransformed corpse immediately agreed. It couldn't educate the strange beings, but it was very good at dealing with disobedient ones. Zhang Tianyu found Sui after getting everyone familiar with the vehicles. Boss, the convoy is pretty much familiar now. When will those strange beings be in place? They can be ready at any time. Sui took the opportunity to introduce Zhang Tianyu to the untransformed corpse. The untransformed corpse did not underestimate this SSS-level spirit. And it said it would do its utmost to assist Zhang Tianyu in managing all the strange beings. After all, this concerned its own vital interests. It was about how it could leap across the Dragon Gate and step into a broader world. After finishing all this, Sui left the secret realm. For combat and coordination, he only needed to trust Zhang Tianyu and the untransformed corpse. Staying here had no real significance for him. It would be better to go back and see if he could unlock the next piece of equipment. Upon returning to the Blood and Flesh building, Sui could not wait to open the system. Handover status, 100%. Financial status, 0%. Seeing this, Sui was left speechless. Damn it! He initially wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could exploit a system bug, but it ended in failure. He thought he could deliver the vehicles first without collecting funds initially. He could complete the system task, but never expected that funding was still needed. Seeing this, Sui sighed. He could only wait until after this battle ended and the funds from the Lord's mansion arrived before unlocking the next piece of equipment. At the company. Under Lin Shi's operation, the logistics department was successfully established. Just in terms of shipping efficiency, there had been a significant improvement compared to before. However, this logistics department was limited to within the company. To establish a true logistics department that could ship goods outside, a lot more time was required. After all, in this strange world, there were no supportive facilities at all, they could only take it step by step. After inspecting the company, Sui was teleported to Black Tiger Mountain. Damn! Looking at the grand buildings of Black Tiger Mountain, Sui was stunned. What he saw was busy little goblins and strange beings patrolling with guns. When he left last time, Black Tiger Mountain had only been a framework. But now it actually had several tall buildings. After taking a few steps, a strange being over half a meter tall with thick fur jumped out. Hey, where did this little thief come from, daring to intrude on my Black Tiger Mountain territory? Sui looked at this strange being, a name floated in his mind. Little Whirlwind. But it was just a miniature version. I am the boss of the for-fire military industry. Hey, our boss just went out to talk business, you. When Sui revealed the information about the for-fire military industry, the little strange being had no choice but to bite back its words. Boss, you've come. Please hurry. Brothers, welcome the big boss from headquarters to our Black Tiger Mountain branch. This little strange one is not big but has a loud voice. With one shout, all the strange beings turned to look over here. Chapter 120, Blossoming Everywhere. Hello, boss. All the strange beings stopped their actions and looked at Su Yan together. The shout echoed continuously in the mountain gorge. Good job, keep up the hard work. Su Yan had a serious face and waved his hand. Seeing this, the little strange one immediately shouted. Keep working. All the strange beings immediately started their work. Seeing the scene, Su Yan couldn't help but nod. This kid from the Void Realm is really doing well. What's your name? The little strange one had a flattering expression and took out the ID badge. Reporting to the boss, I am Little Whirlwind, the security captain of our Black Tiger Mountain branch. Wow. Is it really Little Whirlwind? Su Yan nodded without changing his expression. At this moment, an old man rushed out from the building. Boss, you finally returned. Su Yan looked closely. He realized the stranger was Old Master Huang. Old Huang, you seem all flustered. Old Master Huang bent over and said with a smile. You are correct, boss. Since the establishment of the Black Tiger Mountain branch, his status has risen dramatically. Not to mention here in Black Tiger Mountain, even when outside. Other strange beings must address him as Manager Huang, and all of this is thanks to Su Yan. To him, Su Yan is like a rebirth of his parents. Inside the office, Old Master Huang asked Su Yan. Boss, do you want me to call the owner back? Su Yan waved his hand. No need, I just came to see what the situation is here. The people I transferred will take some time to bring back. Upon hearing this, Old Master Huang took out a report. Boss, we happen to have something to report to you. Su Yan took the report and was slightly taken aback. This report detailed the current security situation at Black Tiger Mountain. There are 3 nightmare-level strange beings and as many as 100 SSS-level strange beings. There is no need for Li Boren and his group of heroic spirits to guard Black Tiger Mountain. Old Master Huang grinned and looked at Su Yan. Originally, the owner said he would personally report to you after finishing the business, but unexpectedly you came first. Okay, then I won't bring that group of people to your side. Su Yan thought that the development of the Void Realm would be very good. But he didn't expect the development to be this good. 3 nightmare-level security, even the Blood and Flesh Mansion does not have such a configuration. Thinking of this, Su Yan made a decision. As soon as he gets back, he will upgrade that group of evil thoughts. The headquarters cannot be worse than the branch. Besides the security situation, Su Yan also checked the operational situation of the branch. The daily profit is about 1 billion, which is basically consistent with the situation before improvements at the headquarters. This report made him feel as if he had sighed in relief. At last, there are areas that can be improved. Has a logistics department been established? Boss, this time the owner went to negotiate this business. Hundreds of miles away, there is a strange group, strange rockbirds. Born with storage ability and extremely fast flight speed, they are the best choice for delivery. This time, the Void Realm went. It was to find their leader to discuss cooperation matters. Good. Su Yan was completely convinced. He originally wanted to give some pointers, but now there was no need for that. Alright, in the future, if I need help from headquarters, come find me in time. Yes, boss. Su Yan waved his hand and left Black Tiger Mountain. The real world. All sides seem to have calmed down. Every country is expanding its territory in the strange world. It has become rare and quiet. On the Western European side, no information has come out either. That angel disappeared after sweeping through all the nightmare-level dungeons. After Su Yan returned, Taoist Ling Su found him. Little Su, here is the information on conquering dungeons. Take a look and see which dungeons are suitable for you to open a branch. Once you have selected, I will assist in building the branch. Now, the Dragon Kingdom's expansion speed far surpasses that of other countries. This is because the Dragon Kingdom players have various blood and flesh weapons to boost them. The overall quality of players has greatly improved. The strange and descending dungeons born from within are merely descents for the Dragon Kingdom now, rather than disasters. Sui took the information and carefully filtered through it. There are a total of 170 SSS-level dungeons, of which more than 80 are in different regions. In the same region, only one needs to be selected. Sui selected for half a day. In the end, he chose 82 dungeons. Master Uncle, let's go with these 82 dungeons. All right. Master Lingshu immediately conveyed this message back. Special personnel will be responsible for building the structures needed for the 4 fire military core branch companies in these dungeons. Little Su, do you have any requirements for the company construction? Sui shook his head. Master Uncle, there are no requirements. I am only responsible for supplying and pricing these dungeons. I won't interfere with anything else. Master Lingshu's pupils suddenly shrank. He had intended to inquire about the branch company issues after the buildings were completed. But unexpectedly, Sui chose to be a hands-off manager. This greatly helped the Dragon Kingdom. Later, Dragon Kingdom players can enter these dungeons to expand the surroundings. Little Su, do you mean? Sui nodded seriously. I have no desire to manage so many branch companies alone, so these can be decided by you, Master Uncle. However, I need the lord positions for these dungeons. Only by taking the lord positions of these dungeons can Sui supplement supplies. No problem. Master Lingshu immediately agreed. What was decided in the initial meeting was to hand over all selected dungeons to Sui for management. Becoming the lord was naturally included. At this point, Master Lingshu smiled and looked at Sui. Little Su, let's go, see your new territory? The selected dungeons belong to the earliest batch being developed. Everything about the buildings has been completed, just waiting for Sui to take over. Sui was taken aback. Seeing Sui dazed, Master Lingshu explained. The dungeons promised to you have already begun construction long ago. Alright. Sui was completely delighted. The feeling of being a hands-off manager was truly great. Nothing to say, nothing to do. Others would take care of it all. One can imagine that once these branch companies are built, the 4-fire military corps will experience explosive growth. By then, Sui will not need to do anything. He only needs to check the information of these dungeons every day, replenish some stock, and then wait for new equipment to unlock. He wondered when he would be able to unlock communication equipment. Thinking of this, a thought emerged in Sui's heart. Master Uncle, do you think satellites can be used in the strange world? Satellites? Master Lingshu was taken aback. I don't know, I've never tried. What's wrong, little Su? Sui smiled and shook his head. Nothing, Master Uncle. The strange world is completely different from reality. Normal satellites might not work, if only there were flesh and blood satellites. Let's go, little Su, to see the dungeon. Master Lingshu opened the permissions and opened the passage. Sui closely followed him into the dungeon. SSS level dungeon, Skeleton Island. What he saw was all bones. The towering bones reached 100 meters, completely astonishing Sui. It's hard to imagine how huge these skeletons were when they were alive. Master Lingshu looked at these variously shaped bones and couldn't help but marvel. So big. Master Uncle, could this place be entirely made of bones? Master Lingshu took out the information to look carefully. That's what the data says. In the information, it showed that this skeleton island is composed of countless strange corpses. Due to the long years, these corpses have turned into bones. The strange beings born on this island are also some skeletal creatures. These creatures have low intelligence and shockingly low defenses. Dragon Kingdom players, aided by flesh and blood weapons, can easily took down this copy. At this moment, a huge skull began to creak and groan. What the hell, what kind of monster is this? Senior Lingshu quickly stepped back and hid behind Su Yan. Su Yan immediately unleashed the blood fiend purgatory. A storm of blood light instantly covered this bone island. As the lower jaw of the skull slowly fell to the ground, countless little skeletons crawled out from it. These little skeletons were tiny, only about 20 to 30 centimeters in size. But they were so numerous, swarming like locusts. The blood light swept across. In an instant, a large group of little skeletons disappeared. These little skeletons crumbled upon contact with the purgatory. However, their cries did not last long before falling silent. This was because these little skeletons struggled for a moment in the purgatory before turning to ashes. The remaining little skeletons immediately stopped in their tracks and turned to run towards the big skeleton. The lower jaw of the skull slowly rose. With a loud bang, the skull snapped its mouth shut heavily. Senior Lingshu and Su Yan exchanged glances. Xiao Su, what was that just now? I don't know either. At this moment, players from Long Country, stationed here, arrived late. After hearing the introduction from the officer in charge, the two knew what that thing was. It was described as strange. It would be better to say it was an ant from a bizarre world. They would come out regularly to bask in the sun and then go back. Since they posed no threat to players, the guards had not cleared these little creatures. Senior Lingshu directly asked about the proof for this Bone Skull Island. The officer immediately took out a golden little skull. The golden little skull was lifted by the officer like a little monkey. Senior Lingshu, this is the proof of being the Lord of Bone Island. Ha? Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of proof is this? But after taking the golden little skull, he was completely shocked. Tame the golden little skull to become the SSS level dungeon Lord of Bone Island. Do you want to accept this quest? Su Yan did not hesitate at all and clicked yes. However, after accepting the quest, there was no further action. The golden little skull seemed brainless, only gnashing its teeth. Master, how do we tame this thing? Senior Lingshu frowned at the golden little skull. He had never seen such a thing. How would he know how to tame it? Xiao Su, try using your mental power to infuse it. Su Yan immediately attempted it. He continuously infused mental power into the golden little skull. But this little skull seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how hard he tried, he could not establish any connection. Until Su Yan brought out the blood fiend purgatory again, the golden little skull finally had a slight reaction. Sensing this, Su Yan hesitated for a moment and then placed it into the blood fiend purgatory. However, he did not throw it directly into the purgatory, but placed it on the fake mountain. Until deep into the night, Su Yan successfully established a link with the golden little skull. But when the consciousness linked, he found that this little skull was completely empty. It was a blank slate. The golden little skull's actions relied completely on instinct. This made Su Yan realize the golden little skull might not be a bizarre creature, but rather a bizarre item. Upon realizing this, Su Yan's thoughts became much clearer. He accelerated the invasion of the golden little skull's consciousness. He spent more than 10 hours. A prompt appeared. Congratulations, player has become the SSS level dungeon lord of Bone Island. What the hell? Two voices spoke at the same time. When Senior Lingshu heard this, his pupils shrank. Xiao Su, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Su Yan and the golden little skull spoke these words together. Senior Lingshu did not hesitate at all, directly taking out a talisman and casting it at the golden little skull. Although he did not know what kind of change had occurred, he knew that the source of the change was the golden little skull. At this moment, he finally realized something was happening. A new perspective appeared in his sight. In another line of sight, his own figure appeared. This feeling was strange, as if looking at himself through a mirror. But in this line of sight, in front of Sui was the golden little skeleton. This feeling was marvelous. Clearly, there were two bodies. But the consciousness solely belonged to Sui himself. Wow! At this moment, Sui understood what had happened. His consciousness occupied the golden little skeleton. Master Uncle, it's me. The golden little skeleton staggered to its feet. Taoist Lingshu forcibly retracted the talisman he had cast out. Little Su, what on earth is going on? Sui lifted the golden little skeleton. Master Uncle, this thing seems to be a puppet. I turned it into my avatar. Taoist Lingshu? The person in charge? Hearing these words, everyone was stunned. An avatar? No way, buddy. Taming the golden little skeleton was meant for you to play like this? After occupying the golden little skeleton, the mental power from this body was incredibly strong. With the golden little skeleton at the center, Sui felt that the entire Bone Island was under his control. In an instant, he knew everything that was happening on this island. After several attempts, Sui successfully mastered the skill of multitasking. The golden little skeleton stood on Sui's shoulder and said, Master Uncle, is this what it feels like to have an avatar? Sui immediately replied, This feeling is really wonderful. Taoist Lingshu looked at the absurd scene before him and couldn't help but ask, Little Su, should we go see a doctor? He felt that if Sui continued like this, he might really end up with schizophrenia. No need, Master Uncle. I feel great right now. Let's hurry and check out other instances. Sui believed that his energy bar was long enough. After occupying the golden little skeleton, he truly realized what an energy bar was. To cover the entire Bone Island with his thoughts, Sui could do it, but it could last only a few seconds at most. But using the golden little skeleton to do this, he could maintain it without any feeling at all. Chapter 122, Promotion to Nightmare Level Lord. In an instant, the bone path shook violently. Countless skeletons began to revive. This sudden change shocked everyone on the island. Sui's real body released the golden skeleton avatar he had been holding. Master Uncle, pull everyone back. Taoist Lingshu immediately looked at the person in charge. Withdraw all personnel. In no time at all, the entire bone path was devoid of any living beings. Only countless reviving skeletons remained. In the real world, Taoist Lingshu asked Sui with some concern. Little Su, nothing bad will happen over there, right? He was not worried about issues on Bone Island. Instead, he was concerned that the changes on Bone Island would affect Sui. He had seen with his own eyes that Sui had blended part of his consciousness into the golden skeleton. Sui waved his hand. Master Uncle, I am trying to control the entire Bone Island. He had a feeling. Only after the golden skeleton controlled the entire Bone Island could he truly be considered its bizarre lord. Through continuous refining, Sui discovered that the golden skeleton's strength was far greater than he had imagined. For his real body, even among many nightmare-level anomalies, he was among the top. But even so, it couldn't compare to the golden skeleton. He even had a feeling that this golden skeleton could compete with the untransformed corpses. After spending a whole day, Sui finally controlled all the skeletons on the entire Bone Island using the golden skeleton. The skeletons on Bone Island were not like anomalies, instead, they resembled machines. Because they had no consciousness, no thoughts, and acted entirely on the commands of the golden skeleton. The previous little skeleton's scheduled sunbathing was an order given by the former lord. Dragon Country players first unlock achievement. The 4-Fire military industry promotes to nightmare level. The lord player has unlocked the world map ahead of time. A game announcement stunned all players. What is going on, Wardfa? Nightmare level lord, what is the origin of the 4-Fire military industry? Isn't the 4-Fire military industry an SSS level dungeon? How could it be promoted to nightmare level? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Guarding an SSS level territory is already as hard as climbing to the sky. How could it be promoted to nightmare level? Players around the world began a heated discussion. Now, there were over 10,000 player lords worldwide. Most of them were based on ordinary dungeons, and their levels were also low. A small number were S-level Bazaar Lords, and only a few were SSS level or even SSS level Bazaar Lords. These players who occupy dungeons, forming Bazaar Lords, are not fixed all the time. Player lords can increase their dungeon forces through various means such as plundering territory, recruiting manpower. The level of the dungeon will also rise as the forces grow stronger. After gaining levels, player lords can receive exclusive rewards. In contrast, if player lords lose territory or suffer manpower loss, various factors can lead to a weakening of their forces. Player lords will also face in-game penalties. The most difficult situation is for SSS level Bazaar Lords. Taking the lighthouse as an example, during the final carnival phase, they sent a large number of players to attack SSS level dungeons, conquering them quickly due to their understanding of the dungeons. In a very short time, they took down several SSS level dungeons in their own country and adjacent countries. But unexpectedly, after conquering many dungeons, due to gradually decreasing manpower, many dungeons were attacked by other Bazaar forces. Consequently, they lost several dungeons one after another. If it weren't for a few SSS level Bazaar Lords being promoted to nightmare level, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold these dungeons at all. In the end, the lighthouse had to give up dungeons without nightmare level players stationed. One can imagine how difficult it is to be a good Bazaar Lord. Not only must they consider how to prevent their forces from declining, but they also must face various Bazaar attacks. Maintaining an SSS level territory is already harder than climbing to the sky, let alone thinking about being promoted to nightmare level. But the 4-Fire military industry of Long Country has actually been promoted to nightmare level. Not only players from other countries were shocked, but even players from Long Country were equally stunned. This is terrifying. I can barely manage a sea-level dungeon. Promoted to nightmare level, how many SSS level forces did it consume to achieve this? Oh my god, great god, take me with you. I am stuck at B level and can't move. Over here. Sui looked at the game notification with a face full of disbelief. He had thought that after taking down multiple SSS level dungeons, the 4-Fire military industry would be promoted to nightmare level. But unexpectedly, at the moment the golden skeleton was fully in control of Bone Island. It directly pushed the 4-Fire military industry to nightmare level. 4-Fire military industry, nightmare level. Bazaar Lord, Sui. 4-Fire military industry Black Tiger Mountain branch, SSS level. Bazaar Lord, Sui. 4-Fire military industry Bone Island branch, nightmare level. Bazaar Lord, Sui, Golden Plus version. Hiss. Golden Plus version. This horrifying game is really interesting, and there's a Golden Plus version too. Will there be a Pro version later? Will there be a Pro Max version? If every dungeon is like Bone Island, then Sui might never finish it. However, this golden skeleton gives Sui unparalleled benefits. Setting aside this body's powerful combat ability, there is the Blood Demon Purgatory that stretches for thousands of miles. Stretching for thousands of miles, this is something Sui himself could not achieve. In the future, dealing with SSS level or even nightmare level Bazaar forces, he won't even need to act. The golden skeleton shows the Blood Demon Purgatory. That bloodline would charge right at them, scaring them to death. What a pity, with the surrounding sea, I can't even do business. On the world map, the location of Bone Island is clearly marked, deep in the mysterious sea. Even when the map shows a foggy area, no information about other Bazaar forces can be seen. What does this mean? It means Bone Island is ridiculously isolated in this Bazaar world. With no customers, how can he sell his weapons? Ling Su Dao Zhang's face flashed a hint of embarrassment. He really did not expect that White Bone Island would be so remote. Within 1,000 miles, there were actually no strange copies. No wonder other copies always needed to send more people for support, while White Bone Island had never made such a request. It turns out there are no other strange forces fighting for territory. Xiao Su, what about the other copies? The other SSS-level copies chosen by Su Yan had all been attacked by strange forces to varying degrees. Such a situation where there are no business opportunities definitely wouldn't appear. Su Yan thought carefully for a moment, then said, "Sure Shu, help me check which copies have been attacked the most often. Copies that have been frequently attacked must be in chaotic areas. Weapons will definitely be in high demand, so there's no need to worry about sales." "Alright, I'll check it out." Ling Su Daozhang immediately went to check the situation of the selected copies. If it's still like White Bone Island, then there's no need to choose it. Instead, they need to switch to other chaotic areas where strange forces are clustered. Only then can the four-fire military industry leverage its advantages and sell for a better price. Chapter 123-123. Strange World Map. World Map. It showed countless small bright spots. Some disappeared in the blink of an eye, while others suddenly appeared on the map. The small bright spots corresponded to different strange forces. Whenever a bright spot extinguished, a strange force moved towards destruction. Su Yan saw this scene and realized that the conflicts in the strange world were far more complex than he had imagined. But that was to be expected. It is the nature of the strange to constantly fight to seize more resources and territory. Especially these strange lords. Even if they wanted to stop, their subordinates wouldn't let them. Old Goat and Ancient City are good examples. When Zhao Tingshu assisted the city lord in establishing the ancient city, he wanted to create a paradise without slaughter and oppression. But the idea was beautiful, while reality was cruel. The ancient city had never stopped the war as it grew. Thinking of this, Su Yan enlarged the map. As the map enlarged, more information emerged, even showing different forces in battle. When Su Yan found the ancient city, the ancient city's force was clearly in a red namestate, and no level was displayed. This indicated that the ancient city was in conflict with other forces, and the battle had reached a stalemate. As for why the level wasn't displayed, it was because Su Yan was currently only at the nightmare level force. He could only view information about corresponding levels and lower level forces. The ancient city was in an area he had explored, so he could see some information. But due to the large level difference between the two sides, he had no permission to view it. As for the forces in conflict with the ancient city, Su Yan had no permission to check. However, from that red namestate, it looked like the ancient city and another force had reached the point of life and death. Su Yan guessed that the change of the city lord might have something to do with this matter. There's a great possibility that, after the new city lord took the throne, the old city lord would lead the army to attack another force. Otherwise, why would the city lord change haphazardly? The old city lord was in the prime of his life, why would he abdicate? This made Su Yan see a new business opportunity. If the ancient city were to enter into full-scale war with other forces, the four-fire military industry could capitalize on this to take things a step further. Arms dealers in the human world have all made their fortune through war. This time, he must perform well. Su Yan firmly decided in his heart. Let these strange forces see the importance of his bloody weapons on the battlefield. The city lord selection is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the battle group confrontation. At this stage, Su Yan had no way to unlock new weapons. The second stage. The lord-level strange beings vote. At this stage, Su Yan also could not interfere. However, through intelligence, he made a prediction. In this second stage, the third son has a 90% chance of winning. This is simply because 40% of the royal-level bizarre entities clearly support the third son, while those indicating support for the eldest son are not even 10%. It is easy to imagine how vast the gap is between the two sides. Therefore, Sui focused his attention on the final stage. That is, the third stage, expanding territory. Whichever side can seize more land within the designated time will win. In this third stage, both sides have the same number of troops. But there are no requirements for weapons and equipment. This means that these bizarre entities can freely equip flesh and blood weapons. When the time comes, the system will unlock even more powerful weapons. Sui was determined to seize this opportunity. He believed that as long as the city lord watched the expansion process, he would realize how powerful flesh and blood weapons truly are. At that time, there would be no need for Sui to visit. The city lord's mansion would come seeking him out. After all, in wars between such great powers, it only ends when one side is utterly defeated. If successful, the ancient city power will advance further. If failed, the ancient city will become a stepping stone for another power. Sui decided that during this time, he would get all the branches to operate. In the bizarre world, war never stops. And the development speed of the for-fire military industry will also accelerate. At this development speed, Sui would need at most a year to unlock all weapon slots. Thinking of this, Sui couldn't help but feel excited. Once the flesh and blood nuclear bomb is unlocked, the for-fire military industry will become the uncrowned king in the bizarre world. At that time, all bizarre entities will need to show respect to the for-fire military industry. And the for-fire military industry will become the only transcendent organization above the rules of the bizarre world. Soon, Taoist Lingshu returned with a filtered list. All the SSS level powers on this list have been disturbed to varying degrees. One of the powers caught Suyi's attention. SSS level copy, Horror Amusement Park. In just a few days, this copy has faced over 100 attacks. The attackers are all SSS level bizarre entities. There is even a nightmare level bizarre entity that sneaked into the Horror Amusement Park. Fortunately, the guards developed swiftly, chasing that nightmare level bizarre entity away with a rocket launcher. Seeing this, Sui couldn't help but furrow his brows. A nightmare-level bizarre entity was chased away by a rocket launcher? This situation indicates that the nightmare-level bizarre entity had no intention to harm. Otherwise, these SSS-level players could not possibly withstand it even with flesh-and-blood weapons. Thinking of this, Sui decided to equip all branches with several flesh-and-blood infantry fighting vehicles. This way, even if they encounter a nightmare-level bizarre entity, they will have the power to fight. Master Uncle, let's go check out this copy. Sui wanted to see what strange aspects the Horror Amusement Park had that drew so many bizarre entities. Let's go. Upon being transported to the copy, Sui immediately understood. He saw that the Horror Amusement Park was shrouded in a thick atmosphere of the bizarre. Some areas were so saturated that the bizarre atmosphere had even liquefied. No wonder this place is constantly under bizarre attacks. The bizarre atmosphere is harmful to human players, but it is a great boon for bizarre entities. After transforming into his bizarre form, Sui took a deep breath. Instantly intoxicated by the rich bizarre atmosphere. Staying here, the speed of leveling up is much faster than in other places. The person in charge quickly led Sui to the credential. This credential is located in a corner of the amusement park. It's a small switch. Turn on this switch, and you will become the Lord of the Horror Amusement Park. At the moment he touched the switch, a prompt popped up before Sui. Turn it on for me. A surge of bizarre atmosphere gushed out. Like a massive black wave, it suddenly surged toward everyone. Fortunately, Su Yan reacted quickly and used Blood Prison to block the black wave. You all retreat first. Taoist Ling Su did not hesitate at all. He activated the privileges and sent everyone back to the real world. Since the last time on Bone Island, he had known everyone here would only add trouble for Su Yan, so he directly withdrew everyone. Chapter 124, Resource Strategic Location, Strange Source. Terrifying as such. The thick and strange aura was like oil. In a short time, the strange aura spread throughout the horrifying amusement park. At this moment, Su Yan understood why there were so many strange beings fighting here. What they were fighting for was not this SSS-level instance, the horrifying amusement park, but to fight for the strange source hidden beneath this horrifying amusement park. The strange source was equivalent to the resource veins of the human world. And this strange source could be directly absorbed by the strange beings. The horrifying amusement park was just a disguise. The truly valuable thing was this strange source. Su Yan continuously used Blood Prison to absorb the spewing strange aura. But the amount of strange aura spewing out here was truly too much. Even with Blood Prison activated, he could not absorb it all. The raging bloodlight was soon shrouded by black fog, darkening the entire sky. Soon, this aura attracted powerful strange beings lurking in the vicinity. Among them, some auras exceeded Su Yan's imagination. Not to mention they were at the king level, they were not far from it. Su Yan's mind moved, and the golden skeleton clone was instantly teleported from Bone Island. The Blood Prison, stretching thousands of miles, dispersed the black fog the moment it unfolded. The blood light illuminated the sky once more. This sudden change shocked all the strange beings. The powerful strange beings that came charging in abruptly stopped and observed the situation. Even a few nightmarish-level strange beings that wanted to take advantage of the chaos were swallowed by the Blood Prison cast by the golden skeleton before they could react. These creatures could not even let out a cry of woe before turning into puppets within the Blood Prison. SSS-level instance horrifying amusement park. Strange Lord, Su Yan. After confirming that he had claimed the ownership of this horrifying amusement park, Su Yan's true self directly closed the switch. The surging strange aura was instantly suppressed back. After the strange aura dissipated, those few powerful strange beings reluctantly chose to leave. Su Yan felt the golden skeleton's body and suddenly realized. After absorbing a large amount of strange aura and devouring several nightmarish-level strange beings, the originally golden skeleton began to shine with a jade-like luster in some parts. Su Yan had a feeling. Once this body fully turned into jade, the golden skeleton would transform into a jade skeleton and reach the king level. Hiss. This skeleton is truly terrifying. No demon seed, no bottleneck. As long as the absorbed strange aura is sufficient, it can level up. According to the classification of strange props, this can completely be called a divine grade prop. Moreover, controlling this clone was extremely simple, just leave a thought. This skeleton would automatically operate blood prison to absorb strange aura. Su Yan directly left the golden skeleton in the horrifying amusement park. After being baptized by the strange source, the amusement park had an overwhelmingly rich strange aura. It was no longer suitable for players from Dragon Country to stay here. Clearly, the golden skeleton must guard it. After the first phase of the Lord's Mansion ends, the Spirit Army could be stationed here. Due to the absence of player panels, they could only level up by absorbing strange aura. This was their excellent place to level up. They could also use this location to train well. The strange source was a resource strategic location in the strange world. The recent changes had just occurred. It will definitely attract the attention of the surrounding powerful forces. In the future, the situation faced here will surely surpass these small quirks. It can occupy a strategic point and also provides an excellent training ground. For the for-fire military industry, this is beneficial and harmless. After all, the branch company doesn't need to sell bloody weapons. Setting up such a place is also possible. Back in the real world, Su Yan immediately informed Daoist Ling Su of the situation. Daoist Ling Su was speechless. The first instance he chose turned out to be unusable. There were no quirks around Bone Island at all, so he couldn't sell equipment. The second instance Su Yan chose was also unusable. The horror amusement park was being watched by many eyes, so he couldn't sell weird weapons there. Then he let these guys turn their heads and attack them, so he also couldn't sell. Daoist Ling Su carefully searched through everything. Little Su, go with this one, it will definitely work this time. SSS level instance, Death Arena. This instance has not been disturbed by quirks many times. It shouldn't be a decoy like the horror amusement park. Moreover, the number of quirks here is large, so this branch company should definitely be able to operate. Su Yan immediately waved his hand. Then let's go. This time, Su Yan and Daoist Ling Su were both satisfied. The Death Arena is a place where the nobility of the weird world indulge in leisure. The foot traffic is extremely large, so opening a store here will definitely not lack business. To gain access here, Su Yan needs to seize it from the undefeated quirk in the arena. Since the Dragon Country players occupied this instance, that undefeated quirk became the temporary quirk lord. Because it is a temporary lord, it does not have corresponding rights. Plus, the Dragon Country players chased away many quirks that came to snatch the ownership of Death Arena. Both sides reached a wonderful balance, remaining peaceful for a long time. That quirk has reached the peak of nightmare level and has killed thousands. But Su Yan had merely displayed blood slaughter purgatory, which had not yet been sold. Upon seeing countless souls within, the undefeated quirk immediately got scared. It promptly gave up its position as the temporary lord of the Death Arena. Successfully accepted the mission, increase foot traffic of the Death Arena by 50% to become the official lord. Upon seeing this, Su Yan was utterly speechless. Indeed, this is a weird world, even the conditions to become a quirk lord are different. Increasing foot traffic by 50% is as difficult as climbing to the sky for a quirk, but for Su Yan, it is truly a simple matter. He immediately arranged it, launching a special program. He let Dragon Country players use bloody weapons to participate in the arena. The quirks in this area have never seen bloody weapons before. They were all attracted by this novel and overwhelmingly powerful weapon. Especially after the Death Arena announced that it would soon pre-sale this type of weapon, foot traffic reached an unprecedented peak. In just one day, the foot traffic of the Death Arena reached an unprecedented high. Compared to before, it multiplied several times over. Su Yan successfully took control of this instance. SSS level instance, Death Arena? Quirk Lord, Su Yan. After taking control of this instance, he improved the treatment of all quirks in the arena. He successfully won over all the quirk staff in the arena. After doing all this, Su Yan handed over the management rights of the instance to the Dragon Country players. Among the Dragon Country players, there are quite a few who are skilled at business. In the future, there would be no need for Su Yan to worry anymore. He only needed to provide supplies when there was no stock in the warehouse. Chapter 125, Eve of Preparation for Battle. In these few days, Su Yan has been traveling through various SSS level instances. He has taken one territory after another, and the for-fire military industry has successfully built one branch after another. Except for Bone Island and the horror amusement park, the other branches have all gotten on track. Now the fire military industry can be described as making money in seconds. Under the management of the Dragon Nation, many subsidiaries, Su Yan specifically announced a policy. 50% of the net profit from these subsidiaries would be distributed to the employees of that subsidiary, which can be said to directly max out employee benefits. Driven by these profits, a large number of players from the Dragon Nation chose to join the fire military industry as part of it. Not only players from the Dragon Nation, but players from other countries also complained on the forums after learning about this. Why isn't the fire military industry from our country? This benefit is really terrifying, tens of thousands of strange coins a month. Yeah, we risk our lives in dungeons, and only earn a few thousand strange coins a month. And that fire military industry just makes phone calls and sells goods, earning tens of thousands of strange coins a month. Why aren't other strange beings attacking the territory of the fire military industry? Damn, ever since I took that SS level dungeon, I've almost died from exhaustion, dealing with strange beings every day. The rapid rise of the fire military industry made many countries realize one thing. Perhaps doing business with strange beings is also a path to rapid rise. Many countries began to transport products from the human world to their own lords, starting to sell to the strange world. If they could get a batch of loyal customers, they could stabilize their rule and gain a lot of profit. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Those strange beings had no interest in products from the human world, but were more interested in the territories. Inside the Lord's Mansion's secret realm, the Bloodflesh battle car leading the way was constantly changing formations. The strange army following the convoy was also constantly changing formations along with the convoy. No trampling occurred, no collisions happened. Different teams, like machines, tightly followed their corresponding vehicles. Su Yan looked at Zhao Tingshu with a helpless expression. Uncle, these strange beings are really too hard to teach. My people have been teaching for several days and have barely reached this level. It's already not bad. Zhao Tingshu appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was churning with waves. How many days has it been? They trained the strange army to this level? As one of the former commanders, he understood how difficult it is to control an army of this level of strange beings. Whenever an order was given, after several transmissions, several different responses would appear. Especially when different strange warriors merged together, this situation became more severe. Let's not even talk about whether the different parts can coordinate. Just keeping them together without causing chaos would be good enough. Su Yan sighed. He initially thought how strong the strange battle group would be. But now it seems, it is really too average. Not to mention any strategy, they completely relied on the commander giving orders, and the soldiers rushing in to fight randomly. At the same level, Su Yan felt that those college students who had participated in military training back home could come and crush them. What military tactics, what formations, they completely had none. Whether they could win depended entirely on the numbers from that side. Thinking of this, Su Yan really wanted to directly dismiss these strange beings from the battle group. He was just afraid that these guys wouldn't just be unhelpful, but would instead cause trouble. Uncle, do you think it's the same situation over there? Zhao Tingshu fell silent for a moment. Well, how should I put it? It should be slightly worse than the situation here. After receiving this answer, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. No way, Uncle, are these strange beings this stupid? Zhao Tingshu. Unchanged corpse. Beside, the unchanged corpse couldn't help but complain in his heart. How could it not be good? Just these few days, the nightmare-level commanders killed by it have exceeded 10. 40% of those didn't listen, and 60% of them didn't understand the orders. Due to the bloody methods of the unchanged corpse and the commanding talents of that SSS-level spirit, the strange army had been shaped into the current situation. Seeing Zhao Tingshu fall silent, Su Yan quickly made up for it. Uncle, I'm talking about other bizarre fools, not including you. The undead couldn't help but cough softly. Oh, by the way, you should be excluded too. While speaking, Su Yan turned to look at the undead. By the way, when will the opposing team arrive? According to the agreed time. Tomorrow is the day when the First Son's battle group clashes with the Third Son's battle group. The opposing team definitely wouldn't wait until the time arrives to familiarize themselves with the venue. They would surely enter the secret realm ahead of time. Hearing this, the undead immediately said, The First Son will open the access at midnight. When the time comes, he will also come to watch the battle with many noble-level bizarre beings. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingshu smiled and looked at the undead. Isn't the First Son focused solely on winning over the noble-level bizarre beings? How could he personally come to watch this battle? This question left the undead in silence. He really wanted to say, don't you know the reason? Originally, the First Son would not come to watch in person. But upon learning that Zhao Tingshu would be watching personally, he chose to come himself. It's just that a considerable portion of the noble-level bizarre beings are still observing. On one hand, they are watching who will win in this first stage. On the other hand, these noble-level bizarre beings are waiting for Zhao Tingshu to make a choice. It can be said that whoever can win over Zhao Tingshu, whoever can gain the votes of the other noble-level bizarre beings. Alright, uncle. Don't tease him anymore. Su Yan also smiled at the undead, whose face had turned blue. After all, he will be my most important partner in the future. Zhao Tingshu smiled and nodded, saying to the undead, I will choose to support the first son. As for whether this credit will fall to your hands, it depends on your performance. The undead's iron blue face instantly changed. It walked forward with a smiling face, looking at the two in front of it. Master Zhao, Boss Su, if there's anywhere I can be of use in the future, just speak up. Seeing that the two did not make any move, the undead gritted its teeth and took out a contract. Boss Su will definitely be my most important partner in the future. I will absolutely not do anything to harm you. It understood what Zhao Tingshu meant by these words. Ultimately, it was to get benefits for Su Yan. Su Yan took the contract and, with a sly grin, said, Oh, what is this for? We're the most important partners, why would we need a contract? Since you've signed it, I won't hold back. Before the undead could speak, he burned the contract. With the contract taking effect, Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. Happy cooperation. Chapter 126, Absolute Overwhelming. This operation completely left the undead speechless. You've taken all the benefits, and said all the nice words. However, being speechless aside, it still clasped its hands and said, Thank you, Boss Su, thank you, Master Zhao. Not to mention whether this battle situation can be won or not. Just the weapon orders it secured in winning over Zhao Tingshu, these two accomplishments would enable it to leap from a servant of the Lord's mansion to a core minister in the Lord's inner circle. Zhao Tingshu smiled and looked at the undead. You're welcome, then I will congratulate Lord Immortal here in advance. What are you talking about, Master Zhao? I have to thank you for your support. Su Yan looked at the time. Realizing there wasn't much time left until midnight, he immediately summoned the golden skeleton avatar and transported it over. As soon as they entered the secret realm, all bizarre beings stopped their actions. Even Zhao Tingshu, at the first moment, unfolded the scroll to protect Su Yan. This is because at the moment the golden skeleton appeared, the anomaly it brought was simply too terrifying. A blood-red hell that stretched for thousands of miles seemed to shroud the entire secret realm in hell. With a thought, Su Yan retracted the blood-red hell. Uncle, it's me. When he heard Su Yan's voice, the voice came from the golden skull. Zhao Tingshu looked at Sui with a face full of surprise. Sui also opened his mouth to speak. Uncle, that is indeed me. Only when he saw the golden little skull glowing with a jade-like light floating down in front of him did he put away the scroll. What on earth is going on? Zhao Tingshu picked up the little skull and couldn't help but ask. What exactly is this thing? Why does it have no strange aura at all? After the bloodthirsty purgatory was retracted, the little skull became as still as a stone, losing all aura. It is hard to imagine that such a small thing could unleash such terrifying bloodthirsty purgatory. Sui scratched his head and pointed at the golden skull. I don't know either. The golden skull shrugged and added. This guy is just an empty shell, then after I inhabited it, it became my avatar. How strange, how strange. Zhao Tingshu couldn't help but click his tongue. It had been in this bizarre world for 1,000 years and had never seen such a strange thing. He had seen bizarre avatars before, but this kind of avatar far surpassing its main body was something he had never encountered. Moreover, the aura exhibited by the bloodthirsty purgatory showed that this golden skull had touched the threshold of a duke-level peculiarity. The undying corpse couldn't help but stretch out its sharp claws and gently touch the golden skull. The moment its claws touched the golden skeleton, a sound like gold and stone reverberated. Even the undying corpse couldn't help but say, Boss Su, your little skull is impressive, this skeleton is already comparable to Duke level. The undying corpse belonged to the zombie clan in the bizarre world. Its physical body was incredibly strong, and its claws were sharp weapons. But even so, the sharp claws still left no trace on that golden skeleton. What? The golden skull's head turned 180 degrees to look at the undying corpse. My physical body has reached Duke level? The undying corpse solemnly nodded. Yes, this skeleton's defense absolutely reaches Duke level. Its sharp claws began to be weapons for killing. When unleashed with full force and hitting the target, it could even seriously injure a Duke level peculiarity. Zhao Tingshu carefully observed the golden skull and couldn't help but say, Little Su, this is probably a rare treasure. The bizarre world is vast, unknown how many times larger than the human world. Even in the area Zhao Tingshu explored, it was just a tiny part of it. So considering what he knew, he classified this golden skull as a treasure. After all, in this bizarre world, No matter how stupid or foolish it is, it still possesses consciousness. And this golden skull has no consciousness, most likely it is a bizarre tool. Sui patted the golden skull and smiled, saying, I feel the same. The golden skull swayed in Zhao Tingshu's hand and likewise said with a laugh, Uncle, and I feel that once my body fully transforms into jade, I can reach Duke level. Sui brought over this avatar to prepare for his promotion to Duke level. In this battle, many nightmare level peculiarities would surely fall. At that time, the golden skull could use bloodthirsty purgatory to devour all these guys. More than 1,000 nightmare level peculiarities should be enough to transform the golden skull into a jade skull. As for the thrilling amusement park, that could only be dealt with after this battle was over. In one night, the other peculiarities would definitely not find the Lord's Proof. As long as the Lord's Proof was present, there was no worry of resource points falling into the hands of other peculiarities. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Tingshu and the Undying Corpse both were shocked. Duke level? How old is Sui? Just over 20, right? Reaching Duke level at this age is indeed somewhat terrifying. At this moment, the sky of the secret realm suddenly cracked open. Bizarre beings led by the young master, and many Duke-level bizarre beings surged in. Sui looked at the scene in the sky, his heart filled with enthusiasm. Nothing else to say. Just this kind of entrance is already impressive. The scene is captivating. Sui made up his mind that when the jade skeleton reached the noble level, he would also use such a dazzling entrance. Before Sui could come back to his senses, the secret realm cracked open again. This crack was even larger, as if the sky and earth had split apart. An army of bizarre creatures surged out of it. It took several hours to emerge. An overwhelming army stretched as far as the eye could see, contrasting sharply with the battle group of the eldest son. Just before the battle was about to begin, boom! A thunderclap sounded. The third son brought more noble-level bizarre creatures into the secret realm. The two sides faced off, without uttering a word. Li Boren, sitting in the flesh battle vehicle, swallowed nervously and looked at Zhang Tianyu. Captain, where did the boss find so many powerful bizarre creatures? The aura emitted by those bizarre creatures in the air was simply terrifying. Zhang Tianyu did not answer, but instead gave the order. The entire army, deploy in formation, activate Operation Plan Number 1. At the moment the order was conveyed, the battle group arranged itself according to the plan. With the Deputy City Lord's command, both sides charged forward. The noble-level bizarre creatures on the side of the third son looked at the roaring flesh battle vehicles and couldn't help but mock. Young master, does that guy think these little toys can change the tide of battle? In their eyes, the difference in numbers between the two sides could not be made up by the flesh battle vehicles at all. As for the eldest son's side, everyone held their breath. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. In just one encounter, the flesh battle vehicles pierced through the enemy's vanguard. The tight line of fire formed by 20 vehicles stabbed into the heart of the enemy like a steel blade. Even though the nightmare-level bizarre creatures constantly sent others to fill the gaping holes, they still could not withstand the relentless advance of the flesh battle vehicles. Chapter 127, Complete Victory. In the secret realm, the battle situation was unexpectedly turned upside down for the bizarre creatures. This battle should have been without suspense. But the strong performance of the flesh battle vehicles stunned all the bizarre creatures. The convoy surged like a sword stabbing into the heart, violently disrupting the formation of the army of bizarre creatures. Previously, not only did the noble-level bizarre creatures on the third son's side think so, even those on the eldest son's side believed that the flesh battle vehicles could only delay for a moment, not change the tide of the battle. But the facts at hand smacked them in the face in every way. The flesh battle vehicles not only tore apart the enemy's vanguard, but subsequently, through close coordination, carved out a breach. They drove straight in, as if into a land without people, reaching the enemy's core. Zhao Tingshu watched as the vehicles rushed into the enemy's bizarre creatures, his brow furrowed. In this situation, once the enemy reacted and formed an encirclement, the flesh battle vehicles might break through, but what about those bizarre creatures? Little Su, what now? Sui waved his hand and pretended to be calm as he said, Uncle, don't worry, everything is under control. On the surface calm, he was actually panicking inside. He didn't know what Zhang Tianyu's intention was. After rushing into the enemy's core area, the convoy, which was originally in formation, scattered. The army of bizarre creatures swiftly followed suit, splitting into 20 teams. Each bizarre creature in these 20 teams was equipped with various flesh weapons, constantly sweeping away the loose ends under the firepower of the flesh battle vehicles. The enemy's camp, already thrown into disarray, was now completely engulfed in chaos. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tingshu already knew the outcome in his heart. In terms of understanding the situation and coordinating abilities, the two sides were simply not on the same level. With the addition of various flesh equipment, they managed to achieve a crushing situation of fewer against more. As time passed, the enemy camp would gradually be consumed entirely. It's over, Zhao Tingshu said with deep emotion. After this battle, all sides in the ancient city would realize the importance of flesh and blood weapons. As long as the flesh and blood weapons are used well, they can completely make up for the gap in quantity. Let's go, Xiao Su. Aren't we going to take another look? Zhao Tingshu glanced at the sky. After all, having mixed in this strange world for 1,000 years, he knew very well what kind of situation they would face next. Not just the ground battlefield, but the two waves of strange creatures in the air would also fight fiercely. Although it wouldn't escalate into a battle of life and death. But this battle of princely level was not advantageous for Su Yan. The main thing was that Su Yan was now part of the eldest prince's camp. Inevitably, the princely level strange creatures from the third prince's side would secretly take action to weaken the third prince's power. With so many princely level strange creatures present, Zhao Tingshu could not ensure that Su Yan was safe. Stop looking, it will start fighting shortly. Su Yan looked back with slight suspicion. Uncle, they won't attack my people, right? If the strange creatures from the third prince's side didn't follow the rules and attack the convoy, it would cause devastating damage. Previously, Su Yan had tried, the flesh and blood armor could only withstand 3 attacks from princely level strange creatures at its limit. Don't worry, they dare not break the rules. Zhao Tingshu pointed to the distant referee. This competition was personally set by the city lord and had appointed supervisors. The first phase clearly stated that princely level strange creatures could not intervene in the course of the battle. In this ancient city, the city lord allowed other princely level strange creatures to develop forces and allowed them to choose sides. But it would absolutely not allow any strange creatures to challenge its authority. After receiving Zhao Tingshu's clear answer, Su Yan threw the remaining golden skeleton into the battlefield with all his strength. Wait for me, uncle. However, this time, the golden skeleton avatar was much more low-key. It only activated a blood-scarlet purgatory several meters in size, devouring the deaths of strange creatures. Zhao Tingshu just glanced at this and did not speak. After all, the golden skeleton was still nightmare level. As long as it wasn't too flamboyant, no princely level strange creatures would notice it. After doing all this, Su Yan followed Zhao Tingshu out of this secret realm. This battle lasted for a full 5 days. Most of the time was wasted on hunting down enemy strange creatures. Golden skeleton Su Yan also scavenged for 5 days on the battlefield. Even scavenging, there were considerable gains over these 5 days. This body's legs had already completed their jade-like transformation. This was still under the circumstance of scavenging, if he didn't have to consider those princely level strange creatures still in chaotic battle. Su Yan would have already maxed out the blood scarlet purgatory and absorbed all the mounds of strange corpses. It must be said that the princely level strange creatures fights were as thrilling as a Hollywood blockbuster. For these few days, besides scavenging, Su Yan was watching those princely level strange creatures in the chaos. And he also gained a lot of useful information from the chaotic battle. Compared to nightmare level strange creatures, princely level strange creatures not only achieved a qualitative leap in combat power. Their tenacious vitality was even more shocking to Su Yan. Not to mention anything else, just take the case of the indestructible corpse as an example. This guy was blasted apart several times by a few princely level strange creatures and devoured multiple times. Yet even so, it still tenaciously survived. Until the 5th day, the referee announced the news. The grand battle finally came to a close. Both sides of strange creatures, including the 2 young masters, had been injured to varying degrees. One could imagine the kind of situation the battles between the strange creatures had reached. After the grand battle came to an end, Golden Skeleton Su Yan immediately sent the remaining souls back to the real world. Then Golden Skeleton Su Yan fully activated the Blood Scarlet Purgatory. This terrifying scene frightened all the strange creatures cleaning up the corpses. The countless bodies piled up at the scene were visibly decreasing at a visible speed. Within half an hour, the Golden Skeleton Su Yan swept the entire battlefield clean. Over here. After the grand battle ended, the corpse without decomposition immediately found Su Yan. Directly made up for the payment. This battle made the young master realize just how much impact the 4-fire military industry had on them. He must tightly bind Su Yan to his side. Moreover, he obtained some little secrets from the corpse without decomposition, so he immediately sent the corpse to make up the payment. Boss Su, Lord Zhao, this is the invitation letter from the young master for both of you. While speaking, the corpse without decomposition took out 2 jade tokens. Before Su Yan could ask, he explained. This is for the young master's first stage victory, a special replacement meeting held for both of you. It will be held 3 days later. Su Yan took the jade token. Looking at the corpse without decomposition, who was wrapped in bandages, he couldn't help but tease. Don't turn from a zombie into a mummy. After the corpse without decomposition left, Zhao Tingshu smiled and said, Little Su, you are probably going to become a hotcake these days. Su Yan nodded with a smile. This was just right, and he could take this opportunity to recommend more equipment to the young master. Chapter 128 Blood and Flesh Howitzer. Task completed, host can randomly unlock a brand new weapon equipment. It's here, it's here. Su Yan rubbed his hands in excitement, eagerly clicking to unlock. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the brand new weapon equipment, Blood and Flesh Self-Propelled Artillery Vehicle. Hiss. This weapon belongs to the conventional type in the human world, a movable cannon at any time. This artillery is a bestseller in the human world. Simply because its shells are inexpensive and have decent damage. After all, strategic level missiles are too expensive. Using them for a long time, no organization can bear it. This type of artillery is different, a shot costs only a few thousand, so you won't feel pain no matter how you shoot. I wonder if this blood and flesh artillery needs ammunition. After all, the previous blood and flesh weapons and the blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicle did not require additional ammunition. They only consumed blood and flesh energy. After reading the detailed introduction, Su Yan couldn't help but rub his eyes. Various different models of ammunition, various calibers of ammunition. There are 122, there are 155. Depending on the type of ammunition, the attack range is also different. Moreover, the ammunition has more detailed classifications. What explosive shells, what armor-piercing shells, what incendiary shells. Upon seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but scratch his head. Because most of the weirdness in this world is simply ridiculous. If they can't even understand driving a vehicle, how can they understand this ammunition? Let alone mastering this weapon, even learning how to use it. It would probably take a lot of effort. However, the power of this blood and flesh artillery far exceeds that of the blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicle. The 155mm armor-piercing shell can even severely injure royal-level anomalies. The 155mm explosive shell can accurately strike buildings from dozens of kilometers away. It's also equipped with a blood and flesh anti-aircraft machine gun, ensuring that it still has combat power at close range. In order to test how powerful this weapon is, Su Yan gathered the heroic souls of Zhang Tianyu at the horror amusement park. This blood and flesh artillery is a challenge for the anomalies. But for the heroic souls under Su Yan, it was not a problem at all. After all, they all came from the military and had been exposed to other weapons and equipment, so they would surely pick it up quickly. As for how to test this weapon's power and develop the artillery vehicle's extreme performance, Su Yan entrusted everything to Zhang Tianyu. Anyway, the horror amusement park didn't plan to do business. Even if they provoked all the surrounding forces, Su Yan wasn't afraid at all. Moreover, the golden skeleton avatar had already stepped into the royal level with 2 legs. After absorbing the nightmare-level anomalies in the blood slaughter purgatory, he could definitely reach the royal level. Furthermore, Su Yan discovered that when the golden skeleton increased its power, all the little skeletons on Bone Island were also being upgraded. The golden skeleton's legs turned into a jade-like quality, while the little skeleton's legs also exhibited a golden quality. What does this mean? It means that after the golden skeleton promotes to the bizarre level of a lord, it can possess a nightmare-level army. And it will be entirely under Su Yan's control, a nightmare-level army. At that time, if any blind forces dare to show up, Su Yan can easily crush them. During these days, take a good time to understand the performance of the flesh cannon. At the banquet, it can be a perfect opportunity for promotion. The flesh cannon is truly the city-conquering weapon in Su Yan's hands. With a few rounds fired rapidly, as long as it's not a gigantic city like Ancient City, it can blast open a breach. Then, Su Yan returned to the Lord's mansion, specifically seeking Zhao Tingshu to discuss this matter. The flesh cannon is different from other flesh weapons. The flesh infantry vehicle has no operational difficulty, to put it bluntly. It only requires one bizarre being to drive and another to shoot. Although it can't fully utilize the vehicle's performance, it still counts as a certain combat capability. But the flesh cannon is different, its operational difficulty rises sharply. Even though it has a fire control system, there's no positioning method in this world, so it can only rely on aiming and shooting. Moreover, the cannon targets long-distance enemies, not direct aiming. Just this point makes it impossible for 99% of the bizarre beings in this world to do so. When you let them kill, they can do it well. When you ask them to think, they really can't. After hearing Su Yan's words, Zhao Tingshu couldn't help but pinch his brow. This might not be easy. The equipment can definitely be sold. But the key is if it can't form a combat capability, even if the first batch can be sold. How to sell the subsequent goods. And Su Yan can't keep his troops here all the time. Little Su, how about this? Just like the first phase, let your own troops use the new weapons. In this situation, wanting to open the sales channel. The only way is to let this group of young masters see the value of the cannon. Su Yan's first move has already shown the value of the flesh infantry vehicle to the young master. Su Yan nodded helplessly. It's the only way, uncle. Can you inquire about how much food the young master still has? This task requires Su Yan to sell 100 flesh cannons. Su Yan needs to determine the price of the flesh cannons based on how much money the young master has left. Just because, this kind of weapon price is no longer something ordinary forces can bear. The flesh cannons and shells are still sold separately. And the flesh cannons need to rely on the flesh transport vehicle to transport the shells. Otherwise, just relying on the cannon's load capacity cannot maintain the consumption. Su Yan couldn't help but begin to worry. At this rate, when could he sell enough 100 vehicles? Little Su, you don't need to worry about the young master's funding problem. Zhao Tingshu analyzed the current situation and shared his speculation. Since the first phase was successfully captured, the young masters betting on this batch will definitely increase their investment. As for the second phase, don't even think about it, the young master definitely won't win. Su Yan paused. Uncle, can't you even choose a side? You have to know that the observers are all watching Zhao Tingshu's choice. A significant portion of them were once Zhao Tingshu's subordinates, now they are in a very awkward situation. Zhao Tingshu shook his head and explained the situation of the ancient city to Su Yan. The young master and the third young master represent two forces. The young master here belongs to the old forces, while the third young master belongs to the emerging forces. The old forces do not want the emerging forces to divide their power. And the emerging forces want to overthrow the enormous burdens on their heads. The old forces are strong, with abundant funds. The emerging forces, on the other hand, have an absolute advantage in numbers. The remaining observers are mostly mediocre forces. They wanted to seize a bite to eat from the old power holders, and the emerging forces wanted to steal from them as well. So these observers were extremely complicated. Even if Zhao Tingshu stepped in and made his former subordinates choose sides, it could not guarantee the eldest son would win. Furthermore, the city lord's wariness of him made it the best choice not to step in. Chapter 129. First Show of Strength. The Flesh and Blood Building. The boss handed Su Yan a report. This report recorded all major events happening in the surrounding area. Among them, one item caught Su Yan's attention. The old goat was eroding all surrounding forces. It became the second nightmare-level force in this wilderness, and aimed to expand to the south. This couldn't be separated from the arms provided by the four-fire military industry. Without these bloody neat gears, it would be impossible to have such rapid speed. So, the old goat, at the first opportunity, asked the boss for his opinion. And the boss, also willing to expand the four-fire military industry's influence, aimed to develop southward. So after Su Yan returned, he first presented this information. The ancient city was vast and the situation was complex, Su Yan could handle it. But this SSS-level little aberration who only knew how to do business could not bear it. Boss, do you want to expand the business south? The boss nodded, helplessly saying. Su, I can't get involved in the ancient city. I'm not like you, able to navigate through such powerful influences. Perhaps opening new markets is the best choice for me. Su Yan fell silent. He originally wanted the boss to be responsible for the ancient city's business later. Have you made a decision? The boss solemnly nodded. Yes, I have. Su Yan took a deep breath and opened the boss's permissions. The boss was not a player, but permissions were granted to him. He could independently establish a branch of the four-fire military industry. Boss, then go and do it. If you need any help, contact me in time. There is no banquet in the world that doesn't end. Perhaps establishing a new company was the best choice for the boss. Su, then I will go. After the boss left, Su Yan looked at the empty office, feeling a sense of loss. The empty realm went to the Black Tiger Mountain branch. And now the boss was going to explore new markets. What are you thinking about? Lin Shi appeared in the office and sat in Su Yan's lap. Feeling a bit melancholic, the boss is going to explore new markets. Actually, most aberrations rarely have feelings of parting. Lin Shi gently hugged Su Yan's neck. Aberrant life is ancient, they don't have the complex emotions of humans. Most of them operate purely on instinct. Ha, I'm not going to think too much. Su Yan laughed and set Lin Shi on the table. Those guys aren't dead, there will definitely be chances to meet again. What are you doing? Of course, I'm working. One must admit, Lin Shi's professional outfit was quite charming. In recent days, Su Yan had taken down several SSS-level dungeons. Now, the four-fire military industry was blooming everywhere, with over 50 branches achieving daily sales exceeding billions. Among them, Black Tiger Mountain and the Death Arena had sales breaking over 1 billion. Su Yan had seen what the situation was like at the Death Arena. He understood how daily sales could exceed 1 billion. But Black Tiger Mountain, how did the empty realm manage it? It could also achieve daily sales exceeding 1 billion. Unfortunately, Su Yan was busy occupying dungeons. He also needed to handle matters concerning the ancient city, so he had no time to check it out. The development over in the ancient city, just as Zhao Tingshu had predicted. The third son had a large lead in the second phase voting. He accounted for 70% of all noble votes. Before the celebration feast could start, the eldest son had already faltered. And for this third phase, it became the top priority. Both sides brought out their final cards. Those with connections used their connections, those with money spent money. Su Yan originally thought the eldest son would cancel the celebration feast. But to his surprise, not only did it not get cancelled. After Su Yan and Zhao Tingshu attended the feast, the young master waved his hand grandly, spending a fortune to order 100 blood and flesh assault vehicles. Boss Su, I want to order 100 blood and flesh assault vehicles from you. In front of all the noble level oddities, the young master took out 100 strange crystals produced by the Oddity Bank. One strange crystal at the Oddity Bank can be exchanged for 10 billion oddity coins. Moreover, this strange crystal is a symbol of status, something not just anyone could possess. Even among many noble level oddities, there are not many of them. They never expected the young master to make such a bold move right away. Such a lavish act drew cheers from many noble level oddities. As expected of the young master, so extravagant. This is 100 strange crystals, enough to buy over a dozen noble level servants. Hiss, with these 100 blood and flesh assault vehicles, the young master will surely win in the final stages. Sui took the strange crystals and smiled at the young master. Young master, these 100 blood and flesh assault vehicles will arrive this afternoon. Good. The young master's eyes lit up. This second phase had made him lose face. He had expected to lose, but he didn't think it would be so utterly. He was rendered defenseless by the third brother. It even shook the confidence of many of his noble level oddities. To stabilize the morale and encourage his group of noble level oddities to work harder, he chose this desperate measure, spending a huge amount to buy 100 blood and flesh assault vehicles. You must know this huge sum was borrowed from the Oddity Bank. Of course, if he could succeed the position of city lord, this amount of money would mean nothing. But if he failed, he would have nowhere to be buried. By the way, Boss Su. The young master changed his tone and looked at Sui. Young master, please speak. I heard that Boss Su has new weapons, why not show us for our appreciation? Sui paused, his heart filled with joy. Unexpectedly, this undying corpse was quite useful. He could actually make the young master take the initiative to ask about this matter. Young master, indeed I have new weapons. The noble level oddities present urged him on. Since there are new weapons, let us see. Yes, yes. Boss Su, show us what you've got. If it's good, we will all support your business. Sui pretended to show a difficult expression. It's not that I don't want to show it, but I can't display it properly here. Upon hearing this, the young master waved his hand. Go to the secret realm. All right. Sui immediately agreed. Young master, allow me to prepare a bit. Boss Su, take your time. The young master gently waved his hand. Sui instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared in the secret realm, he was accompanied by several blood and flesh artillery vehicles. All the oddities were stunned upon seeing the blood and flesh artillery vehicles. Especially the terrifying pressure emitted from the cannon barrels made them unable to help but say, Boss Su, this weapon looks incredible. I feel this weapon could likely hurt me. The young master was delighted to see the blood and flesh artillery vehicles. He truly found good goods. After witnessing the power of the blood and flesh assault vehicles, he instructed the undying corpse to keep an eye on Sui's movements at all times. Unexpectedly, it really did find him some good goods. Chapter 130, Overachieving. In the Secret Realm. Several blood and flesh artillery vehicles were lined up. They bombarded the distant mountain head wildly. In no time, the mountain head was shaved to a point. This level of attack distance, this level of destructive power, exceeded all oddities' expectations. Even Zhao Tingshu was somewhat unsettled. Although he had heard Sui speak of this weapon's power, seeing it with his own eyes felt completely different. The young master rushed over before Sui could finish testing. Boss Su, I want this weapon. The remaining noble level oddities also crowded forward, eager to share the young master's burdens. Seeing no return was called gambling. But seeing a return was. Then let's make an investment. With over 100 blood flesh infantry fighting vehicles, they are willing to dedicate 30% to invest in the Grand Young Master. And upon seeing the blood flesh artillery, they are ready to gamble all their wealth to support the Grand Young Master. They are already powers within the Grand Young Master's camp. Once he rises to power, the benefits they can receive will be even greater. As for completely cutting off those emerging forces that wish to share in the spoils from their hands, the Grand Young Master looks at the current situation, feeling extremely excited in his heart. With the strong support of these noble-level weird entities, he can secure a large number of blood-flesh artillery. Boss Su, how much goods do you have? A group of noble-level weird entities echoed in agreement. Exactly, whatever you have, we will buy it all. Sui calmed himself and took a deep breath. I have plenty of goods, but I wonder how much you can take. As he spoke, Sui revealed the price of the blood-flesh artillery. When the group of weird entities heard the price, they all looked at Sui in disbelief. How could the selling price of the blood-flesh artillery be so similar to that of the blood-flesh infantry fighting vehicle? However, before the group of weird entities could ask, Sui quickly explained. You still need to buy ammunition and transport vehicles for these blood-flesh artillery. Relying solely on its own flesh energy can only maintain the anti-aircraft machine gun. Upon hearing this, the weird entities finally understood. It turned out that the blood-flesh artillery actually requires additional ammunition and transport vehicles. The Grand Young Master did not hesitate and immediately asked. Boss Su, at what price? Sui immediately provided a quote and said to the Grand Young Master. How much is the Grand Young Master willing to invest? I will calculate the best purchasing plan for you. After all, only by knowing how much the Grand Young Master can contribute, Sui can then calculate how many artillery pieces and corresponding ammunition to purchase. Undying, stay here and accompany Boss Su. Then, the Grand Young Master snapped his fingers. In an instant, the Grand Young Master and his noble-level weird entities vanished from the secret realm. It was clear that they went to discuss how much each family would contribute. You did well this time. If there's anything you need, just come to my store to get it. After the Grand Young Master left, Sui couldn't help but look at the undying corpse. This situation was something he had never anticipated. The undying corpse smiled and looked at Sui. It's still thanks to the quality of Boss Su's goods, otherwise, even if I recommended it to the Grand Young Master, it wouldn't have worked. This time, it was the biggest winner. Sui wanted to sell weapons to the Grand Young Master through it. And the Grand Young Master wanted to find out what new weapons the for-fire military industry had. As this intermediary, it achieved strange leaps merely through conversation. The Grand Young Master had already promised it that as long as he successfully ascended to the Lord of the City position, then the Vice City Lord would definitely have a place for it. Zhao Tingshu leaned closer to Sui and whispered. Little Su, do you have enough goods in hand? It knew well how much wealth these old noble families had accumulated over the years in this ancient city. This time, they would at least take 100 blood-flesh artillery. Don't worry, uncle, there's no need to be concerned about the goods. As for the operational aspects, Sui would not interfere. When the time comes, he would let Zheng Tianyu teach these weird entities. As for how much they could learn, he wouldn't care. After all, this was something he couldn't manage, even if he wanted to. Not long after, the Grand Young Master returned to the secret realm. He informed Sui that they wanted to order 150 blood-flesh artillery. Hiss. Upon hearing this result, Sui took a deep breath. Out of professional ethics, he still informed the Grand Young Master about the drawbacks of the artillery. Unexpectedly, the Grand Young Master not only did not get angry but instead smiled and said, It makes sense, this kind of powerful weapon is indeed difficult to operate. However, he still made a request similar to last time. They could not sell this blood-flesh artillery to the Third Young Master's forces. In the subsequent expansion against the adversary, even if the Third Young Master's forces were greater in number, without the support of flesh and blood equipment, they could not be his opponents. Such a small request. Sui immediately agreed. After all, he had already offended the Third Young Master in the first phase. It was impossible for him to sell weapons to the Third Young Master for such trivial gains. Afterward, the two sides reached an agreement. In the afternoon, they would transfer the goods in the secret realm. 100 flesh and blood infantry battle vehicles. 150 flesh and blood artillery vehicles. From a numerical standpoint, this configuration was extremely abnormal. Flesh and blood artillery vehicles often did not appear on the front lines, but rather remained deep in the rear, providing powerful fire support. If Sui were the eldest young master, he would purchase more flesh and blood infantry battle vehicles and fewer artillery vehicles. After all, after a round of bombardment, one still relied on the vanguard to advance. During the advance, flesh and blood infantry battle vehicles were clearly more formidable than artillery vehicles. But humans were humans, and the strange beings were strange beings. Even if Sui said so, those strange beings would not do it. In the Lord's mansion. In the small courtyard of the corner. Zhao Tingshu smiled and said to Sui, Little Su, how do you feel? Sui smiled and said. I feel great. The progress of this mission far exceeded that of the flesh and blood infantry battle vehicles. It's important to know that a lot of Sui's time was wasted on the flesh and blood infantry battle vehicles back then. And this flesh and blood artillery vehicle only took a few days. By the afternoon, he would be able to unlock the mission. At that time, he could unlock a new piece of equipment. If the new equipment were a type of tank or tracked vehicle, it would definitely allow Sui to make a big profit again. I'm just worried that these strange beings won't learn how to use them. Zhao Tingshu waved his hand with a smile. You don't need to worry about this. One vehicle only needs 5 strange beings, that number is easy to teach. Unless it's a large army, one-on-one or even one against many. Most strange beings can still understand commands. As for what kind of effect it can achieve, that's hard to say. Ah, that's true. Sui laughed and said. These guys can't be foolish enough to blow themselves up. Chapter 131 Extra Rewards. Host has completed the task, now able to unlock new weapon equipment. Considering the host has exceeded the task goal, there is an extra reward of 1 unlocking opportunity. Note, extra rewards ignore unlocking level restrictions and can randomly unlock any equipment. Upon seeing this prompt, Sui was delighted. Ignoring unlock level restrictions. What does this represent? This means that Sui has a high probability of obtaining weapon equipment that cannot currently be unlocked. If it were ballistic weapons or other powerful lethal weapons, the for-fire military industry could even step into the ranks of the top powers in this strange world. Alright, the handover is complete. While speaking, Sui pointed to Zhang Tianyu. Undying, if you have any questions, ask Captain Zhang. Hey! As soon as the Undying spoke, Sui disappeared from the spot. It did not understand why Sui was moving so fast or what he was off to do. It's important to know that when Sui received 100 strange crystals in the morning, he was not this excited. In the Flesh and Blood Mansion, Sui couldn't wait to open the system. A total of 2 unlocking opportunities. Would you like to unlock new weapon equipment? Yes. Sui directly clicked twice. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Flesh and Blood tank. This equipment has extremely strong defense and powerful firepower. When he saw the next piece of equipment, Sui's pupils suddenly shrank. This is Strange Communication Satellite. Note, launch strange communication satellites in different areas to form a communication network. Hiss. It really is just as I wanted. Not long ago, he was still worried about not having communication means in the strange world. Now isn't this just what he needs? Sui eagerly clicked on the introduction of the communication satellite. Strange communication satellite price, 100 billion strange coins. This satellite can locate and monitor its strange domain. After launching satellites in 5 or more areas, it can form a communications network. Note, due to the host being advanced unlocked, the satellite limit is 5. Further unlocking of equipment can increase the number of satellites. Although this communication satellite is not as capable as a reconnaissance satellite, it is sufficient for Sui to address the current situation. On one hand, there is the issue of communication being impossible among the various branches. This would make communication between the headquarters and the branches much smoother. On the other hand, a huge noise attracted evil thoughts. Upon seeing Su Yen on the roof, it couldn't help but ask. Boss, was that noise made by you just now? Su Yen nodded and looked at the evil thoughts. Oh wow, you've also reached nightmare level? Evil thought? Not the boss? What do you mean I've also reached nightmare level? But following the idea that the one who pays is the boss. Evil thought also patiently explained. Boss, it's just luck, just luck. The way we zombies level up is very simple, just devour the same kind of strange beings. Recently, I've picked up some remnants of nightmare-level zombies. Su Yen was stunned. It can work like this? This ability is indeed a bit outrageous. To level up by devouring zombies, and there are no side effects. No wonder Evil Thought chose to join the for-fire military industry as soon as it heard there was a lot of money. Evil Thought, if I keep feeding you, can you keep leveling up? Evil Thought scratched its head. Yes, I can. Su Yen waved his hand and pointed at the Evil Thought. Well, then I will arrange a leveling package for you. I will provide you with 100 million strange coins every month, and you just eat. Evil Thought was stunned in place. 100 million. Boss, you're not joking, right? Evil Thought curled its 4 arms together, looking like a shy little girl. Isn't it just 100 million? Do I need to joke about that? Su Yen snapped his fingers. Piles and piles of strange coins fell from the sky and soon buried Evil Thought in place. Remember, I want to see results in 3 months. After saying this, Su Yen went to the office. Nowadays, the for-fire military industry is developing quickly, but is also facing a problem. That is, high-end combat strength is seriously lacking. Not to mention the king-level strangeness, even nightmare-level strangeness is scarce. Thinking of this, Su Yan turned to Lin Shi and asked, "Do you think our company should set a level reward?" Lin Shi, who originally wanted to scare Su Yan, paused and said, "You mean you want them to work hard to level up?" Su Yan nodded. "Yes, our company's high-end combat strength is really too little. Although there are currently no major powers targeting him, what about later? Right now, the for-fire military industry is a money-making tree, making money every second. The purpose of setting such an award is to quickly enhance the strength of these strangeness under the company." Lin Shi thought carefully. This method is feasible, but many aspects need to be improved. Before this award, we need to set a prerequisite condition. That is, only after doing your job well can you have the qualification to be selected. When it comes to interests, no one can guarantee that there won't be those who fish in troubled waters. And the purpose of setting this award is for future development. Cannot let this award affect the company's development. Okay, let's do it your way. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Though most of the strangeness in this world are silly, there are indeed smart strange beings. Lin Shi is a very good example. It has mastered many skills just by accessing human books and video materials, such as financial management. Shi, do you have any other ideas? Su Yan naturally pulled Lin Shi into his arms. Of course I do. Lin Shi's eyes turned into pink little hearts, looking at Su Yan dreamily. Do you want to know? Su Yan raised an eyebrow. Are you going to challenge your brother again? This battle turned everything upside down. Not knowing how long it had been, Su Yan dragged his weary body back to the office. He presented a satisfactory answer to Lin Shi. Lin Shi also provided him with a satisfactory answer. Su Yan quickly listed out the several plans proposed by Lin Shi. Besides the billion-dollar upgrade plan, Lin Shi also proposed two other plans. One is the excellent employee reward. The other is the 10 billion talent recruitment plan. The excellent employee reward is easy to understand. It is the for-fire military union that rewards a group of outstanding employees based on each employee's performance. However, the 10 billion talent recruitment plan is a bit more complicated. Lin Shi's initial plan is to let all companies under for-fire military spread the news outside. For-fire military will invest 10 billion funds to recruit talents from the bizarre world. This recruitment is not limited by race, level, or talent. As long as one can pass the preliminary test, they can enter the next round. The 10 billion funds activity will last for 3 months and undergo a total of 15 assessments. There will be a small test once a week and a midterm test once a month. When the 3-month period is over, there will be a final assessment. The bizarre beings who pass the final assessment will be allocated the 10 billion funds. If only one bizarre being passes, that one will enjoy the entire 10 billion funds alone. If no bizarre beings pass the final assessment, the next 3 phases will be conducted. Sui outlined a rough template for this plan, and the specific details still need Lin Shi to finalize. He won't ask about the specific assessment plan. As long as it can bring talents to for-fire military, spending this bizarre currency is absolutely worth it. Based on this, Sui also came up with a plan. The human world's 10 billion talent recruitment plan. Compared to the bizarre beings, humans are more suitable in some aspects. For instance, after establishing the communication network, there will be staff responsible for the command center. Talented individuals from various industries can actually be recruited into for-fire military. Most of the staff from the branch offices managed by Long Country are still official players. Only a small portion are recruited local elites. On one hand, the branch company locations belong to SSS-level instances, and on the other hand, top talents in the human world are not valued in the bizarre world. Weak players may not survive in the bizarre world and can easily perish if they are not careful. Moreover, the branch offices are filled with uncertainties, so Master Lingshu didn't dare to send ordinary players in large numbers. Thinking of this, Sui returned to the real world. Little Su, I found a suitable instance. Wait for you to come back, just message me. After listening to the message, Sui called Master Lingshu. Master Lingshu quickly brought the materials to the farmhouse. SSS-level bizarre instance Abyss of Suffering. This instance is located in the central area of 18 branch offices. This is the only instance that is closest to many branch offices after filtering numerous instances. After reviewing the materials, Sui nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, really not bad. This place is not suitable for opening a branch office, but it is suitable for building a communication network center. It will be responsible for communication issues surrounding the branch offices. Little Su, what exactly are you looking for in this instance? Seizing this opportunity, Sui expressed his thoughts. Master Uncle, I plan to build a communication network center here. Master Lingshu was momentarily taken aback. He is not a researcher and does not understand the significance of building a communication network center. However, he did not question it. What help do you need? Compared to the help Sui provided, an SSS-level instance is nothing at all. I need some talents. Talents in communication command and logistics. After hearing about the 10 billion talent plan, Master Lingshu couldn't help but look at Sui. Little Su, you are truly talented, you can think of this. Sui exhaled a breath. Ah, Master Uncle, I have no choice. For the company's development, I have to think of various ways, right? At this moment, Master Lingshu hesitated and said, Little Su, there is a small situation that needs your help. Master Uncle, just tell me directly if there's anything. Master Lingshu took a deep breath. Can you provide some weapons and equipment? We encountered some trouble while exploring the nightmare-level dungeon. Sui was taken aback. Wasn't the purchasing permission opened? After unlocking brand new weapons and equipment, he would immediately supply them to the branch. How could such a situation arise? The permission was indeed opened. Taoist Lingshu let out a wry smile. But not everyone is wealthy. The permission for ordinary weapons has been opened with a discount. However, for high-tier equipment, you didn't mention it, and the branch manager didn't dare to make a decision. In general, the military industry of the four armies still belongs to Sui personally. The branches only have the right to act as agents for sales, they wouldn't make decisions regarding core interests. You see, this is the problem. Sui really didn't expect this. The Dragon Nation was actually short on funds. He thought for a moment and then said, Master, I will provide 1 billion operational funds every month from now on. You will be fully responsible for this money, and I will open up an employee welfare channel. Each person will have the right to purchase at a 90% discount. The 90% discounted price plus the 1 billion operational funds each month would be enough to support the needs of the Dragon Nation's exploration teams. As for the limited purchase, it is aimed at the company's employees. After all, the price of bloody flesh weapons on the black market is even higher than normal prices. The 90% discount for employees hides enormous profits. Although the company provides them with generous treatment, whether it's the weird or humans, greed remains. What if they set their sights on these profits? So, it's necessary to limit the purchasing quantity of employees in advance. Good. Taoist Lingshu nodded heavily. The weird currency available for the Dragon Nation is really limited. They could just barely afford the first phase of various weapons. But higher-tier bloody flesh equipment was completely out of their reach. Even if they put in their national strength, they could hardly buy a few. Actually, upon reflection, it's understandable, not to mention the Dragon Nation. Even if you add all the players worldwide, their total assets might not be as high as Suyi's. Alright, Master, you can go back for now, I'll go into the abyss of pain myself. Taoist Lingshu nodded and then advised. Little Su, be careful, that place is a bit strange. I know. Then, Taoist Lingshu opened the permission for Sui to enter the SSS-level dungeon, Abyss of Pain. SSS-level dungeon, Abyss of Pain. Sui observed this eerie area from afar. According to the information, this place is extremely bizarre. Not only do human players suffer severe negative emotions after entering, but even the weird cannot withstand it. When the Dragon Nation ventured here, the former lord jumped off a cliff to commit suicide, voluntarily giving up this dungeon. Such a situation has never occurred in the entire horror game history. If not for the fact that this was the only dungeon that met Sui's requirements, the authorities really didn't want anyone to touch this dungeon. Sui transformed into a weird and stepped into the dungeon's range. The moment he entered, he understood the nature of the dungeon. The SSS-level dungeon actually gave birth to a domain of gods and ghosts. It's important to note that only a few nightmare-level weirds can give rise to unique domains of gods and ghosts. Clearly, the former lord was unable to suppress this dungeon's domain of gods and ghosts and was ultimately overthrown by it. However, for Sui, this was not a problem at all. Thinking of this, Sui actively embraced his own weirdness. Facing the erosion of the domain of gods and ghosts with a human body. The domain of gods and ghosts also has levels, though the pain domain is not low level. But it was on a completely different level compared to Sui's bloody flesh weirdness. At the moment of completely emptying his body and mind, Sui's body began to show severe distortion. Suddenly, an eye grew on his back. Then, a whole cluster of eyes sprouted densely from his back. When all eyes looked in one direction, Su Yan said coldly, I found you. When Su Yan came to his senses, he had already obtained the proof of this instance. For Fire Military Industry, Communication Network Center. After changing the instance name, Su Yan immediately launched the strange communication satellite. Then he checked the coverage area of the satellite. 12 out of the 18 surrounding instances were covered, and the remaining 6 were not far from the control edge. This coverage area really surprised Su Yan. It should be known that these 18 instances are far apart, not adjacent instances. One could say that the segmentation of this instance far exceeded expectations. First, the coverage area is large enough, and secondly, the instance has a ghost field. The presence of this ghost field can protect the workers inside. It also reduces the defensive power for this area. After finishing all this, Su Yan teleported to different instances to launch the remaining satellites. He successfully constructed a simple communication network. I must say, the strange world is really big. From the areas about to be developed in the ancient city to the Abyss of Pain, the distance almost reaches a round trip around the Earth. Yet the distance between these two instances on the world map is less than 1/5. And due to the overly large coverage area, communication can barely be achieved. In the communication network, except for the areas covered by satellite signals, information from other areas is inaccessible. One can only wait for more strange communication satellites to be unlocked to cover the signals of these areas. Boss, what exactly are you tinkering with? Kong Jing stood beside Su Yan and could not help but ask. You'll know soon. Su Yan adjusted the last device of Black Tiger Mountain. Once this device is adjusted, communication can be attempted. Before long, the device was adjusted. Su Yan announced a meeting for everyone. A big eyeball flew out from the device, projecting an image like a projector. For Fire Military Headquarters joined the meeting. For Fire Military, Communication Center joined the meeting. For Fire Military, Exploration General Branch joined the meeting. For Fire Military, Ancient City Frontline Center joined the meeting. Lin Shi, Daoist Ling Su, the boss, and Zhao Tingshu appeared on the screen one after another. Su Yan warmly greeted everyone on the screen. Kong Jing, standing beside him, couldn't help but exclaim. What the hell is this? Su Yan kicked this inexperienced fellow out of the screen. Then he introduced each person's identity to everyone. Lin Shi, Headquarters Administrative Director and Financial Director, as well as the head of the headquarters, currently a nightmare-level anomaly. Daoist Ling Su, the National Deputy General Manager of the instance, currently a nightmare-level player. The boss, the head of the Exploration Group, currently an SSS-level anomaly. Zhao Tingshu, the total head of the Ancient City Front Line, currently a Marquis-level anomaly. What? Marquis-level anomaly? This statement shocked everyone. Kong Jing couldn't help but shout, Damn, boss, where did you find this Marquis-level boss? Su Yan waved his hand. This is from my great China, 1,000 years ago, my Uncle Zhou. Lin Shi reacted the fastest. Hello, Uncle Zhao, I am Su Yan's girlfriend. If you have time, come by the company. Chapter 134, Canon Plan. I must say, Lin Shi really knows how to charm the older generation. In just a few words, she made Zhao Tingshu laugh. Everyone began to chat casually in the meeting interface. After receiving Su Yan's permission, Zhao Tingshu further explained various matters about Su Yan in the ancient city. The remaining few were wide-eyed in shock. Kong Jing couldn't help but murmur quietly. Boss, you're really amazing, I thought you could only. Hearing this, Su Yan couldn't help but pinch Kong Jing's ear and lift him up. Come on, share your business experience. Kong Jing didn't feel shy at all and immediately started to speak confidently. Now we are getting to my strong point. I tell you all. Although the Void Mirror seems out of touch on the surface, it is indeed a skilled businessman. Before Lin Shi proposed the reform of the logistics plan, he had already prepared for internal changes. He even found the Pang Bird Group, engaging in deep cooperation to be the first to usher in the delivery era. The Pang Bird Group is responsible for deliveries, while the Black Tiger Mountain provides protection and pays commissions. The market around Black Tiger Mountain is far inferior to other regions. The strange purchasing power is severely lacking, at most just a few small orders. Yet under these circumstances, Black Tiger Mountain has created over 100 million in profits daily from these various small orders. Today, the market area of Black Tiger Mountain is the largest. Even the headquarters does not have a larger area of influence than Black Tiger Mountain. Zhao Tingshu couldn't help but nod. If this child were born in our song, he would surely become a great fortune. Kong Jing followed suit, cupping his hands and saying, Thank you, Uncle Zhao, for your praise. The Daoist Ling Su took this opportunity to mention something. Old Zhao, when the work over there is done, let Zhao Su accompany you to have a good tour of our beautiful mountains and rivers. Zhao Tingshu smiled and nodded. That's exactly what I mean. He had missed his homeland for 1,000 years, and now that he had the chance, he must go back to have a look. After hearing this answer, Daoist Ling Su smiled and waved his hand. That I will take my leave now, I still need to preside over work here. The boss waved his hand as well. I will take my leave too, there is still fighting ahead. Sui saw this and smiled, waving his hand. Alright, that's enough for today. Just after hanging up the phone, Kong Jing hugged Sui tightly. Boss, where did you find such an uncle? Find one for me too. That is a noble level strange being. If he could have a noble level strange being walking around in his territory, then Kong Jing would be able to walk sideways in this area, no longer needing to worry about other nightmare level strange beings making things difficult for him. Alright, when the time comes, I'll bring the uncle here for a visit. Whether you can handle it will depend on yourself. At this point, Sui made a special mention. Uncle loves playing chess. Understood, boss. On the front line of the ancient city battle, Sui gathered Zhang Tianyu and several other souls responsible for teaching the strange beings and opened the positioning permissions. Now the third phase of war is about to begin. He needed Zhang Tianyu and these soul beings to teach these strange beings how to input coordinates as quickly as possible. As long as they input the coordinates, combined with the positioning of the artillery itself, the Blood-Flesh Artillery's own fire control system could calculate the best shooting angle and automatically adjust the cannon. Zhang Tianyu and the soul beings were overjoyed. They had been tortured mad by these strange beings for the past few days. Forget aiming, they couldn't even do the simplest 1+1. Let alone having them aim at a reference point through the sight. Now with this communication network, they only need to input coordinates to hit targets accurately. They could also undergo targeted training afterward. At this moment, Bu Huashi brought a piece of intelligence to Sui. In the intelligence, it mentioned that the young master was about to expand several small cities. This time, unlike the last time, the expansion task needed the young master to go into battle personally. Zhang Tianyu would only be responsible for the artillery squad in the rear this time. Mainly responsible for providing fire cover for the front troops and destroying the enemy's defensive targets. Without even looking at it, Sui handed over the information to Zhang Tianyu. Captain Zhang, this is the data for the attack area. After reading the information, Zhang Tianyu immediately drew up a bombardment plan. These several cities are not large, 4 of which belong to SSS-level forces, and 1 belongs to a nightmare-level force. The level may not be high, but there are indeed quite a lot of troops. The combined nightmare-level strange beings in these several cities have reached over 1,000. It's easy to imagine that the other force is not easy to deal with. It will take a few days to take them down. Zhang Tianyu analyzed the current situation. If the information is accurate, at most 3 days. Such a small town cannot withstand the combined bombardment of over 100 cannons. As for the armored infantry vehicles ahead, they only need to take care of the remaining heads. Good. Su Yan hopes that this battle will start soon. These days, the eldest young master's wallet is nearly empty. Even if he wants to buy the new weapons in Su Yan's hands, there is no funding. Assisting the eldest young master's family, the royal level anomalies have also run out of surplus funds. They can only wait until the eldest young master inherits the position of lord before providing him with new weapons. On future battlefields, the flesh and blood tanks will surely be more practical than the flesh and blood armored vehicles. Back then, Zhang Tianyu led the team to attack the anomalies. The collaboration of the war vehicles reached its peak, and their performance was utilized to its best. Even so, they still paid the price of losing 2 flesh and blood armored vehicles. If such skilled souls faced those anomalies, the casualty rate would surely be even higher. Before leaving, Su Yan called out to Zhao Tianyu again. Captain, if there is any danger, make sure to let the brothers retreat in time. He doesn't want to lose manpower due to the war between the anomalies. Last time, the third young master probably held a grudge against him. If he can't find a chance to strike at Su Yan, he will surely unleash his anger on Zhang Tianyu. It should be known that artillery defenses are no match for armored vehicles and cannot withstand the attacks of royal-level anomalies. Moreover, this would also exhaust most of the eldest young master's powerful firepower. Got it, boss, if anything happens here, I'll notify you right away. Good. In a small courtyard. This was originally a nightmare-level dungeon. After Zhao Tingshu learned that Su Yan needed this place, he killed the lord. And helped Su Yan become the lord of this dungeon. This is how the 4-fire military industry, ancient city battlefront, came to be. Uncle, is there anything over there? Zhao Tingshu glanced at the equipment and said lightly. No. The dungeon that the third young master needs to develop is also within the signal range. So during this time, Zhao Tingshu monitored the movements of the third young master's forces. In order to respond promptly when the third young master acted unexpectedly. Uncle, why do you think they sent a team over so early? Probably to trade with those few towns. Chapter 135, A Mess Up. In the third phase. The area to be developed, although nominally belonging to another superpower. These towns are located on the fringes, and the decision-making authority lies with their lords. According to the current situation, Zhao Tingshu speculated about the third young master's intentions. He likely wants to forcibly seize a few towns through enticing offers and military pressure. Moreover, these selected towns are not crucial points. They are essentially isolated islands on the margins, with no reinforcements. Even if they resist, it's only a matter of time before the towns fall. In that case, we need to act quickly. Su Yan nodded. In this situation, the side that seizes the initiative has a greater chance of victory. He cannot let the eldest young master lose. If the eldest young master loses, the third young master will rise. Although the ancient city won't suffer losses as a major client, future transactions will inevitably encounter many obstacles. Zhao Tingshu patted Su Yan on the shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, they won't surrender so soon. This world of anomalies is very straightforward, driven by interests. Those who have become lords of small towns surely are not fools. They will definitely seize this opportunity to hold out a few more days for greater benefits. Su Yan nodded with a smile and joked. That's true. After all, a beauty scheme is often hidden behind cruel torture. Although he said this, he still found Zhang Tianyu. Once the battle starts, pour all firepower into the enemy's town. After breaking through the defenses of one town, they will head directly to the next town. He indeed wanted to see whether the strategist on the third young master side had a good tongue, or if the cannonballs on this side were more effective. As for the safety of the artillery convoy, the corpse disposal would personally take charge, and Su Yan's jade skeleton transformation was already 95% complete. In a few days, the remaining nightmare-level anomalies would be fully digested, achieving complete jade transformation, thereby upgrading to nightmare level. By then, Su Yan would personally follow Zhang Tianyu with a jade skeleton clone to prevent the other side from pulling tricks. A few days passed. Time flew by quickly. War was about to break out. Accompanied by the Lord's orders, both sides directly launched attacks on their respective cities. At the center of the ancient city front line, Zhao Tingshu looked at the real-time battle situation on the screen and couldn't help but sigh. If only our great song had such treasures, we wouldn't have lost to those Jin people. Uncle, times are changing, maybe there will be even more powerful weapons in the future. Zhao Tingshu nodded slightly with a hint of emotion. He had never inquired about the origins of these equipment and weapons. But through this period of contact, he could vaguely guess that these weapons might be related to the scale of business. Watching the screen, where the cannon fire shattered the city wall with overwhelming force, Zhao Tingshu couldn't help but say, "Little Su, do you really want to be just a businessman forever?" Su Yan caught the implied meaning. "Uncle, what do you mean by that? You mean you don't want to have your own power?" Zhao Tingshu looked at Su Yan with burning eyes. He saw the possibility of reviving the great song in Su Yan. With powerful firepower and abundant funds, why settle for being a small arms dealer? Why not ascend to great power and recreate great song? Su Yan looked at that fervent gaze and couldn't help but tease a bit. "Uncle, you're not thinking of staging a rebellion, are you?" Zhao Tingshu, hearing this, couldn't help but grab Su Yan tightly. "Rebellion? What do you mean by rebellion? I am indeed royal kin, and you are my nephew. If you ascend to the throne, wouldn't that be justifiable?" Su Yan was suddenly stunned. "No, uncle. Do you mean me?" Zhao Tingshu nodded seriously. "Yes, it is you." This sentence hit Su Yan like a huge shockwave, leaving him bewildered. Weren't they just having a good conversation? How did it turn to the topic of being an emperor? After a brief daze, Su Yan began to scratch his head. "Uncle, you're not joking, are you? Do I look like I'm joking?" At this point, a glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Tingshu's eyes. "As long as you want, I can set off right now to take out the city lord and have you registered in this ancient city." Hiss. Take out the city lord. Have you registered? What rare words those are. The city lord could suppress numerous noble-level anomalies without any trouble, his power was evident. Yet Zhao Tingshu spoke of taking him down. To be able to say such a thing indicated Zhao Tingshu had enough confidence. At this moment, Su Yan glanced at the screen, where the artillery convoy had already begun heading towards the next city. "Uncle, see? They have taken down a city." But Zhao Tingshu still kept his eyes firmly on Su Yan. "Little Su, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The level of conflict from such a major force might only happen once in 1,000 years. Taking this chance to seize the ancient city could lead to swallowing another enormous force. Miss this opportunity, and it would never be found again." Su Yan shook his head, looking at Zhao Tingshu. "Uncle, don't you think this ancient city is too small? My goal is the entire anomaly world." From Zhao Tingshu's expression, he could tell. As long as he agreed, he would definitely be able to seize the ancient city. But if this happened, the four-fire military industry would face a very awkward situation. That is, the company's reputation would be damaged, and they would lose a major client. After all, once the ancient city was taken, the funds used to purchase blood and flesh equipment would not count towards the mission statistics. This point, Su Yen had already tried before. Otherwise, he had long since unlocked all the weapons and equipment through this bug. He would never sacrifice the entire bizarre world's market for just a small ancient city. As soon as these words were spoken, a thunderclap echoed in Zhao Tingshu's mind. The whole bizarre world. This goal was simply too grand. Little Su, is it really true? Sui looked firmly at Zhao Tingshu. Of course it's true, my goal is the entire bizarre world. This statement successfully led Zhao Tingshu astray. It made him believe that Sui wanted to conquer the entire bizarre world. But what Sui meant by the entire bizarre world was just a simple market. That's not easy. Noticing the enthusiasm in Zhao Tingshu's eyes fading, Sui felt relieved. We still need to work hard, we can't stop our steps at the ancient city. Okay. Zhao Tingshu secretly made a decision in his heart. One day, the Great Song will surely achieve brilliance again in this bizarre world. Uncle, look, we've taken another city. The second city. It didn't take much effort at all. With just one rapid shot, it scared the courage out of the bizarre lord of this city. They took the initiative to open the door and chose to surrender. After the city surrendered, the artillery convoy quickly rushed to the next city. This time, unlike the first phase, both sides had sufficient troops. The young master, under Suyi's suggestion, divided the troops into several teams to launch an attack together. Chapter 136, The Lord of the City comes in person. The momentum to take the city. With overwhelming force. The third city was not as large as the previous two cities. But it was the only one among these cities that reached the nightmare level. Even after the city fell, the bazaar still did not stop resisting. Moreover, it was stuck on the main road to the fourth city. This made this city the one that persisted the longest. The cannon fire never ceased for an entire afternoon. Only after blowing the entire city to ruins did the artillery convoy head to the next city. And the nearly complete jade skeleton that Sui had kindly brought the bazaar into the blood fiend purgatory for salvation. The fourth city. After receiving news that the third city had been blown to ruins. Before the artillery convoy even arrived, they chose to surrender. This outcome surprised all the bazaar beings. They never expected that the speed of surrender here would be even faster than that of the third young master. In less than a day, they had taken 5 cities. The young master successfully overpowered the third young master, winning the final victory of this match. Afterwards, Sui withdrew Zhang Tianyu and the others. The subsequent cleanup of the battlefield was no longer his concern. He had completed everything he needed to do. All he had to do was wait for the young master to succeed as the lord of the city and conduct business well. At the same time, Sui received a message communicated from Zhao Tingshu. The ancient city had officially declared war on another force. Through the bizarre surveillance satellite, he saw part of the content. The number of forces involved and their scale exceeded Su Yi's imagination. Far from being comparable to these small cities, it could truly be described as terrifying. If this force targeted the four-fire military industry, they could crush it in an instant. In the deep night, Sui was invited to participate in the city lord succession ceremony. This time, he specially brought along the Jade Skeleton avatar. In this occasion, many noble-level bizarre beings would undoubtedly divide the profits. If any bizarre being targeted him, having the Jade Skeleton would also help avoid some troubles. After all, the gap between nightmare-level bizarre beings and noble-level bizarre beings was not small at all. Before leaving, Zhao Tingshu specifically reminded Sui. Now I want to leave the ancient city, so I won't be attending this occasion. If you encounter any trouble, let me know in time. Sui hid the Jade Skeleton avatar behind the Blood Fiend Purgatory and said to Zhao Tingshu. Don't worry, uncle, I will be careful. City Lord's Mansion. Sui entered the main hall led by the Corpse Transformation Guide. The moment he stepped into the main hall, countless gazes gathered on him. Sui ignored these gazes and followed Bourgeois' corpse step by step into the hall. I must say, the decor inside this hall is truly like an ancient royal palace. Wherever his gaze fell, there were figures in official robes of various strange shapes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard for Sui to imagine all of this in his mind. Especially the high throne, which immediately caught Sui's attention. No wonder. What Uncle Zhao said about taking this ancient city allowed Sui to ascend to power. It turns out, this lord's mansion was built according to the palace rules. Only after stopping did Sui notice the elder son standing beside him. This made his heart tighten involuntarily. Logically, since the elder son was to inherit the lord's position, Moreover, with the ancient city at war with another force, and the old lord personally leading the troops, the elder son should be sitting in the main seat, but why wasn't he? Before Sui could think through the reason, a sharp voice rang out. The Lord has arrived. Immediately, all the ministers in the hall bowed and shouted, Welcome, our Lord. Hiss. Sui pretended to bow. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Uncle, why bring this whole set here? And it seems these strange beings actually quite like the set. When Sui looked up again, there was already another figure on the throne. The old lord was thin and weak, like a bamboo pole. If not for the aura of kingship he emitted, he looked just like a beggar on the street. Boss Su is indeed a talent among men. With just one glance, he recognized Sui's identity as a human. Sui's expression did not change as he looked at the old lord. Lord, I appreciate your praise. The lord looked at Sui with amusement, unable to help but murmur. I doubt it, Boss Su is far from being comparable to those useless players. This sentence made Sui's heart tense up. The old lord mentioning players indicated what? That proved he had been exposed to the horror game and seemed to have been in contact with it for a long time. But a royal-level strange being shouldn't have encountered it. The highest level that descended into the real world was merely the nightmare-level dungeon. And it was a relatively weak nightmare-level dungeon. Compared to the ancient city, it was completely like the sky and the earth, utterly incomparable. You could even say that any lord randomly pulled from this ancient city could crush the nightmare-level strange beings that have descended so far. But now the situation did not allow him to think much. Just luck. The old lord continued to stare closely at Sui. But as far as I know, the rewards from horror games do not seem to include those flesh and blood weapons. I wonder where these weapons of Boss Su came from. Sui's face twitched. This guy really knew about horror games and understood some of the rules. He did not mention his identity but looked at the old lord. I'm sorry, this is a commercial secret of my Sihua military industry, so I can't disclose it. One person and one strange being. This dialogue left all the strange beings present stunned. What is this all about? What players, what humans? The old lord fell silent for a moment before asking. Boss Su, aren't you curious about how I know so much? Sui answered without thinking. Not curious. He wasn't uninterested, he simply knew that such secrets were not something he could access right now. The best way was to remain ignorant. When his level increased in the future, he would naturally know. The old lord persistently asked. Really not curious? Not curious. Sui did not give in. The old lord did not know through what channel he learned this point. Moreover, he did not know whether what he said was true or not. What if he was fishing for information with this opportunity? Moreover, the strange aura emitted by the old lord reached a level of ominousness. If such a level of strangeness descends upon the real world, let alone the Dragon Kingdom, even the entire human world could face annihilation. Thinking of this, Su Yan forcibly pulled the topic back to the four-fire military industry. Lord City Lord, I just want to do business honestly, I don't want to get involved in any disputes. These words once again rendered the old city lord silent. After a few minutes, it spoke softly. Then what does Boss Su want my ancient city to engage in? Or rather, what does he want to gain from my ancient city? Chapter 137, Signing Cooperation. In the main hall, Su Yan looked at the old city lord. Of course it is money. I need a large amount of funds to expand my industry and develop my company. At this point, he changed his tone. Not all forces are as strong as your ancient city, so the four-fire military industry needs major clients like you. The old city lord fell silent once again. From the trial to select the new city lord, it had seen how flesh and blood weapons could change the battlefield. So it personally rushed back from the ancient city and investigated the origins of the four-fire military industry. To its surprise, the four-fire military industry seemed to appear out of thin air. But after this arms company appeared, it changed the surrounding situation in a short time. The various forces in the wilderness were quickly cleared away. Moreover, it discovered a crucial issue: the gap between humanity and the strange world in terms of using these flesh and blood weapons was enormous. Whether ordinary flesh and blood weapons, flesh and blood armored vehicles, or the newly emerged flesh and blood artillery, all required the help of Su Yan's subordinates. As a powerful being who has roamed the strange world for 1,000 years, it knew that the emergence of such weapons would change the world. But it could not determine whether this change was good or bad for the ancient city. If the four-fire military industry intended to dominate, then its growth. But if the four-fire military industry did not intend to fight for supremacy, the ancient city would be the first force to reap the benefits. In fact, it wanted to stifle Su Yan in the cradle. But human players could return directly from the strange world to the human world. Just this point made it impossible to eliminate Su Yan. Simply destroying Su Yan's company would not entirely erase the existence of the for-fire military industry.
Considering this, the old city lord no longer concealed it.
Boss Su, the ancient city does indeed need the weapons provided by the for-fire military industry. But before that, I must confirm one thing, whether the for-fire military industry will bring harm to the ancient city.
It won't. Su Yan's expression did not change.
Moreover, I can guarantee that the arms from my company will bring you profits far exceeding your expectations.
Upon hearing this, the old city lord no longer hesitated.
Okay.
In the next moment,
the old city lord disappeared inside the hall. Then a sharp voice followed.
The succession ceremony begins.
Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief.
It's settled.
Passing this test with the old city lord meant the business with the ancient city was essentially finalized.
Next was the tedious and boring succession ceremony. After the ceremony ended, the eldest son personally found Su Yan.
Boss Su, from now on, the immortal will be responsible for your company's business issues. As you know, there are many matters to handle after taking over as city lord.
Su Yan nodded in understanding.
Lord City Lord, then you may go take care of what you need to do.
After the new city lord left, Su Yan immediately began negotiating upcoming transactions with the immortal corpse.
Congratulations, Vice City Lord. The immortal successfully ascended to the coveted position of Vice City Lord. Moreover, it was specifically responsible for handling affairs with the for-fire military industry. Compared to the previous identity of the city lord's behind-the-scenes steward, this was a qualitative change. Now, it could also be said to hold great power. Boss Su, I need to convey the old city lord's intentions to you. If you can achieve these, the for-fire military industry will become our ancient city's most important partner.
Correspondingly, you provide us with weapons, and we will protect your forces.
Sui paused for a moment, then nodded. Speak. The corpse didn't speak, but pulled out a silk bag.
Sui took the silk bag and pulled out a letter from it.
In summary, there were 2 points. First, the ancient city needed military assistance from the for-fire military industries. Second, the ancient city needed priority purchasing rights for products from the for-fire military industries. Apart from this, the ancient city would not interfere with the business of the for-fire military industries. Furthermore, the old city lord indicated that after taking down another force, he would satisfy Suyi's curiosity. He would tell him why he knew about the existence of the horror game. After reading this, Sui raised an eyebrow. I must say, this old city lord is quite clever. He keenly captured that the manipulator's understanding of weapons would greatly affect the power exerted. Moreover, the letter did not state that the for-fire military industries could not provide weapons to enemy forces. This made Sui unconsciously look at the old city lord with higher regard.
Back then, when selling arms in the human world,
in Hazhou, he certainly sold arms to both sides.
Since the ancient city gave him respect, he would also give respect to the ancient city. These are all fine.
The corpse felt a wave of relief in its heart. It had initially worried that Sui would not agree to these terms. And the old city lord also gave a clear instruction. If Sui did not agree to these terms, he would be placed under house arrest.
Boss Su, then let's sign the contract. Signing this contract will make you our ancient city's most esteemed partner.
Sui looked at the contract, which spread a terrifying aura, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Didn't expect the old city lord to be so generous. To personally choose to sign a contract with him.
The old city lord's strange level, once the contract is violated. The punishment received would be far more terrifying than Suyi's nightmarish punishment. After signing the contract,
the corpse welcomed Sui into the guest room.
And according to the previous agreement, it also took out a shop contract in the core area of the inner city.
Sui smiled as he took the land deed and looked at the corpse.
Let's talk, what is the procurement plan this time?
The corpse smiled and joked. Indeed, nothing can be hidden from Boss Su. Our preliminary procurement order is for 1,000 blood-flesh infantry fighting vehicles, and 200 blood-flesh artillery vehicles. The blood-flesh infantry fighting vehicles suffered high losses due to being on the front line. The batch purchased by the eldest son back then was almost completely consumed. So this time, the corpse placed a huge order.
1,000 blood-flesh infantry fighting vehicles, I think it's unnecessary. Taking this opportunity, Sui smoothly introduced the blood-flesh tanks. In this level of battlefield, the advance speed is certainly not fast. It's better to replace the blood-flesh infantry fighting vehicles with blood-flesh tanks, which would offer better cost-effectiveness. Aside from being slower than the blood-flesh infantry fighting vehicles, the blood-flesh tanks excel in firepower and defense. The corpse was taken aback by Suyi's introduction of a new product. Boss Su, do you have new goods? It's only been a few days, and already a new strange item was created? Yes, absolutely a new product that will satisfy you. Can we check the goods? Sui said with a smile. Why not? Are we going to the secret realm?
The corpse didn't hesitate at all and immediately took Sui to the secret realm.
Within the secret realm, a blood-flesh tank was rampaging through.
Facing the siege of several blood-flesh infantry fighting vehicles, it broke through the encirclement with its strong armor. The corpse stared at this scene in a daze.
Boss Su, we want this. Now.
It nominally counted as the purchaser for the 4-Fire military industries.
But the orders received still need to be submitted to the think tank of the City Lord's Mansion for review. After approval, the official contract can be signed. To escape the review of the think tank, it must show results. Present results that can convince these guys, then more authority can be gained. Change all 1,000 blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles into blood and flesh tanks.
Upon hearing this, Sui shook his head.
No need for that.
This surprised the undying corpse.
Boss Su, what do you mean? In my opinion, an order of 700 blood and flesh tanks and 300 blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles is more suitable for the current battle situation?
This completely confused the undying corpse.
It couldn't quite understand what Sui meant by this.
Although blood and flesh tanks are a bit more expensive, their firepower and defense far exceed those of blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles. In its mind, blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles were already considered obsolete.
Boss Su, I still don't understand. Sui sighed helplessly.
No wonder the old mayor prioritized military advisors. A strange creature of noble rank like the undying corpse has such a mind.
Let alone the strange creatures of lower levels?
These two types of equipment each have their strengths and weaknesses, and the effects differ based on the situation.
If the battle is intense and the enemy's firepower is fierce, blood and flesh tanks are more suitable.
If the enemy is in full rout and being pursued, blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles are more suitable. The undying corpse barely understood part of it and nodded.
Boss Su, then let's go with your idea. You can decide everything about the orders.
At this point, it couldn't help but remind softly.
Can you make a table later explaining why to use such orders? Sui couldn't help but frown at the undying corpse. He thought, why are you making this so complicated?
But for the sake of the big order, he nodded.
All right, I will have someone prepare it later. Although he could make it, there wasn't much time. Besides, among his subordinates, there were many talented individuals. A mere table was no problem at all. Thank you, Boss Su. If this table can satisfy the think tank. In the future, I will follow your orders. Upon hearing this, Sui understood.
It turned out the undying corpse was just a messenger, it wasn't the one making the real decisions.
Come on, buddy, what's the point of being a deputy mayor like this?
The undying corpse scratched its head awkwardly. From a retainer to a deputy mayor, it's already a huge change.
How could it think any deeper?
Seeing that the undying corpse couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Thinking of this time, the undying corpse had been negotiating for a long while. Even if there wasn't much achievement, it still put in effort.
Sui couldn't help but say.
When the military advisor arrives, you can discuss directly with them. Let the military advisor provide orders based on the situation.
If there are any problems, let me know then. I will personally go find the mayor.
The undying corpse listened to these words. It almost wanted to kneel down to Sui. This was more than just a partnership, it was like a second parent.
Boss Su, thank you, in the future, I. Alright, no need to say unnecessary things.
Sui waved his hand.
Quickly submit the order. Yes.
The undying corpse hurriedly left with the order.
The mayor's residence. In a small courtyard in one corner,
Zhao Tingshu was moving various items into a scroll.
Like a laborer about to move homes. Uncle, is this really necessary? Sui couldn't help but ask Zhao Tingshu. Are you saying you won't come back anymore?
Without thinking, Zhao Tingshu responded. I've been tired of this place for a long time.
Then why not just throw these things away?
Inside the scroll, various furniture continued to pile up, even including stone chessboard cushions.
Xiao Su, you don't understand.
This furniture and chessboard were all made by my own hands. They have accompanied me for over 1,000 years, I have feelings for them, and I can't bear to part with them. Upon hearing this, Sui nodded helplessly. He planned to help Zhao Tingshu empty this place. But unexpectedly, as soon as he started, he accidentally broke a chair.
Uncle. Sui awkwardly looked at Zhao Tingshu.
Zhao Tingshu's heart twitched, but he said with a smile.
It's fine, be careful later.
Sui then turned his attention to another chair.
With a crack.
As with the previous one, as soon as he touched it, this chair also cracked.
Zhao Tingshu couldn't hold back this time.
These pieces of furniture have endured for thousands of years, long since rotted.
Otherwise, they would have all been thrown directly into the painting. Why would there be a need to be so careful? You little brat, get out! Sui escaped out of the room like it was a race. Though it was well-intentioned, he ended up making a mess. What to do? What to do? Sui paced back and forth in the yard. Oh right, can't we just make 2 more?
Thinking of this, he directly returned to the human world. According to the memory of the chair, he found a furniture factory.
Preparing to make 2 chairs as an apology for Uncle Zhou.
It must be said, technology really changes life.
Even the furniture factory uses 3D printing technology. After Sui drew the pictures, in just a few minutes,
2 chairs were printed out. They looked exactly like the 2 that had been destroyed.
Uncle, I brought the chairs back for you. What? Zhao Tingshu was taken aback.
Seeing the 2 chairs in Sui's hands, he asked in astonishment.
Xiao Su, where did you get these from?
Oh, I'll tell you when I get back to the human world.
Zhao Tingshu happily took the chairs. All right. After clearing out the entire yard, Sui took Zhao Tingshu back to the flesh and blood building. Uncle, are you ready? Zhao Tingshu couldn't help but look at Sui. Why are you so fidgety? With me here, what are you afraid of? Previously, he wanted to directly join the for-fire military industry in the ancient city.
But Sui was worried about problems, so he brought him back to the flesh and blood building.
Sui rubbed his hands together. It's not nervousness, it's excitement. This is a noble level weirdness.
Once he joins the for-fire military industry, it will definitely raise the dungeon level. Plus, Sui's avatar has already reached nightmare level, not knowing if he can break through to noble level in one go. If the for-fire military industry reaches noble level, then...
Thinking of this, Sui shook his head. Uncle, just sign here.
Zhao Tingshu listened and conjured a brush.
He signed his name in the most elegant way. Chapter 139, Re-entering the World. Congratulations to the player for becoming a recruited noble level weirdness and receiving an inquiry *1. Can inquire about all player forces once, to learn more detailed information. Sui was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. What's the use of this? To be honest, ever since being sent to the weird world by the horror game,
Sui, except for completely passing the novice dungeon, seems to have never stayed properly in any dungeons. After all, the rewards given by the horror game are too useless for him, falling far behind the benefits of unlocking weapons. And Sui didn't know how the horror game determines the level of these weird territories. Logically speaking.
Now, the for-fire military industry has more than 100 chassis. SSS level, nightmare level, both are there, and there are also 2 noble level weirdness.
Even so, it still hasn't been able to elevate the for-fire military industry to noble level forces.
But many noble level powers in the ancient city have only 1 noble level force.
Leaving aside the skeletal incarnation, just Zhao Tingshu's strength is enough to crush them.
Could it be that these noble level forces are supported by the ancient city? On the side, Zhao Tingshu couldn't restrain himself any longer.
Seeing Sui lost in thought, he couldn't help but ask.
Xiao Su, are you done? It's done, let's go back. Sui regained his senses. All right, uncle. In the next moment,
Sui and Zhao Tingshu appeared in the farm guest house. There weren't many people here, so they didn't need to worry about Zhao Tingshu frightening others. After all, the horror game is only not horrifying to him. For others, it is still an extremely terrifying existence.
Let alone, Zhao Tingshu was a nightmarish anomaly.
Zhao Tingshu looked at the mountains and rivers before him. A trace of desolation rose in his heart. He recalled years ago when he went to war with the army, never imagining that upon returning to the human world, it would be 1,000 years later. He took a deep breath. It seemed that the air of the human world could dispel the gloom in his heart.
Xiao Su, I will stay here for now. Sui was a bit puzzled. Uncle, aren't we going to see our beautiful rivers and mountains?
Zhao Tingshu shook his head. The strange aura emanating from him darkened the sky of this place. The magic seed is showing some disturbances, I need to spend some time suppressing it.
All right, uncle, you let me know what you need, and I'll prepare it for you.
Prepare some books for me, I want to see what has happened in this world.
Fortunately, Lin Shi had bought quite a few books back then, including those on the development of various dynasties.
After organizing the room and placing the books, Zhao Tingshu urged Sui to leave this place. Xiao Su, say goodbye to your people here and stay as far away from this area as possible.
Understood, uncle, if you have any problems, just use this. Before leaving, Sui specifically left Zhao Tingshu a special communication device. At the foot of the mountain, Taoist Lingshu looked at the dark clouds gathering at the mountain's peak, feeling tremendous shock in his heart. That intense, eerie aura could kill ordinary players upon contact. Fortunately, this place was relatively remote, so there was no need to evacuate the crowd. Otherwise, it would truly become a troublesome matter. Xiao Su, can the formation really hold it back? Sui waved his hand. Don't worry, it will be fine. He immediately informed Daoist Lingxiu of this news. Upon learning the news, Lingxiu hurried over to set up the formation. But isn't the spreading speed a bit too fast? Sui stared at the constantly spreading dark clouds and explained. This action is to better suppress the magic seed. Zhao Tingshu had been in the strange world for a millennium. His soul had long been eroded deep within by the eerie aura. In this situation, he hadn't gone insane, so one could imagine his power. Now, releasing the eerie aura was to thoroughly suppress the magic seed inside his body. The human world was not like the strange world, it lacked that many eerie auras. By first releasing the eerie aura, he could cut off the supply to the magic seed. This way, the magic seed would weaken gradually, like a rootless duckweed. Amid the rise and fall of strength, suppression would become much easier. By the way, Master Uncle, have there been any unusual movements in other countries? Upon mentioning this topic, Daoist Lingxiu's expression slightly changed. There really are some situations, but I can't explain it clearly to you right now. Xiao Su, wait here while I go get some materials. Sui still needed to stay here to observe the unusual movement of the dark clouds. Before long, Daoist Lingxiu returned with a thick stack of documents. Xiao Su, these are the results we recently investigated. Now, it's not just Western Europe, it seems most countries have formed some collaboration with the Yuri. Sui took the documents and began to flip through them quickly. The first one immediately captured his attention. Western Europe had seen the arrival of more than one powerful anomaly. In addition to the initial angel that swept through numerous nightmare-level instances, demons had also descended there. Moreover, the two forces were in a hostile relationship. This led to the formation of two factions there. One was the angel faction led by the church, and the other included human fallen beings who joined the demon faction. Due to this situation, Western Europe had fallen into a state of chaos. No news has leaked out? Sui couldn't help but ask. Daoist Lingxiu then explained. The state of chaos is relative, ordinary players have no contact with this. Moreover, our investigation found that these anomalies seem to be intentionally reducing their impact on the human world. If it weren't for those high-level players sparking a melee, we wouldn't have had the chance to learn this information at all. These words caught Sui by surprise. Strange entities intentionally hiding their own information, not wanting ordinary players to know? This is very strange. To be precise, it's especially strange. Entities of this level shouldn't need to be so cautious. Unless they are brewing some kind of conspiracy, or they want to obtain something from the human world. But this has nothing to do with Su Yan. Moreover, Zhao Tingshu has now descended into the mortal realm. Even if they are king-level entities, they are not afraid. After reviewing all the information, Su Yan rubbed his head. Master Uncle, I feel like something bad might happen next. The intelligence shows that countries around the world are starting to trade with strange entities to varying degrees. Among these trading entities, there are many powerful ones like angels. Lighthouses, pickles, and little devils are all in this list. Surprisingly, the little devils, who were plowed through by Su Yan, are developing at the fastest rate. The intelligence indicates that they have made deals with more than one powerful entity. There are detailed records of at least two. One is a peak-level nightmare entity, the Kappa, and the other is like the legendary Orochi from the Little Devils myth. Now in territorial rankings, the Little Devils have returned to the top 5. Their nightmare-level instances are only slightly inferior to the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 140, Orochi. What's wrong, little Su? Daoist Lingxiu looked a bit puzzled. These countries, although they made deals with many strange entities, cannot compare with the Dragon Kingdom in terms of player quality, quantity, or developing instances. Why would this be a bad thing? Su Yan put down the information and slowly stood up, saying, I need to go to Little Devil Island. Before Daoist Lingxiu could ask why, Su Yan had already summoned the Jade Skeleton here. At that moment, the intense contrast between bloodlight and dark clouds formed. Although the Jade Skeleton only retained the thought of Su Yan, it acted like a machine. With just this thought, it maintained the blood-evil purgatory. Daoist Lingxiu was startled by this blood-evil purgatory. Especially the aura emitted by the Jade Skeleton made his heart race. Involuntarily, he was about to make a move. Su Yan reached out and pressed down on Daoist Lingxiu. Master Uncle, this is my clone. What the hell, what did you do in the strange world to change from gold to jade? Daoist Lingxiu knew Su Yan had a golden skeleton clone. But in just a few days, the golden skeleton had turned into a jade skeleton? And the strange aura emitted was completely incomparable to the golden skeleton. Ah, it's too late to explain?
Su Yan took off his raven cloak and draped it over the jade skeleton. When the jade skeleton disappeared, he finally said to Taoist Lingshu,
Master Uncle, I suspect there will be a problem over there. There is indeed a problem, which is why I don't want you to go. Previously, Su Yan had plowed through the entire Little Devil Island.
Only a few had escaped, and some little devils had long resided overseas. The 4 islands became silent places radiating strange auras.
Recently,
almost all little devils returned to the islands.
When things happen unusually, there must be a reason.
Plus the trading that has been uncovered further confirmed this. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom immediately sent out scouts.
Except for the 2 groups, Orochi and Kappa, that replied, the other teams went completely silent. And after those 2 groups replied, they also went silent. It's okay, soon we'll know what the situation is.
As he spoke,
Su Yan waved his hand, and a scene appeared. In the image, it was extremely dark, and even the bloodlight couldn't pierce the gloom. Su Yan had seen this kind of situation before. The jade skeleton quickly condensed the blood evil purgatory and shrank it to a few meters in size. Master Uncle, where are the Kappa and Orochi? One is in Yukon and the other is in Shermaine. Su Yan immediately searched for the map on his phone.
The jade skeleton began to teleport synchronously to Yukon. In this state of divided attention, Su Yan discovered a wondrous thing. That is, in the future, when facing other strange battles, the jade skeleton would be at the front, while Su Yan would fire from the back. Originally just one person, he wouldn't have to worry about coordination issues at all.
Hu Chuan. Looking far away, he could see the firelight in the distance. Taoist Lingshu held his breath tightly, feeling nervous.
In the scout team, there were nightmare-level players. Even so, they had lost contact. Fearing that speaking might affect Su Yan's control of the clone, he suppressed his curiosity.
The scene kept getting closer.
Finally, he saw exactly what the firelight was. A group of people in white robes danced around the campfire in a strange manner. Not far from the fire, a larger group in white robes knelt down. There was also a formation, with various bizarre items placed on it. A figure in a black robe was talking in a chattering manner.
Su Yan listened for a moment.
He confirmed that this was not the language of ghosts, but an unknown bird language.
What is this? Taoist Lingshu looked at the absurd scene, stunned for a moment. It seems to be a cult summoning ritual. At this moment,
the crowd gathered around the campfire also noticed Su Yan.
One of them shouted excitedly. It's here, the new god has descended.
With this shout, the crowd stirred. The previously kneeling group rushed towards the jade skeleton in a frenzy. The jade skeleton did not move at all, allowing these people to crowd around and take it to the offering table. Because among these people, the strongest figure in black robes was only a nightmare level.
Even if he lay on the ground for them to hit, they couldn't kill him. The black-robed priest looked at Su Yan in amazement. But upon sensing Su Yan's powerful aura, he cautiously asked, My lord, may I ask what offerings you require? Su Yan did not move, speaking like a machine.
Where is this place?
Reporting to my lord, it was I who summoned you here, we are all your faithful followers. The black-robed priest waved his hand. All the white-robed followers knelt down in unison at the offering table. Seeing this, Taoist Lingshu had a terrifying thought.
The Kappa and the 8-headed serpent might not have descended to reality through a horror game normally.
It was very likely summoned by these people through some kind of evil ritual. Little Su, those strange arrivals may not be correct. I know.
Seeing that the jade skeleton did not move, the black-robed priest waved his hand again. Several white-robed individuals stepped forward, shouting loudly,
God, please accept the loyalty given by your most devoted follower.
Then these people rushed straight into the fire. Accompanied by screams of agony, the black-robed priest began muttering the bird language again.
Little Su, something is coming out. Quick, get down. A giant hand, black as ink, reached out from the formation.
Then, under the astonished gazes of all, it swung directly towards the crowd.
These SSS-level players were like papier-mâché. With one slap, many were injured or killed. The black-robed priest was stunned at this scene. He glanced at the jade skeleton, then at the giant hand. At this moment, the black-robed priest finally realized.
This jade skeleton was not the strange thing they summoned at all. The true master of that giant hand was.
Offerings, offerings.
The surviving white-robed followers crazily rushed towards the fire. It was clear that this pile of fire was closely linked to the summoning formation. After losing its target, the giant hand focused on the jade skeleton and then struck heavily. The jade skeleton dodged quickly, instantly casting the blood fiend refining prison to cover the giant hand. Suddenly contracting, in an instant it severed the hand.
The formation shattered dramatically in the wake of this blow. Baka. Even if the black-robed priest and the white-robed followers were foolish, they now understood what had happened. This jade skeleton was an outsider, cutting off their summoning formation. The remaining white-robed followers all pulled out daggers, slashing at their throats. Summon the true god, annihilate the heretics. The black-robed priest shouted loudly. The blood splattered by these white-robed believers gathered into a formation. The jade skeleton watched this scene, waiting silently. If only something akin to a giant hand would come. In the next moment, the formation flashed with a glimmer of light. A massive snake head crawled out from within. This time, the snake head did not attack immediately, but turned to look at the black-robed priest. Chapter 141, All Winds Descend. Lord Yamada no Orochi, the most loyal servant, asks you to strike and annihilate the heresy. The black-robed priest prostrated on the ground, with a hint of frenzy in his eyes. He deflated like a balloon, quickly shrinking. A massive black mist surged into the formation, causing the blood-red formation to suddenly expand several times. It seemed like something else was about to surge out from the formation. Die, heretic! But the jade skeleton moved faster. In the instant the snake head looked back, the blood fiend purgatory engulfed it. In the horrified gaze of the black-robed priest, the snake head was severed by the blood fiend purgatory. The formation was crushed beneath the impact of the jade skeleton. The black-robed priest exclaimed in shock. Impossible, this is impossible. Sui looked at the shriveled old man, unable to help but frown. If that formation had completed, perhaps that powerful anomaly would have truly descended here. From this aura, he could feel the strength of that anomaly. The jade skeleton would definitely not be that anomaly's opponent. Lord Yamada? Could it be that the black-robed priest was about to summon the noble-level Yamata no Orochi just now? Who are you? The black-robed priest seemingly did not hear, roaring in anger. This is impossible. In the next moment, the black-robed priest exploded into a mass of blood mist. The blood mist surged madly toward the shattered formation. And the formation quickly took shape under the nourishment of this blood energy. A roar came from within. Sui would naturally not give the black-robed priest this opportunity. He merely tugged slightly, and the blood energy was pulled into the blood fiend purgatory. Not only the blood energy, but also the lingering soul of the black-robed priest. Amidst the cries of unwilling rage, the formation completely dissipated from this place. After doing all of this, the jade skeleton captured the soul of the black-robed priest. Compared to those white-robed believers, this guy's soul was far stronger. So at first, it hadn't been completely absorbed by the formation. Tell me, who exactly are you? What Sui did not expect was that even in such a situation, the black-robed priest seemed to have a problem with his mind, laughing maniacally. Damn heretic, wait until Lord Yamada descends, then it will be your end. Taoist Lingshu could not help but curse. What the hell are these damned fools doing? Setting aside everything else. Only by using living people as sacrifices to summon anomalies, just this alone could cause disaster in the entire reality. Ah! A shrill scream echoed out. The black-robed priest, who tried to shatter the soul again, was forcibly pulled together by the blood fiend purgatory, and thrown into the magma for refining souls. These bastards really summoned a lot of big guys from the world of anomalies. Taoist Lingshu took a deep breath and could not help but ask. Is that guy very strong? From just the images, he could not judge the level of those two anomalies. Very strong. Sui nodded. He could confirm that these two anomalies had reached the noble level. Especially the latter, Yamada no Orochi, was very close to the former city lord. It was extremely likely to have reached the peak level of nobility. He truly did not know where those bastards found such a formation that could summon anomalies of this level. What was even more terrifying was not knowing what kind of deal these guys had made. And moreover, these anomalies that were summoned were not recorded by the horror game. So it was impossible to judge how many anomalies were on these several islands now. Thinking of this, Sui pulled the soul of the black-robed priest out from the purgatory. Tell me, what exactly are you doing? In that blood-red molten mass, the black-robed priest truly felt what it means to be unable to live or die. And the suffering from the soul's pain is far beyond the torment of the flesh. This time, it was much more obedient. It just wanted to answer the questions well, and then let this strange outsider give it a quick end. During the new god summoning ritual, how many of these strange beings have you summoned? Hearing this question, the black-robed priest realized something was wrong. Who are you really? How many of these strange beings have you summoned? No. 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 In just an instant, countless strange beings crawled out from the bloodthirsty hell. All of these were the strange beings smelted by the jade skeleton. They were not only trapped in body but also had their souls eternally imprisoned here. At that moment, the black-robed priest felt the fear from its soul, screaming, "Master, I will tell you." Unfortunately, this time, Su Yan did not give it another chance. After completely refining this guy, he began to search its memory fragments. But after looking around, Su Yan scratched his head. On Ghost Island, there really appeared a cult that summoned strange beings. But this guy was simply a marginal figure. He didn't know any secret information. Not even what kind of strange being was summoned by that formation. This led to mistaking the Jade Skeleton as a new god that had been summoned. However, from its memory, Su Yan still analyzed some things. This new god had already taken shape here, with at least more than 20 of them. Long Su Daoist hurriedly asked, "Little Su, what exactly did you find out?" Su Yan slowly said, "Those Japanese established a cult specifically for summoning strange beings. The summon lord level strange beings could be as many as more than 20. Hiss. More than 20 lord level strange beings. Long Su Daoist gasped, thinking this was a bit too terrifying. The only lord level strange being he had seen was Zhao Tingshu. Besides this ancient figure from Huaxia, he had never seen any other lord level strange beings. But he didn't expect the Japanese to secretly summon so many lord level strange beings. In this situation, they still hid all the news. There must be a huge conspiracy behind this. He did not hesitate at all and immediately reported this news up. More than 20 lord-level strange beings. If targeted, it would cause devastating damage to Dragon Country. It's essential to know that there are many people here. Even if the national player process has been advanced and players' levels significantly raised, there are still quite a number of citizens who are ordinary players. Moreover, these are all lord-level strange beings, not to mention ordinary people. Even high-level players may not be able to withstand them. The Jade Skeleton acted again. According to the information, what existed in this area was not the 8-headed serpent, but a kappa. Perhaps capturing that kappa would reveal exactly what had happened. This time, the Jade Skeleton no longer hid its form. It fully operated the bloodthirsty hell and began searching in Huzhou. Even if summoned strange beings, they surely have territorial divisions. As long as this kappa was still around, seeing the Jade Skeleton so ostentatious, it would surely be unable to resist. Huzhou was not big. In just half an hour, Su Yan searched the entire area, but still could not see the figure of the kappa. Chapter 142-142. Creating the Altar. Huzhou. The Jade Skeleton searched here again and again. Let alone that kappa, there were not even any cultists. In the end, Su Yan chose to leave the Jade Skeleton here, waiting for other strange beings to show up. The information indicated that the 8-headed serpent had successfully descended into the real world. The Jade Skeleton cut off one of its snake heads, and this guy would surely come for revenge. This was the perfect opportunity to refine the giant hand and snake head. Su Yan had a feeling. After refining this part of the strange being, the Jade Skeleton can become even stronger. Only because it has only melted apart. On the Jade Skeleton's body, it revealed a diamond-like shine. Little Su, why did you turn it off? There's no need to keep watching, we just need to wait for that big snake to come find us. Daoist Lingshu was momentarily stunned. The skeleton won't be taken down, right? From the earlier brief confrontation, he could determine that the skeleton had also reached the Duke level. But from Su Yan's words, he judged that the skeleton was not as powerful as the Yamato no Orochi. Don't worry, it won't. What should we do next? Su Yan rubbed his forehead and said to Daoist Lingshu, think about whether there are any countermeasures. In the bizarre world, having over 20 Duke-level oddities was really not a big deal. But in the real world, these 20-plus Duke-level oddities were indeed a headache. Only because, the horror game has its limitations. It won't allow so many Duke-level oddities to descend into the real world. Unless Su Yan can find a similar summoning ritual, which could tackle the upcoming situation. Just relying on him and Zhao Tingshu couldn't possibly stop so many Duke-level oddities. Moreover, besides Ghost Island, there was also the lighthouse. For oddities, what offerings are the best? Isn't it humans? Initially, the white elephant had the largest population. But after experiencing a series of bizarre descents, the population sharply decreased. Now, which country has the most surviving humans? The Dragon Kingdom. What kind of situation could develop from this? It could very well lead to countless oddities invading the Dragon Kingdom together. And these summoned oddities, without the restrictions of the horror game, would be even more rampant. Master Uncle, do you think we have any similar summoning formations? Daoist Lingshu furrowed his brow. Daoist Lingshu, it's useless. Long ago, at the beginning of the horror game's arrival, the Daoists had already tried. But whether it was calling upon the ancestors or summoning them to the mortal realm,
Every attempt, without exception, ended in failure.
Su Yan made a gesture.
Master Uncle, what happened before is in the past, now is now.
The Yamato no Orochi has appeared, so why can't we? If we're talking about myths and legends, the Dragon Kingdom is not afraid of any country.
Since the beginning of time, even without counting the various gods.
Just the various spirits are unmatched by other countries. Daoist Lingxiu hesitated for a moment.
Then I'll go gather the fellow disciples to give it a shot.
All right. After Daoist Lingxiu left, Su Yan transformed into an oddity and returned to the farmhouse. Inside the farmhouse,
looking at that eerie and wicked figure, Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim.
Damn, uncle, how did you turn into this ghostly appearance?
Earlier, although Zhao Tingshu said he looked pale, at least he still looked like a person. But now, he was radiating an eerie aura, as if he had escaped from hell.
Oh, it's you, little Su.
Zhao Tingshu suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Yan. That cold aura burst forth, and Su Yan decisively chose to step back.
At this moment, Zhao Tingshu was clearly not right, likely influenced by the demon seed. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tingshu couldn't help but shout. Little Su, you are going to be the emperor in the future, how can you retreat? Come here.
Before Su Yan could move, he suddenly said. Little Su, how about we get rid of the city lord, and I'll directly support you to take the throne.
No, why go back to that ghostly place? This place is so good. There are delicious people everywhere, much better than that godforsaken hell.
No, I am human, not a ghost. But those humans really smell so good.
Little Su, can you offer your uncle a bit once you're emperor?
This chaotic speech left Su Yan speechless.
Who exactly are you? Zhao Tingshu's face regained a little clarity, and he laughed. Of course, we are your uncle. Damn it. I shouldn't have come. Su Yan cursed inwardly.
He initially wanted to come in and check on Zhao Tingshu's condition, and casually inquire about the altar.
But unexpectedly, he had awakened the demon seed. I'm leaving first, uncle. Little Su, where are you going?
Zhao Tingshu held Su Yan's shoulder with a smile on his face as he looked at him.
Not going anywhere, not going anywhere. Without the jade skeleton and without the crow robe, Su Yan realized he couldn't escape.
Seeing Su Yan stop moving, Zhao Tingshu finally released him.
Little Su, you don't need to be afraid.
He is your uncle, and we are also your uncles. We want it even more, hurry up and ascend the throne, hurry up and recreate the great song.
Hearing this, Su Yan let out a sigh of relief.
He had figured out what the desire generated by Zhao Tingshu's demon seed was.
Once, it was to return to the human world.
Now, it had changed to recreating the great song.
Although the demon seed increases strange desires, corresponding desires will also influence the demon seed. Can he take advantage of this point to find a way to break through? Uncle, is there any way to summon the strange into reality?
A hint of suspicion flashed in Zhao Tingshu's eyes.
Why do you ask this? Su Yan took a deep breath. Uncle, I want to bring my people over. A batch of noble-level strangeness has been summoned into reality. These guys want to compete for territory with me. If I don't bring my people back, I can't beat them.
Zhao Tingshu shouted in surprise.
What? There are actually people competing for territory with us? Where are they? I'll take care of it. Su Yan was stunned for a moment.
He never expected Zhao Tingshu would say this.
Uncle, they have a bit more manpower. No problem.
More than 20 noble-level strangeness, and I've seen one at the peak level.
No problem.
Seeing Su Yan about to say more, Zhao Tingshu couldn't hold back.
What are you babbling about, kid? If I don't go over there, how will I know what they used to summon the strangeness into reality? Are you a big fool? This remark left Su Yan dumbfounded. So, do we want to find that 8-headed serpent? Lead the way.
Su Yan thought for a moment and summoned the jade skeleton to his side. Just as he was about to take off the crow robe from the jade skeleton's shoulder, Zhao Tingshu stopped him.
Let this little thing separate, and it can just accompany us. Okay.
The jade skeleton first took Zhao Tingshu to Huchuan. Here, remnants of the previous summoning array were left behind.
This array seems to be quite interesting. Uncle, can you tell what kind of array this is?
Zhao Tingshu revealed a sinister smile.
I've never seen it before, but we can give it a try.
In the strange world for 1,000 years. It had searched countless times for a way to return to the human world. Strange world arrays were also studied. Under the deduction, an array slowly emerged.
This array was different from the one Su Yan had seen before.
But just as it was about to solidify, the array suddenly shattered. Su Yan frowned at this scene.
What was the reason? Was it because there were no sacrifices?
Zhao Tingshu suddenly laughed loudly.
I understand, so that's it. No wonder we searched for so many years in the strange world, so many arrays, and couldn't find a way back to the human world. In the next moment, Zhao Tingshu dispersed the array and drew another array out of thin air. This new array was much larger than the previous one. As it appeared, a thunderous sound rang out in the sky. Within the array, a large amount of strange energy spread out, making this already eerie and silent place appear even more terrifying. As the array took shape, a head poked out from the array. Wow, it worked! Su Yan exclaimed in surprise. Only because he recognized this strangeness. It was the one he had played chess with in Zhao Tingshu's courtyard before. That strangeness peeked out from the array, looking shifty. It seemed to be stuck in the array, wanting to get in and unable to leave. Master, I'm stuck. A hint of impatience showed on Zhao Tingshu's face as he waved his hand. After the strangeness disappeared, the array slowly dissipated in place. Zhao Tingshu looked at the array and fell into deep thought. Sui did not disturb it, but left part of his consciousness in the jade skeleton. This summoning formation, for the time being, cannot be understood. Moreover, there are still business transactions to be dealt with in the ancient city. As for safety issues, those are no longer concerns for Sui. Zhao Tingshu had previously killed powerful and bizarre entities at the nightmare level. And he clearly stated that he could take down that old city lord. Even if there are more than 20 royal-level bizarres on that island, ensuring safety is absolutely no problem. The Flesh and Blood Tower. Lin Shi hurriedly found Sui. Where have you been? I went back to handle some matters. What happened? The ancient city has urged several times already. Sui glanced at the time. There are still 20 minutes until the delivery time. Okay, I understand. As he spoke, Sui vanished from the spot. Sorry for the wait. The non-decaying corpse quickly got up and said. Boss Su, the situation is urgent, and we hope you can deliver as soon as possible. No problem. Due to the ban, Sui couldn't store flesh and blood equipment at this shop in the ancient city, only flesh and blood weapons. And the Flesh and Blood Tower is quite a distance away, the company's transport routes haven't been set up yet, which means he can only come in person for delivery. What happened? According to the agreed time, all orders were supposed to be delivered by this afternoon. Meanwhile, corresponding personnel were dispatched for training on the bazaars in the ancient city. But since the non-decaying corpse was so anxious, something must have gone wrong. However, this was not something Sui needed to worry about. What he needs to do now is deliver the goods and collect the money. Complete the tasks assigned by the system and unlock new flesh and blood equipment. Boss Su, please wait a moment. We need to change the delivery location. Sui stopped and turned to look at the non-decaying corpse. Where to change? To the front-line battlefield. Sui's face twitched. These supplies are to be sent directly to the front line? Seeing Sui's reaction, the non-decaying corpse immediately reassured him. Boss Su, don't worry. I will definitely protect your safety. Protect my eggs. What's the situation on the front lines? Sui had just checked the bazaar monitoring satellite. Let alone nightmare-level bazaars, even royal-level bazaars had suffered casualties. And the scale of the battlefield is simply too large. It is completely unlike the small scenes of the previous third-phase expansions. This is a truly giant battlefield. Although the enemy's vanguard was heavily damaged under the firepower of the ancient city's artillery teams, they cannot hold against the overwhelming number of troops sent by the enemy. Currently, all the flesh and blood battle vehicles on the front line have been destroyed. Without the enhancement of flesh and blood equipment, the side of the ancient city is being gradually pushed out of the battlefield. Once pushed out of this combat area and the enemy recaptures a few cities, everything the ancient city has done previously will be reduced to nothing. Seeing that Sui still said nothing, the non-decaying corpse became a bit anxious. It had worked hard to reach today and finally climbed to the position of Deputy City Lord. If this matter turns into a mess, then it will completely become a decoration as Lord Fu. Boss Su, as long as you are willing to send the supplies directly to the front line, I can gain the right to trade directly with you. In the future, no matter what the order is, I will do my utmost to meet your demands. Sui felt a bit helpless. Actually, it's not that he didn't want to go, but the front was truly too dangerous. Moreover, the Jade Skeleton and Crow Cloak are not here. What if he gets targeted by an enemy's royal-level bazaar? What happened? Lin Shi sensed Sui's emotional fluctuations and teleported over immediately. Deputy City Lord, let us discuss this. Although the non-decaying corpse was anxious, it still nodded. Boss Su, please decide quickly. The ancient city wants me to send the supplies directly to the front line. Lin Shi was taken aback for a moment, quickly asking. Is it dangerous up front? Sui felt quite helpless. If the Jade Skeleton and Crow Cloak were here. That's not a problem. But the key is, both of my props are missing. The main issue is Zhao Tingshu, at this stage, has been controlled by the magic seed. Absolutely cannot let it return to the bizarre world. If the magic seed gets the nourishment of this world's strange energy, then Zhao Tingshu could very likely be completely controlled by the magic seed. Moreover, with the many problems appearing in the human world, we absolutely cannot lose such a big client, the ancient city, at this stage. If we lose this big client, then the time for me to unlock new equipment will increase exponentially.
Lin Shi saw Su Yi's confusion.
I'll accompany you, a king-level strange will not break our door. Su Yi hugged Lin Shi. Okay.
When Bu Huashi saw Su Yi come out, he hurriedly asked.
Boss Su, how's the consideration going? Su Yi looked at Bu Huashi and slowly said. The goods can be delivered to the front line, but my people cannot go to the front line.
I allow them to assist you in commanding the battlefield and help you use the new equipment from the rear.
Bu Huashi did not think twice and readily agreed. No problem, Boss Su.
This batch of tanks can reach the front lines. As long as they can move, they have achieved their purpose.
30 kilometers away from the battlefield.
Several king-level strangeness waited here with their subordinates. Seeing Bu Huashi arrive, the highest commander immediately shouted.
Lord Deputy City Master, has the new equipment arrived? That batch of flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles has been destroyed. Bu Huashi did not speak but looked at Su Yi. Boss Su, what do you think?
Su Yi did not hesitate at all. In front of all the strangeness, he placed hundreds of flesh and blood tanks and flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles in an open space not far away. The highest commander waved his hand.
Countless strangeness surged forward, rushing towards the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles. These nightmare level and SSS level strangeness had all learned how to operate the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles. So at the first moment, they rushed towards the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles. Although the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles had been destroyed before, they still saw their terrifying aspects.
The survival rate of driving a flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicle is 70%, while the survival rate of strangeness joining the battlefield on foot is 0%. Once these hundreds of flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles were deployed to the battlefield, they could absolutely change the situation and reverse the decline.
Boom! The engine of the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles roared.
One after another rushed towards the front battlefield.
Su Yi watched the scene and couldn't help but complain. Bu Si, didn't you tell these guys that the flesh and blood tank is more suitable for this battlefield? Bu Huashi showed a hint of embarrassment on his face.
Others respectfully referred to him as Lord Deputy City Master, completely out of respect for this batch of equipment.
Moreover, the attributes of the flesh and blood tanks he submitted were presented to the think tank.
Whether those guys conveyed the specific information about the flesh and blood tanks to the front command post, Bu Huashi was unsure.
Is this Mr. Su?
Bu Huashi quickly said to the commander.
Yes, take this opportunity to ask Boss Su anything you don't understand. The commander adopted a very humble posture. Boss Su, the city lord invites you for a discussion.
This delivery location was not the combat command post but the most convenient passage into the battlefield.
Su Yi considered for a moment. Lead the way. Boss Su, please. When he sat inside the flesh and blood tank, Su Yi heard an exclamation from the driver's seat. My lord, this tank has no steering wheel. Hearing this, Su Yi was speechless. No, guys, don't you all operate like this? This tank isn't a steering wheel, it's a lever. If these strangeness can drive, then that would really be ghostly.
Seeing Su Yi staring at him, the commander's face remained unchanged.
Boss Su, how should this new equipment be used? Su Yi was almost speechless. No, guys, if you can't do it, just ask directly, why make such a fuss? He walked out of the cannon chamber and crawled into the driver's seat. In front of all the strangeness, taught how to drive this thing. Compared to the steering wheel, this lever-controlled tank is easier to learn. Because those sent over this time have encountered and learned to operate the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicle. So within just a few minutes, these oddities learned how to drive. Before Su Yi could explain how to fire, these oddities drove the tank into the battlefield. Lin Shi couldn't help but complain on the side. Why are these oddities so dazed?
The commander agreed.
Exactly.
That's why we need Su Boss's strong support. The disfigured creature next to them was left stunned. No wonder that person could rise to the position of commander, they truly knew how to talk. Especially coupled with that serious expression, it was even more.
Command Center.
The old city lord and several peak oddities of royal rank stood in front of the sand table, analyzing the current situation.
With hundreds of flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles and flesh and blood tanks joining the battle,
the ancient city successfully halted the decline and began to push forward again.
Su Boss, what do you think? Sui shrugged. I don't understand. Let's wait for my people to arrive. He had already teleported Zheng Tianyu and his group to his shop in the ancient city, and they were on their way. Regarding the sand table, Sui really didn't understand it. The old city lord smiled and said nothing but looked towards Lin Shi behind Sui. This little guy seems a bit interesting. Sui stepped back a little, protecting Lin Shi. The old city lord laughed and waved his hand. I can sense a faint aura of an old friend from it. Don't worry, Su boss, you are our honored guest in the ancient city. Your people are also our honored guests. Aura of an old friend? Sui furrowed his brows, looking at the old city lord. My lord, do you know them? Lin Shi also came from a giant city. And due to memory being sealed, he didn't even know what region the ancient city was in. The old city lord seemed to be lost in thought. After a while, he finally spoke. Once, my best friend and I traveled to a giant city. The city lord warmly hosted us. But now the world has changed, the friend is gone, the giant city is destroyed. As he spoke, he gazed deeply at Sui. Sui naturally knew who this so-called best friend actually was. It's a pity that this so-called best friend was viewed as the greatest threat. Sui changed the topic. My lord, where is that giant city? The old city lord looked at Sui. Su boss, if you are willing to bring your people to follow me to see the battle situation. The meaning was clear. If Sui was willing to help the ancient city achieve substantial progress on the front lines, he would be willing to reveal the past events. Sui thought for a moment and whispered. You go back first. Lin Shi tightly held Sui's arm and shook his head. Be obedient and go back. The Lord will ensure my safety. The old city lord saw this and said with a smile. That is only natural, Su boss is our most distinguished guest in the ancient city. At this moment, a creature came to report. My lord, Su boss's people have arrived. The old city lord waved his hand and stood up. Quick, invite them in. Zheng Tianyu and his group then walked in. Sui took the opportunity to whisper in Lin Shi's ear. Go back first, I will be very safe here. If you stay here, I won't be able to perform well. Lin Shi reluctantly let go, teleporting away. Then Sui introduced to the old city lord. My lord, from now on, my subordinates will assist you in the battle. Good. The old city lord nodded and then looked at Sui. Su boss, why not take this opportunity to see the talents of your subordinates? What could be wrong with that? The old city lord immediately waved his hand. All the royal rank oddities in the command center stood up. On the way. Li Buran gave Sui a thumbs up. Boss, you're amazing, you can do business with such high-ranking individuals. Sui smiled and shook his head, then projected the frontline battle situation. Captain Zhang. Can such a level of war be commanded? Zheng Tianyu shook his head as well, then looked at the heroic spirit beside him. Old Mo, what do you think? Chapter 144-144. Firepower coverage. At the front line of the ancient city. Old Mo observed for just 2 minutes before giving his evaluation. Chaos in management, no tactics, no coordination. Even Sui, an outsider, could see this point. It is easy to imagine how chaotic such a large-scale melee would be. The blood-flesh infantry fighting vehicle was relatively okay, at least it would fire. But those blood-flesh artillery vehicles made people speechless, purely relying on their flesh armor to crush through the enemy camp. Several strange commanders responsible for the battlefield immediately rebutted. What do you know? We have the advantage in the situation. Flattening this battlefield is just a matter of time. In the face of these doubts, Sui ignored them and looked at the old city lord. The enemy is constantly reinforcing. If it continues like this, the situation will just remain deadlocked here. Once these supplies are exhausted, we still won't be able to take this place. This was the enemy's last barrier, a perilous pass. If this area was captured, everything afterward would be plains. So the enemy was throwing in resources recklessly, regardless of losses, into this area. At that time, the blood-flesh equipment would charge through unhindered and flatten the opposition. The old city lord not only did not get angry but instead looked at Sui. Boss Su, do you have any countermeasures? Sui turned his head to look at old Mo. The command is yours. How long will it take to capture this area? 3 hours. 3 hours? The other strange commanders burst into laughter. Where did this fool come from? In such a level of war, don't even mention 3 hours. Even if it were 3 days or even 3 months, it wouldn't be captured. It often came down to seeing who could hold out to the end. In their view, the current situation was a great advantage. Simply because the enemy had sent in troops multiple times their number. Yet, even so, the situation was still in a deadlock. Once the enemy send-in troops ran out, they would then send in a large force. At that time, they would be able to take this territory in one fell swoop. The old city lord's smile instantly faded, and he looked at Sui with a serious expression. Boss Su, if we can take this area in 3 hours, my ancient city can offer 3 strikes from the 4-fire military industry. Sui's expression tightened. Is this true? The old city lord immediately took out a contract. It's true. If we don't take it in 3 hours, what will you say, Boss Su? Sui pointed at the battlefield. If my men cannot take this battlefield in 3 hours, the consumption of all weapons in this war of the ancient city, the 4-fire military industry, will cover. Deal. The old city lord immediately signed the contract. After Sui signed the contract, he looked at Old Mo. Do you have confidence, Old Mo? Old Mo was also a tough character. If we can't take it in 3 hours, I will commit suicide. Then he turned directly to the old city lord. Lord City Lord, I need command authority. Once he obtained command authority, Old Mo immediately issued the order. The entire army retreats. This order made all the commanders panic. They had fought to this point but had paid a huge price. We can't, my lord. We mustn't withdraw at this time. Yeah, if we withdraw now, everything we've done before will be wasted. This guy definitely has ill intentions, perhaps he was sent over by the enemy. All the troops committed at the beginning were the personal armies of these noble-level strange lords. They were counting on these resources to gain rewards afterward. If they did this now, they would not receive any reward later. The old city lord looked expressionlessly at these commanders. Follow orders, and you will not miss out on benefits. After receiving the old city lord's promise, they reluctantly handed command authority to Old Mo. With the sound of the retreat trumpet, the battlefield was thrown into even greater chaos. It once showed signs of a rout. Sui looked at this scene, unable to help but furrow his brow. Li Boren even quietly complained. Are these guys too stupid? Can we not even retreat the troops? Zhang Tianyu also furrowed his brows tightly. He did not anticipate this situation either, and could only look at Old Mo. Old Mo looked at the battlefield situation, without any expression. Due to the battlefield being extremely tense, it took an hour and they still could not fully withdraw their forces. The enemy occupied the vast majority of the battlefield. From the situation, it even seemed they wanted to use this opportunity to launch a counterattack. At this moment, all the noble class beings felt their hearts sink. Even the old city lord could not help but frown upon seeing this situation. This situation was truly too dreadful for the ancient city. At this moment, the ancient city's army was already showing signs of collapse. In a short time, attempting to organize the rout would be a troublesome matter. At that time, Old Mo issued the next command. Artillery squad, cover the battlefield with full firepower. Not all have retreated yet. 30% of the troops invested by the ancient city had yet to be pulled back. And the majority of the enemy troops had squeezed into the battlefield. At this moment, full fire covering would only result in both sides being hurt. Old Mo did not respond and repeated the command. Artillery squad, cover the battlefield with full firepower. At this moment, Sui understood. Old Mo was truly ruthless. This strategy, although causing losses to the ancient city, would inflict far greater losses on the enemy. Most importantly, the blood flesh infantry combat vehicles and blood flesh tanks had already retreated from the battlefield. The old city lord took a deep breath and uttered 2 words. Execute. The noble class being commanding the artillery squad gritted his teeth and issued the order. The artillery squad received the command. They quickly covered the entire battlefield with cannon fire. Old Mo watched the battlefield and suddenly said, how long can the shells sustain? At most, it can support for 10 more minutes. Not enough. How long is needed? 1 hour. Hiss. Covering for an hour. This sentence made everyone present, whether human or being, gasp in surprise. Hundreds of artillery pieces continuously bombarding for an hour. The beings within the battlefield would die at least 99%. Now, the old city lord finally understood Old Mo's intention. Boss Su, please take a trip. No problem. Sui paused for a moment and then said, Lord City Lord, I have some new goods that are just right for this situation. New goods? The old city lord was stunned upon hearing this, and then his face burst into joy. Boss Su, what new goods? Let's go to the artillery position. The old city lord had to suppress his curiosity. At the artillery position, the defenses were extremely strict. Even patrolling was led by noble class beings. It is easy to imagine how much the ancient city valued the artillery team. Now, this looks like something. Old Mo saw this and gave a slightly better evaluation. After Sui finished replenishing the ammunition in the storage, the old city lord impatiently asked, "Boss Su, what kind of new equipment do we have?" In an empty area, Sui showcased the brand new equipment. Li Burang, upon seeing this equipment, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, big boss, where did you get this?" Chapter 145, Blood Flesh Rocket Artillery. Wow! Li Burang looked at the rocket artillery vehicle, and his eyes lit up. Zhang Tianyu could not help but climb onto the artillery vehicle, reaching out to touch the cannon barrel. With a blank expression, old Mo could not help but swallow his saliva when he saw the blood flesh rocket artillery. Sui enthusiastically introduced to many beings. "Everyone, this is my company's brand new product, the blood flesh rocket artillery." The old city lord and a group of beings stared blankly at the artillery vehicle's frame. What new equipment is this? Blood flesh rocket artillery? Could it be even more powerful than the blood flesh cannon vehicle? A noble class being could not help but ask. But where is its cannon tube? Li Burang pointed to the frame. Isn't this it? Sui looked at the old city lord. "Lord City Lord, my equipment's firepower far exceeds that of the blood flesh cannon vehicle." The old city lord was the first to regain his senses. "Boss Su, can you demonstrate it for us?" He couldn't trust just Sui's words, he needed to see the true value of this new equipment. "Brothers, let's get to work." As soon as Sui's voice fell, Li Burong rushed over, diving into the driver's seat. Unlike the flesh cannon, the control panel for the flesh rocket launcher is not in the cabin, it is in the driver's seat. Zhang Tianyu was a step slower and only managed to grab the task of loading shells. With the shells loaded and the coordinates entered. Pew! Pew pew! Flames burst forth. More than a dozen shells were instantly fired. This scene left everyone present stunned. If the flesh cannon is like a firecracker, then the flesh rocket launcher is like a Gatling gun. Before it could react, Zhang Tianyu drove the support vehicle and changed the gun platform. Another round of flames poured out. At this point, the old city lord couldn't hold back any longer, he didn't even ask for a price. "Boss Su, I want 500 vehicles." Sui didn't hesitate at all and directly took out a contract. After the old city lord signed the contract, Sui waved his hand. Hundreds of flesh rocket launchers lined up in the open area of the artillery formation. Fortunately, this area is quite large. Otherwise, 500 flesh rocket launchers wouldn't even fit. Li Burong and Zhang Tianyu used this area to conduct pre-battle training. Compared to the flesh cannon, the flesh rocket launcher is easier to operate. As long as you know how to input coordinates and fire, you're good to go. The only difficulty is teaching these oddities how to drive the support vehicle to change the gun platform. The old city lord clearly understood the importance of the support vehicle. To the summoned oddities, he made numerous promises. Those oddities who learn to drive the support vehicle will not need to enter the battlefield and will have their original treatment increased fivefold. As for those who fail to learn, they will be sent to the front lines. Severe punishments and generous rewards will be implemented together. Where there are generous rewards, there will be brave men. This saying applies equally to oddities. Besides, there's the fear of death by being sent to the front lines. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of oddities learned how to operate. Hundreds of flesh rocket launchers and hundreds of flesh cannons tilted their fire towards the battlefield. Sui looked at this scene and nodded with a smile. This kind of firepower is starting to look decent. The flesh rocket launcher is the reward he unlocked after completing the flesh tank. Moreover, this flesh rocket launcher comes with a support vehicle for loading and unloading gun platforms. On the battlefield, countless artillery fires poured down here. After a full hour of bombardment, the entire battlefield had turned into purgatory. As far as the eye could see, there were only broken walls and shattered limbs. Let alone oddities, even complete buildings were nowhere to be found. Under Old Mo's command, the flesh infantry fighting vehicles and flesh tanks entered the field. This war holds no suspense anymore. The enemy has lost. Truly and utterly lost. They committed 80% of their forces to this battlefield. Yet in the end, less than 5% withdrew alive. In the command room, all the noble level oddities fell silent. At what should have been a moment of celebration, they seemed a bit frightened. This was because the new equipment produced by the for-fire military industry exceeded their expectations. In wars among oddities, there used to be only two key factors. First, the number of subordinate oddities. Second, the strength of the oddity leader. But the emergence of flesh equipment has completely changed all of this. The strength sent to the battlefield from the ancient city was far fewer than the enemies. Yet on this battlefield, they won through sheer crushing power from the ancient city. They only lost some forces during the intense fighting and retreat. Meanwhile, the enemy paid a huge price in main battle groups. Moreover, during this time, both sides never even met. After a long silence, Sui couldn't help but ask. Lord City Lord, how did my subordinates perform? The old City Lord looked at Sui with a complex expression. Boss Su, just call me City Lord. Oh? Sui was taken aback. Though it was just a title, it reflected many issues. The old City Lord had placed him at an equal level. This was the lord of a giant city power. Before Sui could respond, the old City Lord added. I have an unwelcome request. Please speak, City Lord. The old City Lord took a deep breath. I want to hire Mr. Mo as the commander of this battle. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the command room was shocked. Even Mr. Mo was stunned in place. Commander of the battle? His power was only at the SSS level, yet the old City Lord was willing to give him such an important position? Sui paused for a moment and smiled. City Lord, Mr. Mo is already my military advisor. If the City Lord believes in him, then I believe Mr. Mo will definitely assist the ancient city in achieving victory. Isn't that right, Mr. Mo? Mr. Mo regained his senses. Yes, boss. I will assist the ancient city in achieving victory. Sui continued. City Lord, it's just that my subordinate is weak. I hope the ancient city can ensure his safety. Seeing Sui give such respect, the old City Lord was also generous. Rest assured, Boss Su. Our ancient city will fund the purchase of a noble-level strange servant for Commander Mo. Hiss. Sui gasped. A noble-level strange servant. This old City Lord is truly making a big investment. He had once learned about this from Zhao Tingshu. Noble-level strange servants are not only expensive but are not something just any force can purchase. For a powerful force like the ancient city, they could only buy one in a year. Once contracted, these noble-level strange servants would be absolutely loyal to their master. With the protection of a noble-level strange servant, there's no need to worry about Mr. Mo's safety. Not to mention in the future. At this stage, Mr. Mo is definitely the guest of honor in the ancient city. On the way back, Li Buren leaned closer to Sui. Boss, can you buy one for me too? I also want a noble-level strange wife. Sui laughed and tapped Li Buren on the head. You want one? I want one even more. Chapter 146-146. Mindset explodes. Brothers. My mindset exploded. I need to seriously consider whether to continue writing this book. But whether I write or not, I will give this book an ending. This chapter is temporarily just for filling pages. I will revise it when I have clarity. What do you want? Lin Shi appeared next to Sui and said softly. Sui's expression did not change as he hugged Lin Shi. Of course, I want you, my dear. Li Buren quickly added. Sister-in-law, my brother just said he would find me a noble-level wife. Is that so? Lin Shi looked at Sui coldly. Did I just hear someone wants to find a noble-level wife? Seeing the atmosphere become awkward, Zhang Tianyu sensed something was off and pulled Li Buren away from there. Come back with me. Lin Shi forcefully pulled Sui. Busy, 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 always busy. It's suffocating me. If you don't properly accompany me to practice, how can I advance to noble level? Uncle, can you see what kind of formation this is? Zhao Tingshu revealed a sly smile. I've never seen it, but we can give it a try. In this strange world for 1,000 years, it had sought countless times to return to the human world. The strange world's formations had been studied as well. Under deduction, a formation slowly emerged. This formation was different from the one Sui had seen before. But just as it was about to be completed, the formation shattered. Sui looked at this scene and furrowed his brows. What is the reason for this? Is it because of the lack of a sacrifice? Zhao Tingshu suddenly laughed loudly. I understand, so that's how it is. No wonder we searched for so many years in the strange world, so many formations, but couldn't find a way back to the human world. In the next moment, Zhao Tingshu dispersed the formation and conjured another formation out of thin air. This formation was far larger than the previous one. The moment it appeared, a loud thunderclap echoed in the sky. Inside the formation, a lot of strange energy spread out, making this already eerie and terrifying desolate place appear even more frightening. Accompanying the formation's completion, a head popped out from the formation. Damn, it's done! Sui exclaimed in surprise. This strange thing he recognized. It was the guy he once played chess with in Zhao Tingshu's courtyard. That strange figure peeked its head out of the formation sneakily. It seemed to be stuck in the formation, wanting to go in but couldn't, wanting to go back but couldn't.
Master, I'm stuck. A hint of impatience appeared on Zhao Tingshu's face as he waved his hand. After the strange figure disappeared, the formation slowly dissipated in place. Zhao Tingshu looked at the formation, lost in thought. Sui did not disturb him, leaving part of his consciousness in the jade skeleton. This summoning formation could not be understood in a short time. Moreover, there were still business to do in the ancient city. As for safety, that wasn't something Sui needed to worry about. Zhao Tingshu had defeated powerful strange beings at the nightmare level, killing those at the prince level. And he could clearly eliminate that old city lord guy. Even if there were more than 20 prince-level strange beings on that island, ensuring safety was absolutely no problem. The Blood Meat Mansion. Lin Shi hurriedly found Sui. Where have you been? I went back to handle some matters. What happened? The ancient city has urged several times already. Sui glanced at the time. There were still 20 minutes until the delivery time. Alright, I got it. As he spoke, Sui vanished from the spot. Sorry for the wait. The non-decaying corpse quickly got up and said. Boss Su, the situation is urgent, we hope you can deliver as soon as possible. No problem. Due to the ban, Sui could not store blood meat gear in the ancient city shop, only blood meat weapons. And the blood meat mansion was some distance away, and the company's transport route had not been set up, leading to the delivery requiring Sui to personally come. What happened? According to the agreed time, all orders were to be delivered by this afternoon. At the same time, the corresponding personnel were to be sent here to train on the strange beings in the ancient city. But the non-decaying corpse was this anxious, so something must have gone wrong. However, that was not something Sui needed to care about. What he had to do now was to deliver goods and collect money. Complete the tasks assigned by the system and unlock new blood meat gear. Boss Su, please wait a moment. We need to change the delivery location. Sui stopped and turned to look at the non-decaying corpse. Where to change it? To the front line. Sui's face twitched. Deliver these equipments directly to the front line? Seeing Sui's reaction, the non-decaying corpse immediately assured him. Boss Su, don't worry, I will definitely protect your safety. Protect your eggs. What is the situation on the front line? Sui had just checked the strange monitoring satellite. Let alone nightmare-level strange beings, even prince-level strange beings had suffered casualties. And the scale of that battlefield was truly enormous. It was not at all the small scenes of the previous third stage, the opening. It was a genuine giant battlefield. Although the enemy's vanguard suffered huge losses under the ancient city's artillery fire, the dispatched forces were just too many. Now, all blood meat infantry fighting vehicles on the front line were damaged. Without the support of blood meat gear, the ancient city side was being gradually forced out of the battlefield. Once they were forced out of this combat area and allowed the enemy to reclaim several cities, everything the ancient city had done before would turn to dust. Seeing Sui still silent, the non-decaying corpse became anxious. It had worked hard to reach today, finally climbing up to the position of deputy city lord. If this matter messed up, then it would completely become a mere decoration. Boss Su, as long as you are willing to deliver the equipment directly to the front line, I can get direct trading rights with you. In the future, no matter what order, I will certainly do my utmost to meet your requirements. Sui felt a bit helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but the front line was just too dangerous. Moreover, the jade skeleton and the crow robe were not here. What if a prince-level strange being targeted him? What happened? Lin Shi sensed Sui's emotional fluctuation and sent a message immediately. Vice City Lord, please wait for us to discuss. Bu Huashi, though anxious, nodded. Boss Su, please make your decision quickly. The ancient city wants me to send the equipment directly to the front lines. Lin Shi was stunned for a moment and hurriedly asked. Is it dangerous at the front? Sui felt rather helpless in his heart. If the jade skeleton and the raven robe were there, it would be fine. But the key is, I don't have those two items. The main issue is, Zhao Tingshu, at this stage, was under the control of the demon species. He absolutely cannot return to the eerie world if the demon species absorbs the strange aura of this world. Then Zhao Tingshu will likely be completely controlled by the demon species. Plus, with all the problems arising in the human world, they cannot afford to lose such a major client as the ancient city at this stage. If they lose this major client, then the time to unlock new equipment will multiply exponentially. Lin Shi saw Sui's struggle. I'll go with you, the lord-level eeriness can't break our door. Sui hugged Lin Shi. Okay. Bu Huashi saw Sui come out and hurriedly asked. Boss Su, what are your thoughts? Sui looked at Bu Huashi and slowly said. The goods can be sent to the front line, but my people cannot go to the front line.
I allow them to assist you in commanding the battle and to help you use the new equipment from the rear. Bu Huashi didn't think twice and immediately agreed. No problem, Boss Su. As long as these tanks can move to the front lines, they will achieve their purpose. 30 kilometers away from the battlefield, several Lord-level Eerie beings were waiting here with their subordinates. Seeing Bu Huashi arrive, the Supreme Commander immediately shouted. Vice City Lord, has the new equipment arrived? That batch of flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles has been blown up. Bu Huashi didn't say anything but looked at Sui. Boss Su, what do you think? Sui didn't hesitate at all. In front of all the eeriness, he placed hundreds of flesh and blood tanks and flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles on a nearby open space. The Supreme Commander waved his hand. Countless eeriness surged out, rushing toward the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles. These nightmare level and SSS level eeriness had all learned to operate the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles. So, immediately, they flocked to the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles. Although the previous flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles had been destroyed, they still saw their terrifying aspects. The survival rate of driving a flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicle was 70%, while the survival rate of eerie beings walking on foot was 0%. Once these hundreds of flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles entered the battlefield, they would absolutely be able to turn the tide of the battle. Boom! 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 The engines of the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles roared. One after another, they charged toward the front line of the battlefield. Sui saw the scene and couldn't help but complain. Bu, didn't you tell these guys that the flesh and blood tanks are more suitable for this battlefield? Bu Huashi showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. Others respected him as Vice City Lord purely because of this batch of equipment. Furthermore, the attributes of the flesh and blood tanks he submitted were presented to the think tank. Whether those guys had communicated the detailed information of the flesh and blood tanks to the frontline command center, Bu Huashi was unclear. Is this Boss Su? Bu Huashi quickly said to the commander. Yes, take this opportunity to ask Boss Su if you have any questions. The commander lowered his posture. Boss Su, the city lord has invited you, please have a talk. The delivery location was not the command center but the most convenient passage into the battlefield. Sui thought for a moment. Lead the way. Boss Su, please. When he sat in the flesh and blood tank, Sui heard a shout from the driver's compartment. Sir, this tank doesn't have a steering wheel. Hearing this, Sui was speechless. Come on, don't you all do it this way? This tank is not a steering wheel, but a lever. If these strange ones could drive, that would truly be a ghost story. Seeing Su Yan staring at it, the commander's expression remained unchanged. Boss Su, may I ask how to use this new equipment? Su Yan was nearly speechless. Come on, if you don't know, just ask directly. Why go through all this trouble? He stepped out of the cannon chamber and into the driver's seat. In front of all the strange ones, he began to teach how to drive this thing. Compared to a steering wheel, this kind of control lever tank is harder to learn. Since all the strange ones sent this time had experience with and learned about the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicle operation. So in just a few minutes, these guys learned how to drive. Before Su Yan could explain how to fire, these strange ones drove the tank onto the battlefield. Lin Shi couldn't help but complain from the side. These strange ones are so dazed. The commander agreed. That's exactly why we need Boss Su's strong help. The refining corps stood aside, dumbfounded. No wonder this person could sit in the commander's position, he really knows how to speak. Especially with that serious expression, it was even more. Command post. The old city lord and several peak-level strange ones stood in front of the sand table, analyzing the current situation. With hundreds of flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles and flesh and blood tanks entering the battlefield, the ancient city successfully stopped the decline and began to push forward again. Boss Su, what do you think? Su Yan shrugged. I don't understand, let's wait for my people to arrive. He had already teleported Zheng Tianyu and his group to the shop in the ancient city, and they were on their way now. Regarding the sand table, Su Yan really didn't understand. The old city lord smiled but did not speak, instead, he looked at Lin Shi behind Su Yan. This little fellow seems a bit interesting. Su Yan took a step back, shielding Lin Shi. The old city lord waved his hand with a smile. I sensed a bit of a familiar breath from him. Don't worry, Boss Su, you are our esteemed guest of the ancient city. Your people are also our esteemed guests. Familiar breath? Su Yan frowned and looked at the old city lord. Lord City Lord, do you know him? Lin Shi also came from a giant city. But due to her memories being sealed, she herself didn't even know what region the ancient city was in. The old city lord seemed to fall into memory. After a moment, he finally spoke. Once, I and my dear friend stepped into a giant city. That city lord warmly received us.
But now, things have changed, my dear friend has left, and the giant city has fallen. Saying this, he looked deeply at Su Yan. Su Yan naturally knew who this so-called dear friend was. Unfortunately, this so-called dear friend was viewed as the greatest threat by him. Su Yan sidestepped the topic. Lord City Lord, where is that giant city? The old city lord looked at Su Yan. Boss Su, if you are willing to take your people to see the battlefield with me. The meaning was very clear. If Su Yan was willing to help the ancient city achieve substantial progress on the front lines, he was willing to inform him of past events. Su Yan thought for a moment and said softly. You go back first. Lin Shi tightly hugged Su Yan's arm and shook her head. Listen, go back first, Lord City Lord will protect my safety. Seeing this, the old city lord smiled and said. That is natural, Boss Su is our most honored guest in the ancient city. At this moment, a strange one came to report. My lord, Boss Su's people have arrived. The old city lord waved his hand and stood up, saying. Quickly, please come in. Zhang Tianyu and his group then walked in. Su Yan took the opportunity to quietly say to Lin Shi. Go back first, I will be very safe here. If you are here, I won't be able to do my best. Only then did Lin Shi reluctantly loosen her grip and teleport away. Then Su Yan introduced to the old city lord. Lord City Lord, from now on, let my subordinates assist you in combat. Good. The old city lord nodded and then looked at Su Yan. Boss Su, why not take this opportunity to see the talented people under your command? What's wrong with that? The old city lord waved his hand grandly. The noble-level weird beings in the command center all stood up. On the road. Li Burang gave Sui a thumbs up. Boss, you really are impressive, able to do business with such high-level big shots. Sui smiled and shook his head, then projected the frontline battle scenes. Captain Zhang, can such a level of war be commanded? Zhang Tianyu also shook his head, then looked at the heroic spirit beside him. Old Mo, what do you think? Chapter 147-147. Still explosive. The brothers' mentality is still explosive. They are trying hard to sort out the plot. Hoping to straighten it out today. Damn it! Li Burang looked at the rocket launcher, his eyes shining. Zhang Tianyu couldn't help but climb onto the artillery vehicle, reaching out to touch the barrel. The expressionless old Mo couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw the flesh and blood rocket launcher. Sui enthusiastically introduced to the many weird beings. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the new product from my company, the flesh and blood rocket launcher. The old city lord and the many weird beings stared at the artillery vehicle's frame in confusion. What new equipment is this? Flesh and blood rocket launcher? Could it be more powerful than the flesh and blood artillery vehicle? A noble-level weird being couldn't help but ask. The cannon, but where's its barrel? Li Burang pointed at the frame. Isn't this it? Sui looked at the old city lord. Lord City Lord, this equipment has firepower far exceeding that of the flesh and blood artillery vehicle. The old city lord regained his senses first. Boss Su, can you demonstrate it for us? It couldn't simply take Sui's word for it, it needed to see the true value of this new equipment. Brothers, get to work. As soon as Sui finished speaking, Li Burang rushed over and climbed into the driver's cabin. Unlike the flesh and blood artillery vehicle, the control panel of the flesh and blood rocket launcher wasn't in the artillery compartment, but in the driver's cabin. Zhang Tianyu was a step slower and only managed to handle the task of loading the shells. With the shells loaded and coordinates input. Pew! Pew pew! Flames spat out. Dozens of shells were launched in an instant. Everyone present, including the weird beings, was stunned by this scene. If the flesh and blood artillery vehicle was a firecracker, then the flesh and blood rocket launcher was a Gatling gun. Before they could react, Zhang Tianyu drove the equipped vehicle and changed the artillery frame. Another wave of flames poured out. This time, the old city lord couldn't hold back anymore, it didn't even ask about the price. Boss Su, I want 500 units. Sui hesitated not at all and directly took out a contract. After the old city lord signed the contract, Sui waved his hand grandly. Hundreds of flesh and blood rocket launchers lined up in the clear space of the artillery formation. Fortunately, this area was large enough. Otherwise, 500 flesh and blood rocket launchers wouldn't fit. Li Burang and Zhang Tianyu conducted pre-battle training in this area. Compared to the flesh and blood artillery vehicle, the flesh and blood rocket launcher was easier to operate. As long as one knew how to input coordinates and launch, it was fine. The only difficulty was teaching these weird beings how to drive the equipped vehicle to change the artillery frame. The old city lord naturally understood the importance of the equipped vehicle. It promised the gathered weird beings many rewards.
Those who learned to drive the equipped vehicle would not have to enter the battlefield, and their original treatment would be increased fivefold. As for those who didn't learn, they would be sent to the front lines. Severe punishments and heavy rewards would be implemented together. Under heavy rewards, there must be brave men. This saying also applied to the weird beings. Furthermore, there was the fear of being sent to the front lines. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of weird beings had learned to operate. Hundreds of flesh and blood rocket launchers, hundreds of flesh and blood artillery vehicles, all aimed their firepower at the battlefield. Sui watched the scene and nodded with a smile. This kind of firepower was starting to look a little like it. The flesh and blood rocket launcher was the reward he unlocked after completing the flesh and blood tank. Moreover, this flesh and blood rocket launcher came with an equipped vehicle for loading and unloading the artillery frame. Battlefield. Countless artillery fires slanted here. After an hour of bombardment, the entire battlefield has become a hell. In every direction. There are only broken walls and shattered limbs. Let alone anything strange, not even a complete building can be seen. Under Old Mo's command, the blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles and blood and flesh tanks entered the scene. There is no suspense left in this war. The enemy has lost. Lost completely. They invested 80% of their troops on this battlefield. But in the end, less than 5% managed to withdraw alive. In the command room, all the noble-level anomalies fell silent. At what should have been a moment of celebration, they looked somewhat afraid. This is because the new equipment produced by the for-fire military industry exceeded their imagination. In the past, wars between anomalies had only two key factors. First, the number of subordinates among the anomalies. Second, the strength of the anomaly leaders. But the emergence of blood and flesh equipment completely changed everything. The forces sent out by the ancient city were far fewer than those of the enemy. Yet on this battlefield, victory came through overwhelming force from the ancient city. Only a portion of troops were lost during the anxious retreat. But the enemy paid a huge price from their main battle group. In fact, during this period, neither side even met. After a long silence, Su Yan couldn't help but ask, "Lord City Master, how did my subordinates perform?" The old city master looked at Su Yan with a complex expression. "Su boss, just call me City Master." "Oh?" Su Yan was taken aback. Although it's just a title, it reflects many issues. The old city master regarded him as an equal. After all, he is a lord of a giant city power. Before Su Yan could respond, the old city master continued. "Su boss, I have an inappropriate request." "Please, city master." The old city master took a deep breath. "I would like to hire this Mr. M.O. to serve as the chief commander of this battle." These words shocked everyone in the command room. Even old M.O. was stunned in place. Serve as the chief commander of the battle? His strength is only at the SSS level. The old city master actually wanted to entrust such an important position to him? Su Yan paused and smiled. "City master, old M.O. is my military advisor. If the city master trusts him, then I believe old M.O. will surely assist the ancient city in achieving victory. Isn't that right, old M.O.?" Old M.O. came back to his senses. "Yes, boss. I will assist the ancient city in achieving this victory." Su Yan continued. "City master, my subordinates are just weak. I hope the ancient city can ensure his safety." Seeing Su Yan giving him such respect, the old city master did not hold back. "Rest assured, Su boss. Our ancient city will fund the purchase of a noble-level anomaly servant for Commander M.O. Hiss. Su Yan gasped in surprise. A noble-level anomaly servant. This old city master really is putting in a lot. He had previously inquired about this information from Zhao Tingshu. Noble-level anomaly servants are not only expensive but are also not available for just any power to purchase. Even a strong power like the ancient city can only buy one in a year. Such noble-level anomaly servants would be absolutely loyal to their master after signing a contract. With the protection of a noble-level anomaly servant, Old Mo's safety can be assured. Not to mention the future. At this stage, Old Mo will definitely be a guest of honor in the ancient city. On the way back, Li Buren leaned closer to Su Yan. "Boss, could you buy me one too? I want to find a noble-level anomaly wife." Su Yan smiled and tapped Li Buren's head. "You want one, don't I want one too? Damn it." Li Buren looked at the rocket artillery vehicle, his eyes lighting up. Zhang Tianyu couldn't help but climb onto the artillery vehicle, reaching out to touch the barrel. The expressionless old Mo, seeing the blood and flesh rocket artillery, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Su Yan enthusiastically introduced to the numerous anomalies. "Everyone, this is our company's new product, the blood and flesh rocket artillery." The old city master and a group of anomalies. Looking at the rocket artillery vehicle, the gun mount was blank.
What is this new equipment? Flesh and blood rocket artillery? Could it be more powerful than the flesh and blood artillery vehicle? A Lord-level anomaly couldn't help but ask. The gun, but where is its barrel?
Li Burin pointed at the gun mount.
Isn't this it?
Sui looked even more at the old city lord. Lord City Master, my equipment's firepower far exceeds that of the flesh and blood artillery vehicle. The old city lord was the first to come back to his senses.
Boss Su, could you demonstrate it for us?
It couldn't just take Sui's word for it, it needed to see the true value of this new equipment for itself. Brothers, get to work. As soon as Sui's voice fell, Li Burin rushed over and dove into the cockpit. Unlike the flesh and blood artillery vehicle, the control panel of the flesh and blood rocket artillery was not in the gun chamber but in the cockpit. Zhang Tianyu lagged a step behind and only managed to take on the task of loading shells. With the shells loaded and the coordinates input, it was time.
Pew! Pew pew! Flames spewed out. Dozens of shells were launched instantly. This scene left all the anomalies present in shock.
If the flesh and blood artillery vehicle was a firecracker, then the flesh and blood rocket artillery was a Gatling gun. Before it could react, Zhang Tianyu drove the assembly vehicle and changed the gun mount.
Another round of flames poured out. This time, the old city lord truly couldn't hold back, it didn't even ask about the price. Boss Su, I want 500 units. Sui didn't hesitate at all and directly took out a contract. After the old city lord signed the contract, Sui waved his hand dramatically.
Hundreds of flesh and blood rocket artilleries lined up in the empty space of the artillery formation.
Fortunately, this area was quite large.
Otherwise, 500 flesh and blood rocket artilleries wouldn't fit. Li Burin and Zhang Tianyu began pre-battle training in this area. Compared to the flesh and blood artillery vehicle, the flesh and blood rocket artillery was easier to operate. As long as you can input coordinates and fire, that's all. The only difficulty was teaching these anomalies how to drive the assembly vehicle to switch the gun mount. The old city lord naturally knew the importance of the assembly vehicle. He promised great rewards to the summoned anomalies. Anomalies that learned to drive the assembly vehicle would not need to enter the battlefield and would have their original benefits increased 5 times. As for those who did not learn, they would be sent to the front lines. Severe penalties and generous rewards were implemented together. Under great rewards, there must be brave men. This saying also applied to anomalies. Moreover, there was the fear of death from being sent to the front lines. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of anomalies learned to operate it. Hundreds of flesh and blood rocket artilleries and hundreds of flesh and blood artillery vehicles directed their fire at the battlefield together. Sui watched the scene and nodded with a smile. This kind of firepower was starting to look a bit impressive. The flesh and blood rocket artillery was the reward he unlocked after completing the flesh and blood tank. Moreover, the flesh and blood rocket artillery also came with an assembly vehicle for loading and unloading the gun mounts. The battlefield. Countless artillery fires were directed here. After a full hour of bombardment, the entire battlefield had become a hell. As far as the eye could see, there were broken walls and shattered limbs everywhere. Let alone any anomalies, there wasn't even a complete building in sight. Under Old Mo's command, the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles and flesh and blood tanks entered the field. There was no suspense left in this war. The enemy had lost. They lost utterly. They had invested 80% of their forces in this battlefield. But in the end, less than 5% escaped the battlefield alive. In the command room, all the Lord-level anomalies fell silent. At a time that should have been filled with cheers, they all appeared somewhat fearful. It was because the brand new equipment produced by the Fire 4 military industry exceeded their imagination. In the past, wars between anomalies had only 2 key factors. First, the number of anomalies under command. Second, the strength of the anomaly leader. But with the emergence of flesh and blood equipment, everything changed completely. The forces invested by the ancient city in the battlefield were far fewer than the enemies. But on this battlefield, it resulted in a crushing victory for the ancient city. Only during the tense withdrawal did it lose some troops. However, the enemy paid a huge price for the main battle group. During this time, neither side had met. After a long silence, Sui couldn't help but ask, "City Lord, how did my subordinates perform?" The old city lord looked at Sui with a complex expression. "Boss Su, just call me City Lord." "Oh?" Sui was taken aback. Though it was just a title, it reflected many issues. The old city lord placed himself on the same level. This is the lord of a giant city power. Before Sui could respond, the old city lord continued. "Boss Su, I have an unusual request. Please speak, City Lord." The old city lord took a deep breath.
I want to hire this Mr. Mo to be the commander of this battle. At this statement, everyone in the command room was shocked. Even old Mo stood there in surprise. Be the commander of the battle? He was only at the SSS level, and the old city lord actually wanted to give him such an important position? Sui paused, then smiled and said, City Lord, old Mo is indeed my military advisor. If the city lord trusts him, then I believe old Mo will surely help the ancient city achieve victory. Isn't that right, old Mo? Old Mo came back to his senses. Yes, boss. I will assist the ancient city in achieving victory. Sui continued. City Lord, it's just that my subordinate is weak. I hope the ancient city can ensure his safety. Seeing Sui give such face, the old city lord was not stingy. Rest assured, Boss Su. Ancient city will fund the purchase of a marquee-level strange servant for Commander Mo. Hiss. Sui gasped sharply. A marquee-level strange servant. This old city lord truly is investing heavily. He had previously learned about this from Zhao Tingshu. Marquee-level strange servants are not only costly but also not something every power can purchase. Even a strong power like the ancient city can only buy one in a year. These marquee-level strange servants will be absolutely loyal to their master after signing the contract. With a marquee-level strange servant for protection, there was no need to worry about old Mo's safety. Not to mention the future. At this stage, old Mo would definitely be a guest of honor in the ancient city. On the way back, Li Buran leaned closer to Sui. Boss, can you buy one for me too? I also want a marquee-level strange wife? Sui laughed and tapped Li Buran's head. What you want, I want even more.